You were just a beggar wandering the streets, yet you established a sect in a land overrun by ferocious beasts. Under your leadership, the sect boasts countless prodigies, and even the guard dog is a supreme powerhouse. 2.5 days ago, you transmigrated to this cultivation world, expecting to dominate the heavens and be surrounded by countless empresses, but on the day of your arrival, all you found was a sect leader's token, so you begged your way to the Qingyun sect, only to discover it was nothing but a dilapidated ruin of palaces. Then you remembered the plump and wealthy-looking ant from yesterday, who said, "Young man, you're so handsome, why are you begging? If you have any difficulties, come find me." You steeled your heart and prepared to flee down the mountain. Just then, ding, congratulations, you have obtained the sect leader token and become the leader of the Qingyun sect. The celestial sect system has been successfully activated. Hearing the mechanical voice in your mind, you grew excited. System, you're finally here. The system opened the newbie gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a golden summon card, a random realm upgrade card, and a sect level 1 construction card. Staring at the cards in your mind, you exclaimed in awe. The random realm upgrade card was being drawn **ding**. Congratulations, host, for drawing the void refining realm. In the next moment, powerful spiritual energy surged into your dantian, coursing through your meridians. You felt invincible, capable of overturning mountains and splitting them with a single palm. Next, you looked at the golden summon card and silently prayed, "A supreme being, please, if not a supreme, at least a great sage would do." Ding, congratulations, host, for summoning the great emperor realm powerhouse, Li Qingyun, the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect. Wow, a golden legend, my luck is back. In the distance, the sky was torn apart, followed by an overwhelming imperial aura. In an instant, the powerful figures across the continent sensed it. This is imperial aura, another great emperor has emerged. Hurry, it's in the east. Instantly, undercurrents surged among the major factions as they dispatched their members to the east, whether to forge alliances, pledge allegiance, or even serve as mere dogs, such as the summoning power of the strongest, a great emperor. As the imperial aura faded, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stood in the void, slowly opening his eyes and laughing heartily. "I, Qingyun the great emperor, have returned." Li Qingyun sneered, then looked down. He felt an inexplicable, terrifying force locking onto him. His intuition warned that disobeying this person would lead to a gruesome death. Not daring to dwell on it, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Li Qingyun pays respects to the sect master. Thank you for reviving me." You glanced at this great emperor realm ancestor, and your heart swelled with boundless ambition. From now on, you shall guard the sect. A great emperor realm should suffice. Barely. Hearing this, Li Qingyun hurriedly surveyed the surroundings, but the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this his own Qingyun sect? Yet, how had it fallen into such ruin? Apart from this mysteriously powerful sect master, there was nothing but debris. Sensing the old man's astonishment, you asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the Qingyun sect?" To be honest with the sect master, I, Li Qingyun, am the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect, but now, it's reduced to ruins. Time truly is the greatest killer. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily stunned. What? The ancestor of the Qingyun sect? Now that I'm the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, doesn't that make this old man my ancestor? As far as you know, tens of millions of years ago, the Qingyun sect was called the Qingyun Imperial Sect, and its founding ancestor was a powerhouse at the Emperor realm. However, after several great battles, it declined and became an insignificant force. You think to yourself that those are all things of the past, and under your leadership, the Qingyun sect will surely surpass its former glory. Li Qingyun said, "Sect leader, I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just summon me." With that, Li Qingyun vanished without a trace, leaving only you in this field of ruins behind. Now, your task is to rebuild the sect. Otherwise, if word gets out about the current state of this imperial sect, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Just as you were about to use the sect construction card. Ding, how can the future #1 divine sect of the heavens have no disciples? A mission is issued, recruit 1 disciple. Upon completion, you will receive a reward. A disciple with decent talent and great perseverance has been detected. Host, please hurry and recruit them into the sect. You pause your actions, thinking that the disciple has arrived, so you'll have to wait before using the construction card. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyun sect's mountain, 5 black-robed cultivators were fleeing in panic, frequently casting terrified glances behind them. Not far behind, a blood-soaked, seemingly crazed young man was hot on their heels. His sharp eyes gleamed as he tightly gripped his sword, his overwhelming aura shaking the heavens and earth. The 5 black-robed men scrambled desperately, screaming, "Help! How is he still so vigorous after having his supreme holy body stripped and suffering 108 injuries? Just how many trump cards did the ancestor give him?" The young man behind them let out a cold snort, and a surge of wild spiritual energy erupted once more, instantly closing the distance between them. Keep running. Weren't you all so good at it? The black-robed men immediately halted, trembling as they faced the frenzied youth. Spare us, young master. We were just following orders. The 5 men wasted no time kowtowing and begging for mercy, their hearts sinking. This was the end. In these remote mountains, no one would come to their rescue. Damn it, why did they have to provoke this demon? The young man was named Shirhao, a cultivator at the early Qi refining stage. Born with the supreme holy body, though it had since been taken from him, he was a disciple of the Shir family, a top-tier power in the barren state, blessed by the heavens with 2 supreme physiques, the supreme holy body and the chaos pupils. A few days prior, he had been deceived by his uncle and cousin, who stripped him of his holy body. Watching from afar, you were utterly baffled by the scene. Not bad, you thought. Your first disciple was a born supreme, and though his holy body had been taken, it could still be restored. With some nurturing, he'd become the face of Qingyun's sect. But it was puzzling, why was he the one hunting others down instead of being the one pursued after losing his holy body? The frenzied young man on the other side cast a cold glance at the black-robed men and said, "In your next life, remember to open your eyes wider. Even crippled, I'm not someone ants like you can mess with." In an instant, he lunged forward, his overwhelming spiritual energy erupting as his fierce fists blasted toward the 5 men. Seeing no escape, the black-robed men roared in desperation and gritted their teeth as they charged to meet him. A deafening collision rang out as their spiritual energies clashed violently. The 5 black-robed men were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths, while the blood-drenched youth only took a single step back. Just as he was about to finish them off, his aura visibly plummeted. "No, my last trump card is spent." Panic surged through him as excruciating pain racked his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy withering as he collapsed to the ground. Noticing this, the 5 black-robed men, still sprawled nearby, exchanged gleeful looks before struggling to their feet, supporting one another. Heavens above, he's finally done for. I couldn't be more relieved. Young Master number 10, the peerless genius. Keep acting arrogant, this is what we call the wheel of fortune turning, sneered a black-clad man who then theatrically licked his blade. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something, my dear 10th young master. After obtaining your supreme holy body, our young master has already departed for the transcendent Holy Land in Central Province. Rumor has it he's being groomed as the next Holy Lord. You can die in peace now. The 5 black-clad figures burst into raucous laughter. Just then, your figure descended from the sky. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Care to share the joke with the sect master? Something's wrong, old Ghostlin. Strike now. But villains often die from talking too much. And by then, it was already too late. With a casual backhand, you sent old Ghostlin flying and rescued Shirhao. Turning to the injured youth on the ground, you said calmly, "Young man, your physique is extraordinary. You share a destiny with this sect. Would you join my school? I guarantee your safety." Shirhao looked up and saw a white-robed figure standing beside him, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Hope reignited in his desperate eyes. "Senior, I would be honored, but I'm already a cripple." "It matters not. If this sect declares you a genius, then a genius you shall be. Even if you were trash, my Azure Cloud sect could forge you into one." Old Ghostlin, now sprawled on the ground, gasped in terror. Peak Void Cave Realm. Among the 5 of them, only 3 were at the early Void Cave stage, while the other 2 had reached the peak of nascent soul cultivation. Damn it, why didn't you show up when we were just being chased down? Now you pop out a peak void refinement expert. This is going to be tough to handle. But let's be clear, everyone in this game has backing. We're from the Shir family of Wasteland Prefecture. This is our family affair. If you insist on protecting this kid, can you really bear the wrath of our Shir family? The leader of the black-clad men spoke viciously, his words dripping with threat. You retorted, "A mere peak void refinement expert isn't even worth a glance. My Qingyun sect is filled with countless masters. Forget your puny Shir family, even the sacred lands must bow before Qingyun. What kind of nobody do you think your Shir family is?" Feng Qingyang said in a serious manner, paired with his immaculate white clothes and his air of disdain for the Holy Land. He truly had the aura of a supreme powerhouse, but he did not completely lie. Although the entire Qingyun sect is currently even on him on 2 people, but there is a great emperor realm of the old ancestor in it. Which Holy Land to see? Not confused. Shirhao's heart rejoiced. Just now he was still worried about whether he would implicate this senior's clan. Now it seemed that he was suffering from a bitter sweetness. The sect I'm about to join doesn't even have the Holy Land in its sights. Humph, my good brother, so what if you become a holy son? You must wait for me. Chapter 3, Rebuilding Qingyun. First Class Sect. Blowback. Kid, you're not very old, but your breath is not small. The Holy Land is not even in your eyes? Don't look at the fact that their Shir family was the top power in the desolate state. But before young Master Shir Tian had joined the transcendent Holy Land in the Central Domain's central continent, The Holy Land was the great mountain above their heads, an unattainable giant existence. Of course nowadays the average Holy Land is a strong presence for them as well. But, you have to talk about your background when you come out. And their Shar family has a background now. Yes, I'm not very old, but my cultivation level is higher than yours. You guys have really cultivated to the dogs. Feng Qingyang said disdainfully. Have you ever understood the feeling of taking a direct leap to the cave realm in a single breath? Man in Black, Qingyun sect. Big brother, I seem to have heard of this clan. It seems like it was an emperor-level sect in the Middle Ages, only that it later fell into decline after experiencing a few great calamities and ran out of people, gradually falling into an unimpressive force. I just didn't expect that their patriarch would still be at the cave void realm. Could it be that they still have a lot of reserves left? One of the black clothes said and looked Feng Qingyang up and down with greedy eyes. An emperor-level clan? Scared the hell out of me. Ha ha ha, thought I'd kicked the bucket. You brat are using the remnants of an emperor-level power from the Middle Ages to scare my contemporary top-level power? Are you laughing so hard? You won't be able to laugh later. Feng Qingyang's calm words caused several black-clothed men to freeze in place. What are you doing? Don't. Stay back. It was only then that they reacted. Let's not worry about the Green Cloud sect for now. This kid is the peak of the actual cave void realm, the existence that crushed them in minutes. This kid does not know the rules of the Jianhua. All self-reported homes still really dare to do it. Feng Qingyang arrived beside them in a flash, turning his palm into a fist as his aura raged across the room. A palm pushed across, raising his hands and feet, he crushed a few black-clad men to death. Didn't even have time to scream. Phew, wrap it up. Feng Qingyang calmly clapped his hands, crushing them as if he was crushing a few ants, with no ripples in his heart. This is the crushing of the realm. Without the gong method, with the thick aura in the body can kill you. Let's go. This clan will take you into the Green Cloud. Feng Qingyang turned around and said, Sure, how thanks Sovereign for saving his life. He braced himself stiffly and stood up, bending over respectfully. Well, there's no harm in that. From now on you'll be my eldest disciple. Happiness came so suddenly that Shirhao was a bit confused. He had thought that with his current body he would be able to mix with an outer disciple just fine, but he didn't expect to be directly promoted to a pro-disciple. Shirhao pays his respects to his master. He immediately responded respectfully. Well, but you don't have too many privileges. You need to practice and improve just like other disciples. Just be a big brother in the outer gate first. Let's go. Back to the clan. I just don't know how injured the deceased is. Before leaving, Feng Qingyang looked back. Looking at the several black-clothed people turned into ash in front of him, Shirhao was speechless. Master, can I say that they are fine in front of the tomb? Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first talented disciple. The mission reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-colored summoning card. Can summon Jindan Realm to Transformation Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Cauldrons Avenue Bell, the ancient king's treasure for suppressing chi and has the effect of testing talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine body of the heavens. No explanation of the first divine body of the heavens. There are no invincible bodies, only invincible people. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme reincarnation method, tailored for the supreme sacred body. Bronze-colored summoning card? MMP, the system doesn't give out gold anymore. The 9 Cauldrons Great Dao Bell, the divine body of the heavens. Good stuff. As for the supreme reincarnation law at the back, it's just right for sure how to cultivate. Feng Qingyang checked the rewards in his mind as he walked. On the Green Cloud mountain range, the Green Cloud sect. Master, we're in the wrong place, aren't we? Shirhao asked in a small voice. Into the eyes of the wolves, ruins everywhere. Outside the mountain gate there is a lone stone carved on the upper side of the Qingyun sect. Apprentice is young not. Do people it can not just look at the surface? Some things are also so. Feng Qingyang said with an emboldened expression. His face bland. Darkly hurriedly contacted the system. System, use the level 1 construction card. I almost forgot. I was so concerned about accepting disciples just now that I haven't used my clan building card yet. Ding! The clan level 1 construction card was used successfully and is being materialized in. The system prompt fell. In an instant, purple chi came from the east, spiritual chi erupted, and a palace rose up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The alchemy hall, the cultivation hall, the merit hall, and the sect hall materialized one after another, staggering, as if it were a fairyland on earth. What was even more outrageous was that a 100-mile-long heavenly ladder spread out from the bottom of the mountain to the sect gate, with changing scenery and endless wonders on the ladder. Secretly, old ancestrally Qingyun was also startled, and even his great emperor's state of mind was shocked by the scene that occurred in the Qingyun sect. The patriarch truly possesses the power to seize the heavens. Shirhao's mouth also opened wide in shock at this scene. Is this coming to Wonderland? In contrast, the top family he was in before, the Shur family, was a commoner's house. Is this the kind of heritage that a great power possesses? Feng Qingyang was prepared, not too surprised. Just did not expect the first level of the clan so flow batch that the second level? What about the third level? Really looking forward to it. In front of the majestic and imposing sect hall. Apprentice, all of the strongest people in the sect have closed their doors and gone out on excursions. So in the future, you should cultivate well and strive to surpass our Qingyun's outer disciples, right? All the disciples in the sect have already been sent out for training by this sect, and will return in the next few days when the mountain opens. As for you not being able to cultivate, Master will solve it in a minute, Feng Qingyang said in a proper voice. Thank you, Master. Sure Hao was first overjoyed. Sure enough, the mysterious master had a method that would allow him to recultivate. A shock followed, surpassing the outer disciples? In that case, it seemed that the sect's outer disciples were all individually not simple. Ding, the clan hall is a powerful facade for a clan. Please ask the host to name the hall. At this moment, the system beep sounded. The clan hall? Let's call it the Green Cloud Hall then. In the name of Green Cloud, help my Green Cloud sect to go straight to the 9 heavens. As the words fell, dragons and phoenixes appeared on the plaque above the main hall, and 3 large, powerful words, Qingyun Hall, flowed from the font in a Dao rhythm. In the magnificent and incomparable Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat. Disciple, you are the supreme saint body, aren't you? Yes, master. It's just that I've been assassinated by my eldest uncle's supreme saint body being deprived of it, and my entire cultivation has been wasted. Later on, he escaped with the help of his undercard and some of his clansmen. Then I realized there were a few men in black trailing me, and I turned my head with all my cards on the table and chased them here. Sure Hao said through gritted teeth. He was already in the late yuaning stage before his cultivation was ruined, and was only one step away from cultivating into the peak of yuaning. How hard can it be? Master here has a gong method to pass on to you. Let go of your divine sense. Sure Hao obeyed and did as he was told. A purple light flew out from Feng Qingyang's hands into Sure Hao's mind. Supreme reincarnation law. Sure Hao let out a gasp after a cursory inspection, then carefully surveyed the feats, specially created for the supreme sacred body mass body. No matter how serious the injury, the first layer can be cultivated to remodel the meridians and restore the supreme body. Thank you, Master. Today is when I, Sure Hao, will rise from the ashes. Your matter is understood by the Master. Do you need the Master's hand? Feng Qingyang said after some thought. A transcendental holy place? A slap in the face from the old man. No. Master has already saved my life and passed on this divine level technique to me. I can't ask for too much. I want to work on my own and then take revenge myself. How about the sun? What about the Holy Lord? Having cultivated the supreme law for 3 years, he dares to pull down the great sage. Chapter 4, Guarding the King's Sword. Realm soaring. Not bad. The invincible heart has first become a reality. Alright, you go down and cultivate first. Just pick one of the palaces outside at random to live in. After Sure Hao left, Feng Qingyang once again entered the system interface. System, use the summoning card. The clan is too cold now. It's better to have more people. Ding. The bronze-colored summoning card was used successfully. In the extraction of drops, congratulations to the host for extracting the Transfiguration Realm clan guards. Are in the process of engraving. Ding, engraving successful. Has materialized. Transformation Realm. Not bad. A bronze-colored card also draws the highest realm. In the Qingyun sect, Sure Hao, who was familiarizing himself with his gongfu as he walked along the road, felt a powerful aura, and then frowned. There's no need to be alarmed. You're also a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, right? Only to see a man in a black robe walking head-on. Right. I wonder who the senior is, asked Sure Hao suspiciously as he looked at the man who had appeared noiselessly in front of him. I'm a guard of the clan, and I'm on my way to pay my respects to the patriarch, so I won't bother you. After the man finished speaking, he walked in the direction of the main hall. Clan guards? This kind of aura he had felt in their Sure family's family head. Sure Hao's face showed shock as he muttered, Peak Transformation God Realm. A single guard was surprisingly comparable to a family head of a top-tier power. The other side, the Great Hall of the Green Cloud sect. Wang Jian pays his respects to Patriarch. Wang Jian, who was dressed in black robes in the main hall, stood below and looked up respectfully. King's Sword. Realm, Peak Transformation Realm. Status, Clan Guard. Technique, Heavenly Level Technique. Heavenly Sword Technique, Peak Transformation God Realm? Feng Qingyang viewed Wang Jian's information through the system. System, is the character summoned by all the summoning cards the pinnacle of that realm? Right, host. The system produces a fine product. That's a good feeling. So the old ancestor is the peak of the great emperor realm. It's simply unstoppable. Li Qingyun in the sky suddenly sneezed with a sound like thunder. Strange. Who keeps chanting about the old man? Well, you go down first and guard the clan. After Wang Jian excused himself, Feng Chengyang once again called out to the system. Let's use all the rewards for accepting disciples first, and then we can't wait to enhance our own strength. System, materialize the 9 cauldrons Great Tao Bell. Oh yeah, and fusion god body. Getting stronger is imminent. As the future head of the first divine sect of the heavens, how can his cultivation be low? The 2 remaining rewards are just greedy to look at. The 9 cauldrons of the Great Tao Bell, the ancient king's treasure of suppressing qi, and has the effect of testing talent. The 9 cauldrons together have a huge power effect. The gods and devils are unpredictable. The gods of the heavens, no explanation of the first gods of the heavens, brainless blowing. The 9 cauldrons avenue clock is in the process of being realized, has been successfully realized. Divine body fusion in progress. On the void of the green cloud sect, the wind rose in an instant. An extremely dense spiritual qi instantly swept through the heavens and earth. Purple energy comes from the east for 30,000 miles, and the sound of immortality fills the air around the green clouds. Saints riding on oxen came out from the east, and images of all the heavenly immortals and Buddhas appeared. A large 9-cauldron bell emanating a Taoist rhythm appeared out of thin air, and then landed on the back of the green cloud sect's mountain. The moment the 9 cauldrons landed, the entire Cheng Yun sect's aura was instantly drained. The 9 cauldrons then began to gulp Taoist rhythms, and from time to time, immortal sounds rang out from within the bells. After the heavenly and earthly visions dispersed, what came immediately after was the purple-golden robbing thunder. Oh my god, look at that! Perdition thunder! Could it be that a supreme demon has appeared? It's still the east. The heaven and earth visions just now were outrageous enough. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would still be able to see the world-destroying tribulation thunderbolt recorded by the great powers in the ancient times. A great powerhouse instantly came detecting with his divine thoughts. Where did that little worm come from that dares to spy on my green cloud sect? Upon noticing the prying divine thoughts, Great Emperor Realm Elder Li Qingyun let out a muffled grunt. His powerful Emperor Realm divine thoughts instantly traveled billions of miles to cut off the divine thoughts of the other party and the others. Boom! The last peeps of those mighty gods were all decimated. Cultivation regressed. Life expectancy halved, only to warn the clan of a great terror to the east. Unspeakable, unmeasurable, not to be judged. This matter out of the entire central region exploded pot. All the forces have withdrawn their own eyes and ears in order to prevent attracting fire. Such visions are all the handiwork of the sovereign. After extinguishing the other party's divine thoughts, Li Qingyun looked at the sky above the sect, shocked no less than the world. The aura emanating from that cauldron's great bell made even he, a great emperor, feel frightened. Not to mention the world-destroying thunderbolt. Could it be a treasure from the immortal world? Feng Qingyang looked at the purple and gold-colored robotic thunder in the sky in surprise. His brows locked. Holy, it's getting a bit big. System, I'm just fusing a divine body. Is there a need for such a big thunder to fall? Do hosts want to see what you're talking about? That's the number 1 divine body in the heavens. As the system spoke, the divine thunder in the sky had just finished brewing. There was a rumbling sound. The thick and long robbing thunder struck down fiercely. Feng Qingyang could only take it with his head once he saw that there was no way to avoid it. Hide? How to hide? It's just coming at me. The robbing thunder struck Feng Qingyang with a destructive and precise force. After counting the breath, how come nothing happened to me at all? Feng Qingyang looked around his body and surroundings and was shocked to find that there was not even a single trace of this Norse divine thunder left behind. Congratulations to the host for having his body quenched by divine thunder. And the fusion of the divine bodies of the heavens has been successful. Don't be too surprised, host, as the first divine body in the heavens, it's not too much to absorb a divine thunderbolt, right? Warm reminder, absorbing divine thunder also has the effect of elevating the realm. As expected, Feng Qingyang sensed that the peak cave void realm that he had risen to only a short while ago had loosened up again. After getting a taste of the sweetness, Feng Qingyang went crazy, provoking the divine thunder in the sky. The lightning struck for 2.5 whole hours before stopping, and then tremblingly disappeared between heaven and earth. Elder Ancestor Li Qingyun, who witnessed everything, also stared in disbelief. The world-destroying divine thunder that terrified him had struck the patriarch for 2.5 whole hours, yet the patriarch was unharmed. Indeed, the sovereign is 10,000 times better than me. Below, after absorbing the divine thunder, Feng Qingyang let out a long breath. Phew! He then opened his eyes, his purple pupils taking in the world. Look closely inside and there are purple current turn. This should be the legendary gaze like electricity. It's the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Noticing the majestic spiritual energy in his body, Feng Qingyang was surprised. That's not how we say hang on. One big realm a day? It's like heifer on a plane. It's awesome. Before I fused my god body, I was at best a genius who cultivated quickly. But now, after fusing the god body that's a supreme demon that fights across great realms, Feng Qingyang secretly calculated. An awesome physique is not just about fighting across borders. Enlightenment, talent, and no barriers to ascending the realm. Now the speed at which I absorb aura is even 100 times faster than before. Awesome. System. Ding. As the future disciple of the first divine sect of the heavens, how? Mission issued, recruit the second genius disciple. Completion will be rewarded. The talented disciples will arrive 3 days later, at the Disciple Acceptance Conference in Xianyu City in the Spirit State, so please make early preparations for the host. Another talented disciple? The system's efficiency was truly high. An apprenticeship meeting? Chapter 5 Apprentice Conference. Women of the Middle Kingdom. On the following day, the Eastern Region Tianji Pavilion Branch Pavilion released news. The Triennial Apprentice Admission Conference would be held in 3 days in Xianyu City, Spirit State. When this news came out, Spirit State was abuzz. 10 years of bitter cultivation unasked for. A day of fame known to the world. That's what they've been waiting for. Hey, did you hear? The current apprentice assembly is being held in Xianyu City. Well, I have to take my chances this time. I heard that there are hegemonic powers in holy places to observe. If I could worship an overlord-level power, wouldn't I just take off? As for the Holy Land, he didn't even dare to think about it. Those who could enter the Holy Land were all dragon phoenixes and phoenix-like existences among people. He had self-awareness. Overlord-level forces in holy places. Asterisk 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 me. Bro, is that accurate? Of course it's accurate. My next-door cousin's neighbor's son's great-nephew is begging for food in Xianyu City, and he told me this himself. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get going before it's too late. This scene was played out in large and small corners of the Eastern Domain. After all, there were only 5 holy lands in the vast Eastern region. This time, he was going to observe the disciple acceptance meeting, and if he was lucky enough to be spotted by the Holy Land, it would really be a step to heaven. Taking a step back to be seen by an overlord-level power that was also great luck. Leaving aside the 5 holy lands, one could walk horizontally in the Eastern Domain. Uncountable heavenly pride came towards Xianyu City. The crowd was booming, and the dark current was surging. In the meantime, in Xianyu City, 2 beautiful figures walked along the busy streets, attracting the attention of many serious cultivators. Senior sister, this Xianyu City is quite prosperous. It's not in vain that I've been crying and begging my master all day, so I can finally come out and play. Lang Bingning cried and laughed as he looked at his quirky little sister. This Xianyu City is considered one of the top cities in the Eastern region anyways, so it's naturally prosperous. But it's stretched in comparison to those big cities in other domains. Junior sister, you don't always think about playing. You need to cultivate properly, do you know that? The people of the Eastern Domain may not necessarily be less talented than us. As long as we keep up with the cultivation resources in the Central Domain, we will show our greatness. Lang Bingning persuaded bitterly. In the Jade Clearance Palace, her image had always been that of an iceberg beauty, only revealing her heart in front of her little sister. I see, senior sister. Why does your tone sound so much like master's? The youngest sister spat out her tongue and pouted. The other side. Inside the Green Cloud sect, Sure Hao, who had just come out of the cultivation room, was refreshed. The first layer of the supreme reincarnation method has been successfully cultivated. My supreme body has returned and my meridians have been successfully remodeled. It's worthy of being a divine level technique. The deeper you cultivate, the more you can feel the power of this method. After moving his arms and legs, Sure Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that the realm had also come to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, which could be described as a day's progress. Dare I ask who else has such a cultivation speed? If these words were to reach Feng Qingyang's ears, they would definitely say, "Oh disciple, there are people beyond the people and there are heavens beyond the heavens." Master came from 0 cultivation to the transformation god realm in less than half a day. What are you comparing me to? He, why is the clan's aura so much thicker? Sure Hao noticed the abnormality at this moment and muttered. Sure Hao, who was bored and practicing hard, didn't even know what was going on. Just now, he had been cultivating in the cultivation room and did not see the heavenly vision and the terrifying robbery thunder. All he knew was that the clan's aura was at least 10 times more dense now than it had been when he first joined the clan. That would be scary. It was important to realize that the aura was very dense when he first entered the sect, and now it had doubled tenfold. Let's put it this way, put a pig in there and you can train to be a saint. Terrifying as hell. It must be master's handiwork. Afterwards, Sure Hao no longer think too much. Take advantage of the rich aura now and turn his head into the cultivation room to continue to cultivate. Proper cultivation maniac. In a flash it was 3 days later. Xianyu City. At this time, Xianyu City was already filled with large and small forces. Of course the good places must be those of the big powers. As for some small powers can only land on the streets. Those genius disciples who had come to participate in the apprentice assembly were already arranged outside the city. This day, Feng Qingyang's trio arrived at the entrance of Xianyu City. In addition to the 2 of them, there was the clan guard Wang Jian following alongside. Senior, are we going to participate in the disciple acceptance assembly as well? Of course, Why don't you let me bring you here to play? The clueless Shirhao was dumbfounded by this. He had been frantically cultivating in the cultivation room when he was mercilessly brought up by his master. The words fell, and then Feng Qingyang took the lead and walked towards the city gates. But as soon as they approached, they were stopped by the guards guarding the entrance to the city. And the guard in charge waved his hand and said, "Come on, stop. Which clan are you from? Is there an invitation?" Feng Qingyang was stunned for a moment. You need an invitation to come to the apprentice acceptance conference? No one notified the clan? Nonsense. If you're here to accept an apprentice, of course you'll need an invitation from the Tianji Pavilion. You don't need an invitation if you're here to participate in the apprentice acceptance conference. Just wait outside the city. This time the apprentice acceptance conference is pressed by the Holy Land. Of course it's not something that some cats and dogs clans can participate in. It has to be a second-rate power as well as above in order to participate. The city gate guards saw that the highest one of them was in the late Jindan realm and thought that it was again which Osa Corner clan had come to fish in troubled waters. These three people he could only see through Shirhao's cultivation. The rest of the two had no cultivation fluctuations, and these few notorious people didn't think they were any stronger. In response, Feng Qingyang just smiled faintly. Oh, so, you're making it difficult for the clan. You have to be a second-rate power and above to participate. So my Qingyun Imperial sect, which has a peak great emperor sitting in it, is considered a few-rate power? You! As soon as Feng Qingyang's words left his mouth, the lead guard was still about to open his mouth. Wang Jian, who was on the side, immediately stood out. Where did the Tianji Pavilion come from? I've never even heard of it. It's not even worthy of my Qingyun sect's shoes. Does my Green Cloud sect need an invitation from him? At the same time, his cultivation at the peak of the transformation god realm exploded out. Disdain from the realm of the transfigured god. Boom! A majestic goddess of transformation pressure suppressed. The city gate guards were immediately frightened by the powerful pressure. I thought to myself that it was bad, and that I had kicked the bucket. But the Green Cloud sect? I've never heard of it. It can't be some hidden sect. Thinking of this, he hurriedly and respectfully arched his hand. Don't dare! Don't dare! Please come in. After the small interlude, the apprentice assembly was about to begin. Outside of Xianyu City, a huge martial arts arena rose up from the ground and was built over an area of thousands of miles. Pavilions are also dotted around, which are for viewing. Huge formations shrouded this place. The aura was abundant, and the formations were strong enough to support transformation god powerhouses in their fights. Everyone, today's apprentice assembly officially begins. The first selection match is a talent test. Age 25 below the top of Jindan can participate in the selection test. There were countless black stone pillars on the outside, and the higher the talent the more bright lights they lit up. The minimum talent cannot be less than 3 stars, or it will not pass. Those who pass the talent test will be able to enter the second round of mind and actual combat selection, and will be ranked based on the total outstanding performance of the 3 games. The first place could enter the Holy Land, the top 5 could enter the hegemony level forces, and the rest were freely chosen by the remaining clans. This was the rule set by the Heavenly Pavilion after conferring with many great powers. As for the eliminated person which clan loves to take it, they cannot see. Now those whose names are red come forward for testing. Zhao Bing, 23 years old, middle Jindan stage talent 3 stars qualified. Next, Roadrunner, 25 Jindan middle stage talent 2 stars failed. Next, thousands of black stone pillars began testing at the same time. Bigger than a corner. The great competition has begun. Senior sister. Yay yay yay. I've been bored to death these past few days. The last time he sneaked out of the house he was discovered by the master and was grounded for 3 whole months. Senior sister. Do you think there are many geniuses in the eastern region? Lang Bingning is a little absent-minded, was suddenly asked, casually panicked and said this. Do not underestimate the world. There are people outside the people, outside the sky. Oh, Lang Bingning was absent-minded, as always felt that there was a sharp gaze looking at herself. A feeling of being seen through, frustratingly while looking at a pavilion. A picturesque teenager was smiling at her. The teenager was as handsome as a demon, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his deep pupils were flashing with a demonic trailing violet light, like an immortal out of the dust. I can't make it up. Just look in the mirror. Lang Bingning hurriedly dodged her gaze away, and the teenager looked away with her, and the feeling of being seen through disappeared, as if it was an illusion. She concluded that the teenager was extremely uncomplicated, and that the eastern region was indeed a hidden tiger and dragon. Shaking his head, he thought no more about it. Interesting, people from the central region are here? Feng Qingyang checked the system panel. Lang Bingning, eldest senior sister of the Jade Clearance Palace in the central region. Cultivation, early harmonized god realm. And that's when it happened. Ding! The appearance of the second son of Heaven's destiny has been detected. Please recruit the host in a timely manner. Coming. System view of Destiny's Child panel. Lin Bai, son of the Lin family of the Great Zhou dynasty, Physique, Green Lotus Sword Body, not activated. Chapter 6, Scum Lin Bai, Arrogant Wang Tian. The apprenticeship meeting was in full swing. One by one, those who were eliminated hung their heads in shame. What's more, they actually shouted directly to the sky. Ouch! It hurts so much. I'm a future great emperor, but I've faltered in this small disciple acceptance assembly. I'm not willing. This man is crazy. That's right, 25 years of age, but only at the middle level of chi refining. And to say that he is the strongest chi refining stage, the future great emperor, I'm going to you. The man finished and followed his companion up for a kick. The boy was too good for his own good. I, king of the Versailles pushers, can't even watch. The other side. Brother Lindbergh, don't be sad. There's a place for you here. I believe that you, Brother Lindbergh, will be able to soar one day. Ugh, or not. The one who spoke was a drooping youth with a white coat, a nice sharp face, and sword brows. He has the face of a novel's hero but not the life of a hero. His name was Lin Bai, the eldest son of the Lin family of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the nominal future head of the Lin family. You could say that this status was born into prominence. Lin Bai cultivated to the early stage of chi refining at the age of 8 and became famous all over the city. However, the heavens did not agree with him, and this early stage of chi refining had been with him for 10 years, and was eventually reduced to a joke. In the past 10 years, his cultivation hadn't grown the slightest bit, and he had been stuck at the early stage of chi refining. This time, I occasionally felt like to take a chance and see if I could find a way to cultivate. Well, thank you, Cyan. It's a good thing I have you with me. The wonderful woman who had been talking next to him was his fiancée, Nian Cheng. When they were 8 years old, they were engaged to be married. Brother Lindbergh, I passed the first test, and I'm about to take the second one. I'll go ahead and get ready then. Nianqing finished hurriedly and walked off into the distance. Well, be safe, Greenie. Looking at Nianqing's departing back, Lin Bai slowly put away the hint of envy in his eyes. Why the hell is that? He had also seen the scene just now when the man shouted up to the sky, until the final scene of being kicked over stung him deeply. It's really taut. The man was 25 in the middle of the chi refining stage, but himself, 10 years in the early stage, have not broken through, cannot find a way to break through after 25 is still the early stage. Then that person is even worse. Lindbergh was walking without a purposeful sigh while thinking bitterly. He had come to take his chances this time also to accompany Nianqing. It was also expected that Nianqing pass the first level of the test. Nianqing was their genius girl who had moved the whole city, cultivating to the early stage of chi refining stage at the age of 10, and now at the age of 18, she had already attained the Jindan realm. The two were a match made in heaven, except he gradually became a joke. An 18-year-old with an early Jindan cultivation should be able to stand out. Just as he bowed his head in bitter thought, a voice came. What troubles does the youngster have? This clan loves to be helpful, so why don't you talk to this clan? When Lindbergh heard the sniffing, he paused and stopped in his tracks, sizing up the 3 people in front of him. These 3 people in front of him, the black-robed youth who called himself the sect, had ink hair like a waterfall, especially the purple eyes that were even more divine. The teenager next to him was leaking his aura, and his 8-foot height was even more oppressive, and there was a middle-aged man who was equally impenetrable. I wonder who your honor is? Lin Bai asked suspiciously. This kid can't be the one who has heard of my name as a big loser. Lin specially came to taunt me. This clan, Patriarch Qing Yun, I, Qing Yun, have a destiny with you, and as this clan sees that you are gifted, this clan will give you a chance to rise to the top of the green clouds and join my Qing Yin sect. The words that made Lin Bai feel a bolt from the blue came out of Feng Qing Yang's mouth. He instantly broke down in tears. 10 years, 10 whole years, 10 years I've been waiting for a chance, waiting for a bowl. But the Green Cloud sect? Never heard of it. Whatever it is, a sect is fine. After all, he had never had a clan extend an invitation to him in 10 whole years. Me? Your Excellency didn't find the wrong person, right? Just in case, Lin Bai still asked carefully. It would be embarrassing if he found the wrong person. He was even more puzzled by the fact that his reputation as a great scum of Lin had already spread all over the spirit state, and that there were still people who made a point of coming to his door. What? Are you questioning the sect? Feng Qing Yang said with a raised eyebrow. After determining that there was no mistake, Lin Bai hurriedly arched his hand. No, I don't dare. 2. I want to join the Qing Yin sect. Good. You'll be glad later for the decision you made today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a second talented disciple. Mission accomplished. Quest rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver summoning card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10,000 sword mound, which has materialized in the back of the Green Cloud sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Green Lotus sword technique. As usual, the backside notes the use. Silver summoning card, can summon from the realm of transfiguration to the realm of manifestation. 10,000 swords graveyard, buried 10,000 swords of the heavens, to be obtained by the fated. Green Lotus Sword Technique, Immortal Technique, customized for the Green Lotus Sword Body. With the sound of the rewards arriving, Feng Changyang also opened Lindbergh's panel. Lindbergh, Early Qi Refining Realm. Physique, Green Lotus Sword Body, not activated. Identity, Grand Prince of the Lin family of the Great Zhou Dynasty. No wonder this kid is at the early stage of Qi refining stage. It seems that the unactivated physique has absorbed his aura, and he can't advance without the right technique. This discipleship conference has no need to stay. When the Green Cloud sect shakes the eastern region in a few days, there will be countless prideful people who will come here and beg for him to join the sect. Let's go. Back to the clan. Alas, patriarch, Lin Bai just wanted to speak. He still wanted to wait for Nian Chang and tell him the good news about him joining the clan. A couple of people came over right next to him and interrupted him. Yo, isn't this the youngest master of the Lin family? What? Grand Genius Lin isn't going to participate in the second round of tests? No way. No way. There can't really be a pig that can't even pass the first round. Ha ha, young master, why are you insulting the pig by just talking? Ha ha, laugh me to death. This kid is worse than a pig. The people next to them who didn't pass the first round of tests also dared to speak out. It was only because this visitor was the young master of the Wang family, the top family of Great Zhou. Wang Tian. Chapter 7, Strong Extermination. Exchange Conference. Wang Tian. Seeing the visitor, Lin Bai gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is really shady. Ha ha, it is none other than my lord. My lord has come to visit your wasted ass. Wang Tian was Lin Bai's nemesis, and the two of them, whose clans were the same as the top forces of the Great Zhou, had always fought openly and secretly. One day when Lin Bai took Nian Cheng for a shopping trip, Wang Tian was attracted by Nian Cheng's beauty, so he humiliated Lindbergh from time to time, trying to make him make more of a fool of himself. Yo, these three next to you are friends of Mr. Lin. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Wang Tian's cultivation level was relatively low, so he couldn't see the realm cultivation of Feng Qingyang's trio, but those who could be with the great waste of Lin must be ordinary people. It's true. What goes around comes around. It's true that anyone who can play with young Master Lin is a loser. Wang Tian pointed at Feng Changyang and the others with an arrogant and domineering face. Wang Tian, you shut up. Seeing Wang Tian exit his mouth to insult his patriarch, Lin Bai hurriedly stepped forward. Young master, I just heard that they seem to be from the Green Cloud sect. Lin Bai has also joined the Green Cloud sect. Oh, Green Cloud sect? Which clan is the Green Cloud sect? Wang Tian was still puzzled as to why any sect would want Lin Bai. A scum. Ha ha, young master doesn't know. I also happened to hear it from others before. It said that this Qing Yun sect is an unimpressive force, and I heard that all the people have run away. Ha ha, it's true. It's only right that a clan of scrappers takes in scrappers in name only. Noisy. Wang Jian, the guard behind Feng Changyang, casually slapped his hand. Without even having to utilize his spiritual qi, he instantly slapped Wang Tian, who was still laughing, into a bloody mist with the power of his physical body alone. As for Feng Changyang, the three of them were looking at the group like monkeys from start to finish. No howling monkeys, my ears are finally clear. Feng Qingyang even symbolically scratched his ears. These clowns are really going to hell in a handbasket and are too slow to die. It's not nice to mess with anyone but him. Holy, so powerful, Lin Bai exclaimed. The most inconspicuous guard among the three, Wang Jian, struck out with that powerful cultivation fluctuation that directly shocked Lin Bai. Is this the power of the strong? Life and death. Any displeasure can be cut down with a single sword. I, Lin Bai, swear that I will become such a strong person, Lin Bai secretly said firmly in his heart. You. Wang Tian's lapdog hadn't reacted until now. Only found a strong cultivation fluctuation. A blackness in front of his eyes was shaken out, and then saw his own young master become a blood mist. People evaporated. You killed the young master. You guys wait, to bear the wrath of my Wang family. Wang Tian's dogleg was so scared that he couldn't speak well, but he still had the guts to let out harsh words. There's no need for the Wang family to exist. Let's go. Feng Qingyang just said a light sentence and turned to leave. Whenever you're in the mood to go to the king's house for a spin, in your next life, remember, keep your eyes peeled. The guard, Wang Jian, said indifferently, and then with a thought, they turned around together. Wang Tian's lapdogs in front of him were all crushed into a bloody mist in a single thought. The commotion on this side of the room also attracted a lot of people, especially those who failed the first round of tests. Those who dared to speak out of anger upon hearing Wang Tian's words, all clapped their hands. Straight up, it's a blast. Awesome. This brother is fierce. Yes, the young master of a top-tier family is killed when he says so, and he said that there's no need for the Wang family to exist. But look is really strong. Ha ha, this Wang Tian really is arrogant and domineering. This is good to mess with the people who should not be messed with. If it is not the old man cannot beat him to beat him 3 times a day. A fight 8 hours. Just as Feng Qingyang and the others were about to leave, a figure stopped them. Wait a minute. There's something wrong with your excellency leaving just like that. Again. Is it over? What do you do? I still need you to instruct me on what to do in my Green Cloud sect. I'll introduce myself. I'm an elder of the Tianji Pavilion and the steward of this apprentice acceptance meeting. Are you here to stand up for that kid? No, your excellency has misunderstood. That kind of small force isn't worth my Tianji Pavilion's efforts. Just wanted to invite your sect to participate in the exchange conference later. He was also a bit puzzled as to why the Qingyan sect, which had been reduced to a lowly power, still had mysterious strongmen. Could it be that the descendants of the Qingyan sect had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor? A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Just thinking about how attractive the words great emperor inheritance were. Looking at the crane-haired old man in front of him, Feng Qingyang hesitated. Ding! As the future first human god sect of the heavens, how can you do without fame? Release an unlimited time mission to shake the East region. The mission is not limited to time. With the degree of completion of the mission, to obtain the appropriate rewards. Famous in the Eastern region? Alright, my Green Cloud sect's first step into the world will start with this exchange. It's boring anyway, so I'll play with you guys. The four of them, Feng Qingyang, were then invited to whichever pavilion in the very center to wait. On the way there Feng Qingyang also introduced Wang Jian and Shihao to Lin Bai, the disciple he had just taken in. To get to know them, Lin Bai, this is your eldest senior brother Shihao. This is our Green Cloud sect's guard, Wang Jian. Hearing this, Lin Bai humbly greeted them one by one. Greetings to eldest senior brother. Greetings to senior Wang Jian. He didn't expect is that senior Wang, who was so powerful in his eyes, was only a guard in the clan. And this big brother looks not simple. The talent should be stronger than Xinger. This time I've really embraced my thighs. I'll see who still dares to look down on me. Intentionally happy, Lindbergh laughed out loud, then realized something was wrong and started pretending to be serious again. This scene made Feng Qingyang and the others laugh. Ha ha, senior brother, what happy things don't hide, I'll tell senior brother. Shihao also started poking fun at this freshly arrived senior brother. He felt that this senior brother was interesting. Lindbergh also let go of the constraints he had when he first joined the group, and he had actually always been humorous and optimistic. It was only the troubles with cultivation and the endless taunts from others that he had to put on a second face. Ha ha, I want to recite a poem in this situation. The Great Joe Scrapped Genus Lin Bai. Apprentice Conference Catechism. Into the Green Cloud of Lingering Ambition. Life is Fun. Chapter 8 Elder Shattered Sky. Martial Stage Battle. Elder Brother. You're looking left and right. Who are you looking for? Right? Not long after, in the attic, Lin Bai looked left and right. A moment of surprise and a moment of loss. When Lin Bai heard his senior brother's inquiry, he heatedly smiled. Senior brother, I'm looking for my fiancé. My fiancé passed the first round of tests and is now on the second round. Shihao patted his senior brother's shoulder and laughed. Oh, I didn't realize that senior brother was disillusioned in cultivation and pleased in love. Ha ha, I envy senior brother to death. On the side, Feng Qingyang did not chat with them and was resting his eyes. The system gave me the use of a silver summoning card. It's good to have a base card just in case, although he didn't need a base card either. There was a great Emperor Realm ancestor who was there and could descend with a thought, so he still needed a gross base card. But it's going to be used sooner or later, and no one is too strong. There was still one green lotus sword technique left. It was better to wait until he returned to the sect before passing it on to Lin Bai. Ding! Silver summoning card used successfully. Summoning in progress. Drops. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning a peak Shattered Sky Realm powerhouse. Being engraving. Just the peak of Shattered Sky? It's barely enough. Feng Qingyang said darkly with quite a bit of disappointment. One must know that the silver summoning card was the highest that could summon a great power of the manifestation realm. But he was content. He couldn't have Lady Luck always on his side. The first two times the gold and bronze summoning cards summoned the highest realm within the limit. Sovereign. A middle-aged man silently appeared beside Feng Qingyang. There was no cultivation fluctuation. Just like an ordinary person. If he didn't take the initiative to display his cultivation aura, who would have thought that a hollow-shattering realm powerhouse, who was second only to the Holy Land, and was also a hegemonic-like existence in the eastern region, would show up here and respectfully give his greetings? This one person alone was enough to rival a hegemonic power. The three of them, sure how, also noticed Feng Qingyang's side. Is there someone from the clan again? I wonder which senior it is. Lin Bai didn't know about the Qingyan sect yet. Feng Qingyang had told Shihao that the strongest members of the Qingyan sect either slept or traveled the world. Senior brother, this is our Green Cloud sect senior. Walk over and take a look. Feng Qingyang saw that Shihao and his duo happened to come over, so he spoke. You guys just happened to come over. Let me introduce to you. This is our Green Cloud sect's outer sect elder, Night White. Surprisingly, it's an outer sect elder. Sure how and Lin Bai's heart shook at the same time. The senior Wang Jian who was a guard was that strong. The strength of the elders could be imagined. They must be even more profoundly strong cultivators. Sure how. Lin Bai, meet the elder. Then they both said in unison. Well, there's no need to be polite. Night White nodded in sign. Feng Qingyang was pondering at this point. There were more and more people from the clan. And the Green Cloud sect didn't have its own clan costume yet. Do not underestimate the clan dress. Think it is a piece of clothing so simple. Unified dress can enhance the disciples' sense of belonging to the clan and a sense of honor, but also to play a great role in the popularity of the clan. Ding! As the future first divine sect of the heavens, how can you not have your own clan's costume? Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? Issue a mission to make a splash at this exchange. Mission reward, exclusive clan clothing. No, a sleepy man has been sent a pillow. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. The system always appears at just the right time. Ahem. Well, without further ado, it's our turn to perform. In the meantime, the apprenticeship meeting down below had come to a close. The disciples of the various sects had pretty much picked out. The one who was pocketed by the Holy Land was an 18-year-old early Yuaning teenager. The 18-year-old Yuaning realm could be considered to be an eye-catcher. The rest was divided between the hegemony-level forces and the remaining forces. Being picked can be a spirited experience. Ha ha, I've entered the top-tier power of my dreams, the Yin-Yang sect. Congratulations, congratulations, Brother Bai has gotten what he wanted. Below the great competition grounds. Senior sister, the apprentice gathering is over. Let's go. Hearing her junior sister's words, Lang Bingning casually said from the sidelines. Let's wait for a little while longer. I've received news that there's still an exchange meeting of the various sects later on, so let's take a look again. Ah, senior sister, the strongest talent among them is only that 18-year-old early stage Yuaning. I guess I can't even defeat me, but I'm already in the middle stage of Yuaning. Oh, look on the line. Don't you listen to your senior sister? The great competition on the martial arts stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this apprentice meeting is a complete success. Next is the time for the exchange conference of the clans. A large number of clans were invited to the center of the assembly, which of course was only available above the first-class forces. Small clans just do what they like. Do what they like. Feng Qingyang's 5 were also invited up. This was specially explained by the Tianji Pavilion elder. How come we still can't see Qinger? Sure how guessed what was on his mind, so he comforted him. Senior brother. The younger sibling must have been chosen by a great power too late to say goodbye and left first. Aha, I know senior. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered here now, and the exchange conference has officially begun. All of you can send out your favorite disciples to have a match. Of course the ages have to be compatible. No big bullies. The clan's eyes lit up. This was a good place to make a splash. Such a vast disciple acceptance assembly could be said to have sucked all the eyes of the eastern region into this place. Even if it's over now, the afterglow is still fresh, so you can brag about it for the rest of your life if you just make some noise. Obviously the disciples of the numerous sects also understood this. Ha ha, since that's the case I won't be polite, gentlemen. Yin Yang sect Xiaohua has come to teach. Any of you dare to fight? I, Zhang Kuei of the Black Mountain sect, have come to seek advice. The two of them said and then fought together. You a fist and I a leg, fight hard to give up. On the martial arts stage, the aura was spread out. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Kuei was knocked out of the ring with a slap, and after a fierce battle that lasted for a quarter of a second, Xiao Hui of the Yin Yang sect finally won. The Holy Land did not participate in the collection of disciples left early. One is to win, they are not honored. Lost, it is a big disgrace. Some hegemonic level forces and top-tier forces had sent their own disciples to the stage. The battle went hot and heavy. Master, I'm going to move my arms and legs as well. Sure how couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. He hadn't had a good battle since his injuries had healed. Yuan-ing realm now? Feng Changyang looked towards Shi Hao, who was poised for a breakthrough. This kid was still at the peak of Jindan when he came to Xianyu City, and quietly broke through. Yes, master. The effort of taking 2 steps broke through. What grass? Eldest senior brother is at the Yuan-ing realm? Lin Bai was shocked as he looked at his eldest senior brother, who was similar in age to himself. It was truly a case of people being more than people. Moments later, below, Shi Hao flew and stepped onto the martial arts stage and said aloud, Shi Hao of the outer sect of the Green Cloud sect, here to seek instruction. He was dressed in black robes, his 8-foot height leaked out his aura, and his knife-sharpened face was filled with a strong battle intent. Green Cloud sect? I haven't heard of this sect? That's not right. Those who can come to the exchange conference shouldn't be nameless small sects. Come to think of it, it seems to be that clan that was reduced from an imperial sect to an unimpressive power. The clans under the stage exchanged words. Everyone was a dignified figure in the eastern region, not just some nameless person who could challenge them. Elder, this Qingyun sect is a small and unimpressive force. Why can it also sit here and compete and exchange with us? The Tianji Pavilion elder also came out to explain when he saw that the scene was a bit noisy. Why is there a problem? This Green Cloud sect was specially invited by Old Man. Whoever is not convinced to come to Old Man for a lesson. He was trying to test the Green Cloud sect at the sect assembly to see if they had found the inheritance of the Great Empress realm, so that he could get a piece of the pie when the time came. Chapter 9, Everyone here is a piece of Green Cloud sect? Lang Bingning looked toward the ring, and on the stage was the youth next to the mysterious man. Are they all from the Green Cloud sect? Once the crowd heard that it was invited by the Tianji Pavilion elders, they stopped talking. They wanted to take a good look at what this backdoor Changyun sect was capable of. Just then, Sure Hao, you're surprisingly not dead. One of the top families at the outfield, the Sure family, recognized Sure Hao and exclaimed in shock. Sure Hao's sinister elder uncle's explanation to outsiders was that Sure Hao had colluded with other clans in an attempt to seize the Sure family's property, and had been deprived of his cultivation. I didn't expect to be escaped by him and have sent the family guards after him. Your cultivation has been restored as well? That Sure family disciple looked at Sure Hao dumbfounded. Hearing the family head say that he hadn't already abolished his cultivation? Feel it carefully. Only at the early stage of yuaning? Luckily it hasn't fully recovered. Haha, I'm a late stage yuaning. If I capture this Sure Hao and offer him to the family head, the family head shouldn't be stingy with the reward. Sure Hao, you traitors suffer death. The clans next to them took a look at this to see that it was a nemesis coming. They all held the attitude of watching the show. As for the initial mention of not being able to bully your way to the top, that's a complete pretense of invisibility. Attic, patriarch, is eldest brother alright? Lin Bai asked anxiously at the sight. There's no rush, just watch. Feng Changyang has confidence in Sure Hao's strength. As a supreme holy body, if Sure Hao cannot fight across the ranks, simply find a factory to work. Over there, Sure Hao also recognized the visitor. Jian Sure, the top dog under his eldest uncle, used to grovel to him even more. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Let's start with this Sure Jian. Supreme reincarnation law. Sure Hao fully operated his gong method, and the aura around him immediately boiled, and an incomparably majestic aura erupted, blowing Sure Hao's long hair clanking. So strong. Looking at the age of just 18, he actually exudes such a powerful aura, not the least bit inferior to the first place winner of the conference just now. But although they were surprised, they still didn't think highly of him. After all, his opponent was 2 small realms above him. It's a shame. Such a good seed. Jian Sure happened to rush over as well, and the two collided together. Bang! The sound. The two men blasted against each other. Majestic auras swept across the martial arts stage. What was unexpected was that Sure Jian, who was in the late yuaning stage, was actually knocked out, while Sure Hao was still firmly stopped in place. This can't be right. The wretched Sure Jian climbed up from the ground, only feeling that his internal organs had been knocked out of place, and his face was full of incredulity. His late yuaning cultivation was unexpectedly unable to shake Sure Hao in the slightest. There are more impossibilities. I'm sending you on your way. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Sure Hao clenched his palm into a fist, and his aura frantically converged toward both fists. This was a martial skill that he had comprehended from the Supreme Reincarnation Law, and it was extremely powerful, definitely surpassing the Emperor-ranked martial skills. No, you can't kill me. Elder, save me. Seeing Sure Hao flying towards him, Sure Jian knew that he couldn't block it and even rushed to his family's side for help. An old man flew out from the Sure family's side at the word, but was stopped by the guard Wang Jian. Is your excellency trying to bully the small with the big? Bullying my Qinyan sect for having no one? Then with a single slap, he sent the flying old man flying. Peak transformation god realm. The old man flew backwards while his heart was in shock. In the ring, at that very moment, Sure Hao Chang attacked, his huge fist zooming in and out in Sure Jian's eyes. Then he was blown out of the ring, dead as a doornail. Wow, so strong. Elder sister, this person is clearly at the early stage of yuaning than my cultivation. Why is it so easy to beat the late stage of yuaning? That's genius. I told you long ago, don't underestimate the world. Lung Bingning explained from the side. That elder from the Tianji Pavilion was even more green-eyed. With such powerful techniques and martial skills, it seems like they have obtained the great emperor's inheritance without a doubt. So he gave a wink to the secretly united forces. Disciples from their forces jumped onto the ring one after another. Those unknown forces were taken aback. Good lord, it's a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha ha ha, you guys want to come together? It'll save you the trouble of having to learn one by one. It's more enjoyable this way. Sure Hao, whose wariness was on top of his head, laughed out loud at this. You're too crazy. Fuyang sect Zhao Shang has come here to ask for a lesson. Mo Hai sect Mo Tian has come to seek advice. Red Shame of the Red Dharma sect has come to ask for advice. One by one, they registered themselves as more than a dozen people. Rubbish, Sure Hao said blandly with disdain. What? You dare to call me trash? The man standing at the front thought Sure Hao was talking about him. No, you misunderstand. I'm saying that all of you standing here are trash. Come and fight. Ha ha, I didn't expect Sure Hao, this kid's language to be quite sharp. Feng Qingyang below was also amused by Sure Hao's humor. Lindbergh looked to sneak a look at the sovereign. I wondered if I should tell my senior brother that I had taught him these words. The ring was filled with aura, and all sorts of fancy martial arts were flying all over the place. Sure Hao didn't mess up his position and blasted away with an east punch and a west punch. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was at full output. He hadn't used his full strength yet. The Supreme Saint Body was his biggest card, but of course these little caramels didn't deserve him to use his card. Within a few breaths, the dozen or so people on the stage were blown away one after another, falling heavily to the ground, no longer able to fight. Misty grass. Is this Qingyun sect Sure Hao taking forbidden drugs? Yeah, more than 10 people couldn't do anything to him. You know there are 4 or 5 mid-Yuaning geniuses among them. The various clans on the stage all looked at Sure Hao like he was a monster, especially those sects that sent out their disciples. In addition to being shocked, they also looked at each other. This isn't normal. Could it really be that they've gotten a great emperor's inheritance? Just like what His Excellency said. At this moment, the Sure family elder who was initially slapped away by Wang Jian also slowed down. Sure Hao, you traitor. You actually killed Sure Jian. When I report to the Elder Council I will be sure to apprehend you. He was puzzled as to why Sure Hao was still so strong if he hadn't had his cultivation abolished by the family head, and how he got involved with the Green Cloud sect. That Qingyun sect had just sent out a random person who was a peak harmonization spirit realm powerhouse. Looks like this old man hasn't recognized the status quo yet. Feng Qingyang said coldly. Of course that Sure family elder wasn't stupid to make a big deal out of it. He's got a bottom line. He was seen arching his hand in every direction. Gentlemen, this Sure Hao is a traitor to my Sure family. Please help my Sure family take down this ruffian. All of you should also know that the young master of my Sure family has already traveled to the Holy Land of the Central Region, and I heard that he has already been ordained as a saint's son. When my young master reappears in the Eastern region I will be grateful. Chapter 10 Elder Strikes. Footsteps on the clans. The Sure family elder's words were 3 parts sincerity and 7 parts threatening intent. The Holy Land of the Middle Kingdom. This Sure family is even involved with the Holy Land of the Central Region. The clans on stage that didn't know about this were shocked. You have to know that the Central Region that is the Holy Land of cultivation that all cultivators aspire to. The aura was several times more abundant than the Eastern Region, with both danger and opportunity, an estate dominated by the Supreme Realm and the Great Emperor Realm. It could be said that their Eastern domain sects were not even worthy of lifting others' shoes off. Of course, if Feng Qingyang heard this, he would have to give him 2 big slaps in the face. My Qingyun sect is at your disposal? I'm not a shoehorn. I'm a shoehorn. I'm a shoehorn. Not far away. The Tianji Pavilion elder's eyes lit up when he saw this. It's not hard to find the place where you've stepped on the iron shoes, but it's not hard to get it. Here's your chance. He observed that of the 5 people from the Green Cloud sect, the man who had just struck out was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The rest were a very ordinary man in black and an imperceptible youth. But the duo was so young that he could be his grandfather himself, so he thought that his cultivation would not be too high. As for Sure Hao and that early chi refining stage scum, they were ignored. Sure Hao, Lindbergh, are you polite? He then sent a message to those forces once again, asking them to take the lead in attacking the Green Cloud sect. Don't worry, Elder. We of the Ink Ocean sect have helped with this, and our Fuyang sect, in broad daylight, there is such a traitor, regardless of whose family it is. I, the Red Law sect, will have to help the scene. The Qingyun sect Sure Hao just now had caused several of their clans to lose face in public. On the one hand, it is just the right opportunity to take advantage of the anger, and on the other hand, it can also follow the Heavenly Pavilion to share a little bit of the Great Emperor's inheritance soup, and on the third hand, it can also be sold to the Sure family favors. That's 3 birds with 1 stone, with a few of them taking the lead. Some wallflowers and profit-driven forces joined in, and it was a moment of great momentum. Selling a favor to the Sure family. This deal couldn't be more cost-effective. Strong people from the various forces involved rushed up to the sky, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed under the impact of their powerful auras. All of you worked together to take them down. The formation platform was surrounded by aura. The big battle is imminent. This wasn't like those disciples' competitions in the apprentice assembly and exchange assembly just now, which were all over the top in their eyes. 6 real person realms, and more than 20 harmonized god realms. At the periphery, Elder Sister, let's go. The waves will reach us later. The forces that were not involved and the onlookers had all retreated long ago for fear of the repercussions. This is no joke. Lang Bingning pondered slightly. You go first, senior sister. Without waiting for her senior sister to speak, she turned and flew toward the center of the ring. Sister, what are you doing? On the other side, when the crowd was about to make a move, they changed to see a woman flying in. green silk 3000 fluttering with the wind, white clothes snow, from the sky like a fairy. Beautiful. Lang Bingning indifferently scanned the entire field after her detachment came. Jade Clearance Palace. We'll keep the people of Qingyan sect. The forces were immediately staggered. And where did the Jade Palace come from? Where's the girl doll from? What a big mouth. A group of frogs in the bottom of the well. Yuqing Palace is the center of the domain of the transcendent saint. You can think about it in the hands. Lang Bingning see them do not know their own clan turn cold. At the same time, he radiated his cultivation aura. The realm of transformation. The transcendent holy land. Heavens. Such a young transformation god realm. This woman must be a heavenly pride from the central region. Oddly enough, this Sure family got lucky and got involved with the holy land of the central region. How did this tiny green cloud sect get involved with a major power in the central region? A bunch of useless trash. It seems that I still have to come out personally. Zhang Lao of Tianji Pavilion, who was originally hiding behind the curtain and waiting to reap the benefits, couldn't sit still when he saw that they were hesitant to get up. They're afraid of your Jade Clearance Palace, but I'm not. My Tianji Pavilion is likewise a holy land in the central region. If you follow me and make a move, my Tianji Pavilion will keep you safe. The Tianji Pavilion elder similarly rushed up to the sky, his cultivation at the peak of the true man realm on display. Lang Bingning frowned slightly at the sight. Tianji Pavilion Eastern Region Branch? Looks like it's time to use the bottom card. Just then, a loud voice came. How elegant you all are. It just so happens that this clan is bored today, so I'll play nicely with you guys. At this time, Feng Qingyang's 4 people walked towards the center of the field without slowing down. Master. When Sure Hao saw the arrival of Feng Qingyang's men, it was like seeing the backbone. With such a powerful clan behind me, what is there to be afraid of? Senior, I've caused trouble for the clan. This matter was all caused by him. If it wasn't for him, the Sure family wouldn't have moved Sure Tiana to show off here. No harm, no foul. Thank you for your kindness, Miss. Mr. Feng appreciates it. Feng Changyang waved his hand at Sure Hao, turned around and said to Lang Bingning, who was at the side. Although he didn't know why this woman from the central region wanted to help their Green Cloud sect, but people stood up at a critical moment. The proper etiquette should still be there. The icing on the cake was far worse than the snow, though he didn't need it. When the forces saw this breezy appearance of the youth in the lead, they couldn't figure out what kind of medicine he was selling for a while. Could it be that the Green Cloud sect still has any more cards? This was what Lang Bingning and the forces were thinking in their minds. Pretending. The Tianji Pavilion elder was the first to attack when he finished speaking. Night White and Wang Jian beside Feng Qingyang similarly rushed up into the sky. Lang Bingning also gave up using her bottom card for the time being. She also wanted to see what other backstops the youth in front of her who had a glimpse of her had. But should anything go wrong, her bottom card could exterminate those people in the first place. Anyone who offends my Qingyan sect will be killed without pardon. Night White's cultivation at the peak of the shattered hollow realm exploded out. Berserk auras swept through the heavens and earth, and huge cultivation fluctuations spread in all directions. Shattered hollow realm powerhouse. Night White mobilized his aura and casually slapped down. A giant palm then appeared in the sky, covering the sky as it slapped towards the forces. The space around them all niggled. This was the sound of aura rubbing against space. Finally, the moment the huge palm slapped out, the surrounding space shattered, which could be described as a heavenly collapse. No, spare my life, I'm the patriarch. All was quiet after the screams. Nothing else. Simple and crude is cultivation crushing. Surprisingly, there's a little mouse that missed the clip. You can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Tianji Pavilion. The person who spoke was none other than the Tianji Pavilion elder who had managed to escape with his life. However, he was also in a sorry state now and was seriously injured. When Night White revealed his cultivation just now, he sensed that something was wrong and retreated behind the crowd, then saved his life with his life-preserving cards. He still couldn't figure out why the tiny Qingyan sect would have such a strong person, even if he got a great emperor's inheritance. It shouldn't be. Finish your last words. Without batting an eyelid, Night White stomped down, stomping the Tianji Pavilion elder who was still trying to speak into mud. The scene of the great battle was a mess, leaving only an 8 feet deep palm print. Feng Chanyan walked to the edge of the ring and looked down. And I won't give you a hard time about it. I'll give you 3 days to have your respective clans personally come to the Green Cloud sect to make amends and apologize for this matter will be considered in the past. Or else, the chickens and the dogs. Feng Qingyang's words caused the remaining people from each clan to tremble. Chapter 11, Sect Dress. Mighty Chang Yun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making a splash at this exchange. The clan costume has been issued. Pay attention to check. Ding. Full marks for mission completion. Unlimited wholesale supply of clan clothing. A great splendor? How can you not make a splash when you've slaughtered all the powerful people? This time, my Green Cloud sect's name should have to make big waves, and I'm not far from accomplishing my mission of shaking the eastern region with fame. The clan apparel has also arrived. I just don't know what it looks like. Does it have any other effects? Being the first divine clan of the future heavens, the system rewards the clan's apparel can be poor? When my peers see it, they'll think I can't afford to give it away. The clan dresses are not only unlimited, but also have a great value. So they're immaculate, invulnerable to fire and water, and have the luck of the world all over them. AI drawings, no copyright disputes. Xing Yun's own suit. It turns out that your clan has such a strong person, to the extent that the young woman has made a fool of herself. The peak of the hollow shattering realm was a mainstay powerhouse even in their transcendent Holy Land. The Green Cloud sect was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. It is already a great sincerity for a girl to come forward when we meet in plain sight. But with my Green Cloud sect's outer sect elders around, these clowns who can't rise to the occasion are not enough to worry about. Feng Qingyang said with a bland smile. Outer elder. An outer sect elder has such a powerful cultivation. She thought that this peak hollow shattering realm powerhouse would be one of the strongest in the Qingyan sect anyways, but she didn't expect that it was just an outer sect elder. Lang Bingning, who had always been an iceberg beauty, was not calm anymore. This Qingyun sect was really mysterious and powerful. Could it be a hidden sect? Elder sister, are you alright? An anxious little girl yelled and ran. Cher, didn't I tell you to go first? Why are you back again? The person who came was none other than Lang Bingning's junior sister. Lu Shui, elder sister didn't leave, so I'm not leaving either. She was just anxious when she saw her senior sister flying to the center of the ring to face so many powerful people, and she was just about to pull out the life-preserving card given by her master. It was only when he saw that what's-her-name Green Cloud sect fly out a very powerful middle-aged man and destroy everyone with just his hands that he came running over in a hurry. Lang Bingning was quite touched anyway. She had made up her own idea, but her little sister was unfailingly devoted to her. Well, this is done. Back to the clan. As Feng Qingyang's words fell, Lang Bingning stepped forward and arched her hand and said sincerely, Patriarch Qing Yun, I wonder if my youngest daughter can travel to your clan together. Don't worry, Patriarch, I have absolutely no other purpose. I just want to see the elegance of your clan. Feng Qingyang looked Lang Bingning up and down and secretly said, these two are from the big powers in the central region. It would be good to let them come to my Qing Yun to see what's going on, and when the time comes, spread the prestige of Qing Yun to the central region. Thinking in this manner, Feng Qingyang spoke indifferently. This sect has granted permission. You all come with us together. They then traveled thousands of miles in a day before arriving under the mountain gate of the Qingyan sect. On the way, Lin Bai had also been unable to resist asking senior brother Shi Hao, eldest brother, you were so handsome just now. One person singled out over a dozen people, fighting across ranks and still undefeated. Eldest senior brother, you are so powerful. How long have you been practicing? Looking at his youngest junior brother who was full of curiosity, Shi Hao thought about it. It had been less than 3 days since his cultivation had been abolished, right? No more, no less. Exactly 2.5 days. Lindbergh was shocked. 2.5 days. Then, if he has been practicing hard for 10 years and is still in the early qi refining stage, could it be that he is cultivated to a dog? Under the mountain of the Green Cloud sect, as soon as they entered the Green Cloud mountain range, Lang Bingning and Lu Shui detected an abnormality. The aura here was surprisingly several times denser than the outside world, and the deeper you went in, the thicker the aura became. Until they reached the bottom of the mountain gate, the aura was already enough to rival that of the central region. Indeed, it is a great hidden sect. The sites are all so uniquely chosen. Lang Bingning's beautiful eyes glared, and she thought to herself that this was indeed the case. With a wave of Feng Qingyang's big hand, 100 miles of steps spread down from the mountain. The steps were surrounded by clouds and mist. The dreamlike scenery changed constantly, as if it was a ladder leading to the immortal world. Go! Through the ladder, he entered inside the Green Cloud sect. All of a sudden open up. All kinds of pavilions are strewn together. The flow of Taoism, rich to the extreme aura, has been transformed into fog set off this place as if it were a fairyland. Senior, sister, are we here in the fairy realm? The first time Lin Bai and Lang Bingning's sisters and teachers were like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. People are numb. Shi Hao snickered as he watched the reactions of several people. Ha ha, this is a great feeling. You had the same expression when you first came here yourself, right? Green Cloud Palace. Sit down. Feng Qingyang greeted the few people and sat down, while ordering Shi Hao to go and pour tea for the few people. The tea wasn't any good tea, just the avenue tea that had been pitted from the system 2 days ago. Lang Bingning and Lu Shui sat down in a formal manner, taking the teacups in their hands then drinking them all in one go. The cool tea went down his throat and then transformed into Tao rhythms flowing throughout his body. It's avenue tea. Feeling the Tao rhythm in her body, Lang Bingning exclaimed out in shock. This tea was also extremely rare in their Jade Clearance Palace, and she had only seen it when their palace master feasted on a great power. It's not a good tea. You guys make do. Feng Qingyang spoke sincerely, while thinking of what reason to use in pitting some good tea over to the system. There's no reaction when you drink this tea into your body. System, you a birth ah. People's great Dao tea are the great treasure of the clan. Even saints may not be able to drink it. Ordinary people can drink it is already a great fortune. You don't know how much you've had in 2 days, do you? There's no way you'll react after drinking that much. When Lin Bai saw Lang Bingning reacting so greatly, he thought to himself that the ones from the central region were so shocked. This tea was definitely not simple. And then he drank it all in the same breath. Feeling the flow of Dao rhythm within his body, it continuously impacted his entire body. How's it going? Any reaction from senior brother? Sure Hao looked at Lin Bai curiously. He had drank a lot of this tea, so he naturally knew the wonders of it. Hiccup. Senior brother, I'm finally, still in the early qi refining stage. Lin Bai burped and said bitterly. Aside from feeling the early qi refining stage realm within his body saturated, the realm remained unchanged. Elder sister, it seems like I've seen this tea somewhere in my master, who has been treasuring it like a treasure. The master in Lu Shue's mouth was naturally the Jade Clearance Palace's palace master. Finish your tea and make some small talk. Lang Bingning got up and said solemnly, Patriarch Feng, your clan has offended the transcendent holy land of the central region, as well as the Tianji Pavilion, so it's better to make plans early. Being careful is a good thing, and I, Jade Clearance Palace, can also help out if anything happens. In addition to being the grand senior sister of the Jade Clearance Palace, she was also the personal heir of the palace master of the Jade Clearance Palace, and her status was equivalent to that of a holy son of a holy land, so she still had quite a lot of say. The Jade Clearance Palace itself is a transcendent power. Naturally know some secret information. Transcendent power is not a simple one. Thank you Miss Ling for your kind words, but my Qingyun sect has many experts. In front of my Qingyun sect, these two forces are nothing more than mayflies. Waving their hands will destroy them. Feng Qingyang said in a cloudy manner. The Qingyun sect has a great emperor realm ancestor in the town. What is a transcendent holy land? Even if an emperor level power comes, they will not be afraid of it. Chapter 12, Green Lotus Sword Body, Scum Awakening. Lang Bingning could not say anything more when she saw Feng Qingyang's expression of not caring in the slightest. There was no need for Feng Qingyang to explain anything more. The world would know how powerful the Qingyun sect was when it competed for the central region. Then Feng Qingyang started to check the system interface. The system rewards from the last collection of Lindbergh had already been used almost to the fullest. The silver summoning card was used to summon the outer sect elder at the peak of Shattered Hollow. And the 10,000 Swords graveyard was also figuratively present in the back of the Green Cloud sect. He could detect something more in the back of the mountain. There was a very strong sword intent emanating from it, but there was the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, so the sword intent wasn't emanating very strongly. Just can be used as a future training disciple's treasure. As for which disciple can get the divine sword from it, all depends on their own fortune. Now all that was left was to give the disciple a tailor-made gongfu. Lindbergh, come here for a moment. Patriarch, Lin Bai, who was still grieving, rushed forward when he heard the patriarch call him. I've pretty much understood the reason for your delayed breakthrough and know the reason for it. This clan has one thing to pass on to you that will solve your problem. From now on, you'll be a personal disciple of the sect, just like Sure Hao. Originally, when he heard the patriarch say that he could solve the problem of cultivation, Lin Bai was already ecstatic. But after hearing the patriarch say that he wanted to accept him as a personal disciple, his entire being was baffled. Many thanks, master, said Lindbergh in a hurry as he reacted. Lang Bingning under the seat, Lu Shui and the two of them were also curious, wondering why the powerful and mysterious Wen sect master wanted to accept a scum as a disciple. This teenager must have a big secret. Let go of the divine sense. Lin Bai sniffed and did as he was told. System, it's ready to go. A purple light flew from Feng Qingyang's hand into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness. Your physique is the legendary Green Lotus Sword Body, and the reason you haven't been able to break through is because you don't have the appropriate technique to refine your aura. So all the aura you cultivate is absorbed by your sword body. With this Green Lotus Sword skill, your sword body will activate and your cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Green Lotus Sword Body, legendary physique, born for the sword. A sword that opens up the sky when the cultivation is complete. Lang Bingning was shocked once again. The number of times she was shocked today was enough to shock her for 10 years. She had heard from her master that a Green Lotus Sword Body with a great cultivation level had appeared in the Middle Ages and had once slaughtered an emperor against the heavens at the peak of the Saint King, and had later been honored as a sword god. I just didn't expect that this kind of divine body would be seen in the Eastern Domain today. Not a moment too soon. Outside the Great Hall, after an hour had passed, Lin Bai, who was sitting cross-legged, happily opened his eyes. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Having just cultivated the first layer of the Green Lotus sword technique, the slacking cultivation was like finding a gap and pouring out wildly, thickly storing up to break through the realm barrier. Early stage of chi refining, middle stage, late stage, peak, early foundation establishment, middle, late, peak. It didn't stop until the peak of foundation establishment. It's the peak of foundation establishment. In a single breath, 7 realms were ascended in a row. When Lin Bai's words fell, the sky descended with a vision and the earth gushed with green lotuses. One by one, the green lotuses converged under Lin Bai's feet and continuously washed his body. The visions and the green lotus dispersed in no time, and Lin Bai felt transformed at that moment. At this moment, I want to recite another poem. 10 years of bitter wasted time. Suffer much from cold shoulder abuse. Once the divine body is finally awakened, the green lotus entry realm is broken. Not bad. The sword body is activated and the realm has made consecutive breakthroughs. Worthy of being the system's chosen disciple. Breaking the realm is like drinking water, but it's still close compared to me. Lin Bai was just about to say something when a powerful sword intent came from the back of the mountain. Senior, isn't it which one of the clan's sword Dao seniors practicing their swords in the back of the mountain? What a strong sword intent. Eldest senior brother Sure Hao asked, guessing that it should be whichever sword Dao senior had returned from traveling in the clouds. Feng Qingyang used his divine sense to detect that it turned out to be the 10,000 sword mound that was moving, and then he looked at Lin Bai who had awakened his sword body and understood. So he smiled without saying anything. Just as Sure Hao and Lin Bai's few people were still marveling at this powerful sword intent, a 3-foot green peak broke through the air, and the sword arrived with an overpowering intent, spinning around Lin Bai a few times and landing steadily in his hands. Master this. It turned out that the powerful sword intent was emanating from this sword, Green Lotus Divine Sword. The knowledgeable Lang Bingning obediently exclaimed again and again. She had seen this sword on one of the sword manuals, and it was the previously mentioned sword god's sword. Only wasn't this sword disappeared along with the sword god's fall in the medieval period? Why did it appear here? Oh, Miss Lang recognizes this sword? Feng Qingyang asked when he saw Lang Bingning name the sword. He didn't recognize the sword either, and only knew that the system introduced it as the 10,000 swords graveyard burying the 10,000 swords of the heavens. Yes, this sword I once happened to see in one of the sword manuals. It's called the Green Lotus Divine Sword, and it was the sword god's wearable sword during the Middle Ages. This sword slaughtered saints and beheaded emperors in the hands of the god of swords, ranking first in the sword record. It just so happened that that sword god was also of the Green Lotus sword body, so he named his saber the Green Lotus Sword. Not bad. This sword was obtained by chance by my Qinyan sect during the Middle Ages. It seems that he was destined to be with this disciple of mine and took the initiative to fly over. Feng Chunyang said without even blushing. The Middle Ages, tens of millions of years ago. This Qinyan sect is indeed a great reclusive sect, a great power with an inheritance of tens of millions of years. No wonder the sect has such depth. In fact, the Wen Qingyang said half and half of the truth. The Qingyun clan is indeed inherited tens of millions of years, but can only use the word live to say. Which heartache and who say so? Disciple, you heard it too. Since this divine sword is destined to be with you, then it's yours. It's considered as a gift for your initiation from your master. Thank you, master. Don't worry, master. I will definitely not degrade the prestige of this sword and the sword god. The Green Lotus Sword? In the future, let you and I guard the clan and our own loved ones together. Lin Bai felt the sword with his hand while nanning it. From this moment onward the story belonging to me, Lindbergh, begins. The divine sword had a spirit and also began to clank as if in response to Lin Bai. Old ancestor Li Qingyun, however, was depressed. The heaven and earth anomalies that would come out of the sect in these 3 days and 2 days. He had gotten used to it, and could be said to be numb to it. When he thought about his cultivation, he didn't have such a good talent, and it was all by virtue of one ordeal after another, one encounter after another that he fought his way to the great emperor realm. Descending to the sword mound in the back of the mountain, he felt it at first, not knowing what it was at first, thinking that it must have been something the patriarch had gotten into, but with the powerful sword intent bursting out from it, he was drawn over to see the many treasured swords buried inside, but he couldn't get any closer and could only eyeball them. Seeing the sovereign's newest disciple create a vision, and then the divine sword automatically flew over. He couldn't tense up. After all, is this great emperor realm of mine unworthy? Chapter 13 Talent Test. Great Emperor's Talent. That's right, you guys come with the clan. Feng Qingyang commanded. Not long after, he led several people around in circles to a place in the back of the Green Cloud Sect's mountain. When they arrived at the place, they saw a large 9-cauldron bell that was gulping down Dao Fortune and was huge in size. This is my Green Cloud Sect's greatest treasure, the 9 Cauldrons Great Dao Bell. Although it's a supreme treasure, it's just a contraption that my Qin Yun uses to test his talent. An aura that surpasses that of an imperial artifact. Could it be an immortal artifact? Lang Bingning is more and more unable to see through the Green Cloud Sect. Good guy. Immortal weapons are popping out? Could it be that the Green Cloud sect is an immortal sect from the upper realm that has opened a small number to play? Your family tests talent with immortal weapons. This cauldron also has the effect of testing talent, so it's just the right time to give you guys a test. You go first. Sure, how? Blasted with full aura. The bell ringing 3 times is a genius. The bell ringing 5 times is the pride of heaven. The bell ringing 6 times is the talent of a demon. The bell ringing 7 times is the demon of the world. 1 in a billion. The bell ringing 8 times will become a great emperor. The bell rings 9 times, above the great emperor, the pride of heaven, and the fortune is added to the body. Feng Qingyang said to Shihao with his hands in the air, while introducing himself to the crowd. Yes, master. Shihao moved his body for a moment before running his aura to blast heavily towards the 9 cauldrons. Lin Bai and Lang Bingning and the others also watched expectantly. Hearing Feng Qingyang speak so clearly and plainly, he also wanted to go up and give it a try. Bang! A loud crash passed. Knock, knock, knock. The bell rang 9 times before it stopped. When the bell rings 9 times, the great emperor is above, the proud son of heaven, and his fortune is added to his body. Several people recalled Feng Qingyang's words and looked at Shihao in shock at the same time. Master, the bell has rung 9 times, said Lin Bai from the side. Well, expected. Your eldest senior brother possesses the supreme saint body and was born a supreme, so it's normal to be able to strike 9 rings. Lindbergh, you go and try too. Yes, master. Lin Bai said he couldn't wait to go forward, to put aside before he didn't even have the courage to stand in front of this 9 tripods. 10 years, the early stage of chi refining, but also to test a hair. But times are different now. Lin Bai similarly revolved his aura and blasted towards the 9 tripods. Knock, knock, knock. The bell also rang a full 9 times before it stopped. Feng Changyang nodded in satisfaction at this. Miss Ling, do you guys want to try it too? Senior sister, go ahead and try. Senior sister, you're a jade bone and ice muscle body. Surely you can knock a lot of loud sounds as well. Lu Shui also urged from the sidelines. Okay then, I'll give it a try then. Lang Bingning was also quite curious, wondering how many rings she could knock. Her physique was the jade bone ice muscle body, ranked high in various physiques as well, and her talent was naturally high. Lang Bingning ran her aura and her hair moved without wind. Peach Blossom Eyes stared at the 9 tripods in front of him before blasting them heavily. Knock, 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 knock. The bell was on the verge of stopping at the 7th chime when it rang another feebly. When the bell rings 8 times, you will become a great emperor. Getting this result, Lang Bingning was still very happy. Although it was not as good as Feng Qingyang's 2 disciples, she was already very content. A supreme bone and an absolute sword body. What could one compare? Don't look at their own realm as higher than the 2 of them now. But the world of genius is measured by realm, right? Didn't you see that they broke the 7 realms in an instant? Broke the Yuaning in 2.5 days. And their cultivation was simply growing by leaps and bounds. Senior sister, you have the qualifications of a great emperor, Lu Shui said on the side. His own big sister is awesome. The great emperor realm. That is a strong person who is more profound than the cultivation of the master. The continent's most powerful person. Unmeasurable and unshameable. The emperor's might is so great that all the races will bow down and dominate the world. The old ancestor noticed again that although that 9 cauldrons was ridiculously strong, he seriously doubted the accuracy of the test. His hallowed great emperor realm was placed here, and that bell had only rung 6 times. It was simply outrageous. Could it be that this great imperial realm of mine is a pick-me-up? Elder sister, you go and try too. Maybe you're even more talented than elder sister. Lang Bingning said to Lu Shui with a smile. Okay day, sister. Lu Shui also walked towards the 9 cauldrons expectantly and ran her spiritual energy to blast it. This time the bell rang 7 times and stopped. A demon of the world. 1 in a billion. It was true that there was no simple one who could become a personal disciple of a transcendent power. Senior sister, it rang 7. Ugh, ha ha, my talent is not bad. Several of them finished their tests and looked towards Feng Qingyang, who was standing on the side with his hands folded. At the same time, he was thinking, I don't know how talented Senior Sovereign Wind is, master. I wonder how many times you can knock. Shihao couldn't help but ask curiously. Several of them, except Shihao, had never seen Feng Qingyang make a move. But none of them could ignore how mysterious and powerful he was. The overbearing aura of treating the Holy Land as if it were an ant. The aura of strategizing and disdain. Then there's still no need to think. Master, absolutely 9 rings. Lin Bai spoke the answer that several of them agreed on in their hearts. There's naturally no need to talk about this clan's talent. Feng Qingyang saw that several people had finished testing, leaving himself, then he should try it as well. He was also a little bit curious, but was incredibly confident that 9 rings would definitely not be able to run away. I'm just messing with you. The first god of the heavens. The god of the heavens? A random punch blasted at the 9 cauldrons. The entire 9 cauldrons great Dao bell vibrated, emitting a dazzling bright light, a beam of light that shot straight up into the sky, stirring up the heavens and turning the earth upside down. Knock, knock, knock. The great Dao bell rang 10 whole times. It was a random test, but I didn't expect it to directly break the limit of the great Dao clock. 10 for perfection meant that his talent was already high on the ceiling and there was no room for improvement. Should he be happy or sad? This is a difficult question. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master teacher is really amazingly talented. I'm not as good as that. Sure Hao and Lin Bai, who were still a bit complacent, were instantly shocked by their own master's talent. So what if the bell rings 9 times? His own master directly breaks the ceiling, or simply no ceiling. The 2 sisters, Lang Bingning and Lang Bingning, seated themselves in the Green Cloud sect for another session before saying their farewells to Feng Qingyang. Their time out is not short, and if they don't go back, the master should be blamed. Sovereign Feng, I'll see you again. In the future, when you come to the central region, be sure to come to my Jade Clearance Palace as a guest. The 2 girls will meet again later. When there is a chance, Mr. Feng will pay a visit. Farewell. A lonely shadow on a cold river. An old friend from the rivers and lakes, and the need to meet each other. This Lang Bingning is also considered to be the first person in this other world who was willing to help him, except for the rich woman who once promised. For the Lang Bingning sisters who were returning to the central region, this trip to the eastern region was not a wasted trip, and all the sights and sounds of the Green Cloud sect were unforgettable for life. System View Personal Panel. After Lang Bingning and the girls left, Sure Hao and Lin Bai entered the cultivation hall to cultivate like crazy, leaving Feng Qingyang alone again. Master, Feng Qingyang, cultivation, peak transformation God realm. Disciples, Sure Hao, Lin Bai, physique, divine body of the heavens, sect, level 1, 500/10, 000. How did the clan value go up? He hadn't even noticed it before. Recruiting disciples, summoning strong men, the number of strong men in the clan, the number of disciples in the clan, the influence of the clan, and the degree of perfection of the clan. Any of these will increase the number of clan points. Please continue to work hard. There is no time to lose in building the first divine sect, so this can all increase. Feng Qingyang thought about it. Why don't we just go outside and invite, rob, the strongest people, and benefit temptation, coercion and torture, to make them join the clan? Wouldn't it save them a lot of trouble? It is true that now the Green Cloud sect has fewer people and is not perfect enough. Like the alchemy hall, those are put aside. See if you have nothing to do that day to find some alchemists to come. Chapter 14, Traveling to the Deserted Continent. The Wang family attacks. A day later, Sure Hao and Lin Bai walked out of the cultivation hall. Senior brother, my green lotus sword technique has become a minor success, Lindbergh said in surprise. Is that so? Then congratulations, senior brother. My supreme reincarnation technique is also further advanced. Sure Hao nodded in satisfaction as well. Lin Bai once again felt the aura in his body and then said, it's not good to be bored and cultivate hard. Why don't we have a sparring session? Senior brother? Good. I'm worried that there's nowhere to show my fists, so I'll suppress my realm and we'll spar. Seeing that his senior brother wanted to spar with him, Sure Hao, the fighting maniac come cultivation maniac, happily agreed. Master said that cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back, and actual combat is the fastest way to progress. Feng Qingyang, I didn't say that. You two don't roll too much. You guys rolled up. Then I can swing. The two of them hit it off and arrived at the clan's martial arts training hall. Then I'll be polite. Senior brother. So be careful. Look at the sword. Lin Bai knew how powerful his senior brother was, the ruthless man who had single-handedly challenged the geniuses of all the sects that day. So he opened up as soon as he came up. Good coming. Supreme reincarnation law. Under the extreme speed of the aura, Sure Hao also directly opened up. The fists and swords clashed crazily, and the aura sword chi spread out. Supreme reincarnation fist. The forward-thinking Sure Hao used his strongest martial arts skills. His fist stormed, and the air was hit with sonic booms. Great punch. Green Lotus sword technique first stance. Green Lotus leads the way. The Green Lotus sword was wielded skillfully in Lin Bai's hands, and when he saw a move, countless Green Lotuses also gushed out from the ground, and the biting sword chi killed towards Sure Hao. Sword intent. I didn't expect senior brother to have comprehended sword intent so quickly. However, Lindbergh had little to no experience in actual combat and was defeated in no time. Of course, it is understandable. He was only in the early stage of chi refining before. And who to practice? Bullying children. The children are higher than his cultivation. It's still senior brother who is powerful. I lost, Lin Bai said blandly. Losing to his senior brother, he was convinced. No, senior brother. You just have less experience in actual combat. A few more spells and you'll catch up. Master said that actual combat is the fastest way to progress. Lin Bai remembered something. Right, senior brother, I'm going out of the sect for a few days. I came to the clan in a hurry the day before yesterday and haven't told my family yet. Just in time to inform them of the good news that I was able to cultivate and join the clan. Sherhouse sniffed and said, then, senior brother, I wish you a safe journey. Many thanks, senior brother. I'll go inform my master. Not long after, in the Green Cloud Hall. How many days will you be out of the clan? You boys are missing your fiancé. Seeing through and speaking through, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, he had also heard Lin Bai's words on the day of the apprentice conference. Alright then, master will accompany you on your journey. Anyway, there is no task for the time being, and it would be better to stay in the sect and be bored than to take Lin Bai out for a tour. He had just crossed over and hadn't traveled to enjoy it yet, and the only thing he had seen was begging all the way to Qingyun. That's great, thank you, master. When Lin Bai heard this, he felt flattered. Deserted states, the Great Zhou Dynasty, Tianwu City, traveling thousands of miles in a day. The duo of Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai arrived at Tianwu City. As a precautionary measure, Outer Sect Elder Knight White had also followed him, but Feng Qingyang had told him to stay hidden in the shadows. Here we are. Senior is Tianwu City in front of us, Lindbergh said happily, never been so excited in his long life. A few days away from being transformed and turned upside down, absolutely shocked outsiders. Goodbye to the young man who draws a full bow and does not fear the years or the wind. I, Lindbergh, am no longer a joke. Come on, master. Later I'll take you to the best hookah in our area to listen to music. Lin Bai, who had once been unsuccessful in cultivation, ate and drank. That was all good. Cough cough. I'm excited to hear you say that. Disciple, is the hookah a proper hookah? Entering the city, Lin Bai realized that the atmosphere in the city was quite solemn. Lin Bai's fame was so great that he was recognized as soon as he entered the city. Look, isn't that Lin Bai, the eldest young man of the Lin family? Hey, why did he come back all of a sudden? The Wang clan is in the middle of a life and death battle with the Lin clan. Is he coming back at this time to live and die with the clan? Although this person is a bit wasted, he still has some backbone. I heard that his childhood friend's fiancé worshipped a hegemonic power. I wonder if it's true. It's true. I have it on good authority. What a flower in cow dung. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang soon arrived in front of the Lin family's door. The guards wearing swords in front of the door saw that it was Lin Bai who had returned and hurriedly went back to inform him. The eldest young master is back. The eldest young master is back. Lin Bai frowned as he looked at the guards in front of the door that were several times more than before, and they were all waiting in a tight formation. The heart said that it was not right. Could it be that something had changed in the Lin family during the few days of his absence? Lin Bai then entered the clan and went straight to the Lin family hall. Great! Brother Lin is back. Brother Lin is fine. Brother Lin is back. The Lin family members they met along the way all greeted Lin Bai happily when they saw him return safely. He was sure of himself a few more times. In the Lin family hall, as soon as Lin Bai entered, he realized that all the elders were surprisingly present, as if they were discussing something. Buyer, you're fine. Great. Lin Zhan's entire body was quite relaxed when he saw that Lin Bai had returned safely. The elders in the great hall also shushed him. What happened to father? Lin Bai asked the doubts in his heart. Looking at this situation, something big must have happened. The abominable Wang family, in conjunction with the Bai family, suddenly launched an attack on us, catching us off guard and causing the family to suffer considerable losses. Lin Battle said furiously, saying something about buyer, you killed his Wang family's Grand Duke and had to make us hand you over. Plus you were nowhere to be found for a few days. We were afraid that something bad would happen to you if you were caught by the Wang family. Luckily, you're back safe and sound. White. Feng Qingyang also walked into the large hall. He heard the conversation just now and thought of the clown who was casually slapped into a bloody mist. Father, it's all my child's fault. I killed that Wang Tian. I don't blame you, buyer. My father has also long looked at that Wang family with displeasure. Sooner or later there will be a battle. Yes, this Wang family opposes my Lin family at every turn. Sooner or later I'll exterminate him. The elders chimed in. Good kill, Grand Duke. Wang Zhan and the elders saw another person enter outside the door. A young man with white clothes and sword brows. White, who is this? By the way, I'd like to introduce you all to this as my senior, as well as the patriarch of the Green Cloud sect. Green Cloud sect? Why does it sound so familiar? But still, I can't recall. Those forces that had been decimated by the Qingyun sect's powerful men had blocked the news and were discussing their countermeasures, so the news hadn't gotten out yet. Buyer, you've joined the clan, Lin Zhan said with surprise. After a whole decade, finally a clan is willing to want him. Yes, father, and with master's help, I also awakened my physique and broke through my cultivation level. Feel it. Saying that, Lin Bai exuded his own aura. Peak Foundation Establishment. This operation of Lin Bai's hand directly shocked the Lin family crowd for 10,000 years. It's only been a few days, breaking through several realms in a row. The once fallen genius boy is now the return of the king. Their Lin family is going to rise. There were quite a few elders who were even directly in tears. Good, good, good. Lin Battle was most excited and could barely speak. So it's the patriarch of the white child. Patriarch, please take a seat. Someone serve tea. Serve good tea. Reacting. Lin Zhan hurriedly greeted. Chapter 15, Flick of the Finger destroys the enemy. Lin family defects. There's no need to be polite. Lin family master. Lin Bai is a disciple of my Green Cloud sect. And even more so, he's my personal disciple. So they're all family members. By the way, that what's his name Wang clan, right? When we exterminated Wang Tian, this clan said that the Wang clan didn't have to exist anymore. Now that they've been allowed to bounce around for 2 more days, it's time to make good on their promise. Feng Qingyang's words directly shocked the Lin family. The Wang family, a top-tier power, and this youth in front of him decided his death with a light sentence? What kind of power is the Qingyan sect? Is it an overlord-level power? Patriarch Feng, the Wang clan has joined forces with the Bai clan. They have a full 4 realm of real people. It's better to think long and hard about the stability of the situation. Their Lin family also only has 2 real people. The Wang family and the Bai family also have 2 each. The 3 big families control Tianwu City together, checking and balancing each other. And I don't know how the Wang family promised the Bai family, and the 2 of them even joined together. Yes, Patriarch Feng. This Wang family is extremely cunning. We have suffered losses before. Father, there's no need to worry. My Qingyan sect has as many experts as the clouds, and the tiny Wang family dares to show off their skills. Lindbergh, who had seen the world, was much more calm. The disciple is right. The tiny Wang family can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Family head Lin War saw that this mysterious patriarch was so certain. Immediately, he stood up. Since that's the case, I'll issue an order as the Lin family's family head, and the entirety of my Lin family is willing to be at the disposal of Patriarch Feng. Willing to be at the disposal of Patriarch Wind. Lin Zhan opened his mouth first and ordered, and the elders followed suit. No thanks to you all. Night White went to the Wang family. Feng Qingyang casually snapped his fingers, then commanded above. Yes, sovereign. A middle-aged man's voice came out from above, not leaking half a breath. Lin Zhan was shocked as he looked towards Feng Qingyang, who was sitting below and leisurely drinking tea. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with awe. Just what kind of powerhouse is Bayer's master? His own cultivation level was the middle stage of the real person realm, but he didn't even notice that there was someone else in the shadows, indicating that the person's cultivation level was far above his. Could it be the shattered realm? And so powerful cultivators have to listen to the other side of the deployment can be seen its horror. A few moments later, the king's house, the Wang family hall was similarly filled with people. Master Wang made a deal. Destroy the Lin family and all of the Lin family's resources will belong to our Bai family. Yes, Bai family master. As long as you can destroy the Lin family, everything will be yours. The damnable Lin family dared to kill Tianer. I can't wait to eat your flesh and sleep in your skin. He only had Wang Tian as his only son, and as Wang Tian's talent was high among his peers, he had personally boasted about it. My son Wang Tian has the qualifications of a great emperor. Bai family master. Our attack last time caused the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. As long as our 2 families go all out this time, then the Lin family will surely perish. Both the Wang family head and the Bai family head in the Wang family's main hall were discussing the specifics of destroying the Lin family, unaware that their deaths would be imminent. All of the Wang family come out and die. A loud voice came out from above the Wang clan. Who dares to be so wild? That life-threatening one dared to come to my Wang family to spread wildness. The Wang family's disciples were then furious. It's never been us bullying others, and someone else dares to bully us? In the past, when there was something you couldn't handle in the city, it was solved with a simple sentence. My father, Wang Era. The Wang family head and the elders in the main hall were also furious. Fish out to see what the hell is that one who is not afraid of death to come to the Wang family to spread the wild. As soon as he came out, he saw Night White in the air. Which nameless person is looking for death? The head of the Wang family, who was already holding his fire, was directly enraged when he saw that this lone person dared to come to the Wang family to spread wildness. Seeing that the other party not only didn't tie his hands but also dared to fight back at him, Night White immediately struck out. The terrifying cultivation of the peak of the hollow shattering realm stirred up the wind and clouds. Some of the Wang clan's cultivation underneath instantly were crushed to death by this powerful aura. The Wang family head and the elders were not in a good position either, unable to move as they were pressured by the aura. Wang family master, when did you offend such a powerful person? Don't take my Bai family with you even if you want to die. The people of the White family were horrified. Your Excellency, I don't remember offending you either. Why are you taking action against my Wang family? The pale-faced Wang family head stammered. You've offended someone you can't afford to mess with. Night White said coldly. It's not bad to let them be a ghost who understands. When the Bai family man heard this, he immediately said, "Wait a minute, senior. It's this damn Wang family that offended senior. We are from the Bai family. Can you spare us? I am willing to give my entire family fortune to senior." "Oh, the White family? Great. 2 birds with 1 stone. Saves this seat from having to make another trip." The words fell. A terrifyingly large hand descended from the sky, the majestic pressure crushing down together. Boom! The Wang family was directly crushed to the ground. Soon, the news of the Wang family's destruction spread throughout the city in no time. "Have you heard? The top family, the Wang family, has been destroyed. I just found out. I heard that the Wang family offended a mysterious strongman, along with the Bai family were implicated. The Bai family's head and elders were all exterminated, and now the Bai family also exists in name only." Every tea house and restaurant in Tianwu City was talking about this matter. After associating it with the joint attack on the Lin family by the Wang family and the Bai family, there was speculation as to whether that mysterious strong man could have been invited by the Lin family. A short while later, the Lin family. In the Lin family's great hall, Feng Chengyang was invited to the first seat by the crowd. The news of the Wang family being destroyed, they received it at the first time, and were shocked at the horror of the Qingyin sect, destroying the Wang family with a snap of their fingers. It was really a snap of the fingers. "Patriarch Feng, here are all the resources of the Wang and Bai families. Please smile." Lin Zhan handed over a space ring and said, now that the Wang and Bai families had been exterminated, their Lin family was a dominant force in Tianwu City. Feng Chengyang took it. No clan was too resourceful. "By the way, Patriarch Wind, we have another request. Our Lin family is willing to become a subordinate force of the Green Cloud sect. I hope that Sovereign will grant us permission." Lin Zhan led all the elders of the Lin family to Feng Qingyang and arched his hand. Feng Qingyang promised. This Lin family did not to other families which kind of fighting, up and down one heart, as the top forces also do not fall Qingyun's own compulsion, such as the future Lin by grow up maybe Lin family is the emperor family. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest and receiving a subordinate force. The clan value is increased by 1,000. Alas, there's a surprise. System, do you add clan value for accepting any force? Of course, the system will rate the rank of the affiliated forces and thus issue the corresponding clan value. But in order to prevent the host from getting stuck in a bug, forces that were coerced into joining are invalid. A single word from the system interrupted Feng Qingyang's thoughts. Joke, my hallowed patriarch would coerce others? I'm the main lore alright. Family master, the Nian family is here. Chapter 16, Emotionless Sword Score, Chopping Old Love First. The Nian family is here? The Nian family was a first-class power in Tianwu City, and was friendly with the Lin family, and Lin Bai's childhood fiancée. Nian Chang was none other than the daughter of the Nian family's head. "Ha ha, how are you doing, old brother Lin?" A cheerful voice was the first to come. Then 3 people walked into the main hall, the brocade-clad Nian family head and Nian Chang, whom Lin Bai had longed for, as well as an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Xing Lindbergh happily greeted Nianqing. It was just how Cyan kind of avoided him, not daring to look at him. Feng Qingyang's eyes were sharp as he noticed this scene, his lips rising slightly. It's coming. The stream of withdrawals that the scrappers are arranging is coming. Originally, Feng Qingyang was also surprised. Lin by this kid wasted 10 years, according to the normal process of withdrawal flow, how to also arrange on. Late to come that surely blessed him. I did not think it is not come. Is the time has not yet come? Elder brother Nian has come specially. Is there something in the ropes? Lin Battle below asked. The Nian family had first looked at the mysterious youth sitting on the main seat in surprise. In his heart, he wondered who this youth was and why he was sitting in the main seat. Then he no longer thought much about it and opened his mouth. Elder brother Lin, I came today to ask for something. Hearing this, Lin Zhan laughed. Ha ha, old brother Nian, feel free to open his mouth. Lin wore today in a good mood. People are happy with the spirit of freshness is exactly the same. Their son can successfully cultivate, and destroyed the do-right Wang family. There is also evening the Green Cloud clan this big tree. The Nian family head was surprised at what he said. This guy has something happy today? It can't be that he has a son, right? Then he said with a relaxed brow, I've brought Qinger here today to withdraw from the marriage. Okay, I promise. Lin Zhan blurted out, only to be confused when he reacted. I don't believe it. Qinger, is this true? Lin Bai stood up violently when he heard this. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Nian Yang, what do you mean? After reacting, Lin Zhan's face darkened and he directly called out the name of the Nian family head. It's just literal. By the way, I heard that your Lin family was attacked by the Wang family and the Bai family and suffered heavy losses. My Nian family is not someone who doesn't miss old friendships, so as long as you promise, your Lin family's troubles the Nian family, will solve them for you. But, you will also have to provide a resource. And of course, we still have to ask the elder for help. Nian Yang turned his head and respectfully said to that middle-aged woman, "This Lin family are at the moment of life and death will surely agree. By then Qing'er's marriage will also be withdrawn, but also can knock a sum of money, and spread the word will also be able to fall a good reputation. 3 birds with 1 stone." Nian Yang was certain that Lin Zhan would agree, and was already making calculations in his mind. The tiny Wang family, it's enough for the seat to go and give a warning. It's just enough to finish resolving Qing'er's troubles quickly. The middle-aged woman said with a bit of impatience. Yes, my Lin family is fine. I don't need you guys to make a move. You're a bit behind in your news. Don't you know that both the Wang and Bai families have been exterminated? This Nian family just arrived in Tianwu City. How miserable. Without their Lin family to help, there is no today's Nian family. This decade is relying on the Lin family to help the resources and prestige successfully among the first-class families. I've seen the face of this Nian family today. The Wang and Bai families have been destroyed. Nian Yang was also shocked to the point that the 3 of them had just come back from the field. They didn't have time to enter the family and came straight to the Lin family, so naturally they didn't receive the news of this shocking explosion. Could it be that they had offended some powerful person? He didn't think in the direction that it was the Lin family that did it. It was hard for them to defend themselves, let alone exterminate the other party. Qing'er, is this all true? Why? Lin Bai's face was full of incredulity. His heart was like a knife cutting. Where's the why? Are you a scum worthy of my disciple? The middle-aged woman drank loudly. Brother Lin Bai, I've enlisted in the hegemony level power Ruoshui sect. Master is right. We are no longer on the same path. Lin Bai couldn't believe Nian Qing's words. All the vows were a joke. In short, you all have to agree today even if you agree. Or you have to agree even if you don't. Or don't blame this seat for being impolite. That middle-aged woman's words caused everyone on the scene to have their swords drawn. I'll see how nonchalant you are. Feng Qingyang had also stood beside Lin Bai at some point. Lin Bai gratefully glanced at Feng Qingyang. So what if he was an overlord-level power? He himself had a master and a clan. Do you dismiss me just because I'm a scrapper and I have poor talent? Have you ever heard the saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Feng Qingyang was speechless. You kids still want to pretend at this time. Directly light up the talent and scare them to death. And then? No one is poor in middle age. No one is poor in old age. And the dead are the greatest? The middle-aged woman gave Lin Bai an arrogant look and said indifferently, and don't say that this seat is bullying you. Let's put it this way. If you don't serve me, I'll be the one to make a 100-year contract for you and Qing'er. And if you can defeat Qing'er, how about this seat apologizes to you and the Lin family in person? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's gaze turned suddenly cold. 100 years? Who has that kind of time to play with you? 100 years is too long. We do things only overnight. Just today's competition. If she wins against Lin Bai, I'll be the one to refund this marriage. But if she doesn't win, then it'll be that she'll be repudiated. And then the Nian family will get the hell out of Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang said as he pointed at Nian Cheng in front of him. You're playing Centennial with me here? That's not good enough anymore. At those words, Nian Yang and the middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. It was simply a delivery. The middle Jindan realm Nian Cheng beating a chi refining stage scum. There was no suspense. Lin Warsi since see the patriarch personally open mouth also dare not refute. But the heart is still guilty of muttering. Although the white child talent is very strong but the realm of poorly placed in that. Soon they arrived at the Lin family's martial arts practice field. Nian Yang also specifically instructed Nian Cheng not to show any mercy, so that this scum can clearly recognize the gap between the two of you, which is also for his own good. Apprentice, Master will impart another powerful sword skill to you today. And listen, without a woman in your heart, draw your sword to the natural god. The first stance of the sword score, forget the beloved. The second stance of the sword score, break your own infatuated soul. The third stance of the sword script, raise your hand to destroy the red dust. The fourth style of the sword score, cut off an old lover in anger. The fifth style of the sword score, wielding the sword to cut down the gods themselves. The sixth stance of the sword script, one leaf opens the gate of heaven. There are 6 styles in total. When you have realized them, your state of mind in swordsmanship will just be on a higher level. Well, I've memorized it all. Master. Feng Qingyang see him say the expression so serious. He secretly said in his heart, for the teacher casually babbling, this sword spectrum only text. All depends on personal comprehension. The other side. Until he went up to the martial arts training ground, Lin Bai had been muttering about sword techniques. There is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword naturally god. Sword record first stance. Go brother Lindbergh. Go brother Lindbergh. Go for it, Grand Duke. The stage was filled with Lin family disciples and clansmen shouting and cheering for Lin Bai. To this Nian Yang sneer. Not who is loud, who is powerful. To speak by strength. Greenie, remember what I said and go. Lin Bai and Nian Cheng confronted each other on the martial arts practice field. Nian Cheng first tangled, later eyes gradually cold. On the contrary, Lin Baiyan lowered his head, do not know, and muttering something. Lin Bai, you admit defeat. I won't show any mercy. Seeing that Lin Bai was ignoring her, Nian Sheng ran her aura and took her sword and stabbed at Lin Bai with all her might. When Lin Bai saw that this former sweetheart wanted to bring him to his death, he realized in an instant, and his entire being entered a state of metaphysical enlightenment. This is entering enlightenment. Qinger mustn't keep his hand, otherwise you will lose. That middle-aged woman instantly recognized Lin Bai's state while reminding Nian Sheng. When Nian Sheng heard this, the aura in his body was pushed to its limit. There is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword naturally, God. There is no in your heart. Seeing that Nian Sheng's sword was about to stab him, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Green Lotus Sword. The Green Lotus Sword appeared in his hand in an instant and bloomed with a brilliant light. Lin Bai then drew his sword to meet him. Chapter 17. Anyone who goes against the will of the sovereign shall be executed. The powerful force directly shook Nian Sheng out. Peak Foundation Establishment. Brother Lin Bai, you can cultivate? Nian Sheng asked incredulously. No one stays down. If the heart doesn't die and the will doesn't die, a mole can become a dragon. Lindbergh said slowly, taking the sword one step at a time towards his former sweetheart. Again. So what if she is at the peak of Foundation Establishment, but she is in the middle Jindan realm? No matter what, she can't be a loser today. The first stance of the sword score. Forget your beloved. Break your own infatuated soul. Raise your hand to destroy the red dust. 3 sword moves. Swing, pick, stab. The martial arts training ground was filled with aura and sword chi fluttered. The sword in Nian Sheng's hand was directly picked off under 3 sword moves. Nian Sheng sat on the ground in despair, looking blankly into Lin Bai's eyes, which were cold in a way she had never seen before. The 4th style of the sword score. Cutting off old lovers in anger. The Green Lotus sword was about to stab Nian Sheng. Lindbergh was 9 points of indifference, and 1 point of hidden intolerance. Stop! That middle-aged woman flew up to the martial arts practice field and blocked in front of Nian Sheng. Green Lotus sword technique. Green Lotus asks the immortal. Lin Bai changed his sword style all of a sudden and used the strongest try he had comprehended so far. The Green Lotus that filled the sky and the earth transformed into a giant sword and killed with Lin Bai. The moment they collided, Lin Bai was shaken out. The realm gap was simply too great to be compensated by talent. White, brother Lindbergh. Lin Bai was shaken off the martial arts training ground and took 10 steps back before stabilizing himself. This happened in a split second, and none of the Lin family members reacted. Don't you dare! Lin Zhan and a group of Lin family disciples burst into a rage. You're about to lose, and you're licking a billion to bully a small man. Bullying my family? This son has such a strong talent. He even fought me hard with his peak foundation establishment. This son must not be kept, or he will become a great danger. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Bai on the stage with a grave expression of shock in her heart. She also had a moment of regret. Such a strong talent is completely worthy of Qinger. A little cultivation is a party of strong. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Your Excellency doesn't want billions so much. You want to bully the small with the big? Feng Qingyan walked over to Lin Bai's body and used his divine mind to slightly measure it. No injuries, just overuse of the aura was weak. So he said indifferently to the middle-aged woman. So what if I bully you? My Ruoshui sect hasn't been afraid of anyone besides the Holy Land. The middle-aged woman played the rascal, trying to use her power to suppress people. Yes, with Lord Shang Tsung here, you must return this marriage. Originally frozen Nian family had a moment to slow down. Right, Qinger lost, so what? Ruoshui sect is a hegemonic level power. What are you afraid of? Dogfighting thing. Do you want to guess how the Wang and Bai families were overthrown? At Nian Yang's words, Feng Qingyang smiled coldly. Nian Yang instantly froze in place again. Yes, from the time he just entered the door he noticed that something was not right. A strange young man even sat in the main seat of the Lin family, but also managed to bypass the Lin warclap. Could it be that the Lin family has also fallen in with a big power? What kind of thing are you, Ruoshui sect? As with the Wang and Bai families, exterminating you is as easy as a slap in the face. Poor reptiles, they deserve to be stepped on all their lives. How dare you insult me, Ruoshui? Not waiting for that middle-aged woman to finish, a huge human face appeared in the sky. The wind and clouds changed, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Those who go against the will of the patriarch shall be executed. The huge palm slapped down, directly slapping that middle-aged woman into pieces. The Nian family head was so frightened by this scene that he was directly incontinent. See, the forces you look up to are nothing but ants in front of my Qinyan sect. Your daughter's talent is not even worthy of my disciples' shoes. Patriarch is mighty. Green Cloud sect is mighty. As an affiliated force of the Qinyan sect, the Lin family members were honored to see this scene, not to mention how relieved they were. Nullify your cultivation and throw it out. Get out of Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang turned around and left after he finished speaking. Just leave the rest to the lambs. As for why we don't kill them, LOL, sometimes living is more painful than dying. So the Nyin family father and daughter who had their cultivation abolished were thrown out, and the Nyin family moved away in disgrace. This day was like a dream for everyone in Tianwu City, as heavy news after heavy news hit everyone dumbfounded. First, the Wang family and the Bai family of the three great families were eradicated by the roots. Again, the Lin family, which was left with only a hand in the sky, announced that it had become a subordinate force of the Qingyan sect. Then the Nyin family, a first-class power that was friendly with the Lin family, was expelled, and I heard that the Nyin family's master's cultivation was all but nullified. Although the Lin family didn't explicitly say so, it was clear to everyone that the Wang family and the Bai family were definitely exterminated by the Qingyan sect that Lin family had defected to. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang set off on their journey back to the clan after listening to the music at the hookah. However, the two were not in a hurry and walked very slowly. It was not easy to come out for a while naturally want to swim in the mountains. Ahead of Master is the border of Great Zhou. The old road is sparsely populated. Green trees cover the sky is cool. The grass-blooming wildflowers also add a lot of color. Let's speed up the pace back to the clan once we cross the border. Feng Qingyang thought about the fact that the 3-day period set for those clans was coming up. If you don't come to apologize for your loss in more than 3 days, don't blame him for killing you. Chapter 18 Empress of Great Zhou. Getting the secret key. Master, there seems to be someone fighting in front of us. Lin Bai probed with his divine thoughts and found that there were quite a few people fighting in front of him. It's none of our business. People don't offend me. Let's go. It's just that this is the only path on this ancient road, and they're still following it. Ha ha, Qin Ruoxue has no way to escape. Be a good boy and hand over the secret key to us, and I might consider leaving your body intact. Of course it would be better if I let my general have some more fun. My Empress Sama. Ha ha ha. The general was staring lustfully at one of the women. General, someone is coming. A small soldier spied that someone was coming and hurried to the leading general. What a bummer. Go see who it is. On the ancient road, more than 50 soldiers on horseback were surrounding two women. You messy bastard. Don't even think about getting the secret key. I, Qin Ruoxue, will not let you get it even if I die. Your Majesty, I'll cover you. Run away. At this time, Feng Changyang and his duo also walked over head on. You guys go ahead. We're just passing through. Stop. Did you guys hear something? The leading general called out to Feng Qingyang's duo who were about to leave. The ancient sacred mystic realm was about to open, and having the secret key would allow one to get a piece of the pie. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let one go at this critical moment. My master said we were just passing through. You guys carry on. Can't you hear me? How dare you speak to the general like that? The two besieged women saw that they were attracted to the two arriving men and sensed an opportunity. Your Majesty, you must go. The woman said and pushed Qin Ruoxue hard. Then it blew itself up with a bang. The shockwave of the explosion toppling the soldiers that surrounded them and killing them all together. Frost, too late to grieve. Qin Ruoxue turned and fled. Asterisk. That general couldn't care less about Feng Changyang and the two of them and turned around to chase after Qin Ruoxue. These people are sick in the head. They've said it's none of our business. They have to try to find death. Let's go. Feng Changyang and Lin Bai continued their journey. They were about to leave the Great Zhou border. Who knew that the hunted woman had spared back? Qin Ruoxue was injured and knew she couldn't run far, so she spared back and caught up with the two men in front of her. My lord, please still save me, Qin Ruoxue requested. Feng Qingyang surveyed the woman who came after him. Just now far away did not look closely. Close to see this woman looks said to be a sunken fish and wild goose. Close the moon and shy flowers is not too much. Between the eyebrows there are a few points of inchi. But it was the reason for being hunted for many days that made it grimy and ruined this beauty. And the clothes that were scratched by the sword still revealed a large portion of snowy white. The red face is just a skeleton. And Feng Qingyang has no waves about it. Why should I save you? Or what makes me save you? Just because you're good looking? Feng Qingyang used the system to check it out and also found that the woman's identity was quite interesting. Empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Ruoxue, realm, peak of goddess of transformation. Traitorous ministers forged the news. The empress killed 10 years of meritorious ministers. The dynasty was in flames. And the rebellious ministers pulled the empress off the throne and established themselves as the empress. Your Excellency, this is the secret key to open the ancient sacred mystic realm. Now that I'm alone, there's no use in keeping this, so I'll hand it over to Your Excellency. Qin Ruoxue pulled out an object from her bosom and handed it to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang took the secret key in Qin Ruoxue's hand and casually played with it. Oh, ancient sacred secret realm? Yes, my lord. With this secret key you can enter the ancient sacred mystic realm, which has a large amount of resources, wonders, and legacies. The ancient sage mystic realm will open in the Qilin dynasty in 3 days, and you will be able to enter with the secret key in your hand at that time. Not interested at all. What is the attraction of the inheritance left by the saints? Not 3 years I have a great emperor per capita in the Qingyun sect, but the resources in it can be considered to be plundered. Not right, it is a fair competition. Ding, as the future #1 divine clan in the heavens, fewer disciples can't be messed with. Issue a mission to recruit a talented disciple. Huge rewards will be given upon completion of the mission. It has been detected that the talented disciple will appear at the Kirin dynasty in 3 days. Please go as soon as possible. Feng Qingyang then brightened up. The system did not send a few days of the task really want to die him. Do not get me wrong is to think of the system to give the rewards only. It's in the Qilin dynasty? Could it be that he's going to enter the secret realm? It just so happens that his side got the secret realm key. This is fate. Qin Ruoshue's side was completely uninterested when she heard what Feng Qingyang said. Already beginning to despair, the titular empress was at the end of her rope. Feng Qingyang was so close to kneeling down for himself when he saw this empress asking for help so sincerely and offering her treasures. A great man can bend and bend. A small woman can open and close. This empress can achieve great things. However, seeing as you're so sincere, there's no harm in saving your life. However, you have to. Without waiting for Feng Qingyang to finish, Qin Ruoshue took a step ahead and eagerly agreed. No need to think about it. I'm willing. Gongzi, there is no fear of being left without wood. Don't care what you do. As long as you can save your life is the most important thing, not to mention serving tea and water, warming the bed and sleeping with you. So what? The desperate Qin Ruoshue grasped this only hope with a death grip. Alright then, you will follow this seat back to the clan. He could also not help and take the secret key and stride away. But what is the difference between this and not giving money after playing? If you take the cause, you have to suffer the effect. Lin Bai did not say a word on the sidelines, and his eyes did not glance around. He had already achieved the realm of no woman in his heart, and drew his sword to the natural god. Just still want to recite a poem. Surprised to come home to bad news. Overthrowing the Wang Bai family with only one hand. White-eyed Nian's family withdraws from the wedding to come. Draw your sword and cut the man in your heart first. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Sir, my name is Qin Ruoshue. Just call me Ruoshue, sir. She also didn't confess about being the empress of the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou didn't even exist anymore. Where was the empress? We still have to wait until we rise again in the future. At that moment the sound of neat hoofbeats came from the rear. Qin Ruoshue, where are you going? These guys are really in cahoots. Kill without pardon. The leading general was furious when he saw Qin Ruoshue with those two men just now. First, she sent someone to attract her attention, and then she made a move to transfer the tiger away from the mountain. This female emperor is so deep-minded. My Great Zhou's first admiral Xing Daorong almost fell for it. Chapter 19, Gathering Together in the Hegemony of Heaven. All sects conspire. My lord, they're coming after us, Qin Ruoshue said anxiously. At this time she was already powerless to fight again. Her body's aura was exhausted and had not yet recovered. She could not even run away. There's no harm in it. I told you that entering the Green Cloud sect will keep you safe. Why are you so timid? With this clan around, what are you afraid of? Yes, patriarch, Night White, send them to Hades, Feng Qingyang said casually. In the cultivation world of the weak and the strong, a word from the strongest lets you live and you live, and a word from the strongest lets you die and you die. Then without looking back, he continued on his way. Qin Ruoshue secretly guessed that there should be a Qingyun sect powerhouse following. Just who is the king of hell? Why do we need to see him? A few moments later, Great Zhou Xing Daorong arrived with his men patting their horses, and instead of seeing the three men, a black-robed man appeared in front of them blocking the way. Hey, why are you blocking my general's path? Quickly get out of the way or I'll even kill you. Xing Daorong shouted angrily, and his aura spewed out from his body. Not much skill, but a lot of voice. I have already killed a dozen arrogant people like you today. Night White sneered at his words, looking at this group of clowns with interest. Ha ha, bragging rights. With the pear blossom open mountain axe in my general's hand, 1,000 come and 1,000 die, not to mention you alone. Kill them for me and capture the empress alive. Xing Daorong shouted and led the generals to kill. The rumbling hooves of spirit horses shook the earth. Extinguish. Saying that, Night White operated his body's aura. The majestic pressure of the pound-shattering sky realm swept out. Ah, no! Countless screams that resounded through the clouds came out from the front. In a single breath, Xing Daorong and the others were crushed into a bloody mist by the enormous pressure. Night White sneered, turned around and flew away. Like this kind of jumping clown, it doesn't even need to make a move. A slight leakage of pressure can crush it to death. The other side. Feng Qingyang and the others had already returned to the Green Cloud sect. Instantaneous. Inside the Green Cloud sect. Senior brother, you're back. Shirhao was playing chess with an old man when he sensed that someone had arrived at the clan and hurriedly came to check. Shirhao looked at Lin Bai, always feel that this senior brother has changed something. Strange, the face did not change. Is the temperament is different? More lingering. Shifu. At the same time, Sure Hao also noticed the woman next to Feng Qingyang. The first feeling is that it's just stunning. Master's women's favor is just great. Just sent 2 away 2 days ago. And this brings another one. Worthy of a master. Qin Ruoxue was even more shocked. She thought that this green cloud sect topped out as a hegemonic level power. This, could it be that Chengyun sect is a holy land? But that's not right. Does a holy land have these configurations? As the empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Ruoxue still knew quite a bit that the Holy Land in the eastern region did not have this kind of cavernous blessing. Look around. Pavilions and pavilions, with immortal aura and aura transformed into mist. A scene that simply refreshed her worldview. Master this girl is? It can't be the master's maiden that master has found for us. Looking at the grimy Qin Ruoxue, Sure Hao had already brainstormed a story where the woman was being chased and killed. And then the master's father heroically rescued her and hugged her. Is your boy's skin itchy from idleness? Feng Qingyang sweated. It's just a servant girl who serves tea and water, isn't it? Empress of the Great Zhou. How could he know? Patriarch, I'm not deliberately hiding it. Great Zhou has changed its dynasty, and I, the Empress, have become a thing of the past. Empress, bring tea and water. Master is really strong. No harm done. I just don't like being hidden. At this time, the old man who had been playing chess with Sure Hao also walked over. Patriarch. Sure Hao's face was delighted at the sight. Senior, you're here too. I have to say that your chess skills are really superior. 10,000 times better than my disciples. Li Qingyun just smiled and stroked his beard. As a great emperor realm, he was all about using this heaven and earth as a chessboard and all beings as pawns. Introducing you few. This is our Qingyun sect's old ancestor. Elder ancestor. Sure Hao knew that the old man he was playing chess with was a senior in the clan, and never thought that it would be an old ancestor. That cultivation shall not be heavenly. By the way, the two of you these 2 days to practice well. 3 days after the ancient saint's secret realm opens, then grab. The resources inside the encounter numerous can be used as a good trial. Cultivate well. Don't lose the face of my green cloud sect. Yes, master. Sure Hao and Lin Bai immediately became serious when they saw their master talking about serious matters. Old ancestor, you continue to skulk around elsewhere. There's no need for you to make a move just yet. Feng Qingyang, who was just about to turn around and walk away, suddenly thought of something else. The clan uniforms haven't been issued to them yet. Although there aren't many disciples right now, and they were going to wait for the big opening of the East region of Fame to accept disciples before taking them out. But this is not to go to that ancient sacred secret realm well. Must brighten the eyes of outsiders. Wait a minute. It's been a few days since you guys joined the sect. The sect uniforms haven't been issued to you yet, so let's give them to you today. Systematically receive 2 sets of clan clothing. The whole set of clothes, white as the main green color, behind the carving of a rock flying between the clouds, meaning a flight to the sky. The meaning of the green clouds, the front left chest with gold silk embroidered with the 3 words of the Qingyun sect. Holy, senior, our green cloud sect's clan uniform is too handsome. The two of them, Sure Hao and Lin Bai, held their clan uniforms lovingly. Don't just look at it to see how good it looks. Ah, the zone clothing is immaculate when you wear it. Water and fire don't invade you, and the Dao rhyme possesses you. Well, he thought it looked good too though, so it was true that face value was justice. I'll have to get the system to customize a sovereign costume later. Batian City. Today there was a sudden influx of many cultivators with powerful cultivation in the city. However, the residents of the city are not panicked in the slightest. The city has the Tianji Pavilion sitting in control. No one who is not afraid of death dares to mess around. Tianji Pavilion Council Hall. The 3-day period is coming up. Have you all thought about what to do? What to do? What can be done? Do you really want us to come to the door to make amends and apologize? Where exactly did this Qingyun sect appear from? Didn't it say that it's already fallen? Why are there still such strong people? Could it be that there is a holy land behind it? Don't look at the fact that they were the dominant power in the spirit state and the top power, but compared to the holy land it was really nothing. The strong men sent by the various clans involved that day had been killed, leaving only some to go back and report the news. If you don't come to the door within 3 days to make amends and apologize, no chicken or dog will be left behind. But isn't making amends and apologizing the same as bowing down to the other side? Fortunately, today, the Heavenly Pavilion sent out an invitation to specifically discuss this matter. The master of the Tianji Pavilion is here. Everyone, this Qingyun sect killed my Tianji Pavilion's elders, as well as slaughtered the strongest members of all the clans, and actually asked us to come to the door to make amends and apologize? We must join forces and eliminate the Green Cloud sect. I'm for it. Some clans came out in support and approval as soon as the Tianji Pavilion's pavilion master's words fell. If we make them bow down, how can we still hang out in the eastern region? But they even have a peak hollow shattering realm powerhouse. Could there be an even stronger existence? There must be a holy land behind them. By the way, the mysterious woman that appeared that day, said to be from the central region of the transcendent power of the Jade Clearance Palace, is not still trying to protect the Qingyun sect. We can't afford to mess with it. Some clans that wanted to put things to rest also put forward their ideas. An apology is an apology. It's better than losing your life. And the fact that it was really their fault in the first place, being egged on by the Tianji Pavilion elders and the promises of the Shi family. Only then did they strike to cause the consequences. So what if there's a holy land behind it? I've already reported it to our Tianji Pavilion Central Region headquarters, and the main pavilion has already sent strong men to arrive. The crowd was also relieved when they heard the Tianji Pavilion master say this, with a strong person from the Tianji Pavilion playing the lead. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 20, The Great War is Coming. People from the Central Domain. With this big move, the entire spirit state was abuzz. The three hegemonic level forces of the spirit state, the Tianji Pavilion, the 10 top-tier forces, and more than 20 first-class forces were out in force. It could be said that almost all of the major powers in spirit state were involved in the team to eliminate the Qingyun sect. The normally unknown Qingyun sect was directly famous. The exchange conference that day was also exposed. A disciple of the Qingyun sect overpowered more than a dozen geniuses and fought across the border. A peak hollow-shattering realm powerhouse of the Green Cloud sect slaughtered major powerhouses. The Jade Clearance Palace, a transcendent power in the central region, strives to protect the Green Cloud sect. The Qingyun sect massacred the Tianji Pavilion elders. This one heavy news directly pushed the Qingyun sect into the limelight. Xianyue City. This Qingyun sect is too fierce, challenging all the great powers in the spirit state? It's not great. This is probably enough for the Green Cloud sect to drink a pot of water. I don't know if the Green Cloud sect has any backhanders. There are peak hollow-shattering realm powerhouses. It's practically pushing the Holy Land. I guess I have to have the Holy Land come in order to eliminate so many big forces. Not necessarily. You have to know that among them, the Tianji Pavilion is the most powerful. I heard that the main pavilion of the central region has sent out powerful people. In the restaurant, the people were all talking about the great battle. Gambling house. Come on, it's open, Qingyun sect versus major powers, current odds 110 inch. I press. I'll bet on the major powers to win. 10,000 spirit stones. Wrestle Jade for the headliner. Pulling full left and looking for fun tomorrow night. I rely on brother. Regulars. Tianwu City. The Lin family had become a target. All waiting to see the Lin family's jokes. There was no other reason. The Lin family had announced that they had become a subsidiary force of the Qingyun sect, and now that the heavy news had been released, the Lin family had been pushed into the limelight. Thought that the Lin family had gotten a big leg up. This is good. Now this leg looks to be wasted. I guess the Lin family will have to be implicated as well. Yes, it's too unfortunate. Having just become the #1 big family in the city. What bad luck for the Lin family. Alas, in the game of great powers, the ones who die the most are often those small powers. We'd better make preparations early. Don't get caught in the flames of war. The Lin family. Family master, give the order. All the disciples of the Lin family who are on the top of the Jindan are ready. As the elder's words fell, family head Lin Zhan walked up. Everyone, our main clan is about to go to war with all the major powers. As affiliated powers we cannot stand by and watch. What's more, my son Lin Bai is the sovereign's personal heirloom, and the Green Cloud sect has even saved my Lin family's life. In this battle, even if the jade and stones burn together, my Lin family will not take half a step back. Are you afraid? No fear. The grass is burning. Depart for the Green Cloud sect. The top family, the Lin family, released a message to the outside world and marched to the Green Cloud sect, vowing to defend the main sect to the death. This was the first power to side with the Green Cloud sect, and it was probably the only one. Green Cloud sect. Feng Qingyang was leisurely fishing. He dedicated a clearing in the backcountry to a fish pond. Beautiful scenery and birdsong. Qin Ruoxue served tea and water on the side. After cleaning and changing clothes, Qin Ruoxue is even more beautiful and attractive. Her skin is white and smooth, and she is white and red under the sunlight. Fish on. Ha, make a grilled fish for dinner tonight. After waiting patiently for half a day, Feng Qingyang finally caught his first fish of the day. After putting the fish in the bucket, continue to dump the rod. Bored during the period, Feng Qingyang checked the system. Master, Feng Qingyang. Realm, early realm. Disciples, Shi Hao. Lin Bai. Physique, divine body of the heavens. Sect powerhouses, elder ancestrally Qingyun, peak of the great emperor realm. Guard Wang Jian, early stage of the true man realm. Outer sect elder night white, peak of the shattered sky realm. Sect, Qingyun sect. Level 1, 3500/10,000. The clan value went up another 2,000? If he remembered correctly, the last time he collected the Lin family only added 1,000, a total of 15,000. So where did the 2,000 clan values come from? Master, Shi Hao, who was wearing the clan's uniform, ran over in a hurry. Calm down, calm down. What did master teach you? Be calm when things go wrong. Do you understand? Look at you scaring my fish away. No, master. The entire spirit state is going to turn the sky upside down. All the major powers are clamoring for a crusade against our Qingyun sect under the leadership of the Tianji Pavilion. I've also heard that the Tianji Pavilion's main pavilion in the central region has sent strong men to arrive. Sure, Hao finished in a panicked breath. I thought the sky was falling, but it turns out to be such a trivial matter. Feng Chongyang said indifferently and turned around to continue fishing. It's like none of this is as important as his fish. However, he also understood what was going on with the clan value. The Qingyun sect had made a name for itself. That was why the clan value had risen miserably. What does that rabble care about him? Just destroy them with your hands. Might as well think about considering the kind of seasoning to put on the fish you're having for dinner. Why do you have something else? Seeing Sure Hao still standing there and not leaving, Feng Chongyang asked, master, but, it's okay. There's nothing to do but still don't go and cultivate. The ancient sacred mystic realm is the most important thing. Yes, master. Finally no one bothered him to fish. As for the crusade of the clans, the central region Tianji Pavilion coming? Send out the great emperor realm ancestors to crush them through and through. Do you really think that an old ancestor at the peak of the great emperor realm is posing in the sect as a looker? Qin Ruoxue listened to the conversation between Feng Qingyang and Sure Hao, and served them even more vigorously. At the same time, he was shocked at the patriarch's vigor, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Curious about the mysterious Qingyun sect and what kind of great power the mysterious patriarch was. Could it be from the upper central region? However, with this patriarch who was proud of the world and treated all the sects as if they were nothing, there was hope for her to rise again in the east. Batian City. The Tianji Pavilion's group of elders and pavilion masters respectfully lined up as if they were greeting someone. A huge warship that came across the domain. The warship stopped outside of Batian City. An imposing old man walked down. My lord, you're finally here. The Tianji Pavilion master hurried forward to greet him. You're the head of the branch pavilion here? Tell me carefully what's going on. He had known a good deal about it before he came. A power killed their sub-cabinet elder and threatened to destroy the sub-cabinet, which was unable to solve the problem and sent someone to report it to the main cabinet. The main cabinet was furious and dispatched him down. My lord, that power is called the Green Cloud sect, an emperor-level power from a very distant past. I guess they should have obtained a great emperor's inheritance. Oh, right. They're also related to the Jade Clearance Palace, a transcendent power in the central region. The sub-court master informed all these things in no particulars. Great emperor inheritance. That old man instantly came to life. It's just that it's a little hard to do when there's a possibility that another transcendent power is at stake. How about this? I'll use a sound transmission to have them inquire at the Jade Clearance Palace. Chapter 21, Questioning Yu Qing. The Great War Comes. Middle Domain. Shenzhou. Transcendent Power Jade Palace. The Jade Clearance Palace was situated in a self-created small world. The aura here was thick and rich, far exceeding the other 4 domains. Elder sister, what's on your mind? When Lu Shui saw her senior sister looking off into the distance, she opened her mouth and asked. Senior sister has always been absent-minded ever since she returned from the eastern domain. Let me guess. Senior sister, you're not thinking about the Lord of the Green Clouds, are you? Willow Snow asked with an impish grin. Nonsense, Lang Bingning said as she hurriedly returned to her senses. Senior sister, the people from the Tianji Pavilion are here. Lu Shui took a look at a few people walking in outside the main hall and recognized the identity of the visitors from the costumes they wore. Ha, what are they doing here? My Jade Clear Palace doesn't seem to be involved with the Heavenly Key Pavilion either. Long Bingning frowned. Elder sister, have you forgotten? That day you said you wanted to protect the Green Cloud sect. Tianji Pavilion's elder in the eastern region was killed by the Qingyun sect. Do you think it could be for this? What? No, I have to go see my master. Lang Bingning scrambled to get up and ran towards the main hall. Ha ha, senior sister, you still say that you didn't think about the Lord of the Green Clouds. Lu Shui laughed at the back and hurriedly chased after them as well. In the great hall. Then, Palace Master, we will leave first. Much ado about nothing. Farewell. Lang Bingning and Lu Shui had just rushed over when the Tianji Pavilion crowd had already left. Master, Ice, Snowy, you're here. The Jade Clearance Palace Master was a middle-aged woman, but her style was still intact. Her skin was still as well maintained as a young girl's, and age hadn't left any traces on her face. Master, what are the Tianji Pavilion's people doing here with us? Lang Bingning walked with her long legs and asked suspiciously. It's strange to say that the elders of the Tianji Pavilion came to ask if we were involved with the Qingyun sect in the eastern region. These people are really inexplicable. How could my Jade Clearance Palace, a hallowed transcendent power, be involved with a small sect in the eastern region? The Jade Clearance Palace Master was slightly disdainful. Their Jade Clearance Palace was at least a transcendent power in the central domain. How could they be involved with a nameless small sect in the eastern domain? Master, this Qin Yunzong and Ice Children have some relationship. Heard really so? Lung Bingning hesitated a bit and said. The Jade Clearance Palace master on the main seat frowned slightly. What? I sir you know this Green Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Lang Bingning and Lu Shui told the palace master about their experiences traveling through the eastern region and all the things they had seen and heard about the Green Cloud sect. In that case, that Green Cloud sect is enough to rival the transcendent forces of our central region. I didn't realize that there were such transcendent sects in the tiny eastern region. The Jade Clearance Palace master was surprised instead, and his brows furrowed even more. Yes, Senior, when Senior Sister and I first went to that Green Cloud sect, we were also shocked everywhere. If this Qingyan sect is really what you guys say it is, then there's even less to worry about. Such transcendent sects are naturally not afraid of the heavenly Qi pavilion. But, Lang Bingning was interrupted by the palace master when she wanted to say something else. No buts. If you want to get our Jade Clearance Palace's friendship, you naturally have to show the appropriate strength. There is no diplomacy in weakness, and friendship between two powers is based on equal strength. In exchange for benefits, the other side. Eastern region, Batian City, Tianji Pavilion Great Hall. Ha ha, this Qingyan sect really bluffed you all. The old man told me. How could a clan that is unknown in the eastern domain get involved with a transcendent power in the central domain? The Tianji Pavilion elder who received the news laughed out loud. The main pavilion has already sent word that they sent someone to the Jade Clearance Palace to inquire about it, and they simply don't recognize this Qingyun sect. The woman who stood out that day was nothing more than a trust found by the Qingyun sect. That's great, my lord. When do we strike? They can't wait to get their revenge. Wouldn't it be great in case he could divide the great emperor's inheritance of the Green Cloud sect at that time? Just for today. Old me's time is precious. This eastern region's also aura is too scarce. The old man coughs without sucking the aura of the central region. Yes, the wordsmiths of all the sects could only smile with them. You're coughing if you don't inhale the aura of the central region? If it wasn't for the fact that your cultivation is strong, I'd have to show you that smacking your face in the east domain hurts just as much as smacking your face in the middle domain. In no time the major powers were out in force. 3 hegemonic powers. Lu Yang Pavilion, Flame Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, 10 top powers. Fuyang Sect, Red Law Sect, Ink Ocean Sect, Tianzhao Sect, Flame Sect, Blade and Sword Sect, Heaven and Earth Society, Royal Beast Sect, Catch the Yang Sect, and Sun and Moon Sect. There were also more than 20 first-class forces. The forces spread out under the leadership of the Tianji Pavilion and killed towards the Qingyun sect. The huge warships that covered the sky were charging across the sky, and wherever they went, there was a sea of people. The crowd wanted to witness the epic battle. Coming, the forces are out in force. Geez, so many warships, a man exclaimed. All the people in the city were shocked by the densely packed warships in the air. The entire spirit state was abuzz. The last time so many big powers besieged a single power was last time. It seems like the Qingyun sect is going to be finished. So many big powers are involved. Yeah, all the second-rate clans in our city want to participate. Want to follow the big powers and eat some leftovers. And guess what? People don't want it at all. And they're told to stay where they are. Ha ha. Meanwhile, the Green Cloud sect, patriarch, old ancestrally Qingyun stood behind Feng Qingyang respectfully. His divine thoughts of the great emperor realm covered the entire eastern region. And the major forces had long been aware of that bit of wind and grass. Come on, it's time to get moving, since they want to play. Then I, the Green Cloud sect, will play nicely with them. Outside the Green Cloud mountain range, after traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, the forces arrived. My lord, according to the news, the Green Cloud sect is situated in this mountain range. Sizzle, the old man at the front of the warship shuffled deeply. It's really a feng shui treasure. The aura is also dense. All the symptoms of the old man's cough have been suspended. The crowd rushed to feel it as well. The aura here is actually more than several times that of the outside world. The people had different thoughts. They were all thinking that when the Green Cloud sect was destroyed, such a precious land should not be wasted. Should they move their own sect here? If you want to attack the Green Cloud sect, first step over my Lin family's corpse. Right at that moment, after a loud voice came from the east, a warship traveled by. It was none other than the top-tier powerhouse Lin family's crowd that had hurriedly arrived. Who is this? Don't want to die? Yeah, so many big powers are here, and they still came to die. This scene also confused the passers-by in the distance. Could it be that the Qingyun sect had invited help? Looking at the markings of the warship, it seems like it's the top family of Tianwu City, the Lin family. The Lin family? Why are they helping the Green Cloud sect? I heard that the Lin family is a subordinate force of the Qingyun sect. Lin Zhan stood at the front of the pack. Their Lin family, 2 real person realms, 10 transformation spirits, and 50 each of Yuaning Cave Void. It could be said that all of the Lin family's strongest men on top of the Jindan had been sent out. Everyone understands that these people and the major powers than that is just eggs touching stones. Mantis blocking the car. But if the Green Cloud sect wins, the Lin family will rise to heaven in one step. Chapter 22 Bloodshed in the Lin family. Bloodshed in the scullery. Where's the ungrateful thing from? The forces all scoffed as they looked at the roadblock bugs in front of them. Lin family disciples, follow me to kill the enemy. The Lin family's crowd led the warships and then crashed into the major forces. Who's going to play with these mole crickets? On the huge warship, the Tianji Pavilion elder disdainfully said. He didn't even bother to make a move for ants like this. The Heavenly Sword Sect, come. The leading elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect came out to ask for battle. Play nice with them and torture them a little bit. There was plenty of time anyway, and they were in no hurry. The Green Cloud sect can't run away from the monk. Gotta show the outsiders what happens when you offend these big powers of theirs. Quickly look, the strongest person from the Heavenly Sword Sect has come out. The Heavenly Sword Sect, Spirit State Hegemony level power, infamous but incredibly powerful. It could be said that the people in the Heavenly Sword Sect practiced the lower sword instead of the upper sword. Golden swords are not practiced, silver swords are practiced, and no one dares to mess with them in the entire Spirit State except for the Heavenly Pavilion. The leading elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect led the way, followed by dozens of sword-wielding powerhouses behind him. The two sides fought as soon as they made contact. The clash of swords, the roar of auras, mixed with screams, were endless. The aura was vertical and horizontal, and the sword aura swept through heaven and earth. Oh, it's really true that if you don't go to heaven, you'll come to hell without a door. Cut the crap and get on with it. 3 battlefields were opened. Real person, transformation spirit, and cavernous void, but due to the fact that the number of Lin clan's powerhouses were far inferior to the other party being beaten back. It's tragic. The Lin family is going to lose. Yeah, siding with the Green Cloud sect won't end well. Family master, take your people and quickly retreat to the main clan. We can't hold out much longer. Lin Zhan and another real person from the clan faced off against 4 real people. Wanna go? We haven't had enough fun yet. The Heavenly Sword Sect elder licked the blood on his sword with his tongue. The people of the Lin family were beaten back and forth, shrinking into a circle, and had become a turtle in a jar, unable to fly with their wings. Who dares to touch my Green Cloud sect's people? A loud voice came out, accompanied by a powerful aura that directly shook the crowd from the Heavenly Sword Sect. It flew for 2.5 minutes before stopping, and apart from the 4 real people who were injured, the rest of them were all shocked to death. So strong. Have the Qingyun sect powerhouses arrived? This one gave the other side a kick in the pants right out of the gate. Yes, shocking so many strong people to death with their aura alone. This Qingyun sect is not simple. The Tianji Pavilion elder's eyes narrowed. The rightful owner had finally arrived. He wanted to see what tricks this Qingyun sect could play. In the distant sky, 6 people flew in. It was none other than Feng Qingyang. Sure how? Lin Bai and the old ancestor Li Qingyun. The outer sect elder Knight White, the guard Wang Jian and the others. The green and white clan uniform was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight, and an inexplicable Dao rhythm flowed through it. Playing? How is it that this Qingyun sect has sent out 6 people, including 3 youths? Yeah, are the rumors false? But their clan uniforms are pretty cool. The crowd was pointing at Feng Qingyang and the others. Could it be that they wanted to fight against the major powers with these 6 people? Father, are you alright? As soon as Lin Bai came over, he hurriedly went to check the injuries of Lin Zhan and the others. It's fine, thanks to the sovereign's timely arrival. It's good that it's okay. Father, you guys just stand back and leave it to us. You're all anxious to wait, but hold your horses. We'll send you all down to the reunion later. Feng Qingyang sneered at the major powers. These people were all rabble in his eyes. So arrogant. Who is this youth? I've seen arrogant ones. I've never seen such arrogance. Today is really a small knife-pulling ass. Opening eyes. Oh, 2 real person realms and 1 peak hollow shattering. Is this the bottom line of the Qingyun sect? There were also 2 cultivation levels that were too low to be directly ignored. That is, there was also an old man who couldn't see through. The Tianji Pavilion elder were secretly pondering. Cut the crap and just run them over. The Tianji Pavilion elder let out a loud roar. A surge of huge warships began to bombard them furiously. Strong men from various sects came out of the warships in a line and killed Feng Qingyang's side. Knight White, you play with them first. Outer sect elder Knight White rushed up to the sky when he heard this. The peak hollow shattering realm cultivation was exerted at full strength. What a terrifying cultivation. This person is that strong person from the Green Cloud sect with a peak hollow shattering realm cultivation. Right. With such a strong person around, no wonder the Green Cloud sect dares to call the shots of the major powers. Just with you stinking fish and shrimps you dare to attack my Qingyun sect? Execute! Knight White's words fell, rushed into the pile of people, and slapped a whole bunch of them to death. A large amount of blood mist filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Bleeding floated the skulls, and the daylight was dyed blood red. In the year 10086 of the new era, later generations recorded today as the scarlet gothic of the spirit state and the green cloud meet strangler. Ah, this man is the devil. Help, patriarch, save me. Just less than a minute into the battle, the situation entered a white-hot phase. The strongest of the forces were then beaten back. This Qingyun sect's powerhouse was too scary to have too many fancy martial arts. It's just a slap in the face that can knock a big blank space out of the pile. The fog of blood that filled the sky drifted for a long time. Ha ha, a bunch of rabble. With this much ability they still dare to attack my Qingyun sect. Elder is so fierce. Sure, Hao and Lin Bai looked dumbfounded. Although both of him were immensely talented, neither of them had ever experienced such a great battle. And Lin Bai didn't even have much actual combat experience. Looking at the elder in the sky who was like a god of war, he was filled with worship. Well, look and learn well. You too can become such strong people in the future if you cultivate hard. Feng Qingyang patted both of them on the shoulder and said, "Not me. I'm straight on. What's the point of bullying a junior? Let's play with you." The three hegemonic level forces had sent out 3 hollow shattering realm ancestors, and together with the East Region Tianji Pavilion Master, there were a total of 4 hollow shattering realm powerhouses. A terrifying aura spread out. This is tragic. 1 against 4 is not a high chance of victory. If the Qingyun sect does not have a backhanded estimate, it is difficult to escape the fate of destruction. The corners of the mouth of the Tianji Pavilion elder also rose, and the 4-to-1 advantage is in me. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll give you a ride first. Arrogant. 5 hollow shattering realm powerhouses collided together. Elder Knight White fought 1 against 4 without losing. The battle was fought to the heavens. Too strong. Is this the terrifying combat power of a hollow shattering realm powerhouse? Yeah. Space is shattered. The eastern domain was divided into 13 continents, of which the spirit state didn't have a holy land situated in it. But with a subcourt of the central domain's transcendent power like the Tianji Pavilion, there was no fear of holy lands at all. That's why the Shattered Sky Realm is the ceiling of battle power in the spirit state. Even then, many people never see it in their lifetime. If nothing else, today's hollow shattering realm powerhouse was the strongest person they had ever seen in their lives. One of the 4 showed a break. Night White seized the opportunity and went all out. Die for me. In the midst of Night White's roar, the hollow shattering realm elder ancestor who had revealed a breach was blown away. Elder Ancestor. Chapter 23, A Great Emperor's Attack. Crushing half-saints. This side of the Heavenly Sword sect. What did they see? The selfsame old man was busted. The old man ascended to heaven. It's over. It's all over. Once the old ancestor of the hollow shattering realm died, the strength of the clan was greatly reduced. And now I'm afraid that I won't be able to arrogantly practice my sword. There is also the risk of being annexed by the same forces. This thought, they stared at the 3 remaining hollow shattering realms dead on with those wise little eyes. Die. Die. Once they died, then the sect's strength was balanced again. Crowds of cultivators in the distance. Misty grass. The Heavenly Sword sect ancestor has been blown away. A man exclaimed. The chicken leg in his hand also fell to the ground. It was even if this green cloud sect's strongest person did not lose in a fight against 4. He also fought harder and harder, slapping the Heavenly Sword sect's old ancestor into a bloody mist with 1 palm. It's really a big deal. This Heavenly Sword sect is infamous, and everyone has to kill them. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat them, he would have let them taste the power of the big iron rod in his hands. But their sword practice was just too powerful. The 3 remaining old ancestors on the side of the great power were similarly alarmed. Even more depressed especially was the East Domain Tianji Pavilion Master. Why are we all equally at the peak of the hollow shattering realm? And how are you so powerful? His internal organs were shaken by the man in front of him. Ha ha, is that all you can do? Truly any cat or dog dares to enter my green cloud sect. When Night White saw that these 3 people were getting more and more overwhelmed and retreating as they fought, he laughed out loud. Kid, don't be too arrogant. My Tianji Pavilion's main pavilion elder hasn't made a move yet. And please, my lord. Seeing that the combined efforts of the 3 of them could not help this person, and that if they continue to fight, they would probably end up in the same situation as the Heavenly Sword sect's old ancestor. The Heavenly Pavilion Master turned around and shouted to the worship. What a bunch of useless losers. It's still up to the old man. A crane-haired old man flew out from the largest worship of the major powers. That old man stood with his arms folded, looking down on the Qingyun sect and the others with a haughty expression. Who is this man? Why does the Tianji Pavilion Master have to call him Lord? Orphaned. Right. This is the elder of the Central Region Tianji Pavilion. Our Tianji Pavilion here is just a minuscule sub-pavilion of others. Central Region, Tianji Pavilion. Once again, the crowd was wide-eyed at the great powers that had come over from the middle domain. When the remaining 3 old ancestors saw the adults striking, they hastily retreated backward. The man is horrible. Yell, old thing, you've come to die too? Night White saw that the cultivation of the old man who came was imperceptible. His eyes were a little more gloomy, but he couldn't lose with his mouth. Ignorant junior, you were still playing with mud when the old man broke into the central region. Today I'll let you dirtbags see the real power. That old man's cultivation opened up when he finished speaking, and his terrifying aura crushed the entire field. An unrivaled Saint Realm aura erupted from the old man. The warships on the side of the major powers were all shaken back by the huge shockwave. The crowd of onlookers from afar were also immobilized by the aura. Only Feng Changyang's side was not in the least bit concerned and remained on cloud 9. Master, this old man is so strong. This old man was definitely the strongest person Sure Hao and Lin Bai had seen so far. What they don't know, of course, is this. The old ancestor standing beside him was a great emperor realm existence. I don't know how many times this old man would have to die with one slap. It's just a mole, Feng Changyang said disdainfully. Feng Changyang checked the old man's stats through the system. A half step into the saint realm, or a half saint. The next realm at the peak of the hollow shattering realm was the sacred realm. But these two realms is really a world of difference between the two realms, belonging to the level of life on the sublimation. Throughout the ages do not know how many geniuses stop here. One must transform all of the aura into a holy source in order to break through. And those who haven't completed all of the transformations are called half-saints. Even half-saints were not comparable to the peak of the shattered sky realm, and dozens of them combined were no match for a half-saint. There is also a saying circulating in the cultivation world. Break the void, draw from the holy source, and become a saint on the ground. Scare who? Old man, you're the only ones with strong men? I'm just a district outer sect elder of our Green Cloud sect. There are many more powerful than me. Just wait. As soon as that old man exuded a holy realm aura, Night White, who knew he couldn't beat him, retreated. Elder of the outer sect, what's going on? A single outer sect elder crushed all the major forces in the spirit state. How strong must this Qingyan sect be? Could it be that the Green Cloud sect is a transcendent force that is big enough to rival the central region in the hidden world ancient sect? The crowd heard Lin Bai's words and brainstormed. I don't like people looking down on me, so you can go to hell. The Tianji Pavilion elder was still immersed in Night White's words. Just to hear that youth from the realm of realities below telling himself to die? Ha ha, it's really a bunch of ignorant people, just bragging, let me die, knowing that the old man is. Not waiting for him to finish, old ancestor Li Qingyun pinched him. A light pinch, a direct pinch. The blood rain that filled the sky dripped down and turned into fertilizer to nourish the earth. The holy blood of the holy realm was a good thing. The aura of the holy realm dissipated between heaven and earth. The pressure on the crowd also disappeared without a trace. You talk too much. What happened? The scene happened in a flash. The Tianji Pavilion elder who was unbeatable just a moment ago was pinched and exploded. The crowd was dumbfounded. He was a great power from the central region, transcending the existence of the shattered sky realm. You should at least hit it twice to show it. You're such a good guy. It's like picking up a chick, picking it up and just crushing it. My lord. The people on the side of the major powers were even more frightened and their legs went weak. The timid ones were so scared that they shat and pissed all over the place, making the surrounding area stink to high heaven. What kind of clan had they messed with? Even the adults from the Middle Kingdom were crushed. If I had known, I would have come to the door and apologized. But there is no medicine for regrets in this world. No one involved will be left behind. He's not a saintly mother. People come running to destroy you and you let them go, letting the tiger out of the bag. It's important to understand that weeds don't burn out, but grow again in the spring. Yes, sovereign. After receiving the order, Li Qingyun began to kill. No, we won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us, Shangzong. We are willing to submit to the upper sect and hand over all our resources. To this Feng Qingyang spread his hands and said, really confused, kill you all, those are not all mine. As for submitting to the Green Cloud sect, sorry, no need. The great Emperor Realm old ancestor directly waved his sleeve, and a terrifying aura that was enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth changed to sweep toward the major forces. Majestic imperial might surged out, and for a moment, the heavens and earth lost their colors. It was torn to shreds and dissipated into the air amidst the fearful look on their livers. All that was left was the countless onlookers outside the arena. Feng Qingyang slowly walked up and lightly said a few words. I'm only going to say one thing. In the future, the spirit state will be honored by the Green Cloud sect. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 24 Common Respect in the Spirit State. Building Qingyun City. The crowd was silent at first. Then there were expressions of submission. It was clear in everyone's mind that the Green Cloud sect would dominate the spirit state after this battle. Spirit State Common Respect. The first upper sect to monopolize the spirit state. Vertical Day. The word is out. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The strongest of the major forces in spirit state were almost decimated in this battle. The three hegemonic powers were the first to take the lead in announcing the expulsion of all those involved in the great battle from the sect. It's just a formality. Though, after all, people turn to dust, but men were still sent to raise their ashes, then take out 80% of the entire clan's resources and send it to the Green Cloud sect, submitting to the Qingyun sect and honoring it as the overlord of the spirit state. It's still a big power with a bit of heritage. As soon as some of the top powers received the news of their defeat, they were afraid of being settled by the Qingyun sect. Straight away the people are gone and the money is gone. The major powers reshuffled their cards, and those clans that weren't involved annexed the weaker powers, and all the resources annexed were handed over to the Qingyun sect for shelter. One by one, emerging sects sprouted up like rain. Xianyue City, my 10,000 spirit stones. Damned major powers, you are truly damned. It's a shame I trusted you guys so much. In front of the casino, many people hugged and cried their hearts out. None other. It's all about pressing the major powers to win and losing out, calling the heavens and the earth. Get rich, get rich. Only one person in the audience laughed out loud. It's the same old brother who pulled a full left. Make a lot of money. Fight Jade for the top spot. Now that's a night to go dashing. The news spread more and more widely, like a butterfly with wings gradually spreading to the major states in the eastern domain. Batian City, Tianji Pavilion. What are you doing? Against you all. Know this place is there? This is the Tianji Pavilion, a branch pavilion of a transcendent power in the central region. Do you guys want to die? I'll you up. A large man darted over and kicked the man who had spoken. What the hell is Tianji Pavilion? The spirit state is now the world of the Qingyun sect. We're going to give these resources to the upper sect, and we might even be able to get a miscellaneous disciple as well. Brothers copy. Rob me. Tianwu City. Alas, rumors have misled me. Which stupid Boichi said that the Lin family will be destroyed and the Qingyun sect will be destroyed. Stand out for me. The current Lin family could be considered a step up in the world. Although the Lin family's overall strength was not good, as a power affiliated with the Green Cloud sect, it could be considered under one clan and above all clans in the spirit state. It's all rumors that wrong my Li family. Otherwise, if I had brought my clan along to also side with the Green Cloud sect, wouldn't I be flying straight to the top now? Come on you. I told you to say something, and you're actually pretending? And you Li family, the other Lin family is at least a top tier power. They can still hold out for a while. Your Li family is a mere second-rate family. What are you going over there for? You're going to get yourself killed? Once the major powers sneezed, your Li family was destroyed. Green Cloud sect. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage quest, Famous Spirit State. Do you wish to receive the reward? The main task of Famous East Region is completed February 10th. Please keep up the good work. Huge rewards will be issued upon completion of the task. There are stages to this mission. System, claim your reward. Feng Qingyang was sitting at the main seat in the Qingyun Hall and was checking the system interface. Reward received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Green Cloud Worship. Silver summoning card, can summon the realm of transformation, realm of manifestation. Qingyun Worship, Qingyun Sect's exclusive worship. Instantly travels 10,000 miles. Can withstand the attack of the hierarchical sage realm, and after charging, can send out a delighting cannon, spirit stone charge, with a power equal to a saint's full power strike. Good stuff. Unexpectedly, this time the system reward gave Feng Qingyang another surprise. Summoning cards need no introduction. This Qingyun worship is really something. Think about how shocking it would be to pilot the mighty worship while going into battle, and then blast the enemy into slag with a single shot. As for needing spirit stones to recharge, I'm sorry, the last thing my Green Cloud sect needs right now is spirit stones. Master, the storage room we just got is full again. Sure, how was helpless, and after a few minutes of shelving, some forces came over pulling several large carts of stuff. One pull is 10 carts. One load is a sack. 99 DUI. Resources don't cost anything, do they? So crazy to send over. Today alone, in half a day, the storage room was rebuilt 5 times. Never in my wildest dreams did I think there would be a day when I would struggle with too many resources. Just take the spirit stone. The rest of the 3 melons will be returned. What kind of martial arts? Ah, feats. Ah, return them all. Either that or throw it away. These are the last thing my Green Cloud sect needs. Yes, master. Sure, how went to collect resources again in misery. Feng Qingyang looked at the Lin family members in the hall again. In this great battle the Lin family, even with the disparity in strength, have steadfastly stood on the side of the Qingyun sect. Very good. Just ask how many forces can do that in this weak and strong cultivation world. You're lucky if you don't stab you in the back and fall on your sword. Patriarch, this is all what my Lin family should do. As an affiliated power with the main clan in trouble, even if they are tens of thousands of miles apart, even if they are burning with jade, my Lin family will not take half a step back. Aren't you guys afraid of death? Feng Qingyang stared into the eyes of the Lin family. You have to realize that the situation at that time, The Lin family was like eggs against stones, though millions of people will go. Good. Very good. In the future, as long as my green cloud sect doesn't fall, your Lin family will live on for ages. What Lin Zhan didn't know was how important this one sentence of his was, and how much he was glad to look back and savor it 10,000 years later. Of course this is all an afterthought. Lin Bai, you take your father to the Hall of Feats and Techniques to pick a few feats in martial arts, and then find your eldest senior brother in taking a Hall of Resources. Go on. The strength of the Lin family was still too weak and had to be strengthened quickly in order to keep up with the pace of the Qingyan sect. To ask how to get stronger fast. Don't ask. To ask is to throw money and resources at it. And hanging, yes, master. Sure Hao nodded respectfully. Many thanks, patriarch. By the way, patriarch, I have another request. Lin Battle, who had just turned around to leave, turned back again. Can we build a city 100 miles below the Green Cloud Sect's mountain? The city? That's a great idea. Why didn't he think of that? The big powers all have their own exclusive cities and pools, and one by one, they are all famous and entrenched in the world, sucking up resources from all sides. Countless geniuses also came here to lay the foundation for the opening of the mountain and accepting disciples. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's call it Qingyun City. Any lack of resources can be taken from the sect. I will instruct the elders to hand over this matter to you. If you don't build it, you don't build it, and when you do build it, you have to build the best. Coupled with the fact that their spiritual qi here was much thicker than that of the outside world. In time, Qingyun City would surely become the #1 giant city in the eastern region and even the entire continent. Chapter 25 Guarding Elder. Hall of Feats. When Lindbergh and the others left, Feng Chongyang opened the system interface again. The system uses all summoning cards. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Mud. 5 summoning cards. There's always a gold out there. The highest Epiphany realm can't be drawn. It's not too much to ask to enter the Holy Spirit realm, is it? Summoning card used successfully. In the extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak real estate guard. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak real life realm guard. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak real life realm guard. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak real life realm guard. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak shattered hollow realm guard elder. In the engraving. Has materialized. All you up. System, are you playing me? 5 whole cards and he doesn't even come up with a single gold. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a peak hollow shattering realm guard elder at the end, he would have lifted the table. System, tell me honestly, did you secretly adjust the probability? Please don't slander me. Host, this system is mainly true. What you draw is up to you. You're making it hard for me. Hard to do? I knock. If it's hard, you don't do it. Not a moment too soon. Okay, fine. Don't bother with you. At this moment, 5 black-robed men walked into the imposing Green Cloud Hall. Wang Xian, Wang Yu, Wang Peng, Wang Lai, and Wang Strike. Greetings, Patriarch, the 5 men said respectfully in unison. Wang Xian, right? You will be my Green Cloud Sect's guard elder from now on. All guards will be under your jurisdiction. Feng Qingyang swept a glance at the one with the highest realm. Go down and guard the clan. I respectfully obey the sovereign's order. We will leave. Wait a minute. Seeing that these 5 people's costumes were out of place with his own, Feng Chongyang called out to them, wait a while, I'll go to the outer gate elders to get a clan uniform. Feng Qingyang finished and said to the system in his mind, the system next time summoned people will be directly given to change into the clan uniform, okay? Always the whole black robe. Are you obsessed with black robes? Have to waste my breath. Received. Meanwhile, in the Green Cloud sect, Sure Hao, who had just finished his busy schedule, was panting with exhaustion and sat down on his butt. Finally, I'm done. I wasn't this tired when I fought more than a dozen geniuses alone. Counting spirit stones, money, is such a physical job. Hey, senior, what are you doing? Sure Hao saw Lin Bai walking over, followed by his father, and hurriedly greeted him. Senior, was just about to look for you. Didn't realize you were here. Master asked me to take my father to the Hall of Feats to pick out a few feats, and then find you, senior brother, to get a Hall of Resources. Sure Hao's eyes lit up, as if he saw a savior, and hurriedly said, quickly, hurry up and send someone to fetch it. It's going to be too big to hold again later. Take it away. There's too much. I've never seen so many spirit stones. I'm not interested in spirit stones. The 6th storage hall that was just built filled up in no time. These people are crazy too. Even if the master said that the Lord collects spirit stones, as soon as those forces heard that the Qingyan sect was interested in spirit stones, they immediately went back and exchanged all their various resources for spirit stones. He even dug out the spirit stones that he usually hid under the ground. Then cart after cart of spatial rings were transported to the Green Cloud sect. The 6th storage hall had an entire hall of spirit stones piled up like a small mountain. It was too intimidating. Although the Green Cloud sect has many buildings and pavilions, it can't just be put inside the house. Are we done yet? Sure Hao's eyes rolled as he pondered the possibility of this idea. Thought better of it. In case someone comes to Qingyun sect as a guest and opens the door to a room full of spirit stones, they won't be blinded. The Hall of Feats. Go go go. I'll go with you. Speaking of which, since coming to the sect neither he nor Lin Bai had ever been to the Hall of Merits. Master Teacher had directly arranged tailor-made gong meth ODs for the two of them. They also comprehended exclusive martial skills from their feats, so none of them had gone to the Hall of Feats to see them. It was just the right time to see what kind of techniques and martial arts were collected by his master and the clan. In front of the main gate of the Hall of Merit, the three of them, Sure Hao, stood outside the door and admired the imposing Hall of Feats. Before even going in, he was shocked by the Hall of Feats. Two great sacred beasts are depicted in front of the door. Left blue dragon, right white tiger. The two holy beasts were carved as if they were alive. The highest sign was engraved with the three big characters of the Hall of Merit, and each of the three characters had a flow of Taoist rhythms, emitting an invisible aura. There is also a domineering couplet hanging on the left and right sides, which reads, hiding all the immortal laws of the heavens, and reading all the great thousands of Zeus. Holy, senior brother. This couplet of the Hall of Merits is truly domineering. Could it be that it's full of immortal magic? I don't know. Just go in and see. Lin Zhan was also shocked, doubting life from the moment he stepped into the Qingyun sect. Wonderland. It's definitely Wonderland. Not only has your own Lin family been rewarded and secured by the main patriarch, but your own son is also the patriarch's personal heir. It's hard for the Lin family not to take off. Pushing open the door, the trio stepped inside. What met his eyes were the rows and columns of neatly discharged feats and martial arts. Father, let's start picking. Dazzling feats and martial arts, leaving the three of them with nothing to do. Sure Hao casually picked up a few books closest to him and read them. Holy Light Heavenly Sorrow Technique, Immortal Technique. Sacred Light Immortal King's Original Gong Method. The highest can be cultivated to the Immortal King realm, who will compete with each other once the Heavenly Sorrow Technique is released. 1,000 Rains to break the first sun, Immortal Law. The 1,000 Rain Immortal King created his own famous martial skill, and when he cultivated it to perfection, he struck out with thousands of lingering rain swords, shattering 10,000 enemies. Senior brother. This is all immortal laws. The two of them, Lin Bai and Lin Zhan, had also known by now. The little heart was pounding. Lin Bai and Sure Hao were shocked though, but it was better. After all, the gongfu passed down to them by their master was no weaker than the immortal laws. Lin Zhan was different. What are you practicing? Lined up in a row. Red Emperor Sage, Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang. The technique he cultivated was only an Earth grade upper grade technique. I've never seen this before. At the same time, his heart was thanking the patriarch for his atmospheric generosity at once. Let him, the Lin family, pick any number of them. A handful here is either an immortal king's law or an immortal emperor's law. In a short while the three came out. Lin Zhan picked out an immortal technique and two immortal level martial arts. Just these 3 books were enough. Enough to carry on the Lin family for 1,000,000 years or more. Lin Zhan decided to go back and designate these books as the Lin family's family heirloom techniques. Under the Green Cloud mountain range, it was only 100 miles away from the Green Cloud sect. A large open space was cleared. The Lin family was busy. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Building the city for the main clan and at the same time building it for them. When Qingyun City was built, the Lin family would move their family from Tianwu City to here. This place was incomparably rich in spiritual qi, while having the shelter of the main sect was simply a happy place. Chapter 26, Measuring the Heavenly Chance. Surprising the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. This side of the Green Cloud Palace. Master, Feng Chongyang. Realm, Early Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Sure Hao. Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Sect Powerhouses, Elder Ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian, Peak of the Shattered Hollow Realm. Outer Sect Elder Night White, Peak of the Shattered Hollow Realm. And 5 guards. Sect, Qingyun Sect. Level 1, 8500/10, 000. The clan value has risen by a full 5,000. Feng Qingyang remembered that it had only been a short while since the establishment of the clan, right? Qingyun Sect will soon break through the first level and become a second level sect? Bullseye. The first level clan is so much, then the second level shall not turn over the sky. Taking a closer look, the clan's powerhouses weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. However, it was only 2 pro-disciples. How does that work? For a clan to grow, the main thing was still the disciples. Miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, personal disciples, holy sons and even sequential divine sons. There were also the outer sect elders, the inner sect elders, the law enforcement elders, the merit elders, and the peak masters. All of these are missing. It seems that this time, when we return from the ancient sacred mysteries, We'll have to open the mountain gate wide to recruit disciples. As for the elders, if they can't be summoned, it can only be hired, tied, from outside. In the meantime, Central Divine Region, Tianji Pavilion. What? Elder Murdrum's life brand is shattered. Quickly check the image of him before he died. Fate tags were something that every disciple of a great clan needed to get when they joined the clan. With a strand of divine soul injected into it, one could keep an eye on the life and death of this disciple. When you die, the life sign naturally shatters, and it was placed in an exclusive place, and strong people were dispatched to watch over it day and night. The higher the rank in the clan, the more important the name tag was, as there is a strand of my own divine soul inside, so it is possible to record the scene before death through a specific crystal ball, convenient to find the murderer for later revenge. All the elders of Tianji Pavilion gathered around the crystal ball to look at it. The purple crystal ball shone. Under the spell cast by the Grand Elder, a picture was revealed. What came into view was an old man who couldn't look away. That old man strangled Elder Murdoch with one hand. Elder Murdoch was picked up like a little chicken. There's no way to fight back. Then it was pinched and burst. Without waiting for the elders to speak, the old man in the crystal ball seemed to have realized that someone was spying on him. Deep eyes glanced this way. Then, the crystal ball exploded with a bang. What? Didn't Elder Machwan go to the Eastern region? The Eastern region, where aura is scarce, even has such a strong person. Which sect's strongest person is this person? Surprisingly, he is so brave. The Eastern region was a place with a scarcity of spiritual chi, and it was impossible to have such a strong person in their perception, casually crushing and exploding half-saints, striking out across the long river of time. Grand Elder, didn't the news coming from the Eastern region branch pavilion say that the crusade was against the Green Cloud sect? This person should be a strong person from the Green Cloud sect. Green Cloud sect? The Grand Elder pondered. The last time I heard of the Green Cloud sect was the last time. At that time, he even sent someone to the Transcendent Power Jade Clearance Palace to inquire. Right, the Jade Palace. Could this person be sent by the Jade Palace? It's not right. The Jade Palace is full of women. Where is the old man? Could it be that this person is really a strong person from the Green Cloud sect? Humph. What are you afraid of? My Tianji Pavilion is equally as expert as the clouds, and I haven't been afraid of anyone in this central domain except for those emperor clans that have been passed down for a long time. This Qingyun sect dares to massacre our pavilion's elders, provoking the majesty of a transcendent power. Great Elder, you give the order. The Green Cloud sect must be eradicated this time. The Tianji Pavilion was the most deeply embedded transcendent power in the central region. The creator was Emperor Tianji. It is said that the great Emperor Tianji can probe the sky and everything under the sun with his hand. Nothing is unknown and no one is unaware of it. The inherited Tianji treasure code is the most precious treasure of the central domain. The Tianji Pavilion has been passed down from generation to generation. Do not be reckless. Do you guys remember that scent from a few days ago? The Grand Elder seemed to have thought of something and said in a hurry. Grand Elder, are you saying? The elders also came to a realization after the Grand Elder reminded them of this. Yeah, right. The majestic imperial might that came from the other day was in the east. It can't be that coincidental. Fear not. Fear not. This is a matter of life and death for our pavilion. Do not act recklessly. Now they were all nonplussed. The great emperor. That's a great emperor. If you offend such a powerful person, even if you go to the bottom of the river, you will fall into the yellow springs. They'll be dead too. Even if they were able to barely fight off one or two of them with their inherited heritage. But it will also be metastasized until it is extinguished. There was a possibility that a great emperor was at stake at this point, so one had to be cautious. Let's wait for me to report this matter to the pavilion master and make plans. At the order of the Grand Elder, all the elders dispersed. He walked alone towards the main hall where the pavilion master was. Tianji Hall, pavilion master. This is the situation. Oh, you're saying that this Green Cloud sect could possibly concern a great emperor? The Tianji pavilion master was skeptical first, and at his level, he knew more secret stories. The great emperor realm hadn't shown its face for 10,000 years, and was rumored to be preparing something that would be enough to change the entire continent. Not to mention the great emperors, even the supreme beings have long since stopped asking questions, but he did detect the emperor's might the other day as well. Well then, this seat will peek into the heavens to see what this Qingyun sect is really about. As soon as the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master's words fell, he ran the Heavenly Chance treasure code with all his might. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and then his divine mind stepped into the river of time. Humph! Found it! He was just about to check it out when a sudden change occurred. A blazing sword light attacked and chopped its divine idea into pieces. In the Tianji Hall, a mouthful of blood spewed out from the Tianji Pavilion Master, who then withered. The divine soul was damaged and could only be slowly restored little by little through holy medicine. Cultivation will also fall. Master of the court. The Grand Elder rushed forward to support the Pavilion Master who almost fell. At the same time, His heart was shocked. The pavilion master was a great power who had reached the peak of the Saint King realm. How could he be injured like this? Could it be that he was speculating on heavenly chances and was backfired by the heavenly Tao? Speculating on heavenly chances belonged to going against the heavens, and one who messed up would be revolted. Supreme powers like the open pavilion ancestor, the great emperor Tianji, had all been revolted by the heavenly Tao. I'm fine. The green cloud sect has a great terror. Do not provoke. After the Tianji pavilion master weakly broke off and finished speaking, just went into seclusion. This time the damage to the divine soul was too severe. It's scary to think about the scene I just saw. A figure stood with his back to the top of the sky, surrounded by sacred green lotuses that covered the sky. Suddenly, a sword chi that was strong enough to open up the sky struck, and his divine soul was shattered. Chapter 27, Measuring Spirit State Power. Dongxian Holy Land. Someone has been detected prying into Qin Yun Sect's heavenly chances. It has been automatically blocked. Prying into my Qin Yun Sect's heavenly chances? How dare he? Feng Chongyang spat while fishing. Can anyone really spy on the heavens anymore? You don't know that my Green Cloud sect is covered by the system. When the Green Cloud sect stepped in, the great avenues all had to move back a little. Tendo is even a younger brother level of existence. Fish on. We'll have grilled fish again tonight. When the days of the patriarch is really leisurely something all let the lower elders and disciples to do on the line. Going to walk the birds later after fishing. As for practicing, it's all a big deal. Straight to the pendulum. How long has it been since the crossing? All dried up from zero cultivation to the realm of real people. Equivalent to an old ancestor of a top-tier power. Have you ever seen such a young real person? It's not that Feng Qingyang is a great bragger, but if you look at the whole continent, who can reach such a level of cultivation at his age? Any genius that comes along is for nothing. In the meantime, unlike him, the entire Qin Yun sect was busy with their work. Outer sect Elder Knight White was busily handing over to Lin Zhan. Elder, this is the list of supplies needed to build Qin Yun City. Take a look. Lin War made a list of all the supplies needed for the construction, then handed it to Knight White. Knight White took the list and looked at it, indicating that it was fine. Resources simply don't run out, and even when they're almost empty there's a steady stream of resources to replenish them. This was because just a short while ago, the Green Cloud sect had released the news that they were going to build the exclusive city, Green Cloud City. The outside world has received this information. Those who give money and those who give supplies give supplies. The cultivators who came over to build were even more crowded. There was even a royal ancestor who personally stated that he would measure the material resources of the spirit state and tie up with the upper sect to create a giant city. More people is better. It was too slow to build it with just this many people from the Lin family. The beginnings of the giant city can be seen today, tens of thousands of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide. This was still only the initial size of Qin Yun City. When it became insufficient in the future, this place would be used as an inner city and then expanded outwards. The current size alone was several times larger than Tianwu City, Xianyu City and Batian City combined. Just from the size alone, it was already no less than any city in the eastern domain. The number one giant city in the eastern region is well deserved. Guard Elder Wang Xian led the clan's 5 guards over here to supervise in case anyone messed up and caused trouble. This matter was personally explained by the patriarch, and not a single mistake could be made. Wang Lai, you go to the east. King Strike, you go to the north. Wang Peng, you go to the west. Wang Yu, you go to the south. Old Man and Wang Jian are sitting here to watch over the area. What is the situation at any time to contact the old man? Remember, where there is disruption, trouble directly killed. There is no need to ask. Yes, Elder. The 4 men led the order and flew off in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. I heard that the Green Cloud sect is going to build an exclusive city. Your news is also too backward. I received the news half a day ago, and then entrusted someone to send a large portion of our family's supplies to the Green Cloud sect. If you're lucky, you might be able to enter the upper sect and mix it up as a servant disciple. Holy, your family moves too fast. That's for sure. How can I get along if I'm not fast? This world must roll. I'll roll you all to death, he said in his heart. Old me just got the news. No, I'm going to inform the family. The man finished speaking and hurriedly ran in the direction of the clan. Spiritual state on the clan Qingyun clan. If you can go in to mix a handyman disciple, that is also counted out. Their own family can also follow the big light, the rapid rise. On the other hand, under the Green Cloud Mountain, the Lin family side had temporarily set up a temporary position underneath the Green Cloud sect's mountain. Most of the strongest members of the clan had been sent out to build Qin Yun City, leaving only some juniors behind. Uncle Lin, by cultivating this technique, will I be able to enter the sect like Brother Lin Bai? Of course you can. As long as you cultivate well, when the main clan opens the mountain and accepts disciples, you will naturally be able to enter. This is an immortal law given by the patriarch himself. Cultivate hard. In front of Lin Zhan were all the juniors of the Lin family's clan. and there was no shortage of talented ones among them. He is patiently teaching them to cultivate and has passed on the immortal laws to them. Each of these teenage girls sweated and practiced desperately, all longing for the day when they could enter the main sect like brother Lin Bai. In the Green Cloud sect's cultivation room, Lin Bai was sitting cross-legged. He's going to break through. Since the last time he awakened his sword body and rose 7 minor realms in a row, it's only been a few short days before he's about to break through again. The aura in the body gradually infused into the dantian. In the dantian, with the large amount of spiritual chi warming the sun, a golden dan was gradually taking shape. It's about to reach the tipping point. Break me! Lin Bai let out a loud roar, and the barrier of avoidance from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Jin Dan realm broke in response. Ha ha, Jin Dan realm now, about to catch up with eldest brother. What are you thinking about fart eating? Shifu? Elder brother, I just broke through as well. Mid Yuaning now. Shihao sniffed and radiated his own cultivation aura. Ha 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 ha. Then a harmless smile appeared. Not that I'm blowing you off. Shifu, you can still catch up with senior brother me if you cultivate hard. Holy, senior brother, your cultivation is really as easy as drinking water. It's only been a few days, and you've broken through from the early stage to the middle stage of the Yuaning realm? Senior is really fast enough. Just as fast as his punches. In the meantime, a storm is brewing outside. A message spread through the states. The ancient sage mysterious realm would open in the desolate states Kirin dynasty a day later. Forces holding the secret key may enter. The Kirin dynasty, as the landlord of the venue, invited all the major powers to be their guests at the royal capital in order to discuss the matters of the secret realm. The great powers of each state were discussing this matter. Of course, this was the power that held the secret key. Without the secret key, it's all for nothing anyhow. But of course you can rob it. The ancient sacred secret keys were available to those who had the destiny to get them, either by snatching them or picking them up, and there were a total of just 100 of them. Dongxian Holy Land. The Dongxian Holy Land was one of the 5 Holy Lands in the Eastern Domain, situated in the desolate state. It just so happened that the location of the opening of the ancient sacred mystery realm this time was speculated to be in the desolate state. They also have quite a few venue advantages. The Eastern Xian Holy Land had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years now, and had a profound heritage. The Holy Land mentioned here is not the kind that saints start and then later pass down. The forces that could be called Holy Lands all had saints of the day in their ranks, like the kind that would automatically fall from a Holy Land to a hegemonic level power once the only remaining saint been Tian. However, such fallen hegemonic level powers were top tier because they had holy laws passed down from saints, and had a great possibility of regaining the Holy Land once again. At this time in the magnificent sanctuary, a sacred land elder stood respectfully in the grand hall and said with an arch of his hand, "Sacred Lord, the ancient sacred mystic realm will be opened a day from now. Is it still led by the Holy Sun this time?" "Well, this time it will still be the Holy Sun who goes. Select 20 more of the most talented from the inner disciples to go." The majestic voice of the Eastern Xian Holy Lord came down. The ancient sacred mystic realm not only contained a large amount of resources and various inheritances and encounters, it was a very good place to practice. This is very attractive even to the Holy Land. The last time the secret realm opened, there was someone who had gotten a saint's inheritance from it and had soared to the heavens ever since. Chapter 28, Kirin Dynasty. Holy Sun Wang Tang. The next day, deserted states. Kirin Dynasty. The Kirin Dynasty was an old hegemonic level power in the desolate state. It was said that the ancestor who started the dynasty was at the half-saint realm cultivation. There was a half-saint inheritance left behind, so the Qilin dynasty was also ranked very high in the hegemonic level forces. The royal capital, Kirin City. Today was the day that the secret realm opened, so today's Qilin city was extraordinarily lively. For fear of anything going wrong, the monarch of the Qilin dynasty had dispatched a large number of imperial guards to guard around the royal city, ready to respond to any trouble that arose. In the Qingyan sect, Feng Qingyang called in Shihao and Lin Bai. "Master, today is the day the ancient sage mystic realm opens. It's a good place to try out. Although the two of you are extremely talented but lack practical combat experience, this time the secret realm scramble is bound to be intense. I believe that after coming out your practical combat experience will improve a lot. I won't give you any life-preserving cards either. It all depends on your respective strengths." He specified that he will not enter the secret realm. A state on the patriarch personally into the secret realm to pass out, not let people laugh at it. This time, he went there mainly to collect the third talented disciple. "Yes, Master." Shihao and Lin Bai looked at each other respectfully. This time, without the protection of their master and the elders of the sect, they could only rely on themselves. The flowers in the greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. Only the flowers that grow alone can laugh at the wind and rain. It's not too late to get going. Feng Qingyang summoned the green cloud warship from the system space after he finished speaking. After preparing enough spirit stones, the three of them walked up. The huge warship, after being energized by the spirit stones, sped out into the distance with a roar. Instantaneous. Kirin City was abuzz with people. The forces from all the states have been arriving one after another, all for the sake of exploring the treasure of the secret realm. If the disciples of their own clan could obtain the inheritance of saints from the inside, then the clan would directly take off. The secret realm also had a restriction that the bone age could not exceed 22 years old, so those who could enter were genius disciples under 22 years old from each sect. If there was no restriction, the things in the secret realm would have long since been plundered by the strongest of the major powers. A huge warship rested above Kirin City, causing a commotion. Out of them flew more than 20 people, both men and women. Leading the group in front were an imposing old man and a handsome youth. This is too arrogant. Isn't the royal capital forbidden? How dare these people park their warships over the royal capital? Without waiting for the man to finish, his best friend next to him covered his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to die. Don't even look at what day today is. The day of the opening of the secret realm. The Holy Lands are all here. People don't even put us in their eyes. You know who those people were just now? People from the Dongshin Holy Land. Holy ground. The man who had his mouth covered was also in a state of fear, but luckily he had been warned by his best friend, so he thanked him gratefully. Worthy of being a holy land, look at how talented all these people are. There are so many young ones at the peak of Jindan, and the young man leading the group at the front has even reached Yuanin. Alas, with my talent this generation, if I can be a handyman disciple in the Holy Land, it won't be a waste of this life. After the saint's son enters the secret realm, we still need you to take care of the disciples within the clan. The leading elder said to the youth next to him. Yes, the saint's son is highly gifted. In the secret realm we are all under the saint's son's command. The disciples of the Holy Land, both male and female, looked at the Holy Son adoringly. The talent and strength of the Holy Son they couldn't hope to catch up with. This time there is a chance to come out to practice with the Holy Son must have a good relationship. In fact, the talent of the disciples who could be selected to practice was not bad, but compared to the Holy Son it was really a difference. Don't worry, elder. I will naturally look after my senior brothers and sisters. Saint's son Wang Tang smiled evilly. This was the effect he wanted. As a holy son, he especially enjoyed this feeling of being on top. Not a moment too soon, a huge warship similarly stayed over Kirin City. The three of them, Feng Chongyang, flew out from the inside. Master, this Wang Du is so lively. As soon as he came out, Shihao saw the dense and clamoring crowd below. Can it not be lively? All the big powers from all the states are here. Let's go. Go to the royal palace first. All the major powers would go to the royal palace to confer when they arrived. Fogweed, who are these guys again? Still so arrogant. It can't be someone from the Holy Land again. This time the man learned his lesson and waited for Feng Qingyang and the others to walk away before saying. His best friend didn't stop him. He was just frowning and contemplating something. He had just seen that those people's clan uniforms were embroidered with the Qingyun clan. Qingyun sect. It's that upper sect that dominates the spirit state. The matter of the Green Cloud sect claiming the spirit state had gradually spread like the outer states over time. Although there was no holy land existing in the spirit state, there was a branch of the central region's transcendent power, the Tianji Pavilion. The Qingyun sect had exterminated a branch of the Tianji Pavilion, so the outside world was very unimpressed with this sect, even though they were shocked that they were able to defeat the elders sent by the central region Tianji Pavilion. But it would also be a flash in the pan, and when the heavenly hall reacted it would surely send strong people down again. The major powers came one after another. Only 3 of the 5 holy places came. They are, the Dongshin Holy Land, the Arashir Moon Holy Land and the Tianqing Holy Land. The Arashikage Sacred Land was the holy land of the heavenly continent, the same great power that had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. The Holy Lord was a saint of the world, and this time, the ones who led the group were the Holy Daughter of the Holy Land and some inner disciples. The Heavenly Green Holy Land was in Qingzhou, and unlike these 2 holy lands, it was an emerging holy land without much heritage. The current Holy Lord, Sage Tianqing, was the founder of the Holy Land. Thousands of years of floating, occasionally get a miraculous encounter from the half-saint in one fell swoop into the saint realm, and from then on soared to the heavens. The Heavenly Green sect had also been elevated from a hegemonic level power to a holy land. In the Kirin King's palace, Father, just let me go. The young girl in the fire-red dress was pleading with her father. No, Whisperer, the secret realm is too dangerous. It's safer for your big brother to go this time. Father, my Phoenix Saint body was activated a month ago, and my strength is now no worse than my big brother's. Really, the heavens have blessed my Qilin dynasty. My Kirin dynasty will rise. Since childhood, Hua Qingyue has been carrying a special physique, but has not been able to activate. The cultivation to the foundation establishment realm cannot be stored in. Anxious Wang Jun everywhere to ask, but all have nothing to gain. The Phoenix sacred body. Unsurprisingly, it will become a Saint King's unparalleled physique. Whisperer, how did you activate it? Still, The king of the country was amazed, having tried many methods to no avail, and now his daughter had actually activated it without a word. I had a chance encounter a month ago, father. Although the Kirin kingdom ruler was still puzzled, he didn't ask more questions. Everyone had their own secrets. Alright then, Whisperer, you will follow your big brother and head there together. Thanks, father. Hua Qingyue happily ran out. Chapter 29, Phoenix Sacred Body, Water Fairy Empress. Senior, my father has agreed to me entering the secret realm. This will enable us to find the holy medicine for healing for Senior. Have a heart, Whisperer. A cold female voice came out of Hua Qingyin's mind. Elder, this is what Whisper promised you. It's what I should do. Speaking of which, she was indeed able to awaken the Phoenix Sacred Body because she had encountered a strange encounter. A month ago she went out to travel, passing through a valley and picked up a strange ring, which she felt was very pretty and brought it back, which had thought that the ring was hosting a remnant soul, the senior she was talking about. She promised to help the senior to find the holy medicine for warming the divine soul and keeping the ring for proper safekeeping, and that senior used a lot of mana to help her awaken the holy body. It was just that there was no corresponding technique to bring out the full strength of the sacred body, to which that senior also said that there was nothing he could do. Normally, the two of her communicated with divine thoughts. The Unicorn King's palace. It was full at this point. After discussing some issues of the secret realm, the crowd dispersed and waited for the secret realm to open. Still as usual, the secret realm does not look at the size of the power. All the ownerless things can be. All depends on personal strength. When a disciple was killed in the secret realm, no clan, including the Holy Land, was allowed to settle scores, or else the group would rise up and attack, which could be seen as cruel. This is also the tacit approval of the power holders of the forces, a place of trials with many chances. Come out alive and naturally become the core of the clan. Dying means that his strength is not good and his luck is not good. There was naturally no need for the clan to waste their efforts for a disciple who had already died with poor strength. Well then, everyone, let's deliberate here. The secret realm will be opening soon, so please take a short rest in my royal city. The Kirin Kingdom King stood up and smiled. The third genius disciple has been detected. Please go there as soon as possible, and you will be rewarded with a huge amount of money for the completion of the task. So it's the princess of the Qilin dynasty. And wonders? Feng Qingyang opened her personal panel darkly. Hua Qingyue, princess of the Kirin dynasty. Realm, late Jindan realm. Physique, Phoenix Sacred Body. Strange encounter. Picked up the ring of the residual soul of the Water Fairy Empress of the middle domain of the hosts in January, thus activating the sacred body. Where did the Water Fairy Empress come from? Granny Goldfinger? You two find a place to rest for a while Master goes to run some errands. Feng Changyang and Shi Hao, Lin Bai and the two of them exhorted a few words before turning to leave. Ugh, what's Master going for? Lin Bird wondered. I don't know, could it be that Master has an acquaintance here? Go. Master, it's just as well that we're going to have fun in the city. It's not easy to come out for a while, and you didn't bring me with you last time you came out with your master. Shi Hao dragged Lin Bai and headed towards the city. That's right, Shi Fu. Speaking of last time, what happened to your fiancée? How come I haven't heard you mention it? You gave her a big surprise last time you came home able to practice, didn't you? Shi Hao asked enviously. Too bitter. Senior brother have fiancée. As the eldest brother of the 18 years he has not even held the hand of the girl. Don't mention it, elder brother. I have reached the realm where there is no woman in my heart, and drawing my sword is naturally divine. Shi Hao saw that even though his senior brother was speaking easily, his eyes still showed a three-quarter pained look. Just know that he is which pot is not mentioning which pot. Now finally understand that day for why the master brother back to the whole person's temperament has changed. Women. It's horrible. Luckily he didn't. Don't know whether to feel thankful or grateful either. Outside the royal palace, Hua Qingyue was walking when she realized that a figure was following behind her. Could it be a stalker? How dare you call attention to this princess's head? The nerve of this denizen. Who's there? Come out. Flower Lightning turned around and shouted. As her words fell, a handsome young man dressed in green and white intertwined robes walked over. Seeing the visitor, Hua Qingying slightly relaxed wariness. So handsome male should not be her so-called stalker, but still cautiously asked, who are you and what are you doing following this princess all the time? Her hand rested on the sword she carried with her, ready to strike at any moment. Flower Whisperer, right? Feng Changyang looked at the young girl in front of him and asked, how does he know my name? As the third princess of the Qilin dynasty should have been a famous figure in the entire dynasty, but she had never been able to awaken her physique, so she never showed her face. The people only knew that there was a mysterious third princess in the dynasty, but nothing else. Why do you know my name? And, what's your business? Hua Qingying asked with a light frown. This seat knows astronomy from above, geography from below, and knows everything. Omniscient and omniscient? Blow it out your ass. Hua Qingying was speechless. This person must have asked about her name from somewhere. I came here this time to give you a chance to change your destiny. It's up to you to take it. Change your fate? You say. Hua Qingyue wanted to hear what else the person in front of her wanted to do. It's very simple. Worship me as your teacher. Join my Green Cloud sect, and you'll be guaranteed a smooth ride. Oh, so it's the clan recruiting. She thought to do what it. The whole half day is the clan recruiting. You said hello? Why should I join your Qingyun sect? How is your Qingyun sect compared to my Qilin dynasty? Overhand can be destroyed. Hearing her words, Feng Qingyang said with a soft smile, Humph, then what about your Green Cloud sect's comparison to the Holy Land? Holy Land? Grills and ants, only worthy of being trampled under one's feet. How rampant. She swore those were two of the wildest things she'd heard since she could remember. A hegemonic power can be destroyed with a single hand? A holy place that deserves to be trampled underfoot? However, the residual soul in the ring was quite agreeable to Feng Qingyang's words. In her heyday these were not even worthy of her shoes. Approval was approval. But what she couldn't imagine was why the man in front of her at the early stage of the real person realm would say such words. Is it backed by a major power in the central region? Am I right? Empress Buffy. Before Hua Qingyue could return to her senses, the youth in front of her came out with another sentence that filled her head with confusion. The Water Fairy Empress? Who is the Water Fairy Empress? Who's he talking to? The remnant soul in the ring was shaken in its heart. How could he know? Can't it be that the dustless emperor sent them? That's not true either. They think I'm so goddamn dead. There's no way they could have found this place. So this person is. Don't you care who this seat is? If you want to know more, join my Qingyun sect first. This sect is not obligated to talk nonsense with you here. Buy one, get one free. It's worth it. This female emperor is a remnant soul but can still be used for a bit, barely as an inner sect elder. It just so happens that a female elder will be much more convenient. Whisperer, promise him. Seniors, Mushu Xian told Hua Qingyue through her divine thoughts. Never mind how this man is. It must not be simple to know her identity. Okay, I'll join the Green Cloud sect. Whispering has met master. Elder had done her a great favor. Surely he wouldn't harm her. Chapter 30 Re-accepting Geniuses. Opening of the Secret Realm. Mushu Xian, state of the residual soul, full strength can play the strength of a saint, central domain empire Mu family empress. 100,000 years ago by the dustless emperor assassination. By chance the residual soul escaped to the dragon ring, came to the eastern region of the barren state. The system also showed Mushu Xian's interface in detail. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting talented disciples. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a disciple trial tower, which has materialized in the Green Cloud sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clan's exclusive secret realm, which has materialized in the back of the Green Cloud sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique Phoenix Diffractive Sacred Skill. In addition, if the host recruits a strong person above the saint realm, he will be given an extra lotus flower body root. Disciple trial tower, tower height of 100 layers, layers of organs all over the dangerous. In the inside will not die. Challenge failure will be ejected. Clan exclusive secret realm can be entered through the contribution value of the clan. There are many chances inside. Countless demonic beasts. Training disciples must be selected. Lotus body shaping lotus root. It can contain the remnants of the soul and reshape the body, and comes with the physique lotus sacred body. Another 5 summoning cards, and it also rewards the disciple trial tower and the clan's exclusive secret realm. Not bad, not bad. This time, the elders also had. The sect had all kinds of facilities, and could open the mountain gate wide to accept disciples. As for this lotus-shaping lotus root, it could be given to Mushu Xian to use. It was an extra gift anyway, but the Green Cloud sect stuff wasn't that easy to take. One must sign a contract to work for the Green Cloud sect for 100,000 years for nothing. As for if she's still around in 100,000 years, let's renew the contract for another 100,000 years. Apprenticeship complete. Feng Qingyang brought Hua Qingyue, who was still in a daze, to the city. I just came out for a walk, and now I have a master? And you've joined the clan? The ancient sacred mystic realm was about to open. The crowd was already all waiting outside the city. Senior, the ancient sacred mystic realm will be opening soon. Has our Green Cloud sect sent disciples as well? Hua Qingying looked at this cheap master teacher and asked. If the Green Cloud sect hadn't sent any disciples, she could have represented the Green Cloud sect on it. Only 2 people have come. Your eldest brother and second eldest brother. Once we enter the secret realm, the 3 of you will move together. Oh, Hua Qingyue was still thinking about whether or not to talk to father first. Forget it, let's wait until the secret realm opens. Master, the duo of Shi Hao and Lin Bai, who had received Feng Qingyang's summons, rushed over. Well, let me introduce you guys. This is your junior sister. Later on, The three of you will enter the secret realm together. Wow. Little sister. They just wondered what the master said, that he went out on an errand. But it turned out that he went to collect the little sister. Junior sister. Hello, I'm your eldest senior brother Sherhao. Lindbergh. Don't worry, your second senior brother and I are very strong. We'll protect you later. Sherhao was the first to go up and say hello. Hua Qingyue sized up the two senior brothers in front of her. A sturdy and tall with a knife-like face, and a sword-browed and starry-eyed second senior brother with a high and cold temperament and the face of a novel's male protagonist. Well, it's not a bad seller. I just don't know what the strength is. Then senior sister will thank you two senior brothers for your care. A red dress of Hua Qingyue said arrogantly. He, protect me. My phoenix sacred body is already a small success, so I don't know who will protect who later on. Whisperer, these two senior brothers of yours are not simple. Mu Shui Xian, who had once been in the great emperor realm, had a sharp eye, and saw through Sherhao's duo's physique with a single glance. A supreme holy body, a green lotus sword body. None of them are easy. No worse than whispers. A quarter of an hour later, outside Kirin City, the sky shows a vision and the wind rises. A huge purple vortex floated out of thin air. Ancient Saint's secret realm must carry a secret key to enter, and a secret key to enter the maximum of 22 people. The bone age limit of 22 under. If the bone age exceeds the age of the person who entered or once exceeded, the person will be crushed on the spot into a blood mist. It's coming. The ancient sage mystic realm has opened. You're excited about a hammer. You can't get in. You don't know. Participation is important. I shouted outside the secret boundary. To participate is not participation? Mistweed. It's still you. Good point. The man gave a thumbs up. The clans all lined up and entered the secret realm in an orderly fashion. The great prince on the Qilin dynasty's side led the dynasty's disciples and the king of the country in waiting for something. Father, my sister doesn't know where she ran off to. Why hasn't she come yet? This secret realm has opened. Strange. Whisperer only left the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Over there. Father, I see my sister. The grand prince and the king of the kingdom walked towards Flower Lightning's side. Whisper, sister, we're in a hurry. Where have you been? Hurry up. The secret realm is open. The king of the country and the great prince said as soon as they came up, pulling Hua Qingyue to leave. Father, big brother, I was about to tell you. I'm going to enter with my clan brothers, so I won't enter with you. Clan, when did you have a clan? Sister? Geez, stay out of it. My master is right here. Let's all set off before it's too late. Hua Qingyue finished and pointed to Feng Qingyang, signaling that this is her master. What is there to find him to chat? Sure, how? Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue flew into the secret realm with the secret key given by Feng Qingyang, leaving only the king and the first prince in the wind. Not only has my sister joined the clan, she's also worshipped her master? What's the situation? Wanger, take the people and go in first. No matter what, the ancient sacred mystery realm is a big deal, so let's talk about what's going on when we come out. After the great prince led the people inside, the Kirin kingdom ruler also came to Feng Qingyang's side. Your excellency is Yule's master. I wonder if you are from Spirit State Upper Sect Qingyun Sect, Patriarch Feng Qingyang. Oh, so it's the lord of the upper sect. Disrespectful. Please ask the lord of the sect to come to my king's palace, so that loan can do some of the landlord's favor. Those who could qualify to be called upper sects were all great powers that dominated a state. He had also heard of the Spirit State's Green Cloud sect, but he scoffed at the rumors from the outside. The Tianji Pavilion's elders had to be at a minimum of half-saint cultivation, while the Qingyun sect was able to exterminate them, and I heard that they were even killed instantly with ease. What does it mean? It means that there is a saint sitting in the Qingyun sect. As for the retaliation of the supernatural forces, don't be ridiculous, all killed your elders. You Tianji Pavilion will not know? And yet it's slow to send someone. He suspected that the Green Cloud sect must have some shocking secret, or there was a backer from the central domain behind it as well. It was a good thing for Yuer to be able to worship such a powerful clan. Chapter 31. In the ancient sacred mysterious realm, as the dazzling white light flashed before them, they closed their eyes. Opening their eyes again, Sherhao's trio realized that they had arrived in the secret realm. The remnants of clouds in the sky are blood red, the desolate land is covered with dead bones, and from time to time, there are also whimpering strange sounds from afar. The view from afar is vast, endless and desolate. Senior brother, we've come to the ancient battlefield, haven't we? This is too desolate. Lin Bai had recalled the words instructed by his master. Resource rob, adventure rob, treasure grab. Ah, no, Sifu said it more euphemistically. It's the main thing to be sincere. Let's say you have too many resources. It must be exhausting to hold them, right? You had a great opportunity, and now it's mine. Don't worry, Qingyun sect, will never take a single needle or thread from you. Feng Qingyang, very good. It's deep in my heart, But this kind of desolate place can have what good things? Cannot give master wholesome bones to boil soup, drink it. If you ask me, I don't know. How frowned as well. It's everyone's first time here. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Second senior brother is right. This is indeed an ancient battlefield. Oh, senior sister understands the secret realm? Expand on that quickly. Hao and Lin Bai came forward. Know your enemy and know yourself and win 100 battles. I also heard it from my father. It is said that this secret realm was transformed from a powerful holy land in the Middle Ages. At that time, when the devil race invaded, the eastern domain joined forces with the various holy lands of the devil race in order to ward off the devil race, and this was the main battlefield. Hua Qingyue pointed to the desolate earth at her feet, then continued. That battle was fought in a heavenly and bloody manner, with all the saints falling one after another, and in the end, it was only when the great emperor of the central region stepped in that he ended the tragic battle. It's also because after that battle the eastern domain was completely scrapped, the inheritance broken and full of holes. This is the reason why there are only 5 holy lands in the vast eastern region today. As for this secret realm, it is also the masterpiece of that great emperor, who used a supreme treasure to create the main battlefield into a small world, and then the power that obtained the secret key to train its disciples and inherit the inheritance of the saints. The more Hua Qingyi spoke, the lower she fell. When this past event was mentioned, there wasn't a single person in the eastern domain who wasn't moved by it. The saints battled the devils, the holy lands joined forces, and the major hegemonic forces competed. It was the most united period in the eastern region. There was once a time when the eastern region had its glory days. Celestial pride competed. There were many strong men in holy places, and even great emperors had appeared. All were shattered in that battle, and the few remaining saints from that war were all forgotten with time. The deceased withered one after another, as if they were leaves falling in the wind. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a medieval fault line. Let's not mention it. Let's talk about the secret realm. The holy land of the main battlefield is in the depths. The chances and wonders of inheritance are all in the depths. We'd better hurry and move forward. When Hua Qingyue finished speaking, she saw that the 2 senior brothers were unmoved, but she clenched her fists tightly. Damn it, demons! Sooner or later, they will be completely eradicated, Hao said through gritted teeth. They are not very old, and in their hearts they all harbor a teenage dream of getting rid of the devil and defending the way of the world. It doesn't matter. My Green Cloud sect will step in. Well, this brother is so right. Everyone of the demon race should be executed. A bright laugh came, and a handsome youth with a face like a jade walked over head-on, followed by 20 disciples. Brother, which clan is it from? We happen to be on the same page, so why don't we pair up? It was only when Wang Tang walked in that he saw the names embroidered on Hao's and the others' clan uniforms. Green Cloud sect. Hao and the others also cautiously looked at the group of people walking towards them. You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm, especially in this secret realm that eats people without spitting bones. Brother, there is no need to panic. I am Wang Tang of the Dongxian Holy Land. The ones in the back are the disciples of the clan. Brother's thoughts just now coincide with mine. My Wang Tang's greatest ideal is to eradicate the demon race when I have accomplished my cultivation. Wang Tang walked forward and said with an arch, Hao of the Green Cloud sect. You're welcome. Getting rid of demons and defending the way. Everyone in my generation of cultivators has a responsibility. Hearing the other party's words, Hao also identified himself to the other party. Green Cloud sect. It's that upper sect Qingyan sect that has recently gained fame and dominated the spirit state? So it's the talented disciples of the upper sect. No wonder they are all extraordinary. Brother, sure. This secret realm is full of dangers. Why don't we travel together? It was best to be able to join forces in the secret realm. Plus Hao and he also shared the same aspirations. Hao turned around and asked for the opinions of his senior brother, Lin Bai, and his senior sister, Hua Qingyue. Both said yes. There is strength in numbers. Then let's go, brother Wang. The crowd walked towards the depths of the secret realm, and there were more and more dead bones along the way, and the ferocious aura gradually increased. There were also more disciples from other forces that they encountered on the road. Frequent glances were thrown at Hao's side of the group. With the addition of Hao's trio, Wang Tang's side of the team was already the strongest in the secret realm. Of course there was no guarantee that the disciples of the other powers hadn't joined forces, only that they were of the highest quality. That's someone from the Dongxian Holy Land, isn't it? Strange. Who are those 3 people walking ahead? Why are they walking together with the people from the Dongxian Holy Land? What do you care about people? That's a strong combination of people, not like us rookies, deep within the secret realm in a gloomy palace. Jia. There's a lot of fresh blood food coming. A demonic creature with a head and 2 horns whose entire body was shrouded in a ferocious aura said. The figure was also hidden. Yes, my lord. These blood meals are so delicious. I can't help but drool. All of these demonic creatures were originally killed. and since this was the main battlefield of the Great War, the fury was particularly heavy, literally overwhelming. Some of the demonic creatures had been slowly resurrected after the prolonged immersion of the fury. There is no hurry. Now our cultivation is less than 1/10,000th of what it was in its heyday. We still need to warm up for some days. However, this king perceives that none of these little guys have a high cultivation level, so set up a trap to eliminate them all in one go. We'll have fresh blood food to eat then. Ha ha ha, Ghostbuster, take the men and make the arrangements. When we take it down, this king will reward you with 20 fresh blood meals. Thank you, my lord. I'll get right on it. Below the depths of the palace, there were surprisingly thousands of demonic creatures all warmed up under a large amount of fury. Damned Holy Land, damned people of the eastern region. When this king goes out he will definitely tear you all apart alive. Chapter 32 Humble Saint's Son, Palace Treasure Hunt. Shirhao and the others came to a halt at a crumbling palace complex, only because of the sounds of fighting coming from inside. This was the Hall of Feats and the Hall of Pills of the ancient Holy Land, so there were especially many people gathered, all wanting to try their luck to see if there were any leaks to pick up. Let's go in first. We saw this place first. You're a funny one. What you saw first is yours. Don't you know that the treasure is for those who can afford it? So you're a good fighter? As soon as Shirhao and the others entered, they saw two groups of people facing each other, and there were colorful ones on both sides, so it seemed that there had just been a battle. Holy Maiden, the people from the Dongxian Holy Land are here. Hearing these words, the Holy Maiden of the Arashir Moon Holy Land, Xiamengxin, frowned at the visitor. The two families that were already facing each other were evenly matched, and now there was another powerful opponent. Plus, they had just already fought a battle, and their physical strength hadn't fully recovered yet. It won't be sniped at. Tianqing Saint's son Mufan also cautiously looked at the visitor. Just now opened a little too much. The aura has only recovered 50%. Who was I expecting? So it's Miss Xia and Brother Mu. Looks like we came at a bad time. Why don't you guys continue? As the holy daughters and holy sons of the 5 holy lands of the eastern region, they all knew each other, but there was no such thing as friendship. They had only heard of each other's names and that was all. No, you've come at the right time. Brother Wang, why don't you and my two families join forces to exterminate this group of people from the Arashir Moon Holy Land first, and then divide the treasures? Mufan asked tentatively. You, shameless, Xiamengxin shouted angrily when she heard Mufan's words. Then he looked uneasily at Wang Tang and the others. Now in this situation, if the two of them really joined forces then all of the disciples of their own holy land, including themselves, would definitely be lost in the secret realm. Although she had a life-preserving card given by the Holy Lord, it was only to be used as a last resort. But the other party was also a person from the Holy Land. Could they not have any cards to save their lives? Ha ha ha, Brother Mu is joking. Don't worry, Miss Xie, I, Wang Tong, have always done things openly and honestly, and I will definitely not do anything to take advantage of people's danger. Hearing the other party say this, Xia Meng Xian put her heart down. As long as the two of them didn't join forces, the three families confronting their own family could completely cope with it. Isn't it just an order of entry? When the time comes there are still good things for those who can do it. Let's put it this way, I see that you're also slow to argue a high score. I, Wang Tong, will be a good person and I, Dongxian Holy Land, will contract this place? How about it? Hearing this, the disciples of the Arashir Moon Holy Land and the disciples of the Heavenly Green Holy Land were like enemies, each drawing their swords against them. What? Such a good method, and you guys don't even agree. What do you say, Brother Shir? Shirhao's trio walked up with a smile. This Brother Wang was too amusing. His acting skills were superb. If you want to get rid of people, just say so. Brother Wang, I think your proposal is excellent. The three of us couldn't agree more. What they have help. Looking at the three people who walked up, Xiamengxin and Mufan were shocked in their hearts. In this secret realm those who could join forces with a holy land, even if it wasn't a holy land that would be a highly gifted person. The secret realm of resources in a lot of strange encounters. There is no need to lose manpower for nothing here. Besides, in the end there is no good thing in the inside is still not certain. Thinking of this, they all planned to leave and look elsewhere. Humph, let's go, Xiamengxin said before turning around and whisking her sleeves away. The disciples of the Arashikage Holy Land were all relieved as well. Having only experienced a great battle, they really didn't have the energy to fight another one. Brother Wang, I'll leave that land to you guys. I, the Tianqing Holy Land, will voluntarily back down. Brother Wang, after going out to the secret realm there will be a chance to find you to drink and chant. After finishing with a smile, Mufan greeted the disciples within the door and left. This kid is capable of great things. He understands people. Well, that clears it up. Come on Brother Shir, let's go in and take a look. After pushing open the crumbling door on the inside, Shirhao's trio headed deeper. Along the way the inside is very dark. can only vaguely see a little road? The crowd can only feel their way forward. Ah! Something bit my foot. The few people walking ahead heard the shouts of the disciples behind them and hurried over to check. You kid, you've got too much guts. See for yourself what you're stepping on. Ha! The disciple looked down to check it out. Then he saw his foot step into the mouth of a dead bone. Ah! Sorry, senior brother, let's continue our journey. After taking his foot out, the disciple said with embarrassment. After this farce, the crowd continued on, walking and realizing that their surroundings were getting wider and wider, and that the breach in the palace overhead was making the surrounding area brighter and brighter. After walking to a few cubicles, they stopped. Brother sure, it looks like this is the Hall of Feats and the Hall of Pills of the Holy Land. Wang Tang examined the surrounding arrangement in detail. Only this place has been ransacked and dilapidated. First experienced the Great War hit the place 1,000 holes. Coupled with the fact that the disciples who had entered the secret realm earlier had scrambled for it, it was estimated that there was nothing good left. But no one can guarantee that there are no missed ones, and this is definitely the first place that all those entering the secret realm come to. Sure how Wang Tang when they arrived. The reason there were just 2 holy grounds left was that they had temporarily teamed up to drive out all the ones that had come before they could fight it out. So it's still very much in demand here. Let's all go around and look around. And remember not to keep it private. I, Wang Tang, am very reasonable. Whoever keeps it private, don't blame me for being reasonable with you. Yes, Holy Son. The 20 disciples of the East Xian Holy Land then scattered and searched everywhere. Let's go. Brother sure. Let's take a look as well. Senior brother doesn't look like he has something good here. The 2 of them, Sure Hao and Lin Bai, were still planning to take the big bag and fill it with resources. Don't worry. Let's go over there. Sure Hao pointed to the secret room in front of him. Senior sister. Go. What are you thinking about? Oh, let's go senior. Hua Qingyue was just now communicating with Mu Shuixian in the ring through divine thoughts. Senior, this is the secret realm's Hall of Pills and Hall of Feats. It doesn't look at all like there are holy pills. Ah, don't worry. I can't fault my perception. The sacred medicine is just ahead. You are walking forward. As a great emperor realm Mu Shuixian, her divine thoughts were extremely powerful, even though she was only in the state of a remnant soul right now. But she still clearly sensed something ahead of her that soothed her soul. Chapter 33, Holy Pill Dusty Fragrance. Demon Bait. Sure Hao's 4 men searched the secret room in front of them. All the feats and stuff have been looted. Only a number of torn remnants remain. It seemed like it should have been caused by the scramble of the disciples who had entered earlier. Whisperer, go check out that secret room next door. There's something there. Mu Shuixian told Hua Qingyue through her divine thoughts. Elder brother, let's go next door and take a look. Hua Qingyue said to Sure Hao and the others. Let's go. There doesn't seem to be much left here. Hua Qingyue walked ahead alone, while Sure Hao greeted Lin Bai and Wang Tang as they headed there. Brother Sure, there doesn't seem to be anything good here, so why don't we go look elsewhere in the secret realm? Wang Tang was also chagrined. Had he known that he wouldn't have wasted his time here? Let's wait and see. Come into the next chamber, which is even more desolate and empty. It's the kind of thing where thieves have to cry and put 2 spirit stones when they come. Elder, there's nothing here. Don't worry, there are formations here. You err, let go of your sea of consciousness. I'll temporarily take control of your body for a while, until this emperor breaks this formation. Hua Qingyue obeyed and did as she was told. She trusted her predecessor in the ring. If her predecessor had wanted to harm her, there would have been no more of her today. Mu Shuixian entered Hua Qingyue's body through the sea of consciousness and opened her eyes as her entire aura changed drastically. Sure Hao and the others saw the scene as soon as they entered. Senior sister is breaking the formation? There are still formations here? With their cultivation level it was completely undetectable. She kept making hand tricks with her hands. Break! Mu Shuixian drank. The formation then dispersed, and the original appearance of the place was revealed. Jars of pills were neatly arranged on the shelves, emitting a burst of medicinal fragrance. Misty grass. It turns out that the pills are all hidden by the formation. No wonder there is nothing. Get rich! Sure Hao and the 3 of them looked at this scene in shock, calling out that they were going to be rich. Mu Shuixian turned her head to skim them when she heard the trio's words. Senior sister's eyes are terrifying. Ice cold. Indifferent. Senior sister, are you alright? Why do you feel like a different person? Buffy then retreated into the ring. I'm fine, elder brother. Let's hurry up and collect the pills. After saying that, Hua Qingyue went in search of the holy pill of soul restoration. Sure Hao, Lin Bai and Wang Tang also checked them out one by one. This is actually Linglong Dan, and the Red Sun Dan. Wang Tang took a few bottles of pills and smelled them, looked closely at the Dan lines to recognize the pills, and then said in shock. It was worthy of being a powerful holy land in the Middle Ages. These long-lost elixirs were available. Elder brother, come here. There are words here. Sure Hao sniffed and Wang Tang rushed over. it was discovered that Lin Bai was there staring at the stone table, which was engraved with several lines of words. I am the alchemy elder of the heavenly dust holy land. The devil race invaded my eastern region in a big way in the first year of Tiansu. I, the heavenly dust holy land, have united all the major forces to fight back, but I can't help but be outmatched in strength. We don't know how much longer we can hold out. In order not to be trashed by those demonic clans in my holy land's elixir hall, I'll make this formation. If your excellency solves this formation, the pills will all go to your excellency. The demon race should have been repelled. Mo Fong Lu, the alchemy elder of the heavenly dust holy land. So it's a formation left behind by the alchemy elder of the holy land. It was only then that Shi Hao's trio understood. This formation was set up as a defense against the demon race, so I guess the level of the formation was not low. However, they didn't bother to ask about the fact that the youngest sister would also be able to solve formations. Everyone has secrets in their hearts. Found it, elder. The other side. Hua Qingyue held a bottle of elixir in her hand and said happily, the holy pill, the sacred pill of peaceful souls. With the efficacy of warming the soul and stabilizing the soul, it is a rare treasure. Even if it is as strong as the Tianyin Holy Land, only a bottle in her hand. There are only 3 capsules in a bottle. Hua Qingyue put the holy medicine into her ring and handed it to Mu Shuixian. Mu Shuixian used her mana to convert all 3 pills, turning them into medicinal holy pills that constantly warmed her divine soul. Not bad. This emperor's divine soul has all solidified a bit. Now he could exert the strength of a saint, and although he could do so at full strength before, he would have to sleep for a long time afterward to recover. How's it going, elder brother? Are the elixirs finished packing? Let's go. Finished. Hua Qingyue walked toward Shi Hao on their side. They were seen dividing the elixir into 1 large and 3 small portions. Senior sister, you came over. We discussed with brother Wang. This formation was broken by you, senior sister, so you take the big share, the 3 of us in equal shares. Seeing that she couldn't talk to the 3 of them, Hua Qingyue didn't try to persuade them and silently put away the pills. She had all but decided to turn it into the clan anyway. Shi Hao and Lin Bai thought the same thing. The master had shown them great kindness and had also passed on their supreme techniques, so they had to contribute to the clan. Then there's nothing here. Let's go. The 4 of them packed up and headed outside. Wang Tong called all the disciples within the gate back as well. Elder brother, what did you find? Ahem, I'm coming home empty-handed this time. Nah, it's for you. That senior brother from the Holy Land heard what his senior brother said and handed him a gongfu. Ah, thank you senior brother, but what do you use when you give me the gongfu? Senior brother? Hey, I'll just feel free. That senior brother walked forward with large strides, inadvertently revealing the 5 books of gongfu pinned to his waist. Shi Hao and his band of men walked out of the palace. This time, not only were they loaded, but the disciples of the Dongxian Holy Land had also found quite a few things. This is the famous pickup method. Of course the casting of the pickup method also depends on the place. The place does not work. How to pick up is useless. To hear the merit hall, the elixir hall such a good place. In how to be ransacked can also find a point of leakage. A saint's inheritance has appeared in the east. Fogweed. Then what are you waiting for? Don't be late and let someone else get there first. When Wang Tong heard this, he casually yanked over a man who was flying. No, you people have. The man was just about to mouth a dirty word, but when he saw the person in front of him, he hurriedly swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth. After some friendly questioning, they found out what happened. I don't know that it was those few people who were frantically spreading the word to everyone that there was a saint's inheritance present at a palace ruin in the east. The people who received the news all rushed over there. In that case, let's go check it out too. Brother Shi. Wang Tang turned to Shi Hao and the others. Shi Hao acutely sensed that something was wrong. How can anyone see a saint's inheritance and still go around telling people about it? Especially in this secret realm. Everyone is a competitor. It's like what someone deliberately led all that way. Something's not right, brother Wang. This matter is probably not simple. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue also noticed that everyone was smart enough to understand at a single point. As for the disciples who were in a hurry to get there, they were cuties. What? They would not notice? Not really. It's just that the saintly inheritance is too tempting. Don't you hear that it's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening? Brother Shi, I know what you are worried about, but what about so many of us? And with geniuses like you guys, Brother Shi, and my sacred ground disciples, there shouldn't be any forces that can't handle it in the secret realm. It's good to take a chance. Neither of them thought about it in any other way. Even if someone lured them there, they were thinking the same thing that certain forces that had entered the secret realm had done. Chapter 34, Surprising Demon Souls, Brutal Massacre. To the east of the secret realm, hundreds of disciples from various sects were gathered at a huge palace ruin. They are gathered here all talking about it. The strange thing is that I've only seen people go in and no one has ever come out until now. It was eerily quiet inside the ruins. Not a sound coming out. Everyone dared not do anything rash. Our clan's eldest senior brother went in with his men, and no news has come out so far. Even the communication token is out of order. A man said anxiously. So did our senior brother. He said he wanted us to meet them outside, and now he can't reach them either. Why don't we go in and check it out too? He tentatively asked the few people beside him. This place was clearly odd. He would never dare to go in alone. Go ahead if you want to. We'll meet you at the grave if there's any passing. Look over there. It seems like the people from the Holy Land are coming. The crowd saw the disciples of the Holy Land as if they were seeing the backbone. Such a dragon pool and tiger's den still had to rely on the Holy Land to lead the charge. Sure, how and the others arrived here to find a lot of people gathered outside. Strange. What are they waiting for here if they don't go in? One is more eager than the other when they come, but when they go soft? I don't know. Find someone friendly and ask. After saying that, Wang Tang yanked over a man who was closest to him. The two exchanged some friendly words, and after Wang Tang courteously asked for advice, the man's pants were scared to pee, and while wiping his pants, he narrated the story, and they found out the original story. You only see people going in, and no one ever comes out? Brother Wang, this place is very fierce, Sure Hao said with a slight frown. Hey, Wang Tang, like to break into these exciting ones. At this time, Xiamingxin from the Lan Yu Holy Land and Mu Fan from the Tiancheng Holy Land also rushed over with their people. Great! All the people from the three great Holy Lands are here. This is the time to make a break for it even if it is a dragon's den. They all had no intention of having a saintly inheritance anymore. And even if they did have one, it wouldn't be their turn. My own brothers and sisters are inside. Go in and see what's going on. It's good to satisfy your curiosity, just in case you can pick up something. Miss Xie and brother Mu also came? It's just as well that we go in together to see what's wrong with this so-called saint's inheritance. Mu Fan approached and said smilingly, Brother Wang meets again. How is the harvest? Not much. The space ring is filled with just 10. It's really not much. I also have to thank Miss Xie and brother Mu for letting me go. Wang Tang, this kid kills people and also kills his heart. Ha ha, that's still really not much. Mu Fan forced himself to squeeze out a smile. In fact, the back of the teeth are almost chewed. Damn, those were originally my Humph, cut the crap. Let's go inside. And so it was that the disciples of all the sects followed the people from the three Holy Lands. A little ways down the road, there was a strong odor of blood coming from the area. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue both placed their hands on their swords, and Sure Hao and Wang Tang's crowd were also looking ahead alertly. Senior brother, come quickly. There really is a saint's inheritance in front. Senior brothers, hurry over here. There are too many resources in front for us to take. Hurry and come help. Senior sisters, how come you guys only came? Come on, senior sister, here there are quite a few spirit stones in front of you. At this time the front suddenly came over. A large group of people are shouting their own brothers and sisters. That's my senior brother. Great. We're here, senior brother. My senior brother is there too. Don't panic. Senior brother. We're here to help. Some of the disciples from the various sects ran over when they saw their own senior brothers and sisters. As soon as he heard his own senior brother say that the front and resources and inheritance are all like chicken blood. Whisperer, these people are demons. Move back. Through her divine thoughts, Mu Shuixian observed that everyone in front of her was covered in demonic aura. As a supreme being of the great emperor realm, she had naturally dealt with the demon race, and this kind of aura could not be wrong. Hua Qingyue was shocked at his words and hurriedly pulled her senior brothers back. At the same time, he shouted, Don't go over there, they're demons. However, it was already too late. Senior, what are you doing? Senior sister, don't. The people who ran over to them found their senior brothers and sisters sneering, and started slaughtering them up. Miserable screams resounded throughout the ruins. Magic. Senior sister, you mean? They were shocked in their hearts. How could there be demons in the secret realm? The crowd at the back ran backwards as soon as they saw the bloody scene. Don't ask. Go. Sure Hao and the others also ran backwards along with the crowd, and due to their early preparations they ran forward as well. Seeing that they were about to reach the exit, suddenly a large number of demonic creatures were killed in front of them. Jia, my blood eaters, where are you running to? The demonic ghost break leading the group laughed eerily, and with a command, those demons began to slaughter indiscriminately. The demons in the back caught up, with an ambush in front and pursuers behind. There was no way to retreat. Fight them. Seeing that there was no escape, the disciples of the various sects grabbed their own weapons and fought the demons in front of them. Help! Don't kill me! The screams shook the sky. Fighting, they realized that these demons were not only highly cultivated, but also tough and fearless. The most frightening thing was that the dead disciples would be possessed by demons, then get back up and slaughter the crowd. The format is lopsided. Ha ha ha, brother, sure our ideal can be realized. Today I'm going to kill a lot. Disciples of the Dongxian sacred ground, listen to the order. Follow this sacred sun to exterminate the demons. Kill. Ha ha ha. Come on then, how about we compare who killed more demons? Sure Hao laughed as he blasted the demonic creature in front of him with a punch. Who's afraid? Come on. 1, 2, 3. As he spoke, Wang Tang instantly killed 3 demons. Senior brother. Senior sister, be careful. After Sure Hao instructed the Lin Bai duo, he charged into the demon pile with all his firepower. Supreme Reincarnation Law. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Sure Hao was as if he was possessed by the god of war, and as soon as he blasted his fist over, a large number of demons died. The crowd approached the side of the sanctuary when they saw them so violently. The massacre continued, and these demons wanted to increase their madness at the sight of blood. Chapter 35, Combined Efforts to Kill the Devil. The Empress takes action. Gold me spirit sword is cutting so much that it's curling its edge. What's that to you, kid? I'm swinging my hoe up in smoke. Your hoe just smoked? I've scrapped 2 of my knives. The disciples of the numerous clans in the ruins were all killing red eyes, and their hands rose and fell without blinking. However, there were too many demons, as if there was a constant stream, while their people were getting fewer and fewer to kill, and at least half of their disciples had died. And these demons are very hard to kill. If they don't kill them with one blow, they will recover quickly. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Green Lotus leads the way. Lin Bai was holding the Green Lotus sword and frantically killing the demons as his vertical and horizontal sword chi swept out. However, as the aura in his body was depleted, his physical strength gradually ran out. I can't. Senior brother, there are too many of these demons. If we continue like this, we'll be finished sooner or later. He was the man who was going to become the man who surpassed the great emperor. Was he going to capsize here in the gutter? You protect senior sister. I'll be right over. Sure Hao, who was burying his head in killing, turned his head and shouted when he heard his senior brother's words. After blasting the 10 or so demons in front of him with one punch, he rushed over to his senior brother. Senior sister. The other side. Wang Tang slashed out with his sword, and more than 10 demons in front of him were swept away. And then there was a steady stream of demons surging towards him. Monsieur, Brother Mu, it's come to this. Hurry up and take out your life-preserving cards. He's not good at fighting a long battle. He's good at playing blitzkrieg, or the kind that settles a fight quickly. It was once said that heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Tang, and that the 6 paths of the ages were like a long night. Wang Tang finished shouting and took out a scroll from his spatial ring. The fiery red scroll contained the full force of a half-saint strike, and the scroll flew into the air to release it. With a loud roar, thousands of demonic creatures were crushed to death on the spot. There is a large vacuum. Seeing this, the holy daughters Xiamingxin of the Lan Yu Holy Land and Mufan of the Tiancheng Holy Land both took out their own life-preserving cards. They also understood that if they continued to be consumed like this, sooner or later, they would have to die, and their own Holy Land disciples were beginning to suffer casualties, so they couldn't wait any longer. Xiamingxin took off a jade token from around her neck. Mufan's was a scroll just like Wang Tang's, same as Wang Tang. These were all life-preserving base cards given by the half-saints in the sect, all of which contained the full force of the half-saint strikes. As the powerful spiritual energy blasted in, thousands of demonic creatures were all emptied with a strange cry. The remaining handful were also killed by the combined efforts of the disciples. Only then did the crowd stop, relieved and glad that they had even survived. A brutal massacre, with at least half of the Zone clan dead. Phew, tired old me. These damn demons have finally been cleared out. Yes, thanks to the full force of the people from the Holy Land. Many people sat down on the spot, physically and mentally exhausted. Sure Hao and the others also let out a long breath. It was the first time they were personally involved in such a grueling battle. They were exhilarated and alarmed. The ruins are littered with corpses and blood. The crowd proposed to bury the bodies of these disciples on the spot, and everyone was in favor of it. There were more or less disciples of their own clans inside, or else they wouldn't bother in this secret realm that eats people without spitting bones. It's okay, you guys. I'm fine, elder brother. Oh, the blood on me is from someone else's splatters. I'm fine too, eldest brother. Watching, he said after taking a breath. She now knew what the senior meant when she said that both of his senior brothers were not simple. It's too strong. One was like a god of war with his fists blasting a large swath of demons, and the other was like a sword god in the world with his sword killing demons. She was the only one who couldn't utilize the full strength of her sacred body because she was missing the corresponding technique. That's why powerful forces get stronger and stronger as long as they don't go through a calamity. People have deep roots, countless techniques, countless pills, and complex connections. So what if you're gifted? No technique, no potion, no backer, still can't. You want to surpass them with 10 years of hard work? Don't dream of it. Still wall-mounted accepted. Ha ha, brother sure. This battle was a painful kill. Wang Tang came over and patted Sure Hao's shoulder, and the two teenagers with the same ideals are realizing them together today. killing demons and defending the way. What a pain in the ass. But I'm not comparable to you. You're a kid who opened up a big mess and killed so many demons with his undercard. Sure Hao still remembered what this kid Wang Tung had just told him, to compete with him to see who has killed more demons. This how to compare. You kid bottom card to open at least killed thousands. But bottom card is also a kind of strength of others. Ha ha, I'm just saying. Just as they were about to leave, the change regenerated. The blood-red residual clouds in the sky were all shrouded in darkness, and the entire secret realm was darkened. How it happened? There can't be any more demons. Again, after the battle in front of them, all of them were exhausted. GGG. To be able to destroy this king's demonic army, it's a bit interesting. This king loves to eat geniuses like you. Jia Jia Jia. A huge demonic creature with a head and 2 horns floated in the sky. Fogweed. What kind of monster is this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the Devil King. My life is over. The crowd panicked to escape from here. So powerful demonic creatures, they simply have no power to fight back off. Nay, where could they escape in the secret realm? According to the time calculation, it would take at least one more day before the exit of the secret realm would open again. Monsieur, brother Mu, hurry up and make a move. After Wang Tang finished speaking, he hurriedly took out the scroll again. The aura of this demonic creature was too strong. Far better than the strongest ghost Shakti in the ruins just now by more than 100 times. Hearing Wang Tang's words, the 3 of them struck out together. The fiery red scroll and the jade pendant along with a green-colored scroll struck towards the demonic creature in the sky. After the loud roar, the demonic creature was surprisingly unharmed. Ha ha ha, are you guys scratching my king's back? Misty grass, could it be a demon king of the holy realm? It's over. Wang Tang despaired. Why would there be a saint realm demon king in this damn secret realm? This demonic creature's breath was unstable. Obviously it hadn't recovered completely, but it wasn't something that the likes of them could fight against horizontally. This king will kill you all first, then go to the eastern region to go on a killing spree. The demon king began to strike, just standing still as the crowd below screamed away. Ah, my hands, my feet. The entire bodies of some people with low strength began to be melted by the demonic energy. Whisper, let go of the sea of consciousness. Just as Hua Qingyue was busy and didn't know what to do, the senior in the ring spoke again. She then let go of her sea of consciousness, and the remnants of Mu Shui's Xian soul entered. She would pay a price for striking out like this, but it was acceptable because of the holy pills she had taken earlier. Seeing that Hua Qingyue and the others were about to be killed, she couldn't stand idly by. Borrow the green lotus sword. Mu Shui Xian said with an unquestionable tone. Ah, senior sister you want. Lin Bai wanted to say more, but when he saw his senior sister's icy eyes, he hurriedly handed over the green lotus sword. He then flew towards the demon king in the sky in the shocked eyes of Shi Hao, Wang Tung, and the others. Chapter 36, A Sword to Kill the Devil. Returning to the sect. Where did you come from, reptile? Looking for death. When the demon king saw that someone dared to come at him with a sword, he then became furious. Who is this woman? How dare she be so brave? The crowd was shocked to see that someone actually took the initiative to kill the demonic creature in the sky. Senior sister, be careful. Lin Bai was never expecting that the sword that his senior sister borrowed from him was actually a sword. It's too late to stop it now. Let's just hope a miracle happens. The demon king roared, his demonic aura rushing to the sky as he fought to slap down his palm. He was going to slap this death-seeking reptile into oblivion. Mu Shui Xian held her sword directly through the palm of her hand and continued to fly upwards. The stinging pain coming from his palm made the demon king more and more irritable. A large amount of demonic chi swept through the heavens and earth. No way. Who are you? And why are there still strong people like you in the eastern domain? The demon king roared. He couldn't figure out why this reptile was so young and had such a powerful cultivation. Hadn't all the eastern region's prides been decimated by them? Humble griffin. There is no need to know this seat's name. Mu Shui Xian held her sword in the air. The green lotus sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light before a huge sword she chopped out. No! Sensing a deadly threat, the demon king roared. Damn blood eaters, you wait. Our demon army will make a comeback. When that time comes, Jia. Without waiting for that demon king to finish speaking, Ling Ling's sword chi penetrated through his body and then dissipated in smoke. Lin Bai's entire body looked confused. The senior sister slaughtered the demon king. Looking at the figure in the sky, the sword aura spread across the sky. A sword to kill the devil, and then left in style. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He still had a long way to go on his sword cultivation path. The crowd was saved but still in a state of confusion. If they remember correctly, this secret realm is for disciples to try out, right? That devil king can't even block your sword. You come in to make a fuss with us. Only later did he react. It must be a life-preserving card given by the clan. This secret realm restricts the bone age under 22. It would be impossible to have such a strong person. Misty grass. Brother Sure, your senior sister is surprisingly so powerful. Hey, Isn't it a life-preserving card from your patriarch? Look at the other person's bottom card, and then look at their own completely incomparable the damn demon lord even said it was for in his tickle. Holy, Wang Tung said in chagrin, if not for the fact that the demon king had gone up in smoke, he would have had to go up and make up for it. It should be. Sure how reacted from his shock. These matters were not his concern as a disciple. Sword. Here. Nice sword. Mu Shui Xian came to Lin Bai and handed him the sword. This green lotus sword was naturally recognized by him as a great emperor realm. The sword of the god of swords in the Middle Ages. Just curious as to why the sword had appeared in the hands of elder brother Whisperer. I think that when the sword god fell, the sword also do not know where to go. The entire central region of the sword cultivators are frantically searching cannot be found. How could it be strayed into the eastern region? Green Cloud sect. Reacted Lindbergh, hastily accepting the saber. In the following day, the disciples of all the sects also searched in the secret realm for a day, and more or less gained something. Only no more lucky ones were born, and the inheritance of the saints didn't appear in this one. As the end time approached, a vortex appeared above the secret realm, exactly as they had entered. Let's go, brother Sure. The exit of the secret realm is open. The exit of the secret realm is only open for half a day. If you haven't gone out after half a day, you can only wait for the next time the secret realm opens. This time it was not a bad trip. Kirin Dynasty, outside Kirin City. The elders of each clan were already waiting here, hoping that their own disciples would be able to obtain the saint's inheritance, or if not, a whole lot more resources would be fine. The vortex appeared outside of Kirin City, and one after another, disciples came out of it. As time was approaching, the disciples of the sects were almost out. Looking at the disciples who had been sharply reduced to less than half, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. This secret realm was just too competitive. Well, has any saintly inheritance appeared? An elder came up and asked impatiently. No, and haven't found anything good yet. No? Then why are you guys competing so fiercely and dying so many people? That elder was puzzled. Elder, we encountered a large number of demonic creatures in there. Almost all of them were buried in the secret realm. Luckily, the Holy Land and a powerful female heavenly pride stepped in to exterminate them. The disciple who spoke felt palpitations even now. Magic, brother Sure. I'll take my leave then. Come to my Dongshin sacred land for tea when you have the chance. Wang Tang turned around and left with the remaining disciples of his family after he finished speaking. This time, a total of 21 people came from their Holy Land plus him, and they lost 3 in the secret realm. Farewell, brother King. Sure House Trio also turned to leave. Wang Tang, this person is a land son of the saint, does not have much shelf. They are still willing to make friends. More than one friend on more than one road. Well, although this kid is quite love to pretend. Master. The 3 of them saw Feng Qingyang from afar and hurriedly ran over. Feng Qingyang's side was talking and laughing with the Kirin Kingdom King. Whisperer, are you okay? Your big brother said he didn't even see you in the secret realm. He said there were demons inside. You guys didn't run into any demons. Flower Lightning's elder brother has been bored looking for opportunities since he entered the secret realm, and even the demonic creatures inside were heard from others. He also heard that the one who slaughtered the demon king was a woman in a red dress, and he was glad that fortunately he didn't go there when he heard the rumors, or he wouldn't necessarily have come out alive. Father, I'm fine, thanks to the protection of my 2 senior brothers. Hearing the words of his junior sister, Sure Hao and Lin Bai's expressions were a bit unnatural. Think of the figure who killed the devil with one sword. Ha ha. It's good to be okay. I would also like to thank the 2 heavenly pride of the upper sect for protecting Whisperer. No. Light Whisper is our senior sister. What should be should be. The 2 of them, Sure Hao and Lin Bai, didn't know what to say. Does it mean that your daughter is so strong that she destroyed the demon king with one sword? No need for our protection? Alright, since there is no more business here, let's return to the clan. Now it's a case of everything is in place. Only the opening of the mountain and the acceptance of the disciples. Farewell, King of the land. Feng Qingyang stepped forward and said, he had been entertained with good wine and meat in the royal palace for the past 2 days, experiencing a lavish enjoyment. Farewell, Sovereign Wind. Yuer should cultivate well when she arrives at the upper sect. When the Qilin Kingdom King finished, he didn't forget to instruct. Well, I know, Father. After Hua Qingyue finished speaking, she followed Sure Hao as they boarded the Qingyun warship. On the road, Master, we've gained quite a lot this time. Sure Hao told Feng Qingyang the whole story of how they got the holy medicine and killed the demons in the relics. Holy medicine. Feng Qingyang if he wanted to think. Yes, Mard. The Green Cloud sect doesn't have an alchemist yet. Should we let the old ancestor make a move to invite, capture, a Dan sage over? Demons? Sooner or later, we'll uproot them. I'm glad you 3 are okay. Feng Qingyang also learned about the origin of the ancient sacred mysteries during those 2 days in the royal palace. To summarize a sentence, the weak are the strong. and there is no way around it because this is the cruel world of immortal cultivation. However, when the knife on the chopping board and the fish meat switched situations, the demon race would know the terror of the eastern region's Qingyan sect. Chapter 37, Sect Token. Phoenix Sacred Skill. The green cloud warship flew towards the green cloud sect at a super fast speed. Instantaneous. In the Hall of Green Clouds, Outer Sect Elder Knight White and Guard Elder Wang Xian hurriedly came to report their work after learning of the news of the patriarch's return. This was what Feng Changyang had ordered before he left. He wanted to see how well the Qingyan sect was functioning while he was away from the sect. Patriarch. In the past 2 days, large and small forces have continued to send resources, and as many as 20 storage halls have already been constructed. Then after docking with the Lin family head and myself, it is constantly sent to Qingyan City. The construction of Qingyan City is already visible. Knight White finished his report respectfully, and then Wang Xian also stepped forward. Patriarch, during the past 2 days of your absence, with my escort, everything is normal in the Qingyan sect and the Qingyan City construction office. Well, Qingyan City, as one of the faces of my Qingyan sect, must be built perfectly. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Then with a big, bold hand, he said, smash me hard with resources and speed up the construction. As the upper sect hegemon of the entire spirit state, the last thing the Green Cloud sect lacked right now was resources. The current situation is that you are rushing to send resources to Qingyan sect, but you also have to see if my Qingyan sect accepts them. What? You say that you're not going to deliver? It doesn't matter. There are plenty of people and forces who want to give it away. There's no shortage of you. Yes, Sovereign. Oh yeah. You two get ready. Choose a day to open the mountain and accept disciples. Go down. Outside the Green Cloud Palace. Insight into the entirety of the Qingyan sect. The entire sect has another conspicuous building. It was that trial tower that was up to 100 floors high that was directly manifested in the sect. At this moment, Shihao and the three of them were standing under the tower in a daze, looking upwards as the lofty tower shot up into the sky. And then it got awkward. After the three of them arrived at the sect from, Shihao and Lin Bai said that they would take their senior sister, Hua Qingyue, to familiarize themselves with the sect. This is not yet how to get familiar with it. First they will not be able to hold this tower they have never seen. Elder brother, what is the purpose of such a majestic tower? Oh, this is our Qingyan sect's giant tower. Shihao now said as much as he didn't. Ah, yes. Lindbergh chimed in. Hua Qingyue was actually even more confused than the two of them, and was shocked by the fairyland-like Qingyan sect from the moment she arrived. Now that I think about what my master said the other day, perhaps in his eyes, hegemonic level forces can really be destroyed with a single hand. The Holy Land can't be compared to the Qingyan sect either. Thanks to Senior's decisive reminder. It seems that Senior still has foresight, Hua Qingyue secretly said in her heart. At this time, Mushu Weixian was also shocked, and he wasn't surprised by the fact that Qingyan sect was like a fairyland-like venue. As a great emperor realm, what scenes had she not seen before? It's not that bad of a tolerance. Rather, once she came to the Green Cloud sect thinking about the mysterious sect leader who had poked and prodded his identity, she became curious. The divine thoughts of the Emperor realm then unconsciously enveloped the area, wanting to find out what exactly was going on in the Qingyan sect. Who knew that just as he released his divine thoughts, he was directly crushed back by an even more powerful divine thought. Then a phrase came to mind in her mind's eye. Seeing as you have some affinity with the sovereign's disciple, if you dare to offend again, you will be executed. Mushu Weixian was instantly scared back, and the great emperor's state of mind was nearly shattered. It was surprising that the Qingyan sect had such a strong person. She didn't dare to think more. Shihao and the three of them took another brief look around the sect. Just head to the storage hall. On the way, he happened to run into Elder Knight White, and then in his rippling, shocked expression, taking out all the holy pills and elixirs on his body. Elder, these are the pills we got from the secret realm. Now all of them will be handed over to the sect. Well, you guys have a heart. Knight White put it away calmly when he finished speaking. Just what was the matter with the peak hollow shattering realm powerhouse's hands shaking a bit? He's never seen so many holy pills in his life. Shihao and the three of them headed to the Green Cloud Hall again, and the master said that he had something to give them. In the Hall of Green Clouds, Master, here you go, here are your clan tokens. Feng Qingyang waved his hand, and 3 greenish-blue tokens flew out and fell into Shihao's hands. This was what he had from the system's hands during those 2 days in the royal palace. What's wrong with the number 1 clan in the heavens not even having a disciple token? After he reasoned, and threatened, the system generously sent a large batch. There are enough of them to save you exactly the same amount of work later on. This token could not only show his identity, but also save contribution value. He had planned it out. In the future, some things in the sect would have to require contribution value to exchange. The clan releases tasks on the task board, and disciples complete them to gain contribution value. then exchange them for things or enter the clan's secret realm or whatever. Of course, disciples could also post tasks on the task board among themselves with the contribution points in their tokens. However, the clan would take 5% of the service fee, which could be considered very silver. Shirhao and the others picked it up and took a look at the greenish-blue token engraved with the words Qingyun sect. Then turning to the back, I saw only the word pro-transmission engraved on the top. Having this token would represent their identity and status in the sect. Thank you, Master. Shirhao's trio then arched their hands and thanked him. There were just some doubts. Didn't Master said that they should start from the outer sect? Shirhao also often referred to himself as the Green Cloud sect's outer sect senior brother. Now in the future, this title would have to be ceded to the newly initiated senior brothers. The three of you who passed through the ancient saint mysterious realm are considered to have experienced the cruel battlefield. From today onwards, you are the official pro-disciples. Thank you, Master. Shirhao's three hearts moved as they once again arched their hands, now that they were the Master's disciples in name only. That's right. Whispering for Master here is a gong method to pass on to you. Consider it your meeting gift for joining the clan. Let go of your divine sense. Hua Qinyin let go of her divine sense when she heard that. As soon as it arrived, a purple circle of light flew into it. Phoenix Diffraction Sacred Skill. She felt it slightly and realized that this technique was particularly suitable for his Phoenix Saint body. It's practically tailor-made. Be quick to thank. Thank you, Master. Whispering will definitely live up to the Master and the clan. If you do anything, you will be struck by heaven and die. She was too moved. The chief master she thought of had passed on such a technique to her just after she had been initiated. And so uncontrollably, he made a vow of the way. You should know that once a cultivator has made a vow of the great Tao can never be reversed. Otherwise it will be back to the heart of the devil breeding. The death of the road to disappear. There's no need for that. All of you go down and cultivate first. Whispering you leave the ring on your hand. Master has something to say to her. Yes, Master. Hua Qingyue sniffed and removed the ring from her hand. She knew that her master was aware of the existence of her predecessor in the ring. They had a conversation the other day. Chapter 38 Lotus Root Plastic Body. Summoning the Elders. Come out. Do you still need this clan to invite you? After Shirhao and the three of them went out, Feng Qingyang glanced at the Milong ring and faintly said, with a sniff, Mu Shui Xian flew out of the ring. She was still in the state of a remnant soul, so her figure was also transparent and floating. What do you want? Mu Shui Xian was curious as to what this mysterious patriarch wanted to do. After seeing the terrifying nature of the Qingyun sect, her arrogance as an emperor realm was also tightened up a lot. People could pinch themselves at any time. Don't want anything, just want to talk to you about something. This seat also gives you a chance to change your destiny. It's up to you to grasp it. Come to my Green Cloud sect as a 100,000 year elder. No, more accurately speaking, it's working for my Green Cloud sect for 100,000 years for nothing. How about the reward is to remake a body for you? 100,000 years. Even as a great emperor realm, she lamented. How many hundreds of thousands of years did a great emperor live? Whether she'll still be around in 100,000 years is a toss-up. But remodeling the body, it was quite a temptation for her. She was only in the state of a remnant soul, now wanting to remake it on her own. That was a long way off. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. 100,000 years is 100,000 years. Bite the bullet and do it. What's it going to take? It's simple enough to sign an avenue contract. This was all told to him by the system. And originally he wanted the system to give a good thing about controlling people. The Great Tao contract is something even more ruthless than the Great Tao oath, where once the signing has any party arbitrarily repenting, then it really is heaven striking 5 thunderbolts, blasted into the slag kind of thing. Come on. They communicated with heaven and earth through their cultivation. And Feng Qingyang used his divine mind to inscribe the name of the Qingyun sect after writing the Great Tao contract. Mu Shui Xian saw that there was no problem, so she also left her name with her divine thoughts. Degeneration. The general content of the contract was that the Qingyun sect would give Mu Shui Xian a body to mold, and Mu Shui Xian would work for the Qingyun sect for 100,000 years for nothing. Then the agreement would stop. Anyone who violated it was dead. And Feng Qingyang smiled disdainfully at this. The Green Cloud sect has to go back a little bit. Understand? But still, it wasn't necessary. He was mainly doing it for the drudge that was Mu Shui Xian. As an emperor realm, she was still barely able to be an inner sect elder. Teach the inner disciples. Alright, since that's the case, then this clan will remake your body. The system takes out the lotus-shaping lotus root. Then Feng Qingyang spoke of the lotus root designated on Mu Shui Xian. Bright light flashed out and a lotus root body attached itself to Mu Shui Xian. And then it kept manifesting a whole new body. On Mu Shui Xian's side, it looked like a casual wave of Feng Qingyang's hand, then a whole new body manifested on her. Born dead, flesh and bones, taking over the creation of heaven and earth. Such cultivation. What kind of person is the sovereign? Alright, This is the lotus sacred body that this seat bestowed upon you, and since it can be bestowed it can be withdrawn. As for the great Tao contract or whatever, do you feel that this seat is afraid of it? Many thanks, patriarch, for Feng Qingyang's threat. What else could she do but say thank you? I'm a fish out of water. The body molding was completed, and Mu Shui Xian appeared in her physical form with a long green dress. She slightly felt this actually came with her own physique. Against the heavens she tried or could only mobilize the strength of the saint realm. After all, she was a remnant of her soul before. However, her great emperor realm was here. Now it was just a matter of recovering her cultivation, and it would be unimpeded to the great emperor realm. Go down. From now on, you'll be my Green Cloud sect's inner sect elder. Behave yourself and open the mountain for discipleship on a certain day. After Mu Shui Xian went out, Feng Chengyang opened the system interface again. The last reward, there are still 5 summoning cards not used it. Are going to open the mountain to accept disciples must come more strong. Give me the gold. The system uses all the summoning cards. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Shattered Hollow Realm Peak Offshore Sect Elder Mu Tian. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Peak Hollow Shattering Realm Outer Sect Elder Mu Feng. Silver summoning card used successfully. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Half-Saint Inner Sect Elder Luo Chen. Silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Peak Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao of the Sacred Realm Entry. Silver summoning card used successfully. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Peak of the Sacred Realm Kung Fu Hall Elder Nia Hailong. The drawn character is in the process of being portrayed. Portrayed successfully. Fogweed. But it's finally out of the gold. 1 half-saint. 2 peak saints. 2 outer sect elders. 1 inner sect elder. The elder of the Hall of Merit and the elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement. That's barely enough now. Opened the personal panel and checked it out. Master, Feng Chengyang. Realm, Early Mortal Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyi. Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Sect Powerhouses, Elder Ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian. Peak of the Shattered Void Realm. Outer Sect Elders Night White, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng. Peak of the Shattered Void Realm. And 5 guards. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shui Xian has entered the Saint Realm. Luo Chen is a half-saint. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao entered the Saint Realm. And Palace of Merit Elder Nia Hailong entered the Peak of the Saint Realm. Sect, Xingyun Sect. Level 1, 9000/10, 000. The host still needs to work hard to build the first divine sect of the heavens. There's no time to lose. Asterisk. Dog system, what are you rushing for? How many days has it only been? And the Qingyun sect has been built so strong. The current Feng Qingyang didn't dare to exaggerate. But the distance to becoming the #1 clan in the entire desolate martial continent was perhaps just short of the high school tier of powerhouses and disciples. As long as he was given some time, it would be no problem for the Green Cloud sect to push across the 5 domains in 65 states. The elders of the systematic engraving outside the Great Hall descended. 2 peak sacred realm and 1 half sacred. Mu Shui Xian looked up and said darkly, I thought to myself that this Qingyun sect is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. With such strength it can push across the eastern region. Senior sisters shouldn't be alarmed. This is our Green Cloud sect's elder descending. Shi Hao briefly told his senior sister what he knew. The strongest members of the Green Cloud sect were all asleep or traveling outside. And now the sect is going to enter the world to stir up the storm and open the mountain to accept disciples, so they are descending one after another. Chapter 39, Quarrying the Disciples. The pride of the heavens gathered. At this moment, in the magnificent and incomparable Qingyun Hall, as the first clan in the future of the heavens, how can it work with fewer disciples? Please ask the host to convene the first opening of the mountain to accept disciples, and the completion of the task will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. That's great. The system is deep in my heart. This mission couldn't have come at a better time. Originally intended to open the mountain to accept disciples, Feng Qingyang was overjoyed that there was this good thing of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This had to be a good fight now, whether it was for the system quest or the Green Cloud sect. With a thought, Feng Qingyang used his divine thought to send a voice transmission to call the middle and high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect to the Qingyun Hall. Feng Qingyang sat at the main seat, and below him in order sat the old ancestor Li Qingyun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, Merit Hall Elder Nia Hailong, Intersect Elder Mu Shui Xian, and Luo Chen, Guard Elder Wang Xian, Outer Sect Elders Night White, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng. Then there was Lin War, the head of the Lin family, who was sitting at the very back. Most of the newly summoned elders were middle-aged men at the peak of their powers, and by now, they had all changed into their respective elder clothes. The green color of the outer sect elders was much brighter than that of the disciples, and it was predominantly green, with only a little bit of white. Elders of the inner door is very different, is mainly blue and blue color. The back of the embroidered rockbird has become a few shapes of abstract clouds. Take the meaning of the green clouds. The law enforcement hall's clan uniforms were more majestic, while the Hall of Merits and Techniques favored Confucianism a bit. At this moment, they were all respectfully looking at the patriarch on the main seat, each with an extraordinary aura. This was also the first time that the Green Cloud sect had convened a general assembly of elders since its re-establishment. Everyone, the time is ripe. Now that my Green Cloud sect has all the facilities and all the elders, it can be said that it is so powerful that there is no one who can match it in the entire eastern region. But if a clan wants to prosper for a long time, it can't be without talented disciples and result in a green and yellow crop. That's why this clan has decided to open the mountain in 3 days to accept disciples. I declare that the Green Cloud sect has officially entered the world. Although we are now dominating the spirit state, we must not stay in one corner. This entry is meant to be a sword to the entire eastern region. After Feng Chongyang finished speaking, all the elders stood up and agreed. We honor the sovereign's orders. My Green Cloud sect will surely rise to the top. Meanwhile, Reiju, a message came out. Spirit state directly boiled over, as if a bomb had been dropped into a flat lake, blew the spirit state right out of the water. 3 days later, the upper sect of the spirit state, the Qingyun sect, opened its doors to accept disciples. The news swept towards all parts of the spirit state with great speed. Spirit state, Xianyu City. The Green Cloud sect has finally opened its mountain to accept disciples. Yeah, hurry up brotherly, our Xianyu City is the closest to the Qingyun sect. We won't even be able to grab first place if we go late. As you know, I'm a person who likes to be first in everything I do. So let's wait 3 days in front of the upper clan gate first. The man across from him was agitated but helpless. This time the Qingyun sect accepts the apprentice to come more than hundreds of millions of people. We are the first to also useless with our qualifications. Want to kill in the huge spirit state is very difficult to come out Why don't you have any spunk at all? You kid, my dad told me I have the talent of a transfigured god. The talent of a transformation god, alas. What do you know? This time, if I can worship in the Green Cloud sect as an errand boy disciple, it would be considered not to have wasted my life. There were many people who thought the same way as him. That was the overlord of the entire spirit state. Once one worshipped in the Green Cloud sect, even if they were just an odd job disciple, they would be able to take a step up to the sky from then on, leveling the playing field. All those who even boasted of a little bit of qualification had embarked on the journey to the Green Cloud sect, which was the desired place in their hearts, the starting point of the journey of their dreams. The forces of the spirit state, families, dynasties, and scattered cultivators all sent people to come. Hugely, the number of people is more than hundreds of millions. It's hard to kill your way out of these hundreds of millions and worship in the Green Cloud sect. It's hard as hell. What's more, some sect lords immediately decided to demobilize their sects to see if they could make a miscellaneous job in the Green Cloud sect with their own strength and luck. Even if he is asked to pick dung, he feels that the dung smells good. It's also a great way to look good when you go out in the future. What? You look down on pickers? I'm the chief picker of the Green Cloud sect. You don't want to hang around in Lingzhou anymore? The Green Cloud sect. Ha, that's alright, then. Disrespectful. In the meantime, spirit state, magical beast forest. Drink, give me death. A teenager punched the demonic beast Styx tiger. The huge body of the undertow tiger was blasted several meters away, and with a wail and a tilt of his head, he fell straight down. An outsider would have to drop his jaw if he saw it. For God's sake, the demonic beast Stygian tiger was a fourth-order demonic beast, equivalent to a cultivator's peak yuaning. It was simply terrifying to realize that the teenager in front of him was only 17 or 18 years old. Peak yuaning now. Soon, on the day this emperor recovers his cultivation, Lin Yao, I'll make you look good. Oh, the spirit state upper sect accepts disciples? He also knew quite a bit about this small power, and after being reborn and awakening his memories, the most news he heard was about the Qingyun sect. It's small, but it suits you best at the moment. Now that he was still weak, he could travel to the Middle Kingdom through them. There is also temporary shelter. Green Cloud sect. This emperor is here. The teenager finished his speech and departed without looking back, leaving only the body of the undertow tiger messing in the wind. Burial Mountain Range. Master, I'm ready to come. Ning Yan was fully focused on running the aura in his body, which was running wildly in his body. A white-haired old man on the side looked at the teenager with satisfaction. A look of a man of the world. Yener, the Yin-Yang sacred body is ranked 9th on the sacred body ranking. Very powerful. It requires a foreign fire to activate, and today I will help you awaken. Fire come. A flame emerged from the old man's right hand, and the flame was a ghostly blue color, dazzling and magnificent. Don't underestimate it. It's the 29th on the list of foreign flames. Blue Spectre Fire. The old man struck the foreign fire into Ning Yan's body. Ning Yan operated the fire control skill as instructed, and soon the blue spectral underworld flame merged into his body. After Ning Yan screamed miserably, he clenched his teeth in death and insisted, his body drenched in sweat. The foreign fire entered his body and was guided by the fire control skill to slowly enter the dantian, but its powerful might continuously seared Ning Yan's meridians. A quarter of an hour later the teenager slumped helplessly to the ground, but the slight upturn of the corners of his mouth was proof that he had succeeded. Thank you, master. He got up after slowing down and thanked the old man. In fact, his master was a spirit residing in a necklace around his neck. It had always been his master teacher who had been teaching him to cultivate and progress as fast as he could, so he respected the other party from the bottom of his heart. Not bad, Yenner. Now that your saint body has awakened, your strength is even higher. It seems that helping the old man remodel his body is not far off. It's all because master teacher has taught me well. When my cultivation is complete, I will definitely help master teacher build a perfect body. Well, have a heart. That's right, Yenner. The spirit state's overlord Qin Yun sect is going to open a mountain to accept disciples, so you have to hurry and go there. Don't miss it. A small power like this one could have slapped a large number of people to death when I was alive, but at this time, you are still weak, and by joining the other side, you will also have some more security when you travel to the central region. The old man's eyes filled with remembrance as he spoke. The central region, the holy land of cultivation in everyone's eyes, with strong people emerging like Krushenkarp in a river. The legendary great emperor powerhouses existed in this realm. Yenner, with your mid-Yuaning cultivation and with the help of my master joining them as easy as pie. Seeing such an excellent disciple, that old man was doubly pleased, not realizing that there could still be a sacred body in this barren land of the eastern domain. Over time, the cultivators rushing to the Qingyun sect's road were like ants and locusts. Chapter 40, Billions of Cultivators, Illusory Heavenly Stairs. Under the mountain of the Green Cloud sect, quarter of an hour before the news broke, Lin Battle ran home in a panic. Then an announcement was made that cheered up all the Lin family juniors. The main clan will open the mountain for discipleship in 3 days. That's great. Now they would finally have a chance to worship the main sect like brother Lin Bai. They all couldn't wait and stood guard under the main sect's mountain gate every day, looking towards the main clan with eager eyes, fantasizing that one day they would enter the main clan with their own efforts. Now that the opportunity is in front of them, it's up to them whether or not they can capitalize on it. Other than that, the Lin family is also considered to be close to the water. Not to say that Lin, by being a pro-transmitter in the clan, can open the back door for them. Rather, their Lin family had made a merit and had an immortal law rewarded by the patriarch. Although it had not been cultivated for long, it should never be underestimated. Knowing that it was an immortal law, everyone's strength had increased drastically over the period of time that they had been practicing it. Coupled with the fact that the family head, Lin Zhan, had also gone to the Qingyun sect's meeting, the news was definitely the first to be known, so they could make early preparations. 3 days finally passed amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd in spirit state. At this moment, under the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, a sea of people was not even enough to describe it. At a rough estimate, there are at least hundreds of millions of people, almost filling up the entire Green Cloud mountain range, and there is still a steady stream of people coming. However, there was no need to rush to catch up. This time, the Green Cloud sect's opening of the mountain and accepting disciples was set for 10 days, so it was completely in time. The scene was noisy but organized. The 5 guards exuded an aura of peak real-life realm that shook the entire place, and no one dared to mess around. The aura of these 5 seniors is too strong. Are they the elders of the Green Cloud sect? Yes. I didn't expect the upper sect to place so much importance on this apprenticeship that they sent out 5 elders before it even started. That's for sure. Such a powerful sect as the upper sect. With a slight strike, we can only look up. But let me tell you, the most powerful person in the upper sect is the mysterious Lord Patriarch, who is said to be an incomparably powerful great emperor. I usually don't spread this hidden message out, so if I tell you today, you mustn't spread it around. A man speaks out of turn, leaving the jaws of the uninitiated beside him gaping. The patriarch was a great imperial being. Seriously, the great emperor, standing at the top of the continent. His might shakes the ages. If this news is true, then, Fengshan Yang, when did I become a great emperor? This kid really isn't a trustee I hired. When the time came, the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect opened wide. Sure how and the 4 figures of Elder Knight White, Mu Feng, and Mu Tian walked out from it. The Qingyun sect side first sent out 5 guards to guard the order. Then he sent out his personal disciple Sure Hao and the 3 outer sect elders to personally preside over it. At this time the atmosphere of the crowd at the bottom of the mountain reached its peak. Look, it's the senior from the Green Cloud sect, the Green Cloud Open Mountain Disciple Acceptance Examination. It's about to begin. The crowd all looked upward desperately at the bottom of the mountain gate. Only 4 figures dressed in clan attire were seen standing on the top of the mountain. Looking at it from this viewpoint, the height was flush with the clouds, setting off the four of them as if they were immortals walking from between the clouds. Progenitor Shur, you can speak first. At the top of the mountain, the elder politely said to Shur Hao at the front, no matter where you go, there are no rules, and as the Green Cloud sect becomes more and more formal, everyone has to abide by the rules. They were only outer sect elders, while Shur Hao was the patriarch's personal heirloom, so they couldn't mess with the rules. The Green Cloud sect rules were also being written by the law enforcement hall elder himself. It will come out after it is handed over to the patriarch for approval with no problems, and I believe it will be completed before the end of the apprenticeship. You're welcome, elder. Shur Hao took the lead and walked to the forefront as he finished speaking aloud. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you who have traveled thousands of miles, day and night, to participate in my Green Cloud Sect's Apprentice Admission Conference. I wish all of you to pass the examination as you wish and enter my Green Cloud Sect. I am Shur Hao, the Patriarch's personal heirloom, and I look forward to meeting you in the clan. Alright, I'm done speaking. Next, the elders within the sect will give you all a detailed explanation of the specific examination process for the first level. Shur Hao first said a few polite words before turning around and retreating. Understands our hearts too well. Yeah, in order to rush to the Green Cloud sect, I didn't stop for 3 days straight. With a word from the Lord Zong himself, it's not in vain that I've traveled day and night. Woohoo! A part of the people were moved on the spot, and those who can get here now are really traveling day and night without leaving their homes. The heartache of it, and who can tell? How could one not be touched when the Upper Zong Pro transmission even spoke personally to wish them to pass the examination? When Shur Hao's words fell, the 3 elders then walked forward. Night White stood in the middle of the remaining 2 elders, looking down and saying aloud, "We are the outer sect elders of the Qing Yun sect. Now about the examination process of the first level, the illusory heavenly staircase." After Night White finished speaking, he ran his aura and waved his hand. A brilliant green light flashed for a moment. 100-mile-long heavenly ladder spread from the sect's gate all the way to the bottom of the mountain gate, and the scenery on the heavenly ladder that led straight to the clouds changed, and the wonders were endless. This shocking scene all made the crowd look dumbfounded. This is the illusory heavenly ladder. It's very simple as long as the person who steps on this ladder from the bottom of the mountain gate, the first level of the examination will be passed. This heavenly ladder is endlessly changing, 1,000 people and 1,000 images, and every 10 steps will result in the appearance of another illusion. So one must have a very high heart and great perseverance to walk through it, and this heavenly ladder will create the appropriate illusions and pressure with each person's realm. So the first level is absolutely fair. If you pass this heavenly ladder, even if you fail the second level of the test, you will become a miscellaneous disciple of my Green Cloud sect. When the elder said this, the crowd under the mountain gate had gotten excited, and each one of them was eager to give it a try. The first level, a purely fair and impartial examination, does not look at the realm. It all depends on the heart and perseverance, and even if they couldn't pass at the second level, they could still become the miscellaneous disciples that most of them could only dream of. Conscience, big drop of conscience. In the eyes of some of them, this heavenly ladder was very simple. The elders of the upper sect had said that it was simple, so it must not be difficult. Without looking at talent, they boasted that their heart and perseverance were still high. Miscellaneous disciples absolutely had to take the pinch. Alright, this elder declares that the first level of examination, the illusionary heavenly staircase, has officially begun. Chapter 41, The Difficulty of the Heavenly Ladder. As difficult as heaven. With a command from Elder Night White, the crowd on the field stepped onto the heavenly ladder in batches. The heavenly ladder was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people trying out at the same time. And if you fail, you're teleported down and the people behind you continue to fill in. So it goes quickly. The first group of people quickly rushed up the heavenly ladder, as if worshipping the Green Cloud sect was just a stone's throw away. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Help! Fire! How so much fire? A man had just stepped onto the heavenly ladder when he realized that the whole ladder had turned into a mountain of swords and fire, so frightened that he retreated back with a yell. Don't! Don! Kill me! I'm actually an undercover agent sent by His Excellency. I surrender. This person's illusion was even more interesting. In the illusion, the Qingyun sect was attacked, and the timid man immediately begged for forgiveness, shivering in fear and making up such a sentence. I was wrong. Sovereign, I shouldn't have corrupted you about flirting with girls everywhere. Spare me. His illusion was that he was talkative, spreading the flirtatious deeds of the patriarch in the illusion around, corrupting the patriarch's reputation, being mercilessly whipped, and having a weak heart, so it led to failure. If Feng Qingyang knew about it, he would have cursed. Where the hell did I get my fling from? How dare you slander the patriarch? Drag you out and beat you 300 times. I don't dare anymore. I didn't mean to betray the clan. Spare me. Spare me. As for this one, that's really damned. The illusion betrayed the clan for a little profit, and the challenge failed instantly. The first level only tests heart and perseverance to the end. In order to weed out these people who are not strong-hearted, who eat their way out of the house, who are evildoers, and who are lazy. That is why those who pass the first level are people with strong hearts and great perseverance. If the first level was passed, even if the second level could not be passed, it could only mean that the person's talent was inherently bad, not something that could be improved by blind effort. It can be accepted as a miscellaneous disciple, and with the cultivation of the clan itself and then work hard, it can soar to the sky. As the day wore on, the test was in full swing. The tens of thousands of people who went up in the first batch were all brushed off, and even the highest person who went up was teleported down after only 4 steps. When they reached the ground they all gasped for air and took a while to calm down. Whoa woo, I'm a waste. Just 1 step and I'm passed over. Got it. So what? You're trash to give you an award? You think trash is that good? I didn't take a single ing step. I'm so trashy as hell. Woohoo! He had not yet stepped onto the heavenly ladder when he realized that so many people in front of him were screaming in agony, frightening him so much that he retracted the foot he was about to step out with. Batches of people were brushed off, and the person who stepped on the highest surprisingly only took 10 steps. After a miserable scream, they were mercilessly brushed off. Failure of the people full of regret and reluctance to look to the top of the ladder. Seems to be close to the front but is a stone's throw away as far as In response, the 3 elders of the Green Cloud sect looked at these failures with expressionless faces the entire time. If you don't have a strong heart and perseverance, how can you still want to join the Green Cloud sect? Wake up, don't dream. Countless people rushed towards the heavenly ladder in batches, as if they were overflowing. This heavenly ladder was like the legendary dragon gate in their eyes. Crossing this heavenly rift, it would be a direct carp turning into a dragon and going straight to the clouds. What the hell kind of broken ladder is this? I can't believe I can only take 1 step with such a high talent. What a dog's eyes. It's not good enough to enter this bull Chungyun sect. A man exasperatedly said. His talent in their family that is one of the highest, is the square miles of famous genius. He originally came with a conceited assurance to people. I'm so highly talented. Passing the examination is not simple. Maybe you can even enter the inner door in the future to mix an elder as it. Now it's a slap in the face, and you can't even take the second step. The crowd next to them were pointing their fingers at this. Straight away, he called this person so bold that he simply didn't want to die. You can complain about it, but you dare to insult the supreme patriarch? Who dares to insult my Qingyun sect? The guard, Wang Jian, came to the man with an angry shout. You're the one who said we're dog-eyed? I think you're a pig. Go to hell. Don't, my father. Wang Jian didn't have much to say and slapped the man who had spoken out of turn into bloody water. The scene also drew the attention of the crowd on the field. Wang Jian opened his mouth when he saw that a good number of people were looking over more than once. I was saying that the first level is the test of heart and perseverance. You can't even pass the first level. Even if your talent is higher, I don't care to have it in the Qingyun sect. Complaining is fine. And anyone who insults our clan with another exit will end up like this person. Wang Jian pointed to the blood on the ground. Hearing this, a portion of the people who had failed the examination but boasted that their talent was still good and turned to want to open their mouths to give a good vent to their anger did not dare to speak. In the meantime, a silhouette was slowly stepping up the heavenly ladder, having already taken 100 steps and not stopping at all. This scene caused the crowd below to gasp. Strong, too strong. Especially those who failed the test are even more shocked. The horror of that illusory heavenly ladder they are lightly experienced. Know it well. Immediately after that, he was filled with envy. By the looks of it, this person was able to easily pass the first hurdle. Even if he couldn't pass the second hurdle, then he would be able to become a miscellaneous disciple. It could be said that this person was already a disciple of the Green Cloud sect on the board, and this youth was the one who had killed the underworld tiger with a single slap in the magical beast forest. At this moment, Qin Han was walking on the heavenly ladder as if he were idly stepping on it, and it was as if those illusions and pressures had failed to work on him, not being able to stop him in the slightest. This test is too easy for this emperor. Each illusion that came his way was instantly shattered by him, and the mind of the great emperor realm was indestructible. In his previous life as a great emperor powerhouse, he didn't have that kind of youthful vigor and drive in him. Instead, his body's aura was introverted, like a quagmire. You can't see through the depths. People like that are the worst. The other side. Master, finally it's my turn. Just should I show my true strength now? Ning Yan used his divine thoughts to communicate with his master. The water was too deep for him to grasp this big scene. Master teacher, as a big shot in the central region, had seen more of the world than he had eaten salt, so he could definitely grasp it. Besides, he had always enjoyed pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger since he had been cultivating. Don't feel too good about this. It was satisfying to see the surprised look on the enemy's face every time. Yenner, when in doubt, ask your heart. The old man spoke divinely. Everyone had everyone's ideas, and he didn't want his apprentice to be too dependent on him. The heart of the matter. The heart of the matter. Master, I understand. Yes, my purpose today was supposed to be to use them as stepping stones to tread on. It has to show a heavy enough weight. That's what makes people look at him. I shall push all the way across. Not bad, not bad. The heart of invincibility is beginning to be realized. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 42. Inside the Qing Dynasty Sect. The 9 Cauldrons Measurement Fu. Misty grass. Look at that guy. Misty grassy. What did they see? That's as hard as a ladder for them. A man was fit as a fiddle at the top. It's just outrageous to open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. It's even more outrageous than the man who was lounging around up there. It's a real people pleaser. Qin Han had already walked to more than 300 steps by now, and was still on cloud 9. Noticing someone coming after him, he ignored it and continued to walk slowly, one step at a time. Ning Yan overtook the man in front of him with a flourish, then continued to dart upwards. Qin Han looked back in good time. Qin Han just smiled faintly, as if he didn't mind if someone surpassed him. The great emperor heart, after tens of thousands of years of polishing, has long been as solid as a rock. Fight for the first. This kind of small children like to do when he was a teenager has already experienced countless times. There were a total of 999 steps in the illusory heavenly stairs. At this point on the ladder, besides Ning Yan and Qin Han, there were still hundreds of people struggling to hold on at the 100-odd floors. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his face was also full of struggles. Not at all as relaxed as Ning Yan and the other two, but that was more than the vast majority of people. And those who failed the trial one by one hung their heads in shame. They either just backed off at the first step count or lasted until they were teleported down at step 10. Of course, no one knows what the result will be until the end. After all, failing to take one step is the same as failing to take 998 steps. At the top, the 3 elders looked at each other. Not bad. There are still a few good ones out there, especially these 2 at the top. Look over here again. On the heavenly ladder, Ning Yan rushed up to the very top with a flourish. Arriving at the front of the sect gate, the crowd below boiled again. The first one to complete the test came out. This gave great encouragement to those who had not yet begun the challenge. With the first there will be a second, third, fourth. Maybe you can get up there yourself with some effort? Hello, elder. My name is Ning Yan. Wait a moment. The second level of the test will take place in a moment. Elder Knight White said with a smile on his face. To be able to rush up in such a short period of time showed that this person was extremely determined and had strong perseverance, and would be a disciple of the Green Cloud sect in the future. Ning Yan stood at the top of the mountain and looked down, and now the highest climber was the youth he had looked back at. It was now more than 800 steps up, and the pace was still so smooth that he even suspected the man was walking so slowly on purpose. Listening to the praise, the chorus of the crowd below, he was quite a bit. 10 years of bitter cultivation unasked for, a day of fame known to the world. The feeling. Time passed slowly, and not long afterward, Qin Han also ascended. Half a day later. At this point hundreds of millions of people have eliminated half of them. By now 1,000 people had gathered at the top of the mountain. These 1,000 people were all those who had killed their way out of the hundreds of millions and managed to ascend to the top and pass the test. Each of them happily talking to each others, thankful to have made it to the top. The hardships along the way were more than clear to each of them, all gritting their teeth, taking a step and encouraging themselves to hold on a little longer, and try a little harder. With tenacity and perseverance, one step after another came to the top. That's about the right number of people. Now we'll give you the second level of the talent test. Knight White finished noticing that some people were gloomy and some were elated. So he spoke again. You are now considered disciples of my Qingyan sect, so don't be sad if you can't pass the second level. Passing the first hurdle is a miscellaneous disciple, and passing the second hurdle is an outer disciple. Handyman disciples have a ranking list every 2 months, and the top 10 ranked will be promoted to the outer door, and the outer door disciples are the same, and the top 10 ranked on the fixed list every 2 months will be promoted to the inner door. That's why each of you has a chance to become an outer sect disciple or even an inner sect disciple if you cultivate hard. This rule was made after Feng Qingyang and the elders discussed it to motivate the disciples. Wherever there is competition there is motivation. The ranking of the list was purely based on strength, and only the top 100 were recorded on each list, and any disciple could challenge the top ranked ones on the list at any time. In other words, you're on if you're good. The crowd that had passed through the heavenly ladder expectantly followed the elders back and entered the Green Cloud sect. The day finally came when they entered the holy land of cultivation that they had dreamed of. As soon as you enter from the sect gate, mighty spiritual chi came to the face. Looking around the spiritual chi into fog, the buildings and pavilions look like a fairyland. Shocker! It's never been more shocking. Being in the spirit state, none of them had ever come into contact with a holy land. When had they ever seen such a scene that was sufficient to crush a holy land? In thinking that he was now considered a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, and that he would be able to cultivate and live here in the future. Each one of them was even more excited. Before, they only knew that the Qingyun sect was very strong. It was the upper sect that dominated the entire spirit state. This is even more aware of the Qingyun sect's strong underpinnings, so why not worry about the rise of the sect? Qin Han's eyes also narrowed. This Qingyun sect was not simple. The richness of aura far exceeded that of the central region. From the time he arrived at the Green Cloud Mountain range, he had noticed that the spiritual qi in the periphery was already comparable to that of the central region, and he didn't expect that it would be far superior in the sect by several times. Could it be that he had entered the hidden sect by mistake? The great emperor was shocked, not to mention the old man in Ningyan's necklace. This is where he had just bragged with his disciple about what scenes the old man had never seen. This scene really has never seen. At this time, the 9 Cauldrons Avenue bell had already been moved up and prepared 3 days ago. This is my Qingyun sect's exclusive test of talent. Blast with all your might, and those whose bell rings 3 times pass the test and can be outer disciples. It's still easy to tap 3 times, so relax. To be able to knock 3 times means that the talent is not low enough to be called a genius. The great Emperor Qin Han again numb. He perceived that the 9 tripods continue to gulp Taoist rhythms, suppressing the qi. Such a treasure could be an immortal weapon? You're telling me that your Green Cloud sect is using immortal weapons to test talent? It's a luxury. Like Long Bingning, he also began to suspect that this Qingyun sect could no longer be described as a hidden world great sect. Could it be an upper realm immortal sect? It's a waste to use an immortal weapon to test talent. You're a real piece of work. When the crowd heard the elder's words, they hurriedly expressed their disbelief. 3 taps is easy? You just said the same thing about the latter. Simple? Elder, you don't talk about martial arts. Guess it's another hard thing to do. The crowd lined up to take their turn at testing. Drink! A youth struck hard on the 9 cauldrons, then looked at them expectantly. Knock, knock, bell 2 fails. Next, knock, knock, failed. Next, knock, knock, knock. It rang 3 times. Elder, I passed. Ha ha, a man said excitedly. His talent hadn't been bad since he was a child, but see the front are eliminated one after another, more than 100 people, or a little apprehensive. This finally the big stone in the heart fell to the ground. The bell rings 3 times and the test is passed. Testing continues. One by one, people were eliminated and others passed. Everyone's sorrows and joys are different. There were also a few bell 4 ringers and a bell 5 ringer heavenly pride in the middle. It was only after the elder's explanation that they understood that the bell ringing 4 times indicated a higher than average talent of geniuses, belonging to the kind that is better than the top than the bottom. And 5 rings of the bell is the talent of heaven. That 5 ring although excited but did not say anything more. Because everyone is the same, don't care about a few ring as long as through the outer disciples. Can only see the real chapter on the strength later. There was also a most unfortunate one named Kini Titanium Magnesium, who failed the test because the bell only rang 2.5 times. Performing a wave of pain masks on the spot, he cried on his hands and knees. Even Elder Knight White felt that it was too bad that half a voice difference had stuck this disciple. Chapter 43, the bell rings 8 times. Mountain opening completed. It was Ningyan's turn to test next. Ningyan also walked to the 9 cauldrons with the same anticipation as the crowd. Before, I always heard my master say how his talent was so and so, how high the yin-yang sacred body ranked. This was finally a chance to personally test it. I just don't know how many rings I can knock. From what the elders said, the one who knocks 5 times is the talent of heaven. He thought to himself that he was absolutely no worse than that man. The old man in the necklace was also looking forward to it. Such a powerful supreme treasure definitely measured accurately. If Yenner can hit the ground running and get the clan's attention, with such a large clan at his back, then his remodeling of his body was definitely secure. Ning Yen no longer thought much about it, running his aura and blasting out with a punch. Knock, 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 knock. The 9 cauldrons rang for 8 full minutes before stopping. Fogweed, 8 bells. Where does that leave us 2 ringers? Yeah, fully 4 times as many as us. I thought that the one with 5 rings was enough to crush them, but who would have thought that there was an even better one? Who is this man? I can't believe he's so brave. The crowd in the arena all looked at Ningyan in shock, thinking that he was worthy of being the ruthless person who had flown up the first level of the illusionary heavenly stairs. With a firm heart and perseverance, coupled with such overwhelming talent, it would be hard for this person not to take off. Very well, this elder has not misjudged you. The first person to swiftly pass through the heavenly ladder, he had just used his divine sense to specifically probe once, and found that this son was carrying a powerful special physique. Thinking that this son as second level test talent is definitely not low, just did not expect to be able to knock 8 rings. He who strikes 8 blows, a great emperor's talent will become a great emperor in the future. Elder Knight White said, Misty grass. When the elder's words fell, the already shocked crowd was even more shocked. What kind of existence is the great emperor? They hadn't even seen a towering saint before, and a great emperor was really an existence they didn't even dare to think about. This fierce moment when the elder told them that this person, no, it's the senior brother. The senior brother will become a great emperor in the future. One can think of how big of an impact it would have on them. Elder, what kind of disciple is that 8-ringing great emperor's capital? Ning Yan asked expectantly, fantasizing that the clan had discovered his talent and was going to start cultivating him vigorously. Well, 8 rings are still out of doors. Well, then it's time to ascend step by step with your own strength. Hearing the elder's words, Ning Yan didn't lose heart. Step by step, dry and done. Wasn't that how he had come from the time he had been cultivating until the awakening of his sacred body? Next, the test continues. However, with Ning Yan's 8 rings in before, the 4 rings and 5 rings that appeared again were eclipsed. It was Qin Han's turn to test. Qin Han walked forward and stroked the 9 cauldrons, feeling the Tao rhythm coming from above and was shocked by it. He had originally thought of just going with the flow and entering the sect, and was prepared to run the great imperial law to suppress his realm and talent. But who wouldn't be confused once they came in and realized that such a powerful clan, with his strength and combat experience, the first in the outer door is not his. Now it seems that a competitor has appeared, not to be taken lightly. Then you must not hide your clumsiness. No matter which clan likes disciples with high talent and strength, this mediocre and steady outer sect senior brother is inappropriate. If you want to be a super talented and powerful big brother, his long-faded sharpness flared up again. 8 rings? I wonder how many rings this emperor can strike. Qin Han casually blasted a fist onto the 9 cauldrons. Knock, 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 knock. The 9 cauldrons once again emitted 8 sounds. 8 more rings. With the talent of a great emperor, he will become a great emperor in the future. This person, no, it's also a senior brother. And this senior brother is even an 8-ringer as well. 2 8 rings had numbed the crowd in the arena. Luckily, they are all strong-minded people. If you stand here with an unsteady Taoist heart, you might have to shatter your Taoist heart. The same people. People 8 ring, you 2 ring, really people than people. Angry people. Sure enough, this guy slowed down the first level on purpose. Ning Yan said darkly. He had suspected then that this man was not simple. Then with a look like I've seen through you long ago, he looked at Qin Han. The 1,000 were all tested quickly. Only 400 of them were divided into the outer sect, and 600 were miscellaneous disciples, with the outer sect disciples accounting for less than half of the total number. You may feel that 400 geniuses is a lot, but you have to look at the base, killing their way out of hundreds of millions of people. The huge spirit state now only had 400 people who had become outer disciples, so one could imagine the difficulty involved. Of course, the first level was only halfway through the test, and there were still a full 10 days to go. 10 days passed in a flash. 2,000 people were eventually killed out of hundreds of millions. 600 of them became outer disciples, and 1,400 became miscellaneous disciples. 10 of the affiliated Power Lin family's juniors became miscellaneous disciples, and 5 entered the outer sect. Those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to Ink are black. They watch over the Lord's clan from time to time, and stand out from the hundreds of millions by virtue of their love for the Lord's clan. This was the result of the Green Cloud sect's test to open the mountain and accept disciples this time. Someone just said, how talented he is. He can't even join the Green Cloud sect. If you can't pass the first level, what's the point of having a high level of talent? The Green Cloud sect opened the mountain to accept disciples with the main focus of preferring the lack of talent over the abundance of talent. Those who didn't pass also returned lost, coming in full of anticipation, fantasizing about life after joining the upper sect, and now returning to reality. Lost, Green Cloud Palace. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening a mountain and accepting disciples. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qingyun sect's exclusive technique, the Qingyun Immortal Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qingyun sect's exclusive martial art, the Qingyun Running Thunder Palm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Clan Protection Formation, the Green Cloud Purgatory Formation. Qingyun Immortal Law, Qingyun sect's exclusive immortal law, customized for Qingyun sect's disciples. Qingyun sect's basic cultivation law, Green Cloud Running Thunder Palm, Immortal Law. With the Green Cloud Immortal Law can play the maximum power out of the palm like running thunder, dexterous as floating clouds, a palm to worship the enemy. The basic martial arts of the Green Cloud sect. Qingyun Purgatory Formation, exclusive Clan Protection Formation. Open can withstand any attack under the Great Emperor. Intruders such as fall into purgatory. Life and death cannot. As soon as the apprenticeship was over, the system rewards arrived. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was checking the interface of these disciples. He is the head of the clan, although things are elders to do. But the opening of the mountain to accept such a big thing, or to pay attention to it, A golden-fingered old grandpa and a great emperor reincarnated. Interesting. At this moment, the system interface displayed information about Ningyan and Qin Han, 2 8-ringing geniuses. I didn't expect to be able to recruit this kind of genius in spirit state besides my own disciples. What a surprise. Master. Just then Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyue walked in. The 3 of you don't go to cultivation and come to see Master. What is the matter? Feng Chengyang on the main seat asked in surprise. Senior, the 3 of us have decided to go out for some training together after discussing the matter. Shi Hao took the lead and said respectfully. Chapter 44, The Green Immortal Method, casting 10,000 worlds of fame. Going out to practice? It was also good that although these 3 disciples of his were extremely talented, they started late, resulting in none of their realms being high right now. Shi Hao was in the middle Yuaning stage, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue were both in the middle Jindan stage. They hadn't even been cultivating for a long time before they were able to reach this level of cultivation. In terms of cultivation speed alone, it was considered a phoenix. Shi Hao was the one whose cultivation had been wasted and recultivated. Lin Bai was the one who had been wasted for 18 years before awakening his physique. And Hua Qingyi's phoenix sacred body had also been activated not long ago. It's just that the sect has the Green Cloud Mystic Realm and the Disciple Trial Tower. So there's still a need to go out and train? Ding! It has been detected that in a little over a month's time, the Sacred Continent's Sacred Xian Mystery Realm will open, and the host can send disciples there. Sacred Xian Secret Realm? Feng Qingyang murmured. The secret realm opened. It seems that this is another wool-gathering amount of chance. Yes, Master. A fledgling under shelter can never fly high. That's why we decided to go out and make a break for it. Spreading the fame of my Qin Yun. Shi Hao walked forward and said respectfully, it's good to go out and practice a bit. Master looks forward to your improvement upon your return. I'll point you in the right direction. My master just had a thought to gain insight into the past and future, and learned that the Sacred Continent's Sacred Xian Mysterious Realm will open in a month or so the 3 of you can head towards there. Go on. After all was said and done, Feng Qingyang's mind moved and used his divine thoughts to send a Dao sound to Mu Shui Xian. Mastermind. Before Shi Hao could finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted him. He knew what they were going to say. Nothing more than goodbye. It's not like we're parting for life or death, so why get all sentimental? Let's go. Be safe. The clan will always be your backing. After Shi Hao's trio came out and packed up their things, they met Elder Buffy inside the sect gate, staying for a while before leaving the sect. Outside the sect gate, they lingered and looked back at the sect gate, and after saying a word, they set off on their journey. We'll be back. I believe that when they return again, it will be the return of the king. Thus 3 people stepped into the eastern region, stirring up the wind and clouds, opened their legendary road. Green Cloud Sect, Outer Sect Area. Nowadays, the inner and outer sects and the miscellaneous disciple areas have been clearly delineated. Due to the large number of miscellaneous disciples, the sect had recruited a number of deacons from the outside world to teach them, and they were also able to do some miscellaneous work for the inner and outer sect elders. But don't worry about leaks of confidentiality. These deacons were also all people who had passed the illusory heavenly stairs and were now loyal to the Green Cloud sect. Just in case, they were also given their favorite sugar beans before entering the clan, so that they could be in control at all times and avoid some unnecessary trouble. At this moment, 600 disciples wearing outer sect clothing stood neatly in the square. Elder Knight White had the deacon distribute the outer disciples' tokens. You've all got it. This is a token for each of you. Keep it safe. Everyone's token is bound to you personally. Not only does it prove your identity, but it also saves contribution value. The crowd of outer disciples looked happily at the tokens in their hands. The greenish-white token was the same eye color as their clan's costume, with the Green Cloud sect engraved on the front and the 2 big words Outer Sect engraved on the back. With a little use of Reiki after binding, their name surfaces on the front, not after removing the binding. Knight White then continued. By obtaining contribution value you can exchange for the sect's various feats and martial arts and pills, etc. As for the contribution value, you can go to the task panel of the exclusive contribution hall to obtain it. With the contribution value you guys can also freely release tasks. The clan will only take 5% of the venue fee. However, since my Green Cloud sect has just entered the world, there aren't many quests released yet, so now your main task now is to cultivate hard. Now I'm going to give you all a copy of the clan rules. Be sure to keep them in mind not to violate them or else they will be severely punished. After these 10 days of discussion and modification, the clan rules also just came out. Flipping through the sect rules, the first article made the disciples on the field's blood boil. Anyone who commits an offense against my Green Cloud sect will be executed even though it is far away. Article 2, no betrayal of the clan. Violators will be executed. Article 3, do not kill each other in the same clan. Violators will be executed. Article 4, no one shall be bullied or insulted at will. Offenders shall be punished. Article 5, no one shall be allowed to violate the law without reason. and violators shall be executed. Article 6. No outward transmission of the clan's laws shall be permitted, and violators shall be even executed. Article 7. Do not disclose the secrets of the sect, violators will fall into purgatory forever and will not be able to live or die. Article 8. No one shall be allowed to cause havoc in the world, violators shall be killed without pardon in the Yellow Springs. Brightly and neatly, the 8 articles of the clan were inscribed on the clan rules with profound cultivation. Not a moment too soon. In the outer sect cultivation room. Alright, the clan rules and the clan token have been given down to you. Now I will teach you the basic techniques and martial arts of my Green Cloud sect. P.S. In case you see confused, this book's set gong method can be converted at will, as long as the body of the corresponding aura conversion on the line. There is no recultivation of that. Cool text, brainless cool. All of you let go of your divine sense. Hearing the elder's words, the crowd obeyed and did as they were told. Only Qin Han and Ning Yan subconsciously hesitated for a second before they both released their divine sense. With a wave of night white sleeve, the Green Cloud Immortal Technique and the Green Cloud Running Thunder Palm were transformed into balls of light that flew into everyone's sea of consciousness. What the hell do you call this? Basic feats in martial arts? It's so posh. I love it. After the Gongfu and martial arts appeared in everyone's mind, they felt them slightly and realized that they were incredibly powerful. It was simply more than tens of thousands of times more powerful than the techniques and martial arts they had previously cultivated. It's almost like a cloud of difference. You can't trust an elder's words so easily. Easy, simple, ladder, not too hard. Okay, test, basic feats, basic martial arts. Elder's words, one by one, surfaced in their minds. They wanted to say that if this was to be considered a basic gongfu, then what the hell they had cultivated before was all. The uninitiated don't even know how to describe it, but there are those who know what they're doing. The 5 juniors of the Lin family could naturally feel it since they cultivated the immortal law. Qin Han, the reincarnation of a great emperor, also counted as one. At this moment, Qin Han was trembling with excitement. This could be an immortal law. What he had reincarnated to cultivate were the great emperor laws of his previous life, which were far from being as transcendent and powerful as this. Could it be that the reincarnation of this emperor is not just that woman Lin Yao? It's meant to be. With this kind of immortal law he will be able to go further, perhaps transcending the great emperor also. The old man in Ning Yan's necklace also trembled along with him, and this gongfu and martial arts skill even. I damn well want to join the Green Cloud sect too. Please take it in. Lone, elder, what level is this gongfa and martial skill? I haven't even seen it. Why is it so powerful? You don't have to practice, you can just feel it. This is my Qin Yun sect's exclusive immortal law. Cultivate my Green Cloud Immortal Technique and forge a name for the ages. Those who are successful in their cultivation will not fall into the cycle of reincarnation, will transcend the world, and will be widely honored in all ages. Chapter 45, Disciple Trial Tower Rankings. Another 10 days had passed since the opening of the mountain and the acceptance of the disciples. Everything in the Green Cloud sect was running in an organized manner. The disciples were all desperately cultivating, all thinking of rushing to the top 10 after the 2-month ranking list was finalized, and then they would be able to advance further in the sect. When Feng Chunyang discovered this phenomenon, he exclaimed that the clan's clan involution was too serious. Unlike him, he can only fish and walk the birds. Cultivate a gross. Go. The elders have allowed us to go to the trial tower to try out. Really duh. You go first. I'll go get senior martial brother Zhang Wuyin. Under the disciple trial tower. Quite a few disciples had already gathered at this time. The 100-story tall trial tower rose straight up into the sky. Standing in front of it only felt a great sense of oppression coming at him. Great! Finally I can enter the trial tower to practice. Cultivating continuously day and night for more than 10 days. This time I can test the results. Just on their first day here, they were attracted by this iconic building of the clan, and they were all curious to guess what this tall tower was for. Later on, after the elder's explanation, it was known that this tower was specifically for disciples to try out and that they wouldn't actually die while inside. So that's a good place to boost your strength. It is in life and death duels that you can increase your strength and combat experience infinitely. However, at that time, the elder told them that they could not use this tower yet, and that they had to be skilled in feats and martial arts before they could practice them better. After 10 days of diligent cultivation, it was now finally time to go in and give it a try. One by one, the crowd couldn't wait. I don't know which warrior will go in first to scout the way. After the first experience, you can play better. I just don't know if I should go in the back door or the front door. I, Zhang Wuyin, will scout the way for everyone first. A man in outer sect attire walked to the front of the crowd and spoke loudly before walking into the trial tower. Go for it, senior martial language brother. The 2 disciples who came with him cheered him on when they saw that their senior brother was the first to rush in. 2.5 minutes later, Zhang Wui was passed off in the dust. His name was also revealed at the leaderboard on the outside of the trial tower. Trial ranking number 1, Zhang Wuiyue, 12th floor. What a highlight! Zhang Wui was so excited that he was about to jump up, although brother only broke through 12 floors. But brother is the first though he knew the list would soon brush him off. But so what? I'm also the one who has won the first place, and I'll have bragging rights when I go out. How is it? Senior martial language brother, how is it inside? The disciples gathered around and asked. Hey, you'll see for yourselves when you go in there for a while. It's old and exciting. Zhang Wui also sold a story. The disciples then stepped into it. Not a moment too soon. Holy, this is hellishly difficult after going over 20 floors. The disciple who was teleported down complained. Ha, that's what makes it challenging. What's the point of a trial if you're going to be able to pass it casually? The trial leaderboards have also been updated. First place Luckian Fake, 20th floor. Second place Robohead, 20th floor. Third place Zhang Xiao, 20th floor. Up to this point, the highest ranked first place had only stopped at the 21st floor. No wonder that disciple complained that after the 20th floor, it was hellish difficulty. Senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ningyan are here. Although the outer sect rankings had not yet been opened for ranking, these two men's senior brother status that was recognized by all disciples. A great emperor? Are you kidding me? Qin Han and Ningyan walked head on. Neither of them stayed too long and directly stepped inside the trial tower. The first floor of the Tower of Trials is reflected in the eyes of another self. Another illusion. Qin Han said darkly, then blasted himself to death with a punch. Well, another self. Both of them made rapid progress and rushed to the 10th floor in a single breath. It's basically a one-punch defeat. Outside the tower, as the light of the 10th floor lit up, all the disciples were shocked by the two people's rapid progress in rushing through the levels. Both senior brothers are so fast. Yeah, that. They just went in. It's true that the world of the heavenly pride is something we can't understand. I was so devastated by this that I was prepared to train hard for a month with my senior brothers. Day and night kind of thing. Holy, elder brother, you're bursting with fighting spirit. Don't drag us along. We haven't closed our eyes for 10 days. Far away. On the other side. Elder Mu, how many floors do you think these two can break through? Intersect Elder Luo Chen, Mu Shui Xian, Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudo, and Hall of Merit Elder Nya Hailong. The four great elders had gathered. Since they are just now entering the world, they are all still bare bones, with no one under their hands. So now it was still easy, which came to the outer sect area to check up on the outer sect disciples. Not sure, but these two are very talented and strong. Although it's their first trial, I guess the number of layers won't be too few. Mu Shui Xian thought for a moment and said, she has also heard of the names of these two people, the pride of the 9 cauldrons and 8 rings, the qualifications of a great emperor, and will become a great emperor in the future. She herself was in the great emperor realm in her previous life, so she naturally knew the high level of talent and strength. She was merely puzzled as to how the great emperor's qualifications were as good as no money, and buy one get one free, with two appearing in this opening of the mountain to accept disciples. Could it be that the great controversy is upon us? It seems that these two are bound to enter the inner sect in 2 months. It seems that this elder will have to select some disciples for the law enforcement hall as well. Law enforcement hall Elder Luo Wudao said. The law enforcement hall was an important department that was tasked with the mission of managing the order of the sect and restraining the bad behavior of the disciples. Nowadays, the law enforcement hall was also empty except for him, an elder. In the Tower of Trials at this time, Qin Han had already broken through the 20th floor to the 21st floor. He didn't expect a surprise from the 21st floor. Lin Yao, this level is a watershed. Rushed through to the 30 levels are smooth sailing. It was this level that stopped all the disciples who had previously broken through. This illusory realm is visualized by the obsession in your heart, and although the strength is the same as that of the intruder, the deeper your obsession is, the stronger he will be. Lin Yao, you vicious woman, this emperor kills you. Although Qin Han knew that this was all made of illusion, but as long as the heart is made of flesh, then it can't calm down at all. As the old saying goes, enemies are not as good as each other. From love to betrayal, from spending time together to killing him with his own hands, how could he let go of such a heartbreaking experience? Lin Yao, who was illusory in the opposite direction, saw that he had taken the bait. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 46, breaking down this layer. The outer sect's list. This emperor kills you. Qin Han rushed up in a flash. The berserk aura, crazily blasted towards Lin Yao. The illusory Lin Yao just sneered. The same attacked forward. With your strength you still want to kill me? What are you based on? Within the 21st layer, the aura that filled the sky was vertical and horizontal, and the two people fought indistinguishably. The angrier Qin Han became, the stronger the illusion opposite him became. The other side. Ningyan also arrived at the 21st floor. He meets the man of his life. Xianer, why are you here? You are not traveling to the center. Brother Ningyan, I can't bear to leave you. Come over here. Xian'er has something to say to you. A young girl in green clothes with a face like a peach blossom appeared not far away, luring Ningyan over. It's an illusion, Xian'er. Hurry up and break it. The only way to pass the level is to break it. The old man in the necklace began to see Ningyan hesitate, so he exited to remind him. I know, master, but I can't get down. Xiao Xian'er was his childhood friend, only to be picked up by his family 3 years ago and sent to the central region. As soon as he saw Xiao Xian'er in the illusion, his buried thoughts were like a flooding beast. Couldn't suppress it any longer, even if it's fake. So what? What's the harm in dying just to be able to see you one more time? This was also the reason why disciples were stuck at the 21st floor. This level of the Tower of Trials will pierce your heart and visualize the deepest obsessions of your mind. And the deeper your obsession, the stronger it gets. Some people have a beloved woman in their heart, a bitter enemy, someone you've wronged, a past you regret, and a demon in your heart. The only way to pass this level is to break the obsession and be firm in your heart. Outside the tower, the fruit was not what the disciples expected. Even if the genius like the two senior brothers, all the way through the fierce as a tiger. A look at the card in 21. Those of them who have been through it know what the 21st floor will go through. Especially that disciple who complained that it was hellishly difficult after the 20th floor felt it deeply at this moment. He met the person he never wanted to see again in his life on the 21st floor, and he understood that this was where his obsession lay. If one could not cross this hurdle, then one would not achieve much on the path of cultivation in this life. Qin Han's side became calmer and calmer the more he fought. After all, his great emperor realm state of mind was here, and just now it was a fierce moment to see this vicious woman, and even though he knew that it was an illusion, he really couldn't hold back. Anyone who's been bottled up to the limit has to go crazy and let it all out. Ha, what's next? That's not good enough? Don't you want to kill me so badly? Not in this lifetime with your 2 strokes. Keep coming? Seeing that he was gradually calming down, the illusory Lin Yao started talking to provoke him. Humph, a mere illusionary realm, still wanting to trap this emperor. Watch this emperor break you. Just wait for me, Lin Yao. One day I will tear you apart just as viciously as I tore apart this illusion. After Qin Han finished speaking, he revolved the green cloud immortal technique. Cyan-colored aura surged out crazily in a form visible to the naked eye. Green cloud running thunder palm, as fast as thunder. The palm that floated like a green cloud blasted away like Lin Yao. After a loud bang, the illusory Lin Yao was blasted to pieces, and the 21 layers of the illusory realm shattered in response. Qin Han then arrived at the 22nd floor. Look, the lights are on the 22nd floor. Scary as hell. It's just that I don't know if senior brother Qin or senior brother Ning passed. The crowd of disciples were all milling around when they suddenly realized that the lights on the 22nd floor were on. All of them sighed with emotion. Senior brother is worthy of being a senior brother. Hard as 21 layers can't trap them either. On the other side, Ning Yen here. He was lured by the illusory Xiao Xian'er and walked towards him step by step. He didn't stop until he reached the girl in green. He lifted a strand of Xiao Xian'er's hair with his hand. Xian'er, you know what? I miss you so much. Every day, I think about it, thinking that I'll go to the central region to see you when I've accomplished my cultivation and have the strength to do so. Thinking that when I become a strong person that even the Xiao family cannot despise, I will marry you as my wife. I now have a powerful master and have joined a powerful sect. Don't worry, Xian'er, I won't make you wait too long. I know, brother Ningyan, I miss you too. Xiao Xian'er interrupted Ningyan, who was still about to speak, and stepped forward to hug him. Hearing these words, Ningyan smiled happily. No matter how much he suffered on this cultivation path, having these words would be enough. Xiao Xian'er secretly took out a sharp dagger and was about to stab at Ningyan's heart behind his back. However, she was grabbed by Ningyan, who had been prepared for this, and held her arm in a death grip. Brother Ningyan, you, shut up, you're not her. No matter how much you imitate, Xian'er is unique in my eyes. He just wanted to talk about how much he had missed Xian'er over the past 3 years. It's not too much to ask to speak to your heart's obsession, is it? I won't allow anyone to imitate her, not even in an illusion. Closing his eyes, his hand rose and his sword fell. The 21st floor shattered in response. Both Qin Han and Ning Yan went all the way up through the 21st floor. Not a moment too soon, the two of them walked out of the trial tower one after another. The trial leaderboard was updated with it. First place in the trial, Qin Han, 41st floor. Trial second place Ning Yan, 40th floor. The crowd of disciples gathered outside were stunned. The two senior brothers were also too fierce, passing through the 21st floor and then charging a full 20 floors before stopping? I'm sorry, Sifu. I admit I spoke a little too loudly just now, and I take back what I just said. It should be a slam dunk all the way through and a look at the top of the rankings. Ning Yan also looked towards Qin Han's side when he saw the leaderboard, thinking to himself that Qin Han should be his strongest competitor in the outer sect rankings in the future. the future outer sect senior brother position would, without any surprise, be produced among the two of them. He knew the dreadfulness of the 40th floor. He was the one who folded at the 40th floor, and Qin Han was surprisingly able to pass. No, I have to catch up on my training, Ning Yan secretly said, so he resolutely walked towards the cultivation room. Senior brother, with such a high level of talent, you're still cultivating so diligently. What excuse do we have for being lazy? Go, target the cultivation room and fight for a month. Don't, senior. The disciples were all inspired by Ning Yan's move. Senior brother is working so hard, we must not lag behind. Thus, a new wave of involution swept over all the suffering disciples. Even the miscellaneous disciples who were sleeping kini titanium magnesium were kicked out of bed. Sleep? Sleep what sleep? We're going to roll up and shock everyone hard. The next day, the entire Green Cloud sect's disciples were abuzz. At the divine patriarch Feng Qing Yang's signal, the outer sect rankings and the handyman disciple rankings opened with a bang. The disciples participated enthusiastically. This was their only path to advancement in the sect. Want to get resources? Want to be honored by the clan? Want to be famous in the eastern region? Want to be at the top of your game? Then show your strength. Chapter 47 Ranking Competition. Faction Rivalry. Green Cloud Sect. Outer Gate Plaza. An eye-catching list went up. 10 days after the opening of the outer door rankings, a group of outer disciples were factionalized and competed around the leaderboards. Where there are people, there is a jungle. They form a small gang in groups of 3 or 5, and the largest of these factions has grown to 100. Not only could the disciples of a faction line help each other, but when they went out to do missions in the future, they could also plan their cooperation. This was what the sect was happy to see. There was competition to motivate them. The prerequisite is not to break the rules of the clan. Hey, that dude. An outer disciple was walking when he was startled by the person who suddenly came out. What are you doing? Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qing Hai of the Explosive Heaven faction. Seeing that you have extraordinary roots and a steady pace, senior brother, are you interested in joining my Frying Sky sect? The Frying faction? The disciple was also stunned. He'd heard of the Frying faction. It seems to be the #1 sect in the outer sect, and the faction is full of geniuses and experts. My elder brother Qing Yan of the Heaven Blasting sect is now ranked 3rd in the outer sect rankings. I, the Bombardment faction, occupy 30 places in the entire rankings. How about you join now? And when the senior brothers are promoted to the inner sect in 2 months, you'll have the inner sect brothers as your backers? I'm in. Senior. That disciple didn't expect the #1 rank large faction to take the initiative to come and invite him to join. Very well. I'll take you to meet your brothers in the faction later. Qing Hai patted his senior brother's shoulder and said happily. He had already recruited quite a few people in just a few days, all thanks to his ability to talk the talk, and the Frying Sky faction was rapidly growing in the outer gate, a time of fame and popularity. Hey, Long Aotian Dragon Sect, what do you take to fight with my Frying Sky faction? The Dragon Sect he was talking about was led by Long Aotian, their biggest rival, the second largest faction in the outer sect. The disciples of the two factions fought against each other, competing for places on the leaderboards. The third largest faction was the Skydance faction formed by Luo Dance, who was 5th on the rankings, and the Skydance faction was made up entirely of female disciples from the outer sect. However, the Heavenly Dance faction was not very strong, occupying only 10 places on the rankings, and was completely inferior to the two large factions above. The outer sect, the Frying Sky sect. The faction disciples gathered in a disciple hall. How about Yuan Chu? Has senior brother Qin Han agreed to join us? No, senior brother Qin Han said that he's not interested in our petty fights. What about senior brother Ning Yan? Neither. Senior brother Ning Yan said for me not to disturb his cultivation. Oh, hi. It seems that if I, the Heaven Blasting faction, want to continue to grow, I will have to rely on my own strength. That Long Aotian's Dragon sect has been growing too much lately. The rankings on the leaderboards are going to be similar to ours. Elder brother Green Flame, don't worry, with me here, the Dragon sect will not be able to surpass my Frying Sky faction. No way. I'll go into seclusion for a month now. Draw your sword 100 times a minute every day. 100 times. 100 times. When my sword drawing technique becomes a minor success, I will surely kill my way into the top 10 on the list. A disciple frantically drew and retracted his sword in a drill. After seeing the power of the sect, his eyes were also opened. Their group of disciples who had come together had a common goal and dream. That is to strive straight up and cultivate into a great emperor. So what if you're not gifted? Then we'll go against the grain. What's wrong with being born from a humble background? It's only a husband who can give and take. Good. I, the Heaven Blasting faction, am the #1 faction. Everyone go down and cultivate hard. I guess we'll have to meet quite a few challenges next. Explosive Sky faction's Green Flame stood up and said, he was currently 3rd on the leaderboard. with Qin Han in first place and Ning Yan in second. The fourth in the ranking is Long Ao Tian of the Dragon Sect. As for the challenge of senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ning Yan, that will have to wait until they are sure. The most important thing now was to stabilize his third position and not let Long Ao Tian steal home. Senior brother Green Flame, elder brother Qin Yan. Just then a disciple hurried over. Junior fourth brother, what are you in such a hurry for? Come sit down and take your time. Senior brother, Long Ao Tian of the Dragon Sect has issued a challenge letter to challenge you. Senior brother, Junior said as soon as he came in. Oh come on. Just when he said he wanted to stabilize his third position, this Long Ao Tian came to challenge him. Go over there. Outer Sect, Martial Arts Arena. Many disciples had already gathered at the side of the martial arts field at this time. A disciple was unsure and asked the disciple next to him, Brother, what day is it today? Why are so many people gathered here? Could it be that senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ning Yan are going to fight once more? The disciple asked expectantly. The last time these two senior brothers fought for the list was just a few days ago. Which battle watched them feast their eyes off? None of them admired the strength of the two senior brothers. In the end, senior brother Ning Yan's defeat had ended, but senior brother Ning Yan had put down his word that he would challenge him again in the next few days. No, it's senior brother Long Ao Tian who wants to challenge senior brother Qin Yan. That's okay. Fourth on the list challenges third on the list. Looks like another great fight. The man then joined the crowd in watching the fun. Not long after, the people from the Dragon Sect and the Flying Sky faction rushed over. Coming. You watch who you watch, brother. It's hard to say. The last battle for the list, these two senior brothers were only one move behind. This time it's not certain who will win. The fight hadn't even started yet, and the brothers and sisters down below were starting to talk, discussing who was going to lose and who was going to win. Long Ao Tian and Cheng Yan both stepped onto the ring. Long Ao Tian's long hair was draped over his shoulders and his hair was windless, revealing nothing but spontaneity and dominance. Green Flame was a refined-looking youth, holding a folding fan, with a floating Confucian aura radiating out. The Frying faction, the Friars, senior brother Green Flame will win. Green Flame's senior brother will win. The heaven-blasting sect disciples all cheered on their own senior brother. Dragon Gate, senior brother Ao Tian will win. Senior brother Ao Tian will win. The Dragon Gate sect disciples also shouted unwillingly. Now it was a competition in terms of momentum, no matter if we fought or not. First of all, we can't lose in terms of momentum. Long Ao Tian, it's only been a few short days and you're here to challenge me? Humph. I, Long Ao Tian, am not convinced. Last time it was you who won me by a fluke. Again. Well, whatever. Long Ao Tian revolved his aura to attack and kill the past. His cultivation of Pete Jindan displayed. Green Flame also met them head-on. The folding fan in his hand saw the moves, and the two fought hard. Aura streaked across the entire field as the two Jindan peaks clashed with each other. The two of them were considered to be the highest in the outer sect in terms of cultivation. Except for the two of them, Qin Han and Ning Yan, just one step away from breaking out of Jindan and stepping into Yuaning. As he fought, Green Flame intentionally revealed a break, and Long Ao Tian saw the opportunity and struck directly. Hey, this kid really fell for it. Green Flame seized the opportunity to slap out with his folding fan, instantly sending Long Ao Tian flying and falling to the ring. Senior brother Green Flame, elder brother Qin Yan. The people from the explosive Sky faction screamed even louder when they saw their senior brother win. The fallen Long Ao Tian opened his eyes and found Qin Yan standing in front of him handing over his hand. Get up, brother Ao Tian. No injuries. I'm fine, brother Qin Yan, you this. Long Ao Tian was pulled up in disbelief. We're all from the same clan, so it's good to get to the point. Chapter 48 Beast Tide breaks out, sweeping through 4 states. In the meantime, Spirit State, Magical Beast Forest. The Wraith Forest connects 4 continents. They are the Spirit State, the Desolate State, the Heavenly Continent, and the Green State. There were many demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Forest, and every so often they would follow the orders of the Demon King and unleash a wave of beasts to storm the major states. Today, the huge tide of beasts once again attacked the 4 continents with an unstoppable force. Brazenly, in an instant, the 4 continents shook. The living are in danger. The 3 great holy lands, the Dongxian Holy Land, the Ereshur Moon Holy Land, and the Tianqing Holy Land simultaneously notified all the major powers in each state to unite against the beasts. Batian City. Batian City was the closest city in Spirit State to the demonic beast forest. Before, there was still the Tianji Pavilion sitting in the town, but after the Tianji Pavilion was destroyed by the Qingyun sect, there was no more major power in the city, and it was scattered. Countless demonic beasts frantically attacked the city. There were countless demonic beasts of the first order, uncountable demonic beasts of the second order, mountains and seas of demonic beasts of the third order, and mountains of demonic beasts of the fourth order. Of course these are just cannon fodder, rushing to the forefront. The real threat was the kind of demonic beasts that were above the 5th rank. Tens of thousands of 5th and 6th ranked demonic beasts as far as the eye could see. Thousands of 7th order demonic beasts. There were even a few 8th order demonic beasts. One of these demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh, and at this moment, their eyes were full of blood red as they madly impacted. Roar! Roar! The hissing sounds of various demonic beasts were deafening. The realms of demonic beasts corresponded to the realms of cultivators respectively. First order equals chi refining. Second order equals foundation establishment. Third order equals Jin Dan. Fourth order equals Yuanying. Fifth order equals Dongshu. Sixth order equals transformation of the divine. Seventh order equals true man. Eighth order equals shattering of the void. Ninth order equals entry into the sacred. And so on. Demon beasts to the 9th level as a sacred beast is powerful, leading aside of the demon race. As for the Saint King beasts further down the line, Zune beasts and Emperor beasts had never appeared in the entire eastern domain and only existed in the mighty central domain. These demonic beasts would be a disaster if they were placed in the eastern region. But demonic beasts have more chi and blood than cultivators, so demonic beasts in the same realm are a bit stronger than cultivators. It was said that the demon king controlling the demonic beasts in the demonic beast forest was a 9th order sacred beast. This was what made the 3 great holy lands treated with caution. It is notorious for uniting all the forces of the 4 continents in the fight against it. Batian City, on the city wall. At this time, there were already mountains of corpses and rivers of blood outside the city. The walls were also littered with broken limbs. The major forces defending Batian City repelled the demonic beasts' attacks over and over again. Family Master, we can't hold out much longer. At most a day's time these demonic beasts will break through the city. A man covered in blood staggered to the head of the family and said, "These damn demonic beasts. No, we can't back out. If we retreat, our homes will be destroyed by these demonic beasts." Their place was considered the first line of defense against demonic beasts in spirit state. Once the city is broken, then the gateway to the spirit state will be wide open, and these crazy demonic beasts will sweep across the spirit state. Half a day ago, Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family, the hegemonic level power in the city, had united the large and small forces in the city to defend against the demonic beasts. However, since there are countless demonic beasts, the city will be destroyed in a day's time at the most. Top it even if you can't. I've just sent someone to notify the upper sect and the major forces in the spirit state, and I believe that strong men will be dispatched soon. Now all of you hold on to me, even if they die. If these demonic beasts want to enter the city, they'll have to step over us. At this time, a 6th order demonic beast rushed up the city wall and bit Yi Wu's arm. Ah! Yi Wu screamed in pain. Master of the house. Asterisk 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 off. I'm fine. Go guard the walls. The demonic beasts are rushing up. Yi Wu roared as he slashed the demonic beast that was biting his arm in half with a sword. Alas! Nay! The old ancestor of the hollow shattering realm was tangling with an 8th rank demonic beast and had no time to care about this place. That's really the main battlefield. In Batian City, people were on edge at this time. Cultivators with a bit of cultivation and blood have already gone to guard the city walls, and the rest are either weaklings who are trembling in fear in the city. Either that or most of the people who have long since rolled up and run away. Everyone is equal in the face of disaster. Not everyone was as bold as Yi family lord and the others. Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. But they don't think about it. Under the nest, there is no egg left intact. The once large city that was considered prosperous in the entire spirit state, Tianwu's city, now had 9 out of 10 rooms empty, with beacons burning every piece of earth. Green Cloud Sect, Green Cloud Palace. Feng Qingyang was sitting on the main seat and was checking the system interface, thinking about where to go next. Today's Qingyun sect was already considered to be in a bottleneck of development. The only way to continue to grow was to keep expanding, recruiting strong people and geniuses, and raising the prestige of the sect. With the presence of a great emperor realm elder and so many elders, there was no need to be parochial. Master, Feng Qingyang. Realm, mid-realist realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyi. Physique, divine body of the heavens. Sect powerhouses, elder ancestor Li Qingyun, peak of the great emperor realm. Guard elder Wang Xian, peak of the shattered sky realm. Outer sect elders Night White, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng, peak of the shattered sky realm. And 5 guards. Inner sect elder Mu Shui Xian has entered the saint realm. Luo Chen is a half-saint. Law enforcement hall elder Luo Wudao, entered the saint realm. And Palace of Merit elder Nia Hailong, entered the peak of the saint realm. 600 disciples of the outer disciples and 1400 of the miscellaneous disciples. Sect, Qingyun sect, level 1, 9000/10,000. After so many days of living as a salted fish, the realm has only risen by one small realm. being the #1 divine body in the heavens. It's a shame. No, as the patriarch I can't keep swinging like this. Holy system, shut the up. The 3 great pleasures in life are eating, drinking and playing. Do you understand? And rightly so. What do you know? You broken system. In view of the host's rotten behavior, this system expresses its contempt and gives you a middle finger. Release the latest mission to recruit a talented disciple. Completion will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Disciple interface, daughter of the Holy Lord of the Royal Dan Holy Land, Li Rouge, realm early Yuaning, 4th order alchemist, Royal Dan Holy Land, one of the 5 holy places in the eastern region, with deep roots and Dan Dao power, admired by hundreds of millions of people. Holy, nice one, the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Dan Dao Holy Land. You're asking me to go to the Holy Land to rob it? Not right. Rob? It's not impossible. Ahem. It just so happens that my Green Cloud sect still lacks alchemists. If I snatch the entire Holy Land piece by piece, dry up. I'll take this mission. The system honcho will give you face. It's not like there's a penalty for him not completing the task. If you put it in the first 2 days of the swing routine, that designation would not be picked up. However, this time, not only would they be able to obtain rewards, but they would also be able to solve the clan's need for pills. It's a waste of time not to do it, and another hand to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Feng Qingyang was secretly pondering, Outer Sect Elder Knight White walked into the main hall after the report. Patriarch, the wave of demonic beasts is coming. Chapter 49 Outer Disciple. Strong strike. A wave of demonic beasts? Yes, Sovereign. The demonic beast forest has erupted with a wave of demonic beasts that has swept through the 4 continents including our spirit state. At the barrier of the spirit state, Bastard Heavenly City is about to be unable to withstand it, and the Yi family of Tianwu City has sent a plea for help to the major forces of the spirit state. After saying that, Night White pulled out a blood-stained letter from his pocket. When Feng Qingyang saw this, he reached out and the letter flew into his hand. Check it out. Dear Father, I'd like to thank you for your help. I am Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family in Badian City. Today at the hour of the Devil Beast Forest first moved differently, and then lifted countless Demon Beast King to attack Tianwu City. Our clans have resisted with blood, but with the disparity in strength, I fear that the city will soon be destroyed and the people will die. Badian City is the barrier of my spirit state. When the demonic beasts break through the city and sweep through spirit state, I am afraid that the tragic situation of Tianwu 88481 will be repeated. I hope the upper clan will send strong support. Ba Tianyi family head pays his respects. Batian City, the magical beast forest. Ding, the latest quest is released. A wave of demonic beasts is coming. How can you, as the top clan of a state, stand by and do nothing? Spirit state is under the control of the Qingyun sect. How can a foreigner get his hands on it? The host is requested to send elders and disciples to save the people of the spirit state from fire, purge the demonic beasts from the wild, and spread the prestige of the sect to every corner of the spirit state. The completion of the mission will result in a huge reward and the opening of the Prestige Value Mall and the Prestige Point Lucky Draw. Host, you don't want to see the spirit state under the control of the Qingyun sect in 1,000 pieces, do you? Another mission? System, you are really diligent today. However, Feng Qingyang didn't say anything more this time. Even if there was no reward, he was still going to send someone. It's not a matter of being sanctimonious, it's a matter of principle. Most of all the disciples of the Green Cloud sect came from the spirit state, and now that their hometown was about to be destroyed, it was expected that they were even more anxious, and it's a great place to try out disciples. You also get quest rewards, and the opening of the Prestige Value Mall and Prestige Value Lottery. It's simply a lot of birds with 1 stone. Think about it. Feng Qingyang used his divine thoughts to notify the 2 inner sect elders to come. After receiving the news, Mu Shuixian and Luochen rushed to the Green Cloud Palace at fire speed. As an inner sect elder, his 2 were very idle. It was time to move. Patriarch, you called us. The 2 men in the elder's clothing stood in the main hall. Respectfully, he looked towards the patriarch on the main seat. A wave of demonic beasts has erupted in the spirit state's demonic beast forest. I order the 2 of you to take all the outer disciples and head to Batian City to destroy the demonic beasts. A wave of demonic beasts? Mu Shuixian frowned slightly and said darkly, yes, Sovereign. Without further thought, the 2 men then retreated. Green Cloud Sect Outer Gate. An earth-shattering message came out. The sect's mission hall issued a mission. Demonic beasts are sweeping through the spirit state, and the sect has ordered the inner sect elders to lead the outer sect disciples to go there. Slaughtering a first-order demonic beast contribution points heavy +1. Slaughtering a second-order demonic beast contribution points heavy +10. Slaughtering a third-order demonic beast contribution points heavy +100. Slaughtering a fourth-order demonic beast contribution points heavy +500. And slaughtering a fifth-order demonic beast contribution points heavy +1,000. to add to the motivation of the disciples, and the rewards of the trial. Feng Chungyang directly waved his hand, and the contribution point quests came. That means the more and higher ranked demonic beasts you kill, then the more contribution points you get. When that happens, you can exchange them for various items at the clan. Misty Grass. The contribution value can finally be acquired. Demonic beast sweeping through spirit state? It shall not be. Go tell senior brother quickly. Fried sky pie. Brothers, it's time for us, the frying faction, to show our stuff. It's said that raising an army for a day is a good idea, and as the number one sect of the sect's outer disciples, we can't bring shame to the sect. The frying faction strikes. Green Flame stood up and exclaimed. So the dragon sect Dragon Ao Tian, the Skydance sect Luo Dance and several other large factions that received the news at the same time responded. Even the duo of Qin Han and Ning Yen, who had been cultivating in seclusion, had come out one after another. This mission is a real scent. That what demonic beast tide dares to violate my spirit state? That's money to them. It's a resource. It's a contribution point tide. In a short while, under the assembly of the outer door elders, all the outer door disciples stood in an orderly manner on the outer door square. It is said that the ones leading the team this time are two inner sect elders. Yes, our outer sect elders are so profoundly strong. How strong must the inner sect elders be? I don't know. We haven't seen it either. But I'm now 9th on the leaderboard. And when the leaderboard is finalized, I'll be promoted to the inner sect. Hey, hush, senior brother. The elders are here. Two women and middle-aged men wearing the inner sect elders' uniforms walked to the front of the crowd of disciples. I'm inner sect elder Mushui Xian, and this is inner sect elder Luo Chen. The two of us will lead the way on this operation. Fogweed. Elder Mu was surprisingly as beautiful as a fairy. I can't. I have to join the inner circle. Not for any other eye candy. This mission was ordered by the patriarch himself. There can't be a single mistake. The disciples defend their homes. Well, without further ado, depart. After Mu Shuixian finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the Green Cloud battleship, and the disciples entered in an orderly fashion. After the Yi family's distress letter was sent, the major powers of the spirit state responded by sending strong men and disciples. And so the scenes from the last siege of the Qingyan sect were once again played out, but this time it's more grandiose. 3 emerging hegemonic powers, several top-tier powers and first-class powers. Even the second-rate and third-rate forces sent disciples and elders there. This is the defense of Lingzhou. All hearts must work together. Everyone understands that when the nest is tipped, no egg is left intact. Huge warships converged densely together and sailed towards Bastard City, Xianyue City. Countless Sword Dao cultivators had gathered together, and they were going to spontaneously rush to Batian City to fend off the demonic beasts. Who says there is no loyalty in the way of the sword, and that the Great Tribulation is coming to Batian, Tianwu City? The head of the Zhao family, an emerging first-class power, summoned all the disciples and elders of the family to set out to aid Batian City. Floating City. All the major scattered cultivators gathered in front of the city lord's mansion and were led by the city lord to Batian City. Long Moon City. Gentlemen, this is a matter of life and death for spirit state. Those who are not afraid of death follow me. Those who look down before life and death are either noble or blameworthy. Chapter 50, The Great Powers, gathering again in the heavens. At this time, this side of Batian City, the battle in Batian City had reached a white-hot stage. The army of demonic beasts rushed towards the city walls in wave after wave without fear of death. The forces of Bastard Sky City that were defending the city had already suffered countless deaths and injuries, but all with tenacious perseverance, repelled the wave after wave of attacks of demonic beasts. But the demonic beasts seemed to be a constant stream, constantly rushing out from the demonic beast forest. But their manpower was limited, and at this point, most of the demonic beasts had already attacked the city walls, recklessly tearing into the cultivators defending the city. Ah, damn demonic beasts, dare to bite me, all you immortal. A man screamed miserably as he was bitten on the buttocks by a bird-type demonic beast. Brother Yunfei, come over here quickly and get the demonic beast off my butt. It hurts me to death. The man was beaten by the demonic beasts in front of him and had no time to care about the demonic beasts on his body, so he could only shout to his companions beside him. Luckily the bite was on the ass. If you bite down the middle of your legs, consequences are unimaginable. The cultivators on the city walls were beaten back. Screams, and the hissing of the demonic beasts were in a row. Family Master, there are too many demonic beasts attacking the city walls. It's impossible to defend. Let's retreat to the city quickly. When the time comes, we can still delay it a bit with the terrain in the city. When Yi Wu heard this, he killed the 5th-ranked demonic beast in front of him with a sword and turned to look towards the city wall, only to see that numerous demonic beasts had already occupied most of the city, and half of their Yi family disciples had been killed or injured. The rest of the cultivators were also overwhelmed and fell one after another. Is the sky going to kill me? Bat Ian City? The Xianyu City's crowd of sword cultivators are here. How dare a small demonic beast commit a crime against my spirit state? Just when Yi Wu was in despair, a loud voice came from the west. He looked up into the west. 3,000 sword cultivators sped in with their swords. The sword cultivators resolutely killed the demonic beasts, their vertical and horizontal sword chi harvesting one demonic beast after another. The sword light flashed, and in an instant thousands of demonic beasts were chipped beasts. Excellent! My reinforcements from spirit state are here. There's help! There's help! On the orders of the crowd, counterattack! Yi Wu stood up, picked up the broken sword that had long been broken in half, and shouted loudly to the remaining cultivators on the city wall. The remaining cultivators on the city walls were already powerless to fight anymore, but when they saw the reinforcements coming, they once again exploded their physical potential. Together with the 3,000 sword cultivators who had just arrived, they finally drove down the demonic beasts on the city walls with a single blow. In the meantime, numerous loud noises came from the back of Bastard City. The cultivators on the city walls looked back in horror. I'm afraid that a high-level demonic beast will attack from the rear. Did the ancestors lose the battle? But after seeing the visitor, their expressions immediately changed from horror to surprise. It was the arrival of the major powers of their spirit state. Densely packed warships whimpered and traveled over. After leaping over the Heaven's City, after energizing the warship with spirit stones in the sky, it started indiscriminately bombarding the demonic beasts below. The fierce laser cannons declared out in a frenzy. A large vacuum area was soon blown out. The demonic beast was blown up to the point where it didn't even recognize its grandmother. In the end, after the roars of a few high-ranking demonic beasts, they temporarily retreated, leaving behind the corpses of demonic beasts all over the ground. The charred demonic beast corpse smelled pretty good at first. The major powers on the warships also retreated. The poor man is not to be pursued. They had retreated into the depths of the magical beast forest. Warships are not suited to fly in that terrain. Thanks to all of you arriving in time, or else this bastard heavenly city would have been trampled down by these demonic beasts. Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family, wiped the blood from his face and thanked the major powers. No, it's also thanks to Yi family master leading his men in a bloody battle to hold back the demonic beasts. Yes, Family Master Yi is truly a model hero for my spirit state. The crowd looked at Yi Wu's appearance at this moment. Originally, he was the head of the family of a hegemonic level power, the man of the hour in his state. At this time, his hair was scattered, and his clothes were tattered and torn, with several large holes bitten out by the demonic beast. His face was also stained with blood and sweat, and he held a broken sword. Don't worry, Yi family master, leave this place to us. We have a steady stream of spirit state cultivators coming behind us. Although we usually harbor a little bit of rivalry, we must unite in the face of such a great right and wrong. The 3 Yi clan ancestors on the other side of the battlefield had already held out for a long time and were about to be unable to hold out. 3 people against 10 8th rank demonic beasts. The 10 8th rank demonic beasts in front of them were too terrifying. Demonic beasts at the 8th stage were the existence of a demon king, and could transform into form with incomparable strength. The skin and flesh defense was extremely strong. If it wasn't for the fact that they were dodging attacks with their nimble stance, they would probably have been slapped into crumbs by now. No, if we continue like this sooner or later we will be killed by these few heads. I don't know if the reinforcements have come yet. If you don't come, I won't be able to hold out much longer. Right at this moment, one of the Yi clan ancestors didn't pay attention, and was viciously toppled out by an 8th rank savage bull. Penis. Put. The Yi clan ancestor who was slapped away spat out a large mouthful of blood before slowly standing up. Just as the barbarian bull was about to attack, a powerful wave of aura attacked it. It was so scared that it dodged. He's a little simple-minded, but not stupid. He's a little thick-skinned, but he can hide. And who wants to take a beating? Just then, ha, this bunch of guys are only good at bullying the few with the many. Don't panic, the 3 Yi brothers, we're here. The old ancestors of the 3 hegemonic level forces arrived in time. Reinforcements are coming. The 3 old ancestors looked into the air in surprise. It had been a long battle and the aura had bottomed out. If the reinforcements arrive a little later, this group of 8th order demonic beasts will be left unopposed. And the consequences. 6 in all. 3 were in the middle stage of the hollow shattering realm. 2 were in the late stage of the hollow shattering realm. And 1 was at the peak of the hollow shattering realm. Together with the 3 old ancestors of the Yi family there were a total of 9 hollow shattering realms. It was enough to compete head-on with these 10 8th rank demonic beasts. Damn humans. My old ox is going to stomp you all to death. When the demon Saint Lord side frees up his hands, he will trample your spirit state flat. Another demonic insect with a monstrous demonic aura also stood out and said, "Humph, big talk. Since when do bugs have the guts to come out and interrupt? If you want to step on Lingzhou you also have to ask if the sword in my hand agrees." With that, the old man took the lead and charged up with his sword. As for the demon saint this demonic beast was talking about, he wasn't something they should consider. Naturally the Holy Land and the upper sect would have to deal with it. P.S. It's only 100,000 words here, so thank you to every reader who reads this, and thank you for the support. The pace has slowed down a bit for a few chapters over the last few days, but it'll be up soon. Want to apply for the book operator can apply directly. Queue if more people will build. There's one more chapter in the wee hours of the morning, but it'll be late. Go to bed early. Good night. Chapter 51 3 Holy Places. Going to the battlefield. In the meantime, deserted states. Dongxian Holy Land. Under the joint notification of the 3 great holy places, all the clans and forces sent strong men to aid the cities and pools that were approaching the demonic beast forest. Sacred Lord, you can rest assured with me. Wang Tong, leading the disciples out. Wang Tong had been frantically cultivating since he came out after being struck by Hua Qingyue in that ancient sacred mystic realm. Now it has reached the middle stage of the cave void. They were all leaders among the younger generation in the eastern region. Defending against the beast tide is not trivial. Take it. It can be used at critical moments. The Holy Lord waved his hand and a scroll appeared in Wang Tang's hand. This scroll contains the full force of this Holy Lord's strike and can be used 3 times. Thank you, Holy Lord. Wang Tang was overjoyed. I haven't asked the clan elders for the previous scrolls when they ran out. The previous ones were all given by the half-saint realm elders. It was different now. The full force of a Holy Lord's strike, which meant the full force of a saint's strike. Straight up birdshot. This time the demon slaying is done. I wonder how it's going in the spirit state where Brother Sure is. Speaking of this scroll, Wang Tang remembered the youth that he had befriended in the secret realm. I wonder if I'll have the chance to fight alongside Brother Sure again this time. Last time I slaughtered a demon. This time I killed a demon. The Eastern Xian Holy Lord looked worriedly in the direction of the magical beast forest. He always felt that this beast tide was unusual. The rest of the Saint Realm powerhouses in the Holy Land had already dispatched to the main battlefield. That's where the difference between winning and losing is. If we lose, we'll have to invite the old man. The combined strength of these 3 states were all too much stronger than the spirit state, with numerous hegemonic level forces and countless top-tier and first-class forces. After all, it was the place where the 3 holy places of the eastern region were located, and there was just one branch of the Tianji Pavilion in spirit state before. The whole sub-cabinet is Le Color. Now I guess they all throw in the towel. Plus, that wave of siege of the Qingyan sect had hung up quite a few strong people. That's why Lingzhou hasn't reached its heyday yet. However, with the Green Cloud sect as the upper sect, it was estimated that it wasn't far from rising to prominence. The notification of the Holy Land has just been issued. Countless forces then responded. 9ID. Demonic beasts still dare to come to my desolate state to spread their wildness. Guys, when you tackle the Demon King, old me piss yellow, I'm going to nourish it to wake it up and show it who it's messed with. That's too kind of you. I've heard that Demon King meat is good, especially deflated. It's a great tonic. Tell Mo I want to get deflated. Desolate Sky City in the desolate state. This was the forefront of the Wasteland State's defense against demonic beasts. At this time, it was also the same as Spirit State's Badian City, where the cultivators in the city had repelled demonic beast attack after demonic beast attack, with corpses littering the landscape. But it also lasted until the support of the major forces in the Wasteland State. The hollow-shattering realm ancestors all rushed to the main battlefield, where there were also 10 8th-ranked demonic beasts. In the meantime, Qingzhou, Celestial Green Sanctuary. Saint Sun Mufan led the disciples and elders to Evergreen City at the signal of Holy Lord Sage Tiancheng. Evergreen City was located in the eastern part of the Demon Beast Forest, bordering the Demon Beast Forest. The comprehensive strength of the Green Continent was not much different from that of the deserted state. It was just that the heavenly Green Holy Land's heritage was far inferior to that of the Dongxian Holy Land. It's an emerging mecca. However, there were numerous hegemonic level forces and top-tier forces within the state. It's only slightly behind on the main battlefield. Tianzhou, a Rashikage Sanctuary. At the order of the Arashir Moon Sacred Lord, the entire sacred ground flew into motion. A steady stream of resources were shipped to Shangyuan City, the front line of Tianzhou's defense against demonic beasts. Holy Maiden Xiamingxi led the elders and disciples of the sect to Shangyuan City as well. If we lose this battle, then the jade will burn. At that time, the people of Qingzhou will be devastated. Chapter 52, The Heavenly Might of the Upper Sect, Slaughtering the Demons. In the meantime, Reiju, Batian City, with many forces and a steady stream of arriving cultivators chugging along, Batian City is currently solid as gold. Several waves of demonic beasts had been repelled. Not much longer. The dense army of demonic beasts once again attacked frantically. This one was far more numerous than previous ones, and the earth shook with the tremors. Roar, buzz, countless hissing sounds shook the sky and the earth. Looking around, hundreds of 7th-ranked demonic beasts were leading the charge in front. Countless 6th-ranked demonic beasts followed closely behind, all of them coming in a frantic onslaught. A 7th order demonic beast was equivalent to a cultivator's real person realm. Misty grass. So many 7th rank demonic beasts. Are these guys crazy? This is intended to destroy us in one fell swoop. The great lords on the city walls cried out in shock. It's like everyone is putting out small orders and you come up with a ing bomb, right? You really think I'm so easy to bully in Lingzhou, don't you? Mud. A man's death is not a death. Fight them. Those who behead 100 demonic beasts will be heavily rewarded by this family head. Yi family master. I'm Zhang. I'll take your Yi family's reward. Ha ha, I am Wang Sanbao. Brother, give me a share of this reward as well. The greatsword in my hand is already hungry and thirsty. Talking and laughing, tens of thousands of cultivators flew out en masse from the city walls and killed the wave of demonic beasts. In front of this kind of 6th or 7th rank demonic beast, the city walls would be better than nothing. It could only manage to block demonic beasts below the 6th rank. Instead of being passive, we should be proactive. Kill him in the dark, fight him in the sun and the moon. As soon as the two sides touched on, they erupted into a shocking collision of chi. The demonic beast side had a monstrous demonic aura that filled the clouds. The crowd of cultivators had their auras spread out, and a majestic aura swept through the heavens and earth in an instant. Thousands of cultivators sobbed blood in the instant of collision, and tens of thousands of demonic beasts cried out in sorrow. A melee ensued between the two sides. Nay, there were too many demonic beasts that constantly surrounded the crowd of cultivators. Asterisk. I'll fight you all. The cultivator besieged by the wave of demonic beasts roared in rage and directly exploded himself. Rumble. Several loud sounds came out, and majestic shockwaves struck in all directions. The shockwave generated by the self-explosion toppled thousands of demonic beasts. Even an ant with many ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone a crazy demonic beast. The uncountable demonic beasts continued to press on, immediately filling that one vacuum. Warships from all the major powers were also out in force. Thousands of warships bombarded the rear of the demonic beasts frantically, and the spirit stones were spent like water. Aura shockwaves bombarded round after round. Damn humans! At this point, a bird-like demonic beast with wings sped from the rear and attacked the warship. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the demonic beast, it's a demon king, an 8th order demon king. Damn! How can there still be a demon king over here? The cultivator on the warship exclaimed. Aren't all the demon kings in the main battlefield? You don't play peak games, only bronze games, do you? The enraged demon king frantically attacked the warships of the major powers. It was basically a claw that could smash a large swathe of warships. Just then a huge wave of booms came. Bang! Blasting the 8th rank demon king into pieces on the spot. That demon king didn't even have time to wail. The crowd looked up. A huge green-colored warship sailed in, covering the sky. The mighty and huge warships were more than several times bigger than the biggest warships among the major powers. The shockwave that blasted the demon king just now was emitted from it. It's the Qingyun sect's warships. Strong men from the Qingyun sect are here. Shang Tsung. It's the upper clan, the heavenly might of the upper sect. A cultivator who recognized the Qingyun sect's warship shouted, "Great! My spirit state's upper sect powerhouses are here. All the cultivators follow this family head to kill." The Green Cloud battleship continued to recharge and blasted towards the wave of demonic beasts. Each one was equivalent to a saint's full strength strike. It directly sunk the earth on the outskirts of the magical beast forest by a few points. Even the space here was shattered. With a single strike, tens of thousands of demonic beasts were beaten to the bone, and even the blood and water were vaporized into air, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Misty grass. The upper sect is awesome, worthy of being the overlord of the spirit state. After these few maneuvers, the Holy Land was nothing more than that in their eyes. Perhaps, the upper clan is more than even the Holy Land. Shock is too shocking. The tide of demonic beasts that they had fought so hard against were like papier-mâché tigers under the heavenly might of the upper sect, collapsing at the touch of a button. Ask if there is any other power in the entire eastern region that can compete with the upper sect. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect follow this saint to slaughter the demons. A loud voice came out from the Green Cloud warship. The doors of the warship opened. Mu Shui Xian, who was wearing an elder's uniform, was the first to kill out with her sword. Luo Chen, the inner sect elder in the back, followed closely behind. The crowd of disciples from the outer sect of the Green Cloud sect also came out in a line. It's not that you don't want to tackle them directly with a warship, but it's too powerful to grasp the full force of a saint's strike. There are still tens of thousands of cultivators from Spirit State down there who are simmering and fighting with the demonic beasts. Definitely misplaced them. Kill hundreds of thousands of enemies directly and lose tens of thousands of your own. As soon as Mu Shui Xian came down, her cultivation at the early stage of the sacred realm was unleashed. With his hand, he chopped out a majestic sword chi. It crushed tens of thousands of demonic beasts to death in an instant. Everyone in the frying faction strike. Where is the Dragon Gate? My Sky Dance sect can't be left behind either. The three major factions and the rest of the disciple sects followed closely behind the two elders, constantly decimating some weak demonic beasts. These demonic beast elders don't bring hitchhikers. Blowing their breath can blow them to death, so naturally it is reserved for them. Mu Shuixian kept chopping out sword chi and continued to slaughter the demons. Suddenly she detected many strong cultivation fluctuations in the sky above the magical beast forest. Could that be the main battlefield? Elder Luo, you stay and protect the disciples. This saint will go over there to take a look. Think about it. Mu Shuixian turned her head to Luochen, who was slaughtering the demonic beasts. Elder Luo was a half-saint realm powerhouse. Staying here to control the whole situation was enough. Ha ha, contribution points. So many contribution points. The disciples realized that by casually hacking a demonic beast to death, the token hanging on their waist would automatically draw on the target's beast power, then increase the corresponding contribution value. These demonic beasts all over the ground are contribution points. They are resources. Rob. The crowd of outer disciples were even more frantic. Resources all over the place. These were the necessary things to go straight to the green clouds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xing Hai, fetch my great sword. I'm going to hit 100. The always gentle Ching Flame also dropped the folding fan in his hand and shouted to the faction's senior brother Cheng Hai. It's a good time to not operate like a madman. Elder brother caught it for you. When Ching Hai finished speaking, he threw a 3-meter-long large sword over. The disciples of the major factions were madly slaughtering the low-level demonic beasts under the leadership of the lead senior brother. It's like they're in a hurry with anyone who steals from them. All of them made the cultivators on the field look dumbfounded. Fogweed. Even if the strongest of the upper sect were fierce, the disciples were also fierce. Each one is like a chicken blood, especially the two youths in the west. The fist blasted several fourth-ranked demonic beasts. Robbing with them is still a rush with you. So I'm leaving? Chapter 53, Main Battlefield Fighting. Holy war breaks out. In the meantime, above the Wraith Forest, this is the main battlefield of the Great War. 9 hollow-breaking realm ancestors on the spirit state side were battling 10 8th Order Demon Kings. It had been a fierce battle for quite a few hours. For a while it was still an even split, with no one being able to do anything about it. On the side of the spirit state cultivators, 3 ancestors were injured. On the opposite side of the demonic beasts, a demonic beast's wings were broken. The twin horns on the bull demon king's head were chopped off by one. And there was also a demonic beast whose body was covered in sword wounds. But the Great War here compared to the other 3 continents, that is much worse. Everyone, let's not attack blindly. This will only deplete the aura in vain. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, then we will fold here today. An old ancestor raised his sword and knocked a demon king away, reminding him with his divine thoughts. The aura in the body was limited, and after a long time they felt that the aura was gradually running out. Those demonic beasts were different, and as they fought, they took shape and used their huge bodies to consume them, find their weaknesses and then kill them with one blow. He had already discovered the weakness of one of the demon kings, that bull demon king. Its weakness was the twin horns on its head. That was where the essence of its entire demonic energy resided. The bull's horns had just been chopped off by him. It was obvious that the strength of this demon king had dropped drastically. Think about it. He lifted his sword and once again killed towards the ox demon king's huge body. Mao! Seeing this cultivator charging at it again, the bull demon king hissed furiously and toppled the oncoming cultivator with his one horn. Damned human! How dare you chop off this king's horn? This king will run you over. Good chance! That old ancestor saw that this silly cow happened to lower its head and ram its one horn at him. You stupid cow! Give this old ancestor death! He revolved his gong method to transfer his entire body's spiritual energy, and the sword in his hand slashed fiercely at that unicorn horn. Ding! With a sound, the remaining unicorn horn of the bull demon king fell off in response. Mao! 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 After a few angry hisses, it unwillingly fell downwards towards the bottom, its huge body dropping heavily to the ground, dead beyond repair. Hoo-hoo! That old ancestor also gasped a few mouthfuls of thick air, and after a great deal of effort he could finally get this cow to die. When the remaining old ancestors of spirit state saw this scene, one by one, they were greatly encouraged and once again killed towards the demon king. This time, it's all about finding their weaknesses. Now it was 9 hollow-shattering realms versus the 9-headed demon king. They could also have a relatively easy time with the loss of one less 8th Order demon king. In the meantime, not far away in the direction of the heavenly state, a saint from the Arashir Moon Sacred Land was battling a 9th-ranked sacred beast. The holy beast had already taken shape, its huge body unfolding in the air, a tiger-shaped holy beast. Roar! It kept growling. Pounds of majestic holy might filled the entire sky above. Dozens of hollow-shattering realms fought with numerous 8th-ranked demonic beasts. Every collision of the saint realm could produce a huge shockwave, so both the Tianzhou side and the demonic beast side stayed far away from them. The aftermath of a saint realm battle was not something they could withstand. A duel in the Saint realm was also not something that could be decided in a short period of time, and even the losing party could not be killed easily, and had to pay quite a price. In the meantime, Green Island direction. The same was true of a saint from the heavenly Green Holy Land versus a 9th rank saint beast. This saint beast was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the peak of a cultivator's sacred realm from the aura it emitted. It was a transformed giant bear. It furiously attacked the saint of the heavenly Green Holy Land over and over again. This gave the saints of the heavenly Green Holy Land a headache. He was only in the middle stage of the sacred realm and was completely no match for the sacred beast. When any strength reaches absolute strength, all the fancy outsmarting and whatnot becomes dirt. He could only keep dodging the giant bear's attacks and stall until the saints from the other Holy Lands came. Otherwise, we'll have to ask the Holy Lord. The direction of the deserted state. The demonic beasts here are the most powerful. The saint and 2 half-saints from the Dongshin Holy Land fought against 2 holy beasts, and the rest were the shattered Hollow Realm elders from each family fighting dozens of 8th-ranked demonic beasts. The matchup on the Holy Realm side was fine, evenly split for now. The only 2 half-saints against a sacred beast were clearly struggling to hold on, and were not on the same level at all. This is also the holy beast transformed into a huge size. The 2 of them can still use their body advantage to dodge. This holy beast's cultivation, if placed on the cultivator, the 2 of them would have been dead 100 times over. That means I have countless chances to make a mistake, whereas if you guys make even one mistake, you're straight up dead. Overall, the cultivators from the 4 continents did not have an advantage in the main battlefield. If they lost, the only fate that awaited the 4 continents was destruction. Just then, Mu Shuixian flew in Lingzhou direction. As soon as he came over, he saw 9 hollow shattering realm cultivators battling the 9-headed demon king. Get out of the way, all of you, and let this saint come. Hearing this, the 9 old ancestors on Spirit State's side blasted out at the demon kings together with all their might before quickly retreating backward. This saint? That's great. The saints of the Holy Land are here. The old ancestors looked backward. However, it was a magnificent sword-wielding woman, with eyebrows but revealing a heroic spirit, wearing a blue and green clan uniform. It exuded a powerful saint realm aura. Not a holy place. It's a powerhouse from the Green Cloud sect. Sacred realm. The upper sect really does have a sacred realm in attendance. The crowd of old ancestors secretly said in their hearts. They all guessed that the upper sect Qingyun sect must have saints, but they just had never seen one before. Everyone who personally participated in the siege of the Green Cloud sect died that time. From the passers-by's mouths, they were incomparably certain when news came out that even the Central Region Tianji Pavilion had sent their elders, but they were still killed instantly. Today, I finally witnessed the elegance of the saints of the upper sect with my own eyes. My spirit state is also a big state with a holy land sitting on it. Chapter 54, Sword collects Sacred Beast. Empress makes a move. It's a human saint realm powerhouse. The 9 demon kings felt the majestic holy might emanating from Mushu Xian. All of them were immobilized by this terrifying holy might. The huge body trembled with it. My lord, will give. Not waiting for that demon king to finish, Mushu Xian casually chopped over with her sword. Her cold, frosty face didn't bat an eye. Lingering sword chi ran through heaven and earth. The 9-headed demon king was instantly blown away by this terrifying sword chi. A few little reptiles, how dare you threaten this emperor? Even though she could only exert her cultivation at the sacred realm right now, she was at least the water fairy empress of the central region, and his cultivation was slowly recovering. It was only a matter of time before he returned to the great emperor realm. When a great emperor is angry, the sky falls apart, billions of ambushed corpses, and the stars are turning. Mushu Xian put away her sword and turned her head to glance at the 9 old ancestors. Upper zone. Big man, what's the order? The 9 old ancestors saw Mushu Xian looking towards them. After witnessing that 9-headed demon king's miserable state, all nervous to give the collective whole stutter. It's too strong. With a single casual strike, they had decimated the demon kings that they had fought for so long without leaving any dregs. You don't have to worry about the main battlefield. Now retreat back to Batian City. Assist our clan elders in eradicating the remaining demonic beasts. Yes, Lord Shang Tsung. The 9 old ancestors hurriedly grayed out and flew towards Bastard Sky City. This lord's aura is too powerful. I can't take it anymore, because one more look is going to explode. Mushu Xian then flew further away. There are fluctuations of the holy realm there, above the devil beast forest. In the direction of Tianzhou, the saint from the Arashikage sacred land was fighting that tiger-shaped sacred beast. The majestic saint might clashed madly against each other. Damn it! This saint's sword can't even cut this sinful animal. After this tiger-shaped sacred beast transformed into its form, its defense was simply pulling out all the stops. One must know that the sword in her hand was a holy weapon warmed by her own holy source. Although it was a low-grade saint armament, it was incredibly sharp, and each sword contained the might of the saint realm. However, chopping on this demonic tiger could only leave a little bit of skin wound, and could not in the least advance in an inch. That demonic tiger, however, was sharp with every claw, and she had already taken a claw. A conspicuous bloodstain was drawn across his back. A demonic beast of the late Saint realm? It just so happens that the Green Cloud sect is still lacking a few demonic beasts to watch over the door. Mu Shuixian, who had rushed over, was secretly calculating. If he gave the patriarch a sacred beast as a mount, he would also be able to get along better in the sect in the future. But can the sovereign look at a holy realm mount? Thinking again of the power of the sovereign and the might of the clan, she hesitated again. Sacred beasts aren't pushy enough. It's only about right to match the sovereign with a beast exalted or emperor beast. Whatever, let's get it back first. Mu Shuixian killed out with her sword, and with one hand, she picked apart the duo who were fighting so hard. Roar! The tiger-shaped demonic beast roared in anger when it saw another cultivator coming. Your Excellency? That Arisher Moon sacred land saint was first startled, thinking that another sacred beast had killed them. Later, after seeing that the visitor was a sword-wielding woman, he opened his mouth and asked, but immediately, he could see the words embroidered on the other clan's clothing. Green Cloud Sect. Saints of the Green Cloud Sect. Sure enough, the Green Cloud Sect really did have a saint in attendance. Mu Shuixian didn't pay any attention to her and just walked straight towards the tiger-shaped demonic beast. Just leave a cold sentence. You can go now. Ugh, this sacred beast is very powerful. You and I can only win if we join forces. The saint from the Arisher Moon sacred land sensed that the aura emanating from that woman was only at the early stage of the sacred realm, a small realm lower than even her, and hurriedly rushed forward as well. I'm only going to say this once. Submit or die, Mu Shuixian coldly said to that tiger-shaped holy beast. With that, he unleashed the divine idea pressure of his own great emperor realm. Although the divine idea was also not yet fully restored, its power was less than 1/1000th of what it used to be, but it was enough to deal with these saint realm minions. Roar! That fierce tiger heard the woman's words and actually asked it to submit. It's a hallowed holy beast. Sacred beasts never submit. How dare she? Kong roared out in anger, wanting to come forward and tear her apart. It then felt a terrifying pressure that it had never experienced in its life. The huge tiger body also fell straight down from the air, prostrate on the ground and unable to move. The majestic pressure continued to crush it, and the bones were crushed and clattered. Master, I submit. I submit. If it continued any longer, it would be crushed on the spot, and hastily blurted out, why is the eastern region so strong? It's too strong, too scary. It was beginning to wonder about Tiger Sang. How nice to be like this earlier, wasting this emperor's time. Mu Shuixian flew down and stroked its tiger head. The saints of the Arashikage sacred land were stunned, started doubting life too. Such a powerful holy beast. That woman's light words, oh look, it's done. There's no mistaking it. What a slap in the face. She had just said that it would take the combined efforts of two people to subdue the tiger demon. What is the origin of this Green Cloud sect? Why are the strongest people under their hands so fierce? What? You don't leave and have something else to do? Mu Shuixian also sensed her. It's okay. It's okay. This saint, oh no, I'm leaving. If you're not dead, get up quickly. Seeing the tiger-shaped sacred beast still prostrate on the ground pretending to be dead, Mu Shuixian kicked it up. Yes, yes, master. Mu Shuixian rode on the tiger-shaped holy beast and flew to the other side, Green Island direction. The saint of the heavenly green sacred land had never been in an advantageous position, and he was completely no match for this giant bear at the peak of the sacred realm. Just now, he was slapped on the shoulder by the transformation giant bear without paying attention. He felt like his whole entire being was falling apart right now. Without a strong person arriving, no one would be able to stop this ninth order saint beast. He dodged the attack while he was about to notify the Holy Lord with his divine thoughts. Mu Shuixian rushed over on her sacred tiger, with this demon tiger explaining, it also has 3 powerful good brothers that can be collected together and packed away. Eru, why are you with a human cultivator? The transformed giant bear saw the one man and one tiger that came over, then growled, stupid bear, don't come and pay your respects to your master. What? You actually betrayed the demon race to recognize a human as your master. What a disgrace to the sacred beasts. I'll kill you first, and then tear that what's-his-name master of yours to shreds. Coax, the giant bear roared madly. This era dared to betray the demon race, and to have it betray along with it is outrageous. Humph, afraid of you? If you're afraid of you, you're not a good demon. Eru was about to rush up and wrestle with it. Mu Shuixian spoke up. Did I tell you to move? A tiny peak of the saint realm. How dare you claim to tear this emperor apart? Mu Shuixian's face turned cold as the majestic great emperor's pressure descended once again. Feeling the pressure from his master's body, Eru was too frightened to move. The transformed giant bear was fiercely blasted out by this powerful pressure and fell to the ground, unable to move any further. Me too. I submit. I submit. Feeling the terror of this woman, the giant bear hurriedly said, It was so unrivaled that it could be crushed to death by its might alone. Chapter 55, The Name of Chongyun, Shaking the Four Continents. Regarding the scene that had occurred, the saints of the heavenly green Holy Land watched in disbelief from the sidelines. Sigma. What happened? Oh, so it was the holy beast that was slapped on the ground. Nope. Holy beast. The immensely powerful holy beast giant bear was given a look and a word by that woman, crushed to the ground and unable to move, screaming for submission. Is this still the same powerful and incomparable holy beast that was just here? You damn near broke the saint's frame just now. A closer look. It was actually a strong person from the Qingyan sect, terrifying as it was. Mu Shuixian walked up to that giant bear sacred beast, a kick to the side of its head. How nice to have this realization just now. It's just as stupid as this second tiger. 2 tigers? Who named you? How corny. Just after Mu Shuixian turned around, the tiger-shaped holy beast followed suit and went up to add a couple kicks. You stupid bear. You even caused this beast to be despised by its master. You are damned. This stupid bear is still thinking of killing this beast. Luckily just now the master made a timely move. This stupid bear had thick skin. It couldn't fight it. I was in a hurry to rush up just now, just to show my loyalty. In the meantime, Devil Beast Forest, deserted state direction. The great battle in the Holy Realm had already reached a white-hot stage. The majestic Holy Might shook the heavens and moved the earth. It's not a split decision yet, but the 2 half-saints on the other side were indeed miserable. One of them was unfortunate enough to be slapped by the holy beast and fell straight down towards the bottom, smashing out a large crater and living or dying. The other remaining one was still struggling to hold on, thrillingly dodging the angry holy beast's attacks. A peak saint realm, 2 late saint realm, and a mid-saint realm. Seeing the last 2 sacred beasts, Mu Shuixian secretly said, the strongest among them was the giant bear. It was cowering next to her at the moment. Hey, that stupid bird and that stupid pig, don't come over and pay your respects to your master. The second tiger snapped again at this point. The 2 remaining saint beasts were a 9-plumed sparrow and a heaven-swallowing pig. These 2 saint beasts were equally uncomplicated. The 9-plumed sparrow had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline, and the heaven-swallowing pig had returned a little bit of the Taoye's bloodline. To be able to cultivate to the saint realm by relying on this weak bloodline, one could imagine how heaven-defying those true saint beasts were. Erhuzi's words drew the gazes of the 2 men and 2 beasts who were in the midst of a fierce battle, only to see a woman riding a tiger in the distance, with a saint realm giant bear at her side. This is what's going on. Second tiger. Stupid bear. Why are you 2 with the human cultivators? Worship the master? You 2 have betrayed the demon race. I go you damn silly bird. What betrayal speaks so hard? This is called a good beast then. What? And perch to come? Green Cloud sect? The saints and half-saints of the Eastern Xian Holy Land also looked at the visitor in shock. The powerhouses of the Green Cloud sect had subdued the 2 great sacred beasts. Go to hell. The 9-plumed sparrow and heaven-swallowing pig who heard Erhuzi's words were furious. He had thought that this second tiger and stupid bear had come to help, but it turned out that they were made to submit to the human cultivator. What about the dignity of being a sacred beast? What about the integrity of the demon race? What are you looking at? Don't go yet. Shall we wait for the master to speak? Arrow kicked the stupid bear next to him and then said. This time Mu Shuixian didn't care about it. This stupid bear was the one with the highest cultivation among their 4 beasts. There was absolutely no need for her to make a move. Oh, I'm on. The giant bear growled before charging at the 2 beasts. After half a quarter of an hour of fighting, the enraged giant bear sent the heaven-swallowing pig flying with 1 punch and almost tore the 9-plumed sparrow alive. Then the giant bear lifted them up in one hand and threw them in the clearing behind him. Simple, sharp and effortless. Dongxian Holy Land Saint, Half-Saint, Broadcasting. The 2 great sacred beasts were settled just like that? This holy beast giant bear is so powerful. What was even more terrifying was that all 4 saint beasts had submitted to this Qingyan sect powerhouse. What was even more terrifying was that such a strong person came from the Qingyan sect. What kind of power is the Green Cloud sect? Now it seemed that the sky was about to change in the eastern region. All of their forces in the eastern domain were going to be shrouded under the might of the Qingyan sect. After the 4 great sacred beasts all submitted, they simultaneously let out a roar, and the demonic beast armies retreated towards the demonic beast forest, having already lost more than half of them. These demonic beasts would return to their previous state after the beast tide, and then continue to play the weak and strong in the demonic beast forest. The 4 sacred beasts said that the beast tide that was unleashed this time was signaled by a powerful demon race in the central region, and they had to listen. Batian City, under the slaughter of Luo Chen, the elder of the gate within the demi-sacred realm, and the 9 hollow-shattering realm ancestors who had rushed back, all the demonic beasts outside the city were emptied. Fogweed, wealthy, I've killed over 100 second-ranked demonic beasts, and my contribution points are over 2,000. An outer disciple was shocked. He didn't pay attention to the value on the clan token for a value. He only knew that he had been a knife, frantically slaughtering second-order demonic beasts. Hands up, hands down. Not only him, all the disciples looked at the value on the token with surprise. Straight up developed. Of course, the one of them who had harvested the most contribution value was presumably the duo of Qin Han and Ning Yen. The duo had been frantically killing fourth-rank demonic beasts. It's estimated that the contribution points are breaking the 10,000 mark. Not long afterward, Mushu Xian flew in with the 4 beasts. At this time, the 4 sacred beasts had all transformed into a humanoid state. The second tiger was a tall, pugilistic strongman. The stupid bear was even more exaggerated, a head taller than even the second tiger, with a figure like a small mountain. Nine Plumes was a teenage girl who looked to be in her late teens, and the heaven-swallowing pig was just a fat oval. The elder is back, the disciples shouted after seeing the flying Mushu Xian. Just who were those 4 people behind the elder? 2 burly men, a teenage girl, and an oval. It's such a strange combination. Well, the demonic beast's plague is over. Back to the clan. Mushu Xian rate finished and boarded the Green Cloud Warship. Respectfully yours, Shang Tsung. With a cry of respect, the Green Cloud Warship sailed away. After the end of this beast tide, the great name of the Qingyan sect spread to the 4 continents at a terrifying speed, with the saints of the various holy places spreading the news. A strong man from the Qingyan sect made the holy beasts submit with a single word. A single look crushed the holy beasts into prostration. Scary as hell. What kind of power is the Qingyan sect? It's too terrifying. Just one person was sent to subdue the 4 holy beasts. Effortlessly resolved. Terrible, terrible. The entire 4 continents' major powers and cultivators exploded. There were even speculations that the Qingyan sect absolutely crushed the Holy Land and should be an uninitiated transcendent strength. A hidden great sect. Others say that it's so strong to send out just one person. The Green Cloud sect wouldn't have a great emperor. It's actually a low-profile emperor-level clan. The crowd indeed did not believe in this. Great emperor, alas, how could it be possible? Disbelief is disbelief. But they were all shocked by the strength of the Qingyan sect. Now it wasn't just the major forces in the spirit state sending spirit stones and resources. The entire 4 continents were frantically preparing resources to send to the Green Cloud sect. All of the major powers in the 4 continents have instructed their disciples not to provoke or offend the Qingyan sect. Some even took this rule and wrote it right into the family tree. Numerous cultivators were frantically recalling if they had offended the Green Cloud sect. Some of the timid ones are starting to pump themselves up like crazy. I was afraid that there was that place that had offended the Green Cloud sect. If you haven't been offended, there's no harm in drawing the wrong one. The main focus is a peace of mind. Chapter 56, Summoning the Offerings, Manifesting the Sacred Dragon Evil. This wave of demonic beasts is a matter of life and death for the cultivators of the 4 continents. The 4 continents would not have been dominant on the main battlefield. It was all because of the strong men of the Green Cloud sect that the 4 powerful sacred beasts were resolved, and it was only because of this that the situation was fully overturned. There were even fanatical cultivators who directly honored the Green Cloud sect as a god, comparing it to the savior of the 4 continents. Directly set up a plaque for your home, even kowtowing a few times a day. The name of Cheng had shaken the 4 continents for a while, and even the 3 great holy places in 3 of the continents had to avoid the front line for a while, not daring to compete with them. Even if we look at the entire eastern region to see, who could compare to it? In the meantime, Green Cloud sect, Patriarch's palace, Feng Qingyang stretched his back, woke up refreshed. Although having reached his realm, the realm of real people, dozens of years in seclusion without sleep is not a problem, and 10 years of abstaining from food is not enough to starve. But he kept up the good habits he had when he was at Blue Star. Go to bed late, get up late, and eat 3 meals a day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being issued. Have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver summoning card. The host has completed the mission. The Prestige Value Mall has been opened, and the Prestige Value Lottery interface has been opened. Due to the host opening the lottery interface for the first time, a first lottery card is given. Due to the host opening the Prestige Value Mall for the first time, 100,000 prestige values are given. Lord, reward attention check _ system message. Oh, the wave of demonic beasts has been resolved. Here comes the system reward. It seems that the wave of demonic beasts that swept through the 4 continents has been purged. Otherwise the system, the miser, wouldn't have given the reward in advance. Immediately afterward, Feng Qingyang became excited. Just woke up in the middle of the morning. Let's have a shot. The system uses the silver summoning card. Feng Qingyang said in anticipation. Not having used a summoning card for a while, I don't know what's going on with the European atmosphere these days. Ding! Silver summoning card use success. Extraction in. Extraction success. Congratulate the host extracted the peak of the Manifest Saint Realm Powerhouse Enshrinement Elders Dragon Evil. Engraving in progress. Carved successfully. Has materialized. Fogweed. Oh, chi is still the same. The highest limit of the silver summoning card was the peak of the manifestation realm. This time it was finally drawn out of him, but it still couldn't refresh the ceiling of Qin Yun Sect's battle power. After all, the peak Grand Emperor realm old ancestor was there. Sometimes Feng Qingyang wondered what realm would be above the Great Emperor realm. When you enter the system interface, you will find two more interfaces, Prestige Mall and Prestige Sweepstakes. Prestige values are obtained by clan influence, clan deterrence, clan prestige. 100,000 prestige value can be drawn once, including the treasures of the heavens and the world. What is extracted? All depends on the individual Ochi. The system has no right to interfere. Feng Qingyang briefly looked at the prestige value mall and the lottery interface. Nice guy. There was a wide array of things inside, all sorts of treasures, living up to its claim of encompassing the heavens. It's just that things are a billion points more expensive. Great Emperors made 1 million prestige values. You deserve it. Great Imperial Realm Watchdogs, 1 million prestige values. That bullish clan doesn't have a watchdog of the Great Emperor Realm? 10,000 swords, 10 million prestige values. The Sword of God was made after 10,000 robberies, and is capable of slaying immortals and gods. Tadian Pagoda, 10 million prestige values. A hand to hold up the sky. A pagoda to subdue the demons. A peak immortal level magic weapon. Looking at his prestige balance again, it was only 100,000. You can only buy crap that dogs can't even look at. Take for example this Holy Realm permanent experience card worth 100,000 prestige values. It's simply worth every penny. It's not like the system is making a difference in the middle, is it? Hey, whatever. Strike while the iron is hot while the oomph is still there. System, use the first draw card. Ding, the first draw card is used successfully. In the draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. What? What the hell? You're ing playing me. I thought that the European gas is back. A draw a thank you for patronizing. It also ing congratulate you. You have to kill, don't you? I still don't believe it. The system extracts me one more time. Feng Qingyang spent his remaining prestige value and chose to draw again. Ding, consume 100,000 prestige value. Extraction in the. Congratulations to the host for extracting the Shattered Hollow Realm permanent experience card. /_ big grudge. Fogweed. It's damn well better to spend 100,000 prestige value and put it on the mall to exchange for a Saint Realms Forever experience card. I admit I just spoke a little too loudly. Can I take it back? In the meantime, above the Green Cloud sect, a figure slowly descended. The aura of the peak of the Epiphany realm followed. The wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their colors. In the midst of thunder and lightning, the man wearing the specific tailored clan uniform of the Qin Yun clan descended on the Qin Yun clan. Long hair like a waterfall and black and white pupils. There's something inexplicably classy about the dark purple zonkos. Only the expression on his face was unusually cold, as if he was wearing an ice mask. The whole thing was oppressive under the disdainful gaze. Even old ancestor Li Qin Yun noticed this scene. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was a strong member of their Green Cloud sect, he would have already slapped him away. The old man's peak of the Great Emperor realm is not so high profile. What the hell? A powerful person has descended upon our Green Cloud sect. Yeah. You guys, look, the clan's odd job disciples saw an unusual celestial phenomenon, and all of a sudden there was a sudden change in wind and clouds, and thunder and lightning. A powerful aura was felt immediately afterward. Hurriedly coming this way, he saw this scene. The Green Cloud sect's provision elder, Dragon Evil. After seeing that the man's clan uniform was embroidered with the words Qin Yun sect and after hearing those words, it all dispersed again. So it's a strong person from our Qin Yun sect. A false alarm. Yes. The sect really has hidden tigers and dragons. I must work hard to cultivate and become that kind of strong. I don't know if my fierce dragon can cross the river. Confessor Elder. How powerful that must be. Green Cloud Palace. Feng Qingyang bitterly used the Shattered Hollow Realm permanent experience card. Originally, the most inferior ones could be replaced with those of the Saint Realm, and then he would have attained the Saint Realm. It's his own fault. The use of the Shattered Sky Realm permanent experience card is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the early stage cultivation of the Shattered Sky Realm. Chapter 57, Returning to the Sect. Sacred Beasts Tremble. Cultivation card I was used successfully. A majestic cultivation directly rushed into Feng Qingyang's body. Middle Truisman, Late Truisman, Peak Truisman, and Early Hollow Shattering Realm. Cultivation increases in just a moment. Moreover, his cultivation was solid, completely lacking the rooted emptiness of the Lianshuan counting realm. The foundation was exceptionally strong, as if it had been polished for millions of years in this realm, and the fire was pure. The system produces a good product. Feng Qingyang only felt that the power within his body was more than tens of thousands of times stronger than before. The aura was powerful. A single punch could shatter the void. It could easily exterminate his previous self countless times. In one word, awesome. Cultivation is open. Cultivation enhancement is as simple as eating and drinking water. No, he was raising his cultivation faster than eating and drinking. It was only in the blink of an eye to boast several realms in a row. From time to time, he lamented that he had only been here for more than a month, and had gone from having no cultivation to the early stage of the hollow-shattering realm. Combined with his divine body of the heavens crushing the peak of the hollow-shattering realm was just a matter of talking and laughing. Give him some more time, and the supreme or whatever great emperor realm or whatever would be a mole under his feet. 1 foot is enough to step on. Just then, Long Chi walked into the large hall. Dragon Evil, meet the patriarch. The ice-like Dragon Evil said respectfully forward. Well, you'll be my Green Cloud Sect's provision elder from now on. The peak of the Epiphany realm was also sloppy enough. Yes, sovereign. Just then the huge Green Cloud warship landed at the Green Cloud Sect. It's the Elders and Outer Sect brothers who have returned. I'm really envious of those senior brothers from the Outer Sect. This time the demonic beast mission is estimated to cost quite a few contribution points. Ahem, what's the use of just envying people? We have to fight hard then surpass them. Let's go. Keeney Titanium Magnesium senior brother. The journeyman disciple patted his shoulder and said, he also understands what his senior brother, Keeney Titanium Magnesium, said. Senior brother is only a drop away from stepping into the Outer Sect, in which case he will also be able to go out with a group of Outer Sect brothers to practice and gain contribution value. It is really unlucky. Gifted 2.5 rings. This only thing, how to let the master brother touched. They are just a little bit less talented by nature, and their heart perseverance is not in any way weaker than those disciples of the Outer Gate. You have to know that on this continent, there is never a lack of geniuses, but how many of them can go on to become the strongest at the end? On the contrary, there are not a few people who are not famous in the early stage, but who have achieved great success in the later stage. The previous Qingyun old ancestor is even one. With great perseverance step by step and miraculous encounters continue to break through the upper limit, and finally became a great emperor, overlooking the entire continent. The warship landed steadily within the Outer Gate area. Elders Mu Shuixian and Luo Chen were the first to come out, followed by the transformed 4 great sacred beasts, and then a kind of outer disciples came out in succession. After everyone came out, Mu Shuixian waved her hand and the Green Cloud warship instantly became smaller and was put away by her. Alright, this demon beast tide trial is officially over. You and the others go down and cultivate well. This elder will wait for you in the inner gate. Counting the time the Outer Sect rankings had been open for a month. Half of the time had passed, and there was still a month to go before the day when the rankings were finalized, and by then there would be 10 inner disciples. She, the inner sect elder, would be able to play a little role. I'm sure this month's rankings will be several times more intense than last month's. After all, there are just 10 spots out there. Yay! Finally some contribution points. Now I can redeem the clan stuff. For the sect's Hall of Feats and Hall of Pills to enhance their strengths good things, they longed for before the slightest contribution point was not available. They were not even given the opportunity to see it One can only fantasize about the problem of having a large amount of contribution value to spend. Senior brother, seeing how excited you are, I guess you've gained quite a few contribution points this time? Hey, not much more than that. That disciple laughed and held out 3 fingers. 3,000. You're rich, senior. Hey, fluke. It's so easy to say that, but the hardship of it is known only to him. He had painstakingly fought and killed 100 second-ranked demonic beasts and fought to kill 10 third-ranked demonic beasts. That's how he gained so many contribution points that he didn't even bother to change his knife when it was cut and rolled. So there is no such thing as overnight success. One day success is hard work. Except for wall mounting. Come on then senior brother, let's go see what we can exchange. In looking at the side of the 4 saint beasts, the beasts were once again suspicious of the beast's life since the moment they stepped into the Green Cloud Sect. Where is this? Could it be that this beast has come to fairyland? Stupid bear, slap me and see if this beast is dreaming. Eru inhaled a mouthful of aura, only to feel that a third of the consumed beast source in his body had directly recovered. It's true, this beast has never seen such a place in its life. Me too. The giant bear exited and slapped the holy tiger in the face. For this little request of its, it must be fulfilled. It has not only never seen this kind of world, even a hobby as outrageous as the holy tigers was likewise unseen in this lifetime. Eru was beaten and grimaced, but didn't bother with it. What he had said, even if it was bitter, he had to swallow it himself. Shocked expressions simultaneously filled the faces of the 4 holy beasts. It's worthy of being the Lord's clan, surprisingly powerful. I'm afraid that those great demons of the central domain would have to bow down before such a great clan. Thinking so, they are a little more determined in their minds. What's wrong with defecting to human cultivators? What about betraying the demon race? You can come and try to face such a great clan if you are not convinced. Even if a great demon came, it would have to be trampled to death. Let's go, Elder Luo. It's time to return to the patriarch. After Mu Shuixian finished speaking, she then turned to look at the 4 holy beasts again. Don't impinge on the sovereign lord, or the 4 of you will die without a burial place. Even if the demon emperor comes, he can't save you and the others. Is that clear? Mu Shuixian thought again of the powerful divine thought that crushed her on the day she first joined the sect, and the 6 words that surfaced in her sea of consciousness. If you offend again, you will be executed. I'm getting chills in my back right now just thinking about it. The demon emperor can't even protect us when he comes. Could it be that there are great emperors of the current generation sitting here? Fogweed. The 4 sacred beasts brainstormed in shock after hearing Mu Shuixian's words. Yes, we definitely wouldn't dare. The 4 great sacred beasts then trembled. The Lord is so strong to be a first elder. Then how powerful must the sovereign of such a sect be? Even if you give them 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to rush it. The sovereign lord could probably crush them with a single finger. An imperial sect with a great empress realm powerhouse in attendance. It was estimated that they little reptiles people could blow themselves to death by blowing on them. Chapter 58, Handyman Holy Beast. Contribution points can't be spent enough. Green Cloud Palace. Mu Shuixian and Elder Luochen walked in after the report, followed by 4 shivering transformed holy beasts. Patriarch, the wave of demonic beasts that swept through the 4 continents this time has been purged. The outer disciples have also completed their training and returned safely. My Green Cloud sect has lived up to its name and reputation in the 4 continents. Mu Shuixian took the lead and said respectfully. He then looked at the patriarch in the main seat, only to see that the patriarch was resting with his eyes closed, not caring in the slightest about what she said. Yes, the sovereign's means are heavenly, and he must have known about it long ago. A tent overlooking the world. Is this the means of the sovereign? At that moment several of them noticed. At the same time, the man standing aside quietly watching them. What a strong aura. Only how come this person is so cold? Just staring at them silently with those black and white pupils. His frosty face devoid of any expression. So it's my clan's supply elder. Upon seeing the man's zong suit, Mu Shuixian and Luochen secretly said in their hearts. The 4 holy beasts were no longer just shivering at this point. Their legs were so scared that they almost fell to the ground unsteadily, and they kept their heads lowered from the moment they came in. This damn So clan, all as powerful as the Lord. Take any one of them out and you can hang them. They felt that the man's aura was extremely powerful. If they wanted to kill them, it was really a matter of moving their hands at will. Patriarch, these 4 are the 4 holy beasts that started the beast tide. Look. When Mu Shuixian saw that the patriarch had kept his eyes closed and didn't say anything, she added, Lord, don't scare us. Their little hearts thumped in fear. For a moment he froze in place. Why don't you pay your respects to the patriarch? Seeing that they kept their heads down and did not move, Mu Shuixian said with a stern look in her eyes, Little beast, meet the patriarch. A peak sacred realm, 2 late sacred realm and a mid sacred realm. Hearing this, Feng Changyang opened his eyes and looked downwards. The 4 holy beasts transformed into human forms. 2 lanky burly men, a young green girl, and a cool pig Gonung. The system interface flashed across the pupils, and all the information of these few holy beasts was revealed. Lift your head. Why aren't they all bowing their heads and trembling? Is my clan that scary? Yes. Sovereign, are you the 4 of you who started the beast tide, trying to sweep through the 4 continents? Patriarch, Lord, it's none of our business. It was a powerful demon race in the central domain that asked us to do this. We were also forced to. When the 4 holy beasts heard this, they were so frightened that they directly prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. The Middle Kingdom? The demon race? It could also involve the demon race of the central region. So it seems that there must be some kind of conspiracy in it. Feng Qingyang said darkly in slight contemplation. Some little creeps are just that. With my Qingyan sect in attendance, what waves do they still want to make? Alright, considering that you guys are also forced to do this, this clan is not going to bother with you. But a mortal sin can be waived. But a living sin cannot be escaped. The 4 of you will be doing odd jobs in this clan from now on. These 2 strong men look very strong. I think picking water, picking dung and so on, the efficiency must be very high. As for the beasts that protect the mountain, the beasts that watch the door and so on, they are not forceful enough. At least they have to be beast honored, right? Thanks, Patriarch. The 4 holy beasts hurriedly said respectfully in unison. Doing odd jobs and stuff. Yeah, that's great. In such a holy land of immortals, not to mention doing odd jobs, picking manure every day is full of motivation. Luckily, the sovereign was too lazy to bother with them, and also they were small people who couldn't yet fit into the sovereign's eyes. The 4 beasts' hanging hearts finally relaxed. Okay, all of you go down, Feng Qingyang said. then began to close his eyes again. We will retire. Mu Shui Xian, Luo Chen, Long Xie, and the four holy beasts all retreated after hearing the words. After they all went out, Feng Chengyang opened the panel. Master, Feng Chengyang, Realm, Early Hollow Shattering Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyi. Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Sect Powerhouses, Elder Ancestor Li Qingyun, Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian, Peak of the Shattered Sky Realm. Outer Sect Elders Night White, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng, Peak of the Shattered Sky Realm. And 5 guards. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shui Xian has entered the Saint Realm. Luo Chen is a half-saint. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao entered the Saint Realm. And Palace of Merit Elder Nia Hailong entered the Peak of the Saint Realm. Offering Elder Dragon Evil, Peak of the Sacred Realm of Manifestation. And the 4 Sacred Beasts of the Handyman, 9th Order Sacred Beasts. Sect, Qingyun Sect. Level 1, 9500/10, 000. It can't be. The clan value only added 500? He remembered that last time it was 9,000, and he had thought that this time, with such a big action, it would be enough to rise to the second level of the clan. It only turned out to add 500. The further back you go the less you give. This dog's system, it's really outrageous. Ignoring that for now, I checked that there was still a current main quest and side quest that hadn't been completed yet. Famous in the eastern region. Recruiting a talented disciple. Thinking about it makes me angry. My Qingyun sect is so awesome, and it is still not complete? 3 of the Holy Lands had already given their knees. Did they have to push all the Holy Lands across the board to be considered famous in the eastern region? Feng Qingyang secretly pondered whether he should let the old ancestor directly strike and step on them and forget about it. As for that talented disciple, he had his own plans. This child is also considered a talent in alchemy. So just go to the alchemy hall and become an ordinary disciple. It's not like before. The clan has grown, but it doesn't dare to take in anyone as a pro-transmitter. Even if he is a genius, he will have to bow his head and call his master before he can be let go. In the meantime, Green Cloud Sect's outer gate area. The disciples were all talking happily. The sky is so blue today. Even the air smells sweeter. Everyone had a smile on their face. Why? I've got contribution points. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all. After they returned to the sect, the first thing they did was to take their tokens and head to the mission hall. After the elders check to brush off the response contribution points, they can be exchanged for the appropriate things. A second order elixir doesn't need to be 6,666. It doesn't need to be 999. It just needs to be 33 A third order elixir doesn't need to be 9,999. It doesn't need to be 888. It only needs to be 88 The crowd of disciples were all frantically snapping up the pills, and after sweeping the pills away, the pills were immediately replenished afterward. It was also fortunate that there were quite a few in the inventory, and there were many high-grade pills. Holy pills were available, but these outer disciples couldn't use them right now, and thanks to that time Shi Hao, Lin Bai and the others had gotten a lot from the secret realm. When Feng Qingyang saw the scene, he called out that it was urgent to hire, alchemists. A few smiths have to be hired, and grabbed, as well. The maid of honor also has to. Ahem. This is not necessary. Chapter 59. If you put up a fight, you'll be able to redeem the technique. The 4 holy beasts walked out of the Green Cloud Hall with palpitations in their hearts, and were set to work. Hooray! Hooray! Still wary from the first step out, fearing that the patriarch would smite them again in the name of them taking the first right step when they left the hall. Feng Chengyang, our clan's word is our bond. How dare you question our clan? Dragged out and chopped. Bright sunshine and a light breeze. It blew the fur of the 4 holy beasts that were busy. A tray in one hand and a broom in the other. Unquestioning and dedicated to mucking about. In the meantime, Green Cloud Sect, Mission Hall. The Mission Palace was now sending out the outer sect elder Mufeng to temporarily take charge, with 4 deacons allotted under his hand. Since there were no task hall elders yet, it was only the outer gate elders who would have to take the top spot first. The Hall of Missions was really hot during this time. Magnificent and majestic palace with a majestic atmosphere. On the plaque, the words Palace of Missions were engraved in a bold and elegant manner. This is also considered to be an essential building of the Green Cloud Sect. The clan has what needs or what directly in the release of the task, and then the disciple to complete to obtain the clan resources. This creates a virtuous cycle. Both the clan and the disciples would grow stronger. At this time, outside the main hall, many outer disciples had already gathered. How are you spending your contribution points? Don't say it. Senior brother can't spend it all. At all. Cough. It's still the reason why our realm is too low, or else we'd have lost it in exchange for 1 or 2 high-grade elixirs. The so-called high-level elixir is the Holy Elixir, an elixir that could only be used when entering the Saint realm. The Saint elixir contained a huge amount of energy, the power of the Saint source, a small piece of it, not to mention letting them take it. Even smelling a mouthful of it would have a great benefit. However, the holy pills in this sect were truly conscientious, and could be exchanged for as little as 5,000 contribution points. What concept? You can't even buy 50 million spirit stones in the outside world. A Dan is hard to find, but this also had nothing to do with them for the time being. This was all presumably for the elders, and only the elders or above had that power. Elder brother, what have you changed? A third order rhyming spirit pill and 2 chi condensation pills. These 2 types of pills are perfect for the current me. Without further ado, I'm going to go cultivate and refine the pills. Let's strive for a good ranking on the outer sect rankings. He was now just breaking through the Gene Dan realm, and these 2 elixirs could quickly stabilize his foundation. Oh, I'll check it out too then. I need to change some pills as well. I can't disgrace the Frying Sky sect on the day of the fixed list afterward. After that disciple finished speaking, he walked into the mission hall. Inside the large mission hall, it was packed with people. Right in the center is a huge quest panel. But at this point, with the end of the Demon Beast Tide quest, there weren't many quests left. The rest are tasks that some of the disciples give out. Kneel down and ask a brother to teach me the second level of the Green Cloud Immortal Technique. 500 contribution points. The first style of the Green Cloud Running Thunder Palm is still not very skillful to understand. There is no senior brother to solve the puzzle. 500 contribution points. Does anyone know how to pass the 21st floor of the trial tower? This illusion tortured me to death quickly. 800 contribution points. Anyone exploring the secret world together? Come quickly. 10 contribution points. Is there a sister? It's basically just some quests about cultivation. After all, everyone was very rolled up and wouldn't miss a chance to improve their strength. On the other side of the hall, Elder, how many contribution points are exchanged for the sex techniques and martial arts? I've already mastered a little bit of the skin of my Green Cloud Running Thunder Palm, and now I'm in dire need of a stance martial art. Yeah, as a disciple asked. A group of disciples followed suit. Skill is not enough. The last thing you need right now is contribution points. Spend them and be done with it. The techniques and martial skills are both redeemed for 10,000 contribution points. Elder Mufang's words extinguished the anxious fire within them. 10,000 contribution points. Sigma, A. Not enough. Not enough at all. If you want to redeem it, you can only spell it out for a few disciples. This is called resource sharing and win-win cooperation. It would be nice to be able to pay in installments. Elder, I want to exchange a martial art. At that moment, Shinhan walked in from outside the Great Hall and spoke. He had already comprehended a small amount of that immortal law, and now he was also in dire need of a body law, even though he had countless great imperial laws in his mind. But feats that are immortal techniques, martial arts that are immortal techniques, and body techniques, an entire great emperor technique? Can you show it off? Can it be on the stage? Since coming to the Green Cloud sect, his vision had unconsciously followed suit. Senior brother Shinhan, what a coincidence. Elder, exchange a martial skill for me as well. Ning Yan walked in with him and greeted Shinhan when he saw him. He can't even convince himself. The two had the same talent, but people were just stronger than they were. The leaderboard is firmly in first place, and has beaten him, the second of the challenge, many times. Do any of you still want to exchange feats and martial arts? Come to this elder to sign up if you want to exchange them. In the end, aside from the duo of Shinhan and Ning Yan, there were also 10 outer disciples who were pushed out. Shinhan and Ning Yan's contribution points were enough, and the two of them were in a high realm and powerful. In the tide of demonic beasts, a lot of 4th-ranked demonic beasts were slaughtered, simply earning numbness. The rest of it is a little bit of spelling and sparring. 10 people for 10 different books, and then everyone sharing would be able to cultivate 10 different feats, playing mind games. Elder Mufong said after crossing off the corresponding contribution points on their tokens. You guys come with me and head to the Hall of Feats. Remember, everyone can only pick one book and not for more than an hour, and the clan law must not be spread out, or else you all know the clan rules. On the way there, Elder Mufong instructed the disciples. Finally arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Merit. The Hall of Merits was even more grand and magnificent than the Hall of Tasks, and its imposing aura was simply breathtaking. 2 sacred beasts are depicted in front of the door. Left blue dragon, right white tiger. The 2 holy beasts were carved as if they were alive. The disciples saw that there was also a domineering couplet hanging on the left and right sides, which reads, hiding all the immortal laws of the heavens, reading all the great thousand Zuyu. No one was shocked by the vibrancy. Hide all the immortal laws of the heavens? Could it be that the Sect's Hall of Feats is full of immortal laws? Shinhan secretly said in shock. Elder Mufong told the disciples to wait at the entrance, and he took the lead to go in and inform them. Elder Nye, these disciples are the ones who are going to exchange their merit laws. I've already crossed off their corresponding contribution points, and I'm just about to pick the merit technique, he said respectfully. This elder knows. Let them come in. You know all the rules, right? Ever since the Hall of Merits had elders sitting on it, it had become more and more formalized. Not just anyone could enter. And not just anyone could be picked at random. This is an important place of the clan. There must be rules. Under the greeting of Elder Mufong, the crowd walked in step by step with excitement. Wait, this elder has said that whoever it is must abide by the rules. And how dare any of you break the rules? Nia Hailong scanned over them before finally resting his eyes on Ningyan. Chapter 60, Old Man Wants to Join Too. Ningyan was stared at by the elder's gaze as if he had fallen into an ice cave. An invisible pressure came straight at him. He only felt that even though none of the elders of the Hall of Merit ahead of him had released their auras, it was just oppressive. What's going on? What's the elder doing staring at senior brother Ning all the time? Could it be that senior brother Ning is the one who broke the rules? But didn't Mr. Ning come in with them? He's watching them, but I haven't seen him do anything. The brothers only dared to wonder in their minds. You guys go out and wait. Elder Nye. It happened. Outer Sect Elder Mufong still wanted to ask what had happened. Just as Elder Nia looked over with a glance, he hurriedly held his tongue. You get out too. This kid even carries a remnant soul with him. What exactly is he? What was his purpose for entering the Hall of Merits? Did he enter the Green Cloud sect for any purpose? None of this is known. Although the disciples were recruited after being tested by the illusory heavenly stairs, but there is a bottom to the 10,000 mile deep sea, and 5 inches of the human heart cannot be touched. As an elder of a hall, and one of the very important ones in the sect, the Hall of Feats, he had to nip any danger in the bud rather than miss 1,000. Only after everyone had gone out did he speak again. This saint asks you, what are the 2nd and 6th of the 8 articles of the patriarchal rules? Ningyan was a bit confused. Why did the elder ask him this? But still, he honestly replied, Elder, the 2nd rule of the clan rules is, no betrayal of the clan. Violators will be executed. The 6th rule is, no outward transmission of the clan's laws. Violators will be even executed. Ningyan said without humbling himself, asking himself if he had a clear conscience. Since you know, then tell me why you brought a remnant soul into the Hall of Merits. Still want to muddle through under the eyes of this saint? Nia Hailong's sharp gaze stayed fixed on him as if he wanted to see through him. Fogweed. It's broken. Elder actually saw through Master. Elder wouldn't think that I'm going to betray the clan and outwardly spread the clan's laws. The elders that he usually kept in contact with in the outer gate were not above the saint realm, so he had never thought about exposure. The only higher-ups of the sect that he had come into contact with were Elder Mu and Elder Luo, the 2 inter-sect elders who had led the team when they participated in the extermination of the demon beast Tide. In fact, what Ningyan didn't know was that Mu Shuixian had already seen through it. Only in her eyes the other party was just a small remnant of a soul that she had casually crushed to death, and she didn't care much about it. Everyone has their secrets. It was presumably because the master was only a remnant soul, with less than 1% of his divine mind in his heyday, that he was seen through by the sacred realm elder at a glance. In fact, even if it was exposed, it didn't matter. The sect was so good to themselves and all the disciples, and was still so powerful that it wouldn't care at all. The point is, it's the wrong occasion, elder. This, actually, because, so, I, Dan Chang, am here to greet the elders of your clan. Just as Ningyan was giving a donkey's ass of a lecture, Elder Dan took the initiative and flew out. Elder, Ningyan has been a disciple of the old man since before he joined the sect, and the old man has also been hosting the sacred light chain. This time it was also our master and disciple who were negligent, which is why the old man was also brought in even. By no means would I dare to have any thoughts of coveting your clan's techniques. As for what Ningyan had said before he joined the sect, that such a small force could shoot a large number of people to death during his lifetime. He had long forgotten all about it. Did the old man say that? Slandering people is a crime. You know what, Dan Chang? This saint remembers you. You should enter the magic weapon first, and wait for this saint to report to the patriarch before making a decision. As for Ningyan, well, it's business as usual. If you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Once these two people really have a problem, just run them over. Thank you, Elder. Elder Dan and Ningyan sniffed respectfully. By the way, Elder, I still have an unkind request. Truth be told, I was originally an elder of the Dan sect in the central region, only because I was backstabbed by an elder of the same sect, which left me with a remnant of my soul to flee all the way to the eastern region. In my lifetime, I attained the hierarchical saint realm cultivation, and I was also a 10th order transcendent Dan saint of the Dan sect. That's why I would like to ask the elder to report to the Sovereign Lord. I would like to personally meet with Lord Sovereign, and I would like to join your sect. Such a bullish sect. He also wanted to join it. Take advantage of the opportunity, and the ability to get back to the top is just around the corner. Elder, don't worry. Although I am a remnant soul, I have a foreign fire, the blue spectral underworld fire in my body. Refining pills under the 7th rank is still a matter of faith. That's why I want to become your sect's alchemist. So just leave such hard work as refining pills to me. Face to face with the patriarch? Anyone can meet the patriarch face to face? If a person came and had to meet the patriarch wouldn't die of exhaustion. Hierophant realm? A 10th-rate alchemist? Not to mention a mere remnant soul. Even if there are 10 sage realms. So what? So what if there are 10 10th-level alchemists? My Qingyun sect is not yet in my sights. Of course alchemists can be hired, caught, to make pills, mass production, day and night. Alright, this saint will not talk nonsense with you. This saint will report your matters to the patriarch himself. Thanks a lot. Elder Dan said his thanks before flying back into the holy light chain. Ning Yan then removed the holy light chain from his neck and handed it over to Elder Nya. Well, there's nothing more to worry about for now, so go get the people outside and call them in. You can start picking. Elder Nya turned around and walked towards the back of the main hall after he finished speaking. The divine thoughts of the saint realm enveloped the entire hall. So naturally, there was no need to personally watch over it. Yes, Elder. After Ning Yan finished speaking, he walked towards the door and pushed it open to walk out. The crowd was waiting outside the door, curious as they speculated. It was then that he saw Ning Yan push the door open and walk out. Senior brother Ning Yan has come out. I'm sorry, Elder. Senior brother Qin Han and all of you senior brothers. I've delayed you because of some personal reasons of mine. Sorry for the trouble. Ning Yan said sincerely as soon as he came up. If it wasn't because of him, I guess everyone would have already finished picking out their feats. It's okay. It's okay. It's good that senior brother Ning Yan is fine. When the crowd of disciples saw senior brother Ning Yan apologizing to them so sincerely, they hurriedly said that they were fine. They had also speculated curiously as to why the elder had said that Ning Yan had broken the rules. Had he discovered something? It seems to be mostly a misunderstanding. It's good to be okay. Since there's nothing else to do, you guys can go in and pick it out. Remember, it can't take more than an hour and each person can only pick one book. Elder Nya is the person who pays the most attention to rules. Elder Mufeng instructed once more, and gave Ning Yan one more look. It seems that there are quite a few disciples among the outer disciples who are not simple. This Ning Yan he remembers well. 8 ringing heavenly pride. Second in the outer door rankings. Guess there's a connection. Yes, where did the small eastern region get so many heavenly prides? It's a big surprise. He then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It wasn't something he could care about. It was all up to the higher-ups within the sect. Can't you see he just tried to ask what happened and held it back? Chapter 61, A Hall Full of Immortal Laws. Royal Dan Holy Land. In the sacred and solemn Hall of Merit, the rows and columns of feats and martial arts were neatly arranged. All the books on all the shelves glowed with splendor, beautiful and dreamy like stepping into a fairy palace. A burst of immortal aura emanated from it. The crowd of brothers picked it out carefully. Then it became clear that something was wrong. Something gray. Fogweed. A male disciple exclaimed in shock. Look guys, this is all immortal laws. He kept turning it over in his hands. Fairy magic. Fairy magic. Fairy magic. It's also a ing fairy spell. Can you still get fairy magic wholesale like cabbage? 6 lots. It's worthy of the claim of hiding all the immortal laws of the heavens. The other disciples also noticed it early, and didn't make a sound because the person was numb. Really numb. I thought that the elder said that the immortal technique was a basic martial skill, and I thought that the elder was bragging about the batch, but it turned out to be true. This was followed by guilt over the behavior of people like himself. Woohoo! 10,000 contribution points to pick a merit law at will. Where could such a sect find? They're still screwing around like this, with this whole disgusting Spelaha routine. Ouch! It hurts too much. I am willing to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire for the clan, and I am willing to serve and die for Qin Yun. The movement of the hand turning the pages of the book could not help but speed up a few more points. On the other side, Qin Han also picked it out. Tathagata Great Self-Realization Dharma. Red Star Heavenly Questioning Immortal Technique. Silent Heavenly Illusion Dharma. Phoenix Dance Age Cold Immortal Technique. Each one appealed to him greatly, but he was only looking for one stance right now, just short of body techniques. The rest of the techniques and martial skills, the basic techniques and martial skills of the sect were also immortal techniques, which were enough. It's not good to have a mix of things. The Clear Void Illusion Technique? His eyes lit up and he picked it up and read it. Jingshu Mirage Dharma, Jingshu Immortal King's self-created immortal law. Immortal Rank Body Technique, cultivated to perfection. When the cultivation of the great completion, at hand. The Zeus, a thought of the past. The future shuttle, treading destiny in the river of time. The ancient immortal king clears the Taishu. His great emperor realm's mind was shaken by this. Immortal king mighty. He didn't know if he would be able to step into the immortal realm in this life and have a look at the immortal king. This is good. This is it. Less than half an hour later all the disciples had finished picking. Too many fairies to dazzle. Ning Yen, like Qin Han, also picked out a satisfactory stance. Ling Xian's great method of emptiness. Among them, there were also disciples who had followed Qin Han and Ning Yan's example and picked stances, which was where all of them were short. There are also sword techniques, sword styles and palm techniques. Anyway, it's all sorts of strength-boosting immortal techniques and martial arts. I am afraid that the next after the demonic beast tide is over, a new round of internal scrolling will start on a large scale again. On the side of the clan's miscellaneous disciples, they would also devote themselves to cultivation every day after doing their assigned chores. It's not scary to have bad talent. It's scary if you don't work hard. Some of the talented disciples of the outer sect were just the opposite. It's not scary to be gifted. It's scary to be afraid that not only are you gifted, you're rolled. It's also been a lot easier lately with the addition of 4 people. That's really capable. It was simply more handyman than their handyman disciples. Brother, don't you need to practice? Also not right, big brother. Cultivation volume can understand. You do a handyman, you still rolled on? Since none of the miscellaneous disciples were involved in the task of purging the wave of demonic beasts, so I know that these 4 working curls of dangling hair are in fact the 4 sacred beasts. After the disciples had left, Elder Nye's mind moved and he disappeared into place. In the meantime, Green Cloud Sect, the back of the mountain. Which elder will be sent over this time? Feng Chengyang pondered as he fished. In the moment, it is this apprenticeship quest that can be completed quickly. It was possible to obtain system rewards and also take care of the clan's elixir problem. He's a nuisance. The system doesn't give a few bullish alchemists either. Don't get to the point where you're done with apprenticeship and rewarded with summoning cards afterward. After summoning again, it drew a couple of alchemists, mercilessly backstabbing him with a wave. However, there was naturally no need for him to personally descend on the small Holy Land, or else send Dragon Evil over there? He thought of that elder of provision, Dragon Evil, who kept a frosty face. This kind of inviting, robbing, of people has to be done by these courteous, and forceful and indifferent, people. With that, Feng Qingyang used his divine mind to notify the confessor Dragon Evil to come and see him, descend upon the Holy Land and make them prostrate themselves under the heavenly might of Qing Yun. After the divine thoughts were sent out, within a breath of time, Dragon Evil arrived. Patriarch, what are your orders? As an elder of the confession, he was not idle for a moment, eager to fight. The sovereign can finally instruct him that something requires me to step in. Even his cold as ice face barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It just seems weird. Have you ever seen that look where the top half of your face is cold and the bottom half leaks a smile? This clan has something to command you. You travel to a trip to the Imperial Dan Holy Land, then have them submit to my Qingyin sect. Finally, bring all the alchemists from the Holy Land. Remember, it's all. Dragon Evil was already excited, but now he was even more excited. Holy ground? This is going to be fun. Don't worry, Patriarch. I can destroy the small Holy Land with just my hands. You damn it. This clan is asking you to please, Rob, understand? Didn't let you override people. This is worthy of a strong person. Understand that you have to destroy people. You are so bullish your family know. Sorry sovereign, I misunderstood. But what if they don't cooperate? Why do you still need this religion? If you don't cooperate, we'll make an example of you first, and if that doesn't work, we'll just overthrow you. This cultivation of yours is for food. The tasks issued by the system were not penalized if they were not completed in time anyway. Dare not cooperate? If you don't give face to my Green Cloud sect, you're just as faceless. Dragon Evil. I thought the Patriarch was being merciful. Isn't that what this is all about? Gautam's sanctuary, so? I thank you for that. Don't worry, Patriarch, it's on me. After Long Qi finished speaking, he flew directly into the clouds, tearing through space and going. That was a means that only the great Emperor Realm had. However, he wasn't slow at this cultivation level, instantly traveling for tens of thousands of miles. It's so disturbing, how it's so boring to move around and fight. Feng Qingyang as a traveler could not see this the most. Someone who exits his mouth to provoke, just run him over with a slap. So there's no barking? He still understands that villains die from talking too much. Just then, Patriarch, I have something to report. Elder Nye of the Hall of Merit also looked over and opened his mouth to respectfully say, what is it? Say it. Feng Qingyang saw the person who came was the elder of the Palace of Merit, turned around and said, this Nye elder is not in the Palace of Merit to watch over. Come to find him what to do. Patriarch, there is a remnant soul in this necklace. He claims to be the master of an outer disciple who joined the sect with the disciple. Just now, they actually tried to enter my clan's Hall of Merit together, and were caught by me. I also asked the Patriarch to make a decision. Nia Hailong then summarized some of the things he had asked the two and told Feng Qingyang. Oh, that disciple is called Ningyan, right? This he had known for a long time. He had seen it using the system interface since the time they joined the clan. One of the disciples recruited was a reincarnation of a great emperor realm and a grandpa with a golden finger. Chapter 62, Descending to the Holy Land. Manifestation of the Holy Spirit before men. However, as long as the disciple passed the heavenly staircase illusion, there was no problem. In the future, even if you change your mind again, you will have the means to control it. You don't think it's that easy to get immortal laws, do you? The Green Cloud immortal law was not limited to talent or age. Anyone could cultivate it, and it's also a growth-type feat. As long as one is dedicated to the clan, the feats will only get stronger. The opposite will be true. As a powerful clan, especially the head of a clan, one must consider everything thoroughly. Since it's a misunderstanding, then let them off the hook for now. Just follow the clan rules for the next offense. Feng Qingyang said slowly. It was just a small remnant soul. There was no need to bother with him much. As for what this remnant soul said about joining my Qingyun, interesting. Let him out. Upon hearing this, Nia Hailong used his divine thoughts to notify Elder Dan in the sacred light chain. Dan Lao's remnant soul then flew out of it. He can't wait. Just that the elder said that the patriarch is not something that anyone can see. More or less the heart is not in the right place. Dan Cheng of the Dan sect pays his respects to Lord Sovereign. He said respectfully as soon as he came up. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on this time. I already know all about you. I'm sure the elders have told you. Not only is my Qingyun strict about accepting disciples, it's even harder to join my Qingyun. Tell me what makes you qualified, or what qualifies you to join Qingyun. When Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he just casually scanned over him with his gaze. A small remnant of the epiphany. No need to take it to heart. Patriarch, although old me is only a remnant of a soul. I have a foreign fire on my side. I can refine as much as I can with as many of your clan's pill materials under the 7th rank. And since I am an elder of the Dan sect of the central region, I will also be able to draw on my deceased friends when I descend to the central region later on. Join your clan and serve your clan. Dan Cheng stood there apprehensively when he finished speaking. He wasn't sure if all this capital of his could move this mysterious patriarch slightly. How many pills under the 7th order can be made? Well, the old man's a good leak. Must be pressed. Ergo, must be incorporated into the clan. Your conditions and stuff are just average. You can barely enter my sect. By the way, what you said about that pulling together deceased friends and whatnot, implement it as soon as possible. The leaks gathered a bunch of good to cut it. Alright, you will be a disciple of my Green Cloud Sect's alchemy hall from now on. Go down. Go to the elders to receive a clan uniform later. Thank you, Sovereign. I'll be a member of the Green Cloud Sect from now on. So what if I'm just an ordinary disciple? Join such a powerful clan and take off straight away. The future is not bright. In the meantime, Xianzhou, the holy land of Imperial Dan. The Royal Dan Sacred Land was the only Dan Sacred Land for refining pills among the 5 sacred lands in the Eastern Domain. With a very deep heritage and a wide range of connections, the legacy has remained intact for hundreds of thousands of years. Holy Lord Li Tianxian was not only a saint of the world, but was likewise a 9th order Dan saint. His daughter, Li Rouge, inherited his talent perfectly. Not only was he very talented in cultivation, he was also quite accomplished in alchemy. Not very old, is already a 4th order alchemist. All the ranks of alchemists above the 3rd rank were issued by the Dan sect of the Central Region personally. With the certification of the Central Region Dan sect, others would treat you as a regular alchemist. It was enough to see how terrifying the Dan sect was, monopolizing the entire continent's alchemists. The subclans are spread across the 5 domains. Spiritual aura permeated everywhere in the Holy Land, though it was far less dense than that of the Green Cloud sect. But compared to the rest of the Eastern region, that can be far more than the scene of a cultivation mecca. After all, it was the only one of the 5 holy places in the Holy Land of Elixir, so the selection of the site could not be sloppy. The richness of the aura also enhances the degree of elixir formation. In the meantime, Holy Land Alchemy Hall. It's done. The 4th order perfect pill has finally become a success. Li Rouge happily said as she held a perfect to flawless elixir. Li Rouge, the elixir in her hand had a clear aroma, and it was clear from the pattern that it was a 4th rank extreme elixir. After grinding painstakingly for more than a year, she was finally able to refine the extreme pill. The excitement at this point is palpable. Thanks to my father's personal teachings, my child was able to advance further in the Dan Dao. Li Rouge then turned to his father, who was behind him. Her father was the Holy Lord of the Royal Dan Sacred Land, and he was also a 9th order Dan saint. She continued to ask her father for advice throughout the year. It could be said that her father was responsible for her being able to refine a 4th order extreme elixir. It's still my daughter who is talented and smart. Not bad, not bad. Nowadays, Roar, you are already able to refine 4th rank extreme pills. It won't take much time to sprint to the 5th rank alchemist. Holy Lord Li Qinxian smiled in delight. His own daughter was on the verge of becoming a 5th order alchemist at this age. This kind of talent is definitely high, even if it is put into that middle region Dan sect where there are many alchemy geniuses. Thinking remotely that he was at his daughter's age, he was only just able to refine a 4th order intermediate elixir. It's true that the waves of the East River push the waves of the past, and one wave is stronger than another. In the meantime, over the Royal Dan Holy Land, Confessor Elder Dragon Evil had just arrived at this time, the Royal Dan Holy Land. Well, this is it. He had just entered Shinjo and humbly asked a passerby for some advice. The passerby said the location was here. Oh, a mere clan protection formation? Still want to stop this saint? When he had just flown in, the sect protector formation below in front of him became visible. The clan protection formation is usually open throughout the day. When it senses the arrival of a powerful cultivator from the outside world, it will be revealed automatically. Good. Then we'll trample your big formation first. Someone is actually trying to break into the Holy Land. What? Who is it? How dare you? There are so many powerful people in the Holy Land? Does he want to die? The cultivators in the outside world were also dumbfounded by this maneuver of Long Evil. As local cultivators of Shinjo, they were well aware of the dreadfulness of the Royal Dan Holy Land. Don't look at it as a sanctuary for alchemy, but because of that it attracted many strong people to join. Countless cultivators with high levels of cultivation were squeezing their heads off to join them in order to get the elixir. Today, someone even dared to come to the door and force their way into the Holy Land. This is going to be a good one. What kind of person? How dare you barge into my Holy Land? The cultivators from the Imperial Dan Holy Land also discovered Dragon Evil in the sky above. They only saw the man with long hair like a waterfall and black and white pupils descending towards their Holy Land. The guards of the Imperial Dan Holy Land hastily rose up in a prancing manner, wanting to block this intruder. I am the Green Cloud Sect Provision Elder, Dragon Evil, and I have come by order of the Patriarch. Have your Holy Lord come out to see me? This saint has something important to discuss with him. This matter, it's a matter of life and death for your Holy Land. If you dare to block this saint, then don't blame this saint for trampling your great formation. Bossy, too bossy. The entirety of this speech made the cultivators in the outside world's blood boil. Descend on the Holy Land alone. Let the Holy Lord of the Holy Land come to meet him personally, and step on the protective array if you block it. Bullseye. This was completely using one person to fight against the entire Holy Land. A model for my generation. If you can't, go up and help the field yourself. It's not good. We still have to see if the guy is a blowhard first. Chapter 63, Going Up to the Holy Land Alone. Overbearing Dragon Evil. This is a person who can call himself this saint. Is it possible that the saints of the eastern region are already rotten? An audience with the Holy Lord? No, it's for the Holy Lord to meet him face to face. It's also a matter of life and death for the Holy Land, and to step through the sect protector formation. This what's his name hanging hair of the Green Cloud sect. What a big bully, that lead guard said in his mind. Perverse is too perverse. He saw that the man had an extraordinary aura, and also had a dead man's face, and it looked like he was not to be messed with. And call yourself this saint, shouldn't be a little cutie, right? If you don't have any background, you're just here to get yourself killed. There's a background. Guess there's a background. He had a little look on his face that said he'd gotten it right. Your Excellency, be at ease. If there is anything you may wish to talk to me first, I am the escort elder of the Royal Dan Holy Land. If this elder can't handle it, it won't be too late for me to report it to the Holy Lord. At the same time, he informed the rest of the guards with his divine thoughts. Don't act rashly yet. This man has a background. The matter over here is expected to be noticed by the higher echelons of the sect, so let's wait for the elders to arrive. He's adamant that coming out is about context. The Qingyan sect that this man was talking about was presumably a great sect in the central region. Due to the vastness of the eastern region, there were 13 states of land, except for the 4 states that were connected, namely the Spirit State, the Desolate State, the Heavenly Continent, and the Green State. The rest of the states are far apart, plus the time was short, so the Green Cloud sect sent out a strong man to easily take care of the matter of the 4 sacred beasts. It hasn't been passed on yet. No way. People are claiming to have stepped on your holy ground's big formation. Why is this guard elder still so calm? It's not like his character. Among the cultivators in the distance, some recognized the guardian elder. The contrast between the usually high and mighty, short-tempered personalities? It's true it doesn't look like him. I don't know what's going on today. There was a power that offended the Holy Land before, and it was this guardian elder who personally led a quarrel. That was really brutal. The dog in that powerhouse got 2 slaps on the wrist. Yes, this man is right. I'll just watch the session from a distance. I've been dragged in and taken a few hits. Tell you? What is your status and what is my status? Little one guard elder. Does this saint need to have a conversation with you? Dragon Evil coldly said, a little impatient. He was still thinking about how to fulfill the task given by the Patriarch, whether it was bullying or coercion. In the meantime, the offerings of the Royal Dan Holy Land, as well as the elders, all flew this way. What a nerve to move on the head of a Teiyukai. They wanted to see just who dared to provoke their Holy Land on the boundaries of Shinjo. Holy Lord Li Qingxian, whose divine thoughts encompassed the entire Holy Land, had also discovered the situation over here. A frown. He was continuing to teach his daughter about alchemy. And this was a fly that appeared from nowhere. Green Cloud sect? Never even heard of it. I guess it's just another one of those oh-so-nice clans that came to their holy land to cheat and fool around with the elixir. It's happened several times before. I have to say that the people who came in this time acted quite like that. His divine thoughts only detected no great fluctuations in cultivation on the visitor, so he didn't put it on his mind. But in a moment he would have to know better. Father, what happened? Li Rouge asked when she saw her father's sudden frown. It's okay, a little fly came in. Go ahead and bar the alchemy. Oh. Li Rouge sniffed and continued to cast out the flames again, calcining the pills in front of her. It's almost time to become a Dan again. Once raw, twice cooked, 3 times 4 times cooked heavy plus sign cooked. When he was able to concoct 4th order extreme pills with complete ease, it would be the time to attempt to impact 5th order alchemists. In the meantime, Your Excellency, wait a moment. My status as an escort elder is indeed a bit low, but the senior elders of my clan will be arriving soon, the guardian elder hurriedly said. This Frostface is nothing else but a real stressor to him, and pretending to be good at it. The man's a pretentious talent. You who? You called someone? It's good to call someone. He was worried that he had no place to cast it. But this old man treats what I say like fart. How does he do it? This saint has said to let their holy lord come personally, but that's him seeing things from his point of view. What kind of face does a small holy land holy lord have? But people are at least the dignity of the holy lord. Do not want to lose face? But it's true that there's no face in front of my great Cheng Yun. At that moment, several figures came over from the distance. Once again the lower part of his frosty face broke into a smile. What kind of person dares to come to my holy land and act recklessly? A voice came. The 7 sacred land elders and the 5 confessors then flew over. It stood in front of the guard elders. All of them stared tightly at Dragon Evil. Here we go. Here we go. The show is on. You kids still dare to watch the show? Be careful of yanking over to E a few more times. Hey, aren't there all of you? Big deal. Big deal. Together we. Common? Together what? You're still thinking of raising your arm and everyone fighting with you against the Holy Land? Is not. I'd say the big deal is that we all take a few hits together. There's a lot of us, so if one of you takes a few hits maybe it won't be my turn. I'll give you a few ing hits right now. The discussion of the outside cultivators in the distance stopped after a few loud slaps and screams. Elder, I'm guessing that this person has a background and doesn't look like he's acting. The protector elder said to the elders with his divine thoughts. Background? Playing God and trying to fool me? That elder obviously didn't have as much heart as the guarding elder. It is also a guard elder is also considered a watchman. Usually go out to do any work as he took the lead. Although the cultivation level was not as high as that elder, but have definitely experienced more people or events than him. What kind of clan is the Green Cloud sect? I've never heard of it. What qualifications do you have to face my holy land holy lord? What qualifications this saint has? You will soon find out. As the words fell, the wind rose and a violent aura swept through the heavens and earth. Purple robberies, like the fury of the heavens when they were angry, were cathartic. Long Xie all of a sudden had his aura on full blast, and his cultivation at the peak of the manifestation saint realm exploded out. Under the terrifying pressure, everyone present was all suppressed and prostrated on the ground. I will give you one last chance. Under my Qing Yun heavenly might, not to mention you guys, even the entire eastern region will have to bow down. Only one hand crushed the 5 holy lands, and both palms pushed across the 13 states. Chapter 64, Holding the Holy Land. The Dan sect is not worthy of it. Misty grass, so strong. That kid, I'll clean you up later. You crow's mouth. This is great. Everyone will get it up with you. Even in the Holy Land below, they were all subjected to this powerful pressure. The disciples within the Holy Land bowed down, and the half-sane powerhouses were suppressed. It was true that in this other world of the weak and the strong, it was still better to have a big fist. Give the other side a head start and everything will be fine. Inside the Holy Land, Sacred Lord Li Qingxian and Li Roku, who were in the alchemy room, also felt this powerful pressure. Not good. There's a strong enemy. Rouge, just stay here. Don't go there at all. This Holy Lord goes to check it out. He had instantly regained the majesty of the Holy Lord of a land. A strong enemy had invaded and the Holy Land needed him. Feel the powerful pressure. Li Qingxian frowned tightly. The cultivation of the visitor is definitely above the saint realm, so it seems that we have to ask the old ancestor to take action. He strongly resisted the pressure and arrived over the Holy Land in an instant. Why did your excellency strike out at my Holy Land for no reason? Does my Holy Land have a grudge against your excellency? Come here and meet a strange man, Li Qingxian recalled. It seemed like they, the Holy Land, hadn't messed with such a strong person, right? It was only when he saw the visitor that Dragon Evil put away his mighty pressure. Humph, you still have the nerve to ask me. I have been ordered by my clan's patriarch to come to your Holy Land to discuss important matters. To meet your Saint Lord in person. You even inform the saint that he is not qualified to meet him. What? Is this the way you treat guests in your holy land? What a bull. You guys are the big shots. Li Qingxuan's brows frowned even tighter upon hearing this. This kind of strong person is nevertheless befriended or whatever. Just can't be offended. One should definitely meet face to face. He then turned his head and stared at the leading elder with an inquiring gaze, as if to say, what's going on? Seeing his own holy lord looking towards him, that elder was first stunned. In the end, he actually learned in a decent manner, similarly looking at the guard elders with an inquiring gaze. Holy, you idiot, I told you long ago that the other side has a background, and you didn't listen. And you, is that what you said? You clearly said that you would let the Holy Lord come and meet you face to face. My fault, it's all my fault. Alright, the guardian elders made them up in their minds. In the end, he alone bears all. Your Excellency, it seems that this is a misunderstanding, and it's all a mistake made by the elders of our clan on their own. This saint is the Saint Lord of this Imperial Dan Holy Land. Since Your Excellency has something to discuss, well, inside, please. Seeing that the guard elder was speechless, Li Qingxian thought that he was being silent and not fighting, so he opened his mouth. The Royal Dan Holy Land, the Great Hall. I wonder what business Your Excellency has to discuss. Li Qingxian had thought that the person coming was also an actor, but he didn't expect it to be a powerhouse. Wait, that's not right. What's the attraction of their Holy Land? It's just pills. Actors have come to cheat. Power players don't rob in the open. Could it be that Your Excellency is here for the elixir as well? Without waiting for Long Xia to speak, he took off first. Pills? This saint is not interested in that. That's good. So Li Qingxian was relieved. However, this saint is interested in the person who refined it. Dragon Evil smiled seductively. In the empty hall, the temperature seemed to drop a few points after his sentence, chilling people to the bone. The person who makes it, that's not an alchemist. Fogweed. This powerhouse has too much appetite. People's acting school just cheated on the Danmaku, but you're so good at digging right in, so it looks like the acting school is still pretty friendly. I wonder what Your Honor means by, Li Qingxian asked tentatively. If the other side comes in strong, ask the old man to make a move. It's very simple. You Imperial Dan Holy Land submit to our Qingyin sect, then all the 4th rank and above alchemists will just return to the sect with me. Just a short while later, the patriarch contacted him with a token. Tell him that the clan's alchemy hall has recruited the remnants of a 10th order transcendent Dan sage from the Dan sect. It had already rounded up all the pills under the 7th order, as long as the alchemists of the 4th order and above were available. The reason for wanting the 4th to 6th order was to speed up the refining of these types of pills. Although Danqing has been on fire, day and night, it's still too little, and the inventory must be rushed. It occurred to Feng Qingyang that the genius disciple was a 4th order alchemist, so she couldn't run away. As Long Qi's words fell, Li Qingxuan's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Does Your Excellency know what Your Excellency is talking about? This person even wants this holy land to submit to them, and also all alchemists of the 4th rank and above. What does he want? What? No? Are you feeling that for you to submit to us, my Green Cloud sect is unworthy? Or is it that you alchemists have been wronged by joining my sect to make pills? Seeing him say that, it seems that we can only ask the old ancestor to make a move. Li Qingxian just wanted to use his divine thoughts to inform the old ancestor, but he didn't expect the old ancestor to come on his own. Ha ha, Your Excellency is joking. My Royal Dan Holy Land has been passed down for a long time, and I have never been a subordinate force of any great sect before. It was, and it is even more so now. A crane-haired, immortal old man walked slowly. Oh, never been submissive? Don't panic, now isn't the time? The old ancestor sniffed and held back what he still wanted to say. This guy is greasy. Holy Lord Li Qingxian, however, became anxious on the side. Strange, why hasn't the old man made a move yet? What he actually doesn't know is this. Old ancestor had already secretly fought with the other side, right after the man released the pressure. But the result was obvious. Failure. God's thoughts, pressure, aura, cultivation, which is crushed by the other. Otherwise, why would he be standing here beeping? He'd have ordered the group to start. Your Excellency should think clearly. My Imperial Dan Holy Land is covered by the Central Region Dan sect. It's better not to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, ha ha ha, you defeated man still dares to threaten this saint. What kind of thing is the Dan sect? It's also worthy of being compared to my Qingyin sect, Dragon Evil said disdainfully. By the way, when you say Dan sect like that, this saint remembered. One of the Dan sect's elders, the 10th rank transcendent Dan saint, is working as a disciple in my Green Cloud sect's alchemy hall. Had to cry and beg for our patriarch to accept him into the clan. In the end, our patriarch only took him in because he felt sorry for him, saying that with his qualifications, he was only worthy of being an ordinary disciple in the alchemy hall. Not only did he readily agree, he was also very grateful, and is now busy, refining pills non-stop. What? Dragon Evil's words simply shocked him for 2 million years, not putting the powerful Dan sect in the slightest. The transcendent Dan sage of the Dan sect was only worthy of being an ordinary disciple in the sect, and crying and asking to join the clan? If it wasn't for this person's high level of cultivation, the two of them would have really thought that the other party had a brain problem. You can't even brag about it. Chapter 65 Wooden Compromises. Rouge moves on, but that's the situation now. You don't care if people are real or not. People's strength is here, holding it to death. I'm a fish out of water. When the old ancestor saw that the Dan sect couldn't deter this person either, he couldn't do anything about it. What more do you want? People don't even put the Dan sect in their eyes. A middle stage of the manifestation realm by himself couldn't beat him either. You can only be slaughtered. Elder, can Rouge go with Elder first? Just then, Lee Rouge, who was dressed in a white dress, walked in. Her white hair fell over her shoulders and her violet eyes flashed. See chart in chapter 62 for details on brainstorming. She came up and first said softly to Dragon Evil. Afterwards, she walked towards her father, Li Qingxian, and the old ancestor's side. The three are a united front, to live together and die together. Rouge, what are you fooling around with? Get out now. There's nothing for you here. Li Qingxian was furious all of a sudden. Didn't he tell Rouge to stay in the alchemy hall and not come out? It's too dangerous. This frosty face is going to flip at any moment. Father, I heard the conversation you just had. She already knew what had happened. She had come out of the alchemy hall and inquired about the disciples before rushing towards the side of the hall. Just as she was about to enter, she heard the words of the three people in the hall. Oh, you'll go with this saint first? That's kind of interesting. Tell me about it. Your Holiness, this is nonsense from my daughter. If I want to go, it's me, the Holy Lord of the First Land. Who will go first? Li Qingxian hurriedly said. Even his address took on respect. Don't you interrupt for a moment. Li Qingxian, who still wanted to speak, was instantly stifled. Elder, Father, Old Ancestor, Rouge is willing to first follow Senior to the Green Cloud sect to scout the way for my Imperial Dan Holy Land. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable, so I'm sure he won't be talking big. Perhaps the Green Cloud sect is as powerful as Senior said. Their Royal Dan Holy Land now belonged to the end of the mountain. There's nothing else to do. If the Qingyun sect was really as powerful as that person had said, perhaps it might not be an opportunity for their Royal Dan Holy Land. The Royal Dan Holy Land had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and had already reached saturation of development and entered a bottleneck. Perhaps it would be difficult to go further and pass on the legacy for another hundreds of thousands of years, and if he could seize the opportunity, he would be able to soar to the heavens. If what that person said was false, she could also send a message over so that the Holy Land could make early preparations. Well, you've got some guts for a little girl, but whether it is possible or not, we still need the word of my clan's Lord Patriarch. Take advantage of this only little moment. Li Qingxian and the old ancestor once again admonished Li Rouge. Let her go. It's too dangerous. With that, Li Rouge informed the duo of her thoughts. Ahem. Imagination is beautiful. Reality is always cruel. Li Qingxian and old ancestor couldn't bear the thought of Rouge risking her life. The other side. Longqi pulled out the clan token and transmitted his voice with the patriarch. Gave a brief overview of the situation here. The genius disciple is this Li Rouge. This little girl has guts. Feng Qingyang said darkly. Anyway, coming over is also to enter the alchemy hall as a disciple. If she doesn't want to go by then, if we send the news back, will the alchemist from the Royal Dan Holy Land still be able to run away? The Sacred Lord's own daughter is in our clan. You mustn't do a good job of refining pills for my Green Cloud sect. The Holy Lord also had to abdicate over, and the 9th rank Dan Saint was barely enough. Although there is a remnant soul of a 10th order Dan Saint in the alchemy hall, that old man is not useful. The divine mind has not recovered without soul power, and he can't refine high-grade pills. Oh no, can't say it's not working. Refining elixirs under the 7th order is too enough, like a machine that hasn't stopped until now. Thinking of this when clearance came with a May. After receiving the patriarch's reply, Long Xia walked to Li Rouge's trio again. The sovereign lord ordered it and said it was okay. In that case, then you will accompany this saint first. Dragon Evil opened his mouth. Your honor, my daughter. Li Qingxian wanted to speak. Don't worry, this saint doesn't care to kill these ants that are too weak. Of course it pissed him off. 2 words. Then I'll go with Senior, Father and Old Ancestor. Li Rouge said goodbye to the duo at the entrance to the Great Hall. Be sure to be careful. Rouge, if there's anything, feel free to send a message to my father and my old ancestor. Li Qingxian exhorted. There are too many things that are not as good as they should be in this life. Even if he is the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, so what? Still cannot change too many things. The old ancestor also stepped forward to hand over numerous life-preserving items to her. Finally, The two of them were greeted with respect. Dragon Evil flew away with Li Rouge. The disciples of the Holy Land. A group of elders were puzzled when they saw this scene. Doubtful it would have had to be a knife fight. How is it that in this moment of time, this mysterious and powerful Qingyun sect's provider had taken away the sacred lord's daughter? The crowd of cultivators outside were even more shocked. After this thing has gone through many permutations, that Qingyun sect powerhouse who had braved the Holy Land was invited inside the Imperial Dan Holy Land. How is this even taking the daughter of the Holy Land's Holy Lord? Man, did I read that right? Can't be wrong. That's the daughter of the Holy Land's Holy Lord, Li Rouge. As the daughter of the Sacred Lord, coupled with her talent for cultivation and the Dan Dao riding high, Li Ruku was already a famous genius in Xianzhou. A lot of people knew her. It was just that she didn't know them. It's still, oddly enough, how could the Holy Lord of the Holy Land let him take his daughter away? Why do you care so much? Is this kind of game between great powers something we can't get involved in? How about, we your ass? By the way, I haven't gotten to you about that just now. Brothers, flatten him. Chapter 66, Flying Across the Sky. In the meantime, what happened on the side of the Royal Dan Holy Land quickly spread throughout the entire Xian state. The name of the Green Cloud sect also resounded through Xianzhou. The district was so strong for a single donor elder. A human being overpowers the Holy Land. In the end, it was Holy Lord Li Qingxian who came out to negotiate. And only then was the person properly invited into the Holy Land. What about the whole Green Cloud sect? One clan shall not suppress the entire eastern region. Some speculated that the Qingyun sect was a transcendent great sect in the central region with countless powerful people within the sect, and that its descent to the Imperial Dan Sacred Land was specifically for the daughter of the Sacred Land's Sacred Lord. This speculation was confirmed by many. After all, at that time, many people had seen that Green Cloud sect's provider elder had taken Li Ruku alone from the Holy Land and rode away in the air. It should be because he was looking at Li Ruku's dual great talents. Cultivation was smooth, and the Dan Dao was also riding high among his peers. If he could reach such an achievement in the eastern region, what would happen if he was placed in the central region? With a little cultivation, he would be a heavenly pride. Envious. This time, the Royal Dan Holy Land was going to take off when it fell in with the central region great sect. It was already an old Holy Land in the eastern domain, so this might be a step further and set foot in the central domain. Of course there were those who said that it was the dude from the Great Clan who had taken a liking to Li Rouge. The reason for sending strong men was to capture Li Rouge and make her a bed-warming maid to seek pleasure night after night. After all, Li Rouge that. In the meantime, 9 heavens above. Seniors, slow down. Li Rouge's legs were soft and her long silver-white hair was scattered by the wind. The whole person was in a sorry state. Where was the spirit and boldness of before? Dragon Evil was fast. Just a single breath could fly thousands of miles away. The scenery below all changed abruptly. It wasn't long before he crossed out of the boundaries of Xianzhou. It's like a time warp. Li Ruku looked dazzled. The speed was too fast. It was not at all something that she, the Yuaning realm, could stand. That's what shouted out. Dragon Evil also snapped out of it. Suddenly something came to mind. Although he was carrying her in imperial flight, he hadn't used the sacred source to protect her body. What a waste of time. I don't know what the patriarch agreed to let you come first for. Won't hold back? This saint is quick and will be here soon, Dragon Evil said coldly. However, it still used the sacred source to shield Li Rouge's body. If anything happened to her, it wouldn't be easy to explain it to the patriarch. Could it be that this saint is flying too fast in the air, and this person can't stand it and is cold? With the sacred source protecting her body, Li Rouge instantly felt much better. Thank you, Elder. Li Rouge thanked her, then peered around. Just now, they were all holding on hard with their eyes closed, but now that they were fine, they could feel the thrill of traveling through the 9 heavens. But at first glance, she realized that she couldn't see what was ahead or below her with her eyesight alone. All flowers. Later on, she could only brainstorm about how powerful the Qingyun sect was along the way. This senior beside himself would be able to do it with the power of one person. Pressure on their holy land, yet they were still just a consecrated elder. How strong that clan must be. And what kind of person is the sect leader? I'm afraid they've all stood at heights she'll never reach in her lifetime. It's out of reach. You can only look up. She shared many people's guesses that the Green Cloud sect should be a large sect in the central domain, and that it would have to straddle 2 domains this time. Even if Senior's speed was even faster, it would still take more than 10 days of flying day and night. She then closed her eyes and rested. The scenery suddenly changed, and by now the two of them had already crossed several states in a row. In no time at all, they entered the boundaries of the spirit state, heading straight for the Green Cloud mountain range, 100 miles below the Green Cloud sect's mountain. A huge city tens of thousands of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide. Qingyun City. It's halfway built. With the manpower and material resources of the 4 continents, the construction of Qingyun City proceeded at a rapid pace. At this moment, countless cultivators from the 4 continents below were feverishly building. After the Green Cloud sect became famous in the 4 continents, countless cultivators from the neighboring 3 continents flocked into the spirit state, all wanting to admire the upper sect. After learning that the Qingyun sect was building an exclusive city, countless cultivators came to participate in the construction work of the city, for no other reason than to join the Green Cloud sect one day. Even a gatekeeper. At this time the Green Cloud sect below was already close at hand, and what caught his eyes was a huge stone monument at the foot of the mountain. 3 words were engraved on the top in a dragon's flight. Green Cloud sect, wake up, it's here. Long Qi landed at the foot of the sect's mountain with Li Rouge. The Green Cloud sect is the sky. Anyone, any species, any force, except the sovereign's permission. None of them were permitted to fly in the air above the Green Cloud sect, or else they would be challenging the heavenly might of the Green Cloud sect. Even the great emperor had to do a 7-step poem to step out when he came. Ha! To the Middle Kingdom. That's too fast, Li Rouge exclaimed when she was woken up. She had slept for so long this time? The Middle Kingdom is all here. Taking a deep breath of air, he only felt that the aura was rich and full of energy. It was worthy of being the central region. What to the middle domain? This is the spirit state. Why are you blinded by a nap? You child? Ha! Spirit state? Li Rouge first paused for a moment before she saw the 3 big characters of Qingyun sect engraved on the stone monument in front of her, and the 100-mile-long stairway to heaven. Like a dream, immortal haze. Her cherry mouth opened slightly as she looked forward in shock. It's like stepping on a cloud, right? At the end of that heavenly ladder. Just what kind of powerful forces were sitting there? The spirit state was an ordinary state in the eastern domain in her impression. There was no holy land sitting in the town. Only a branch of the heavenly pavilion was there. But there was no Saint Realm supreme power. It's all about their preconceived ideas. After all, the Green Cloud sect, a sect that was unknown in the eastern region. For a clan to have such a powerful offering, it must be a great clan in the central domain. I didn't realize that it was actually in Lingzhou. This place's aura was still so rich, so it seemed to be a hidden great sect. The aura of their holy land was nothing compared to this place. One earth, one sky. You think that the aura from the outer periphery alone cured the cough of that Tianji pavilion elder who coughed without inhaling the aura of the central region? Of course he didn't need to cough now, having been crushed to death by the old ancestor. Li Rouge, what she didn't know was that this was only the aura in the outer perimeter. The aura in the sect was several times more dense than here. The aura of their holy land. That little bit of fluff was a joke compared to the Green Cloud sect. Elder Long. The guards watching the mountain gate greeted Long Qi when they saw him return with a woman. Well, this saint went out to do some business by order of the patriarch. Enter the clan. Okay, Elder Long. The 2 of them, Long Xia and Li Roku, walked up from the foot of the mountain under the guidance of the guards. For outsiders, if they didn't have a guard to lead them, they had to pass through the illusory heavenly stairs to reach the outside of the sect. If you want to go in hard, the Protector Formation will tell you what purgatory is. The Green Cloud Purgatory Grand Formation had not been used since it was acquired. It was because Feng Chunyang would not let another power hit the clan. It's all hitting your house. That's too low. Still calling it the first divine sect of the heavens. Chapter 67, Summoning the Dan Sage, Breaking into the Holy Realm. Green Cloud Sect. Long Qi took Li Roku and stepped inside the sect. As far as the eye can see, the palace and pavilions are a scene of immortality. Senior, this is the Green Cloud Sect. The aura was so dense that it turned into mist and rain, and the countless buildings were majestic and shocking, floating like a fairyland, all of which shook her mind. The bulk, Jedi Archon, what she saw and heard was far beyond her knowledge. As the daughter of the Holy Land's Holy Lord, she wasn't someone who hadn't seen anything. Looking at the eastern region, she couldn't go anywhere, even as strong as the middle domain. She had set foot in it, but this kind of scene has never been seen before. Elder, what are we going to do in the Royal Dan Holy Land? True to form, Wuhu's chance to take off came. Whether or not the Holy Land can go further depends on whether or not it can capitalize on this opportunity. Didn't this saint say so? It's very simple. Your Royal Dan Holy Land becomes our affiliated force. Then the alchemists above the 4th rank enter the alchemy hall and just refine pills for the clan. This is also the sovereign's high opinion of you. If I were to say so, I should just go straight to the Central Region Dan Sect's headquarters and invite a few transcendent Dan Saints. Of course the main aspect of this was to fulfill the task of recruiting talented disciples. It would be nice to have some alchemists attached to it. Then can we meet the sovereign? Rouge would like to. Li Rouge asked carefully and tentatively. After all, no matter if one became an affiliated force or joined the alchemy hall to refine pills, it was not a trivial matter. Is the patriarch something you can see just because you want to? Long Qi's cold words directly interrupted her. Yes, The patriarchs of such powerful sects that are all divine dragons, powerful and unrivaled. Perhaps one's own holy land can be destroyed in the eyes of others by blowing on it, Le Rouge said in her heart. She was the one who was abrupt just now. Senior, I am willing to join the Green Cloud sect. As for our holy land side, I will send a message to inform you. It's not bad to know what's going on. Not bad. Let's go. This saint will take you to the alchemy hall. The other side, Green Cloud Palace. As soon as Le Rouge's words fell, the system's prompt sounded immediately afterward. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting talented disciples. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden summoning card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Digdao quenching cauldron. Golden summoning card, can summon a great sage realm great emperor realm powerhouse. Cultivation improvement card, can improve cultivation by one major realm, no limit. And there is no such thing as unstable foundation. Great Dao quenching cauldron, the immortal king's greatest treasure. The eternal immortal king used great Dao, immortal iron, and tens of millions of years to build it. As soon as the duo of Long Qi and Le Rouge entered the clan, Feng Qingyang noticed it. Now the system rewards come with it. Not bad. A gold summoning card. This would be the first time out of the gold. Following the arrival of the summoning of the great old man, it's not going to be another great one. System, use the golden summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host's golden summoning card use success. Extraction in the. Congratulations to the host for extracting the Great Sage Realm Alchemy Elder 11th Order Great Dan Saint. Engraving in progress. Engraving successful. Fogweed. A real backstabbing by the system? But luckily, here comes the Great Dane Saint. Count on it to know what it's doing. Just don't bother with the system. The Dan Dao is of the 1st to 14th order respectively. The 9th rank was the Dan Sage. The 10th rank was the Transcendent Dan Sage. The 11th rank was the Great Dan Sage. The 12th rank was the Holy Dan King. The 13th rank was the Dan Zun. And the 14th rank was the Dan Emperor. The Great Dan Sage was still a high-level elder even if he was placed in the Dan sect. Another cultivation enhancement card? It seems to be that the system can't even stand to see him swinging for the fences. Except that if you reward the cultivation enhancement card, isn't that helping me swing for the fences? This time, if you raise it again it will be the Holy Realm. Easily stepping into the Saint Realm. There was no need to even experience the level of half-saint. The system uses the cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the early stage of the sacred realm. The system's words just fell. A holy light emanated from Feng Chongyang's body, and with it came a powerful holy might. Shattered sky stage. Late shattered sky stage. Peak shattered sky stage. Half-saint. Early sacred realm entry. One step into the holy realm. The aura in his body was constantly converting and forging, followed by a steady stream of holy source power pouring out. The flowers of heaven gather at the top of the roof, and the earth is filled with golden lotus. The holy realm stepped in. Reaching the Saint realm would allow one to overlook the eastern region, and even if placed in the entire 5 regions, one would be considered a strong person, even if it was as strong as the middle domain. Saints weren't said to be able to walk horizontally, but they were still considered a powerful party. In fact, the entry sacred realm counts as a threshold, and after reaching the entry sacred realm you can enjoy all the variety of the central domain and see all the elegance of the central domain. There is strength in the middle of the region to cultivate the Holy Land. No strength in the middle of the region as in hell. The Holy Realm can then create holy places that will continue to be passed down. It's practically a step up. If those who had been stuck at the peak of half-saint and shattered void for their entire lives knew that Feng Qingyang had only been swinging for a month or so, and had easily crossed over to heights they would never reach in their entire lives. I'm afraid I'm going to cry. You can't compare people. Some people are born to be protagonists. Others are born to be pig feathers. Entering the Holy Realm. Having just collected his own chi for a moment, Feng Changyang only felt that he could shatter the void with one punch and crush the earth with one foot, moving mountains and overturning seas, burning the sky and boiling the sea, shattering the void with his fists and subjugating all things. In the meantime, Green Cloud sect, the sky above, a silhouette descended. Only this time it was different from that time with Dragon Evil. It's a low-key old man. There was no exhibition of the slightest breath. It's true that young people still have the drive to be sharp everywhere they go. Green Cloud Palace, Alchemy Elder MO1, Realm, Peak of Great Sage Realm, Dan Dao, Great Dan Sage. Greetings, Patriarch. The old man bowed forward in a disciplined manner. Elder MO right, from now on, you will be the Alchemy Hall Elder of my Green Cloud sect. Right now there are 2 disciples in the Alchemy Hall, but soon there will be many alchemists coming. We'll have to rely on Elder Mo's jurisdiction when the time comes. After more than a month of being smothered in the position of sovereign, Feng Changyang had also changed a lot. No fanfare, but don't mess with me or go to hell. Not crazy, but people are not crazy in vain. Should be threatened, still have to threaten. All in all, it's just faded away from the youthfulness of when I first arrived. At that time, don't care who he is. The great emperor realm old ancestor also have to shout that old man. That old man. I wouldn't dare. Thank you for the sovereign's trust. I am willing to bow and scrape for the clan. The matters of the alchemy hall will be managed properly by the old man. System. Extract the great Tao quenching cauldron. Feng Changyang took the great Tao cauldron out from the system space. Now that the alchemy hall had a high-level elder, this cauldron could be used. How about a sample? Don't care how awesome it is. In my green cloud sect, it's just a tripod for alchemy. That's all. Chapter 68, Great Tao Dan Ding. Immortal King Dan Apparatus. Ding. The Tao quenching cauldron has been extracted successfully. The system words fell. An exploding immortal light burst out in the great hall. Immortal light shot out in all directions, almost flashing the titanium alloy eyes of Feng Qingyang and Mo1. What came next was the majestic immortal might. The sound of great avenues of contention. The immortal king quenches the sound of alchemy. Immortal iron clank, gathered together, like immortal music making a sound. It's like listening to fairy music for a while. Immortal sounds filled this entire hall. But as awesome as this immortal weapon was, it was still the system that got it. Now that Feng Qingyang was its master, under control, the majestic immortal might wouldn't do them any harm. Otherwise, with this majestic immortal king artifact's might, the entire continent wouldn't be able to withstand it. Outside the great hall, the heaven and earth visions in the sky above also appeared immediately. The fairies played music, and the exorcists came to the court. Thousands of images of immortals and Buddhas appeared in the sky above the green clouds, and all of them made pilgrimages. The last time such a rare and bullish vision was last time. No, it was the time of manifesting the 9 cauldrons of the great Tao Bell, Hall of Elders. In the direction of the Green Cloud Hall, the patriarch is taking out another immortal weapon. The vision in the sky is so shocking. She felt it and realized that it was in the direction of the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, and Mu Shui Xian hurriedly disconnected her divine sense. The patriarch is unpredictable and must not be rushed. Heaven, just how many more treasures did the sovereign not take out? It was simply too scary to know the depths of the sovereign. AI drawing, no copyright dispute. Buffy, outer disciple area, misty grass. Is this the immortals coming down to earth? The crowd of disciples were all shocked by this heaven and earth vision. Immortal sounds were played, and all the immortals made a pilgrimage. Other than being an immortal descending to earth, they could no longer think of any other possibility. Qin Han's divine sense of the great emperor realm subconsciously probed for a while before it was similarly hastily withdrawn. The clan was not a place where he could make trouble. Immortal weapon. Definitely another immortal weapon has been released. Then he glanced deeply into the depths of the clan, eyes full of respect and shock. So what if it's an immortal? There are 8 million immortals in the sky. Come to the green cloud and also lower your eyebrows. Can't you see they're all making a pilgrimage to the green cloud sect? Old Ancestors Hall. The sovereign is really a big action for a few days. Old ancestor Li Qingyun was already used to it. What scenes hadn't Light seen in the green cloud sect over the past month or so? It's all numb, making it seem like he, a great emperor realm, as if that had never seen the world, had to open the pendulum. With the patriarch around, the green clouds will eventually rise straight up to the sky. Hall of Alchemy. Ha ha, look at the two of you. You've never seen the world. My green cloud sect encompasses the supreme treasures of the heavens. What treasures don't I have? What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg of the Qingyun sect. Do well for the clan, and the clan will not treat you poorly. Dragon Evil laughed. The genus was loaded to the hilt by him. He had just brought Li Rouge to the alchemy hall just now. The vision of heaven and earth was revealed just in time. Dan Chang, who was refining pills inside, also ran out. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, he couldn't help but say, "Gotta shake them up a few times first." "Don't worry, my lord. I will absolutely do my best to desperately refine pills." "Spell it out. If you don't fight now, when will you fight?" Whether or not he could remodel his body and regain his cultivation would depend on how much he contributed to the clan. "My lord, if you'll excuse me, if you have this time to talk, you might as well refine a few more dawn." After Dan Qing finished speaking, he ran in again in a panic. The blue underworld spectral flame was released. Fire in the hole. Ha ha, nice. Is this the new alchemy hall disciple recruited by the sovereign? There's a lot of energy. It's still the sovereign lord's discerning eye. Dragon Evil just happened to slap another wave of ass. Just why did he become a soul? What the heck? Play his residual role to the fullest. Former, elder, I also want to refine pills. Seeing this alchemy hall disciple so rolled up, Li Rouge couldn't sit still either. Right, only by creating the appropriate value for the sect would they be reused by the sect. Let's go then. Then Long Qi and Li Ruku entered the alchemy hall together. This side of the Green Cloud Palace, the dazzling immortal light of the Immortal King artifact had dissipated. It was currently floating in the air of the Great Hall. Feeling the aura coming from this tripod. Sovereign, this is? Elder Mo1 asked. He could detect that this was an alchemy cauldron of a very high grade. Sword monks love swords, and stick monks love sticks. He, an alchemist, likewise liked the supreme treasure alchemy tripod. With a good tripod, refining the Dan can only be twice as effective with half the effort. This is my Green Cloud sect's greatest treasure, the Great Tao Alchemy Cauldron. Now this clan will be handed over to the Hall of Alchemy. You Hall of Alchemy will have to bring out its value. There are specialties in the arts. Even if he keeps this tripod, he won't be able to make pills. What do you mean you can learn? You're not mistaken. I'm the patriarch. Alas, it's not enough to let the people below you do such things. Handing it over to the Hall of Alchemy is the only way to maximize its value. Many thanks to Patriarch for the treasure. Elder Mo1 hurriedly thanked him. This cauldron could be used as the town treasure of their alchemy hall. They, the alchemy hall, must not fail the high expectations of the sovereign. Ding, report to the host. This tripod is the greatest treasure of the immortal king. Requires a minimum of Great Emperor Realm or Dandi Emperor to be barely usable. What? It doesn't work. Then isn't your reward equal to 0? Wouldn't it be better to directly summon a Dan Emperor? Host, calm down. This tripod can also be used above the Holy Realm, but it can only exert 1/1000th of its efficacy. When the Great Emperor or the Dandi Emperor comes, they can only utilize 1% of its efficacy. After all, it's an immortal king artifact. Understand this, host, or the reader lord will pick on you. Oh, so, it's okay then. 1 in 1,000 is 1 in 1,000. It's better than nothing. This was an immortal king artifact. Even if it could only be utilized 1/1000th of the time, it would still be able to crush an emperor artifact countless times over. Elder Mo, this is an immortal artifact. You can't utilize its full efficacy, but daily refining of Holy Dan Emperor Dan Immortal Dan and whatnot is also completely sufficient. Immortal weapon. Mo1 had long guessed that such a shocking supreme treasure could be anything but an immortal weapon. It almost blinded him just now. He was in the middle of the hall, the closest to this tripod, and felt it deeply. Under that majestic immortal might, he felt that he, the peak of the great sage realm, it's like a drowning fish. At any moment, he would be annihilated by this immortal might as majestic as the ocean. But Patriarch, you've been too generous to old me. Letting him, a great Dan sage, refine a holy Dan or something was no problem at all. As for the imperial pill, the immortal pill, that's a fool's errand. Chapter 69, Inspecting the Dan Palace, Inner Scroll of Alchemy. The great Tao quenching cauldron slowly fell down. Go on, take it. This clan will make a trip to the alchemy hall with you, just making the rounds to see how well they're doing on the job. Now count the hours. That genius disciple, Li Roku, had probably already spread the news that she was going to submit back to the Imperial Dan sacred ground. There would soon be a whole bunch of alchemists working for the clan. Feng Qingyang slowly walked down from the main seat. Once again, he felt the power in his body. Well, this feeling of having a strong cultivation is good. Now that's more power to swing for the fences. Mo1 sniffed and put away the great Tao tripod. Following behind the patriarch, he walked out towards the exterior of the hall. There were no outer disciples or miscellaneous disciples to be seen along the way, because this was the core of the sect. Only the top echelon of the sect could go there. Others do not have permission from the sovereign. Trespassers will be dealt with according to the rules of the clan and treated equally. On the way to the alchemy hall, he did run into the 4 great sacred beasts who were working. The holy beast in human form is sweeping the floor. Then he saw the patriarch walking towards him, followed by an unfathomable old man. Frightened, he even sold the sweep, hand and foot, hand sweeping and foot mopping. He was relieved to see that the sovereign was just passing by. It's good to keep a low profile, don't ever get noticed. The clan was now developing more and more formalized. Now there were disciple elders in the alchemy hall and elders in the feats hall. The law enforcement hall also had elders and disciples. The other day the elders of the law enforcement hall also recruited a few disciples of the law enforcement hall from the outer sect. The existence of the law enforcement hall is that it is meant to deter disciples and enforce the law on behalf of the clan. As for the outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples, the time to turn over was coming. There were still 20 days to go before the outer sect rankings and miscellaneous disciple rankings were finalized. By then there would also be 10 outer disciples promoted to the inner sect. But this was not something that Feng Qingyang should care about. Only the core disciples of the sect perhaps he would pay a little attention. His personal disciples have all gone out to practice as well. Maybe after that the clan would have serial disciples, emperor's sons and whatnot, but that would all be an afterthought. Hall of Alchemy. The temple was working feverishly at this time. The major powers of the 4 continents sent a lot of resources, including pills and various medicinal herbs, so there was absolutely no need to worry about not having enough herbs for alchemy. Just refine. At this moment, Dan Chang was standing in front of an alchemy tripod. On his left hand, he was casting the blue specter underworld fire to roast, while his right hand kept adding herbs to the cauldron. And so it goes on and on and on. Furnace after furnace of pills kept coming out. And smell the medicine and look at the Dan lines of the elixir. Just know that surprisingly all the pills are extreme pills. This flurry of maneuvering left Le Rouge on the side looking dumbfounded. This teacher is surprisingly fierce. That's a total roll you can't make on your own. This will be the time. Are she out of a furnace? That teacher master can produce several stoves of pills. Doesn't he get tired? Doesn't he run out of soul power? Doesn't he feel empty doing it over and over again? And he also detected that the flame in that teacher's hand was extremely uncomplicated. The blue and ghostly flames had a gut-wrenching effect just looking at them. So much like a ghost fire. But she couldn't recognize the fire either. It can't be a foreign fire. She was all shocked by that thought of hers. A different fire is not for everyone. There has to be a great chance and it has to be recognized by the foreign fire. Otherwise not only does it not have the slightest effect, it would also be backfired by the foreign fire and burn to ashes and fly. As far as she knew, even in the Dan sect of the central region, there were only a handful of alchemists who possessed different flames. Senior, is this master teacher an elder of the alchemy hall? Le Rouge asked Long Evil in confusion. If this was the elder, then she would have to double her roles as well. She couldn't let the elder look down on her. In her opinion, this teacher master was so fast in refining all the sixth order elixirs, and they were all extreme elixirs. Definitely an elder type of person. It's a great vibe too. The elders are so motivated. He, is a disciple like you, but it's just a remnant now. In life, he was just a transcendent Dan sage of the peak of the manifestation sage realm come Dan sect anymore. It's no big deal. Oh, with this saint's observation, his Dan fire is still an identity powerful foreign fire. Ahem, it's no big deal. You do a good job and try to surpass him. Dragon Evil said with a disinterested face. It was just his tone of voice that was extremely mismatched to the expression on his face. Are you cold, or are you just a tease? In the meantime, Feng Qingyang and Mo1 also arrived at the alchemy hall. The hall of alchemy was equally grand, no worse than the hall of feats. The two walked in one after the other. Le Rouge just happened to turn her head when she saw a picturesque youth walk in. The youth was as handsome as a demon. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Deep pupils flashed with demonic trailing purple light. And there was also a kind of aura of a long time in a high position, with a strong sense of oppression. If you can't brainstorm, just open the camera and tap the front. He was followed by an equally impenetrable old man. This should be a high-ranking member of the clan, or else a heavenly pride with an extremely high status within the clan. Le Rouge said darkly, Patriarch, why have you personally come over? When Long Xia saw the person who came, surprisingly, it was the Patriarch. He rushed up to greet him. This clan came over to see how the alchemy hall has gotten on. Feng Qingyang looked around the hall and then said with his hands in the air, Patriarch, don't worry, I have done all that you commanded me to do. This is the daughter of the Holy Lord of that Imperial Dan Sacred Land. She has already sent a message to the Sacred Land, and in a matter of days, the Sacred Land will submit to my Green Cloud sect. By then, the alchemists within the Holy Land will also arrive. Long Qi gestured with his finger to Li Ruku behind him. What? This mysterious youth is the Patriarch. If the clan is so powerful, then wouldn't the Patriarch? She was now actually meeting characters she couldn't even think of. The figure she could only look up to was now standing not far from her. Seeing the senior's fingers pointing over, she also reacted in a hurry and stepped forward. Rouge has met Lord Sovereign. Elder Long is right. I, the Imperial Dan Holy Land, am willing to submit to the Qingyun sect. She'd seen a lot on her visit. 2. The Royal Dan Holy Land was completely incomparable to the Qingyun sect. You can only look up to it and submit to it. It's not a bad idea to bring the Holy Land one step closer. Well done. Feng Qingyang didn't take her words and just continued to talk to Long Xia. Thanks for the compliment, Patriarch. Well, no bullying, right? My Green Cloud sect is a peace-speaking sect. The last thing I like is fighting and bullying the weak. You can rest assured, Patriarch. Absolutely not. I was talking to them well and reasoning with them before they agreed. Dragon Evil patted his breast and assured him. That's good. Feng Qingyang nodded. The jungle is not about fighting and killing. The jungle is about people. But this is the other world. It's all about the big fists. Rouge Li, if I hadn't, I'd believe it with my own eyes. Chapter 70, Sacred Ground Submission. Shocking fame in Xianzhou. Long Qi noticed the old man behind the Patriarch at this moment. Can't see through it. Can't see through it at all. The most powerful man in the clan. At Feng Qingyang's gesture, Mo1 walked forward. Meng Patriarch has taken a liking to me and appointed me as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Now the Alchemy Hall is temporarily in charge of the old man. Elder of the Hall of Alchemy. No wonder it's impenetrable. Long Xia and Le Rouge released their minds at once. So it's the elder. Good day, elder. I'm Elder Dragon Evil. I don't know the elder's name? Dragon Evil stepped forward and asked. They're all working for the same clan. They have to make good connections. Don't ask. Elder Mo when uttered his name. Mo, and don't let anyone ask. This gives the Dragon Evil whole won't. Dan Chang, who was working feverishly inside, also heard the commotion over here. I think it said something about elders or something. It also seems to mention the patriarch. What a patriarch! After refining this furnace of Dan in his hands, Dan Chang immediately ran outward. Old man Dan Chang has met Lord Sovereign. Once he arrived in front of the main hall, he realized that it really was the patriarch who had come. He rushed forward and said, "Aha! The clan has heard that you've been doing a good job lately. Keep up the good work. Do well and the clan will remake a new body for you." Feng Qingyang Hit gave him a verbal check. Inspiring disciples, no less. Thank you, patriarch. Dan Chang was overjoyed to hear this. What's he working so hard for? Is it a spirit stone? Is it a treasure? Is it a couple? Neither. It's about remodeling your body. Now that there was a verbal guarantee from the patriarch, his heart was much more secure. It's getting energized. Alright, I'll leave this place to Elder Mo1. Feng Qingyang turned around and left after he finished speaking. After the rounds, it was time for a day of touching fish. Li Rouge didn't expect her to be ignored by the patriarch. Yes, she is a junior. What kind of person is the patriarch to take care of her? Don't look at the patriarch as young, but in charge of such a powerful clan. It must be a high level of cultivation, a long lifespan, and the ability to live in the face. Probably several years older than his oldest ancestors combined. No, I must work hard on my errands and move up the ladder. Be sure to have the patriarch gaze upon himself. Li Rouge lightly bit her lips and said secretly, "Greetings, patriarch." Feng Qingyang left the alchemy hall under the respectful escort of the four. Elder Mo? So the elder's surname is Mo and his name is Ask. It was only then that Dragon Evil reacted. Turns out it wasn't meant for him not to ask. He misunderstood. Then, Elder Mo, I will also leave first. After Long Qi excused himself, he also left the alchemy hall with a big stride. Well, you two can come and ask the old man anything. Thank you, Elder. Dan Chang was not something he wanted to ask. He was a transcendent Dan sage of the Dan sect. What else didn't he know? And now it was the soul body that limited him. Otherwise, he would have started refining the holy Dan. Rougely did have a few questions for advice. Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. She still had to learn more and ask more questions for her cultivation in the Dan Dao. After a while, Elder Mo took out the Great Dao Cauldron. He was going to refine a few pills to try out the effects of this immortal artifact. He had his disciple, Li Rouge, take out a bit of holy medicine from the medicine storehouse. Is the elder refining a holy Dan? In the meantime, this side of the Royal Dan Holy Land, in the Great Hall of the Royal Dan, Sacred Lord Li Qingxian and the old ancestor gathered all the elders in the Great Hall. The reason for such a big show is because news has come from the daughter of the Holy Lord, Rouge. The general trend cannot be violated, go with the trend, and the green clouds will rise. Green Cloud Sect Alchemy Hall Disciple, Li Rouge. 2 short sentences shocked them all. It was true that what that Qingyan sect's confessor had said was true. There are countless strong people. Feet on the Dan sect. The Dan sect transcendent Dan sage is only worthy of being a disciple. Sacred Lord Li Qingxian was silent as he sat on the main seat, looking down at the crowd of elders who also did not say a word. The atmosphere was heavy, so he took the lead. If the elders have any ideas, just speak freely. First elder, go ahead, he said as he looked to the grand elder in front of him. Holy Lord, old man, is not good with words. The grand elder didn't know what to say. Is it possible to just come up and say, Holy Lord, you're done, we're all going to join the Green Cloud sect? Sacred Lord, the message from Rouge has made it clear, and I also think we should go with the flow. This is the hegemony of the great clan. Those who go along with me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. The second-in-command elder came out to speak, and quickly gained the approval of many elders. I still hope that the Holy Lord, the old ancestor, will choose. All the elders said together to the 2 figures on the main seat. There's nothing to be gained by letting them discuss it. Might as well go with the flow. That day, the Green Cloud sect had only sent out a single confessor elder to forcefully suppress their entire Holy Land. What do they have to fight with? And again, your daughter, the Holy Lord, has agreed. And Rouge must have gone over to the Green Cloud sect to see how powerful they are. That's why these 2 sentences were passed. Well then, this Holy Lord decides. I, the Imperial Dan Holy Land, submit to the Qingyun sect and become its affiliated force. All alchemists above the 4th rank go with this Holy Lord to the main clan. Holy Lord Li Qingxian clapped his hands on the decision. Rouge can't be wrong with the news she's sending. Submission is their only option. Go with the flow. The Green Cloud, Li Qingxian muttered. Perhaps this was a heavenly opportunity for the Royal Dan Holy Land. Looking back again tens of thousands of years later, He only felt that it was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life, but of course it was all an afterthought. It's just that the news from Roar that this main sect, the Qingyun sect, is actually in the spirit state. The Great Hidden Sect. The Hidden Sect is coming out. 2.5 days later, the news of the wave of demonic beasts reached Xianzhou. Xianzhou was in an uproar. An unheard of sect had sent only one strong person to subdue the 4 holy beasts, power over the 3 great holy places, famous on 4 continents, and so on. It seems like 2 days ago, the strong man who broke into the royal Dan Holy Land alone was from the Qingyun sect, right? In the end, they didn't know what they had reached with the Holy Land, and that Qingyun sect powerhouse had taken their dream goddess away. Just, when did such a powerful clan pop up in the eastern region? One shot is to pressure the 4 holy places? It looks like the eastern region is about to change. However, as soon after, an even heavier news came out. Xianzhou was once again in an uproar. The Holy Lord of the Royal Dan Sacred Land announced that the entire Sacred Land had submitted to the Spirit State's Qingyun sect and become its affiliated force. Those who challenged the Green Cloud sect's main patriarch were provoking the majesty of the Holy Land. Get past their Royal Dan Holy Land first. That's a real stonewall. Those 4 states were so far away that they could only lament. But this one is different. It's the Holy Land of the Royal Dan, the old hallowed ground. Hegemony over Xianzhou for hundreds of thousands of years. And now you're telling me that you've defected to the Qingyun sect? In Xianzhou, the Royal Dan Holy Land was the sky of Xianzhou. Now it's a new day? Xianzhou, a restaurant. Brother, is this really true? The information is not reliable. Nonsense. The youngest son of my grandpa's family is sweeping the floor of the Imperial Dan Holy Land. This is what he said himself. How can it be false? Slowly the news festered. It spread throughout the entire Xianzhou. Now everyone knew the shocking news. The Green Cloud sect. It's going straight up. Chapter 71, The Alchemist arrives. Shocking the Holy Land. Another 2.5 days later, Green Cloud sect, Patriarch Hall. Feng Qingyang had just planned to start a day of cultivation. After all, they were all in the Holy Realm and couldn't fall any further. He's the head of a large clan. Not to say that we should lead by example, but how we should act. Those in the middle domain of the pride of what? In this age is estimated to whole virtual, demon a little. I'm afraid to reach the god of transformation. Unlike him, he's only a sacred realm entrant. Just as he was about to close his eyes to cultivate, ding, the host has the latest news to be updated. Master, Feng Chongyang, realm, early sacred realm, disciples, Lin Bai, Sure Hao, Hua Qingyi, physique, divine body of the heavens, slightly, sect, Qingyun sect, level 1, 9995 10, 000, clan value 9995? What the hell? The system. Next time it won't be a 9999, will it? You're playing the spelling Eve thing with me here? Feng Qingyang swept over with a glance and realized that the clan value there had been added from 9,500 to 9,995. It would be a long time before this could be upgraded to a second-tier clan. Tapped on the prestige column. The prestige value was increased by a whole $500,000. The prestige value is added quite fiercely. It was also true that the prestige of the Green Cloud sect was now spreading across all continents. More than half of the 13 continents in the eastern region had been shocked by the Qingyun sect. 5 great holy places, 3 shocked, 1 submissive, and the last one. Any day you're not happy, you're just as disrespectful. This point of prestige value can be exchanged for a great emperor realm servant, powerhouse if you save up again. Feng Qingyang secretly calculated, the more great emperor realm powerhouses there were, the better, and some of those powerful emperor clans in the central domain, the ancient clan, and the desolate ancient family, were presumed to have great emperors sitting in their midst as well. Just don't ask for it. Of course this was all his personal speculation. Having come here for only a month and a half, he didn't know much about the continent beyond the eastern domain. In the meantime, at the foot of the Green Cloud sect's mountain, Li Rouge is waiting for someone. From time to time, he looked into the distance. Coming. One could only see a huge airship traveling over in the distance, but it stopped at the foot of the Green Cloud sect's mountain. Li Rouge had long ago summoned with them that the Qingyun sect side was forbidden to fly, if they are not informed in advance. It is estimated that their Holy Land's airship will be directly smashed by the strongest person within the sect with a slap. When that happens, it's just a big watery mess. These could all be talents in refining pills for the clan. The alchemists of the Holy Land all stepped down from the airship, and at the head of them was Holy Lord Li Qingxian. He was a 9th Order Dan Saint, and he was also going to come to the main clan, and it was enough to have an old ancestor sitting on the side of the Holy Land. It was just as well that he wanted to see the master sect, whether it was as powerful as Rower said it was or not. The crowd felt instantly refreshed as soon as they came down. The aura of this place is really so rich. I didn't expect Spirit State to have such a treasure. It's worthy of being the place where the main sect sits. This aura is simply several times denser than our Holy Land. If I can refine pills here, I'll have an increased chance of completing the pills by 30%. An alchemist from the Holy Land was shocked. He was a 5th rank alchemist. If he could increase his certainty by 30% every time he made an elixir, his progress in the Dan Dao would soar. If only the seniors of the Green Cloud sect had come earlier. This time, there were quite a few alchemists coming from the Royal Dan Holy Land. As all of the 4th rank and above arrived, there were 54th Order alchemists, 35th Order alchemists, 15 6th Order alchemists, 10 7th Order alchemists, 5 8th Order alchemists, and the 9th Order Dan Saints were the 2 Sacred Masters and the Grand Elder. This was where the depth of their Holy Land lay. You have to realize that the path of the Dan Dao is not that simple. This is not only closely related to your cultivation realm, because you have to have the corresponding divine idea support, or soul power, to refine the corresponding grade of elixir. The stronger the divine idea, the stronger the soul power. It also depends on whether you have a talent for alchemy. Without talent, perhaps you wouldn't be able to become a 2nd Order alchemist until you die, and would only be able to hover around the 1st Order and the uninitiated. But it is said that they are both Dao Dan dual cultivation. Now all that was left in the Holy Land were the various types of elders, and disciples, and quite a few strong people. Seeing all of them from the Imperial Dan Sacred Land came out of the airship, and the sight of the Holy Lord who walked in the forefront. Father, Li Rouge yelled from a short distance away. Rouge, Li Qingxian saw that his daughter was not far away, so he hurried up. The crowd of alchemists from the Royal Dan Holy Land also followed the Holy Lord's lead with great vigor. Li Rouge immediately turned around and said to the guard at the side, Senior, these are the alchemists of our Imperial Dan Holy Land. By order of the Patriarch, I have come to Qing Yun. The guard nodded. Well, it's been explained above. You guys just go straight up the hill. The elder had already given him instructions that the alchemist from the Royal Dan Holy Land would arrive today. Just have him release it. Not a moment too soon. Green Cloud Sect, Sacred Lord Li Qingxian and a group of alchemists from the Holy Land stepped inside the sect under the leadership of Li Rouge. Once you enter the clan, it's like coming to a second world. Wonderland. The rich and muddy aura came to the surface. They and the others had just been shocked by the heavenly ladder that went straight up to the clouds. I didn't realize that the interior of this sect was equally otherworldly. The aura instantly thickened more than 10 times, turning into rain and mist. Picturesque palace pavilions, plaques filled with Taoist rhythms of brush strokes. The scene within the Qing Yun sect deeply shook them, refreshed their perceptions. They were all from the Holy Land, and they were not people who hadn't seen anything. At this point it's like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. This main clan is really unexpected. No wonder it's so strong. Can't help but feel emotional. What a wise choice the Holy Lord has made, letting them refine pills in such a place. They were 10,000 times more willing. Li Rouge was on the sidelines to see the alchemist who had previously been so spirited in the Holy Land, but was now shocked to the point of doubting his life. She held her tongue a little. The first time I came here myself, I also opened my eyes in this main clan. What Rouge said was really good. It's all about momentum. If you follow the trend, you will be on the green side. Li Qingxian lamented in his heart. Let's go. Father, I'll take you to the alchemy hall. The elders are waiting there. Chapter 72, Sacred Xian Mysterious Realm. This Emperor Black Emperor. The other side. Eastern Sacred State. The Sacred State was a large state far away from the rest of the 12 states in the Eastern Domain. Though it had been the Eastern Domain's boundary since ancient times, it was very close to the heavenly continent in the central region. That's why the cultivation atmosphere here was better and the aura was full of reasons, giving birth to many strong and heavenly pride. It can be said that the overall strength is considered the first continent in the Eastern region. There was even the strongest Holy Land among the 5 Holy Lands, the Heavenly Sacred Holy Land. In attendance, today was the 3rd day of the opening of the Holy Xian Mysteries in the Holy State, the Secret World. 4 figures walked out from a cave entrance. Only one of them, a handsome man with black hair draped over his shoulders, came out with a small black dog in his hands. Senior brother, there's nothing good here either, just a sleeping black dog. What a wasted pleasure. The one who spoke was none other than Lin Bai, Feng Qingyang's second disciple. He carried the big black dog in his hand, and looking left and right he couldn't see anything special about it. The dog is still sleeping. A ray of light and a faint trace of aura suddenly burst out from that stone cave just now. They thought there was something good, and after going in and scavenging for half a day, they only found this unexceptional black dog. Strange? How did an ordinary dog get mixed in this sacred mysteries? Something's fishy. There's definitely something fishy. It's fine, senior brother. The Sacred Xian Mysterious Realm has 2 more days before it closes. We still have quite a bit of time, so let's go look elsewhere. The man who spoke had an outwardly imposing, 8-foot-tall body, and his knife-like face was etched with determination. It was none other than Shi Hao, Feng Qingyang's eldest disciple, their senior brothers and their senior sister, Hua Qingyue. had already been out for more than a month to practice. At that time, I heard the words of my master that there was a chance here, and I tried all the way through several continents before arriving with no food or shelter, just in time for the opening of the sacred Xian secret realm. Enter into it by virtue of your own talent. On the side was his senior sister, Hua Qingyue, and Su Demon, who he had met on the way to the training, and the four of them had formed a small detachment to break through along the way. Nowadays, Shihao's realm had already stepped into the early stage of cave void from the middle stage of yuaning. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue's cultivation levels had also been cultivated from the middle Jindan stage to the middle yuaning stage. It could be said that a heavenly pride was a heavenly pride, and the realm advancement was rapid. Yes, Brother Lindbergh, let's look elsewhere. The young girl who spoke was none other than Su Demon, whom they had befriended through their adventures. A green dress, brown silk draped behind the shoulders, jade soft flower soft, like a fairy tale out of the elf general. Su Demon. Well then, it's just keeping the four of us busy for nothing. It took that long of a search to find one of these. What does this little black dog want with him? Lindbergh turned around and walked towards the cave, intending to put it back to its original position. Who knew that the dog, still sleeping in his arms, had opened his eyes? You're the little black dog. Your whole family is the little black dog. It suddenly spat out human words and spoke, and Lin Bai subconsciously rushed to throw it out. He drew his own sword, the Green Lotus sword. Shihao's three men also came up, being able to spit out human words. It seems to be a demonic beast. Sure enough, there is nothing simple in the secret world. Gu, who told you to throw this emperor out? It hurts the emperor. The black dog fell to the ground from the throw. However, he quickly stood up and showed his teeth towards Lin Bai. This emperor? Senior brother, this little black dog still calls himself this emperor. Lin Bai and the others watched the little black dog perform with considerable interest. Good guy now. You come up to Bundi's, fall a little bit and grimace in pain. You dreamed up your emperor realm, didn't you? Yeah, what's the problem? This emperor does not change his name. I am the Black Emperor. Black Emperor? Never heard of. But emperor or not, it is indeed black. Lin Bai took a serious look and still didn't find anything special about this little black dog. Just a very black fur color. Asterisk. If it weren't for the fact that this emperor's cultivation hasn't recovered yet, this emperor would have slapped you all to death. The Black Emperor thought this. He had just lifted the seal. The cultivation in his body was 10,000%, and the injuries on his body hadn't fully recovered, so it was better to try not to make a move. In case he couldn't fight, wouldn't it be a disgrace? It's just that there's always a familiar smell about them. Immediately after that it sniffed carefully with its nose. No, I'm the Black Emperor. With that, the divine sense that was as large as a square meter was released. Divine sense wasn't restored either. It's over. Shihao's four men just looked at this little black dog. It sniffed around, then froze in place again. Lin Bai put away all the Green Lotus swords. Against this kind of demon beast, there was no need to even use a sword. What are you staring at? This emperor knows he's a jade, but he doesn't all have to stare at me, does he? Cut. More narcissistic than I am. Senior brother. Senior sister, let's go. This secret world is all over if we keep on consuming it. After Lin Bai finished calling Shihao and the others, he was about to leave. It seems that there are no more good things around the perimeter of this secret realm, and we still have to go deeper into the secret realm. Hey, wait for this emperor. He himself didn't have much cultivation right now, and he hadn't even recovered his divine mind. If they wanted to get out alive, they still had to rely on these four human cultivators. So the Black Emperor screamed as he ran over. Chapter 73, Exploring the Secret Realm. Scarlet Underworld Flower. Starched into the holy state, drinking dewdrops in the wind. I have heard that there are holy things in the secret realm. Final harvest. One black dog. Lin Bai looked at the little black dog that was dead set on following him. It's a bit hopeless and instantly emotional. Ha ha, brother Lin Bai's literary skills are getting better and better. Su Demon laughed from the side. In the short month she had known Lin Bai, this humorous youth had already composed no less than 100 poems. Interesting. Surely there is no shortage of interesting people anywhere. He hadn't come to the eastern region on this trip for nothing. Shihao also smiled awkwardly at his words. This senior brother of his, apart from being a bit more humorous and a bit more handsome than he was, had held a girl's hand. The only downside is that the poems done are terrible. Che, you are lucky to have this emperor. These youngsters are still too young. Don't worry guys, as long as you do this little favor for this emperor. If there's anything, this emperor will take care of it for you. The Black Emperor shook himself in disdain. This secret realm was full of dangers, and with his current cultivation level, it was better to take a ride. Lin Bai and the others didn't bother with it either. It wants to follow, then so be it, and leveling the playing field for them. Look at the skinny, weak little black dog. It's just like a fine dog. Never mind that. let's just keep looking forward. It's been over a month since I left the clan to practice. Don't let it come to pass that when we return to the sect, our cultivation as pro-disciples isn't as high as those inner and outer disciples. Shame on Master when the time comes. Although their cultivation had increased rapidly over the past month or so, their strength was incomparable. But they knew the horror of the sect. With all sorts of treasures and immortal laws available, the disciples within the sect wouldn't be any worse off if they worked harder. As soon as Shirhao said business, Lin Bai and the others all got serious. Elder brother is right. When those disciples first entered the sect that day, I noticed a few with high talent. There are even 2 Bel-8 heavenly pride among them, but their talent was higher. And the 9 tripods and 9 rings could be said to be the crown of all the disciples of Qing Yun. It was the late start, and with the heaven-defying talent, the cultivation was now only a little over a month old, and it had already surpassed the 10 years of hard cultivation of many people. Shirhao was the supreme sacred body that was deprived of his cultivation, and his cultivation was wasted, and after remodeling his supreme body it was just a matter of restoring his cultivation, so his cultivation was the highest among the 3. But still, if you don't get it right, you'll be surpassed by the pride of the clan. No way. The 3 of you are so talented and your cultivation isn't bad, and you're still worried about being surpassed? Su Demon asked in disbelief. She was the first daughter of the southern region Su family, and her cultivation level was only at the peak of Yuaning, only 2 small realms higher than Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue. This is still the first genius of their Su family at the same age. Shirhao was the same age as her and had already attained the cave void realm. It's simply horrible as hell. This was still afraid of being surpassed, so how strong must the celestial pride of the Qing sect be? She had also long heard the 3 of them talk about the clan they took pride in, the Green Cloud sect. There are countless strong people within the sect, and the patriarch is even of heavenly cultivation, so even if you look at the 5 domains, you will not be afraid of anyone, any power. The 4 of them had also often heard of the Green Cloud sect's prestigious name since they had been rushing around for the past month, sweeping away the 4 holy beasts and intimidating the 3 holy lands. Of course, we have the same countless celestial pride within the Green Clouds. Once we carve down, we will be surpassed at any time. Hearing Shirhao say that, she wanted to go up to Qing Yun to admire it even more. Wouldn't such a sect make people yearn for it? Then when will you return to the sect? Brother Shirhao, Demon also wants to join your Qing Yun sect. This young lady's talent can't be a core disciple, be an inner disciple altogether. After being used to staying in the southern domain, it would be nice to join a powerful clan in the eastern domain to cultivate. Ahem, how can I return home before I cultivate the way? Shirhao lamented. As for what Demoness Su said about joining the sect, it still depended on the sect's intentions. It was only now that the sect was conducting a large-scale opening of the mountain to accept disciples, and it was estimated that it would not be recruiting again in a short period of time. Not a moment too soon, Shirhao's 4 arrived outside another natural cave in the secret realm. The only thing that could be seen was the blood-red gas bubbling out of the cave here. The cave was huge, and looking into the distance was an endless abyss, as if it would never come to an end. Dead grass and rotting leaves piled up outside the cave in a desolate color. It was the prolonged contamination by the blood-red mist that they withered and died. This mist isn't right. Is there some secret in there? Lin Bai said with a frown outside the cave. Hey, kid, this emperor advises you not to enter if you don't want to die. This is not a good place. The Black Emperor bristled. Although its divine sense could only cast a square meter, as soon as it came into contact with the red mist, it sensed that it wasn't a good thing. For the sake of his own success in getting out of the secret realm, he still opened his mouth to remind these few tiny juniors, you're just going to Tal, big and scare people. Not a good place? There's nothing good. Why are they still rushing to enter one by one? As they may go, so may we. Lindbergh pointed to a group of people walking over not far away. Just now a while ago a lot of people have gone in before and after. Then how does this emperor know? It's not a good place anyway. If there's anything good, how does this emperor know? Seeing as how a couple of the younger juniors won't listen to advice, let them be. Big deal for yourself to fool into finding someone else, as well. Senior brother, let's just find someone to ask. Shirhao finished walking towards the 2 men not far away and patted his shoulders. Brother, may I ask what is this place? It's our first time entering the secret realm. We don't know it very well. The 2 men were discussing something. Suddenly a tap on his shoulder from behind startled him. Immediately turned his head and cursed. Who is your brother? What the hell are you filming me for? Get lost and leave me alone. But when he finished speaking, he saw that the youth in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and it was estimated that he was not small. Don't invite strong enemies to the family for no reason. With this thought, he quickly changed his face again. Oh, so it's Brother Tai. Sorry, I'm sorry for offending you more just now. You mean here? This is the forbidden area of the secret realm. Forbidden land? Shirhao murmured at his words, his eyes narrowing. still a bit puzzled in his mind, since it is a forbidden place should be what the little black dog said. Not a good place, for what they all rush to enter. Yeah, there's a big pool of blood on the side there, and it's boiling all the time, that's why the mist is all blood red. That cave is very deep and is filled with demonic bats, but the more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. That blood pool will nurture a blood-colored Medusa every 10,000 years. That's a rare and holy medicine. This time, the secret realm opens at the time when the sacred medicines are ripe. That's why everyone is ignoring the danger and entering. He also wanted to enter, but the strength is not enough to enter, will only send death. You think that blood pool and the blood are how to come? However, there were still many geniuses who prided themselves on their outstanding strength who went there, not realizing that they all became the sustenance for the scarlet plutonium flower each time. Chapter 74 Blood Pool Pregnant with Underworld. Blossoming once in 10,000 years. The man finished. Sure how pondered for a moment. The indispensable sacramental medicine. Bottoms up. What's the point of coming out on this adventure? 1. That boosts strength, or boosts strength. 2. Screw the resources. And the resources. Inexhaustible holy pills. Just in the bag. When the time comes to get outside, they still cannot use the treasures together to turn over to the clan, to enrich the treasury of the clan. Thanks, bro. Sure how clasped his fists and gave a thank you before turning around and walking back. Well, elder brother, what the hell is going on in there? A few people from Lin Bai who were waiting not far away saw senior brother Sure how walking over, so they came forward and asked. That person said that this side is the forbidden land of the secret realm, and that the blood pool breeds a holy medicine, a blood-colored meditative flower that matures once every 10,000 years. Sure how briefly told the three of them what he had learned. Scarlet sticks? I remember. I read it in one of the family books before. The blood pool is pregnant with the underworld and blooms once in 10,000 years. This is a high-grade holy medicine, has the effect of nurturing the divine soul, and can also be used with the weeping blood grass, demonic spider tears, heavenly soul pearls, together with the medicine to refine the Dan. And the finished Dan is the great soul restoration holy Dan, which belongs to the high-grade holy Dan, and has the efficacy of healing the divine soul. So Demon thought of something, and then rattled on. She said how the field looked a little familiar, and that it had been depicted in detail in the book she had read before. However, the other herbs recorded later for refining the great soul restoring sacred pill were unknown. In other words, only the spectral flower knew the exact location. High-ranked holy pills? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go in. It won't be good if someone else picks our holy pills away by then, Lindbergh said hurriedly, listening to his tone of voice. It seemed as if the holy medicine was already in their possession. Dangerous? Fear? I'm greedy when others are afraid. Other people's gene Dan I'm supreme. Why should we, the cultivators of our generation, shy away from a battle? After Sure how and the four of them had a slight discussion and all agreed, they resolutely walked towards the cave. Only the Black Emperor, that little black dog, was left in the wind. These few tiny juniors have disobeyed this emperor's advice. Well, it's probably not safe out there either, so it's better to keep up. It could perceive that these few young people were not simple, especially the two youths among them and the woman in the fiery red dress. Extremely talented. Wait a minute, I think they just said there's a holy medicine for nurturing the soul? Hey, wait for this emperor. This emperor protects you all. The Black Emperor hurriedly stomped up on all four legs and chased after him. Once in the forbidden cave, the first thing that he felt was cold and damp, and the boiling blood-red mist was still drifting outward from the inside in a steady stream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There were also occasional squeaks from the depths of the cave. Sure how estimated that it should be what the man had said. The demon bat. I just don't know what the strength of these demonic bats is, and I can still plan ahead. A few of them carefully groped their way in. Behind him, the Black Emperor had also been following closely. What the hell is this place? If it was still in cultivation, it would have to overthrow this hellhole with a single slap. That is, it was so wet and cold that his fur coat couldn't hold up. Wait, there's something up ahead. Sure how called out to stop a few people. His cave void realm's divine mind clearly sensed that a group of unknown creatures were coming toward them ahead. Lin Bai and the others immediately stopped and stared cautiously ahead. The atmosphere froze for a while, and several people held their breath for a while, not daring to make a single sound. All of a sudden, the still gloomy cave in front of them brightened up all of a sudden. They only saw countless demonic bats hanging on the cave wall, and there were also quite a few demonic bats flying towards them in front of them. It's a demon bat. The four of them went into battle at once. The usual rules, quick battle. After Sure how finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed up. The supreme reincarnation law was running at full strength. The surging aura was converging crazily, and the outwardly powerful aura set him off like a god of war, a force that sweeps across the front. He was able to utilize his full strength with just his two fists. without the aid of any treasure weapon. Bang! Bang! Hiss! Z! As he blasted out with a single fist, countless demonic bats were directly killed instantly. The hissing of the demonic bats resounded through the cave. The powerful aura of the cavernous void realm toppled many demonic bats. At this time, he had already been incomparable, reaching the cave void realm, and his terrifying aura was unleashed in full force. Yuaning to cave realm is a hurdle. Crossover the strength increased dramatically, and can open their own exclusive spirit hole. The more spirit holes opened, the more spiritual chi will be stored. The more aura you have, the longer you last when you fight. That's why the spirit cave was and is a measure of a person's talent. The more spirit caves you open, the stronger your talent becomes. 9 was the extreme number of spirit caves, and Shirha just happened to have opened the entire 9 doors. If it wasn't for the fact that the cave was reinforced by a formation, it would have been pierced by him long ago. The so-called refining chi into the door, building foundation casting road. Gene Dan pregnant Dan, the first baby forging soul, whole open spirit hole unity to reach the transformation of God, refining God into the real, broken into the void, conversion of the holy source of the half-saints, draw the source of the holy, the ground into a saint. To think that he had been chased by his family's guard more than a month ago, that guard was only at the cave void realm. My good brother, I also have to thank you and my eldest uncle for the backstabbing. If it wasn't for the two of you, I wouldn't have had the chance to join the Green Cloud sect. It's called a great disaster. Waiting, Shirha vented all of his anger on these demonic bats that were blocking the way. The supreme reincarnation fist blasted away with full force each time, and he had already crushed a large swath of demonic bats. On the side, Lin Bai and the others were also fighting until they were in the middle of the battle. Ha ha, that's good then you demonic beast edges. Come and test my Green Lotus sword technique. Green Lotus leads the way. Lin Bai roared, and the first stance of the Green Lotus sword technique, Green Lotus asking for direction, was unleashed. A sharp sword chi chopped out from the Green Lotus sword. The sword was unstoppable. Countless Green Lotuses emerged from the ground, attacking and killing those demonic bats. Chapter 75 Fierce Battle with Demon Bats. Black Emperor's Outburst. Green Lotus slaying demon. Sword intent sweeping. Countless Green Lotuses that appeared out of thin air within the cave, interspersed with sword intent, directly felled hundreds of demonic bats. Demon bats fell from the air like dumplings. Die for me. The Green Lotus sword in Lin Bai's hand kept swinging. The blood mist that erupted from the many demonic bats that were chopped off mixed with the blood-colored gas that continuously floated inside the cave, making it even more demonic. In more than a month's time, although his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds, his sword intent hadn't improved much. Still, he was constantly consolidating the sword intent minor achievement realm. One must know that the sword way is a much more difficult way to improve than cultivation, and requires an extremely high level of talent and extraordinary perseverance. Let's put it this way, with your talent, even if you can cultivate to the God of Transformation, the God of Transformation realm is often the starting point of the sword Tao. Most of the Transformation God sword cultivators were only just beginning to comprehend sword intent. Those who could comprehend sword intent before the God Transformation realm could be said to be few and far between, belonging to the gifted kind. 1,000 years of grinding a sword, out of the sword only a small success. Otherwise, how do you think the Green Lotus sword god of the Middle Ages was so strong, slaughtering saints and beheading emperors? When he first entered the Great Sage realm, he had used a Green Lotus sword, one man and one sword, to battle the 10 Great Sage Kings alone, sealing the gods in a single battle. That year, a Green Lotus sword had beheaded 4 Saint Kings and seriously injured 6 Saint Kings, making it famous in the central region. The sword god at that time had already reached the realm of the sword mind, and with a sword in his heart, he could cut through the void with a small blade of grass. The other side, Hua Qingyin operated the Phoenix Diffractive Sacred Skill, and the Phoenix Sacred Body was fully activated. A huge phoenix silhouette floated above her, constantly spitting out phoenix flames, scorching the demonic bats in front of them. Clanking chirps, with every hiss, the phoenix spat out phoenix flames that could burn a large swath of demonic bats to death. The poor demon bat went straight to the dish of braised demon bat. The aroma mixed with the smell of burning kept wafting out. Su Demon was also holding a soft sword on the side, constantly swinging and chopping. Her peak Yuaning cultivation aura was in full swing, and a powerful aura gathered on her saber as she kept chopping out. Once again, he felt it up close and personal, and was again shocked by the terrifying strength of these three. Sure, Hao was like a god of war. A single punch could kill countless demonic bats. Lin Bai's Green Lotus sword intent was similarly not weak. His sword chi swept out. The Green Lotus sword intent was able to exterminate numerous demonic bats with a single sword. Sister Whispering's Phoenix Void was even more of a wide-range damage, and the gulping Phoenix Flames could burn a large swath of demon bats every time. Although she was also a sword user, she had only been practicing the sword for 10 years and had not even touched the door of the sword path. The abbreviation door is not even there. If only I could have Brother Lindbergh's talent, not a few years older than her, and had already achieved a small degree of sword intent. Even if her realm was 2 small realms lower than her, it was estimated that she was no match. 1.5 is probably enough. The Black Emperor didn't put up a fight once he saw how fierce all these guys were, and found a comfortable place to lie down. Well, with this phoenix flame scorching, the temperature inside the cave rose quite a bit. Its divine thoughts could only be released within a 1-meter radius now, which meant that it was invincible within a 1-meter radius. But it's still too weak right now. Constantly releasing divine thoughts was going to harm the origin, so don't make a move if you can. Senior brother, senior sister and demon, you guys go first, I'll stall them. Sure how blasted out a fist and turned his head, anger filled his eyes, and the aura in his body was about to erupt like a volcano. The 9 spirit caves provided him with a far more constant supply of aura, and his bottom card, the Supreme Body, hadn't been opened yet. Although this demon bat was not strong, it couldn't help that it was numerous, and it was still flying in a steady stream, and in his perception, there were several more powerful demonic beast auras in the distance, flying this way. No, we have to go together. These marginalized demonic beasts can't help us yet. Lin Bai sniffed and chopped out several swords. His eyes were glazed over as he looked at the demonic bats that kept flying in. Looks like it's going to be a long battle today. Then, come on, my green lotus sword craves blood, too. None of them were exerting their full strength right now. After all, the fight for the holy pill later on would probably require some vicious battles. Continuing to chop out several swords, the powerful sword momentum slaughtered the demonic bats in front of him. He turned and looked around. Sifu blasts away with punches from a distance. Senior sister and demon also each performed their own feats to slaughter the demonic bats. Only the little black dog was lounging in a spot behind them. And give us even things. You want us to take you out of the secret world. You make a move. Lindbergh then walked forward, looked at him condescendingly. Hey, what's that, Black Emperor? I admit I spoke a little too loudly before. I take it back now. It's not bad, and it's good to correct a mistake. The first time this emperor looked at you guys, he knew that you were people who could accomplish great things. The Black Emperor shook himself and slowly stood up and said, Then Black Emperor, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to fight for the holy pills with a few of my senior brothers and sisters. It's your turn to strike. After Lin Bai finished speaking, he squatted down and picked up the Black Emperor. Hey, you little junior, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of this emperor. Lin Bai carried the Black Emperor to the very front. Senior brother, senior sister, you guys go first. The Black Emperor is going to strike and break our back. It said it was too strong and would hurt us. Lindbergh threw Black Emperor to the forefront. Holy, is this emperor at your disposal? Sure how, and the others sniffed. And despite not quite believing it, they retreated as they fought. Let's make a deal then. This emperor will break your back and you will take this emperor out. These few tiny little juniors were going to compete for the holy pills, and with their strength it shouldn't be hard to get them. When he recovered some strength by then, he would use a little bit of means that the holy medicine would be his own. After swallowing the holy pill, the damaged divine soul would be able to get a bit of nurturing. Then you few juniors should go first. This point of demonic bats, this emperor can crush them all with just his hands. Chapter 76, Emperor's Might Destroys Bats. Saint Sun's Long Song. Senior, will this work? Sure how looked speechlessly at the grimacing Black Emperor in front of him. That little man is fighting tens of thousands of demonic bats alone? Come on, elder brother. The holy medicine will be picked by someone else later. Hua Qingyue, Su Demon and the others also retreated. What's wrong? Sifu, she asked suspiciously. No more fighting? The battle just now was at best a warm-up, and their true strength had yet to be exerted. You guys go ahead and grab the holy pills first. Don't let others grab it first. I'll be right there. Hearing his senior sister's words, Lin Bai thought for a moment and said, This little black dog just loves to brag. Can't abandon alone here. He hadn't even used the strongest form of his green lotus sword technique yet, enough to get rid of these demonic bats. When Lin Bai said that, he was just trying to get his senior brother, sister and the others to go first, and he would break the back. Senior brother, be careful. Use the token to call out to us at any time if something happens. The big deal about this holy medicine is that we don't want it. Sure how knew that Lin Bai had a life-preserving base card given by Elder Water Fairy, so his life would not be in danger. When they were leaving, the master had specifically instructed them to make a trip to the elder's place, and Elder Narcissus had given each of them a life-preserving card, but it's all to the point of desperation that they use it. You have to fight even in desperate times so that you can sharpen yourself. With that, he took his senior sister and Su Demon and changed directions to continue on. The Black Emperor fended off the many demonic bats with a dog in front of him. Lin Bai shook his arm and picked up the green lotus sword to continue walking forward. This little black dog probably won't be able to stop it for long. If it's half as good as it brags, then there would be no need for him to make a move. It looks like we won't be able to do it without some tricks today. To get the holy medicine, to get out of the secret realm. Spell it out. The Black Emperor thought this. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the many demonic bats in front of him. The Great Emperor realm divine thoughts were exerted with full force. All of space was crushed and collapsed into an endless black hole. When a great emperor is angry, he ambushes his body for billions of miles. Majestic imperial might spewed out, if not for the fact that it had just lifted the seal and its divine thoughts and cultivation had not recovered. This entire secret realm would have been crushed on the spot. Under the emperor's might, all beings are equal. After a roar, the crippled great emperor's divine thoughts crushed over. It was the famous Black Emperor of 100,000 years ago. How could it let a bunch of rats with wings bully it now? At one time it was all about feeding on dragon's liver and phoenix marrow. I've wrestled with the Dragon Emperor over this matter of eating. The Great Emperor realm divine thoughts instantly spread to 100 meters. Demon bats within 100 meters were vaporized on the spot. This had already reached its current limit, and any more than a millimeter would deplete its origin, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Bunch of little flies. Even if its divine thoughts were only a billionth of what they were in its heyday, it was still not something that this group of low-level demonic bats could withstand. It had to be quick or it wouldn't last long in its current state. Behind him, Lindbergh was dumbfounded. This little black dog is really strong. Not bragging? You're so good. You should have said so earlier. This aura? Could it be the other side? After a while, Shirhao and the others walked to the innermost part of the cave's forbidden area. It was extremely wide and could accommodate thousands of people at the same time, not a problem. Looking around, a lot of people had already gathered by now. There was a huge pool of blood in the center that was boiling hot. Inside this cave, the blood-colored aura outside the cave is generated and emitted from here. The sacred pill will soon mature and blossom. Don't be impulsive later. Saint Sun Guchanga is here. Grabbing it with him is looking for death. On the outskirts of the blood pool, there were many people gathered, all whispering, "My set, the holy sons have all entered this forbidden land? If you didn't tell me earlier, wouldn't you have come this time for nothing?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me was just bitten in the ass by a demon bat. Rip, it hurts like hell. The man spoke and ran his hand over the wound, and in pain, he screamed, "Mard, it's really a white bite. There are so many heavenly treasures in the Holy Land, and this what's his name Saint Sun still has to grab these with us. Shoo, keep it down. You don't want to live? If the Holy Sun hears you, he'll kill you alive." The man with him rushed forward to cover his mouth. His face was pale. This guy really had the guts to say anything. "If you want to die, don't take me with you, okay? But it's still late." "Oh, you're calling me a bull asterisk 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 Saint?" Guchanga, the holy son of the heavenly sacred Holy Land, walked over from the east side of the crowd. Dressed in all white, he held a folding fan. At this moment, he was looking at the man who had insulted him by exiting his mouth with a smile on his face. It was so awesome to be surrounded by a bunch of lapdogs. These junior brothers were also famous geniuses in the outside world in the sacred state. But in order to go farther and get more rewards, they went out of their way to be dogs for Guchangfeng. The Holy Sun, that's what it's all about. The most powerful state in the eastern region. The Holy State, the strongest of the 5 Holy Lands. The Holy Son of the heavenly sacred Holy Land. With a talent that crowned the 13 states in the eastern region and ranked first in the eastern region's genius rankings. It was the man of the east region, a heavenly pride that stood at the top of the 13 states. "How dare you, dare to disrespect the Holy Sun, seek death." After the junior brother beside Guchanga finished speaking, he was about to rush forward to get this man who had insulted the Holy Sun with his exit. "Hey, don't be so violent, we're all from the eastern domain. Let's just throw him in a pool of blood to reflect and reflect," Guchanga said with a smile like the wind. Only his words made the man fall into an ice cave. "Throw it in the pool of blood. In an instant, it will turn into blood." "Lord Saint Sun, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. You are generous enough to spare my life." The man hastily knelt down and kept slapping himself. He couldn't help but complain a few times in the heat of the moment, not realizing that he had gotten himself killed. But his pleas for mercy did not have the slightest effect, as the Holy Sun's minions dragged him out towards the blood pool. "Remember to keep your mouth shut in your next life." With a thud, the man was thrown into the pool of blood. Without a single ripple, it was instantly turned into blood. The crowd of cultivators here were shocked into chills. The Holy Sun is horrible, never to be messed with. It's almost like a smiling Yama. It seemed that today's holy medicine definitely had no chance with them. "Ha ha, I'm sorry to make you all laugh. When the sacred pill matures later, all of you don't need to care about this Saint Sun's identity. Just compete fairly. This Holy Sun will not threaten you with your little lives, your families, your wives, your friends, your clan, your 18 generations." Guchanga finished with a smile. the folding fan in her hand gently flapping, condescendingly and proudly looking down on the crowd from on high. Holy, this kid can act. Sure how made it up in his mind. There's nothing wrong with fair play, and treasures go to those who can. But doesn't this kid know that there's a world outside of man and a world outside of heaven? People are afraid of you, but we're not. Do things from the heart and do not fall from the green cloud. Look, the sacred pill has matured and blossomed. Chapter 77, Blossoming of the Sacred Pill. Give me a side. Everyone looked toward the pool of blood. Even if this holy medicine had no chance with them, it would be good to witness it with their own eyes. It's a flower that only comes along in 10,000 years, and for once in your life, you get to see this, because the conditions for entry to the sacred Shin secret realm were that only geniuses 25 years old and below, and at the late Jindan stage and above could enter. Only the water in the blood pool continued to boil, and a misty fog evaporated out. A large amount of blood-red chi converged and rose from the bottom of the pool, and finally the entire pool was drained of blood water. The fog cleared and only a strange flower emerged from the bottom of the pool. The strange fragrance is overwhelming and the flowers are dark red and very exotic. Quickly, endow the sheltering divine thought. The crowd reacted hastily. I have heard people instructed that this holy medicine will create illusions that will make people go crazy and end up killing each other. And the previous holy medicine was taken by the last person, because he was the only one left on the field. It's all about the lessons learned from the blood of those who came before us. Fetch it for this holy sun. Seeing the holy pills come out, Gu Changa gave an order. Several figures flew out behind him. The aura of the Yuaning realm exploded out. The crowd of frightened onlookers rushed to dodge. The saint's son stuff was all they could look at. Alas, you can only watch but not play with it. This holy medicine is not something that you have internalized. Sure how and the three of them flew out first and steadily landed on the bottom of the pool. Senior sister, pull it out. Sure how droned on and flew up. Where's the wild boy from that dares to grab something from Lord Saint's son? A few of Gu Changa's doglegs, seeing this, rushed straight up. I thought that with the intimidation of the saint's son in place, taking the holy pill was just a matter of lifting a hand. But I didn't expect to kill a few who weren't afraid of death. Interesting. Gu Changa was still smiling. Only ice coldness filled her eyes. He didn't think there were really unafraid of death who dared to rob things from him. Isn't that provoking His Majesty? How can I still mix in the eastern region in the future? Who are these people? How dare they grab something from the holy sun? I don't know. Keep watching. These people are going down. One must know that Saint Sun Gu Changa's talent was extremely terrifying. At the age of 23, he had already reached the fifth realm, the late stage of the cave void. Already comparable to some ordinary first-class powers family heads, the future was unlimited. These people were probably from other continents, and if they offended the holy sun, the forces behind them were probably going to suffer. With this much strength you still want to take the holy medicine for yourself? Sure how snorted coldly. The fists came out crazily interspersed with aura. One by one, those doglegs were blown away. It hit the ground hard. So awesome. The crowd looked at the youth in the air in shock. The ones who dare to be the ones to stand out really aren't easy. One must know that those lapdogs of the holy sun have to be at least at the Yuaning realm. Surprisingly, he was not a single match for this youth. Can't even block a punch? The whole thing makes them think that it's okay for me to go on me. The cave realm? There was still such a young cave realm in the eastern region. Who was this person? Gu Changa frowned and thought, but no matter how he thought about it, he didn't remember this person's figure on the genius ranking. Who are you? Of that power? Gu Changa asked. Such a young genius. I'm afraid that he wasn't from the eastern region, and the power behind him might not be weaker than their heavenly sage Holy Land. And you are worthy to know about my clan? Sure how coldly said. At that moment, Lindbergh and the Black Emperor came in from the entrance. What a hoot! Hey, how is senior brother doing? Has the holy pill arrived yet? Holy medicine. The Black Emperor saw what the female child in the pool of blood was holding in her hand. Freshly plucked and still steaming. It took off in a huff. If you put it in the old holy medicine it does not even look at it. It was all a mediocre lunch. Don't even talk about fighting for it. Dogs shake their heads when they look at it. Times are different now. Its current condition this holy medicine can still give it a tonic. And help? See the man and dog that broke out. Gu Changa's brows tightened once again. But it's a relief to see it clearly. A small mid-Yuaning stage. It was estimated that he couldn't even beat his dog's leg. Don't have to care. This saint's son doesn't deserve to know about your clan? What a big mouth. Since you guys are so ungrateful, you'll stay here forever. Kill them all, and then kill everyone else at the scene, and no one will know it was you. So what if it's a powerful sect from another domain? Would he still go to war with my heavenly sacred holy land across domains for the sake of a dead genius? Brother Black Emperor, what are you waiting for on Having just seen the Black Emperor's power with his own eyes, Lin Bai was directly convinced. A situation like this right now would require a strong person like it to hold the stage. Guess that kid wasn't even enough to beat. That kid? Give this emperor face. This holy medicine belongs to this emperor. The Black Emperor jumped to the center and said as he looked ahead at Gu Chang'e with his head held high. One must know that the face of one's Black Emperor, even those patriarchs of the Central Region Imperial clan would not dare to not give it. Seeing the little black dog barking at it in front of her, Gu Chang'e was instantly enraged. Mud. It seems that it was before he had scruples to talk to them properly. It's led to the point where dogs are now daring to stand up to him and yell at him. Where's the dingo? Get out of the way. Gu Chang'e let out a roar. A powerful aura emanated from his body. The cultivation of the late cave void stage exploded out. 7 spirit caves appeared behind him, and majestic spiritual chi was continuously channeled into his body. 7 spirit cave. Too strong. Worthy of being the holy son of the Holy Land. The crowd gasped out again. Cave opening spirit? Generally after breaking through to cave, those who could open 5 spirit holes would be enough to be called geniuses. They hadn't so much as seen the Holy Son make a move, and they didn't expect him to open 7 spirit holes. Great saints are expected. A saint's qualifications. Not giving this emperor face? The Black Emperor's face went down in gloom, but since its face was already black, it couldn't tell if it was any darker. It once again exerted its emperor realm divine thoughts, intending to directly crush this outspoken brat to death. Extinguish. One sound after the other. 1, 2, 3. The screen stopped for a good 3 seconds without much movement. This maneuver all but made the people in the room laugh wholeheartedly. Lin Bai also looked at the Black Emperor in confusion. Big brother, where's that invincible aura you had just now? It can't be a dog that doesn't last. Initially brave and invincible, but weak in no time? Ha ha ha, you wild dog still scares this saint's son. I'm going to kill all of you. Gu Chang'e's aura flourished for a moment as she rushed straight at them. The majestic aura crushed over together. Misty grass. I overexerted just now and entered a period of weakness. The Black Emperor noticed the anomaly. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended in front of that kid. This is good. I am going to be beaten up by a little chicken of the cave realm. If this emperor regains his cultivation, he will be the first to destroy this bull ******* Holy Land. Chapter 78 Fist defeats Saint Sun. Strongly destroyed. Misty grass. That kid is all yours. Seeing that the situation was not right, the Black Emperor immediately retreated behind the crowd. Gu Chang'e came in a state of shock. A terrifying aura swept through the entire cave. The crowd was scared by the powerful aura and retreated far away. It's not good to hurt yourself by mistake. Good coming. Sure how similarly exerted his cultivation. And 9 spirit caves emerged behind him. An unrivaled aura blossomed out, and the 9 spirit caves frantically gulped in spiritual chi. He loved to battle geniuses of this realm. What's the point of punching a dead one? How do you survive a desperate situation if you don't put some pressure on yourself? The two of them collided madly together, and the cave shook with the huge shockwaves. Auras crossed and fists clashed. Bang _______. Each collision shook the 4 directions. Fogweed. That's too strong. Especially that kid. 9 spirit caves, are you serious? Demon. It can't be the pride of a great power in the central region. Is this really a battle at the cave void realm? I'd believe you if you told me it was a battle between the strongest of the transformation gods. The crowd looked at the 2 men engaged in battle with jaws dropped. It's too strong. Worthy of being a heaven's pride character. This kind of person was born to stand at the highest place and look down on the party. The end of people's lives is beyond their reach in this lifetime. Senior brother, let's help you. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue raised their swords one after another. There was more than a large realm difference between their cultivation level and this saint's sons. But so what? When disciples are united, 1,000 armies can be broken. The great world is coming. I, Lin Bai, have only one sword to slaughter demons and kill devils and guard the clan. A sword opens the sky. Green Lotus asks the immortal. Phoenix sobbing. The duo knew that they were too low in their realm, so they performed their current strongest martial arts right off the bat. Countless huge green lotuses mixed with sword intent attacked and killed. The gigantic phoenix silhouette reappeared once again, gulping hot phoenix flames. For a while the zither and drums sounded and the iron gorges chirped. A cold light shines in the cave. Can a fight be without my lady? Su Demon also followed suit with her sword. Directly the gods of heaven come down with 4 hammers apiece. Gu Chang'e felt the 2 huge attacks coming from her left and hurriedly dodged backward. Sure Hao seized this opportunity and rushed his chest and abdomen with a punch. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Bang. Dang. After 2 loud bangs, Gu Chang'e fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out and his hair fell apart. The polished look of a moment ago was gone. No way. Who the hell are you guys? Gu Chang'e said in shocked anger. 9 spiritual caves. The talent of this youth leading the group was actually far beyond him. The remaining 3, although they were at a lower realm, were each demonic, and were all able to fight across the ranks. Dead people don't need to know much, Sure How coldly said, too weak to be interesting. He didn't even use his supreme saint body. He really had his hands in his pockets and couldn't find an opponent at all, though the younger brothers and sisters sneak up on him. But who made him not flash? Humph, you guys have to think clearly. This is the sacred continent, the territory of my sacred land. You won't be able to leave just the same if you kill this saint's son. He was now swept off his feet, just now wondering if they were from a great power and thinking that he wouldn't start a war with their holy land over a dead genius. Things have changed. He's become a fish out of water. And don't even think about the fact that the Holy Land will fight for him? Ha ha ha, you don't think everyone is afraid of your heavenly saint Holy Land. This young lady is the first daughter of the southern region Sioux family. Sioux demon. Well, have you heard of the Sioux family? These few friends of mine are even more, needless to say. The clan behind them is even stronger than my Sioux family. Can you afford to mess with them? Sioux clan ancestor, growing others' ambition and destroying your own is right. Rage, Feng Chong Yang, not bad. Those who absorb tethered objects are handsome. Qingyun sect welcomes you. The Sioux family. The southern domain Sioux family. Someone I know is shocked. A family that was one of the ceilings of the southern domain, with many strong people within the gate. It was not at all inferior to a holy land. Just what he didn't expect was that the Sioux family's first daughter would run to their eastern domain to train. Wait, that's not the point. Stronger than the Sioux family in the south domain, could it be that behind them is a big power? In the central domain, it is this saint's son who is lost. I surrender. Spare my life. Guchanga first said with a disheveled face. Sure How and the others still looked at him coldly when they saw this. If you don't get rid of the grass, there will be a lot of trouble. One way or the other. We'll do him. Damn it. I can't believe I didn't fall for it. Why? Guchanga roared chaotically for a moment, as if she were a madman. Screw the holy land that can't be insulted and the holy son that can't be insulted, right? It's all a sham. It's all a sham. He'd begged so humbly to be spared, and these guys were unfazed. He had planned to wait for them to believe it and use his bottom card to deal them a killing blow. Well now, that's on the table. Guchanga's eyes were filled with insane rage. When word of this battle got out, even if he didn't die, that reputation would be in tatters. The heavens remarkable character Guchanga had actually lost to a few people of a lower realm. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. Then let's burn the jade. Die for me. Guchanga threw out a scroll. A figure emerged from it. The powerful aura directly overturned the crowd. Stonebreaker, the cave was directly overturned. A huge figure appeared over the open-air cave, a detachment of a great power in the realm of manifestation. This was Guchanga's last resort. He was going to kill everyone. No one else must be allowed to spread the news of this battle. Whoever dares to disrespect the Holy Sun, die. The holy might of the manifestation realm directly crushed down. Smug bastard. The Sure How few below were not the least bit flustered by the situation. Everyone has a background. You have a card and I don't? Sure How similarly took out a pair of scrolls and threw them out. A delicate figure came out from it. It was none other than Mu Shuexian's doppelganger. After a month of recuperating and recovering, although she could only mobilize the peak of the entry saint realm right now, her imperial might and imperial divine thoughts were still there, and they were all not too damaged. The lotus-shaping lotus root was recovering for her in a steady stream. Dare to touch my green cloud sex people? Execute! Mu Shuexian's doppelganger charged straight up. One man, one sword, piercing the firmament. The powerful sword power swept away interspersed with godless might. With a single sword, he chopped the detachment of the manifestation realm powerhouse into pieces. No way. Guchanga was dumbfounded and fell to the ground. His last card, his reliance. It was just so, lightly chopped to death by a sword. Mu Shuexian's doppelganger turned his head and gave him a cold look. Guchanga instantly felt a pressure that was enough to destroy the heavens coming at him, without even being able to scream. They were crushed into blood mist and dissipated into heaven and earth. With that, she dissipated as well. The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. Terrible. The base detachment was chopped to pieces by a sword, and the holy sun was crushed to death with a single glance. What the hell is this group about? The eastern region is going to change. Chapter 79, Blade Saint blowing snow. Stormy weather. Empress Water Fairy. The Black Emperor was shocked. Empress Narcissus is still alive. The Black Emperor who witnessed this was not calm. This is what's going on. Did the Water Fairy Empress survive and join the Eastern Region sect? The Black Emperor was now full of questions. It's very good friends with the Water Fairy Empress. Witnessed her death by a sneak attack by the Dustless Emperor 100,000 years ago. Later it rushed up and wrestled with Dustless. Eventually undefeated, it escapes with difficulty. Finally, dragging his serious injuries, he rolled over to the Eastern Sacred State. That battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, the sun and the moon. It fled in a mess and almost lost its soul. In order to recover from its injuries, it sealed itself into the sacred Xian mysterious realm. I didn't expect to see my former best friend today after 100,000 years had passed. Too many questions filled its mind. No, it seems that this emperor has to follow these juniors. The water fairy empress should be a high-ranking member of their clan. The only way to see your former best friend is to follow them. Thinking of this, the Black Emperor's gaze firms up. The Black Emperor, who has always been untamed, also has a soft side in his heart, and for the sake of his best friend, even if his soul is destroyed, he will not hesitate to do so. Green Cloud Sect, Hall of Elders. Mu Shu Wei Xian, who had her eyes closed, sensed it as soon as the doppelganger came out. Sacred Continent, Heavenly Sacred Sanctuary. Dare to touch my Qingyan sex people. Looking for death, she murmured with a frosty face. The life-saving card that was given to the Hua Qingyue trio at that time was her split scroll. In the meantime, Heavenly Sacred Sanctuary. It's not good. The Holy Sun's fate card is shattered. Exclamations of horror spread throughout the Holy Land. Impossible. The Holy Sun, he ascended to heaven? What? Someone dares to strike at the Holy Sun. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold? They didn't expect that in this acre of the Holy State, someone would dare to kill their saint's son, simply not putting their heavenly sacred Holy Land in their eyes. It's a provocation. A naked provocation. If they did not destroy this Fong, how could their Holy Land gain a foothold in the Eastern Domain? And how could they still have the face to act as the name of the Eastern Domain's #1 Holy Land? Countless powerful figures came out one after another, and several Holy Land powerhouses came inquiring. An imposing figure emerged from the retreat. The Great Hall of the Holy Land. How dare you? How dare you kill my Holy Land's Holy Son? Simply bold. Several sacred land elders grouped together and vociferously denounced the situation. Sacred Lord Yang Zizi was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Stormy anger was about to be suppressed. Thousands of years of stability, unexpectedly someone provoked their Holy Land again. Good. Very good. It seemed that the world had forgotten what happened to the last person who provoked the Holy Land. The Eastern region turned out to have more than just 5 holy places. Originally there were 6. The misty blue Holy Land in Bozhou. Thousands of years ago they dared to call their bluff with their heavenly sacred Holy Land, relying on the fact that they had 3 saints sitting on their side. What happened later was that the entire misty blue sacred land was slaughtered, and Bozhou was shattered by that battle, and since then it has never been able to recover, and has been reduced to the lowest continent in the Eastern Domain. Because of this battle, the heavenly sacred Holy Land had completely stabilized the hegemony of the Eastern region, the name of the first Holy Land. Now after thousands of years, there were even people provoking their heavenly sage Holy Land. It seemed that it was time to let the world to know the majesty of the Holy Land again. If you dare to attack and kill my Holy Land's Holy Son, don't let any of them go. At the Holy Lord's command, the powerful men of the Holy Land came out in droves. Just descend on the exit of the secret realm and stand guard. Just wait for the secret realm to open and crush those people. Yang Zi leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to meditate. With the Saint Sun's strength, could there be anyone else in the secret realm who could kill him? Even if there was an irresistible danger, he still had a manifestation realm doppelganger in his hands. Could it be the pride of other domains? A day later, Sure Hao and the others, 4 people and a dog walked out of the sacred Xian secret realm. Senior brother really didn't come here for nothing this trip, getting so many good things, Lin Bai said happily as he held a space ring. After crushing that saint's son to death, they spent the past 2.5 days rolling around the secret realm, got a lot of good stuff, including but not limited to spirit stones, various resources. The most precious of them should be that many blood-colored meditative flowers, a holy medicine. By the way, there were those who were in solidarity with the sons during the sparring. Under their reasoning, Threat politely delivered all the good things on his body, as well as the space ring, and entrusted it to them for safekeeping. At that time, Lin Bai even patted the shoulders of those few people and said, "Don't worry, we'll make sure to keep it safe for you. Use it up." Among them was another female cultivator who had previously been attracted to the saint's handsomeness and later reasoned with her. She couldn't get anything out, and finally came to the end. "Great, people, how's the cur?" Just then, Sure Hao suddenly sensed something, frowned and looked around. The situation isn't right. Senior brother. The 4 of them stumbled in their steps, thinking of the saintly son who had been exterminated. Now it looks like the people from the heavenly sacred Holy Land are here. If you can't beat the little one, the old one goes. The other side. The powerhouses of the heavenly sacred Holy Land learned that it was the people from the Qingyan sect and the first daughter of the southern region Su family who had killed the Holy Son. That figure was too terrifying, blowing up the Holy Son's bottom card with a sword and saying that those who dare to touch my Qingyan sect, execute. It was really too domineering. If they could worship in such a sect in their lifetime, it would not be a waste of their lives. Green Cloud Sect, the Su family, they know, is an ancient family in the southern domain. and the strength of their holy land is not equal to each other, and they still have to wait for the Holy Lord to decide. Just where did this Qingyun sect come from? My lord, I think I've heard of it. Spirit State's upper sect, the Qingyun sect, a clan that intimidates the three holy lands of the desolate state, the heavenly continent, and the green state, sent out strong men to strangle the four holy beasts. The wind had already spread to this side, only there was still the news of the royal Dan Holy Land's submission that hadn't spread for the time being. One clan suppressing the four holy lands. Those who knew were all impressed by the might of the Qingyun sect. As they spoke, they spotted Shi Hao's four men. Stop, are you the ones who killed my holy son of the Holy Land? Shi Hao looked up. A full dozens of powerful figures descended into the air and were looking down on them. So what if it is? Shi Hao knew he couldn't escape, so he could only let go. They still had a few undercurrents in their hands that were given to them by the water fairy elders. Enough for them to rush out. Brother Shi Hao, let me do it. Su Demonis walked to the front. Elder Yi, I still need to trouble you to make a move. Only she said to the sky above. As soon as her words fell, an even more powerful aura came straight at her. A crane-haired old man appeared in the sky above. Who dares to touch my Su family's miss? First ask the precious sword in my hand if it agrees. The old man's aura was wide open. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Some people from the heavenly sage Holy Land were blown away. This old man was Demonis Su's protector, Yi Shue. The Su family head didn't feel at ease with her practicing in the eastern domain, so he arranged for her to have a powerful Dao protector to protect her secretly all the time. Manifestation Realm Powerhouse. Your Excellency, your family's eldest young miss can leave. As for the latter, our Holy Land will talk to your Su family. The other three, however, must stay. The game of great power is often all about the human condition. They also didn't want to go to war with the Su family just for the sake of a dead saint's son. It's just going to be a lose-lose situation. Still need to just ask for more favors. Chapter 80, The Battle of the Saints. Black Emperor's Attack. As for the matter of the Green Cloud sect deterring the three holy lands and sending out strong men to strangle the four holy beasts, they didn't give a damn. At most, he was surprised that such a powerful sect had popped up in the spirit state without a word. But that's about it. The remaining three holy lands were not even worthy of lifting their shoes to their heavenly sacred holy land. It was insulting that one's holy land was on par with them. It was only the royal Dan sacred ground in Xianzhou that they would place a slight amount of importance on. After all, never mind how powerful it was, it couldn't be separated from the aid of elixirs. This imperial Dan sacred ground had deep roots, and behind it, I'm afraid that there was also the backing of the Dan sect, a great power in the central region. It was that he didn't know what he would think when he found out that the royal Dan Holy Land had also defected to the Qingyun sect. Joke, my lady's friend is my Su family's friend. What if the old man had to take them all? Yi Shue sneered. The aura of the middle stage of the manifestation realm opened wide. The big knife in his hand had long been hungry and thirsty. With his crane hair fluttering in the wind and his powerful aura, he was simply the sword saint in the world. He has been secretly protecting the young lady for more than a month. The remaining three little friends have helped the young lady on many occasions. The four of them have made great gains in helping each other along the way, and he has seen all of this in his eyes. He was also shocked at the talent of those three little friends. In just over a month's time, their cultivation and strength was simply like flying in a spaceship. It was unbelievable. Just what kind of clan could cultivate such a demonic heavenly pride? And how powerful did the clan have to be? Besides, his own Su family wasn't afraid of this whatsoever Holy Land. Then your excellency means that we can't end this today? The strong man leading the charge on the heavenly sage Holy Land side grimaced. Ungrateful thing, don't you know whose turf this is? So many cultivators in the outside world are watching, not giving themselves face? Humph. Southern region Su family, although old me wouldn't dare to say what to do to you, but this what's-his-name Green Cloud sect is my eastern domain's business, so you guys can still intervene across domains in my eastern domain's business? At that time, my Holy Land's overthrow of the Qingyun sect will be a matter of words, and who in the eastern region will dare to disobey? Hearing this, Shi Hao's three men walked forward together. It was fine to insult them, but not Qingyun. Hey, you don't yell at us here either. That old man. If you have the patience to go to the Green Cloud and make a break for it, a bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well, still think that the eastern region is what you, the heavenly sacred Holy Land, say it is? Although they were not sure how many strong people there were in their clan, Master had told them that the strongest people in the sect were out traveling or sleeping, and that as long as Master gave the order, then the strongest people would gather. Feet trampled on the major states of the eastern region, and his reputation shook the three Holy Lands, not to mention anything else. Just the old ancestor alone was probably enough for the heavenly sacred Holy Land to drink a pot of water. It was effortless to crush the Tianji Pavilion visitors. With such a great sect at their backs, they had no fear of anyone or any force in the eastern domain. Ha ha ha, What kind of thing are you? Qingyun sect. 3 mole crickets dare to yell at old me. I'll kill you all right now. And then have your patriarch personally kneel in front of the gate of my holy land to atone for the holy sun's sins. After the holy land elder finished speaking, the holy might of the manifestation realm erupted. His cultivation level was the same as Yishu Shu's. Both of them were great powers in the middle stage of the manifestation saint realm. The holy lord sent him here to crush the murderer of the holy sun. Dare to insult the master. No one can save you. Old thing. Sure how gritted his teeth. 5 fingers clenched and squeaked. Veins rippling on his head. His master was his savior, and he had even passed on his supreme techniques, so he would never allow anyone to humiliate his master. Sure how and the 3 of them glanced at each other and all took out the bottom card given by Elder Water Fairy. It's either a fish out of water or a fish out of water today. Ha ha, then cut the crap. Old me happens to have itchy hands. I'll take you guys to sharpen your blades first. Miss, you guys be careful. He knew that the young lady had the bottom card given by the family head in her hand, so he just killed and killed and killed. Yishu flew up and engaged the strong man who was the leader of the Holy Land. The 2 flew straight into the 9 heavens. The fluctuation of their sparring was so terrifying that it would ripple through everyone here. Above the 9 heavens, massive saint might constantly collided. It was like a great catastrophe. A moment of wind and clouds. Fierce battles between Epiphany realm powerhouses were not rare in the eastern domain. The last time an eastern region manifestation sacred realm powerhouse clashed was when the misty blue sacred land was destroyed thousands of years ago. That battle, in which heaven and earth wept with grief, was called the Day of the Holy Fall. Today the manifested great powers are at war again, and dark clouds are pressing down on the city. The sound of space shattering continued to emanate, and the shocking holy might spread for tens of thousands of miles. Black, dark clouds descended into the sky above, and all the floating clouds in the rippling 9 heavens were washed away. Misty grass, seeing 2 great powers fighting today, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. The Sioux clan powerhouse actually fought with the Holy Land to protect the people of the Green Cloud sect. Could it be that their 2 forces are related? I'm afraid so. You haven't seen the Sioux family's first daughters all together with the people from the Qingyan sect. Could it be that she's in a Taoist relationship with one of them? Brother pattern open a little bit. Is it possible that she is the Tao couple of the Qingyan patriarch? Cultivators in the outside world speculated. But never mind that. These were not forces they could afford to mess with. Kill them. The powerhouses of the heavenly sage Holy Land saw that these few juniors were left. They came straight at each other, their powerful auras on display. It was unstoppable and killed. Seeing this, Sure Hao and the others took out their bottom cards. 2 small, delicate swords, a scroll, Shu. The 2 small swords then transformed into 2 giant swords and flew straight up. Mu Shuixian's doppelganger also flew out from the scroll, stepping on 2 giant swords to meet him head-on. If you dare to touch my people of Qingyun, this emperor will make you fall into eternal reincarnation. Elder Water Fairy had instructed that these 2 small swords were transformed by her sword domain. Unstoppable, cutting down the sky and destroying the earth. As for her doppelganger, there was no need to mention that Sure Hao and the others had already seen it in the secret realm. One sword cuts the other to pieces. This was where their bottom line lay, and with these 3 bottom lines, they would naturally be able to leave peacefully today. Empress Water Fairy, the Black Emperor was thrilled to see his deceased doppelganger once more. The great emperor's aura exploded out in an instant, confiscated, and blasted Sure Hao and the others away. It flew straight up and followed Mu Shuixian's doppelganger. My former friend, I haven't seen you in 100,000 years. Are you well? Today, this emperor will fight with you once more. Sure Hao's few people rose up from the distance in a sorry state. Ahem, Fogweed, what's going on with this Black Emperor? Getting antsy and not sparing your own people? What a ruthless man. Lin Bai took the lead, saying how this Black Emperor was suddenly strong and weak. Could it be that when you're weak, and when you're strong, you're strong? Brother Sure Hao, you guys don't worry. I haven't used my bottom card yet, and with Elder Yi around, we can all return safely today. Su Demon also stood up and said, she was well aware of Yi Lao's strength. Even in their Su family, they were considered one of the strongest. The sword power was greatly accomplished, and a dragon-slaying sword had once cut down a demonic dragon of the same realm. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent by his father to protect her. Chapter 81, Destroying a Holy Land Powerhouse. Wind rising in the eastern region. The other side. Mu Shuixian's doppelganger raised his sword. The 2 giant swords came out first. The terrifying sword domain enveloped dozens of powerhouses from the heavenly sacred Holy Land. What is this? Ah, don't come over. It was as if they had seen the most horrifying image of their lives. The sky, which had been fairly visible even with the dark clouds, was overcast in an instant. The surroundings were terribly gloomy, like purgatory. 2 huge swords followed to kill. A field of wailing. Let me off the hook. Damn it. The Holy Land will avenge us. Ah, The giant sword charged across the room like chopping a chicken. The powerhouses of the heavenly sage Holy Land were like pieces of paper made of paper, collapsing at the touch of a button. Ha ha, this emperor is going to go on a killing spree again. The Black Emperor crushed over. It returned to its original form in an instant. The head has 2 horns. The gaze is like electricity. The barbs are all over the dark skin. And the body shape has expanded by an unknown number of times. Head in the sky, feet on the ground. It's like an ancient beast. Blackie? Mu Shuexian's doppelganger looked this way. Her mind was pulled back 100,000 years in a flash. That image of a man and a dog braving the elements. Why is Blackie here? Why would it be with the sovereign's disciple? Mu Shuexian's heart trembled. Her best friend from 100,000 years ago could actually meet again today in the eastern domain. No more thinking. She raised her sword and flew into the sword domain. A sword broke several figures. The Black Emperor opened his mouth wide and directly devoured dozens of people. The majestic imperial might shook everything. In a few breaths of time, the heavenly sacred Holy Land's powerhouses were dead and wounded. The devil. This man and dog are simply the devil. Damn it, how did the saint's son provoke such a strong person? It's falling apart. It's really falling apart. It's not a match for others at all. Only with the last person slaughtered did Mu Shuexian stop. Blackie, is that you? It's been a long time. The Black Emperor nodded. Yes, 100,000 years have passed. Right, I didn't expect to see you again. You were not sneak attacked by Dustless. How? The Black Emperor asked the question in its mind. It estimated that the Water Fairy Empress should have escaped with her residual soul and then encountered some strange encounter before rolling over here. There's not much time to explain now. I am now in the Green Cloud sect. I'll see you at the Green Cloud clan. After Mu Shuexian finished speaking, her figure dissipated. The Black Emperor also resumed the shape of a small black dog and flew down. My back aches and it feels like my body has been hollowed out. I just forced a wave of outbursts, so it looks like I'll have to recover for a while. What kind of sect is the Qingyan sect? Why has this emperor never heard of it before? A sect that can allow the Water Fairy Empress to join is probably not that bad. This finally confirmed that the deceased friend was in the Green Cloud sect. The Black Emperor said in his heart. Was the Black Emperor your original form just now? Once the Black Emperor came down, Lin Bai asked in shock. The figure from earlier surfaced in his mind again, covering the sky like an ancient divine beast, hanging on for dear life simply. It's just that this Black Emperor seems to know Elder Buffy. Strange, could it be that Elder Water Fairy had also come to the sacred Xian secret realm? This emperor has already said that he will help you to even things out. This is all a minor problem, the Black Emperor said with a feigned look of relief. If it wasn't for the fact that I hadn't recovered anything, a single look could crush these ants. The cultivators in the outside world were once again shocked. Scalp in shock. So many Holy Land powerhouses are gone? No? It's too scary this too. I thought that it was already very lucky to see 2 Epiphany Realm powers fighting today. I didn't expect to be able to witness this battle for the ages. This Qingyan sect's people were also too scary. Don't mess with it. With such a strong person descending and such a sect appearing, could it be that a great world of cultivation is coming to my eastern region? Since the demons massacred the eastern region, the Middle Ages have broken down. The entire eastern region was left in shambles. The cultivation world was pitifully weak, and the entire eastern region could not hold any other power except for the heavenly sage Holy Land. Not enough to compete with the other 4 domains. Could it be that the eastern region was now going to rise again under the leadership of the Green Cloud sect? 9 heavens above. The Holy Land's leading elder had a slight disadvantage, but he wasn't the least bit panicked. On their turf, what else could this Su family do to him? Calculating the time, by now, his own family should have already exterminated those little brats. Jie. Yi Shueshue actually laughed when he saw his opponent fighting. What's the situation? You have a slight disadvantage and you're still laughing? Advantage to me, alright. Ha ha, old man. You don't want anything to happen to your lady, do you? Why don't we stop here? This saint estimates that those few people from the Green Cloud sect have already been crushed to death. But don't worry, we won't move your Su family's eldest miss. But if you don't want anything to happen to your lady, let your family head talk to our Holy Lord. That is, he fulfilled the Holy Lord's order and made a profit along the way. The Holy One will surely reward him. Yi Shueshue sniffed and also put away his sword. Although the young lady had her cards in hand, he was afraid that the Holy Land had something up its sleeve. Right now he had the upper hand, but if the other party wanted to escape, he couldn't stop him himself. It's better to take the young lady and a few of her little friends away first, and then we'll think about it in the long run. At their realm, it was difficult to kill an opponent unless they had the strength to crush them. With this thought, he did not dwell on it too much. I'll make a note of today's matter. If anything happens to my young lady, then all of you from the Holy Land will be buried with her. It's not your turn to make a big deal out of it. Su was captured long ago. It just seemed to move a little too much just now. Even though they were far above the 9 heavens, they were shaken to their core. That Holy Land powerhouse secretly said, Ye Shua flew down, descend on the earth. Only the field was a mess, otherwise empty. Just what's with the smell of blood in the air? Where's Miss? Something can't have happened. A great shock went through him. If something were to happen to Miss, then the entire eastern region would be turned upside down by the family head. That's when the message came from the transmission sign. Sudemonis said that they were now safe and had moved away from this side, and told him their current location. Sure, how several people are also not little cute. They're not the only ones who can come here, and this is the territory of the Holy Land, so there's no guarantee that someone will come back. The 36 stratagems are the best plan. As for the backstory, we'll settle it with them later. Yi Shua sniffed and hurriedly chased after him. The Holy Land's leading elder slowly fell at this moment. What? Where are the people? He then dragged over an outside cultivator and asked, This saint asks you, where is the person who was down there just now? He had a bad feeling in his heart. That cultivator trembled as he told him about what had just happened. The Holy Land powerhouses had been destroyed, and the people of the Green Cloud sect had stayed away. What? The Holy Land powerhouse was shocked. With a little force, he crushed the person in his hand into a bloody mist. In the meantime, the great hall of the heavenly sacred Holy Land, Sacred Lord Yang Ziji's face was terribly gloomy. The monstrous anger was even greater than just now. The majestic holy might crushed all the furnishings of the great hall into pieces. Green_cloud_sect. P.S. Thanks to all the readers and gift-giving bigots. Extra tomorrow. Chapter 82. The Eastern region is boiling. A great war is coming. The 3 words Qingyan sect, Holy Lord Yang Zzz were all said word for word through gritted teeth. Terrifying holy might swept across the entire Holy Land. All of the great hall elders were shaken to the ground and prostrated. Pounds of majestic holy might filled the great hall. The Holy Lord is angry and the sky is falling. Especially that strong man who led the group just now. I thought that having accomplished the plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the Holy Lord would reward him well. I didn't expect that these few juniors would have such powerful cards in their hands. Can the first daughter of the Su family not have any cards in her hand to save her life? It wasn't too simple for the Green Cloud sect to be able to intimidate the 3 Holy Lands, but that's not even close to them. This time he was careless. That's a good thing. It's a lost cause. The tiny Qingyan sect dared to kill hundreds of their Holy Land's strongest people. The people of the Su family were surprisingly involved. He really thinks that his Holy Land is made of clay and anyone can step on it twice. Originally, it would have been fine to get rid of those few murderers who killed the saint's son before, and then make the Qingyan sect pay a big price. Even if this Qingyan sect is not as good as them, there must be something ulterior to being able to intimidate the 3 Holy Lands, rising without a word. What if there's a big power behind it? After all, just like what Saint Sun Guchanga said, would you go to war over a dead genius? It just didn't occur to him that it was happening to him. Yang Zzz was sitting on the main seat, his face devoid of sadness and joy. Just the overwhelming holy might was enough to illustrate his current mood. As a holy lord of a land, he naturally had many concerns, but now it was different. The people from the Qingyan sect had not only killed the saint's son, but also hundreds of strong people from their Holy Land. If they didn't destroy this sect, where would their first Holy Land's face go? He then spoke lightly and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Within 10 days, step on the green clouds. As for the southern region Su family, they were slowly settling accounts with them. This time more Holy Land powerhouses had come out of seclusion. A terrifying figure also returned from the outside world. The sleeping old ancestor unveiled his coffin. The news festered a Kundi later. The eastern region was abuzz. The eastern region's #1 Holy Land, the heavenly sacred Holy Land, released a message to trample the recently flourishing Qingyan sect. And according to people in the know, the people from the Qingyan sect and the southern region Su families killed the Holy Land's holy son in the sacred Xian secret realm. And after exiting the secret realm, he used his undercard to behead hundreds of powerful people from the Holy Land. That scene was a shock to those who heard it and a weakness to those who saw it. It's horrible. A floating figure with 2 huge swords opened up the heaven and earth, shattering and chopping countless strong, and left in style. One was like an ancient ferocious beast, swallowing all the strong in its mouth and trampling dozens of people from the Holy Land to death with 1 foot. When this news broke, it shocked the cultivators of all the major states in the eastern region. Too terrifying. I didn't realize there was such a terrifying sect in spirit state, already intimidating the 3 great Holy Lands. I didn't expect that the Qingyan sect would have to fight hard against the heavenly sacred Holy Land. Your news is too backward. Have you heard of the Royal Dan Holy Land? The Royal Dan Holy Land? The Xianzhou Alchemy Holy Land? The one with the figure of the Dan sect behind it? Yes, the Royal Dan Holy Land has already announced its defection to the Qingyan sect just a short while ago. The word is out in full force. The entire eastern region was shocked. Fierce, too fierce. Could it be that Qing Yun was always going to be able to suppress the 5 Holy Lands with the power of a single clan? Where did this clan come from, rising so fast? It's either the old Sixth Sect or the hidden Great Sect. Some people even declared that after tens of millions of years, the Eastern region's radiant Great World had once again arrived. The Great Sect rose to prominence, leading the Eastern domain to soar to the heavens and shaking the other 4 domains. There were also those who said that it was the Green Cloud Sect that was out of their depth, and that they weren't bringing shame on themselves by being tough with the First Holy Land. A certain sect. Woo woo, the day of my Eastern domain's rise has come. All of the clan listened to the order. With immediate effect, worship the Green Cloud Sect as the Eastern region heavenly sect, and worship the Green Cloud Patriarch as the Eastern region emperor. However, there were also quite a few forces that supported the heavenly sacred Holy Land. In their opinion, the Green Cloud Sect had risen too quickly, without much substance. Everything was a mirror, not enough to fight against the First Holy Land in the Eastern region. Show your loyalty early now and you might get something later. In the meantime, at the border of the Holy State, little friend Sure How, now that your Qing Yun sect has offended the Holy Land, you should make preparations early. Although our Su family has no fear of them, your Qing Yun sect is within the Eastern Domain realm, and it is out of reach for a while. Now just like what that Holy Land powerhouse said, the Su family was far away in the southern region. Did they want to fight with the Holy Land across the region? Yi Shueshue stroked his white beard and said, 2.5 days had passed since the battle that day. They were now far away from the heavenly sacred Holy Land and had arrived at the border of the sacred continent. That was the Holy Land's territory. After all, a fierce dragon is not a river. With just one of them, one dog, and 4 little friends, they were not yet able to fight against the Holy Land. Thank you, Senior, for your righteousness. Sure How's trio waved their hands in thanks. Originally, there was nothing about their southern region Su family, and that Holy Land leader had said that he could let them go, but this old man even made a righteous move. It's true that you still have to be in trouble. No harm, no foul. It's just that the matter of the Holy Land has to be treated with caution. As a high-ranking member of the Su family, he naturally knew that these great powers were not simple. All have unknown underpinnings. It's better to be careful. Senior brother, we have to end our training early to return to the sect, Lindbergh said worriedly. Shame on you. Talking to his master about coming out to practice, it turned out to be just over a month's time, although his strength and cultivation had surged quite a bit, but it also invited strong enemies for the clan. They have to face it with the clan. Back to Ayumo. Repair my sacred sword and spill my blood. Kill on the Holy Land and fight for Qing Yun. Good, then let's go back to the clan first. The clan side should already know about this. Sure How thought about it slightly and said, this matter was committed by them and they will have to bear it. It was whatever bull ***** Holy Son used his power to oppress people in the first place, and the people of the Holy Land insulted their master and Qing Yun in the second place. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. It was also time to let them know that they knew the might of the Green Cloud sect. Little friend Sure How, I wonder if we can travel to your clan at a glance. When the time comes for the Holy Land to attack, old me will be able to help out a bit. Hearing them talk about returning to the clan, Yi Blues now said from the side. He also wanted to see what the Green Cloud sect they spoke of was really like. Even Missy wanted to join in. Their Su clan's strongest person couldn't pass by in a short period of time, but with his cultivation at the middle stage of the manifestation sage realm, he should be able to help out quite a bit as well. It was just that he didn't know what level of powerhouse he was considered to be when he placed this cultivation level in the Green Cloud sect. Su Demon also said at the side, yes, brother Sure How, since you guys returned early, it's just as well that Demon can also go up to your Qing Yun to have a look. I'd have to say it was the Black Emperor who was the most excited. The deceased is in the Green Cloud sect. It has to ask a good question. That boy Dustless. You wait for this Emperor. Chapter 83, whoever insults my Qing Yun will be executed. In the meantime, the news reached the Lingzhou side. What? The sacred ground dared to threaten that it would trample the upper sect. Really ate the Supreme Heart Great Emperor's guts. I'll see who dares. My Ikuan sect will be the first to say no. Come on brother, this is a game of great power for others. What are you, a small third-rate clan, meddling in? You dare to underestimate my Ikuan sect? Wait for this clan to send people to attack you here. In Xianzhou, the Imperial Dan Holy Land similarly sent out a message. Cut off all elixirs from the Heavenly Sage Holy Land. He also called on the Eastern region alchemists, and those who dared to make pills for the Heavenly Sacred Holy Land would be deprived of the status of Eastern region alchemist rank. They also took the pills that were being refined for the Heavenly Sacred Holy Land and swallowed them. Green Cloud Sect, Green Cloud Hall. Feng Qingyang sat on the main seat. Shuang Mao's divine purple light flowed, and her hair was like a waterfall. The face was expressionless with sword brows and starry eyes, although there is no half of the body's momentum revealed, but a sense of oppression of the superior came head on, so that people do not dare to look directly at. It's in the late stage of the sacred realm, TSK. It's worthy of being the first divine body of the heavens. Who dares to call this cultivation speed the first if I call it the second? In just a few Kunar days, under his active cultivation, his realm had risen by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had already risen from the early stage of the sacred realm to the late stage. It was important to know that the process of drawing in the holy source was very slow, and it was placed on the average saint realm powerhouse. Raising a small realm would require painstaking cultivation. That like he swing also fly fast, a little serious fast speed up. Ding! The heavenly sacred holy land has insulted the Qingyun sect and the host. How can this be tolerated? Where will the face of the future first divine sect of the heavens go? The host is requested to send out strong men to destroy them as soon as possible. A warm reminder that after destroying the other side, the task of shaking the East region in fame will be completed, and the host will receive a large amount of rewards at that time. Ha! Here we go. Waiting for you to say that. A Kuan day ago, Elder Mushue Xian had come to report that the undercard she had left for sure how and the others had been used. The heavenly sage holy land provokes. That's not so bad. I'm waiting for the system. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Open personal panel. Master, Feng Chongyang. Realm, late sacred realm. Disciples, Lin Bai. Sure how. Hua Qingyi. Physique, divine body of the heavens. Sect powerhouses, Elder Ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the great emperor realm. Protector Elder Wang Xian. Peak of the sacred realm. Outer sect elders Night White. Mu Tian. And Mu Feng. Peak of the sacred realm. And 5 escorts. Intersect Elder Mu Shui Xian. Peak of the apparent sacred realm. Luo Chen, early stage of the apparent sacred realm. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, early stage of the apparent sacred realm. Palace of Merit Elder Nia Hailong, early stage of the apparent sacred realm. And Alchemy Hall Elder Mo Wen, peak of the great sacred realm. Offering Elder Dragon Evil, peak of the sacred realm of manifestation. And the 4 sacred beasts of the handyman, 9th order sacred beasts. There are 600 outer disciples in one. 400 odd job disciples. Sect, Qingyun sect. Level 1, 15. 000/100. 000, upgradable. It's okay to be okay. A second level clan can always be upgraded. If he still got stuck with the clan value this time, Feng Chengyang would have to dismantle the system. He had taken the initiative to cultivate during this period of time, and it was also because the system secretly told him that if the host became stronger, then the characters summoned over would also become stronger, depending on the specific realm of the powerhouse. Of course, didn't say so earlier. He looked at the prestige value mall again. The prestige value has gone up to 700,000 from the previous 500,000. Not bad, not bad. One step closer to a small goal yet. In order to have a great Emperor Realm service, powerhouse at an early date, more efforts are needed. Now everything was ready. Only the crushing of the Holy Land was missing. In the meantime, inside the Green Cloud sect, the disciples were also in a group. What kind of person dares to call out my Green Cloud sect? The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect's Frying Sky sect, will be the first to refuse. What bull **** Holy Land. This emperor blew him to death with a breath in his previous life. Even in this life, give this emperor another few decades to step on him as usual. Qinhan secretly said that he had a strong sense of belonging to the Qingyan sect, and it was simply a great honor to join such a sect. The other side. Senior, have you heard of this sect? Old me seems to know, but this kind of Holy Land is not enough to fear. He didn't even put it in his eyes when he was alive, and as an elder of the Dan sect, the Holy Land of the Eastern region couldn't even enter his eyes. Not to say that he could die with a slap on the wrist, as long as he put the word out in the central region. There were people who wanted to do things for him. The ones who spoke were none other than Dan Chang and his disciple Ningyan. Ever since the royal Dan sacred ground defected to the sect, his workload had been much easier. The main thing is that he couldn't roll it if he wanted to. Those guys are so crazy when it comes to alchemy. But if you really want to compare the speed of alchemy, his hand speed of thousands of years of singleness was not refined for nothing. A verbal attack. The first of the 8 rules of the clan is, those who violate my Qingyun will be executed even though they are far away. In the meantime, the great hall of the green clouds, elders gathered. A huge aura filled the large hall. Each of them was extraordinary, and when placed individually in the eastern region, they were also strong people who would shock a piece of the world if they stomped their feet. The 4 peak sacred realm elders sat at the very outside. The peak of the sacred realm wasn't even counting the top echelons of the Qingyun sect. They are the outer gate elders and the guard elders. Further inside were the 5 great powers of the manifestation realm. Intersect elder Mu Shui Xian, Luo Chen, as well as law enforcement hall elder, merit hall elder, and provision elder Long Qi, elder Mo Wen of the alchemy hall, honorary elder Li Qing Xian of the alchemy hall, and these elders were all seated side by side. There were a full 11 powerhouses, which were the backbone elders of the Green Cloud sect. Although each of them had an extraordinary aura, they all respectfully looked at the patriarch on the main seat. In their hearts, the patriarch was the most mysterious and powerful, controlling the lifeblood of a clan, holding immortal weapons and overlooking the continent. They were able to become what they are today thanks to the patriarch's promotion. Feng Qingyang sat on the main seat looking down on the elders below. A sense of accomplishment came over me. Hard struggle for more than a month. Everyone could see the enhancement of the Green Cloud sect. All the saints were elders, and the demonic heavenly pride was a protege, backed by the great emperor ancestor, plus him as a hanging ratio. Looking at the 5 major domains, who would dare to underestimate them? It was time to truly enter the world and let those clowns know what would happen if they violated Qingyun Tianwei. Feng Qingyan's majestic voice traveled down. Offend my Qingyun and be executed. Execute! Execute! The following elders all stood up and chimed in. The imposing voice resounded throughout the entire Green Cloud mountain range. It stunned the cultivators who were working on moving bricks. Days. Fixing a Qingyun city. Is this another thing to witness? The disciples of the Green Cloud sect were also high in temperament, and their chi was through the roof. The sovereign lord has decided to wage war on the Holy Land. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts from the big guys. Can't thank you enough. Plan on picking at it night after night until I can't do it anymore. Thank you. Chapter 84 Old Ancestor appears. Explosive appearance. In the meantime, in the Green Cloud Hall, Feng Qingyang's words fell. After surveying the group of elders below, mindfulness, it was time for the great Imperial Realm ancestors to make a move. You want to play? Then play something big. If it's a dragon, you coil it. If it's a tiger, you lie down. That's not true. It should be. It's the supreme being. You have to move back a little bit. Directly let the old ancestor strike and crush the Holy Land. This is the last step in the Qingyun sect's prowess in the eastern region. To let the world know what would happen if they offended the Qingyun sect. His powerful divine thought swept out. Just a moment later, the sky above the outside of the great hall, a huge crack ripped open. The majestic aura gushed out in an instant. Boom! A loud bang passed. Old ancestor Li Qingyun came directly tearing through space, to the outside world. It looked like that void above the firmament was directly broken, and endless astral winds blew in, a figure that propelled the sun, moon, and stars, and drove the chaos in the sky, as if stepping from the long river of time. Li Qingyun, who received the news in the old ancestor's hall. Directly, the gas was all over the place, and it arrived in an instant. Majestic imperial might swept across the entire eastern region. The entrance blew the house down. Fogweed. What's the situation? The cultivators of the eastern domain looked up at that terrifying figure. The eastern region has such a strong man. Looks like I can't pretend either. Me, the transfiguration powerhouse. Hit the resources. Scary as hell. Which way is that? Could it be that the old man of some power has unveiled his coffin? The crowd speculated. The recent eastern region was not peaceful, and it looked as if the mining world war was about to happen. This battle is of great significance. The pattern of order in the eastern region was to be broken and reorganized. Now that the mysterious powerhouse had appeared, the victory or defeat of this battle was beginning to be confusing. In the meantime, after rolling around for half a day, Sher Hao and the others also arrived within the spirit state realm, with Yi Lao, a great power of the manifestation realm, present to take them on a long journey through the air. It was indeed much faster. At this moment, they were all attracted by the terrifying figure in the air. This is how strong this is. Yi Bluo Shui's face changed as he looked at the figure in shock. His cultivation of the epiphany realm was simply not enough under this massive aura. No, it could be said that the entire Su family was not a single match for this person. I'm afraid that even if their Su family's oldest ancestor came, he would have to be slapped to death. That figure was too terrifying, as if it had survived even longer. The Black Emperor was also dumbfounded. The Emperor didn't perceive it wrong, did he? This is Dewey. Why do great emperors exist in the eastern region? Strange. After the medieval fault, wasn't the eastern region shattered? Why are there still such strong people? Could it be that the great emperor of the ancients has resurfaced? The eastern region is by no means simple. No wonder the water fairy empress rolled over here. Old ancestor. That's the old ancestor of my Qingyun sect. Sher Hao raised his head to look up at the moment, then excitedly said, the old ancestor deserves to be an old ancestor. The way he came out was so explosive. When I think about it, more than a month ago, when there were not many people in the clan, we were also players who played chess with the old ancestors. Yi Shue's heart was shaken, although he had guessed it earlier, but now he was finally sure. Looking at the spirit state, the only clan that could possess such a strong person was that mysterious Qingyun sect. What these little friends say is really true. The Green Cloud sect was full of great and powerful people, so it was no wonder that the Holy Land was not even in their sights. Old ancestor is worthy of being an old ancestor. The way it all came out was so shocking. I also wonder when Lin Bai will be able to become that kind of strong. Lin Bai took a weed in his hand and held it in his mouth, carrying the green lotus sword on his back, and slowly said, at this point also fantasized, one day the sword Tao will become a reality, and a small blade of grass will cut down the stars. He then took the weed in his mouth and skimmed it out with all his might. After flying 2.5 meters, the grass fell to the ground. Yes, Elder Yi, this is the old ancestor of my Qingyun sect. Let's go, senior brother. Let's work hard on our cultivation. In the future, all of them will strive to become as strong as the old ancestors. After Sure Hao finished speaking, he went up and patted senior brother Lin Bai's back. With their talent, as long as they cultivated hard, their future was promising. Junior sister Hua Qinyue also slowed down from her shock, not expecting the clan's oldest ancestor to be so strong. It simply turned her perception upside down, and there was also a familiarity to the aura that she had felt in her predecessor. The master called the senior a water fairy empress. Could it be that the old ancestor was also a great emperor realm powerhouse? This is the emperor's might. She had joined the sect later than Sure Hao and Lin Bai, so she only knew that there were powerful old ancestors in the sect, but hadn't seen it and didn't know the strength of the old ancestor. I finally got to see it today. On the other side, Su Demon's beautiful Mao on the side opened her eyes roundly. This aura was something she hadn't even detected in her own ancestor. Will it be a billion points harder to become an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect? There was a lot of confidence. Now that was a hard shock. Afterwards, a few of them continued to move forward. The old ancestor had appeared in the world. It seemed that the sect was going to move for real. Must travel quickly. In the meantime, Green Cloud sect. Inside the Great Hall. After the old ancestor finished displaying his aura, he walked into the Great Hall. Mu Shui Xian's pupils shrank and she was the first to react. That voice in her sea of consciousness when she entered the sect that day, and the powerful divine thought that interrupted her, were presumably the work of the old ancestor. The last time I saw it at the elders' assembly, I didn't notice it in the slightest. It seemed that the old ancestor was even stronger than she was in her previous life. In her previous life, as a water fairy empress, she was famous for shaking the continent and intimidating one side. It was a middle-stage powerhouse of the great emperor realm, and was considered a supreme powerhouse in the emperor realm. It was important to know that the lifespan of a great emperor realm was long, and a random retreat was thousands of years long. Sit back and watch the world go by. The sea change. How difficult it was to raise a realm. Tens of thousands of years are not necessarily the slightest improvement. Then the old ancestor would have reached the realm of the emperor realm. Old ancestor Li Qingyun then walked to the very front. Patriarch, I don't know. What is the importance of calling out to old me? It was finally his turn to step up. It's been a pendulum swing since the last time he pinched that half-saint. A body of cultivation has nowhere to be utilized. He, the mighty name of old man, Great Emperor Qingyun, is going to reappear in the 5 great domains. Old ancestor, I'll have to ask for your help this time. A small holy land. How dare you provoke my Qingyun? Just directly strike and crush them. Feng Qingyang said casually, his face unchanged. It was as if crushing the Holy Land was just a small matter that couldn't be any smaller. No need to take it to heart. This is if the people of the eastern region are allowed to hear his heart. I have to find a piece of tofu and hit my head. Brother, that's a holy place. The first holy land in the east region. Dominating the east region for thousands of years. You at least hundreds of millions of points of snacks. I don't see the entire eastern region being stirred up by your 2 great powers. It is true that the world of the strong is not something we can understand. It's kind of lonely being invincible. Don't worry, Sovereign, the reptile-like Holy Land is not worth mentioning. Once this Emperor's decree arrives, I will definitely tell them to be reduced to pieces. The Honorable Elder Li Qingxian below trembled. The Holy Land is a reptile in the eyes of the old man? Suddenly there was being connoted to. It was fortunate that their Royal Dan Holy Land defected early, or else they would have sooner or later stepped into the dust of the Heavenly Sage Holy Land. P.S. Thank you for your support. Newcomers are not very good at writing, so if you have any comments or questions, please ask. Thank you. There's more later, and I plan to keep picking at it tonight. Chapter 85, Returning to the Sect, Fierce Beast Black Emperor. In the meantime, Sure Hao and the others also arrived at the foot of the Green Cloud Sect's mountain. The Green Cloud mountain range has been nurtured by the rich spiritual chi for the past month, has changed from the previous stumps and leaves everywhere spring, bright green branches and leaves, birds and flowers. The scenery is very beautiful, big mountains towering, staggering. Previously it was an uninvited and broken mountain range, but with the Qingyun sect sitting in the middle of it, it then became famous all over the world. When you come to the eastern spiritual region, who doesn't know about the Green Cloud mountain range? Who doesn't know about the Green Cloud sect? Seeing that, at the stone monument at the foot of the mountain, there were 3 big words engraved in dragons. Qingyun sect. They then knew the destination of the trip had arrived. The aura here was surprisingly so rich. Yi Shueshu lamented. Taking a deep breath, the holy sources in his body were vaguely provoked. Green Cloud Sect. We're back. At this time, Sure Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyue had already put on the clan's pro-religion clothing, with the clan's token hanging from their waists. This experience was not very long out, but it was very rewarding. Cultivation, strength, and treasures, all three at once. With that they headed for the top of the hill. It wasn't long before they ran into the clan guards. I said, who is it? So it's the sovereign himself who has returned. The stone is passed down personally, the forest is passed down personally, and the flower is passed down personally. The guard King Strike stepped forward and said, the sovereign's 3 personal disciples had gone out to practice for more than a month, and when the 3 of them left, he was still the one who personally sent them down the mountain. Elder Wang, these 2 people and a dog are our friends, and have come here to be guests of my Green Cloud sect. I've already reported to the master with my token. Sure Hao was the first to say that the clan's rules were strict, and outsiders were never allowed to enter without permission. I wouldn't dare. All of you follow me. A cry of Senior Wang made the guarding King Strike flattered. Several people then followed him to the top of the mountain and entered the Green Cloud sect. In the Great Hall. Kind of interesting. Someone from the southern region Su clan and a demonic beast with the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. Feng Qingyang looked at the system interface with interest. When Sure Hao summoned him, the system automatically scanned the outsiders who came in. There was no need to say much about the southern domain Su family, the desolate ancient family of the southern domain, one of the sealing forces. Afterwards, when laying out the southern region, perhaps they could start with the Su family. The Su family? What? Get off the Su family. Don't you come over here. Oh, don't get me wrong. It's not about destroying the Su family. What intrigued him was this Black Emperor. Black Emperor, ancient beast bloodline. 100,000 years ago. The middle of the Emperor realm. Greedy, vindictive by nature. But for the friends it identified, especially righteous. For the friends of the 2 ribs of a knife. 100,000 years ago to avenge the Water Fairy Empress. Undefeated by the Dustless Emperor. Was injured, and then sealed himself in the sacred Xian secret realm. Has just been unsealed. Was Sure Hao and others brought out of the secret realm. It's connected to Mushu Wei Xian, and it's not weak. After a while, after recovering his cultivation and divine thoughts, he would be a great Emperor realm powerhouse. Not bad, just right for my Green Cloud sect. He remembered that in the Prestige Value Mall, there was this great Emperor realm watchman demon beast with a full 1,000,000 prestige value. This is a great way to save a ton of money at once. Feng Qingyang then stood up and spoke in a proper voice. Alright, all of you go down and get ready. My Qingyan sect is about to dominate the eastern region, and I guess there are a lot of things to do next, so you guys should prepare early. Elder Narcissus stay for a while, the other elders go down. We will retire. After the group of elders respectfully finished speaking, they fishtailed out, with the old ancestor out of the way. It seemed like there was nothing for them to do when they stepped on the sacred ground. As for the old ancestor, he had long ago ripped through space and left, and now the Holy Land was probably sunk. In the Great Hall, Mushu Wei Xian was left alone down there. Sovereign, why do you want me to stay? Could it be? The news of the Black Emperor was already known to the patriarch. Not ashamed of the divine power, Buffy brainstormed. Although he was puzzled, he still stood respectfully in the center of the hall, waiting for the patriarch's instructions. At this time, her original intention has been completely changed. What in vain effectiveness of 100,000 years of the contract of the avenue? Has there ever been? Isn't this emperor a part of the Green Cloud sect? Don't say 100,000 years. It's not enough. Renew it for me. Feng Qingyang just closed his eyes and stopped talking. Mushu Wei Xian could only stand respectfully. The patriarch has yet to give instructions, so there must be some deeper meaning. Inside the Green Cloud sect, Sure Hao and the others had already walked to the center of the clan. Brother Sure Hao, your clan is also too strong. As far as the eye could see, the aura transformed into mist. The entire architectural layout of the sect was filled with majesty. The immortal aura was hazy, and waves after waves of powerful aura greeted them. Su Demon didn't even dare to imagine how many strong people had to be sitting in this clan. The imperial clan of the central domain. The Forbidden God dynasty was just like that. Or was it that she had seen so little that she could only compare it to what these known supreme powers had done? The Black Emperor was different. It was an Emperor realm powerhouse that had crisscrossed the central region, generally seen it all in the big game. It had felt no less than several auras that made it tremble in this Green Cloud sect. The sword mound that emanated overwhelming sword intent, the great Dao 9 cauldron bell that suppressed chi, the immortal king cauldron that flowed with immortal rhythms, and the tower of trials that towered into the clouds. The aura emanating from each of these caused it to tremble. Definitely the Qingyun imperial sect from the Middle Ages. It's just that this Qingyan Emperor sect has actually become so powerful after lying dormant for tens of millions of years. Some of the disciples within the sect recognized Shi Hao and the others. They remembered that it was this youth who was the first to come to welcome and encourage them at the top of the mountain when they were first assessed to join the sect, and he is the patriarch himself. It was just that this kind of divine figure, their outer disciples, who had joined the sect for more than a month had not seen it again. I can actually see it again today. It's Senior Brother Shi. Finally, I'll be able to see Senior Brother Shi again. Senior, I love you. The disciples they encountered all greeted Shi Hao warmly. Ha ha, Senior Brother, you are really popular in the sect. It's a good thing I didn't show my face that day when the mountain was open to accept disciples. Otherwise, I would have been miserable too. There are a few disciples who say they love you. Senior Brother, ha ha ha. Lin Bai squeezed his eyebrows and laughed from the side. He practiced the way of the merciless sword. Understand? Looking at the embarrassed Shi Hao, Hua Qingyue and the others could not help but laugh a little as well. I didn't expect that the always stable Senior Brother Shi Hao would also have moments of embarrassment. However, the disciples also noticed that Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue's clan clothing was the same as Senior Brother Shi Hao's, as well as the word pro-transmission on the token. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Senior Brother Shi Hao pulling the two senior brothers and sisters, quickly walking away. Not long after, in the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, after being reported, Shi Hao's few people entered the large hall. What met his eyes was Mu Shuixian standing in the center of the hall. Then there was the patriarch in the main seat. The Black Emperor looked toward the main seat first. A deep view of the great emperor's realm with a glance of 10,000 years. Only a terrifying figure was seen, stepping on the long river of space and time, his palms pushing the stars of the heavens. The great Tao trembled. The entire heaven and earth could not contain his true body, and densely packed cracks in the void kept appearing, crumbling the chaos. Chapter 86, The South Domain is good. Very interested. This is. Afterwards, Feng Qingyang in the main seat glanced over with a single glance. No anger. The Black Emperor was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. It's horrible. What the hell is he? It recalled the images that came to mind. A figure, holding the sun and moon and picking the stars, with only one hand, exploding the heavens. The earth and sky could not contain its figure and were trembling. The heavenly Tao cried out in sorrow, and the great Tao trembled. Its little heart can barely stand it. Prying eyes on the main were detected and have been automatically blocked. You who? How dare you spy on the clan? Originally, I was a little embarrassed to ask you to be the gatekeeper, and I wanted to be a little more euphemistic. Then this will have to be simple and crude. Master, the disciples have let you down. Shi Hao, who was the eldest senior brother, took the lead and stepped forward. It was only a month or so since he came out to practice, and his cultivation strength had only increased by 1,000,000,000 points, and he had also incurred the enemy of the Holy Land for the clan. No harm done. My master already knows all about it. How dare a small Holy Land insult my Changyun? It's time to be crushed to death, Feng Qingyang said without moving. Inwardly, Shi Hao's strength had indeed grown quite a bit after the three of them had traveled to the sacred Shin mysterious realm to practice. As for those who barked, all he had to do was to send someone to run them over, and that would be that. I thought I was dressed in rags and a bowl, asking for directions to Mount Qingyun. From the initial broken bricks and mortar, to the current intimidating Qingyun sect, wasn't it all one step at a time? Worthy of being the Qingyun patriarch, without showing his aura, he can be overbearing even when he speaks alone. Yi Shueshue and Su Demon secretly said at the same time. It didn't feel like there was anything wrong at all. There was really no need for such a powerful clan to put the Holy Land in their eyes. At this point, the Black Emperor, who had been scared into taking a few steps back, no longer dared to raise his head, so he placed his gaze on Mu Shuixian, who was on the side of the main hall. This is the Water Fairy Empress. It was just that he was forced to speak by the man of great terror in the main seat. The three of you go down first. There are still 10 days to go before the outer sect rankings are finalized. At that time, the three of you will assist the outer sect elders to preside over it. Now that the sect is at a time of sudden advancement, your cultivation should not fall behind, or you will be surpassed by the disciples below you. Feng Changyang pondered for a moment and instructed. There were still 10 days to go before the moment of promotion for the outer disciples, and the inner disciples would be born. Of course the rankings of the miscellaneous disciples were set at the same time. This time there would be 10 inner disciples born. The 10 disciples with the highest talent as well as strength in the sect right now except for his personal position. The reason for having the three of them go over to assist in presiding was to motivate the disciples below them. You see, the sovereign's own biography has come to personally come to their outer gate to motivate them. Ooh, so touching. I'll stick myself twice for the clan, and I'll stick myself twice for the patriarch. Ah, the patriarch really does have his eye on us outer disciples. Nonsense, there are only many talented disciples in the outer gate now. If not you, who will you look at? Yes, master, then we'll go down and cultivate first." After the three of them finished speaking in unison, they exited the Great Hall. For Su Demon and Yi Lao, and the Black Emperor, the sovereign must have made arrangements long ago, and it was not their place to ask. After they left, Feng Chongyang looked at the duo from the Su family again. Not much more to say. These two were also helpful to Shi Hao and the others, going hundreds of thousands of miles to help their Qingyan sect fight against the Holy Land, even though they don't need to. Someone from the southern region Su family, right? Feng Qingyang's demonic pupils gazed at the duo, being watched by the mysterious patriarch above them. Su Demon and Yi Bluo Shui only felt a coldness coming over their bodies, and a sense of oppression greeted them. All of Feng Qingyang's big moves came with their own power. The divine body of the heavens, the forbidden first physique, the first divine body of the heavens, came with an aura of aura, and it was gradually enhanced with the cultivation level. The system in turn gave him the power of invincibility, which no one could spy or see through. Yes, His Eminence the Sovereign, Old Me is the Su family's grand provider, and this is my Su family's eldest miss, Su Demon. Facing the inquiry from the Qingyan sect patriarch on the main seat, Yi Blue's now still set against the pressure. He was amused now, too, at what he'd thought when he'd arrived. He, a manifestation realm powerhouse, was not even enough to look at in front of other great clans, and did not need his help at all. Other than that, the aura emanating from the woman standing without a word in the distance alone made him tremble, not to mention this oppressive patriarch in the main seat. Well, the sect already knows about your deeds, your Su family's goodwill. This clan also feels it. The two of you can be guests in my Green Cloud sect for a few days, and you don't need your Su family to do anything about the Holy Land. Feng Qingyang stood up and said with his hands in the air, "Then, I will thank His Excellency the Sovereign." Hearing this, Yi Shuai clasped his fists and said respectfully, being able to be a guest of the Green Cloud sect for a few days was indeed a great deal better. Other than that, just this immortal Holy Land's aura richness, far more than dozens of times more than the outside world. Here even if not active cultivation, a breath between, can benefit, just like when he first arrived. The holy source in his body was vaguely throbbing between breaths. Lord Sovereign, Demon has another small request. Su Demon forcefully stood out and fought to join the Qingyan sect. Interesting, how dare you make a request to this clan? Do you have enough capital? Oh, tell me more. Feng Chongyang looked her up and down and revealed a smile. Lord Sovereign, Demon wants to join the Green Cloud sect. I don't know what the conditions are. Join the Green Cloud sect? Feng Qingyang clasped his hands and crossed them, lightly stroking his chin. It's not difficult to join my Green Cloud sect. Just now you also heard the words of this sect. The outer sect ranking list will be set in 10 days. As long as you can defeat any of the top 10, the sect will grant you direct entry into the outer sect, he said with a little thought. This Su Demon, he had looked at it with the system before, and there was no problem with his heart perseverance. Genius disciples are certainly more than enough. Really, thank you, Patriarch, Su Demonis said excitedly. With her strength to defeat the outer disciples, it shouldn't be difficult. By the way, your Su family is considered a supreme power in the southern region, right? Thank you for the compliment, Patriarch. Although our Su family has a small amount of strength, it is still far from your clan. Yi Shuai stepped forward again. Meanwhile the mind wondered, is Sovereign Qingyun interested in our Su family? Feng Qingyang seemed to directly see through the old man's mind and laughed. Don't think too much. This clan is not interested in your Su family at all. However, this clan is very interested in the southern region, Southland, Fogweed. Just as he was about to dominate the eastern domain, he was about to lay his hands on their southern domain. Terrible. Don't you come over here. In the meantime, Green Cloud Sect, Chapter 87, The Great Emperor's Decree descends, overthrowing the Holy Land. The old ancestrally Qingyun went out of the hall for a moment and then directly struck, ripped through space, with a casual hand. A golden light struck in and went straight to the Holy Land. One moment, the storm clouds are changing colors. The huge Qingyan mountain range under the clouds, after the old ancestor's casual strike, was at the moment like an ancient ferocious beast that was about to awaken. A low rumbling sound came from high in the air of the mountain range. Moreover, along with the appearance of this loud sound, there was also the Emperor's might that covered the sky. Wow! Vast aura surged rapidly in the dense clouds, shocking the world. In the meantime, Holy State, Heavenly Sacred Holy Land. Today was the day when the Holy Land would destroy the Green Cloud Sect. Numerous Holy Land's great powers, powerhouses and disciples were gathered at a huge square in the Holy Land. Sacred Lord Yang Zz looked down majestically. Behind them, several powerful people of the manifestation realm stood, their auras fully opened. The terrifying might went straight to the clouds. Floating clouds rolled over, and heaven and earth lost their colors. This was the base for the Heavenly Sage Holy Land to dominate the eastern region. 5 Epiphany realm powerhouses and a dozen saint realm powerhouses. There were also not a few hollow-shattering realms and half-saints, and the rest of the strongest people from all realms were numerous. A holy land with hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, dominating the eastern region for tens of thousands of years. The strength of the heavenly sage Holy Land should never be underestimated. This kind of heritage definitely makes the eastern region state's cultivators tremble. Before the Qingyan sect, no one dares to baby its front. Everyone, the people of the spirit state's Qingyan sect killed my holy son and killed the strongest members of my holy land. Today, this holy lord has decided to step on the green clouds and wipe out the previous shame. Let them follow in the footsteps of the misty blue sacred land, and no chickens or dogs will be left in the green cloud sect. Holy Lord Yang Ziji's majestic voice spread throughout the holy land. The fear is like the power of heaven. No one in the holy land dares to disobey. A majestic aura then rose up to the sky, sweeping through the heavens and earth in an instant. The world outside trembles. Is it coming? The battle to destroy the clan is about to begin. Cultivators from the 13 states were all paying attention to this battle that would determine the order of the eastern domain pattern. In the end, it was the first of the 5 holy lands that continued to dominate the eastern region. Still the strongest of the great clans, the Green Cloud sect, began to reign supreme. Just then, an ear-piercing clanking sound came out. It resounded throughout the holy state. Countless people's gazes were drawn to it. Condition, could it be, over the heavenly sage Holy Land? After the ear-piercing tearing sound finished, space was directly torn apart. A huge hole that was like an abyss emerged. It leaks out into the endless void inside. A decree entwined with endless imperial might descended out of the void. Majestic imperial might swept across the entire eastern region. The Qingyun sect, which was far away in the spirit state, felt it. In the great hall, Feng Qingyang, who was standing with his hands on his head, would smile. A good show is about to begin. Looking this way, after the decree of the law came down, a terrifying pressure followed. At this moment, even the cultivators from the 13 states of the eastern region, which were tens of millions of miles away from each other, were shocked by the aura, and they all looked at the legal decree with jaws agape. First, there was the endless imperial might that pressed down on the eastern region, and then there was the legal decree that descended on the Holy Land. Whose handiwork is this? It's simply amazing. At this moment, the cultivators of the various states suddenly thought of the terrifying figure from not too long ago. The figure that came from the endless void by stepping on the chaos in the sky. This pressure, this majestic aura, was definitely the same person. Did he have a grudge against the Holy Land? No, there is a grudge. This is definitely a strong person sent by the Qingyan sect. This side of the Holy Land. Boom! After the golden light of the decree descended above, a bright light shone on this great land of the sacred state. But this dazzling light was a death wish in the eyes of the crowd in the Holy Land. Under the pressure, the crowd of people from the Holy Land who had been so imposing just a moment ago were all suppressed and prostrated on the ground. What's going on? Quickly go and invite the old man. The Holy Lord, Yang Ziji, was similarly suppressed and prostrated on the ground. At that moment, he was looking up desperately with his eyes wide open, looking at the decree in the air. As the Holy Lord of the Holy Land that had dominated a region, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Being suppressed and prostrated was simply worse than killing him. The remaining sleeping old ancestors in the Holy Land sensed something and wanted to uncover their coffins. Manhwa realized that the coffin board couldn't be pushed in any way, and to make matters worse, the terrifying pressure from the outside world was already coming at them. It's hard to protect yourself. Holy Lord, save me. I don't want to die. I surrender. Spare my life. The screams of the people in the Holy Land spread for thousands of miles. This terrifying pressure alone was not something they could even withstand. Being suppressed, they could only scream and beg for mercy, and even escaping was a luxury. The rest of them were roaring in impotent frenzy. Yang Zizi's face was hideous, madly running his whole body's cultivation. The majestic holy source, time and time again, impacted outwards. Manhwa is all useless, can't shake in the slightest, suppressing the pressure on him. Which ungrateful one has provoked such a powerful person? If this holy lord knew, he would have to slaughter all 9 of his clans. He was still puzzled as to how such a powerful person could have taken the initiative to strike against their holy land. As for the cries for help that were directed at him, he turned a deaf ear to them. Can't you see that this holy lord is being suppressed and prostrated? The decree then slowly opened amidst the screams of this misery. A shocking voice followed. I am the Qingyan sect, old man Chongyun. Today, there is a holy land and dare to insult my Qingyun. A small mole cricket, actually does not consider himself to be a good person, and takes his own humiliation. Today, I am descending the law and stepping on the Holy Land, so as not to degrade my Qingyun's reputation. Extinguish! A voice like heavenly might resounded through the heavens and earth, reaching everyone's ears. Old man Chongyun, Green Cloud sect, Sure enough, it's the handiwork of a strong member of the Green Cloud sect. It was the same as what they outside cultivators had guessed. That giant strong figure was indeed someone from the Green Cloud sect. The Holy Land is miserable. Your Qingyun sect is truly immortal. Hearing the words from the sky above, Sacred Lord Yang Zz shouted through gritted teeth. It just seemed so pale and powerless under this majestic heavenly might. The word perish was heard in the sky. After a loud boom, the golden light of the Dharma decree flourished and then transformed into a large hand that covered the sky. A terrifying thunderbolt followed. It crackled and slashed downward. The big hand came down with it. An overwhelming pressure swept down. No. Seeing this, the miserable screams of the people in the Holy Land intensified. All of them looked at the large hand that fell from the sky in horror. Bang! A dull thud passed. Everything in the Holy Land was blown to pieces. The formerly powerful and prosperous Holy Land was directly destroyed under one palm and ceased to exist. Even the cultivators of the 13 states felt a shaking of the ground, like a doomsday cataclysm descending. The smoke cleared, and in letting his eyes go, the place of the Holy Land was desolate and there was only a big hole that looked like an abyss in the sky. It's simply horrible as hell. What about the Holy Land? Where are the powerful men of the Holy Land? All ascended. Fogweed. A voice sucking in cold air came out. This scene, it was too shocking. One Holy Land that dominated the eastern region was destroyed with a slap in the middle of a laugh. Qingyun sect, never to be messed with. Chapter 88 Famous in the eastern region. Fierce beast of gatekeeper. I didn't see it right. Where's the Holy Land? One slap and it's gone. The 13 state cultivators were shocked at the same time. The forces supporting the Green Cloud sect side were also confused. I thought that you, Qingyun sect, could win, but I didn't expect you to be so fierce. The whole cloud of the Great War that has been going on for the past few days has made our blood boil. And this in a moment. It's all over? There's no mistaking it. The news quickly spread to all the major forces on all continents with lightning speed. The eastern region changed the sky, and for a time, the winds and clouds before the Great War were calmed down, and the first Holy Land of the eastern region, which had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, was crushed into pieces and ceased to exist. Quickly, release the news that my Acacia sect has defected to the Qingyun sect. Quickly prepare spirit horses for this family head. I want to personally rush to the Green Cloud sect to offer my resources. All the big power talkers in the eastern domain, the first time they spread the news, worshipped the Qingyun sect as the eastern domain heavenly sect, and submitted to the feet of the Qingyun sect. With such a great sect around, only by submitting and looking up to it could one go farther. Claiming a continent can be the top of the clan. Claiming a domain can be the Sky Clan. Overlooking the continent for this since ancient times has not been any power can do. The major domains, especially in the middle of the domains, are all the various big forces competing for supremacy. So many people are rumoring that the golden great world of the eastern region is the first to descend. In the meantime, Green Cloud sect, the disciples cheered and boiled. We won. All that earth-shattering sound just now came through as well. Anyone who insults Qingyun will be executed. Not to fall from my Green Cloud sect's Green Cloud's ambition. Lao Tzu is simply too invincible. At this moment, in the Great Hall, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest Shocking the East. The reward has been issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 golden summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tower of Great Tao Time and Space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Summoning card, summoning great saints to great emperors. Great Tao Time and Space Tower, innate Great Tao Treasure. The beginning of Hongmeng, the beginning of heaven and earth. Hongmeng Violet Gas Derivation. The tower contains the law of time. The current time flow rate, 1:100, can be upgraded. The outside world for a day. The tower of 100 days. Cultivation Enhancement card, unlimited realms. Must enhance one major realm. This card is only available to the host. The latest mainline mission has been released, shaking the 5 domains, and huge rewards are available for completion. When the system voice sounded, Feng Chengyang knew that it was all over. This Holy Land is also too unsustainable. Right, the old ancestor this shot this is only a few breaths of time, and then it's over? Feng Chengyang checked and the rewards this time were quite generous. 3 gold cards, a cultivation enhancement card, and an external time cheat. With this cheat in place, this would speed up the Qingyun sect's takeoff by quite a bit, and some of the less talented disciples would be able to come up later. Also, the prestige value is probably going to go up quite a bit again this time. It was then that the few people below reacted. They all heard the shocking words just now. This all of a sudden there is no movement. Is, patriarch, isn't it? Mu Shui Xian, who had originally not spoken a word on the side, spoke up. Bright eyes flashed as if they had guessed. Not bad. The Holy Land has been destroyed by the old ancestor. Hiss. Yi Shua and Su Demon were directly numb, talking and laughing about the ashes of the Holy Land. Feng Qingyang slowly stepped down from the main seat, saying as he did so, "There's nothing more for you two to do. Go down. All matters, wait for 10 days. This clan will have its own arrangements. The deacons below them will naturally arrange a palace for them to live in. Then, Sovereign Lord, we will leave first." After Yi Bluo Shui finished speaking, he brought his own young lady, Su Demon, and stepped away. Until he walked out of the Great Hall, his mind was still immersed in the shocking news he had just learned. Feng Qingyang came straight down to the bottom of the hall and walked up to the Black Emperor. There were no more loafers, so we could solve the problem of the clan's caretaker beasts. Walking up to the Black Emperor, he looked down at it, leaned over and petted this little black dog's head. The Black Emperor behaved particularly meekly, not daring to resist in the slightest. "It's scared. It's really scared." This emperor admits that this emperor is a bit lame, mainly because this person is also too scary. "I can't stand it. Is this really an emperor realm demonic beast with an ancient ferocious beast bloodline? Isn't that just a tame little black dog?" Feng Qingyang revealed a hint of a smile, but it wasn't a big problem. As long as it could quickly regain its emperor realm strength, watching a door was still not a big problem. He sometimes wondered if it was time to get a few of his own mounts, protective divine beasts and whatnot. As a great power of the patriarch, go out must not be 9 real dragons pulling the car. The ancient sacred beasts as mounts. Right, that's so cool. The Black Emperor almost stepped back again when he saw the sovereign's revealing smile. What it means, the sovereign is excited. The honored emperor is finished. Could it be that the patriarch wants to eat dog meat? Demon beasts feast? Black Emperor, ancient demonic beast bloodline. 100,000 years ago in the middle stage of the great emperor realm to the strongest. In order to avenge the water fairy empress, he was injured by the dustless emperor and sealed himself in the sacred Xian mysterious realm. Is this clan right? Feng Qingyang let go of the dog's head, stood up and said with his arms crossed. What? Mu Shuixian and the Black Emperor were simultaneously shaken in their hearts. Little Black. In order to avenge this emperor's death, he even sought out Dustless to wrestle. No wonder. One would run into Xiaohei in the eastern domain. She had been surprised earlier why the message from her bilocation. The Xiaohei she had seen in the sacred state had a similar aura to hers at this time. It turns out that he was injured by voodoo and sealed himself in the secret realm of the eastern region. Now the sovereign's words cleared up all her doubts. As for why the patriarch will know, do not ask. Ask as the patriarch means heaven. How would he know? The Black Emperor had mixed feelings at this time. The mind involuntarily recalled that figure again. Stepping on the river of time, his palms pushed across the heavens. That's right, it's none other than Ben. Ni Blackie. The Black Emperor finished apprehensively. Everything about himself was under the control of this mysterious patriarch. Well, it's good that it's you. This clan will give you a heavenly chance later. Feng Qingyang laughed again. Hooked. A heavenly chance? Just as the Black Emperor was pondering, Mu Shuixian came over from the distance. Little Black, why are you so stupid? You know very well that the two of us can't fight Dustless. Mu Shuixian choked back a sob. Her eyes were red, and her eyes were as if they were a pool of clear water. As an Empyrean realm supreme, she hadn't felt this way in tens of thousands of years. It is hard to find a confidant, a friend of the deceased. This emperor has only one good friend like you, so of course he has to avenge you. Hateful. That despicable villain Wudu will just play dirty. The Black Emperor finished with a sigh. It had always been unruly and untamed, and that day it was viciously defeated by Wu Dust. It could never forget it in its life. That humiliation. Well, you late friends meet. We'll talk later. Which mole is Wudu? This clan will give you a chance now so that you can take revenge. How about it? Dustless. Mole Cricket. Chance. Revenge. The Black Emperor instantly grasped the key words in it. Please show me what to do. Sovereign Lord. Feng Qingyang stood with his hands in the air, looking to the distance outside the Great Hall, pointing outwards. My Qingyan sect lacks a demonic beast to watch over the door. This sect sees that you still have a little strength, and are competent enough to do the job. Caretaker beasts? Let the Emperor watch the door. Wait. Seems good too. Ugh. P.S. I'm a little bit of a weak word in the past few days. Can the Secretary of the House help me point a little bit? The yellow button. Help me a little bit. Chapter 89 3 Saint Kings, Tower of Time and Space. Watching the door? Watching the door is good. The Black Emperor made a dark calculation. This kind of great sect with an inheritance of tens of millions of years had countless designated powerhouses and a deep heritage, like the ones it felt that made it tremble. The Patriarch had said that Dustless was a mole, so revenge wasn't just around the corner. How was the consideration? In fact, in terms of your strength, watching the door for my Green Cloud sect is simply not qualified. This clan also reluctantly agreed to this because of Elder Mu's favor. Feng Qingyang continued to look outward longingly, standing with his arms folded. A powerful aura spread out. So touching. I didn't realize that Patriarch valued this emperor so much. Buffy has done this emperor another big favor. Sovereign Lord, I do. Leave the gates of the green cloud to me. I promise that as long as there is no permission from the patriarch, not even a fly can come in, the Black Emperor said with his head held high, his small eyes filled with determination. Feng Chungyang looked at this uptight second dogger with satisfaction. This little thing should have been fooled by this clan. Big smart that's the kind of talent my green cloud sect needs. But after all was said and done, the future Qin Yun was destined to dominate the heavens. When the time came for the Emperor realm to look at the door, it would truly be unqualified, but that will have to come later. Well, as long as you do a good job, this clan will not treat anyone in the clan poorly. Stand down. When Feng Chengyang finished speaking, he whisked his sleeve to signal them. We will retire. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor and Mushu Xian said together and walked out of the Great Hall. As the Black Emperor went out, he was still recalling the words of the patriarch. Do a good job and no one will be left out. This emperor is a demonic beast. Alas, no matter, a great and powerful person like the sovereign. I don't think he will fool this emperor. Mushu Xian looked at this old friend with many thoughts. 100,000 years had passed, and I didn't know how Ramu family was doing now. Will it suffer a dustless liquidation? But there was nothing that could be done about it now. She was not strong enough to fight against the dustless emperor. It wasn't a match 100,000 years ago, and it's even less of a match now. Now we can only do what the patriarch said and do it well. When the time came to do a good job, and then request the clan's help, then dustless would definitely be no match. She doesn't have the weight for that right now. Empress Water Fairy, this emperor will go and watch over the clan first. We'll drink and rejoice again when we have the chance. After Xiao He greeted Mushu Xian, he stepped away and headed straight towards the gate. In the main hall, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface. Time for a few rounds. Last time, the summoning of the golden card came to a great sage realm powerhouse, so I don't know what can come this time. 3 gold cards. With a burst of luck, that's 3 peaks of the great imperial realm. The system uses the entire reward. Ding! The Avenue Time Tower has materialized. Ding! Golden summoning card used successful summoning in. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak powerhouse of the Saint King realm. Lonely Seeker. Summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak Saint King realm powerhouse. Mo Foam. Summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak powerhouse of the Saint King realm. Charming. Of all the characters portrayed successfully and has materialized. 3 peak Saint King realms? Sloppy. You can be a core elder first, but there are no core disciples now, so you can be a guard for this clan first. The guards beside the sovereign, that status wasn't low. One must know that the peak of the Saint King realm, when placed in the entire 5 regions, was a great power among great powers. Some of the transcendent clans and powerful lineages and whatnot in the central domain. The strongest among them were only at the Saint King realm. Saint King realm, as the name suggests, the king of saints. Cultivating to the saint realm would allow one to comprehend the laws. Draw on the saint source to cultivate the laws, and the laws of the Saint King realm would come to fruition, and then slowly groping upwards. Initially comprehending the Tao, breaking through to the Supreme Being, overlooking the ages. Dao De Chang was able to break through to the Great Emperor, standing at the peak of the continent and dominating it. This was the Tao of becoming an emperor after the Holy Realm. However, throughout the ages, how many amazing and talented people have never been able to trace the edge of the Tao in their entire lives until they died? In order to get the Tao, any crazy things are done, reversing the law, forced breakthroughs. The gentleman does not hear that. Towards the Tao, the death of the night can be carried out. Cultivation enhancement card. Use successful. The IC system machine voice sounded again. Endless holy sources appeared out of thin air and madly surged into Feng Qingyang's body. Powerful law power lingered and filled his entire body. A majestic aura emanated out, and his cultivation surged in an instant. Peak of Sacred Entry Realm, early mid-late manifestation realm. The boost card is a direct boost to a major realm. In the meantime, Green Cloud Sect, the vision of heaven and earth reappeared. Countless Hongming violet chi came east for 30,000 miles, and the raging spiritual chi converged into a vortex, and descended with the violet chi transforming into spiritual rain. The avenue of time appeared out of thin air, constantly cheering and clanging. A huge divine tower came from the endless void of the future and landed steadily on the Green Cloud Sect's great land. The divine tower towered incomparably high, reaching into the sky, and based on its aura alone, it even steadily pressed the Green Cloud Sect's iconic building, the Disciple Trial Tower, by ahead. Not waiting for the crowd within the clan to be surprised, 3 spatial cracks appeared with them. 3 figures emerged from it. The peak aura of the Saint King realm unfolded. The several sect elders instantly placed their gazes, and after seeing the sect clothing on the 3 of them, they went back to doing what they were supposed to do. It turns out that it is another strong person from the clan. It seems that after my Green Cloud sect dominated the eastern region, the elders who traveled outside have returned one after another, and the sleeping great powers are gradually awakening. However, they were interested in this huge tower that appeared out of thin air. The heavenly and earthly visions were enough to show that this tower was not simple. The patriarch was once again taking out the clan's heritage. What kind of person dares to break into my Qingyan sect? The Black Emperor outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect was instantly aware of running towards the side. The heaven and earth anomaly just now had once again shocked it fiercely. As an emperor realm, it could detect that the great Tao of time was actually cheering and making a pilgrimage. That tower was not simple, but the three auras that reappeared actually dared to break into the green clouds. The time has come for this emperor to take credit. Oi oi, Black Emperor Sama. That's a strong person from our Chongyun, not an outsider. The guard elder Wang Strike hurriedly called out to the Black Emperor. When this little black dog came just now, it said that it was recognized by the patriarch to come here to guard the mountain gate, and originally, Wang Click hadn't put it on his mind. He thought that the aura displayed by this little black dog directly crushed him, so he changed his name to call him Lord Black Emperor. The ones personally recognized by the patriarch are really not simple. The Black Emperor stopped in his tracks at those words and said suspiciously, "Oh, you're saying that those three are my Qingyan sect's powerhouses?" "Yes, Lord Black Emperor. A few breaths ago, our guard elders just notified me with a token." Wang Strike took the clan token out of his hand and said, "A clan token? Cam. This emperor doesn't have one yet." At the same time, the great hall of the green clouds, the three figures came into the large hall and respectfully looked towards the main seat. Lone survivor, Mo Feng, and charming, meet the patriarch. Chapter 90 Tower of Time, Second Grade Sect. At the bottom of the hall, the three men spoke in unison. Feng Qingyang scanned downward. Lone Seeker and Mo Feng are both middle-aged men, and that flattery is surprisingly a resident amount of young women, and long as, and her name in general, it is simply a tailor-made name. The appearance of the closed moon and shy flowers, the beauty of the country and the city. I'm poorly illustrated. Is there a flattering picture? It's not right. It's not right. Just now from the system's interface to see it is not right, which has a serious person to take the name of flirtatious. He took a look at this good guy, but also really flirtatious, but it still didn't smell as good as a great Empress realm servant. Then Feng Qingyan's majestic voice came down. The three of you will first be at this clan side. At your disposal. We are at your service. The three people below respectfully said without the slightest hesitation. By the side of the patriarch? That's a good sentiment. Well, three Saint King realm powerhouses. The current platoon is enough. The days of going out to the great imperial realm evening are not far off. Feng Qingyang said darkly. Then he thought of something else and waved his sleeve and flew away. From the green cloud hall and out, he flew all the way to the great Tao Time and Space Tower. This tower was erected at the core of the sect, and the disciple trial tower was far away from each other. The trial tower was for the convenience of the disciples' cultivation, materialized in the outer disciple area. The giant tower that rose straight into the sky. The tower's body flowed with Taoist rhythms, and majestic Hongmeng violet qi overflowed from it, shrouding the tower and emphasizing its holiness. Feng Qingyang had come this time to test the effects of the time and space tower. He then flew in without further thought. After a moment of fighting, the scene in front of him changed in a new way. The time and space tower was surprisingly a vast endless void, and the Hongmeng purple qi was even denser. Countless planets shone in the void, and it was filled with endless laws of time. As soon as Feng Qingyang entered, he noticed the change in the flow between this place and the outside world. The power of the laws of his manifestation Saint realm were pulsing and then released. Time flows 100 times faster. In other words, when hundreds of days have passed inside, only a few days will pass outside. One day's cultivation tops other people's 100 days of cultivation. It's hard not to take off. Except isn't this a disguised lifespan elimination? System tip, although the flow rate of this place exceeds that of the outside world by 100 times, the bone age of the person who enters will not change, but will only increase his cultivation and experience. That's a good feeling. That means even if you cultivate here for 10,000 years, then the time in the outside world would only change accordingly, equaling 100 years. It is equivalent to the time when you have passed only 100 years, but it is true that you have experienced 10,000 years. Not bad. This place can be opened up to the people of the sect immediately. He then turned to leave. Not long after, the clan elders released the news. The Tower of Time is open to the public, and time flows at a rate of 1 to 100. With the clan token, the miscellaneous disciples could enter the cultivation for 10 days in January. Outer disciples can enter cultivation for 15 days in January. Elders are not limited, and 500 contribution value can be increased by 1 day. The clan was abuzz with this news. From the elders down to the disciples, they were all stunned by this heavenly good news. This time and space tower is simply heaven-defying. With this tower, won't our cultivation soar? Alas, it is only because of senior brother that everyone is qualified to enter the tower. so it's relatively fair, and if you want to come out on top, you still have to roll. An outer sect disciple patted senior brother on Lion's shoulder and reminded him, "Senior brother, then what are we waiting for? We just quickly traveled to roll up. I've come to my senses, senior brother. From now on, please call me just because of the rolling god." The crowd of disciples received the news and frantically flooded into the spacetime tower and began to cultivate. The day of the finalization of the list is approaching and no one wants to be left behind. This usage method was customized by Feng Qingyang after much deliberation. For one thing, this time tower needs resources to maintain its operation. Secondly, what about the fact that mindless austerity will not get much improvement, and that it has to be interspersed, and the disciple can't rely too much on this tower, so the limitations were added. In this way they will also be madly scrolling inside in order to use the time and space tower to improve their strength. After all, the higher the status of the clan, the more days they can use. After informing the elders with his divine thoughts, Feng Chengyang once again opened the system interface. The clan value is always enough now, and exceeds it by quite a bit. He also couldn't wait to see what kind of a dangling second level clan was. It's just dumb that the next upgrade is going to be $100,000. System, it's ready to go. Ding, the clan is in the process of upgrading. The upgrade was successful. The current clan level is a second level clan. The system's voice fell. All of a sudden, the wind rose and a majestic rain of aura poured down. The entire Green Cloud mountain peak where the Green Cloud sect was situated began to shake. Mistweed, what happened? No way. What a situation. The people of the entire Green Cloud sect were startled. Don't panic. This is a small random method of this clan. Patriarch Feng Chengyang's voice was like a heavenly authority that spread throughout the Green Cloud sect. So it's Sovereign Lord. It's alright then. The upgrades continue. After the ground shook, 8 tall peaks rose out of the sky, cascading over each other. Each peak, towering 10,000 feet high, like a sharp sword thrusting upwards into the clouds. Dangerous and unusual. A dense immortal aura enveloped it, just like a fairyland. The entire clan had undergone a radical change. The former palace pavilions were replaced by imposing and sacred buildings, sacred and solemn as far as the eye could see. The alchemy hall, the cultivation room, the refining hall, the elders hall, the patriarchess hall, the Qingyun hall, and so on. All the first level buildings are all upgraded to second level, more than tens of times larger than the original. Magnificent. The crowd was dumbfounded at this. This is their Qingyun sect? The original Qingyun sect had been an eye-opening experience for them, just like a fairyland. It's simply unimaginable now, beyond their knowledge. You're telling me that this is all a random trick of the sovereign lords? Unbelievable. What kind of existence is the patriarch in the end? Ding, the upgrade of the second level clan was successful. Please continue the host's efforts to create the first divine clan of the heavens. A long way to go. Leaving aside the main quests, the system will also issue more side quests to help the Lord speed up the process. Feng Qingyang stood in the distance, watching all of this. You have to be 9 out of 10 satisfied, and 1 out of 10 afraid of being proud. There are 8 more floating peaks. It seems that we have to speed up our pace or else we won't be able to catch up with the changes in the sector. He mused. The 8 floating peaks were divided, and the 8 peak masters and the disciples of each peak had to be quite a few people. This would be an important part of the Green Cloud sect in the future. Ding, ask the Lord to name the 8 peaks. At that moment the system's boosting sound rang out again. Do you want me to come myself? Feng Chengyang said after a little thought. Then let's call it. The main peak Qingyun Peak, Qingshan Peak, Qingtian Peak, Qingwan Peak, Qingjian Peak, Qingyi Peak, Qingxian Peak, Qingshan Peak, with the highest peak as the main peak. It was named Qingyun Peak. P.S. Ordered a leave of absence. Only 2 more today. Sorry guys, I have to polish up the back storyline. I'll definitely make up for it on a later date. Chapter 91, Ranking List, Inner Disciple. Ding, named successfully. The system words fell. A voice of heavenly might that straightened the hearts of the people came downward from the clouds. I am the Lord of Qingyun. Send down the immortal laws to strengthen my clan. The 8 immortal peaks of Qingyun are hereby established to strengthen our sect. Immortal peak disciples will open their peaks for recruitment in 2 months. After saying that, Feng Chengyang nodded his head in satisfaction. As a large clan row face has to have, the name of these peaks is where he took the moral. May my 8 peaks of Qingyun, all the people of the clan, everyone be like a dragon. There is a religion, and 10,000 immortals come to the city. There were still 2 months left. Enough time. If we couldn't draw a strong person to act as the peak master, we could only recruit a strong person from outside. And of course their favorite little sugar snap peas won't be missing. Oh my god, 8 immortal peaks. I wonder what kind of talent one must have to enter the immortal peak. The outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples received the news and discussed it in a variety of ways. There were still 2 months to go, and one must join in this immortal peak. The storm clouds of the sect were changing rapidly now. If you don't roll it, you'll fall off the wagon. Subsequently, after the detailed explanation from the elders and deacons, the disciples also understood the rules of the immortal peak. 8 immortal peaks. With 8 powerful peak masters sitting in the clan, become a disciple of the immortal peak will have a special elder teaching, resources, and even more. If you are lucky to become the master of the peak of the personal biography, it is a direct step to heaven. Of course, wanting to join Immortal Peak wasn't that simple. Everything could only be seen 2 months later. Even the elders were surprised. 8 powerful peak masters. It seems that the strongest members of my Green Cloud sect have gradually returned. Time passed and 10 days passed quickly. For some time now, all the disciples had spent night and day, wasting their sleep and food cultivating in the Spacetime Tower. One cultivation was 10 days, which was equivalent to 1,000 days in the Time and Space Tower, and it was close to 3 whole years of cultivation. Strength has increased dramatically in varying degrees. It was an extraordinarily busy day. The Green Cloud sect's outer gate area was abuzz with people. Today was the day when the outer sect rankings and miscellaneous disciple rankings would be finalized 2 months later. 10 inner disciples and outer disciples will be produced. In the area of the outer gate square, 600 disciples stood neatly. After 2 months of tussling and ranking, the first edition of the leaderboard is coming to an end. On the martial arts stage, there stood 10 of the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect. Each is extraordinary. Next, this elder will announce the candidates for the inner disciples. On the high platform, outer sect elder Knight White said loudly. Beside him stood inner sect elder Luo Chen, Mu Shui Xian, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Flower Lightning stood at the back, accompanied by the Su family duo, Su Demon and Yi Bluo Shui. First place in the outer sect ranking, Qin Han, Peak Realm Cave Void, eldest brother, worthy of being an eldest senior brother. Senior brother Qin Han is too strong. Obediently at the peak of Cave Void, the disciples on the stage cheered and congratulated their eldest brother. Senior brother Qin Han's talent was obvious to all, and his 8 ringing talents convinced all the disciples. Then, Elder Knight White continued. Second place in the outer sect rankings, Ning Yan, late stage Cave Void Realm. Senior brother Ning Yan, I love you, the disciples shouted again. Ning Yan's talent was likewise extremely high, and apart from his eldest senior brother, he had beaten all the outer sects without any rivals. In the distance, Dan Sheng also stroked his beard in satisfaction. Not bad, this disciple of his was expected to achieve what he has today. Yin Yang's sacred body, the 8 ringing talents. It was just that what puzzled him was that first Qin Han was too uncomplicated, surprisingly strong. With the same 8 ringing capital, it is expected to have unknown secrets. Third place on the outer sect ranking, Green Flame, Peak Yuaning Realm. Fourth place in the outer sect ranking, Long Ao Tian, Peak Yuaning Realm. Fifth place in the outer sect ranking, Luo Dance, Peak Yuaning Realm. Ranking 6th, 10 talented disciples in total. The 10 heavenly prides on the acting stage were spirited. 2 months of hard training is not for today, counting the 1,000 days in the Time and Space Tower. That had been 3 years of bitter cultivation, and there had finally been a small achievement. Hiss, is there any mistake? The outer disciples are all this strong? Su Demon sucked in a breath of cool air. The patriarch had promised him that the top 10 in the outer sect ranking, if she beat any one of them, would let her enter the outer sect. She took a look at it, and it's great. The top 2 are all geniuses of Whole Void now, the last 8 are all peak Yuaning. She, the first daughter of the Su family, was only at the peak of Yuaning. Can you really beat it? During the few days that she and Elder Yu were guests in the Qingyan sect, the Qingyan sect had also undergone tremendous changes. It simply dropped her jaw. These top 2 are so strong, worthy of being an 8 ringing genius, Lindbergh said from the sidelines. Hearing this, senior brother Shi Hao also nodded. These 2 are really strong. His supreme holy body was only 9 ringing talents. Retraining will be nearly half a year plus 1,000 days in the Time Tower. His current realm had only just barely reached the early stage of transformation. On the other side, Elder Knight White finished speaking and emptied the top 10 names on the huge banner in the square. The latter rankings go forward in order. Now the 10 of you are the inner disciples. Knight White stepped forward and said, let the deacon hand the inner disciples clan token and clothes to the 10 people on the stage. This emperor is now an inner disciple. Lin Yao, the time for us to meet, has elevated quite a bit more? Wait, Qin Han on the martial arts stage said darkly, and then he received his costume and token. The Qingyan sect was too powerful. It was the most powerful sect he had ever seen. Ever. There was actually a time and space secret treasure that flowed 1 to 100 times. It was simply heaven-defying. Ning Yan also happily received the costume and token from the deacon. Xianer, wait for me. It's just the Shao family in the central region. What's so great about it? When I, Ning Yan, have cultivated for a few more years, I will step on the colorful clouds to marry you. Senior brother Qingyan, we'll miss you. Come back often to see your senior brother. All the disciples of the Frying Sky sect are waiting for you. Gee, what are you hitting me for? Before this disciple could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the back of his head by the explosive Sky sect disciple next to him. Your sister, senior brother Qingyan, is entering the inner sect. Why is it that coming from you? It's as if senior brother was expelled from the clan. Hey, sorry, I got carried away. The other side. The rankings of the miscellaneous disciples then came to an end. The top 10 disciples on the leaderboard crowded into the outer gate. But the gold content is conspicuously not as good as this side of the outer rankings. These handyman disciples were not highly talented, but they had the same great perseverance. And coupled with the sect's cultivation over the past 2 months, the person with the highest ranking was also at the early stage of yuaning, ranked first in the rankings of the miscellaneous disciples. Zhang Xiaofan, early yuaning stage. 10th place is also pretty interesting. It's that 2.5 ringer of talent, Kini Titanium Magnesium. At that time, the chess move was a mistake, but now he finally squeezed into the outer gate with his own hard work. Surehouse Trio also walked to the front. Senior brothers, my Green Cloud sect will not treat any of the disciples who work hard. I announce the end of the first outer sect ranking and the opening of the second ranking, which will be finalized in 2 months. May you be poor and resolute, and not lose your ambition for the Green Clouds. Chapter 92, Su Demon's Defeat. Green Cloud Immortal City. Senior brother Hao, all 3 of the patriarch's proteges have come to inspire us. Ooh, so touching. I'm going to desperately roll 2 kunai and a half months and then rest. As Hao's words fell, the crowd of disciples on the stage became even more agitated. The atmosphere then peaked. Qin Han followed suit and looked upward. Early stage of transformation. The sovereign's own heirlooms were indeed all not simple. It's more talented than even this emperor. The day he entered the sect, he realized that the man leading the group was not simple. This emperor is the capital of 8 bells. I wonder how many bells he is. Is it 9 bells? Demon, aren't you going to challenge the top 10 senior brothers and sisters? You pick one at random. Hua Qingyue reminded Su Demon to the side. They already knew the words of their master, asking Demon to arbitrarily challenge the top 10 senior brothers and sisters, and if they succeeded, they would directly enter the outer sect. Oh, that's the 10th place that senior brother. Then, Su Demon responded, this has to pick a bottom of the 10, but even the bottom of the mat doesn't have much confidence in her. Not long after the 9 genius disciples had walked off the martial arts stage, leaving only the 10th that genius, the disciples were puzzled for a while. What's going on here? A beautiful petite woman was then seen walking up to the martial arts stage. What's this? Is it going to be? That 10th place man was also confused. The elder had just told him to accept a challenge from an outside genius. Outside? Genius? Does someone dare to come to my green cloud and kick the door down? He immediately patted his chest to ensure that. Elder, you can rest assured that, not to kill him, I will go to the situation short half. Good day senior brother. I'm the Southern Region Su family's eldest miss, Su Demon, and please enlighten me. Su Demon politely clasped her fists and said, she was dressed in a green dress, and her 3,000 green silk moved with the wind, holding a nimble soft sword. The Southern Region Su family? Strange why the Southern Region Su family's eldest miss would come to my Green Cloud sect to kick down the door? Ugh, whatever. Dare to come to my Qing Yun and kick the door. Who cares who you are? A large portion of the disciples then shouted toward the stage to cheer on their senior brother. Go for it, elder brother, push harder. Let her have a good idea of how powerful my Green Cloud sect is. That 10th ranked disciple also clasped his fists and said, Qing Yun sect, Yangli, do not kill her, go power short half. This is so hard to choose. Under the gaze of the crowd of disciples on the stage, both of them released their own auras individually. 2 peak Yuaning realm auras were in full bloom. Something, this woman is even in the same realm as senior brother? But once again, Shifu can go 50-50 as well. The advantage is in my Green Cloud. Still want to kick in the door? In your next life, the 2 on the martial arts stage instantly battled together. Spiritual sword technique. Su Demon executed her sword technique, and her lingering sword chi swept over. The swords turned to kill between the swords and shadows. A sword stabbed through. The cultivation was augmented by a raging aura that spread out. At this Yang Li smiled disdainfully. Although you and I are in the same realm, my feats are all immortal rank. How can you fight me with a full arsenal of moves? Green Cloud running Thunder Palm. Yang Li punched out with a great deal of energy. Holding the roiling thunderbolt in his hand, he ran away, and a raging and domineering battle intent instantly swept across the entire field. Break! As soon as the palm went down, roiling thunderbolts came out with it, and it was as powerful as a bamboo. Boom! Ah! After a loud bang, it was accompanied by a muffled grunt from Demoness Su. she was directly slapped off the martial arts arena by this powerful palm, and the soft sword in her hand flew off into the distance with it. Bull batch, worthy of being a senior brother about to enter the inner sect. Among the same realm, one palm defeats the enemy. Yi Shueshua rushed to see this and anxiously said, "Miss, are you alright?" "I'm fine, Elder Yi. The geniuses of the Green Cloud sect are truly formidable." Su Demon stood up in a sorry state and straightened her loose hair. The three of them, Sure Hao, also walked off the stage and came next to Su Demon. "Is everything okay, Demon?" After saying that, Hua Qingyue went up and patted the dust on her. "Sorry about that one, I pushed a billion points a little harder." At this time, Yang Li, who was on the stage, also walked down. Just now, senior brother told him that this girl was not here to kick the door down. It was an arrangement from the patriarch. Ahem. It seems that the vow to go for the short half of the power, he can only suffer in silence. The disciples then dispersed one after another. The 10 celestial pride also followed the inner sect elders to leave the outer sect and head to the inner sect area, beginning their journey to a new clan. In the meantime, Green Cloud Palace, Feng Qingyang also checked the data of his disciples in real time from the system interface. So far, there were 3 personal disciples, 10 inner disciples, 600 outer disciples and 390 miscellaneous disciples. Among them, excluding his own disciples, the strongest disciple underneath was this great emperor reborn Qin Han, followed by old grandpa Golden Fingers Ningyan. Ding, as the future first divine sect of the heavens, you must constantly recruit talented disciples. Issue a mission to recruit 2 talented disciples. Completion will be rewarded with a mission. That's when the system boost sounded. Another mission? Recruiting talented disciples, or 2 at a time. Just as Feng Qingyang was secretly pondering over it, the Lin family head of the Lin family, Lin Battle, walked in after a report. "Patriarch, Qingyun City has been completed today," Lin War said excitedly as soon as he came in, finally living up to the expectations. After more than 2 months, consuming a lot of resources, manpower and material resources, this majestic giant city was finally completed. As a subsidiary city of the Qingyun sect, it would surely become famous in the world along with the Qingyun sect. As the Lin family who participated in the construction, they were honored with it. Oh, Green Cloud City is completed? Their Qingyun sect's affiliated city had finally been built, and at that time, Feng Changyang had ordered the construction on a whim. After all, the great clans all had their own affiliated cities. That way some of his ideas could be carried out. Lin Zhan, this clan recognizes you as the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Build Qingyun City properly, and draw resources from all sides for the clan, as well as spy on all sides. Feng Changyang looked downwards and ordered, "Thank you for your appreciation, Patriarch. Mr. Lin is grateful." "Patriarch, don't worry. My Lin family will definitely make every effort to build the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce and live up to Patriarch's high expectations." Lin Zhan respectfully assured that the Patriarch had not been kind to his Lin family, and that his own Lin family must do all they could. In the meantime, outside the Green Cloud mountain range, 100 miles away, a majestic and gigantic city rose up from the ground. The tall walls of the city were so vast and sprawling that you couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. Standing on the broad walls of the city, looking out into the distance, under the vastness of the sky, this tall city wall stretched and tumbled along with the mountains and ravines, situated in front of the Green Cloud mountain range, suppressing one side. The huge city, tens of thousands of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide, was completed today. The level of majesty was comparable to the first giant city in the eastern region. The aura here is very rich, and the 9 cauldrons' great Tao clock constantly gulps out Tao rhythms, suppressing a party's qi. Under the enchantment of the Green Cloud sect's immortal weapons, Qingyun City was similarly dreamlike, with immortal qi running rampant. On the city gate, a huge plaque was engraved with the powerful words "Green Cloud Immortal City," shocking the people. Everyone today is still 2 more. Tomorrow's holiday will definitely add more to make up for it. And also, although the clan will not be ascending to the upper realm soon, I will speed up the pace as soon as possible. Chapter 93, The Qing Dynasty Auction. Bloodshed Organization. The news of the completion of Qingyun City had stirred up 1,000 waves all over the eastern domain. The Green Cloud sect's only affiliated city, the much-anticipated giant city, was finally completed. If you want to get closer to the East region Heavenly Sect Qingyun Sect, you have to stay in Qingyun City. At the foot of the Heavenly Clan, looking up to it, it was the safest place in the entire eastern region. No less than 100 million people had gathered underneath Qingyun City, and they were still arriving in a steady stream. Under the city gates, there were guards from the Lin family watching over the gates. In fact, there was no need to think about how safe Qingyun City was. This was all the territory of Qingyun Sect, and the sect's protective array had already enveloped the place in all directions. Speaking of which, the Green Cloud Purgatory Formation was upgraded along with it after the sect was elevated to the 2nd level. and it was able to withstand under a great emperor before, but now it was not even good enough for a peak great emperor to come. Wind and clouds, come to Qingyun City, is a dragon you coil, is a tiger you lie on the line. Misty, the aura here is so rich, that's right, and don't you see where this is? Qingyun affiliated city, the first giant city in the eastern region. Before the crowd even entered the city, they were shocked by what they saw here. Green Cloud Immortal City, it lives up to the name of Immortal City. Come, come, those who wish to stay in Qingyun City first hand over their spirit stones. The Lin family's guards arranged to enter the city in an orderly manner. If you want to stay in Qingyun City, you must pay the full 100,000 top grade spirit stones before you can stay here. And after paying the spirit stones you will be issued a token for Qingyun City. With the token you can do your business in the city. Of course only 10 top grade spirit stones were needed to enter the city, but without a token, one would be expelled after 3 days, and it was inconvenient to do things. Otherwise, do you think the Green Cloud sect is a charity? With such thick aura, such security, you want to whore yourself out without spirit stones? Give me 10 tokens. After it was the turn of a man with a big belly. He shouted and took out a space ring. When the guards took it and looked at it, it was piled high with spirit stones. After probing with his god's mind that the quantity was fine, he handed the 10 tokens to the man. 1 million top grade spirit stones, enough for several lifetimes. A man in the back let out a shocked cry. He only came into the city to make a scene. At this moment, the 10 top grade spirit stones in his hand instantly didn't smell good anymore. What do you guys know? The heavenly sect provides such a good place for us. We have to be grateful. A million spirit stones is nothing, just a piece of my heart. I, Wang Fugue, lack everything but spirit stones. Wang Fugue then strutted into the city, leaving the crowd in the wind. The guard's face twitched a bit too. Talent. That's the kind of talent I need in Green Cloud City. 10 days later, various big chambers of commerce from the eastern region had settled in Qingyun City, and there were also some chapters of chambers of commerce from the central region that had come to the city in admiration. Qingyun City was definitely the center of the eastern region now. The city was already in order, with all sorts of noises. All come and take a look. Take a look. The greatest technique is on sale for only 10 spirit stones. A beard-white old man this in the sale of yelling. See, a young man hastily pulled the road. Young man, old man, see you and this gone law have destiny. 10 spirit stone imparted to you. The genius of the Green Cloud sect has descended from the mountain. Suddenly there was a shout from the street and all eyes were drawn to it. Only 3 youths dressed in the Green Cloud sect's attire were seen walking head-on. The disciple walking in the center was surprised. Our Qingyun City is so prosperous. Senior brother. Yeah, this place is several times bigger than my hometown, Xianyu City. Nowadays, after the first phase of the Qingyun sect's rankings were finalized, disciples were permitted to go down the mountain for training. I've heard that the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce, which is under the banner of my sect, will open an auction today. There's nothing wrong with going, so go check it out. Go. The 3 of them hit it off. Tired of rolling in the clan? Come out and relax. Of course they can all be people with upright hearts. What hooks to listen to music, is absolutely not going to go. The 3 of them then left amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The genius of the Green Cloud sect has an unlimited future. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was now the largest chamber of commerce in Qingyun City after being formed by Linzhan, with the backing of the Qingyun sect. After a sign from Patriarch Feng Chongyang, it was decided to carry out a huge auction today, whaling huge amounts of resources to feed the clan. As for the items to be auctioned, Feng Qingyang waved his hand and took all the resources in the sect that could not be used, and he took out a few treasures as the heavyweights of the auction. Anyway, there were too many resources that the sect couldn't use right now, and all the major powers in the eastern region kept offering their piety every month. It was just a pity that the old ancestor had directly sunk the Holy Land with a slap that day. Otherwise, as the previous no, one Holy Land in the eastern region, I'm sure the resources wouldn't have been less, right? At the top of an imposing attic, the plaque was inscribed with the 4 big words Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. News of the auction opening was put out 5 days ago. Cultivators from all 13 states in the eastern region came here in admiration. The Chamber of Commerce under the Qingyun sect. The auctions were all expected to be good things. If they could get one, it would be able to be used as the treasure of the clan. The auction would open in half a day, and the attic rooms inside were all booked by quite a few big powers. In the meantime, Central Region, Imperial Continent. The Imperial Continent was a continent that ranked in the middle and lower reaches of the 13 states in the Central Region. But it wasn't comparable to the other 4 domains either. Several great Emperor realm powerhouses had been produced here, and the Emperor clan and the Forbidden family jointly ran the Imperial Continent. In an inconspicuous inn, an old man with a pale face walked in. The old man was dressed in rags, obviously after a long run. As soon as he came in, he went to the counter and said, "Boss, do you have any fish to eat?" The shopkeeper looked the old man up and down. It was a new face, and the cultivation of the peak of shattered void was quite manageable to the eyes. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Yes, what kind of fish do you want? I have blood fish, piranhas, and golden dragonfish here. I wonder which kind of fish you want." That old man's eyes lit up when he heard that. "I want piranhas." "Then you come with me." The shopkeeper's face remained unchanged, signaling the old man to follow him. "Ha ha, Qingyun sect. I can't imagine that there are still leaks in my holy land, right?" He was an elder of the heavenly sacred holy land, who happened to be delayed by something on the day of the duel and did not return to the holy land. Unexpectedly, the holy land was actually destroyed by the Qingyun sect. He rolled up all the remaining resources of the holy land and rolled all the way to the central region. After bribing and asking around, he found the notorious assassination organization here, the Bloodsuckers. I heard that the Blood Fury was incredibly powerful, with forces spread across the 5 domains, and as long as there was money, there was no one who couldn't be killed. Not a moment too soon, at the back of the inn, in a gloomy room, the old man walked in trembling, mainly because the atmosphere here was too weird. Walking in, he saw that a masked man whose cultivation he couldn't see through was sitting in the main seat. The body's aura is not visible, like a puddle of stagnant water. The masked man then asked hoarsely, "Who are you going to kill?" "My lord, I'm going to kill the Eastern Region's Green Cloud sect, patriarch," the Holy Land's elder said hurriedly and took out a spatial ring from his pocket and placed it on the table. Green Cloud sect? Chapter 94, Buying the Order of the Lord of the Green Clouds, Ancient Family's Heavenly Pride. Very strange name. However, 2 days ago, news came from the Eastern Domain Branch Pavilion that there is a clan that has dominated the entire Eastern Domain, and it seems to be called the Green Cloud sect. The masked man thought for a hoarse moment. "Yes, my lord, it's this Green Cloud sect. I want the head of their patriarch." The elder of the Holy Land finished and reminded, "Your Excellency, this Qingyun sect is flourishing in the Eastern region. I wonder if Your Excellency can." "Humph," the masked man grunted coldly. The powerful pressure caused the Holy Land elders to prostrate themselves on the ground. "A small sect in the remote Eastern region. How dare you question this seat? As long as you can afford the price, not to mention the Green Cloud sect, the head of a Saint King can be brought to you," the masked man disdainfully said. "A bumpkin from the Eastern region just doesn't know the true strength of his bloodshed." He had the nerve to say that too. There was once a great power that spent a large portion of its resources to buy the head of a certain Saint King, and they, the Blood Fiends, sent out their heavenly assassin, and the next day had that Saint King's giant strength, head and body, separated. This matter also caused quite a few ripples in the central region at that time, with everyone in the weaker forces being in danger. The masked man finished picking up the spatial ring and looked at it, and his face turned cold. "This matter is not too good. The news coming from the branch pavilion says that Qingyun sect exterminated the once #1 Holy Land in the Eastern region." The Holy Land elder's face was ugly when he heard this. The Holy Land that the Qingyun sect had exterminated was their heavenly sacred Holy Land. So he said, trembling, "Then my lord, alas, it's not that it's hard to do, it's just that you have to add money." The masked man in the main seat interrupted him and said, "In order to take the head of the Green Cloud Patriarch, it was estimated that it would take an Earth-sized assassin to step in, and this amount of spirit stones was simply not enough." The Holy Land elder sniffed and endured the pain as he took out the remaining 3 space rings from his pocket. That's the last of the old stuff. He was still thinking of getting away with it when he finished his revenge, marrying a few geniuses and having concubines, all because of this damn Qingyun sect. The masked man on the main seat got the space ring and nodded with satisfaction. 3 days at the most, you inspect the goods. After saying that, a secret order was sent out from his divine mind. In a forbidden land somewhere in the central region, a man with a powerful aura flew out. The other side, a pair of attention-grabbing men and women in Qingyun City walked down the street, followed by a crane-haired old man. The youth had an extraordinary aura and a handsome face. The woman's skin is as clean as snow, her hair is as dense as a weave, her eyes are as veined as a charm, and her lips are as red as a tan. What attracts attention is not their looks, but the honorable temperament emanating from these two people, who seem to be from a big family. Of course there is a little bit of looks. Look at the beauty. It's good to feed your eyes. Sister, this Qingyun city really lives up to its name. This aura density is simply heaven-defying. The central region is no better. I've decided that we'll train in the eastern region for 2 years before returning to the clan. The two of them were the pride of the ancient clan of the southern domain, and after coming to the eastern domain to train, they heard that a clan called the Green Cloud sect had dominated the eastern domain and came here in admiration, just in time for the auction held by the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce under the banner of the Green Cloud sect. I plan to go and see if there is anything I like. Gu Jianfan, keep your voice down. Can't you see everyone is looking at you? Gu Linglong said with a shallow smile. She then looked in the direction of the Green Cloud mountain range and continued, I am quite interested in the Green Cloud sect. I wonder what kind of sect can claim the name of heavenly sect. I don't know. Is it as powerful as my ancient family? Gu Jianfan's words fell. The old man in the back opened his mouth. Young master is joking. Who in the world doesn't know that among the 5 domains, the eastern domain is the one at the bottom? After the medieval fault, the eastern domain was scrapped and fell apart. There has been no strength to compare with the other 4 domains, and this Qingyun sect, even if it dominates the eastern domain, is not comparable to our ancient clan. Their ancient family was the only ancient clan power in the southern domain, one of the 5 great sealing forces in the southern domain, claiming the southern domain side. No one dared to mess with it, inherited for more than millions of years, truly profound. Even the previous eastern domain's first holy land, the heavenly sacred holy land, was not put in their eyes, and the first miss and young master of the Gu family were even more famous in the southern region. Alright, let's not talk about this matter. The auction is expected to start soon. Let's hurry up and head there, Gu Linglong said. She had sent her guards not long ago and reserved the elegant room for the auction, counting the hours. It's almost time to start. In the meantime, Green Cloud sect, on the Green Cloud Peak, clouds and mist were lingering. The first peak of the green clouds is floating like an immortal scenery. Feng Chongyang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and his demonic purple pupils looked ahead. Coming? The system has just alerted that 2 geniuses have arrived. 2 talented disciples have arrived at Qingyun City. Ancient Jianfan, son of the ancient family head, realm, early cave void, physique, ancient sword sacred body, heart, good, perseverance, Gu Linglong, first daughter of the head of the Gu family, realm, middle stage of the cave of emptiness, physique, 7 exquisite hearts, heart, goodness, perseverance, firmness, completion will result in a mission reward. It's been a long time since I've been out of the clan, so it's a good time to go to the auction of my own chamber of commerce to take a look. After he ordered the mountain to be opened, more than half of the disciples had to come down, tired of scrolling inside the sect, just out of the mountain for a change of heart. Of course most of the disciples chose to go home for a visit. Wealthy people do not return to their homes as if they were brocade. Feng Chongyang stood up, his entire body's aura internalized. On the peak, the white clothes are absolutely stunning. Look down and see the mountains. Behind them, the 3 great Saint King realm powerhouses stood respectfully. In the meantime, Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce. At this time, the auction was about to begin. The forces in the customized elegant room had already entered. The golden and magnificent hall was also filled with people by now. The crowd was looking forward to it, not knowing what good things the Green Cloud Sect's Chamber of Commerce could come up with in its first auction. Whatever, just wait a bit and shop the price to death. It was going to be given to the Green Cloud Sect anyway, so giving a little bit more would be a token of one's appreciation. Wang Fugue was also dragging his big belly at this time, sitting at the very front of the hall. How could such a thing be without him? On the other side, in the heavens-numbered elegant room, Feng Chongyang sat down on a seat in the elegant room and looked out with interest. Behind her, Flirt pinched her shoulders, and Lonely Seeker and Mo Feng both stood respectfully at the side. Patriarch, I didn't know that you actually came in person, so I hope you'll forgive me for the poor hospitality, Lin Zhan gently said. He was flattered by the fact that the normally godly Lord Sovereign had personally descended. Today was really busy. After all, it was the first time they held an auction, and the number of admirers was just too many. Not to mention the elegant rooms, even the seats in the hall were sold out. No harm done. Get out, Feng Qingyang slowly said, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Interesting, that 2 genius disciples also came here. Not a moment too soon. A Lingyun's slightly flirtatious voice came out. Chapter 95 Grand Finale Treasure. Extreme Holy Pill. I declare the first auction of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce under the Qingyun sect to begin. A beautiful figure came up from the back of the hall. A green fairy dress. Green silk draped over her shoulders, bright eyes and white teeth, almond face and peach cheeks, attracting attention. Misty grass, beautiful, so beautiful. Fairies come down to earth too? Aha! The crowd on stage gasped and watched in fascination. And this was before the climactic part. On the big stuff, I thought it was the beginning, but I didn't realize it was the pinnacle. Either way, this auction was not a wasted visit. Skyward too. The 3 of them, Gu Linglong, collectively frowned. What the hell? Su, young man? Miss Su of the southern region, why are you here? He also worked as an auctioneer for the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Although the strength of the Su family was slightly inferior to that of their Gu family, it was still one of the 5 great sealing forces in the southern region. The southern region Su family was also a dominant existence. No, sis, I'm not mistaken, am I? That's the first daughter of the Su family? Gu Jianfan asked in surprise. That's her. I just heard that she also came to the eastern domain to train. How is this even an auctioneer? Ancient Linglong on the side frowned. As the several sealing forces of the southern domain, They all knew each other, only they couldn't talk about how well they knew each other. You told the family that you came to the East region to practice, and you ended up practicing as an auctioneer. Is this Green Cloud sect that charismatic? The first daughter of the Su family is rushing to become an auctioneer? I'm getting more and more interested in the Green Cloud sect, Gu Linglong murmured. That old man behind you also cannot figure out. Xingyun sect gave you how many benefits? Hello? You whole Su family first daughter are running over to show their faces. Next door, number 1 in the sky. Feng Qingyang picked up the jade spirit fruit on the table and ate one, finding that the flavor was not bad. Looking downward, he took one look toward the stage and averted his gaze. This Su family's first daughter, since that time when she failed to challenge the talented disciple, had planned to leave in a gray and wretched state. He gave her another chance, seeing as the Su family was still somewhat useful. It just so happens that the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce doesn't have a chief auctioneer yet, so let her fill in. Do well and you can still enter the outer gate. In fact, based on her talent and heart alone, it was enough to join the outer sect. It could have been one step to the stomach, but who let her fail to seize the opportunity? On the stage, Su Demon moistened her throat and said aloud, next, the first item in the auction, the Heavenly Young Holy Dan, refined by my Green Cloud sect's 9th Order Dan Sage. Personally, the Dan pattern is perfect. It is the ultimate 9th Order Sacred Dan. It has the effect of nourishing the source yang and stabilizing the foundation. The starting price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. As Su Demon's words fell, there was another agitation under the stage. 9th Order Extreme Holy Dan. The great sect deserves to be called a great sect, and it's a sacred pill right off the bat? Or maybe the holy elixir is just an appetizer. Today was destined to be orgasmic all the way through. I'll offer 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A man in the middle of the hall stood up and said, I'll give you 100,001. A flushed youth at the back of the hall then shouted. People look at his face and wonder what he's been through. Is this watching too much excitement? Just what do you mean by adding 100? Hello? I'm asking for $100,000. What do you mean by calling for 100 more? You're making it difficult for me. The man who had first called for the price said gloomily. What? It's not like there's a rule against adding 100. Hard to do? I'll knock. Just don't do it. At those words, the man with the flushed face said disdainfully, with an air of lifting the table. He, Brother Wu Ji of the northern region, had never obeyed anyone. Come here to cause trouble? Throw it out. Su Demon on the stage frowned and spoke coldly. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Don't you see what kind of place this is? 2 powerful auras rushed out, carrying one to the outside like a chick. The flushed youth cried out, Don't! He didn't think that this group of people from the eastern region really didn't give him Brother Wu Ji face. After a hiccup, the auction continues. The Heavenly Yang Sacred Pill was auctioned off at a price of 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Next, each item elicits a gasp from the crowd. What high-grade holy pills and high-grade holy medicines were taken out like no money. There were all kinds of exotic treasures, each of which had a high price. Some of them were scavenged by Sher Hao and the others from the secret realm, and some were filial piety from the major powers of the eastern domain. Today, they had truly experienced what it meant to spend spirit stones like running water. But Wang Fugue, who was sitting in the front row, wasn't the least bit flustered and even wanted to laugh a little. You want to challenge my pocket money with your petty cash? After a short while, it was finally time for the final part of the finale. Su Demon on the stage tidied up her dress. The finale must be a perfect ending. She then spoke solemnly, Everyone, thank you so much for coming out, and now on to the grand finale of the day. The first finale item, the 11th rank Extreme Holy Elixir, the Yu Xian Holy Elixir. This Dan was personally refined by my Green Cloud Alchemy Hall Elder, an 11th ranked Great Dan Saint. It has the effect of helping to realize the wonders of cultivation and has the effect of raising the success rate of the realm by 1 in 10,000. When Su Demon's words fell, there was first a moment of silence on the stage. Hiss. This was immediately followed by a large chorus of backwards breaths. What did they hear? 11th Order Extreme Holy Dan. It has the power of enlightenment and cultivation. It has the effect of raising the success rate of breaking the boundary by 1 in 10,000. What? 11th Order Extreme Holy Dan. Skyward Court 2. The 3 members of the ancient family were once again shocked. They had also bid on a few treasures during this period, but none of them could be compared to this finale. 11th Order Extreme Holy Dan. What a concept. The strongest of their old ancestors was only at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. There were in fact several other old ancestors in the early and middle stages of the Great Sage Realm. If I were to capture this Dan and enhance the success rate of old ancestors mirror breaking, if the old ancestor could successfully break through the Saint King realm, then their ancient family would have an attack in the central domain where the strongest people were rampant, and they would be able to proudly look down on one side. Never feel that the probability of 1 in 10,000 is very small. In this kind of great powers broken realm, Even if it is elevated by 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million, they will still squeeze their heads to fight for it. The reserve price for the auction of the extreme sacred pill is 10 million top-grade spirit stones. When Su Demon's words fell, the stage instantly stirred. Everyone knew the value of this elixir. Even if it's a little cutie, you can tell by looking at everyone's reactions. The old man is offering 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The old man is the East Factory Inspector of the Jade Balance Imperial Dynasty in the Northern Domain. I hope that everyone will make it easy for us. An old man stood up and shouted, and exposed himself with his name. What the heck is the Eastern Factory? I, the Holy Son of the Dongxian Holy Land in the Eastern Domain. Wang Teng, bid 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Wang Teng similarly stood up and shouted. He had originally planned to come to find Brother Sure how to catch up on old times, and was attracted to this auction after entering Qingyun City. He had already contacted the Sacred Lord to travel to deliver the spirit stones. This elixir, their Dongxian sacred ground, was imperative. Chapter 96, The Holy King's Method, Competition for the Technique. Wang Teng's words fell. Then there were quite a few more shouts, and the price had already been shouted up to 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. What's the concept of 50 million top-grade spirit stones? A third of the spirit stones of some ordinary holy places is just like that, right? But the bidding continues. Not long after the second of the heavenly characters spoke, and directly stunned the crowd. A loud and elegant woman's voice said, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. This maneuver directly stunned the crowd. A billion. That's a big goal. Worthy of being the number 2 in the skyward. He is indeed rich and powerful. The crowd all speculated as to which domain's great power had a very deep foundation. In response, Feng Changyang and Tianzi Ru No. One also smiled faintly. The elder casually refined it and was able to sell it for such a high price. Sure enough, the capital is too scary. Luckily he is the one who controls the capital. Then Feng Qingyang thought of something interesting and beckoned for Charming to come over and whispered something into her ear. Charming then walked out from the back of the attic. Under the stage, Wang Fugue also looked disheveled. Abominable. I, Wang Fugue, swore that I would never allow others to show off their wealth in front of me. But with a sky-high price of 100 million spirit stones, he couldn't afford it. 100 million spirit stones once, twice, sold. Su Demon clapped her hands. It's just that why does the voice of the Skyward Room 2 sound a bit familiar? Before it was all an old man's voice, and she didn't hear anything, but now it just felt especially familiar. Alas, whatever, the auction is important. Next, is the second finale and the last one, the Law of the Holy King, the Great Law of Solitude. Su Demon's voice fell, and the stage directly exploded into the sky. Legs couldn't help but start trembling. The Law of the Holy King. I've never heard of it, let alone seen it. What kind of supreme technique was that? One that could be cultivated to a Saint King realm giant. In room 1 of the Heavenly Word Pavilion, Lonely Undefeated smiled along with it. This was his previous feat. However, the movement within the sect is immortal law, immortal king law and so on. This holy king law to the dog does not even use. So he contributed, and could only sell some spirit stones this way. At this moment, outside the gate of the Green Cloud sect, the Black Emperor, who was guarding the gate, sneezed loudly. Who dares to talk about the Emperor? This side of the auction, the Holy King's law did not customize the starting price. It was directly the highest bidder. The number 2 to 10 of the heavenly characters have begun to shout out their prices. As for those people in the hall below the loft, all of them were quiet and closed their eyes. Feats such as the Holy King's law were not something they could touch. Let's not talk about whether or not they can afford to shoot it. Even if they can, they don't have the strength to keep it. They still know the truth of the piker. The people from the Heavenly Character Pavilion all shouted their prices with red eyes. This Saint King's law had to be obtained. 500 million upper-grade spirit stones. I am the Central Region Xianhuang Chamber of Commerce Chapter President. Everyone give the old man a face. A pale voice came from the third number of the Heavenly Character Room. 600 million top-grade spirit stones. I am the second prince of the Northern Domain Desolate Ancient Imperial Dynasty. This Saint King's law, I accept it. A man's voice also came from room 4 of the Heavenly Character Pavilion. Northern Domain Desolate Ancient Imperial Dynasty. Someone in the know shouted out. The Desolate Ancient Imperial Dynasty, one of the 4 great imperial dynasties of the Northern Domain, had dominated the Northern Domain for millions of years and had a deep heritage. Just how did their second prince come to the Eastern Domain? As for that Xianhuang Chamber of Commerce in front of them, everyone didn't put too much stock in it even though they had a high opinion of it. It's just a chapter. There are so many Xianhuang Chamber of Commerce chapters in the 5 domains. We'll offer 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. A voice once again came out from room 2 of the Heavenly Character Room. In the attic, the 3 of them, Gu Linglong, were staring intently at the Saint King's law displayed on the high platform. With the 11th Order Holy Pill, this Saint King's law must also be taken. She had a feeling that their Gu family would rise because of this choice. O law of the Holy King, the Qingyan sect had taken this all out for auction. It was simply extravagant. I just don't know how she feels about knowing that the people of the Green Cloud sect have a few immortal laws in their hands. As the several heavenly houses continued to shout out their prices, the Saint King's law had already been raised to 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. Just as everyone was still competing for the bid, a sudden change occurred. An old man flew out of the heavenly number 8 and headed straight for the Saint King's law on display. Jia, Jia, Jia. You fools, take your time to raise the price. The sacred king's law is the old man's. He was not sensing that there were strong men from the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the Green Cloud sect around him, wanting to directly seize it by force, and following that, go far away. With the Saint King's law, he would have nothing to worry about. Fogweed, open robbery. He's miserable. Doesn't he know whose territory this is? The old man. His majestic aura unfolded in the magnanimous hall. In an instant, he came to the display of the Holy King's law and was just about to lay his hands on it and take it. Stop. This Holy King's law belongs to my dynasty. Bring it to you. Don't move. This sacred king's law is not belonging to my northern domain Kanglan Holy Land. In the sky, several strong men flew down and opened the scramble. Kung Fu moves people's hearts. It's okay for everyone to bid properly. You've started to grab it. Then I can't just stand by and watch you snatch it away. They were both red-eyed and facing each other. The majestic auras began to collide. There was chaos in the hall, and it was fortunate that this large attic was fortified with formations, or else it would have to be toppled over. In room number 2 of the heavenly character room, the old Taoist protector behind the Gu family's sibling duo, once he saw that the situation was not right, he wanted to make a move. It was stopped by a look from Gu Linglong. Don't move. We don't care to rob people yet, and this Qing Yun sect is extremely uncomplicated. Messing with the other side will surely result in thunderous wrath. These people don't think about it. The Qingyan sect has an 11th ranked Great Pill Sage sitting in their midst, and they can also take out a giant feat like the Saint King's Law. So how strong would the Qingyan sect be? The old man was then awakened to the fact that he had been reckless. No surprise, these people will definitely die a horrible death. They were only overwhelmed by the heavenly benefits in front of them, coupled with the fact that there were no strong people from the Qingyan sect around before they dared to act recklessly. Those 2 guards from before were also not enough to worry about. On the stage, Su Demon panicked for a few breaths before quickly stabilizing herself and shouting, "Do you all want to die? Dare to rob my Qingyan sect? I, the Green Cloud sect, can let you die without a burial place at any time." Just now a senior from the clan came over and told her to do it boldly. The clan will always be behind you. Within a few breaths, the Green Cloud sect's protector formation was actively triggered. Green Cloud City. Above the 9 heavens, a beam of light traveled downwards instantaneously. A terrifying pressure descended through the attic on the few people who had forcefully seized the merit law. The majestic pressure made them prostrate on the ground, unable to move. What's going on? Who is it? Get the hell out of here. Don't. I know I'm wrong. Begged your honor. Almost instantly those few figures were crushed into pieces by the enormous pressure. The crowd looked over in horror. A few powerful men from a few big powers. A little wave didn't make a splash and they became scum? Terrible. Terrible. Normal update today. Sorry for being a billion points late with yesterday's 2 chapters. Chapter 97, 2 billion spirit stones. Southern domain ancient family. Nah, it's too late to repent. There is no medicine for regret in this world. A bunch of donkey balls and horse eggs. Jumping clowns. How dare they covet my Qingyan sect's belongings? In Tianzi room no. 1. Feng Chungyang smiled disdainfully. An ant that can be crushed without lifting a finger. Under the protector formation, all beings are equal. There were clowns picking on it, and it pissed him off. However, this didn't require their Green Cloud sect to personally take action. After a series of shocks, there were forces here that wanted to do things for them. Feng Qingyang seemed to have expected this and continued to look out. In the meantime, the system's beeps in his head kept ringing out. Prestige heavy +100, heavy +100, heavy +100. System alert. Prestige value exceeds 1 million. After overthrowing the Holy Land some time ago, the sect's reputation shook the eastern region. Moreover, the terror of the Green Cloud sect was spreading to the other 4 domains at an extremely fast speed, and the prestige value had risen drastically, already reaching a huge million. In response, Feng Chunyang only paid a slight attention and did not look at it again. Just searching for 1 million is still too little. Have to think of a way to quickly and dramatically improve a little. Should we first get a few great emperor to go out for a walk? On the other side, on the platform, Su Demon unusually calmly straightened her hair and opened her mouth. Sorry to let a few flies disturb you all, but fortunately, these flies have already been casually swatted to death by my Qingyun sect's great powers. Su Demon finished calmly. 10 of the heavenly characters came out of a crane-haired old man with an extraordinary aura. And the old man respectfully said, "There is no harm. There is no harm. These people really deserve to die. Your Excellency, don't worry. I'm the great provider of the northern domain Great Qin dynasty. The forces behind these clowns, I dare to eradicate them for the heavenly sect." When the old man's words fell, a call went out in the hall and in the attic. "Don't worry, heavenly clan. I, the AO burning family, also have the guts to eradicate these clowns for heavenly clan. Your holiness, I, the ethereal holy land of the northern domain, also help out." The Qingyun sect was able to overthrow the heavenly saint holy land and had an 11th order great pill saint sitting in its midst, and the Saint King's feats could even be put up for auction. Definitely not simple. At the very least, there were Saint King realm giants in attendance, and so on. Wasn't there news from the central domain earlier that there were great emperors infesting the eastern domain, and that there was a powerful emperor's might covering the world? Now look at the entire eastern domain. The only big power is only Qingyun, is the great emperor, Qingyun imperial sect. In an instant the pattern opens up. The people of the great powers of the various domains present were all shocked by this thought of their own. When the heavenly sacred holy land was overthrown not long ago, they had guesses. That day was like the descent of heaven's might, a terrifying decree that broke the holy land with just a word. According to the eastern region's major states' eye-watching cultivators, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire eastern region, and the large sacred state was almost sunk, simply terrifying as it was. No matter what, we must have a good relationship with the Green Cloud sect. This is due to the power behind those clowns. Everyone's so much big power here. One person spit can drown them. Alright, now the bidding continues. Everyone please bid. On the platform, Su Demon Spirit Rhythm's voice sounded once again. The moment the words fell, 3 figures walked out of Tianzi Room 2. "Everyone, my southern region ancient family is bidding 2 billion upper grade spirit stones. If there is a higher bidder, then we will give it up." Gu Linglong, who was at the forefront of the trio, said aloud, 2 billion top grade spirit stones is already the limit of what their ancient family can pull out, which still has to pull out a large portion of the bottom half of their reserves to be able to do so, and one more piece can't even be taken out. She had already notified the strongest members of her family to escort the spirit stones and take the teleportation array to rush towards this place. 2 billion. This statement was made. The crowd was dumbfounded. This is intended to be a direct step to the stomach. The ancient family of the southern region? No wonder he could take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. 2 billion once, twice, deal. Seeing that no one was bidding, Su Demon clapped her hands and said, "I didn't realize the Gu family was here." She let her eyes wander up to the attic. "Gu Linglong? Gu Jianfan?" Su Demon recognized the two and was surprised and secretly said, "I didn't expect that both the first daughter and the young family head of the ancient family would personally come to the eastern domain. They should have come to train just like themselves." After taking down the Saint King's law this time, Gu's strength should still increase substantially, but it was fortunate that he had joined the Green Cloud sect. In a short while, the auction ended after the crowd's gloomy departure. The law of the Holy King is right in front of us, visible but not accessible. Ouch! It hurts too much. In the hall, the only forces present were the 3 members of the ancient family. Their spirit stones have not yet been delivered and cleared, but don't worry about what went wrong. This kind of big power will not take the life of the family. How dare you not? The scene of those people being slapped to death just now was still fresh in my mind. Linglong, congratulations to your ancient family for obtaining the Sacred King's law. In the hall, Demonis Su looked at the 3 people walking down and said after smiling lightly, "Thanks a lot. It's just that, Demon. How did you become an auctioneer in this Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce?" Gu Linglong first politely returned the greeting, then asked the doubt in her mind. "Why don't you become the first daughter of the Su family and come here to show your face? Even if the Qingyun sect is powerful, there's no need for this, right? I'm not hiding anything from you too. I am an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect right now." Su Demon laughed. "Mission accomplished. Outer disciple, here I come." Outer disciple? That's right. Such a great sect. Even becoming its outer disciple would be good. Ancient Linglong actually wanted to go up to Qingyun to see some of it, and was interested in it before she came here. And now the idea has deepened quite a bit after experiencing this auction. Wouldn't it make people want to be in the green clouds in fear? It was just that a great clan like that wasn't a place where she could go and leave whenever she wanted to. Gu Linglong wanted to speak for a while. At the same time, the southern domain ancient family. It is a beautiful place away from the city. At this moment in the large ancient home, the clan was busy. It was only because the eldest young miss, the young householder, had sent accurate news that a copy of the Sacred King's Law had been auctioned off at the Chamber of Commerce under the Eastern Region's Green Cloud sect. 2 billion spirit stones are needed and must be delivered as soon as possible. The imposing family hall. The ancient family head sat on the main seat, looking at the elders below without anger. Sweeping around a bit, he opened his mouth and said, "How is the preparation of the 2 billion spirit stones going?" Upon hearing this, an elder below stood up and said, reporting to the family head, "The spirit stones will soon be ready, and it will only take a moment before we can rush to the eastern domain." Well, speed it up. The ancient family head urged up so that the night wouldn't be long, and the sooner he got the Saint King's law, the better. I didn't expect that the Green Cloud sect would actually be so terrifying. There must be quite a few great powers sitting in it. Even the Saint King's law can be put up for auction. The ancient family head lamented. Before was underestimated the Qingyun sect. The first time I heard of this clan name was 10 days ago. The first Holy Land in the eastern region was destroyed by the Qingyun sect. I just didn't expect that this Green Cloud sect was so uncomplicated. Yes, this Qingyun sect is so. As the family head's words fell, the elders below whispered. The merit law that their ancient family had practically poured out their entire family's efforts to obtain was just a dispensable auction item for someone else. Even so, it was definitely heavenly fortune for their Gu family to obtain the Saint King's law, and they would soon be able to rise to another level. At that time, he would also be able to have a bit of a say in the middle region, where strong people were rampant. Chapter 98, The Upper View of the Beings, the Blood Fiend Attacks. In the meantime, this side of the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce Hall, Sudemonis could see Gu Linglong's desire to speak. She thought about what her predecessor had just commanded. "Linglong, our Lord of the Green Clouds has an invitation. In Tianzi Room No. 1. Su Demon's beauty Mao moved and opened her mouth. I didn't expect Lord Sovereign to want to see this duo from the ancient family. Remember, opportunities are rare, take advantage of them. Demon can only help you up to this point. The Lord of the Green Cloud, such a great and powerful person, had personally descended here." The three members of the ancient family were astonished in their hearts as they heard this, having just seen the might of the Green Cloud sect all over again. "I didn't expect its patriarch to be here." "No, 1 Tianji room? That's right next door to them." They didn't dare to slow down to hurry toward the attic. When he came outside the attic of room 1 of the heavenly character room, he only saw 2 figures come out from inside. Unable to see through its cultivation, a powerful sense of oppression came straight to his face. It seemed like they could run over people like themselves at any time. "The 2 of you go in," Lone Undefeated said as he stood in front of the door with his sword and the duo in front of him. "These are the people who auctioned off the sacred technique? Not bad. With vision." "Yes, Elder." Hearing this, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan replied back, then walked into the attic one after the other. Only their Taoist protector was left standing outside in a constrained manner. That old man was even more alarmed. The aura emanating faintly from these 2 powerhouses was truly terrifying. He didn't have this feeling of fear even when he was facing the old ancestor of their ancient family. After Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan walked into the attic, what met their eyes was a scenic layout similar to the Tianji room 2 they were in before. The difference was that this loft was a little more imposing. Sitting face to face was an imposing figure. "This is the Lord of the Green Clouds." Gu Linglong was shocked in her heart, hastily pulling Gu Jianfan next to him. Then he respectfully opened his mouth. "Gu Linglong, Gu Jianfan, meet Senior, Ancient Linglong, 7-Knuckle Linglong Heart, Middle Stage of Cave Void, Ancient Jianfan, Ancient Sword Saint Body, Early Stage of Cave Void, Southern Domain Ancient Family." Not bad, there are quite a few heavenly prides, Feng Qingyang spoke to himself. Upon hearing this, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan only felt a chill on their backs. One simply had nothing to hide in front of such a strong person. He was seen through at a glance. You have to know that the physique is something you don't take the initiative to expose. It is hard to be seen through, unless the other party is very strong. So strong that everything is invisible in its eyes. Gu Linglong thought of Su Demon's words at this time, and her status as an outer disciple. Gu Linglong lifted her courage. The opportunity was right in front of her. Feng Qingyang stopped talking after he finished talking to himself and just looked at the duo in front of him with a smile on his face. What should be arranged is done. Whether they can grasp it or not depends on their enlightenment. Many thanks to Senior for the fallacious praise. My ancient family is not worth mentioning compared to Senior's Green Cloud sect, and your sect is even more heavenly prideful. They had also heard of the celestial pride of the Green Cloud sect. It seems to be called Sure How. The cave realm had opened 9 spirit caves, and in the secret realm, brazenly wrestling the Holy Land Saint Sun, Gu Chang'e, that was a true heavenly pride. She and her younger brother, Gu Jianfan, had only opened 8 spirit caves at the cave void realm. Thinking of this, Gu Linglong came to a sudden realization. Does Elder fancy us? So she raised her courage and said, giving Senior. Linglong recommended herself to want to add. Without waiting for Gu Linglong to finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted her. Go up to the blue cloud and have a view of the world. After leaving a sentence, he whisked his sleeve away. The system had just prompted him to detect a powerful bloodbath chi coming this way, seemingly towards him. As for these two, Let's walk through the process from the illusory heavenly stairs first. This clan would like to see who dares to offend my Qingyun now. The other side. 100 miles away from Green Cloud City, a rich blood-devouring aura rushed in, and not an inch of grass grew wherever it passed. A man covered in blood descended into the upper air. Assault and kill? That's for the weak. Being a Bloodshed's ground-level assassin meant that it was enough to just blast the opponent. With his cultivation at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, he should have no rivals when looking at the eastern region. The Green Cloud mountain range is up ahead, isn't it? The man muttered. With that, he continued to run forward. In no time at all, he arrived not far from the gates of Qingyun City, a subsidiary city of the Green Cloud sect. He then looked at the 4 large characters on the gates and pronounced them. Green Cloud Immortal City? The killers were all amused. Worthy of a backward place of cultivation like the eastern region. A bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well. Anything that has to do with fairies. However, he was also surprised that the aura was so dense here. Could it be that the people of the Green Cloud sect had placed all the top-grade spirit veins here in order to punch their faces in the face? According to the intelligence coming from their Eastern Domain Branch Pavilion, the Qingyun sect leader generally rarely showed up and floated around. Then in order to blast this person, one must sneak inside the Green Cloud sect. Someone's coming. The assassin then faded into the air. Not far to the east came 2 figures dressed in the attire of the disciples of the Green Cloud sect. Senior brother, how well have you mastered the Green Cloud running thunder poem? Can you pass on your experience as a senior disciple? The young disciple on the left side humbly asked for advice. He had only cultivated his running thunder poem to the 2nd level, and there were still a lot of questions he didn't understand. It's not possible to talk about imparting. After all, I've only cultivated to the 3rd layer, but guiding senior brother for a moment or two isn't a problem yet. The man who was called senior brother smiled and said, both of them were outer disciples of the Green Cloud sect, and after the patriarch ordered the opening of the mountain, each of them returned to their hometowns to visit. When they were returning to the sect today, they bumped into each other again and partnered up. Senior brother, the delay of these few days is not short. We'd better hurry back to the sect. There will be plenty of time to guide you under senior brother then. Hearing his senior brother's urging, that disciple also quickened his pace. They have 5 more days to enter the time tower this month. Combined, that's 500 days. Not a day should go to waste. If you want to get ahead in the clan, you have to roll. Otherwise you will be left far behind by your brothers and sisters. Disciples of the Green Cloud sect, it's really hard to find a place to get it. Kill them and then impersonate them to sneak into the Green Cloud sect. A preliminary plan was quickly born in that killer's mind. If they directly hit the door, they might be blocked from the mountain gate by the clan protection formation. The news from the sub-cabinet was that the strongest person in the Heavenly Sage Holy Land was in the Middle Great Sage stage, and the strongest person in the Qingyun sect was unknown. That day, the Green Cloud sect easily overthrew the Holy Land. It showed that the Green Cloud sect was extremely uncomplicated. It was better to be cautious. In an instant that killer descended below, and the bloodthirsty aura converged in an instant to open his mouth. A disciple of the Green Cloud sect? I wonder if your sect leader can be within the sect. This saint would like to pay a visit. Let's first confirm if this Qingyun patriarch is in the clan. Don't work for nothing, Your Excellency? The sudden appearance of a person scared the 2 disciples of that Qingyun sect, and then meticulously surveyed cautiously asked, want to visit the patriarch? I am a loose cultivator from the northern domain. I heard that your clan is good, so I came to visit. We don't know where the patriarch is going, so make yourself at home. Your Excellency, the elder brother of the 2 disciples spoke. Is it for them to know the whereabouts of a legendary figure like the patriarch? Besides, even if I knew, I couldn't easily tell you hello. Don't know? Then you can all go to hell. Later there is, as soon as possible to make up for the ode. Make up not chi. Go potential short half. Do not give me a bad review Chapter 99, Crushing the Killer. Heaven's Pride arrives. Bloodshed's assassin finished coldly and was about to strike. This kind of low-realm griffin could be blasted to death with a single thought. What? The 2 outer disciples of the Green Cloud sect took 2 steps back in shock and trembling. That's not true. You've just returned home and it's about to get cold? Powerful pressure emanated from the bloodshed man. The 2 outer disciples were crushed and prostrate on the ground, gritting their teeth and cutting their teeth. You wait for. The clan will not let you go. The 2 of them had pained expressions all over their faces as they stared at the person in front of them in death. Yo, quite a backbone to not beg for mercy. Interesting, this saint likes to kill the ones like you who have a backbone now. The bloodthirsty killer sneered, a satisfied smile on his face, gradually increasing the pressure. He loved this feeling of torture, loved to hear the pleas for mercy and cries of pain from the weak. Of course this kind of backbone he liked even more. It was more fun to torture them. Otherwise he would have crushed them into a bloody mist with a single thought. Just then, the 2 outer sect disciples who were prostrate on the ground the golden light of the sect token in their garments flourished, and a stream of Tao rhythms flowed through their entire body, and the pressure on their bodies immediately dissipated. The man of bloodbath seemed to notice this as well, and was puzzled, just about to get close enough to check it out. In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura swept in from the distance. The overwhelming pressure spread out, immediately followed by a sword. The sword intent on the 3-foot green blade was sharp and cold, breaking through the air. Before the man from Blood Fury could react, he was nailed to the ground by a sword thrust into his left shoulder and flew backwards for hundreds of meters, spit out a large mouthful of blood. Who is it? Four figures came through the air. Several auras of peak Saint King realm emanated out, like the descent of heavenly might. The disciple who was crushed and prostrate on the ground stood up after the pressure on his body dissipated. Upon seeing the visitor, it was a strong person from the clan. Surprised, he opened his mouth. It's a strong person from my Qingyan sect. Great! Then a deafening sound came from above. Weak ants! How dare you take action against a disciple of my Qingyan sect? Lone survivor said coldly. The sword that nailed the man was the one he casually sent through the air. Green Cloud sect. Bloodshed's assassin trembled as he looked at the four figures in the sky above. Intelligence is wrong. 3 peaks of the Saint King realm. There was also the youth-like person in front of him, who could not be seen through at all. But the Saint King realm were only worthy of following behind. This youth was either an old demon with great strength or someone of incomparable honor. But on the basis of not being able to see through that, it would have to be the former. With such a powerful force, you're asking me to be the Earth Killer? It's a waste of time for a heavenly name to come, isn't it? There's no mistaking it. Your Excellency, I concede. Say what conditions before you are willing to let this saint go. Thinking of this, the Blood Fiend's assassin began to concede to negotiations. He leaned back on the ground, his face pale and his eyes fearful. There is no fear of being left without wood. When this saint returns alive, he will kill that buyer alive. Search your soul and see where the rats are. Feng Qingyang indifferently looked at the man below and said, if he and the others had come one step later, the 2 disciples of the sect would have been crushed alive. Yes, sir. Mo Feng, who was on the side, immediately responded and descended. The pressure of the peak of the Saint King realm was exerted on that person little by little. Crackle! Bones creaked and shattered, accompanied by a scream. Soul search. The bloodbath's assassin looked at the visitor in horror. Soul searching is one of the most vicious ways. Those who have their souls searched will become cerebral palsy afterward, and those who can't stand it will simply explode and die. Before it was all about him searching other people, and now this kind of thing had fallen to him. No, don't! In an instant, Mo Feng slapped on his heavenly aura. The matchless holy source madly surged into the other party's sea of consciousness. Attack and kill sect leader Chang Yun. Bloodshed Earth Killer. The image in the sea of consciousness only saw this, and the latter became a mist. So it seems that it was forbidden by someone. Mo Feng was first taken aback, then a monstrous rage. A monstrous pressure descended on the person who was still screaming, crushing the opponent into a bloody mist with a single thought. Mo Feng held back his anger and rose up in the air. Then he briefly described what he knew with the patriarch a little. Oh, the bloodshed Earth Killer? Someone wants to buy this patriarch's head? Feng Qingyang was infuriated and laughed. Griffins who can't get to the top are truly self-destructive. Interesting, very interesting. Back to the clan. After he coldly finished speaking, he took the lead and rode off in the air in the direction of the sect. Seeing this, the 3 Saint King realms followed closely behind. The 2 disciples below, huffing and puffing, he took 2 ragged breaths. It's so shocking. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. What a pain in the ass. The seniors of the clan are namely strong and domineering. My generation of immortal cultivators should be like that. Senior brother. I just seem to have heard the word patriarch from the mouth of the clan seniors. Could it be that our patriarch has even descended in person? The duo recalled the scene just now again, with the 3 clan seniors following a figure. As outer disciples, they didn't even have that chance to meet the sovereign. Could it be that the figure just now was the sovereign? In the meantime, the 2 of them, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan, had already arrived under the mountain gate of Qingyun sect. Shocked by the sight before him, the aura was so thick that it reached the sky ladder of green clouds, and the clouds were as misty as if they were in a fairyland. At this moment, their minds recalled, again, the words in the Green Cloud sect leader's pavilion. Go up to the Green Cloud and have a view of all the people. Let's go up to Green Cloud. Gu Linglong firmed up what she had in mind and took the lead to stride forward. Sister, wait for me, Gu Jianfan shouted and hurriedly followed. This kind of sect, even as an outer disciple, their Gu family can still follow the light. The 2 of them had asked around before they came. Outsiders wishing to visit Qingyun would first have to go up the illusory heavenly staircase not far away. Looking up at the heavenly ladder that reached up to the clouds, the 2 of them stopped talking and stepped up, one way forward, without stopping at all. The uncountable illusions in the heavenly ladder were as good as gold in the duo's determined minds. The top of the mountain is out. Outside the clan, the Black Emperor sensed the arrival and his divine thoughts probed over. A youth and a woman. So murmured. 2 more young men who have come to follow their dreams? Looking at this speed, the probability of passing the ladder is solid. In no time, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan passed through the heavenly ladder and went straight to the top of the mountain. 2 juniors, what is the purpose of coming to my Green Cloud sect? As soon as they came up, an explosive voice rang in their heads. Look left, look right, and there's no one there. Sis, did you get it? There are strong men from the Qingyan sect nearby, questioning us, Gu Jianfan said in shock. Ancient Linglong on the side thought a little, and directly opened his mouth. I wonder if the senior can show up to see. The 2 of us have something important to ask for. Please forgive me for disturbing you more. Through the heavenly ladder, if you want to enter the sect, you still have to have a leader. Otherwise you won't be able to get even half a step closer to the Green Cloud sect. This emperor is right in front of you. 2 eyeless little guys. Chapter 100 Shocking Heaven's Pride. Powerful sect. Ha, elder, you're in? After saying that, Gu Linglong lightly raised her eyebrows and twisted her head to look around. No one? That too. The 2 were a bit puzzled for a moment. Where's the predecessor of the transmission? Just then, a loud voice came again. Hey, 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 can you keep your head down? Is it to look down on this emperor? Not far away. The Black Emperor finished his speech and came over in a rage. And these 2 juniors were too blinkered. What do you 2 do? Why did you come up to my Green Cloud sect? Walking up to them, it scanned the duo and continued to ask. It's very upsetting. A dog's eye view of what's going on. Nope, it's human eyeballs. On the other side, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan sniffed and lowered their heads to look down. Then he was surprised to see, not far away, a small black dog showing its teeth. Senior? Asked Gu Linglong tentatively immediately afterward. Her almond eyes slightly opened. The deafening gray blast of sound in their heads just now was transmitted by this little black dog. Senior? Not bad. It is none other than this emperor. The Black Emperor said smugly, thinking of something internally, and hummed. The patriarch called me to patrol the mountain. I'll give Qingyun a spin. Really it? This emperor? The legendary Emperor Realm Powerhouse? No, it shouldn't be. How can there be a great Emperor Realm to come and see the door? It should be that the name of the predecessor is the so-and-so Emperor. But just based on the aura exuded by the seniors, raging waves then rippled in the hearts of Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan. The dogs, seniors of the Qingyan sect who watched the door, are also powerful. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. After a moment of astonishment, the duo immediately reacted. Senior, the 2 of us are from the ancient family of the Southern Domain, and we have come to go up to the Green Clouds and view all the living beings by the order of the Green Cloud Patriarch, Gu Linglong said with a respectful arch of her hand. Gu Jianfan also arched his hand together to second the motion. On the path of cultivation, attainment comes first in species regardless. The seniors in front of them fully deserved the word seniors they were talking about. The Southern Domain ancient family? What small family? Never heard of it. The Black Emperor first said disdainfully. Then his eyes rolled and he turned his thoughts to say, Patriarch's order? It seems that these 2 are the Patriarch's favored people. Took another look around. 1 mid-cave realm, 1 early cave realm. It's not bad. At this age, being able to reach a cultivation level of the 5th realm. It's a tenth of what this emperor had back then. On the other hand, on the Green Cloud Peak, after exterminating the bloodthirsty killer, Feng Qingyang's few people returned to the sect. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was standing at the top of Qingyun Peak looking down at the entirety of the clan. The 3 Saint King realm powerhouses stood behind them respectfully, looking down, a cloudy landscape, the top of the peak, proud of the world. It's really a great view of the mountains, Feng Qingyang secretly lamented. Re-establishing the Green Cloud sect hadn't been a long time, and it had already been considered to have achieved good results. Overlooking a party of people, then thinking of what had just happened, he smiled contemptuously. Bloodshed? Taking the head of this clan? Oh, then I'll pay you to have a good time. His shrouded divine thoughts then sensed the arrival of the 2 siblings from the Gu family outside the clan's gate, and the Black Emperor in front of them. With a thought, he sent a message to the Black Emperor. This side. Just as the Black Emperor was still thinking darkly, a voice sounded in its mind. Take them into the outer sect. It's the sovereign. That's right. The Black Emperor rose up as if he had been instantly pumped with chicken blood. You 2 juniors, come with this emperor. After the Black Emperor finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the sect. Yes, elder. After the Gu Linglong duo finished speaking, they followed right behind their seniors. They entered the clan. Shocking visual effects greeted him as the extremely dense aura transformed into an endless spiritual rain that drifted down. Magnificent and sacred pavilions of all kinds, 2 towers towering straight into the clouds, and 8 floating peaks suspended above the cloudy green clouds. This is the immortal god's land, isn't it? After coming in, what they saw and heard, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan were shocked and their scalps went numb. The Black Emperor, who was walking ahead, glanced backward with disdain and shook his head. These juniors are ultimately small and haven't seen the world. Not long after, the Black Emperor led them to the outer gate area. Along the way, he also saw quite a few outer disciples. Rarely cast a glance this way, though. Everyone is busy in their own way. There were also a few scattered disciples who looked over, glancing at them before withdrawing their gaze. They guessed that this youth and woman, who had followed the Black Emperor's seniors, should be new disciples. Right, they just didn't know what their strength was. This is fine if it is not here to kick the door, or else that southern region miss was the example last time, and was slapped away by senior brother Yangli, who entered the inner door. They still didn't know that Su Demon, who had been slapped away, was now in the same sect as them. Sister, is this really an outer disciple? Why is the cultivation all so extraordinary? Gu Jianfan meticulously felt several auras of the Cave Void realm and numerous auras of the Yuaning realm. You told me this was an outer disciple. His hallowed ancient family's young master, ancient sword saint body, was only at the beginning of Cave Void. Should it be? Seniors seem to say that this is the outer door area. The sight of the ancient Linglong numbly returned a sentence. Today has contact with things too shocking. People are whole hemp, but with a clan like this, it's normal for disciples to have strong billion points, right? The two of them consoled themselves, then watched it all with longing eyes. There is no frustration, only endless longing. I really follow the words of the patriarch, to go up to the green clouds to see all the living beings. Strong people, heavenly pride, resources, immortal divine lands, all sorts of things come together, and such sects must stand at the top. Not long after, they arrived at the outer sect elders hall. In the hall of elders, the 3 outer sect elders were discussing the next ranking list. Night White sensed 3 auras walking outside the hall, so he stood up to check and saw the Black Emperor walking ahead. So it's Lord Black Emperor? I don't know what is so important for you to come to the outer sect in person. Elder Night White, who stepped forward, arched his hand and asked. Regarding the Black Emperor, they, the outer sect elders, didn't know much about it, only that it was personally assigned by the patriarch to guard the mountain gate, coupled with the powerful aura it unintentionally revealed. That's why they got used to addressing it as Lord Black Emperor. By order of the patriarch, this emperor has brought these 2 to your outer sect for a trip, and the 2 of them will be disciples of the outer sect from now on. Looking at the outer sect elders in front of him, the Black Emperor said in a loud voice, now that the patriarch of bringing individuals is personally assigning this emperor, could it be that he means to reuse this emperor? Gotta do it right. An order from the patriarch? I see. Outer sect elder Night White obeys the order. Lord Black Emperor, please return. After that, just leave it to this elder. Elder Night White finished respectfully. He then ordered the deacon outside the main hall to bring the 2 people behind Lord Black Emperor to receive the clan's clothing and tokens. Then this emperor will leave first, the Black Emperor said, and turned to leave. It is urgent to guard the mountain gate. Green Cloud Peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting 2 geniuses. Rewards have been issued. I'll have 3 more chapters out by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Therefore today, thanks for all the gifts. Can't sleep at night without coding. Chapter 101 Woji Sword Sovereign. Supreme Being descends. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden summoning card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an inquisitive teleportation formation. Golden summoning card, can summon a powerful person from the Great Sage realm to the Great Emperor realm. Cultivation enhancement card, there is no limit, and it will definitely enhance one major realm. Ultimate teleportation array, under the charging of spirit stones, it can instantly teleport to any of the 5 major domains in the desolate martial continent, and when returning, you only need to activate the array. Recruiting 2 geniuses at a time only gives such a small reward? After receiving the system's beep, Feng Changyang fixed his eyes and confirmed it again. Found out it's really that much. It wouldn't even make sense if the summoning card didn't come with an Archon. System, use the cultivation enhancement card. As Feng Qingyang's words fell, a system prompt then sounded, ding. The cultivation enhancement card was used successfully. The cold sound of a system machine fell. The majestic holy source once again descended out of thin air, crazily surging into Feng Qingyang's body, an inexhaustible source of holiness. The power of the laws of the great completion also surrounded Feng Qingyang's body. Boom! A matchless aura spread out on Qingyun Peak in an instant. The raging chi fluctuations stirred up the white clouds above the green clouds and washed them away. In the meantime, above the 9 heavens, countless thick robberies of lightning brewed up. He was currently at the late stage of the manifestation sage realm. and after raising one major realm he was reaching the late stage of the Great Sage Realm. When the Manifest Sage Realm breaks through to the Great Sage Realm, it will experience a terrifying tribulation thunder. If you get through it, then you are truly transformed, transcending the world and attaining the Great Saintly Realm. Life expectancy and cultivation have increased several times. Where can't we go in the 5 domains? As the robbing thunder brewed, the sky, which was bright just a moment ago, was now terribly gloomy. Rumble. The sound came before the lightning fell. This is which senior of our clan is crossing the lightning tribulation. The sound is surprisingly loud. The group of disciples below heard the sound of the thunderbolt and raised their heads to look upwards. But just now that powerful aura was coming from the 8 immortal peaks. They weren't sure which one it was and then stopped paying attention. It was probably the clan powerhouses on the floating peaks that were transiting, and he himself had to work harder to squeeze into one of the 8 great immortal peaks as soon as possible. On the other side, the holy sources and laws absorbed by Feng Chengyang had reached their peak. Break. A drop. With that, his realm began to rise crazily. Peak of the Manifest Sage Realm, Pre-Major Sage Realm, Mid-Major Sage Realm, and Late Major Sage Realm. It didn't stop until the late stage of the Great Sage Realm. The aura of the Great Sage Realm was fully displayed at the peak. Hearing the rumbling thunder in the sky above, and the gloomy sky, Feng Qingyang's sword brows lightly raised. Thunderbolt? Good coming. This was also the second time he had experienced a lightning tribulation. The last time he had experienced a purple golden world-destroying tribulation lightning was when his divine body of the heavens had just awakened. If he remembered well, the divine body of the heavens was capable of absorbing lightning tribulation and transforming his cultivation. Come on, you rain down thunder, ruthlessly strike this clan to death, Feng Qingyang secretly said. Then with his hands behind his back, he looked at the sky with his head held high and eyes closed. At this point, boom, countless streaks of thick robberies that sped down viciously struck down. However, after seeing the figure of the person below, it dissipated into the air in an instant. The cloud then lifted and the thunder had drifted away. What the hell? A lot of thunder, a lot of rain? Feng Qingyang, who was planning to glean another wave of robbing thunder, opened his eyes and was surprised. At this moment, the 3 Saint King Realm powerhouses standing respectfully behind him, Lone Seeker, Mo Feng, and Flirt, had already begun to brainstorm and were all over the place. Just what kind of cultivation level is the sovereign? I have finally realized. This heaven and earth simply cannot withstand the powerful cultivation of the sovereign. The sovereign presumably sealed his cultivation and then unsealed it step by step. The more they brainstormed, the more the 3 Saint King Realm powerhouses trembled. As for your claim that it's something they came up with out of thin air, there's no basis for that. Don't be ridiculous. Your family's cultivation is like eating or drinking water? You've reached the Sage Realm, and you're still raising your level in a single breath? Even the refining realm is difficult, right? Don't you hear that the realm-breaking thunderbolt has run away halfway? Not daring to split the sovereign for a moment. Phew, what broken thunderbolt? Simply disturbing this clan's elegance. I'll give you a chop and you won't even chop it. Isn't it just that I gripped you before? Feng Qingyang looked breathlessly at the now windy and sunny sky. Whatever, it's still exactly what matters. The system uses the golden summoning card. Must have another round after a few days. Ding, golden summoning card used successfully. In extraction. Congratulations to the host for extracting the Wuji sword. Venerable Lin Wuji, in the engraving, has materialized. The system words fell. The lingering sword aura swept across the entire eastern region, spreading the overwhelming pressure to all the major states and corners of the eastern region. Hiss, what the hell? Could it be that another strong person has descended? Wait, that's the direction of the Green Cloud sect. Cultivators from all the major states cried out in shock. This powerful pressure, this powerful sword chi of a sword light chilling the 13 states. The Qingyun sect's sword Dao powerhouse descended. However, although the pressure this time was equally terrifying, when it was still not as terrifying as the figure that had appeared before in the Green Cloud sect, but it's still strong enough that even hundreds of thousands of miles apart, this terrifying sword aura caused chills to run through their bodies. This is supreme. At this instant, the Qingyun sect had enough figures to detect the cultivation of the incoming person. Old Ancestors Hall. The moment this aura descended, Old Ancestor Li Qingyun's Emperor Realm Divine Thoughts were the first to sweep over. Inner Sect Elder Hall. Mu Shui Xian, who was just about to close her eyes for cultivation, violently opened her eyes, and the same Emperor Realm Divine Thoughts enveloped over. Outside the mountain gate, the Black Emperor was concentrating on patrolling the mountain, and the moment he sensed the aura, majestic divine thoughts of the Emperor Realm swept out. Inner Disciple Area. Qin Han, the former Grand Senior Brother of the Outer Sect and now the number 1 person of the Inner Sect, the reincarnation of the Great Emperor Realm, frowned and muttered, "The Supreme Being descends?" Although he didn't have the powerful Emperor Realm cultivation from his previous life, and only had a trace of his remaining divine thoughts left, he could still distinguish this scent, the supreme being without a doubt. Misty grass. Which one of my sect's seniors has descended here to be so powerful? I don't know, but just now there was another senior transiting the immortal peak, and here comes another senior descending. Is this a big move for the sect? The disciples saw clearly the figure in the sky above Qing Yun, wearing their Qing Yun sect-specific sex clothing, which was all green as the base color. A man in green clothes, standing with his sword. Just how could not see its face, as if there was a mist covering it, unable to see straight. A sword comes from the west to frighten gods and ghosts, and a sword's light shines coldly through the ages. My Tao, the infinite sword Tao, my sword, the 10,000 swords supreme. I am the Wuji Swordfather. Chapter 102 Green Sword Peak Master. Teleportation to the central region. Loud voices mixed with authoritative pressure spread throughout the eastern region. Wuji Swordfather. Hiss. Could the one who can match the word Zun be the legendary supreme giant? The Green Cloud sect was indeed extremely uncomplicated. Even such legendary and powerful giants are there. Then that even more terrifying figure from before. Could it be? All the cultivators didn't dare to imagine going on. Finally, that golden great world where supreme beings come out and compete for the emperor realm has finally descended on my eastern domain. Woohoo! At this moment, countless eastern region cultivators were shedding hot tears. In the future, who dares to look down on my east region cultivators? Who dares to say that my east region is a cultivation desert? And who dares to bully my east region people? Even if the demon race dares to invade again, we will definitely make them die without a burial place. Qing Yun is mighty. Qing Yun is mighty. Countless cultivators in the 13 states were agitated and emotional. The other side. In the Green Cloud sect, Wuji sword Venerable Lin Wuji's words fell. In the middle of the back mountain, a shocking sword intent erupted. Phew! Boom! After the sword mound finished spewing sword chi, a 3-foot green peak flew out from it. A rusty longsword interspersed with lingering sword intent flew over to Lin Wuji's side. Green Cloud Peak. Feng Cheng Yang gazed at the scene and blandly said, Sword mound. This should be the sword mound flying out of the sword once again since Lin Bai obtained the Green Lotus sword. At that time, when he obtained the sword mound, the system had commented that the sword mound buried all the swords of the heavens, and those who had the destiny would get it. It seems that the man of destiny, once again, has arrived. The other side. The rusty 3-foot green blade that came between the sword intent was steadily grasped in Lin Wuji's hand. He caressed the sword with his hand, first with an emotional sigh. Such a precious sword, but also dusty and rusty. He sighed before saying aloud, Since you've chosen this honored one, then this honored one will bring you back to fight in the 9 heavens and recreate your former sharpness. Feeling the trembling of the sword in his hand, Lin Wuji waved a smile. Then this honored one will rename you, and call you the Wuji sword. Upon hearing this, the sword in his hand began to clank and then circled around Lin Wuji, so much so that it seems to be rejoicing in its own resurfacing. Although the sword's spirit is dead, as long as the divine sword continues, it can eventually be reborn in the fire. The top of Green Cloud Peak, the 3 Same King realms tightened up slightly after just feeling the powerful aura of the Supreme Being. Then it was released. With the sovereign there, we're nervous as hell. Later on, it looked like he realized that it was a strong person from his own clan, so there was even less need to be nervous. It was just that he didn't know what kind of status this Supreme Realm Senior had in the sect. A few moments later, Sword Venerable Lin Wuji came with his sword in his hand and walked in front of Patriarch Feng Chengyang. Then he respectfully arched his hand and said, Lin Wuji, meet Patriarch. Well, Lin Wuji is it? Looking at the middle-aged man in green clothes in front of him, Feng Chengyang pondered for a moment and continued, You have also just returned to the clan. Now that Qing Yun has risen at a rapid pace, many positions have become vacant. So now this clan authorizes you to be the master of the Green Sword Peak. The system interface displayed, Lin Wuji, no. Wuji Sword Sovereign, Physique, Wuji Sword Body, Cultivation, Peak Supreme Realm. The peak of the Supreme Realm was barely enough. It's only a billion points worse than the Great Emperor Realm. Wuji Zun Order. Thank you, Patriarch. Only after Lin Wuji respectfully finished speaking did the 3 lonely seekers not far away come to a realization. It turned out to be a strong person from the clan who had gone out to practice and returned to the clan today. Green Sword Peak Master. The 3 of them took it firmly to heart. Afterwards, Feng Chengyang said blandly, This clan will give you a task to hand over to you right now. There's an organization called the Bloodshed Killers in the central region that wants to take the head of this clan. What do you feel should happen? You want to buy the head of the clan? I'll see how many heads you have to lose. Bloodsuckers? Griffin. Reporting to Patriarch, I thought that these mole crickets would be so bold that the other party should be left with no chickens or dogs, Lin Wuji said without changing his face. Good. This clan orders you to step on the blood fiend within 3 days. After Feng Chengyang finished speaking he took out the last reward, the Inquisitive Teleportation Array, from the system space. Only a ball of light emerged from his hand and he flicked it forward. The ball of light continued to expand, and then it was like a whale swallowing the sea as the aura on top of Qingyun Mountain was wildly inhaled by it. A dreamlike entrance to a large formation was presented before the eyes of several people. What's this? A teleportation array. The sovereign was actually able to cast a teleportation formation with his hands. The four were shocked by the simultaneous shock. It was perhaps so easy to realize that even an emperor-ranked formation master would want to make a teleportation formation with his hands, but definitely not up to this effect of the sovereign. This big formation they could not perceive any information, not knowing in the slightest where it could be transmitted to. Don't worry, patriarch, within 3 days, I will definitely step on these ants. After Lin Wuji finished speaking, he resolutely stepped inside the formation with his sword. With a cultivation at the peak of the supreme realm, one could run rampant even in the central domain. Although, with his cultivation of the supreme realm he was equally capable of descending to the central region very quickly, but which is as quick as a teleportation array. The three of you go and eliminate the remaining sub-organizations in the other 4 domains of the Blood Fiends. After Lin Wuji left, Feng Chungyang turned around and ordered again. This kind of rat that can't see the light of day must have its sub-organizations in all the 5 major domains. Killers, right? Let's see who's got the hardest fists. Dare to call the shots with this clan. Then this clan will turn this desolate martial continent upside down. Feng Chungyang then checked the prestige value mall again. Millions of prestige value left behind just in case. In case several emperor realms struck out against their Changyun one day, then their Changyun would be able to summon a great emperor again at any time. But are there really that many emperor realms in existence? This was unknown to Feng Qingyang. I honor the sovereign's order. Lonely undefeated, Mo Feng, and flirtatious, the 3 of them respectfully finished. Boom, punching the sky. 3 powerful peak Saint King realm auras unfolded, crossing off into the distance. Sensing movement on this side, the rest of the clan's powerhouses looked over this way, thinking that it was not what they expected. The sect has really made a big move. The other side, Central Region, Imperial Continent. In the inconspicuous little inn, this was a stronghold of the Bloodshed organization. The gloomy room, the masked man sat grimly in the main seat. Just a short while ago, the Earth-sized assassin sent out had his life tag shattered. Fate cards shattered. The message is gone. How could he explain to Lord Yen Luo if he lost an Earth-ranked assassin? At this time, the heart in addition to trembling is the monstrous anger has no place to vent. It was important to know that it would take a lot of resources for them to train an Earth-ranked assassin for bloodshed. Green Cloud sect. It was assumed that the plan had failed and he had been killed by the Qingyun sect's people. It was just that he wondered again. Could a small sect in the eastern region have such a strong person? The highest realm of the destroyed Holy Land was only in the middle of the Great Sage realm, right? All of their blood fury assassins were able to fight across borders, and coupled with a knack for attacking and killing, they were often invincible. What is the problem? Someone, bring that bull ***** Holy Land elder here, the masked man shouted hoarsely. Abominable. I overestimated my hand speed. I'll wake up after a good night's sleep and get back to it. Chapter 103 Bloodshed Yama. Bloodshed order out. In the meantime, Central Region, Imperial Continent. Inside a small world with a majestic blood aura. This small world was full of aura, far beyond the outside world. But this wasn't a cultivation mecca. This was the headquarters of the Bloodshed organization in the Central Region. The establishment of the Bloodshed organization can already be traced back tens of millions of years to the Middle Ages. Since the Bloodshed Emperor established it, it is a famous and infamous assassin organization in the 5 domains. Within the Blood Fury, it was divided into heavenly assassins, earthly assassins, and metaphysical assassins, while being subdivided into gold and silver, and the highest of the top assassins. Heavenly top killers have the ability to attack and kill Saint King Realm. Earth top killers are enough to fight and kill the peak of Great Saint Realm. Top metaphysical killers attack and kill cultivators under Saint Realm. And there are 10 Yamas within the organization in charge of all matters. In the blood-colored and misty hall of Hades, ghost-faced Yen Luo grimaced, and the atmosphere in the great hall was very depressing. The several black-clothed men below were sitting upright, not daring to make the slightest movement for fear of angering Lord Yen Luo. Just now a black-clothed man was crushed by His Excellency with a single glance just because his left foot entered the door first. So you can imagine His Excellency's current mood. The eyes of the ghost-faced Yen Luo on the main seat narrowed into a slit as he scolded. A bunch of wastes. The intelligence is not even provided accurately. What use does this seat have for you? Ghost-faced Yen Luo was enraged when news came from the lower hall masters that the life tags of the assassins who had gone to attack and kill the Qingyun patriarch had shattered. He lost one of the top killers on the ground. It is important to know that there are no more than 3 top killers in the entire Bloodshed organization under each Yama. The number of top Heaven's Mark assassins was even rarer, with only 5 Yamas possessing them. It could be said to be very rare. and it took a lot of effort and resources to train a top Earth-sized assassin out. That's what shook him up. Not only that, he would be ridiculed by the other Yama because of this, and the matter would be spread to the old ancestor, Lord Yin Luo. This matter of the masked hall master's sin is unpardonable. This saint suggests that he be relieved of all duties immediately and escorted back to the organization to be punished. Among the black-clothed men, a figure stood out and said respectfully, this matter had nothing to do with them at all, but Lord Yin Luo was venting his anger on them, and they must not give the masked face to take the blame for nothing. As for the matter of inaccurate information, wasn't the intelligence work of the previous district, a small eastern region clan, all taken care of by the sub-organization over there? No more than the information the seller has told you. What does it have to do with them? But none of the black-clothed men here dare to say it. This seat will not forgive him lightly. Humph. Ghost-faced Yen Luo then let out a snort of anger and stood up and said in a deep voice, Qin Yun sect, very well, dare to make an enemy out of me, blood fiend. The words fell, and in an instant, a majestic and thick blood chi filled the entire hall. The several black-robed men below all lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads. They, the blood fiends, had been traversing the 5 domains for many years, with the exception of some powerful emperor clans. Other powers, if Yen Lo lets you die on the 3rd night, no one dares to keep you until the 5th night. As long as the price was affordable, no one could escape the clutches of their blood fiends except for the great emperor. Although the matter was that they had first sent someone to attack and kill the other party's patriarch, the other party not only didn't tie their hands, but even dared to kill his top Earth-ranked assassin. This kind of rhetoric seemed very unreasonable, but a big fist in the immortal cultivation world was the truth. Pass on this seat's decree to send out the top Tianzi assassins to exterminate the Qingyan sect, and its various sub-organizations in the 4 domains to assist together. After ghost-faced Yen Luo coldly finished speaking, he whisked his sleeve and struck out a bloodshed order, to be able to exterminate their top earthly slayers. The other party all have at least the strength of the Saint King realm. A top heavenly ranked assassin must be dispatched there, and when that happens, it will be the day of this Qingyan sect's destruction. This seat doesn't believe that this kind of Eastern region sect can still have a supreme being sitting in their midst. Ghost-faced Yen Luo said darkly with an expressionless face. The monstrous anger in his heart still couldn't be dispersed. It seemed that he had to go to the fire. In the Yama temple, the eerie red token was as blood-soaked as it was blood-red, and a majestic blood aura emanated from it. The already bloodthirsty Yama temple was even denser. The bloodshed order then split into thousands of pieces and flew out of the great hall before separating and flying off in all directions. The bloodshed order was the highest authority token that only the 10 Yen Luo could use, and only the bloodshed order was able to mobilize the organization's top heavenly assassins. The bloodshed order will surely stir up a storm of bloodshed when it comes out. Not long after, a group of black-clothed men were blown away by ghost-faced Yama. A sultry woman in cool clothes then walked out from the back of the Yama temple, and as soon as she came up, she said seductively, Lord Yama, what's going on? Why are you so angry? You take it easy, slave. Eliminate your wood. Before the demonic woman could finish her sentence, ghost-faced Yen Luo kicked over and shouted angrily. After the woman screamed miserably, she was caught off guard and flew out backwards and fell to the ground. Ghost-faced Yen Luo then walked forward and yanked her up. This seat is on fire right now. The other side. After the masked man sent someone to bring the heavenly sage Holy Land Elder, he walked around the room apprehensively. Just now, we have already notified Lord Yen Lo. The Lord will definitely be furious. This is the end of this hall master. Not long after, the Holy Land Elder was carried over like a small chicken, and the Bloodshed's people threw him to the ground as soon as he was there. Bang! The Holy Land Elders had long been confused. How did this feel like the atmosphere wasn't quite right? As soon as the masked man saw the visitor, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed, and a powerful mighty pressure crushed away. Inside the dimly lit house, all the decorations were destroyed by this pressure, and even the houses that had formations added to them began to shake. The Holy Land Elder was crushed by this pressure and paralyzed on the ground. Shivering. What the hell is going on here? I'm the buyer. Why did this bloodshed powerhouse take a shot at me? Looking at the shaken masked man in front of him, he shuddered and darkened. He then struggled up and said in panic, Your Excellency, why are you striking out at the old man? Didn't you say you'd come to inspect the goods within 3 days? The elder of the Holy Land was very puzzled. He was just dashing around in the hookah. This headliner in the hookah of the central region was just different, and while he was staring at it in detail, he was grabbed by a few powerful black-robed men. He was loyal to the Holy Land, and in order to take revenge, he used all the remaining resources of the Holy Land to hire assassins from the central region. Just got into the hookup all mixed up? I don't think that's what this is about. Can't I enjoy myself after a lifetime of running around? Why did you strike at you? You dared to misrepresent the situation, causing me, bloodshed, to lose one of my top Earth-ranked assassins, and this seat will have to be implicated. the masked man said through gritted teeth word by word, continuously walking towards this side. A powerful pressure was gradually exerted on the old man. Squeak, cluck, the sound of bones being crushed kept coming out. I lied about the situation? Bloodshed's assassins were exterminated by the Green Cloud sect. My lord, the old man did not. Without waiting for the Holy Land Elder to finish speaking, the masked man instantly increased his pressure and he was crushed into a bloody mist. That's a lot of words. The masked man looked at the mess on the ground indifferently. His heart was unperturbed. Now it's better to think about how to explain to Lord Yenlo. In the meantime, over the Middle Kingdom, a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere, and then the doors of the formation opened. The Wuji Swordfather walked out from it with his sword in his hand. He glanced downward, feeling the rich aura of the place, and muttered something. This should be the middle domain. Then the mind moved. Boom! The majestic supreme realm aura then unfolded, and the power of the half-step Great Tao filled the air above the entire middle region. In an instant, shocked cultivators from all the states in the central region looked this way. This is the Supreme. Supreme has descended. Chapter 104, I have a sword that runs through the central region. In the meantime, after the bloodbath order was issued, the Middle Kingdom of God, a withered old man with a shadowy gaze walked out of a forbidden place. Lord Yama's bloodshed order? Eastern region. Green Cloud sect? Jia. The old man hasn't been active for a long time. The old man laughed sardonically. He was a heavenly top assassin of the bloodshed organization, with a cultivation in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. And the last time a major power bought the head of a Saint King realm powerhouse, it was by him. The rest of the 10,000 bloodshed orders cut through the void and flew into the 4 major domains. The withered old man was just about to leave in the air when he sensed a powerful aura above the 9 heavens and a sky full of half-stepped Tao rhythms. Horrified out loud. Supreme! Strange, there aren't any major events happening. Why would a supreme being come out? The withered old man frowned tightly, meditating on the recent events. The main reason was that the supreme being hadn't come out for a long time ago. The golden great age of the central region hadn't arrived, and the emperor's path wasn't visible. Most of the supreme beings whose lifespan was approaching had sealed themselves away, waiting for the arrival of the great world. And those supreme beings whose lifespans were still long had no major events occurring over the years, and had long since ceased to ask about the world's affairs. In the last 10,000 years, the great Emperor Supreme was not even informed at all. I didn't expect that there would actually be a supreme being personally showing up and descending now. No, let's put aside the extermination of the Green Cloud sect beforehand. I have to go and see what has happened that could cause the Supreme Father to come in person. After pondering for a while, the withered old man flew towards the 9 heavens. There are few who think like him. Some of the leaders of some powerful forces in the major states of the central domain also probed over to this side with their divine thoughts. The Supreme Being is coming. Go quickly and check it out to see what's going on. Divine State. Transcendent Power Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion Master was surprised as he looked up into the 9 heavens. Supreme? He then ran the Heavenly Chance treasure cannon with all his might and projected the heavenly chances. The Supreme Being is approaching the world. Could it be that something big is about to happen in the central region? The Tianji Pavilion Master said to himself. His divine sense then entered the treasure codex, his eyes probing like lightning towards the long river of history. Hiss! I don't know what he saw, but he hastily disconnected his divine sense in an instant. Paralyzed, he sat on the floor, breathing heavily. It's that Green Cloud sect again. The other side. Divine Kingdom. Jade Palace. In the palace main hall, sensing the aura above the 9 heavens, the Jade Clearance Palace Master frowned slightly. Why would a supreme being come to the world in these times and years? The two of them, Long Bingning and Lu Shui, who were still talking below, heard their master's murmur. Curious, he spoke. Master, what supreme being? Could it be that there is a supreme being on the horizon? Lang Bingning stared at her beautiful eyes. The Supreme Realm, a great power that dictates the ages. A giant enough to dominate the continent for 100,000 years. Although she had previously used that immortal cauldron in the Green Cloud sect and tested her talent at 8 rings, which was enough to become an emperor. But how difficult is the journey to become a great emperor? How many heavenly pride aggregates died halfway? Being able to certify as a supreme being was enough to dominate the continent. Yes, the supreme being is above the 9 heavens of the central region, and the two of you are too low in cultivation, so you can't perceive it. The Jade Clearance Palace Master said in a deep voice. It was just that he didn't know which power's supreme being it was, and since it was easily proximate, it meant that this supreme being was still at his peak. Meanwhile, above the 9 heavens, the imposing sword Venerable Lin Wuji's majestic divine thoughts covered downwards. With that, a voice like heaven's might came out. I am the Green Cloud sect, Green Sword Peak Master, Wuji Sword Sovereign. By order of my Green Cloud Patriarch, I have descended to the central region to eradicate the bloodshed griffin that provoked my clan. Are the rats of the bloodbath hiding yet? My father is going to start looking. Lin Wuji's domineering words spread throughout the 13 continents of the central domain in a split second. Directly telling all the people of the central region that he had descended in such a strong manner was to eradicate this bloodshed organization and spread Qingyun's fame far and wide in the central region. I have a sword that runs through the Middle Kingdom. As Lin Wuji's words fell, hundreds of auras from the various continents in the central domain rose up into the sky and quickly flew this way. Various divine thoughts mixed and explored the void. I thought that something big would happen, but I didn't expect it to be just the Supreme Being descending to overthrow the Blood Fiends. No, wait, Green Cloud Sect, Green Sword Peak Master, Supreme Realm Powerhouse, kill the bloodthirsty mole. The faces of all the great powers were pale for a moment. Which power was the Green Cloud Sect? The peak masters within the sect were all supreme beings. Could it be a hidden imperial sect? The crowd was puzzled. There weren't many emperor clans and forbidden forces that they could name. Where did this Qingyun sect come from? Why is it so powerful? With the supreme being the peak master, how could there be an empyrean realm of the current generation sitting within the clan? As for the bloodshed organization, although it wasn't enough to look at in front of some of the powerful imperial forces, it's also a famous assassin organization in the central domain. This infamous force was now being targeted by the mighty emperor sect, and this would finally be a big relief. Some of the clan leaders of the emperor clans and the family heads of the forbidden forces withdrew their gazes after their divine thoughts swept through them. It's just claptrap. A supreme being who still wanted to overpower the central region was not enough to look at in front of their forces. It's just that this Qingyun sect is interesting. The supreme giant is actually only the peak master, strong enough to befriend. Pass on this seat's order. Quickly go and probe to find out clearly which continent's imperial sect the Qingyun sect is. A lot of similar orders all came out at once. The order went out and accurate news was soon received. The Green Cloud sect, which had overthrown the once first Holy Land of the Eastern region some time ago, was now the lord of the Eastern region. Above the 9 heavens, Lin Wuji carried his sword and traveled through the void. The place where the blood aura was thick was undoubtedly where the Blood Fiend's headquarters was located. Even if the other party was in a small world, there was nothing to hide in his eyes. Not long after he sensed a blood aura coming from not far away, and after a cold smile, he split off. In the meantime, Divine Kingdom, Jade Palace, the 3 people in the palace main hall were all shocked by the words from the 9 heavens above, and were unable to speak for a while. Green Cloud Sect? Which Qingyun sect was targeted by the Tianji Pavilion a few months ago? No wonder. Always strong Tianji Pavilion, these months are low profile quite a lot. So, people only destroy your sub-pavilion. Do not come to overthrow your main pavilion. Really counted on them to burn high incense. The Jade Clearance Palace master sighed regretfully. Adding flowers to the brocade is never as good as sending charcoal in the snow. She remembered that the original words with the disciple at that time were, "If you want to be befriended by my Jade Clearance Palace, you have to show the appropriate strength. Weak clans have no diplomacy, and the friendship between 2 forces is based on equal strength and the exchange of benefits. This is real now. It's them, the Jade Palace, who don't deserve it." Lang Bingning and Lu Shui down below were only shocked for a split second before they slowed down. They had personally gone up to Green Cloud to see it, and it was indeed powerful. I just didn't expect it to be so unexpectedly strong. The supreme giants are all just peak masters. The Qingyun sect is also too meticulous. The other side, Blood Fiend's heavenly assassin, that withered old man was fleeing in panic at this moment. I wanted to come and see what great things had happened that could bring the supreme being himself. I didn't realize that this supreme being was here to overthrow their Blood Fiend. He had to run for his life, and was praying that he wouldn't be discovered by the other side, or else he would die without a burial place. Back at their bloodbath headquarters, that's the only way to have a chance of survival. How come the Supreme's aura has disappeared? The withered old man was shocked to find that the Supreme aura above the 9 heavens had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Are you looking for my honor? Me, Stormy, want a hyped up update? Thank you, Mr. Reader. Chapter 105, The Name of Changren, Bloodshed Old Man. The supreme being who has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years has descended today. It's only for the purpose of eradicating the supremacist assassination organization Bloodscream. The name of the Green Cloud sect also resounded through the central region. For a time, all continents, dark currents surged. Now that the majestic imperial might that had emanated from the eastern domain a few months ago, they understood what was going on. Eastern region Qingyun imperial sect. The supreme being is the master of the peak, Great Emperor Jin clan. The other side. In the void, a muffled and explosive voice came out. What? The withered old man who was still puzzled was almost scared to death. Supreme being, the supreme being of the Green Cloud sect is here. With that, he ran forward desperately, not daring to look back. Milk strength are used. At this time the withered old man pale, shaking like a sieve chaff. Only hate parents less born 2 legs. The Bloodshed Elder's cultivation at the middle stage of the Saint King realm was running his gong methods at full power. The majestic holy source surged, and in an instant it was tens of thousands of miles away. In the back, Lin Wuji broke through the air. The rhythm of the half-step great Tao filled the void. The green clothes were valiant, and the ink hair fluttered in the wind. Above the 9 heavens, the powerful supreme realm aura erupted back into the air. The little mouse didn't hide well? Let my father find it. Lin Wuji stood with his sword in the void, his eyes filled with teasing. He then came tens of thousands of miles away with a thought. On the other side, the void, Lin Wuji descended in front of the old man who was escaping and running wildly. Your Holiness, spare your life. Seeing the instantly arriving visitor, the withered old man instantly wilted, started trembling and begging for mercy. The powerful pressure made him shiver. This is that Qingyun sect's Wuji swordfather. The opponent's realm was so high that it was impossible to see his face. The Bloodshed Elders simultaneously trembled in their hearts. Bloodshed Griffin, how dare you send out assassins to attack and kill my lord of Chongyun? Who gave you the guts? Lin Wuji said coldly, intending to attack and kill the patriarch, striking out at their Qingyun disciples. The crime is unforgivable. Hearing this, the trembling Bloodshed Elder hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Your Holiness, I know my sins. I still hope. Lin Wuji looked indifferently at the bloodshed man in front of him. You're begging for forgiveness? Where's your ambition as a killer? What a failed assassin. The Bloodshed Elder had to break his defenses when he heard this. If you're good, you're good. Let you face the great emperor. If you continue to be courageous, count yourself out. Afterwards, Lin Wuji's mind moved. Majestic supreme power surged out, and the power of the half-step great Tao attacked with it. This kind of mole is not worthy of his sword. A thought can be crushed. The blood fiend's withered old man instantly panicked as the sky was filled with a powerful pressure. There's no escape, no way to get away. The dry old face twisted into a twist of pain. Ah! He screamed in frantic agony. With the cultivation of the middle stage of the Saint King realm, a party of great power, there was no resistance at all. Boom! In an instant blood fiend's top heavenly assassin, the withered old man exploded into a bloody mist. Above the 9 heavens, the heavens and the earth cried out in sorrow, and a rain of blood crackled down. Holy fallen! Cultivation at the Saint King realm could communicate with heaven and earth, and every time a fallen Saint King realm fell, the sky would rain blood. Hiss! How long has it only been? A great power in the Saint King realm has fallen. The central region is going to change. A group of powerful people from the great forces of the central region looked at the rain of blood in the sky and were horrified. A sense of powerlessness set in. So what if it's a transcendent power? So what if they were a famous supreme Saint King? They still can't escape the fate of being exterminated. It was true that if you don't enter the supreme, you will end up as a mole. In the meantime, in the small world of the Bloodshed Organization's headquarters, everyone is at risk at this point. A powerful assassination organization that once shook the world is now falling into the mud and dust, having provoked the powerful Emperor's sect and being hunted down by the supreme giants. At this time, all of the bloodshed killers in the central region didn't dare to show their heads for fear that they would be pulled out and liquidated. In the Bloodshed Council Hall, the 10 Hades sat together with forced composure. What shall we do now? It's all Ghostface's fault for daring to provoke the Emperor's sect. Now it's good that I, Bloodshed, have to suffer such a great calamity. On the side, a Yen Luo covered in deathly aura accused. Blood aura and death aura mingled together, and it was evident that he was furious at this moment. Underworld Yama, you talk less. Now the main discussion is where should we go from here? As for what comes after that, we can say it after we can survive it. On the right side, the voice of Tsangsan's raspy voice resounded gloomily. In the hall of ceremonial affairs, as these words fell, there was a moment of silence, and the 10 great Yama were all frowning as they contemplated this question. The news had just come in that one of their top heavenly killer had been crushed by the supreme being of the Qingyun sect, and the rain of blood raining down in the air outside was proof of the saint's fall. What are you afraid of? Although I, Blood Fiend, fear his Emperor's sect, we are not easy to bully. We still have our Emperor artifacts. Wake up the old ancestor and fight them. The great imperial artifact was left behind by the Bloodshed Emperor from the Middle Ages, and had been passed down, but then the bloodshed had been beaten up after invoking a powerful taboo force, stripping away the name of an imperial-level force, but the imperial artifact was still intact. Ghost-faced Yama stood up and said aloud. The majestic blood aura was once again thick, and no one knew what expression he had behind this ghostly mask at the moment. Chaos, everything was in disarray, and they, the Blood Fiends, were destined to become history, to be forgotten by the world. The remaining 9 Yen Luo looked at each other and nodded. There was no way out. It seemed like the only thing to do now was to do what Ghostface said. The fish is dead. Fight it. As a result, several bloodbath orders flew out to the outside world. Summon all the bloodbath assassins out there to come. If fear does not dare to face, They're 10 yen luo but hand in hand all the killers of the lifeblood. Minutes to screw you. Not a moment too soon. Outside of one of Blood Fiend's forbidden lands, all 10 yen luo stood there respectfully. Sacred origin she spewed out. And then, the 10 yen luo made obscure hand gestures together. For a moment, the wind rose above the small world. A large formation of bright and colorful light then opened. I, Blood Fiend, have reached a moment of life and death today, and I hereby request the presence of the old ancestor. The current bloodshed elder ancestor was a supreme being whose lifespan was coming to an end, and in order to delay his death, he could only seal himself into a deep sleep, and only when it came to the moment of life and death would the bloodshed people awaken him. A moment. An extremely dense blood aura from the Forbidden Land rose up, and a majestic supreme power swept out. Who dares to touch my blood fury? An old voice followed. Outside, quite a few powerful cultivators from the 13 continents in the central domain were paying attention to this strife. These are concentrated in the middle and lower continents. In the meantime, Lin Wuji also flew across the void to the sky above the Imperial continent. He sensed that a powerful blood chi had just erupted out of this place, as well as another supreme force. His divine thoughts of the supreme realm then covered the area. Found it. So it's hidden in the small world. What a way to make my father look. Sword come. As the words fell, the Wuji sword behind Lin Wuji's back clanked before automatically flying into his hand. A biting sword aura followed. Sword cultivator. Not holding a sword is a mold. Picking up a sword changes the whole demeanor. Lin Wuji, who had the Wuji sword in his hand, had a huge aura. The sword pointed at bloodshed. Afterwards, he slashed out his sword in the direction of the bloodshed small world. Break! Chapter 106 Overthrowing the Blood Fiend. Supreme Being Encounters. A sword slashed out, and thousands of sword intent bitingly stabbed away in the void. The void was directly chopped to pieces. A huge crack was cut out, revealing the endless abyss inside, and sword intent filled the area in its path. Barely, there was a loud clang. The lingering sword chi chopped at the hidden small world barrier, erupting with a shocking ring. Bloodshed small world. The gathered assassins all looked at the powerful sword chi in horror. Not good. Run away. The crowd of killers who reacted began to panic and flee in all directions. The barrier of the small world only held firm for 2.5 seconds before it was chopped to pieces, exposing the bloodbath quarters inside. The blood aura was overwhelming, dark and dim, as were the pavilions, painted in dark red, as depressing as they could be. However, in front of this powerful sword chi, it was like a paper tiger. No! At that moment, a large wailing sound rose up. Boom! After the loud ringing sound, majestic shockwaves began to pound away in all directions, raising countless amounts of smoke and dust. As the sword chi fell, only a dozen powerful figures flew out from it. All the rest was crushed into debris as the white light cut through it. The rain of pouring blood that filled the sky rained down once again, and the sound of the heavens and earth wailing became even louder. Holy meteor! It's sacred meteor again. Heaven! How many Saint King powers must fall today? Hundreds of thousands of years the desolate martial continent has not had this kind of tragedy. The general Saint King realm mighty is the existence of shocking a party, easily will not fall. Otherwise, that horrifying attack and killing of a Saint King powerhouse wouldn't have alarmed the party. Basically, all of the transcendent power talkers were only at the Saint King realm. Several continents in the central domain shook, not expecting the peerless supreme being that descended from the Qingyan imperial sect to be so fierce. Is this an attempt to overthrow the blood fiends that have been entrenched for tens of millions of years in a single day? Millions of years ago blood fury provoked that one powerful emperor clan. That time blood fury was only crippled, although also almost back to heaven, but all also survived. It's too scary. The Green Cloud sect should never be messed with and must be pleasing to the eye. Countless divine thoughts came probing in the direction of the imperial continent, but for fear of angering the supreme being, they didn't dare to go deeper. At this moment in the void, the 10 great Yama were all panting heavily. So close. Luckily they were beside the old ancestor, or else they would have been just as soulful. Unexpectedly, it was only just after the issuance of the bloodshed order and the awakening of the old ancestor that the emperor sect's supreme being killed. Fortunately, they woke up the old ancestor in time, or else the sleeping old ancestor suffered this sword. Not to die will have to be greatly disabled. After the trembling, there was a monstrous rage. Old man's bloodbath. Ruined. All ruined. The bloodshed old ancestor was like a madman for a moment. The Dao lineage left behind by the bloodshed emperor in the Middle Ages. The assassination forces that had been passed down for tens of millions of years no longer existed today. The bloodshed old ancestor was an old man with dried up chi and blood, and at this moment, he was grimly heading towards the east side of the void. The heart is dripping blood. Just now when he was awakened, he learned that basically a large portion of the organization's assassins were present within the headquarters, which also included 10 top Earth-ranked assassins and 3 top Heaven-ranked assassins. Even if the rest is gone, it's acceptable. These are the underpinnings. If the heritage is gone, how can we talk about rebuilding bloodshed? Get out! The bloodshed old ancestor let out a furious roar. He sacrificed the bloodshed's imperial weapon from the formation in the ruins below. A domineering sword. Gun emperors might emanated from the sword. This was the saber that the bloodshed emperor had birthed. The soul-severing emperor's saber. A saber that had been stained with an unknown amount of blood and had accompanied him on his quest all the way to the great emperor realm. The emperor's might mixed with his supreme aura shook this heaven and earth. Empyrean weapon. Not bad. That's a bit more interesting. A loud voice resounded after. Lin Wuji flew from the eastern direction of the void. The sword just now only used a little bit of force, allowing these leaky fish to escape. Originally, after seeing the old man whose chi and blood had decayed, he was greatly disappointed and shook his head. Mid-supreme realm? Still a supreme being whose life expectancy is coming to an end. So what's the point? But after seeing the imperial artifact in his hand, it somewhat raised a hint of interest. This honored one has just been ordained as the Green Sword Peak Master by the Patriarch. So it just so happens that this captured imperial artifact can be given to the Patriarch as a token of appreciation. Lin Wuji said darkly, seeing the visitor. The Tenyan Luo neatly retreated 100 million steps back. Anger to anger can only be handed over to the old ancestor. The supreme being is not something they can fight against. Your Excellency is the one who overthrew my blood fury? The old man, who was like a madman, instantly sobered up when he saw the man in green clothes, his brows tightly furrowed together. The realm is impenetrable. High-level supreme. It can only be fought. The emperor's weapon in his hand gave him all the backbone he needed. Waste what words? This honored one is most annoyed with people who talk too much. Wuji sword. Lin Wuji finished coldly and came instantly with the Wuji sword in hand. Don't look at the Wuji sword as just a rusty and broken sword. But the class of this sword was not even visible to him. A supreme being. The powerful supreme law filled the void. Lingering sword intent broke through the air. As a Wuji sword sovereign, his sword intent had already reached the realm of sword mind. And with a sword in his heart there was a sword. A small blade of grass could cut through the void. Only a little bit worse than the legendary sword god of that time. Return the old man's blood fury. This father will chop you up. The bloodshed old ancestor roared angrily at the sight. Holding the soul-severing emperor's blade in his hand, he met them head-on. The sky was filled with supreme laws, and the auras emanating from the swords in the hands of the two of them were both strong and incomparable. The entire imperial continent was shaken by the vibrations. Bang! The infinity sword and the soul-severing emperor blade collided together, erupting in a shocking wave of bombardment. It was more than several times more powerful than the shockwave generated by Lin Wuji's casual sword just now. The 10 great Yama who had retreated 100 million steps on the other side were all shocked. It's horrible. Was this a great battle of the Supreme Realm? It wasn't something they could participate in at all. A hint of might could crush them. Ghostface, why don't you go help old ancestor? The matter was caused by your men. You are still shamelessly taking 100 million steps back. We are ashamed to be in your company. The other 9 Yamas used their divine thoughts to scold Ghostface in the back. The ghost-faced Yenluo, who had been released afterward, received the divine thought and a furious curse went through his mind. If you want this saint to ascend to heaven, just say so. This saint has retreated 100 million steps. Haven't you all retreated the same 99,999,000 steps? The other side. The peerless swordfather and the bloodshed old ancestor had already collided for more than 10 rounds. Although the bloodshed old ancestor was holding an imperial weapon, his realm and longevity were here, and he wasn't even as good as the opposite sword exalt. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding an imperial weapon and that imperial might had helped him block a lot of sword chi, he would have been annihilated at this point. The more you fight, the more alarmed you become. Ha, an emperor weapon is simply wasted in your hands. My father will not play with you. After the two exchanged 10 rounds of flying away, Lin Wuji said in a proper voice, if it wasn't for the fear of damaging the imperial artifact, these ants whose lifespan was approaching would have been exterminated by his sword intent. Annihilation sword technique. Execute. Chapter 107, Sword Beheading Supreme, preparing to open the mountain. The void above the imperial continent was all shattered at this point. The sky, which had been bright and clear, was now black. The endless void pressed horizontally above the 9 heavens, and the heavenly Tao of the desolate martial continent was repairing the broken void little by little. Don't fight. Stop fighting. Worthy of being a supreme. Shattering such a large void before even making a few moves. You think that right now, our entire imperial continent is being stirred up by these two. Hush, trouble comes out of the mouth. The supreme giants must not talk nonsense. At this moment, the two supreme beings' side was where the entire imperial continent intersected. 10,000 million people are watching. In the meantime, Lin Wuji operated the annihilation sword technique with all his might, and his majestic supreme power surged out. Endless sword intent swept out. So what if it's an imperial weapon? I can break it with a single thought. This sword opens the sky. After a cold snort of kill, a huge sword chi then chopped out, and for a time, the earth and sky lost their colors, and the sun and moon lost their light. The unstoppable sword chi chopped towards the bloodshed old ancestor with a destructive momentum. At this moment, the sword cultivators of the imperial continent below the 9 heavens realized that the swords in their hands were shaking, and then they bent their swords in a pilgrimage towards the direction of Supreme Lord Wuji without listening to their commands. Hiss! 10,000 swords are worshipped, and it is not proper for the Supreme of Swords to be like this. How? The bloodshed old ancestor trembled as he looked at the powerful sword chi that instantly came. The vicissitudes of the cloudy eyes were filled with dead silence and reflections of the sword shadows coming from the front. He was locked by the sword intent, and there was no way to dodge or avoid it. This Qin Yun is supreme. Surprisingly, hasn't he used his full strength all the time? Ah! Block! The blood-fiend old ancestor frantically burned the few lifetimes he had, and the majestic blood chi rose up to the sky, blowing his pale hair in all its madness. This sword, if you can't block it, you'll die. The golden light of the emperor weapon in his hand flourished, and majestic emperor might erupted out, and in an instant, the emperor weapon was pushed to the limit of what he currently had available. After all, it was an imperial weapon, the original weapon birthed by a great emperor, not something that he, a supreme being, could fully manage. There was a loud boom. No, the old man is a supreme being, he can't die. In the broken void, amidst the smoke and dust, after a miserable scream resounded, the bloodshed old ancestor was directly chopped to pieces by this powerful sword chi. The flesh and blood were all sucked away by the suction of the endless void, and the supreme blood floated down below the 9 heavens, nourishing all things. Supreme blood is recognized by the 5 domains as an absolute rare treasure. A drop is hard to find. The supreme blood contains the power of the supreme, and the power of the supreme realm's half-step avenue, the use of how wide, but it's also rare as hell. You want to make the supreme being bleed? First ask how many of your gods and souls are strong enough to perish. A single thought can make your soul fly away. The sword chi hadn't dispersed after chopping the bloodshed old ancestor and continued to chop away into the distance. The true sword chi spanned hundreds of millions of miles, and the light of one sword chilled the 13 continents. At this moment, the cultivators in the continents far away from the border of the central region all noticed it. This sword chi is too terrifying. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly Tao cries out in sorrow. The endless power of heaven and earth was constantly repairing the broken void. Supreme beings sobbed and fell, and every supreme being had a half-step in the power of the great Tao. Now that the Tao is extinguished, all dust returns to dust, and all earth returns to earth. The other side. Lin Wuji flew over and coldly looked at this party of supreme blood rain. The other party had already died and he didn't care to say anything else. With a flip of his palm, the imperial artifact soul chopper that had been blasted out flew into his hands, gazed at it and noticed that no cracks appeared. Luckily, the imperial artifact of the filial piety patriarch is fine, only that bloodshed old man has passed away. Unfortunately, this person's strength was too low, and he could not utilize 1/10 of the power of an imperial weapon, or else he would not have been annihilated by his sword. I just don't know if the patriarch plays with swords or not, and if he likes this imperial weapon or not. No, we can't speculate on the sovereign. Let's bring it back first. Lin Wuji said darkly. The sovereign's order has been fulfilled. After a short while, he was about to open the teleportation array and fly back to the clan. Instantly thinking of something else, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he turned his head with a glance towards the void billions of miles away. Invisible sword intent descending. 10 little mice. Pretty good runners. In the meantime, billions of miles away, the middle domain U continent, Yaozhou belonged to the downstream continent in the central region, and its overall synthesis was even worse than that of the imperial continent next door. At this time, on the void, the 10 great Yamas showed up and fled in haste. The old ancestor was all chopped apart by Qin Yun's supreme sword. It was too terrifying. In the blood fiend headquarters, the 10 of them that escaped out of the sacred king realm, the 10 temples of Hades, one could only wait to rise again later, although there were still many sub-organizations in the 5 domains. But without the deterrence of the supreme ancestor, it was expected that they would soon be liquidated by all the major forces that had offended them before. It should be safe now. I just hope that Supreme doesn't take us seriously. Ghost-faced Yama stopped and said, it has been a crazy run across a continent. It should be fine, as long as they keep a low profile in the future. When Ghostface finished and was about to say something, he realized that several other Yin Luo were staring back at him in horror, as if there was some great terror. He turned to look in alarm as well. Boom! In the meantime, the cultivators who were watching this unprecedented battle were shocked again. The bloodshed supreme ancestor who was holding an imperial artifact couldn't even block the sword of that Qing Yun Wuji sword exalt. Terrible. This supreme battle refreshed their perception of the Qing Yun sect. High-ranked sword Dao supreme beings were peak masters, equipped with swords that were no weaker than imperial artifacts. Today, a dozen Saint King realm powerhouses fell, a supreme giant, and a great power with an inheritance of tens of millions of years was uprooted. Simply appalling. After the news spread, many geniuses in the central domain flocked towards the eastern domain. Go and meet this imperial sect of the eastern region that had risen to fame. Normally, the land of the eastern region was uninvited, except for some few geniuses who came to practice. If one could join the emperor's sect and become a disciple of the emperor's sect, wouldn't that be a straight shot to the sky? The other side. Eastwick, Green Cloud sect, Green Cloud Great Hall. It's been a while now, and the voice of the system has been ringing endlessly. The machine-like system was only because of that, constantly prompting for an increase in prestige value. Feng Chunyang opened the prestige value mall and looked at it. Fogweed. 1, 10, 100, 1000. Big brother. Look no further. A full 2 million in prestige value. Hard up 1 million prestige values. Sending out a supreme being to go out for a spin is so much prestige value that it might as well be. Blood scream. I thank you. He really turned it around. However, he was only in reverie for a moment before he snapped out of it all at once. This was the first time their name of Qing Yun had officially resounded through the central region, and it probably wouldn't be that simple to gain prestige value again. After all, if you can grip again, you can't catch a grip. As the future first divine sect of the heavens, how can it work with fewer disciples? Now that the Lord's reputation has been made, please once again open the mountain gates wide to recruit disciples. There is no limit to what can be taught. There is no limit to what can be taught. Recruit 5,000 disciples. Completion will be rewarded with a mission. This clan was doing just that. Feng Qingyang checked the latest released system quest and nodded his head. The disciples of their Green Cloud sect are still too few. How is this like a big sect? It mustn't be laughed at when it gets out. Pass on the order of the patriarch. To press for a shift. All the lovebirds. Chapter 108 Emperor's Sect opens mountain. Xiao Xianer appears. 10 days later, Qing Yun opens the mountain to accept disciples. It was like the sound of heavenly authority that resounded throughout the entire Green Cloud sect. Outer disciple area. It's the sovereign. Going to open up the mountain again and take in disciples? That's great. Now we'll have more senior brothers and sisters in the outer sect. A disciple in outer sect clothing said excitedly. Beside him were many outer sect disciples. At this moment they were all looking in the direction of the sect's main hall with faces full of admiration. Junior brother Kini Titanium Magnesium. Don't get excited first, go and cultivate. Otherwise, if people's talent is good and they still roll in, we wouldn't be senior brothers. Yes, that is to say, the peak master of the Green Sword Peak is really powerful. One person and one sword pressurize the central region. The supreme being is on the world. I am also practicing the sword. I must try to squeeze into the sword peak to go in 2 months. At this time since the infinite sword Venerable Lin Wuji stirred up the middle domain, has been 3 days later, during the period of time within the news constantly to its 4 domains to pass away, has been fully spread, shocked off the jaws of countless people. The central region is the center of the continent, the existence of countless powerful people. But there can be someone who can stir up the wind and clouds in the central region? What? A giant of the supreme realm? That's okay. Inner disciple area. When the 10 Heavens Pride disciples heard the patriarch's words, they all temporarily put down what they were doing and all looked in the direction of the Green Cloud Hall. The clan is going to open its gates wide again? This time, I'm afraid there will be countless 5 realms pride gathered. In the meantime, inside the sect, the outer sect elders, inner sect elders, and the great elders, the messages were received with respectful eyes. Then they transported the power of the flood and spoke aloud together. We, the elders, respectfully obey the sovereign's orders. For a time, the green clouds shook. After a few months, the clan once again opened the mountain to accept disciples. I'm afraid that this time, the desolate martial continent will have to be in turmoil. The emperor's sect is on the horizon, and all cultivators are on the green clouds. In the meantime, Green Cloud Immortal City. The city was extraordinarily busy today. The already bustling fairy city has become even more so in the past few days. Countless geniuses from the 4 domains had come here in admiration, just for the sake of being able to join the imperial sect, looking for the slightest chance to rise straight to the top. This was the well-known charm of the great sects. Like before, the Qingyan sect had not debuted its 4 domains. The admiring celestials could be said to be few and far between compared to now. Due to the short period of time, these heavenly prides from the outer regions were still a drop in the ocean, and more cultivators were arriving this way in a steady stream. Heavy news. Come and see, everyone. At this moment, at the center of the immortal city, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Passers-by's eyes were drawn to it in droves. walking up to check it out. This place was a tower built by the Lin family. The height of this tower was unique in Qingyun City, and it was the most eye-catching building in the Immortal City. Normally, the main clan, the Qingyun sect, and the Lin family's news handover was here, so this place symbolized the center of Qingyun City. Just after the patriarch had passed on the order to the entire clan, some elders had passed on to the Lin family's side, asking them to pass on the news that the main clan would open the mountain in 10 days' time. At that moment, a large number of passers-by converged under the tower at the sound of the noise. One could only see a striking banner hanging at the second floor of the high tower. The words on the banner were written with dragon and snake strokes, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. 10 days from now, when the green cloud opens up the mountain, there will be a lesson for all of you to do as you please. An imposing man read out. The crowd then exploded. 10 days later the emperor's sect opened the mountain to accept disciples. Catch up. Finally, Brother Su. That's great. We didn't come in vain, the imposing man said excitedly to his sidekick after reading. I have long expected. Our family and Tianji Pavilion a little relationship. I came before I went to Tianji Pavilion accounted for a divination. This trip will be the wish. The man who was called Brother Su opened the folding fan in his hand and said smugly. On the other side of the crowd, two slender figures saw the vertical banner in front of them after struggling to squeeze into the very front. Xianer, that's great. The Green Cloud sect has actually opened a mountain to accept disciples. Now if you can just join in, you'll be paired with your sweetheart. The woman on the left side, dressed in emerald green dress, said with a soft smile as she covered her mouth. Both slender figures were beautiful, one in an emerald green dress in waves, the other with a peachy face and a pink dress, still laughing, begging for a beating. With that, the two of her playfully jostled together. Brother Ningyan, are you alright? Wait for me, Xianer is here. Xiao Xianer was Ningyan's childhood friend, and after being received by the family in the central region 3 years ago, the two had never seen each other again. However, during that time, there was a cross-domain transmission supreme treasure left behind by Ningyan's master, Dan Chang, so the two of them also sent letters to each other from time to time, but each time, they would consume an enormous amount of resources. That was why Ningyan was desperately rolling in the sect. Not long ago Ningyan sent word that he had become an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect and would soon come to pick her up. She had still snuck out this time without the family's knowledge, and had really missed it for a long time, so he dragged his best friend Gu Qingcheng, the first daughter of the Gu family, to come to the eastern domain, and as soon as Gu Qingcheng heard that she was going to the emperor's sect, which had recently gained great prestige, she agreed in one go. Xianer, what happened to that childhood friend of yours? Is he really an inner disciple of the emperor's sect? After laughing and joking around, Gu Qingcheng's red lips lightly opened and asked uncertainly. Mostly, it was too shocking. Earlier, I heard Xianer say that her sweetheart, Ningyan, was the young family head of a small family in the eastern domain. That was why she had to work twice as hard to stand out in the clan in order to meet Ningyan in name only. Gu Qingcheng was puzzled. People from small families could enter the emperor's sect? This simply broke her perception. Maybe there's some kind of chance. As soon as they entered this green cloud immortal city, she and Xianer acted like they had never seen the world before. An aura several times richer than that of the Middle Kingdom? The whole city is filled with Taoist chants? Explain to me again what this misty immortal aura is? It was worthy of being an imperial sect. It was simply countless times far beyond their family. Yeah, just wait. I'll be able to meet Brother Ningyan in 10 days. In no time, the news spread throughout the city. Countless cultivators were ecstatic. Whether or not they could go straight up to the green clouds depended on the green clouds in 10 days. The other side. Feng Qingyang and the Qingyun Hall pondered after passing the order to complete the clan. The current Qingyun sect was not only lacking in disciples, but even more so in elders. Too few elders, not enough fast. Opened the personal panel and checked it out. Master, Feng Chongyang. Realm, late great sage realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyi. Physique, divine body of the heavens. Sect powerhouses, elder ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the great emperor realm. Guard elder Wang Xian, early stage of the hierarchical sage realm. Outer sect elders Night White, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng, early stage of the hierarchical sage realm, and 5 guards. Inner sect elder Mu Shui Xian great sage realm peak, recovering, Luo Chen Xian sage realm peak. Law enforcement hall elder Luo Wudao, peak of the apparent sacred realm. Palace of merit elder Nya Hailon, peak of the apparent sacred realm. Elder Mo one of the alchemy hall, early Saint King realm. 11th order great Dan Saint. Honorary elder of the alchemy hall, early manifestation saint realm. 9th order Dan Saint. Elder Dragon Evil, early great sage realm. Gate guard fierce beast black emperor, peak of Saint King realm. Recovering, patriarch guard, lonely seeker. Charming, Mo Feng, peak of Saint King realm. Green sword peak master Lin Wuji, peak of the supreme realm. Sect, Qingyun sect. Level 2, 30, 000/100, 000. Ever since he last used his cultivation card, the elders summoned by the sect had more or less seen a great increase in their realm. To summon the elders again, one would have to wait for the completion of the mission, or else one would have to recruit from the outside world. After thinking about it for a bit, seeing the 2 million prestige values, Feng Chungyang decided to play a big game. System, redeem 2 great emperors for me. Chapter 109, Peak Great Emperor, Imperial name Bright Moon. Ding, there is a cooling off period for the exchange of Great Emperor realm powerhouses. 1 month. The host may redeem a Great Emperor first, and then redeem it after the cooling off period has passed. What? There's a cooldown period for this? Feng Qingyang spat out in a depressed manner. Originally wanted to hold a few Great Emperors to calm down the scene, but the system is playing this set with him. Can only be saved for next month? If not, then exchange a few supreme use first. Alright then, exchange one first. Ding, 1 million prestige value deducted. Exchange successful. Engraving in progress. Engraving successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak powerhouse of the Great Emperor realm, the Bright Moon Empress. Empress Bright Moon? Peak of the Great Emperor realm? It's possible. Feng Qingyang smiled in relief. The system was quite understanding, because in that prestige value mall, it only said Great Emperor realm powerhouse, and it didn't label the realm. Be aware of the difference between the early stages and the peak. The two are as far away as a rift valley. Now that the clan has 2 peaks of the Great Emperor realm sitting around, as well as a peak Supreme Lord in 5 Saint King realms, there's enough on this side of the high-level battle power. Right now it's all about focusing on developing disciples and then completing missions to continuously acquire strong people. Feng Chunyang thought darkly, then flipped over the unfinished system quests and looked at them. The main line was Mighty Central Region, and the sideline was the recruitment of 5,000 disciples that had just been released. As for shocking the central domain, it hadn't been accomplished by now. And he was even more certain that those continents in the central domain were by no means simple, and that the names of the peak of the Supreme Realm and the Imperial sect couldn't deter them yet. No matter if the water is deep or not, I will break it with a single spell. Once the spell is out, 2 peaks of the Great Emperor Realm, who can stop them? In the meantime, above the Green Cloud sect, space was torn apart, the void broke open, and a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere. Majestic Imperial might surged out from it. For a time, the continent shook. Emperor Might, the Great Emperor realm had once again appeared. Again, it was the east, where there was only the Qin Yun Imperial sect. It should be from the same Great Emperor as the previous Emperor Wei, or else it would still be available. Ancient clans, desolate ancient families, and transcendent sects. The 13 continent of the Middle Kingdom, the ruler Buddha Kingdom of the Western Kingdom, the 13 continent of the Southern Kingdom, and the 13 continent of the Northern Kingdom. To the powerhouses of the Eastern Domain the emperors might had already been seen. It must be the Great Emperor of Qin Yun. On that day, when the decree of the law was issued, the Golden Tongue overthrew the Holy Land. At this moment, the other 4 domains' powerful forces spokespersons and many powerful loose cultivators were all gazing towards the east where the emperor's might was emanating from across the domain. The Supreme Being attains the way, achieves greatness, shakes the ancient world, and endures through the ages. The great Tao was cheering in the sky above the Green Cloud sect, and the heavenly Tao was singing its praises. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the vortex crack. 3,000 green silks danced with the wind, dressed in a white fairy dress, floating like a fairy, hibiscus like face, willow like eyebrow, just face rin like frost, between the eyebrows reveals the majesty, so that people do not dare to look directly. Bright Moon Empress, contact to delete for infringement. The picture is poor. Big brother make up a picture. At this moment, she was looking down indifferently into the distance as she opened her mouth. I am the Green Cloud sect's Great Emperor Manhwa. A voice mixed with imperial might resounded through the desolate martial continent. With the exception of the Green Cloud sect below, all the billions and billions of miles in a radius made pilgrimages. Feng Chungyang, who was on the main seat of the Green Cloud Palace, smiled gently at the words and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, deep in the heart of the clan. This time, my Qin Yun has become even more popular among the 5 domains. Low profile? Low profile? My ass. Wouldn't that be Gudo? It's necessary to make my Green Cloud sect's reputation known, so that there will be a constant stream of prestige and sect values. How else would several great emperor maids and 3rd-level clans be able to get it done? I, Qing Yun Sovereign, played a strong crush. Green Cloud sect, Bright Moon Emperor. At this moment, the powerful people in the other 4 domains heard the words. In addition to the shock, there was also a feeling that the fruit was not to be expected. Previously, everyone guessed that the Qin Yun sect has a great emperor realm existence, but there is no clear evidence. Although their supreme realm for the peak master, although the last imperial might is also in the east, but none of them were enough to be sure. This time, the great emperor of the Qin Yun sect directly came out and shook the continent. It seems that the Qingyun sect is undoubtedly a hidden emperor sect. On the other hand, the Green Cloud sect. At this time, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect below were not surprised. The strongest people in the sect had gone out to travel and slumber. And now that the patriarch had made a big move, the strongest people in the sect had come out in droves. The last one was Green Sword Peak's Senior Wuji, a supreme realm giant, and this time it was Senior Manhwa, a great emperor realm supreme. No one knew how many strong people were at the bottom of the clan, and they were all proud to join such a powerful clan. My Qingyun imperial sect is invincible. At this time, outside the Green Cloud sect, the three figures appeared, and they were none other than Lone Seeker, Charming, and Mo Feng, who had gone out to exterminate the other 4 domains of the Bloodshed organization a few days ago, after receiving the sovereign's decree. At that moment, the three of him looked out into the void. Our Qingyun sect's great emperor has come out. Charming's red lips slightly opened in shock. The large peaks call out. They had never known how many strong people there were in the sect before. They only knew that the patriarch was so strong that even the heavenly calamity was afraid of him. I've only heard that the clan's ancestors are very strong. This Manhwa Senior wouldn't be the old ancestor, right? It seems like the patriarch is making another big move. I'm guessing that after Senior Wuji annihilated the blood fiends a few days ago, did the imperial sect get involved? Lonely and Undefeated retracted his gaze speculatively and said this. During these 3 days, one of them was responsible for eliminating a domain of Blood Fury suborganizations, basically just destroying them with just one hand once they descended. And they also received the news that Elder Wuji slaughtered the Blood Fury headquarters with 1 person and 1 sword. The Blood Siren organization on the eastern region side was handed over to the subsidiary force, the Imperial Dan Holy Land, to deal with, and the Imperial Dan Holy Land joined with the other 3 Holy Lands that were very happy to cooperate in eradicating the Blood Sirens in the eastern region together. I don't think so. If there was an emperor sect involved, according to the character of the patriarch, he would have already sent a great emperor realm senior to kill over there. Mo Feng chimed in from the side. Feng Qingyang, you little guard dare to talk nonsense. This clan is such a character. Forget it, let's not speculate. Let's hurry back and resume our orders to the patriarch. Charming finished speaking to the duo and took the lead towards the mountain gate with her long legs. Lonely, Undefeated and Mo Feng sniffed and hurriedly followed. When he walked to the top of the mountain outside the clan's gate, he found the Black Emperor staring up at the sky. Black Emperor, Black Emperor. Charming stepped forward and called out twice before the Black Emperor jerked and shook before slowing down. Who? The Black Emperor turned his head and scanned toward the 3. So it's the Sovereign's guards. This is returning to the clan to resume their duties? Seeing the visitor, it said in a serious voice. This emperor was just dazed and was discovered by these juniors? At the same time, his mind was still thinking about the woman he had just seen. It's too strong. It was definitely a high-ranked great emperor, stronger than it was at its peak, simply terrifying. Just the Bright Moon Emperor? How had it never heard of it? Could it be that it had just attained enlightenment in these 100,000 years? No, how could it be a high-ranked great emperor that just attained the Tao? The Black Emperor scratched his ears in agonizing thought. Right, then the 3 of us will go in first. Seeing this, the flirtatious trio hurriedly replied back before walking into the clan. That Black Emperor doesn't know what he's mad about, does? Not a moment too soon. In the magnificent and majestic Green Cloud Palace, Manhwa walked into the large hall with her big long legs. Seeing Feng Qingyang sitting on the main seat, she walked up and spoke respectfully. Manhwa has met the patriarch. Feng Qingyang scanned downward. It was stunning, similar to Mu Shui Xian's aura, both exuding a clear and cold aura. The system would still come to things, and it felt like it would be a shame for her not to be a great emperor realm maid. No, he is ambitious. The matter of the maid will be discussed later. That great Zhou Empress, now they are all arranged by him to do things in the outer door. The realm is too low, a bit unable to keep up with the force. Manhwa, this sect authorizes you to be the master of Qingyuan Peak, and you will be responsible for the matters of Qingyuan Peak in the future. Feng Qingyang withdrew his gaze and said aloud. His plan was to wait until the 8 peak masters were all arranged to become great emperors in the future. What a rowdy time. Manhwa honors the sovereign's decree. The Bright Moon Empress sniffed and said with an arch. The eyes, which were like a pool of clear water, were slightly bright, not knowing what they were thinking. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys who sent them. Can't sleep at night without coding, so wait for my good news. Chapter 110, Floating Life Pavilion appears. 5 domain competition. In the meantime, the Middle Kingdom, the Upper Continent, Yangzhou. Yang Continent was in the top 5 continents among the 13 states in the central region. The aura here was more abundant and dense. The competition was more intense. And the weak and strong of the cultivation world was staged to the fullest at every moment. And the territory was vast and boundless. There were numerous desolate ancient families, forbidden forces, and the emperor clan sitting here. so it could be said that there were many powerful people. It is even the hometown of the ancient legendary emperor, Yang Di. There was an old saying that was once circulated that a great emperor came out of the star continent and pushed across the desolate martial realm. At this moment, a small world with abundant spiritual chi and a transcendent world. This was the residence of the Forbidden Force Floating Life Pavilion. Thousands of pavilions were magnificent. Several vast temples rose from the ground, and countless tall ancient towers rose straight up into the sky. A magnificent and incomparable sacred pavilion was situated on a tall mountain peak in the distance, and an aura of ancient age came straight from the wide hall. At this moment, there was an imposing figure sitting in the great hall. Eastern region Qingyun? I didn't expect that they actually do have a great emperor sitting in the town. How come I haven't heard of such sects in all these long years? But what baffles me is that a supreme being slaughtered all the bloodsheds that had imperial artifacts. Two possibilities. Either this person is also holding an emperor weapon or this person's sword Dao is already out of this world. The former is fine. If the latter is a disaster, is there going to be another green lotus sword god? How should we resist then? An old and majestic voice came from one side. The latter words, these two are not the same. The sword god is a solitary casual cultivator, while the Qingyun sect this is an imperial sect backing. When the time comes to turn on them, then what should they do? Ancient, don't worry. Even if Qingyun comes out, the sword god can't do anything about us. Do you still remember how the green lotus sword god is gone? Said a blurry figure below respectfully. That's right. It's the old man who was overly concerned. There's no need to worry with that, lord. The old voice continued. By the way, ancient, speaking of this green cloud sect, I do know a thing or two about it. That blurred figure suddenly mentioned a mouth. See, the ancient seems to be interested and continued. Speaking of which, this Qingyun sect has long since died out in the world. That was tens of millions of years ago in the Middle Ancient period. Before the Middle Ancient fault, the Eastern region's Qingyun emperor created the imperial sect. But millions of years ago, the records were broken, as if the great emperor passed away, and the emperor weapon was nowhere to be found, and was scrapped by a few great battles. Just that I don't know why it is now coming back out again. And there are still great emperors, supreme beings and other such powerhouses that exist. He was also puzzled by this matter, and he had learned all of this through a mysterious desolate martial calendar, with no record of what happened afterward. Whatever, there may be some unknown secrets in it. It's better for me, Floating Life Pavilion, not to look deeper into it. Ancient once again said, his pale, cloudy eyes bubbling with light. If a power wants to survive for eternity, it should intervene less in the affairs of those powerful forces, especially a big power that doesn't know its roots. Maybe one day they will rise up and then liquidate together. It's just that what makes old me equally puzzled is that the great emperor of the Green Cloud sect didn't even participate in that incident. Never mind, the old man is talking far away again. Ravaging Chen, has the 5 regions disciple competition been notified yet? By the way, don't forget to notify this Qingyun imperial sect. C said to the main thing. Wanton Morning is also that blurred figure. Sniffing arched his hand and respectfully said, Ancient, rest assured. 3 days ago, that is, the Qingyun supremacy descended that will. I have already given many forces to pass on the news. Qingyun clan side also have elders personally see teleportation array and go. That's good. If there's nothing else, you can retire. Old me will continue to cultivate. After the ancient finished speaking, he continued to run his gongfu, majestic half-step Dao rhythms lingering around his body. He was clearly a supreme giant. Wrecking Chen excuses himself. Wrecking Chen turned around and left the great hall when he finished speaking, at the same time praising Ancient in his heart. It was worthy of being a giant of the supreme realm, cultivating at all times. Meanwhile, the Middle Kingdom. Since that supreme fiasco 3 days ago, an even more explosive news came out. At the same time, also 3 days ago, the Floating Life Pavilion released the news that after 10,000 years, the 5-domain disciple competition would be opened once again a year later somewhere in the heavenly star continent. When this news came out, it directly sensationalized the continent. The 5 regions disciple competition held once every 10,000 years had finally opened once more. The great competition of the 5 regions had been popular since ancient times, and was organized by several great emperors in order to enhance the motivation of the disciples within their sects and the inextricable connection of the 5 regions by deliberation. The intention was to search for all kinds of heavenly pride, discover talented disciples within the clan, and strengthen the cultivation atmosphere of the desolate martial continent. After all, the golden great world was going to depend on these heavenly prides, and as the great world descended and the road to becoming an emperor arrived, all the heavenly prides competed. This world has already vaguely had the omen of the golden great age. Supreme beings have come out, great emperors have come out, and the eastern region, which was scrapped, has begun to rise, led by the 3 great imperial forces, with dozens of transcendent sects in the central domain participating, and countless other forces of all sizes further down. This was a major event on the continent, and the top-ranked disciples and their forces in the grand competition would be rewarded with rich rewards and honors, and the pride that stood out would be on the 5 domains heavenly pride list, which would be counted and rearranged by the floating life pavilion, which was also a battle of honor. Yes, this time the grand competition is expected to be of even more quality. In the past, although it was said to be the 5 domains, since the East domain was scrapped, every session was only participated by the strongest forces of the East domain. This is different. Under the leadership of the Qingyun Imperial sect, the Eastern region is all set to rise, and I don't know how perverted the disciples of the Imperial sect must be to be strong. Green Cloud sect disciple, pervert? You'll know when the time comes. At this time, the disciples of the forces of the continents who received the news had already begun to roll, all wanting to make a name for themselves in one battle in the great competition of the 5 regions. Meanwhile, on the side of the Green Cloud sect, after the Bright Moon Empress received her orders, she headed towards Green Luan Peak. The patriarch had entrusted this immortal peak to her, and she could not fail the patriarch's expectations. Is there less than 2 months to go before the immortal peak disciple recruitment? The Bright Moon Empress said darkly, her pretty eyebrows lightly raised. Then he looked towards the cloudy Green Luan Peak and flew up. In the meantime, at the border of the eastern region, a huge teleportation array opened. An old man with an unremarkable aura stepped out of it. Qingyun Imperial Sect. Chapter 111, Floating Elder. Shocking discovery. The old man murmured. He looked old, but his aura was sufficient, with a kind of majesty that had been in a high position for a long time, and on his golden and bright costume, the 3 words Floating Life Pavilion were embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. He let go of his god's thoughts and felt it, and after determining the direction, he flew towards the easternmost part of the city. The aura is extremely rich. There's no mistake. It's that way. The other side. In the magnificent Green Cloud Palace, the Bright Moon Empress had just left a few moments ago when 3 figures walked into the Great Hall after being reported. Lone survivor, charming, Mo Feng, we have met the patriarch, have followed the sovereign's decree and eradicated the remnants of the Blood Fiend's sub-organization forces. As soon as he came in, he saw the great figure on the main seat. The 3 of them said in unison, arching their hands. Feng Chongyang, who was sitting on the main seat, swept a glance at the 3 people, and then a majestic voice came down. Well done. 10 days from now will be the day that I, Qingyun, face the continent to open the mountain and accept disciples. When there are more disciples at that time, this clan will appoint the 3 of you as core elders. Let's start by drawing a big pie. Heir is not right. If there is merit, then reward, and if there is fault, then punish. He is a patriarch who rewards and punishes clearly. As for the overthrow of the Blood Fiends, that was their own fault. If you have offended my Qingyun, no matter how powerful you are in the central region, you will still be uprooted in a few days, and once the decree is issued, you will all be destroyed. By the way, speaking of the Blood Fiend, when Lin Wuji teleported back that day, when he returned to him, he also presented an imperial sword, which was sent directly into the resource hall with a wave of his big hand. My Green Cloud sect plays with things of the immortal rank, and this imperial artifact is really a bit out of place, but it can still make do for now. The key was that there was no one who used a sword among the strongest members of the Green Cloud sect right now either, so they could only wait for the strongest member who used a sword to be summoned and then reward him after he had made a meritorious achievement. Feng Qingyan thought of this in his heart. When the 3 people in the lower hall heard the words of the patriarch, they were hastily moved to say, thank you for your appreciation, patriarch. We will only fight for Qingyun in our lives, and for patriarch, as long as the patriarch's decree is sent down, there is no one who dares to disobey it. At this time, the patriarch was getting taller and taller in the eyes of the 3 of them, and they hadn't put in much effort to eliminate the bloodshed organization. Shame on them. After the news of the central region quickly spread, there were quite a few forces that took the initiative to help the 3 of them surround the bloodshed killer in order to curry favor with them. Qingyun, that was really scheming and contributing. 10 days later, the mountain opens for disciples? They also fumbled a key piece of information, which now confirmed in the hearts of the 3 of them that the sovereign had indeed made another big move. No wonder they found so many geniuses from the other 4 major domains pouring into the Green Cloud Immortal City after they arrived all the way here. The 3 of them stood respectfully at the side of the Great Hall when they finished speaking, and now they were still the patriarch's guards, standing guard for the last period of time. In the meantime, the elder of the Floating Life Pavilion, flying all the way above the 9 heavens, arrived at the mountain range belonging to the Green Cloud sect, the Green Cloud Mountain Range. After a short while, he found that this place was blessed with spirituality, and the aura was abundant and dense, and he thought that it was worthy of being the seat of the Emperor's sect. What a sacred place for immortals! In terms of this sect's residents alone, it was already on par with their Floating Life Pavilion. After sensing the exact location again through his divine mind, he continued to fly away. In no time at all, as he looked down low, he saw a stairway to the sky that went straight up to the clouds. He was slightly surprised and continued to fly. Hey, what for? You still dare to barge into my green cloud sect? Get your ass down here for this emperor. The Black Emperor, who was patrolling the mountain gate, spotted the old man in the 9 heavens above and shouted angrily. Then with a single movement of his divine mind, the majestic imperial might crushed over. What? The floating life pavilion elder, who was flying, only felt a deafening sound ringing in his head, and finally a majestic pressure came from him and dropped to the ground after screaming miserably. The Black Emperor saw the visitor being crushed down and walked slowly towards him with a 6-fold pace. Why are you juniors so ignorant of the rules? This part of my green cloud sect prohibits aerial crossings, and you still want to break into my green cloud? The Black Emperor walked up to the old man and looked down at the other party. After the pressure dispersed, the floating life pavilion's elder opened his eyes in a daze and realized that a small black dog was yelling at him. Wait, why does this look more and more familiar? You are not Elder Black Emperor? The floating life pavilion's elder exclaimed in shock, changing his face from his usual expression. Oh, you've also heard of this emperor's story? The Black Emperor asked suspiciously. He had sealed himself for 100,000 years, and this old man from nowhere was able to recognize it. The middle stage of the great sage realm. There's nothing special about it? The floating life pavilion? Did they come to me to make a living? At this moment, the Black Emperor discovered the words embroidered on the old man's clothes. As a great emperor who had mingled in the central region in his previous life, it was normal that some small and medium-sized forces hadn't heard of them. But this floating life pavilion was something he knew. He certainly recognized the big forces in the central domain that could squeeze into the top 10. That old man was completely shocked when he saw the Black Emperor admit it. He had only seen the portrait of the Black Emperor in the family calendar, and combined with that massive pressure, he asked speculatively, not realizing that it was true. It's too shocking. I didn't expect to see Senior Black Emperor here. Didn't it die with the Water Fairy Empress 100,000 years ago? Although the old man from the floating life pavilion had numerous questions, but with his cultivation, he wasn't qualified enough to ask. He just respectfully said, reporting to the Black Emperor Senior, I have seen you on our family calendar. 100,000 years ago, a certain old clan of our family saw you once, and because of the reverence for you, Senior, it was enshrined in the family calendar. Only, Senior Black Emperor was a giant in the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm. Why did he look like he was watching the door? Is it possible that the dog has been bullied by the tiger? It had also joined the Green Cloud sect, but even if the Green Cloud sect was an imperial sect, it wasn't so cowed as to allow a great emperor powerhouse to watch the door, was it? The family calendar is recorded. The Black Emperor Senior is a great emperor realm middle giant. The dictatorship of the ancient world, the existence of the 5 domains, the nature of the vicious and aggressive, life is untamed. The old man finished making another wild guess in his mind. Oh, you mean that whoever, so he's your old ancestor. He does have a side relationship with this seat. Although Black Emperor couldn't recall who was, it didn't stop him from speaking in a serious manner. Speaking of which, this emperor has just saved your life. If it wasn't for this emperor blocking you, you would have been strangled by the dregs of my Qingyun's grand formation by now. What is your business in intruding into my Qingyun? If you don't tell me honestly, don't blame this emperor for turning the tables. When the Black Emperor finished speaking, he stared coldly at the old man with his eyes. The quickness of the change of face catches you off guard. Floating life pavilion? Better not come to mess with my Qingyun. Well, or else you won't give face just the same. That floating life pavilion elder's back was chilled by the Black Emperor's look. This was a great emperor. Can you not panic when a great emperor giant is staring at you? Senior Black Emperor, I have come to present an invitation to your clan by order of our pavilion elder. On the other side, Feng Qingyang in the Green Cloud Hall also used his divine mind to notice what was happening here. An invitation? What the hell? It's not like I, Qingyun, have any connection with the floating life pavilion, and they purposely send elders to deliver things to my door? Feng Qingyang was instantly interested. Ding, this side quest was detected as good. Now it's this system's to get. Another new mission is now issued. The clan will win the top prize in the 5 disciples competition in a year's time, and will be rewarded handsomely for its completion. Oh, that's okay. A year from now, the 5 regions disciple competition. So what this old man is giving away is the equivalent of an entrance ticket to the competition. Interesting, having debuted Qingyun's mighty for the world, they would know the terror of the disciples of the Qingyun sect after the next year. With the added power of the time and space tower, the strength of the disciples would definitely rise a great deal more in a year's time. Feng Qingyang pondered. It's not good for the clan to have only strong people who are powerful. The strength of the disciples must keep up, otherwise wouldn't it be green and yellow? Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang used his divine mind to send a voice message to the Black Emperor. I grant him permission to enter the clan. Chapter 112 Invitation Letter. Heavenly Demon Forbidden Land. Feng Qingyan's divine thoughts came through. The Black Emperor first froze for a moment, then looked at the sincere eyes of the floating life pavilion old man in front of him. So he said, "Consider it your honor. Our Lord of the Green Clouds has granted you permission to enter the sect. Come with this emperor." The Black Emperor took the lead in walking into the sect gate after he finished speaking. "Many thanks to Emperor Lord. Many thanks to Senior Black Emperor." After the floating life pavilion's elder finished speaking, he hurriedly followed behind the Black Emperor. It was a trip that was worth every penny. Surprisingly, he was able to meet the great emperor of 100,000 years ago in person, as well as the recently renowned emperor master of the Qingyun sect. Wait a minute, didn't the news of the Black Emperor Senior and the Water Fairy Empress deaths come out together? Now that the Black Emperor Senior has joined the Qingyun Emperor sect unharmed, it won't be that the Water Fairy Empress will also be able to do so. The old man dared not think any further, and the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. It would be terrifying if it were true. With several great emperors, this Qingyun is unstoppable. Not long after, the Black Emperor led the old man into the core area of the sect and headed straight for the Green Cloud Hall. This Qingyun Imperial sect is actually stronger than my Floating Life Pavilion's residence. Along the way, the Floating Life Pavilion's old man was shocked beyond measure. What I saw and heard, arranged in a well-ordered magnificent sacred attic, the rich mist of the aura, everywhere is filled with the rhyme of the Tao. The sky above the dome was surprisingly there were still 8 floating peaks with immortal chi that went straight to the clouds, and the few breaths coming from above, slightly feeling them, shook his scalp. Just as he walked under a tall and grand attic, he ran into the transformed 4 sacred beasts who were sweeping the floor. Lord Black Emperor. The 4 sacred beasts hurriedly greeted the Black Emperor when they saw him walk over. Lord Black Emperor was by far the most powerful demonic beast they had ever seen, and just standing in front of them made them not dare to look directly at him. "Well, keep working," the Black Emperor said with a soft smile. It had heard of the story of these 4 muckraking holy beasts, and according to that elder it was still the Water Fairy Empress herself who had subdued them. Only they said that they were unleashing a beast tide on the orders of the powerful demon race in the central region. It had been pondering, the demon race is unsettled again? Hundreds of thousands of years of hibernation. And what conspiracy? Don't look at it as also a demonic beast, but it is not willing to be with those demon race. It is a ferocious beast, understand? The two continued forward. However, the elders of the Floating Life Pavilion were quite emotional. For holy beasts? Just sweepers in the Qingyun Imperial sect? What a waste. Not a moment too soon, they arrived outside the imposing Qingyun Hall. The Black Emperor led the old man in one by one. The majestic and solemn hall. Feng Qingyang sat upright on the main seat, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Taoist rhythms flowing around him. "Patriarch, the people have been brought," the Black Emperor said with a respectful arch. "Elder Mo Hai of the Floating Life Pavilion, meet with Emperor Lord Qingyun. By order of my pavilion's pavilion elder, I offer your clan an invitation to the 5 regions disciple competition in a year's time." Normally sending a direct message to other forces would be fine, but the Qingyun sect was an imperial sect and was still the overlord of the eastern domain, with a status equal to theirs, so it had to be formalized. The old man from the Floating Life Pavilion didn't dare to look around and finished respectfully. Not to mention the figure on the main seat, even the 3 people standing on the side were full of aura, presumably 3 Saint King Realm powerhouses. Saint King Realm powerhouses had to stand respectfully, and he dared even less to say anything more. A hot golden invitation appeared out of thin air from the old man's spatial magic treasure and floated in the great hall with a golden light. This seat is aware of this, and in a year's time, my Qingyun disciples will descend into the central region. A majestic voice came down from the upper position and resounded through the Green Cloud Hall. Feng Qingyang's demonic purple eyes opened and he looked down at the old man. On the side, Charming took the initiative to walk forward, and with a sweep of her jade hand, she got the invitation. Then, Emperor Lord and Senior Black Emperor, I will take my leave. The completion of the recognition accounted for by the courtier went quite well. Phew, the old man let out a deep breath after finishing. What he saw and heard today was too shocking. Their Floating Life Pavilion's base location that was close to hundreds of millions of years was actually no match for this Qingyun Imperial sect. It was too terrifying. Feng Qingyang nodded his head and signaled, and the Black Emperor led the old man out of the Green Cloud Hall. After the old man left, Charming walked up and presented the invitation. I have heard that everyone in Qingyun is like a dragon, with countless strong people and many heavenly prides, so I am sending this post to invite your clan to participate in the 5 regions disciple competition 1 year from now. Floating Life Pavilion Elder. Ancient dust. Ha, this court elder is also good at saying flattering things. After reading the invitation, Feng Qingyang laughed lightly. Although their Qingyun sect now said that there was no problem at all in terms of top-level battle power, but disciple-wise due to the time aspect there were not yet a few outstanding supreme heavenly prides. His 3 disciples were considered, along with Qin Han and Ning Yen from the inner sect. and the rest of the disciples still needed time to settle down. Feng Xingyang then looked out towards the Green Cloud Palace. It all just depends on a year from now. In the meantime, Southern Region Heavenly Demon Forbidden Land. The Heavenly Demon Forbidden Land was one of the 4 Forbidden Lands on the continent, along with the Burial Demon Forbidden Land, the Dragon Palace Forbidden Land, and the Fallen Immortal Forbidden Land, on par with each other. The 4 forbidden places are distributed in the 4 major domains of the central, western, northern and southern regions, and are renowned, and it is recorded that there are great horrors in each forbidden place, and it is said that during the Middle Ages, there was a supreme being of the central region who had broken into a certain forbidden place and never came out again. Since then, it has become a place off the beaten track, and it is only then that the reputation of the 4 forbidden places has taken hold in people's hearts. At this time in the Heavenly Demon Forbidden Land, no less than tens of thousands of demonic beasts converged under pressure, but they were all 3rd or 4th order demonic beasts. In the gray and depressing Forbidden Land, all of these demonic beasts were neatly prostrate on the ground, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble, as if there was some great terror ahead. Jia, Jia, Jia. It's all put together. We can finally resurrect the great demon Emperor Lord. An eerie voice came out from the altar at the very front. The tall altar was thick with blood-colored chi, and 5 black pillars through the sky went straight up above the Forbidden Land, and there were countless remnants of marks on the tall pillars, filled with the aura of ancient years, and densely carved with obscure inscriptions on them. At this moment, 3 figures were standing high above the altar, a shadowy, skinny old man-like figure and a wrinkled old crone. There was also a man the size of a child, who had just made the eerie sound. The demonic aura on the 3 of them was monstrous, counting the child who spoke even more so, and it was clear that they were all transformed great demons. At this moment, he was holding 5 blood beads that emitted blood aura, smiling fiercely. Ha ha, it's still your lordship's layout that's sound. The demon race is where it is today thanks to your lordship's brilliance. That wrinkled old crone smiled grimly and praised in a hoarse voice. Humph, those dragon fools even said that they don't care to be with us. When my father resurrects the demon emperor, he'll break them into pieces just like the human cultivators. The 3-foot-tall man's eyes were filled with violence, and after it finished it looked at the 5 blood beads in its hands. This blood bead is really not easy to come by. My demon race has been plotting for hundreds of thousands of years, and today it has finally come to fruition. It took hundreds of thousands of years to absorb enough blood chi from demonic beasts and human cultivators. It then lamented. This blood bead was run by the demon clan's high priest who had manipulated the demon clan hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the demon clan's headquarters was now huddled in a forbidden place in the northern domain. However, there were branches of them in all the 5 major domains, especially the powerful demon clans that were spread out in those mountain ranges in the central domain. The crazy beast tides that were constantly initiated in the 5 major domains before were signaled by these powerful demon races of theirs behind the scenes, just for the sake of using the blood beads to absorb the blood chi. Hundreds of thousands of years of dead demonic beasts and cultivators were more than billions. Cultivators and demonic beasts had been fighting since ancient times on this continent, but it was obvious that the demon race was the loser, and could only huddle in mountain ranges, or secret realms. If they, the demon race, wanted to rise again, they had to take another shortcut. It's about time. Black Spectre let them begin. Seeing the blood bead in its hand again with its blood chi continuously spewing out, the red light in its eyes was great as it commanded. Yes, Lord Priest. The shadowy and thin old man sniffed respectfully. Kir, Kir, Kir. Its body demonic chi flourished, and then said some unintelligible beast language. Those prostrate demonic beasts below then immediately climbed up and rushed to the side. Seeing this, the high priestess struck each of the 5 blood beads in his hand into each of the 5 black pillars through the sky. Buzz. The altar then began to shake violently, and after the shaking, a large blood-red hole opened in the center of the altar. The sound of tens of thousands of demonic beasts running up shook the sky. Those demonic beasts were manipulated to jump into the black hole one by one. In no time at all tens of thousands of demonic beasts all jumped into the blood-red black hole without a single drop. Jia, Jia, Jia. Resurrect, Lord Demon Emperor. I'll be sure to have a few more chapters tomorrow. Friday. Thanks for the gift. Wahahaha. Chapter 113 Used Demon Emperor. Qing Yun's past. As the high priest's words fell, rumble, the altar shook violently once again, and the inscriptions on the 5 black pillars through the sky emitted a dazzling blood-red light. And then where the stone pillars were connected, a ceiling boundary above the firmament appeared. The 5 blood beads continued to release the absorbed blood chi, condensing to the extreme to transform into a bloody mouth, blasting towards the ceiling boundary. Boom! A loud ringing sound was like a heavenly collapse, shaking the 3 demons on the altar. The ceiling boundary is broken. It's time for Lord Demon Emperor to awaken. As soon as the high priestess's words fell, she looked expectantly into that blood-red abyss. Roar! Roar! this emperor has finally reappeared in the sky. A roar was the first to come. The ancient and vicissitudes of the world traversed the eternities. Then the overwhelming imperial might rose up, coming out from the heavenly demon forbidden land and sweeping through the 5 domains for a time. Deafening sounds accompanied by majestic imperial might resounded like the might of the heavens. Wherever the emperor's might went, 10,000 demons submitted and 10,000 cultivators were forced to bow down. A monstrous demonic aura enveloped the continent. This is imperial might. Heavens, what's going on here? Another great emperor has appeared. No, feel it, this demonic aura is monstrous. It's the demon emperor's advent. For a time, the 5 domains shook. It is important to know that the demon race has been huddled in the 5 domains since the Middle Ages, when they were defeated by several ancient great emperors of the human race, and have not been favored by the heavenly Tao, and the path of the emperor has been broken and crippled, and no new great emperor has been born for tens of millions of years, so they were left alone, and in the eyes of those powerful forces, it was generally believed that the demon race no longer constituted a threat without a great emperor. Heavenly demon forbidden land, go check out what's going on. At this moment, the most panicked people are the people of the southern domain. With the demon emperor making waves in their southern domain, they are defenseless. For a time, everyone in the southern region was in danger. The southern domain ancient family, the southern domain Su family, the southern domain Taiwu sacred ground, the southern domain Chongyang sacred ground, and the southern domain sacred sword sect. The 5 heavenly sealing power talkers had sent strong men to come and check it out. In the meantime, Green Cloud Immortal City. The many cultivators in the city only heard this transcontinental sound and only felt the monstrous demonic aura, not the imperial might. The crowd was puzzled. In an instant, he was enlightened. Right, this was the Qingyun imperial sect's affiliated city. Who could be wild here? Is this the descent of the demon emperor of the demon race and the war is about to restart? It was still the Green Cloud Immortal City that was safe. And recognizing how the demon race was, it certainly couldn't threaten this place. The crowd only put their hearts down when they thought so, and continued to wait for the opening of the Qingyun Emperor's sect to accept disciples a few days later. If the test doesn't pass, there's no plan to leave this time. The demon race is going to make a comeback. At this time, the Green Cloud sect, in the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, when Feng Qingyang heard this vicissitude in ancient voice, he immediately looked to the south, his deep eyes seeming to see through everything across the domain. Demon Emperor of the demon race? I hope you don't mess with me. Qingyun. Feng Qingyang was unperturbed by this, and after withdrawing his gaze, he walked out of the Qingyun hall. Everything was business as usual. Qingyun now had 2 peak great emperors sitting at the helm, so what was there to fear? However, in order to accomplish the task of shaking the 5 domains, my Qingyun's powerhouses will still have to move, and if that doesn't work, I'll first get this demon emperor killed. After flying up to Qingyun Peak, he was contemplating this question. Not only are there great rewards for completing the mission, you can also obtain a large amount of prestige value, and by that time, the batch of great emperors will not matter, and at that time, pushing across the continent is just a matter of words. Inside the sect, the Black Emperor, who was planning to walk back to the mountain gate, had just noticed it at first. The demon race even has a demon emperor in the world? This emperor remembers that the demon race's imperial path was broken after the Middle Ages? Could it be the same as what this emperor thought? This is all the work of those powerful demon clans. In the meantime, Li Qingyun in the old ancestors' hall was similarly pondering, somehow ringing with that incident. That demon emperor who had been sealed by himself in the southern domain tens of millions of years ago. At that time, he also paid a great price to barely seal that sinful animal. With his strength at that time, he could only seal it. Otherwise he would have already exterminated it. Now that the demon emperor's imperial might was coming from the southern region, could it be that the sinister dragon had broken through the seal? On the other hand, within the heavenly demon forbidden land, after the emperor's might in the abyss dispersed, a huge figure that covered the sky flew out from within. Its huge body was covered with black scaled armor, with dark red vertical pupils flashing in a pair of bloodshot eyes, and a vertical short horn on its dragon's head. It was clearly an Emperor Realm Black Augur. At this moment, it was looking down with scarlet eyes at the 3 transformed great demons on the altar. A monstrous demonic aura mixed with majestic imperial might filled the entire forbidden land. My demon race's current high priest pays homage to Lord Demon Emperor. When the high priest saw the demon emperor, he instantly bowed down on the altar. The 3-foot-tall figure prostrated himself in submission. Seeing this, the black Jiao flew towards the altar, and its blood-red mouth opened to swallow the demon race-transformed old man in crone, who hadn't reacted yet, into the blood bowl, crunching and chewing through it and swallowing it. The black augur then transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in black with a fierce face. The current high priest? Is my demon race already so weak? How could a tiny supreme being become a high priest? That's ridiculous. Demon Emperor coldly smiled. The huge demonic aura on his body was violent again. It had been a long time since he had eaten. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon in front of him claimed to be the high priestess, he would have already swallowed it into his stomach along with him. Reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, you don't know. Since our demon clan lost a great battle in the Middle Ages, the path of the emperor has been cut off, and we have never been able to produce a demon emperor again. It was only through the medieval records that I learned that you were sealed in this forbidden land, and used the 5 great blood beads to suck up billions and billions of living beings before shattering the seal. The high priest trembled as the aura on the demon emperor was too powerful. In his heart, however, he had already laughed. The cultivators of the desolate martial continent. The demon emperor has descended. Tremble. Then this emperor asks you, what year is this night? The demon emperor then asked, his eyes full of vicissitudes. This seal appeared to have been sleeping for a long time. It's all because of the damned Xinyan emperor. This emperor will have to trample your Tao to extinction. Tens of millions of years ago, that is, before the medieval fault, it was making waves in the eastern region and was targeted by Emperor Qingyun, the creator of the Qingyun sect at the time. One man and one demon fought from the eastern domain to the southern domain, and then it was defeated and sealed in this abyss. Reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, it is now the 6th year of the desolate martial calendar 8848. Tens of millions of years have passed since the medieval era in which you are located. The high priest stood up and said with a respectful arch, it seems that Lord Demon Emperor has taken it as one of his own, or else he would have eaten it a long time ago. Roar! Is it surprising that tens of millions of years have passed now? The great Emperor Qingyun has probably already been passed away by time, so his Tao lineage, the Qingyun sect, is waiting to receive its wrath ruthlessly. The demon emperor roared and flew into the sky once again, transforming into his original body, the Black Jiao, ruthlessly venting out this anger that had been sealed for tens of millions of years. Chapter 114 Demon Emperor Black Jiao, Fall of the Southern Region. This emperor asks you, what is the current state of the demon race now? The black augur who had finished venting said from a short distance above, looking down on the altar. Reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, right now, my demon clan, including me, has 3 demon exalted, 20 saint demon kings, dozens of great demons, 100 saint beasts, and countless demon beasts of all ranks, and some of the powerful demonic beast forces in the central region are at the mercy of my demon race. The high priestess detailed the current situation of the demon race today. Weak, too weak. The once powerful demon race has fallen to this. The demon emperor said angrily, these lineups, though they look intimidating, would have to be shaking in the middle of the continent. But once upon a time, the demon race was an existence that was able to separate itself from human cultivators. There were several demon emperors and a dozen demon zoons. Tens of millions of years had passed, and the demon race was now so weak. Now under your leadership, Lord Demon Emperor, my demon race will surely rise again. The high priestess patted the dragon's ass at this point. Humph, take this emperor to lead the demon clan to kill all those damned cultivators. And by the way, there's also the damned Qingyun sect. This emperor asks you, do you know the power of the Qingyun sect? The demon emperor said viciously, his thick dragon tongue licking and licking his neat white fangs. Green Cloud sect? Reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, this Qingyun sect is an imperial sect in the eastern domain. It seems that it has only recently come out, and there are great emperors and supreme emperors sitting within the sect. The high priestess thought about it and briefly stated what it knew. It didn't know much, only that the original East domain was very easy to bully, and there were no grossly strong people. Originally, he was still planning to start the invasion from the Eastern domain, but a Qingyun emperor sect popped up halfway, so it was not a good idea. It was better to start from the Southern domain. The high priestess recalled, the Green Cloud sect even has a great emperor in attendance, an imperial sect that has been passed down for tens of millions of years. Its depths are probably already terrifying. This is what it did not expect, to know how difficult it is to achieve great emperors. A golden great world can only give birth to a few of the few. This Qingyun sect even has a great emperor of the current generation sitting in the town. Damn it, I'm going to crush it no matter what. Pass on this emperor's order to have all the demon races come here to the southern domain to pay homage to this emperor, and the overthrow of the 5 domains will start here first. After the demon emperor Jiaolong finished speaking viciously, he transformed into his human form once again and flew up to the tall altar. This will serve as a temporary base camp. Now that it had just broken through the seal, there was very little of the power of the great Tao left in its body, and it still needed to recover for a few days. After recovering fully and overthrowing the southern domain, it would be the day of the Green Cloud sect's demise. I respectfully obey the law of Lord Demon Emperor. The high priestess flew out of the forbidden land in a quick instant after respectfully finishing his speech. It had waited too long for this moment. The re-emergence of the demon race begins today. After the high priest left, the demon emperor began to meditate with his eyes closed. The power of the great Tao surfaced around it, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the clouds. It was clearly a late-stage emperor demon of the great emperor realm. In the meantime, after the high priest went out to the Forbidden Land, he transmitted the news to the demon race through the demon race's summoning magic treasure, as well as those powerful demon beast groups in the major domains. In 3 days' time, the demon race in the order after the huge group of demonic beasts under the leadership of those high-ranking demonic beasts, across the domain to come, with an irresistible momentum to impact the southern domain of each continent. In the forbidden mountain range of the southern region, roar! After a loud hissing sound, countless demonic beasts raced out of the mountain range in a frenzy. The ground shook with the sound of stomping. Ah, demonic beasts, why are there so many of them? Help! 1 million top-grade spirit stones are offered. Someone save me. Don't. Oh, it hurts me. Let go. In a few moments, every corner of the southern domain, every large city was unceasingly attacked by waves of demonic beasts, and the shocking screams rushed to the sky. The earth-shattering hisses of the demonic beasts were equally incessant. For a time, the situation in the 13 southern states was in turmoil, and the people were in dire straits. Southern region Huzhou, 10 great demons fell from the sky above. They came by order of the high priest to sweep the place, in order to occupy the southern region as soon as possible. The demon high priest had sent out dozens of great demons from the demon race. 13 sacred demon kings were also sent to lead the demonic beast swarms to attack the 13 continents in the southern domain at the same time. There isn't even a Saint King realm in the small southern region. How can you resist my demon race? Jia, Jia, Jia. Delicious blood, delicious flesh and blood. Today is the day my demon race makes a comeback. Kill for the saint. The 10 great demons transformed into their original bodies, their majestic great saint auras rushing to the sky as they began to massacre. A demonic aura filled the sky with blood. This day the southern region seemed to be dyed blood red, with remnants of spoons and broken arms and blood flowing everywhere. In less than 5 days, the 13 continents of the southern domain had fallen, and the situation was so tragic that it was like an inferno on earth. In the meantime, southern domain Guangzhou, ancient family. This place was far away from the haunted world, and the demonic beasts hadn't impacted here for the time being. The scenery is still beautiful and the aura is abundant. However, most of the land in Guangzhou had been occupied by demonic beasts. At this moment, the other 4 major sealing forces, as well as some powerful clans and lineages from the great continents, were now all cowering and retreating here. The situation was simply changing rapidly, and the emperor's might that emanated from the heavenly demon mystic realm 5 days ago had them on edge. I didn't expect that it only took 5 days for the huge southern region to be almost completely captured by the demon race. At this moment, the magnificent ancient family hall was filled with people. The look on everyone's face was one of trepidation. Defeated. It's all gone. Clans were destroyed. Families were broken. And one after another, famous and powerful people in the southern region died in battle. Ouch. It hurts too much. Gentlemen, where exactly do we go from here? Is this how my southern region is going to sink? A family head of a power said with anger. His left arm sleeve at the empty, obviously a one-armed, is again the day before the big battle by the demonic beast bite off. What can be done about that? The demon race is too powerful. It's simply not something our southern region can resist. The demon clan has the demon emperor in town. Who knows if there are any other powerful demon beasts? I guess those people in the central region are discussing their countermeasures. A pale old man on the left side of the hall stood up and retorted. Now they really have their hands full. A feeling of powerlessness filled his body. The demons are too powerful. Even if a great emperor of the human race makes a move, he may not be able to completely eradicate it, and the demon race's depth is also very deep. Let's hope we don't abandon our southern region. Abandon? It's possible if you say so. Don't you guys forget, the East Domain, medieval fault. For a while the seat was full of people. At that time, the demon race emerged from the western region's burial demon Forbidden Land, and the western region was too powerful at that time. So the demon race turned their guns around and invaded the eastern region, resulting in the eastern region being crippled. What about that? If only I had an emperor's sect sitting in my southern region as well. The longing voice of an old man came. The emperor's clan? Qingyun imperial sect. The ancient family and the Su family's family heads simultaneously shook. The first daughter and first son in their family are not disciples of the Qingyun sect. The Su family's first daughter, Su demon. The Gu family's first daughter and first son, Gu Linglong and Gu Jianfan could all be outside disciples of the Qingyun imperial sect. The two of them looked at each other in the same way and just felt like heroes. The ancient family head spoke softly. How about we defect to Qingyun? And more. Continuing output. Chapter 115, the power moves on. Up to the green cloud together. Defect to Qingyun. As the voice of the ancient family head fell, all the people in the great hall looked at him for a moment. Minds vary. Think again about the possibilities of this. Stretching one's head is a cut, and shrinking one's head is a cut. No choice at all. If you defect to the emperor sect, it's still a toss-up whether they want you or not. But even if the defection didn't work out, a person could still be sheltered by Chung Yun. I don't believe that this demon emperor would still dare to mess with an imperial sect that has a great emperor at its helm. It's all up to the ancient family master. The crowd in the great hall droned in unison. A chorus of voices resounded through the great hall. This place brought together the leaders of many powerful forces in the southern domain. They then represented domain. The 5 sealing forces were now left with the ancient family and the Su family, and the remaining 3 forces, the Tai Wasteland Sacred Ground, the Heavy Sun Sacred Ground, and the Sacred Sword sect had already had the misfortune of having their entire families destroyed by the demonic beasts. How sad it is that the heavens and the earth are so clear. Well then, this family head will send a message over. I just hope that the Emperor's sect will save my southern region, the ancient family lord said with a straight face. Then with a thought, a flashing token appeared out of thin air, then gave a roughly hushed account of everything that was going on here. This is the sound transmission magic treasure of their ancient family. There is a large formation attached to the inside, which can be passed across the domain, with numerous resources entrusted to the northern region's master refiner to build it. This pair was the only one in the entire ancient family. The other piece is in the hands of the first daughter, Gu Linglong. In the meantime, outside, the news of the fall of the southern region had spread. The views of the practitioners varied, from those who were righteously indignant to those who were unconcerned. The most powerful forces of the middle domain of the genus were still hesitant. This demon race was not like before. Now that there was a demon emperor in town, their strength was incomparable. The only way to do so was for those powerful emperor clan great emperors to step in. But now the current great emperors of the human race have all gone to do that thing, and can't spare their hands. Damn it! Should we let the demons take advantage of the situation? There are great emperors in Changyun. A word to the wise. Cultivators from all domains slowed down. The fact that the Green Cloud sect had emanated majestic imperial might several times indicated that the Green Cloud sect had a great emperor of the current generation sitting in its midst. Now that the Qingyun sect had become a popular choice, the only way to suppress the demon clan once again was for Qingyun to step in. Not long after, led by a pavilion elder of the Floating Life Pavilion, a supreme lord of an emperor-level power and many saint kings of transcendent powers came straight to Qingyun. Other than the Floating Life Pavilion and an emperor-level power in the Heavenly Star Continent, the others were just middle to lower-level powers in the central domain. The truly powerful forces of the top 3 upper continents were still waiting to see what would happen. Although these forces of theirs were strong, but they weren't even on the list of the strongest forces in the desolate Martial Continent. Ranked first was the Dustless Emperor sect built by the Dustless Emperor. The second was the mixed Heavenly Divine Kingdom that Empress Lin Yao was in charge of. The third was the Wanxiang Imperial Clan where the Wanxiang Emperor was from. Those powers on the leaderboards had no call to arms, and the cultivators of their various domains were like scattered sand. Now it's up to them, the lower middle class forces. If they let the demon race sweep through the central domain, they wouldn't end up much better than the southern domain. The 2 great supreme beings and the dozens of saint kings came in full aura, riding on the cross-domain grand formation. Mighty supreme aura, and the aura of a roiling saint king swept out. It shook the desolate ancient continent for a time. 2 supreme beings who had not appeared for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another today. But this is a shocking event in the desolate Martial Continent. The demon race is making a comeback. If we don't go all out, we're afraid of appearing as we did in the ancient times. A small demon race. How dare you go wild? Destroy the demon race together. Battle. There were several terrifying roars coming out from the North Domain, and countless figures came out from the North Domain and flew above the dome of the sky to run towards the East Domain. The major powers in the North Domain had sent out strong men. It would be a disaster if the demon race was allowed to fight their way into the North Domain. Their Northern Domain didn't have to be much stronger than the Southern Domain. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will be the same as the tragic situation in the Southern region. It's a one-shot deal. When the powerful forces of the Central Domain moved, the various domains followed, straight to the Eastern region and up to the Green Clouds together. Amitabha Buddha. Poor monks only transcend the world. It seems like we have to overpower the demonic beasts today. Hundreds of Buddhas flew out from above the 9 heavens of the Western Buddhist kingdom, standing in a robe. A sky full of Buddhist sounds rang out from the Western Buddhist kingdom. They, the Western regions, generally didn't meddle much in the affairs of the continent, but this was a major event that concerned the change of the desolate Martial Continent. Who is the master of the vast earth will depend on whether or not the demon race can be eradicated this time. The Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom followed all the cultivators straight to Qingyun. In the meantime, Heavenly Demon Forbidden Land, the Demon Emperor Black Jiao opened his eyes, and a powerful imperial might rose up. The numerous high-level transformation demon beasts below were so frightened that they fell to the ground respectfully. Phew, not bad. Thanks to these 5 blood beads, the Tao power in my body surprisingly recovered quite a bit after this emperor absorbed them. The Demon Emperor sighed. Originally, having been sealed for tens of millions of years, the Tao power in its body had dried up. but it didn't expect that the 5 blood beads it absorbed when it broke the seal would actually restore its Tao power. Lord Demon Emperor, that blood bead is something that my demon clan has planned for hundreds of thousands of years to obtain, so it naturally has these effects. The high priest chimed in from the sidelines. Did the emperor tell you to speak? The demon emperor glared over with a single look, and the high priest was instantly blasted off the altar. The great demons under the altar were even more chilled at the sight. The demon emperor lord was also too powerful. The demon emperor high priest was all blown away with a single glance. In a few moments the high priestess climbed onto the altar once again and knelt on the ground and said reverently, I know my mistakes, and I hope that Lord Demon Emperor will forgive me. Next time you do it, you don't have to live. By the way, this emperor asks you, how is the dragon race doing now? The demon emperor asked coldly. In addition to the thorn in its side that was the Green Cloud sect, it had another force it particularly detested, and that was those high and mighty dragons. How dare it look down on it as an augur? Listening to the tone of voice, could it be that Lord Demon Emperor is going to make a move against the dragon race? The high priest's heart rejoiced. It also looks that the dragon tribe is not happy, this time to raise a big event. Those people of the dragon tribe even said that they do not care to be with their own demon tribe, so it hurriedly said, Your Honor, the dragon clan is very weak right now, and the entire clan is hunkered down in the forbidden land of the dragon palace in the North Sea of the northern domain. The demon emperor sniffed thoughtfully. Are even the once powerful dragons so weak now? Are monks really the favorites of heaven? However, it is good that the small dragon tribe can be destroyed together with them, otherwise it is difficult to solve the hatred of this emperor. Green Cloud sect. Immortal aura surrounded Qingyun Peak. Feng Qingyang had been mindfully cultivating all this time and had just come out of the time and space tower at this moment. 5 days in the time and space tower was equivalent to 500 days of cultivation. The realm had risen quite a bit, and it would soon be time to ascend from the late stage of the Great Sage realm to the peak. Alas, it's still the step-up cards that hurt. It's mostly just too boring and annoying on the inside. Calculating the time 2 days later is when the Green Cloud sect reopens its gates, and by then completing the mission is estimated to be able to obtain the Ascension card. Feng Qingyang said darkly, there's no way to get a moment's worth of fun. All the time. He then thought of that incident with the Demon Emperor 5 days ago and checked the system. Xianjin Black Jiao, late Emperor realm. Tens of millions of years ago by the Qingyun Emperor sealed in the southern region of the heavenly demon Forbidden Land, by the demon race with 5 blood beads to break the seal out. At this time has captured the southern region, plans to level the Dragon Palace, and then leveled the Qingyun. What? There's such a thing. Feng Qingyang only felt that all this was also too coincidental. Could it be an arrangement from heaven? No, that's not the point. The point is that if I don't go after you, you come after me. Qingyun? Old ancestor Li Qingyun. Where is Qingluan Peak Master Manhwa? I feel like I'm writing this a little abruptly, but I've laid the groundwork, so I'll just do it however I feel like it, and I'll update in the morning. Wahahaha. Chapter 116, Sword Peak asking for swords. 2 Emperors of the Qing Clouds. At this time on the Green Sword Peak, Lin Bai was wielding the Green Lotus Sword with extreme strength. The steps under his feet produced lotus flowers, and the Green Lotus Sword moved with his heart. The sword intent of Di Chang swept out, not using the slightest bit of spiritual qi, just chopping out the sword qi solely based on the comprehended sword intent, cutting off several large patches of small grass on the Green Sword Peak. Not bad. You are one of the most talented sword cultivators that this honorable man has ever seen. Green Sword Peak Master Lin Wuji complimented from the sidelines after scrutinizing the situation. I thought to myself that it is worthy of being the disciple of the patriarch, and at a young age it is more fierce than when my father was young. A cultivation level of the late stage of Cave Void was able to comprehend the sword intent of a great accomplishment, and it looked like it would soon break through to the peak of sword intent. Many thanks to Peak Master Senior for the compliment, Lin Bai said humbly as he retrieved his sword after practicing a set of swordsmanship. The deeper he practiced, the more he could feel the power of the way of the sword. I came to Green Sword Peak today because I wanted to come and ask for a lesson. Light uninterrupted cultivation in the time and space tower. Although the realm improvement was faster, but the understanding of some things could not keep up, and it must not be done behind closed doors. Your sword intent is slightly impetuous. You need to quiet your mind and slowly feel it, to become one with the sword. Lin Wuji laughed from the side with his hands folded, putting aside the identity of the sovereign's personal heirloom. This was also a sword Dao Jr. that he liked, so naturally, he did not begrudge the instruction. Lindbergh was humbly accepting the teachings from the sidelines. Is my mind too restless? It was also true that, in order not to disgrace his master, he had been immersed in the time and space tower all this time cultivating day and night, just to be able to come out on top amongst the disciples. It's too quick to be good. Maybe it really is time to be quiet. Lin Wuji saw that Lin Bai was there contemplating and solving for enlightenment after listening to him. He nodded with satisfaction. Extremely talented, perseverant, and willing to listen to the teachings, this junior's path afterward would go very far. Afterward, Lin Wuji walked over to Lin Bai and took the green lotus sword in his hand. After gathering his eyes, he faintly said, "The sword is good. The rank of this sword and his Wuji sword should both be immortal swords that surpassed the emperor rank. No wonder the sword god was able to make that heaven-defying move with this sword at that time, using the saint to destroy the emperor." This was something he had purposely learned about after returning to the clan after slaughtering the Blood Fiend organization in the central region, and at that time, he had felt that the Wuji sword was extraordinary, and after inquiring with the elders, he learned that the patriarch's own heirloom had also obtained a sword from that sword graveyard. At this moment, with the green lotus sword in his hand, Lin Wuji's temperament changed slightly, and his entire person was like a sharp sword, as if he had fused with the sword in his hand. "My father will explain the way of the sword to you." Lin Wuji took one step, not mobilizing the slightest bit of Dao force, just moving with his heart by virtue of his comprehension of the sword. First realm, sword intent. This realm is the basic realm for the introduction of the sword path. One must not rush to achieve success. One must lay a good foundation. With a sword in one's hand, one's intention is moved by the sword. He gently waved the green lotus sword, and majestic to the extreme sword intent emanated from the green lotus sword, and it was as if the breeze was pierced apart and began to clank. Lin Wuji then paused and continued aloud. Second realm, sword body. This realm is the second realm of the sword road, but also a great threshold, can also be said to be a watershed. Across the past, the sword road comprehension grows dramatically. Across the past, can only stop here, there is no great action also. This realm is mainly toward what this honored one just said to you. To quiet the mind, the human sword is fused into one, in order to wield it freely. After saying that, Lin Wuji closed his eyes and waved the green lotus sword carelessly. The green lotus sword in his hand moved with his heart and performed freely. The sword chi that was 100 times more lingering than just now continuously cut through the void. Lin Bai watched from the sidelines as if he was mesmerized. Worthy of being able to act as the head of one of my peaks of the Qing Yun, this sword opinion interpretation is really not a cover. Alright, chewing on greed is not good enough. Now these two sword Dao realms are what you can access in a short period of time, Lin Wuji said in a slow voice and returned the green lotus sword in his hand to Lin Bai. Many thanks to Peak Master Senior for his guidance. Lin Bai put away his sword and sincerely thanked him. The one he admired most in his life was the patriarch, the leader in his cultivation, who passed on his gongfu, helped him open his sword body, and also took him, who was unknown to him, as his own disciple, a favor that would be hard to repay for 10 lifetimes. Now there was another admired person who ranked second in his heart, although he was not the leader of his sword path. But these words of the Peak Master had enlightened him and benefited him greatly. Lin Bai slowly walked a few steps, came to the top of the green sword peak, looking at this fairy atmosphere surrounded by the floating peak of the green sword for a moment with feelings. Green sword peak asked the sword, heard the sword rode different paths. At that moment, a divine thought transmission voice resounded through the heavens. Old ancestor Li Qingyun, where is Qingluan Peak Master Manhwa? The gazes of Lin Wuji on the floating peak next door and Lin Bai on the top of green sword peak were immediately drawn over. Is this another big move by the sovereign? Surprisingly, the old ancestor and the bright moon peak master were summoned over together. Those were two great emperors, alas. I don't know which power will be the unlucky one this time. Li Qingyun from the old ancestors hall and the bright moon empress on the green Luan peak heard the patriarch's order, and their great emperor realm auras rose, tearing through the void in an instant. The main peak, the top of Qingyun Peak, at the top of the majestic mountain, it goes straight up to the clouds. Strolling here is like stepping into a fairy palace, with immortal aura and Taoist rhythms floating across the landscape. After a clear thunderclap, the void was torn open, and the gullies inside continuously blew out a harsh astral wind. After Li Qingyun and Manhwa tore through space and came, they respectfully stood in front of the patriarch. I wonder what the patriarch has summoned us for. Seeing that the patriarch was in front with his back turned to them, looking down, the bright moon empress's bright, large eyes blinked and took the lead. That's great. The sovereign has summoned this emperor, and the opportunity to make a mark for Qingyun has arrived. Old ancestor, do you still remember that Emperor Realm Demon Dragon? Feng Chongyang turned around and looked at old ancestor Li Qingyun and inquired, an Emperor Realm Demon Dragon? Patriarch, old man remembers. I think that year that Emperor Realm Demon Dragon was making waves in the eastern domain, and after battling with old man for several months, it was sealed in the southern domain by old man. Seeing the patriarch inquiring about the southern region demon dragon, Qingyun Li gave a general account of all that he knew. At the same time, he thought to himself, sovereign asking this, could that demon emperor of the southern domain really be the one he sealed tens of millions of years ago? This demonic dragon. To think that he still wants to get his hands on my Qingyun, take the demon race involved and destroy them all. Feng Qingyang finished indifferently. If a man offends me, I will offend him. If he does not offend me, it depends on my mood. You're still thinking of destroying the Green Cloud sect? Don't you know I'm always one step ahead of you? As for waiting until the Demon Emperor comes attacking with the Demon Clan before making a move, I'm sorry, isn't that a pie in the brain? I honor the sovereign's decree. The old ancestor Li Qingyun and the bright Lady Empress finished speaking respectfully, and their raging anger rose up. How can a small demonic scaly dragon think of destroying Qingyun? Jab! The void tore open, and the majestic imperial might accompanied by fury spewed out from the two of them. Afterwards, it directly tore through space and went away. 1 day later, North Domain, the forbidden land of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The sky, which had just been clear, was overcast in an instant. A monstrous demonic aura accompanied by gloomy clouds pressed over. Those reptiles of the dragon race, why don't you come out to meet this emperor? Sleep, wake up and continue to more. I want to catalyze to billion points of power. Chapter 117. No great emperor of the dragon clan. 3 great dragon venerables battle the vault of heaven. A voice that traversed through the ages came from above the firmament. What followed was a huge figure that covered the sky and descended from the 9th heaven. The blackened scale armor reflected the cold light in the faint light, and the dark red vertical pupils stared viciously at the North Sea below. Behind them, 10,000 high-level demonic beasts followed densely behind. It has become a black cloud over the palace. This is the demon race. What? The demon race has come to my northern domain. What? The demon race has breached my northern domain. This big move by the demon race directly alarmed the cultivators in the northern domain. Although this side of the North Sea in the North Domain is the location of the Dragon Palace's forbidden land, there are still quite a few cities and towns in the North Domain around the shore. It was only because that Dragon Palace forbidden place was in the deep sea, and the Dragon Clan hadn't shown its face for tens of thousands of years. It's almost forgotten by the world. At this moment, the crowd of cultivators around the distant shore looked up at the North Sea dome in horror. What the hell is going on? Did the demons and dragons bite each other? However, the top powerhouses of my northern region have already departed for the Green Clouds. If this demon race messes up, then the northern domain will surely end up in the same place as the southern domain. Ah, who dares to come to my dragon palace and cause trouble? A majestic voice came from the depths of the North Sea. The vastness of the North Sea. After the sound came out, the entire sea water began to boil violently, and a huge whirlpool formed in the center with rough waves. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon roars came out, resounding through the heavens and earth. Moments later from the vortex, hundreds of horned dragons flew out, churning up the waters of the North Sea. Each dragon was long and thick, covered in hard dragon scales that glistened with metal. The many horned dragons flew above the sky and began to swallow clouds and emit a powerful dragon might, hissing continuously as they confronted the opposite demon army. The powerful dragon's might struck, and some of the demonic beasts on the opposite side of the dome subconsciously trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. It couldn't be helped. The dragon race's bloodline naturally restrained them, and they wouldn't be affected by the dragon's might unless their realm and strength were able to crush the other party. Oomph! The foremost demon emperor Jiaolong gave a furious giggle. The roiling dragon might then dissipated without a trace. There are still dragon reptiles yet to make their appearance, and the fun is just beginning. The demon emperor's eyes were cold and teasing. It couldn't do anything about the dragons tens of millions of years ago, and was humiliated by these reptiles in 100 ways. It wants to get back all of its lost dignity today, and return those humiliations to the Dragon Clan 1,000 times over, or else it will be hard to resolve the hatred in its heart. When we kill all the dragons, the Dragon Palace and the ancestral dragon treasure will all be in the possession of this emperor. The demon emperor muttered. It didn't just come today to simply annihilate the Dragon Clan, but also to obtain the Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon treasure. I heard that inside the ancestral dragon's treasure there is a drop of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, and after getting the essence blood and refining it, its life level would be able to be sublimated, and when it did, its strength would increase greatly, and it would be able to overthrow Changyun with certainty. After an instant, the 3 larger Yinglongs soared up, the majestic aura of a demon Zun unfolding as they soared into the clouds and flew in front of the hundreds of horned dragons, shaking the heavens. Your Excellency, Demon Emperor, why do you want to humiliate my dragon clan? Our dragon race and your demon race have always been well watered, right? A huge Zun realm Yinglong inquired as it scanned the demon army in front of it after tumbling around. It was a dragon clan elder, and the majestic voice that just came from the depths of the North Sea was from it. Ascending to Tsang Dome realized that the leader of the other party was actually the Imperial Jiao that had overthrown the southern domain a few days ago. Abominable. If it wasn't for my dragon emperor being involved in that incident, today would it be its turn for this inferior bloodline augur to run wild? Humiliate your dragon clan? Ha ha ha, you dragons are dead damn reptiles, so what if I shame you? This emperor wants to accompany you guys for more fun, or else just you ants would have been crushed to death by this emperor through and through. The demon emperor's heart is very painful. The humiliation suffered before today finally returned. It is true that it is not too late for a demonic beast to take revenge in 100,000 years. Seeing the anger pressed on the faces of the dragons across the dome of the sky, the demon emperor continued to provoke. This emperor is giving you all a chance to live. As long as you hand over all of the ancestral dragon's treasures to this emperor guarantees that he won't commit the slightest offense against your dragon clan. Or else, get the ancestral dragon treasure first, then kill them all. It was because only those few higher-ups of the dragon clan knew the exact location of the ancestral dragon treasure. The demon emperor finished seductively and moved his mind. Majestic imperial might surged out, pressing down from above the firmament. Roar! Countless horned dragons couldn't bear it and began to scream miserably when they felt this monstrous imperial might. Deceiving the dragon is too much. The dragon race, would rather die than give in. The auras of the three Yinglong clan's old Zun realms were in full swing, doing their best to defend against this majestic imperial might. The powerful dragon might in the sky erupted once again. Although he didn't know where he had offended this demon emperor, this sinful beast had even humiliated the dragon clan at his own doorstep and dared to covet the ancestral dragon's treasure. There is only one battle. So what if the great emperor? They dragons are not to be messed with. They had the heritage left behind by the ancestral dragons and the various generations of dragon emperors. And then with their powerful dragon might, it was enough to put up a fight. Dragons, follow this clan elder to kill the enemy. The monstrous dragon's might was mixed with a loud voice resounding through the sky. There are no great emperors in the dragon race, and hundreds of true dragons battle in the sky. The three Yinglong clan elders were the first to move out, tumbling in clouds and mist, their huge bodies shining with armor scales. Then their bloody mouths opened to reveal their white fangs as they attacked the demon clan's camp. Hundreds of horned dragons behind them then tumbled towards the demon race without fear of following. The sky was filled with the hissing sounds of dragons, and majestic dragon might. The void in the firmament was torn apart. The heavens and the earth trembled. All the true dragons swarmed up at once, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you bombard this emperor even if you're so weak? The demon emperor Jiaolong let out an angry cry. The heavenly emperor's might swept out like a tidal wave. Countless horned dragons were instantly like dumplings, all turning sharply and being suppressed in the North Sea. Most of the horned dragons with slightly lower strength were crushed by the emperor's might and directly exploded into blood mist. Roar! The remaining three major Yinglong demon sovereigns roared in anger, leading the few horned dragons strong against this majestic emperor's might, and once again attacked. The dragon clan elder Zun Realm Yinglong opened his mouth wide and spat out a dragon breath, the blazing colored dragon's breath, drifting out. A powerful imperial might erupted from it. When the dragon's breath came out, the North Sea boiled and the sky was burned, burning the sky and boiling the sea. This was the bottom of the dragon emperor's legacy, the blazing dragon breath. From the moment it sensed the arrival of the demon race, it swallowed this blazing dragon's breath into its stomach and concealed it within the demon pill. It's all about the moment. Oh, fun! Then this emperor will play with you. The dragon clan's underbelly? Unbeatable. The demon emperor sculptor instantly soared up. Behind them, the three major demon race demon elders saw the situation and stood ready to attack. They didn't dare to move without the demon emperor's orders. It looked like the demon emperor was going to personally torment its enemies. The dragons. The demon high priest's eyes were shining, and his heart was secretly happy. The damn dragons were still so condescending in front of Lord Demon Emperor. Just wait, I'll stomp you into the ground in a minute. Powers out. Dogs. The rest of the usual will be posted later, and today's will all have at least 3 chapters. Chapter 118, Imperial Daughter Long Cheng. 2 Emperors Descend. The blazing dragon breath instantly came at the demon emperor. Hot flames that engulfed the heavens. The god of the 9 heavens collided. 2 great emperor realm breaths battled it out. Such a low temperature is warming up this emperor? The demon emperor let out a fierce laugh, his scarlet vertical pupils coldly staring at the dozens of true dragons in the firmament. Monstrous demonic aura overflowed from its scales, and even more majestic imperial might gushed out from its body. The flaming red flames burning from the blazing dragon's breath instantly receded upon contact with its blackened, icy scale armor. One touch and you're out. Roar! High-ranking great emperor. The 3 great Yinglong clan elders cried out in shock, their dragon eyes widening. Never would I have thought that this demon emperor would be a high-ranked demon emperor. The dragons are finished. If it was a first-time great emperor, then they could still fight against each other with their blazing dragon breath and dragon might. This time unless the dragon emperor returned. Otherwise the dragon race would be doomed. Roar! Roar! We are not willing. The remaining dozens of true dragons roared and hissed sadly towards the sky, praying that the dragon emperor, who was far away in an unknown land, would hear them and return to save the dragon clan. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. The dragon race is going to be finished. The northern region cultivator who was tens of thousands of miles away lamented. How powerful was the dragon clan once, an existence that was completely able to separate itself from their 5 realms cultivators. Since the ancient period after the immortal death of the ancestral dragon, the dragon family has been in a state of collapse, but there are still several dragon emperor. I did not expect the glorious dragon family today will be destroyed. The northern region cultivators only felt that their lips were dying. With the destruction of the dragon clan, wouldn't it be their turn in the northern domain next? This emperor has been practicing for so long, but he has yet to taste what dragon meat tastes like. The demon emperor Jiao Long's thick tongue licked his lips, and fishy saliva flowed down from the corners of his mouth. If you can't get the ancestral dragon essence blood, it's not bad to eat a few true dragons to make up for it. Except for the 2 great demons that he ate when the seal was first lifted. He hadn't had a full meal in tens of millions of years. Just when the demon emperor had had enough fun and was planning to eat a few true dragons to make up for it. Stop! Don't you just want the ancestral dragon's treasure? This princess will give it to you. A clear dragon's roar came out from the depths of the North Sea. Then, a slender green dragon soared out from the North Sea vortex. Your Highness, you shouldn't have come out. We are ashamed of the dragon emperor. Even its daughter, the princess of my clan, cannot be protected. No way. We will guard the only bloodline of Lord Dragon Emperor even if we fight for our lives. After the earth-shattering dragon roar, the dragons flew towards that green dragon, using their huge bodies to protect her. The demon emperor teasingly looked at this green dragon that flew towards the firmament. I was all set to start eating, but I didn't expect any surprises. If you first release my dragon clan members, this princess will take you to find the ancestral dragon treasure. That green dragon saw the situation transformed into human form, flew out of the protection circle surrounded by all the dragons. Today the dragon tribe suffered tens of millions of years has not been the great calamity. Whether or not she could survive depended on this last-ditch effort. Clan Elder, we will introduce this demon emperor into the ancestral dragon mysterious realm and then die with it by self-destructing the mysterious realm. You are on the fast track, waiting for my father to return and rise again in the east. She used the dragon clan's gift of truth to send a message to their dragon clan elder. Without waiting for the Yinglong clan elder to respond, she directly stepped onto the celestial dome, a green pigmented dress, without powder, but choo-choo seductive, 3,000 green silk dancing with the wind. The double horns on her head did not destroy this beauty in the slightest, but instead added a trace of a different flavor to her. Long Qing, infringement contact deletion. The picture is poor. Big brother make up a picture. Oh, ancestral dragon treasure. How can this emperor trust you? A greedy gaze flickered in the demon emperor's eyes. Ancestral dragon blood, and the dragon clan and the dragon palace are all owned by this emperor. It's a green dragon, and it calls itself this princess. Could it be the daughter of the dragon emperor? It murmured in its mind, its vertical pupils turning a bit as it pondered. This princess is the first daughter of the current dragon emperor, Long Qing. Naturally, I know where the ancestral dragon's secret realm is. If I lie to you, with your strength, it's not too late to overthrow my dragon clan again. Long Qing calmly and casually said, yes, but, do you think this emperor is as stupid as your dragon race? After capturing you, the daughter of the dragon emperor, are you still afraid that those dragon clan executives won't obediently hand over the ancestral dragon treasure? The demon emperor looked at her with disdain, and then his demonic aura flourished, tearing towards her with terrifying speed, playing with its mind's eye. When this emperor was playing with his mind's eye, your grandpa Zuzu wasn't even born yet. You, seeing the demon emperor who came straight at him, Long Qing panicked, and a puzzled expression appeared on his veiled face. Ultimately, she was too young, and some things were too deep to grasp. However, it was too late to run now. Not good. Protect her highness. The remaining dragons swarmed up. Countless dragon roars once again resounded above the sky. Sinner, haven't seen you for tens of millions of years. You still like to make waves so much. The voice caused the demon emperor who was about to strike, and the crowd of panicked true dragons to be stunned. What's the situation? The demon emperor hunts dragons, and there's a monk behind him? With that, the demon emperor turned his massive auger head to look toward where the voice came from. It's just that why does that voice sound familiar? Tens of millions of years of absence? Who can wait for this emperor for tens of millions of years? Nope, how dare you call this emperor a sinful animal? This emperor will tear you apart. Endless rage rose from its blood clearing. Anyone who insults this emperor will die. Stab. After the flood of voices rang out from the eastern dome, it ended with the sound of tearing space. An ear-piercing tearing sound resounded through the heavens and earth, as the void was directly torn apart, and 2 long void gullies were presented. The demon emperor's eyes widened. Ripped through space? Not good. 2 great emperors. This emperor is the old ancestor of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun emperor. This emperor, the Green Luan Peak master of the Green Cloud sect, the Bright Moon Empress, by the decree of my lord of the Green Clouds, I have come to kill the demon emperor. After the voice that resounded through the desolate martial continent was heard, mighty imperial might crushed from the eastern dome, sweeping over everything. It's my human emperor. Great. I told you that those continent ruling forces wouldn't let the demon race run rampant. Ha ha, a small demon race still wants to make waves. Crush them, crush them. Qing Yun, Qing Yun, Qing Yun. The cultivators of the 13 continent of the northern domain were the first to boil over. It's a no-brainer if my human great emperor doesn't make a move. And when he does, it's two of them. They had been paying attention to this great battle between the demon race and the dragon race, fearing that the demon race would brazenly invade their northern domain after destroying the dragon race. The other 4 domain cultivators also heard this sound of pouring heavenly might at the same time, and very much felt these 2 majestic imperial mights. Those cultivators who were halfway to Qingyun all turned back violently. What's going on? That's Northfield. The demon emperor of the demon race is in the northern region. There were also 2 great emperors from Qingyun. The Qingyun imperial sect took the lead. That's great. The central domain floating pavilion master, the emperor clan supreme, and many saint kings of the central domain's transcendent forces had turned their direction and headed straight for the northern domain. No matter what, we, the monks, have to come and help the scene. What? Great Emperor Qingyun. Chapter 119 North Sea Void, Battle of the Great Emperors. The other side. Green Cloud Sect. By now the night was clear and the stars were thin. The outer disciples Su Demon and Gu Linglong. Gu Jianfan took a walk in the outer gate area. The breeze caresses the cheeks of the teenage girl. They were in an unbelievable mood at the moment. They were anxious after the southern region sank. A day ago there was also news from the family that they were going to defect to the Qingyun sect. It was already 5 days after the southern region had sunk. They reported it to the elders at the first opportunity. Today the sound transmission magic treasure in their hands once again transmitted a message. But this time it was good news. Heavenly good news. The demon race in the southern region had been basically purged. According to his own father, it was by 2 of their Green Cloud sect's supreme strengths that tore through space to descend into the southern domain, easily crushing some of the powerful high-level demonic beasts left in the southern domain. The crowd of cultivators in their southern domain directly counterattacked in full, and on the spot. He indicated to the 2 greatest powers that all the great powers of the southern domain had defected to Qingyun. After learning that the demon emperor and the many high-ranking demonic beasts were not in the southern domain, they tore through space once again. Su Demon and the girls estimated that the Qingyun sect powerhouses that descended on the southern region were the Old Ancestor and the Qingluan Peak Master, the 2 great emperors, who came out from the sect a day ago. The powerful imperial might and sound that shook the continent just now was proof enough. One more day will be the time when our Qingyun opens the mountain again. How about there is no pressure? This time, the moonlight is bright, and the mood is comfortable. Su Demon casually gossiped. In such a powerful clan, the pressure will definitely be there all the time. Our young who will be willing to be inferior to others? I just admire those senior brothers of the inner sect, one more powerful than the other. All of them rose in by strength. However, by the time the next ranking is finalized, unsurprisingly, we will all enter the inner sect. Gu Jianfan chimed in. Right now the first place on the outer sect rankings was his sister. The second place was him, and Su Demon was not bad ranked at the 5th place. Let's hope so. This time when the mountain opens it is expected that the sect will be flooded with more geniuses from the 5 domains. The competition will be even fiercer then. Alright, let's stop here today. Let's take time to go back to the southern domain together some other day. Gu Linglong looked up at the sky and urged when she saw that it was getting late. So, see you tomorrow, sis. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Seeing clearly, after the 3 of them bid farewell to each other, each of them walked towards their own area of the main hall. In the meantime, North Domain, North Sea side, under the shocked gazes of the Demon Emperor and the Dragon race, as well as the cultivators around the North Sea, Old Ancestrally Qingyun and the Bright Moon Empress stepped into the void after tearing through space. The majestic Great Emperor's mighty pressure pressed down on them and they couldn't even lift their heads. An old man wearing a dark green robe with auspicious clouds stabbed on the back of his clan uniform with a majestic face looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. A woman in a green corseted dress with a soaring wand tattooed on the back ignored them with a cold, frosty indifference. Seeing that familiar figure, the Demon Emperor's heart was incomparably shocked at this moment. How is that possible? It's really Emperor Qingyun. Tens of millions of years had passed and he hadn't even passed away or ascended. Could it be that this Li Qingyun had also sealed himself for tens of millions of years, waiting specifically for it to reappear? And just how powerful is this Green Cloud sect? 2 great emperor realms in one shot. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Jiaolong's huge Jiaolong head was filled with incomprehension, and a pair of vertical pupils were filled with astonishment. What? You sinful beast, don't you recognize this emperor? Old Ancestor Li Qingyun saw that this Demon Emperor froze in place and opened his mouth to majestically say, sensing the shocking demonic aura and imperial might that erupted here. He crossed 2 major domains to find this place. Why does this emperor say that the southern domain is devoid of your sinful animal's breath? So it turns out that you have run to attack the dragon palace. If this is placed in tens of millions of years ago, the dragon tribe is still in the prosperity of that will. This Xin Jiao is a fart, do not dare to let go of it. This emperor also remembered that you were trying to join the dragon tribe, was disliked by the others to drive out of the dragon palace. Unfortunately, a demonic beast of the great imperial realm. It's a pity that people can't even look at it. Old ancestor Li Qingyun shook out those pasts of this sinful animal. Seeing this Emperor Jiao that he had sealed tens of millions of years ago again, he couldn't help but feel that the avenue of time was truly broad and deep. One thought of death and white bones, one thought of the sea. Humph. It's called the times make the man. The demonic Jiao hissed defiantly. 3 majestic imperial mights collided above the void. 2 great emperors? Don't be nice. And how can this emperor not see through the realm of these 2? Are they both above this emperor? The demon emperor was shocked for a moment. The huge body also quickly contracted and took up a defensive stance. Seeing this scene, the dragon clan and the demon clan behind the demon emperor didn't dare to move. It's horrible. This Qingyun sect was 2 great emperors in one shot. Sure enough, this desolate martial continent was still the land of the human masters. What a summer bug. Humph. Li Qingyun. Speaking of which, this emperor hasn't messed with you much, right? Instead, it's you who has sealed this emperor for tens of millions of years. How about we each take a step back? This woman is the princess of the dragon clan, and she has learned of the ancestral dragon's treasure. So how about we destroy her dragon clan first, and then split the treasure equally? The demon emperor schemed and spoke aloud. It was now in the late stage of the great emperor realm, and it could be said that it was hard to have an enemy in any of the 5 domains of the desolate martial region. Even if there was one, it would be one of the very few great emperors of the day from the very few powerful forces in those middle domains. But that's about it. But these 2 it couldn't see through. It wouldn't be 2 peak great emperors. You can't do it the hard way. You still have to see Quinn. The Emperor Realm Jialong secretly said in his heart, and then gestured over to Dragon Clan Princess Longqing with his huge Jialong head. What? No, Your Excellency. My Dragon Clan has always been peaceful and has made contributions in the turbulent heavenly domain. I hope you will save my Dragon Clan. Ancestral dragon treasure. Our Dragon Clan offers it with both hands. Hearing that demon emperor's words, the 3 Yinglong demon elders hurriedly transformed into 3 crane-haired, childlike old men and respectfully requested to the 2 Qingyun emperors in the void. It's all come down to the moment of life and death for the dragon race, and the ancestral dragon treasure can't be guarded anyway. Might as well offer it to the 2 great emperors of Qingyun. Anyhow, it was better than letting these greedy demon clans snatch the goings-on. At this time, their Princess Longqing was still in the hands of the demon emperor. Critical. You're teaching this emperor how to do things? Li Qingyun squinted at the 3 old men, scaring them into lowering their heads in a hurry. The sovereign's decree was to overthrow all demon clans that had merged with the demon emperor. Other are not important. As for those ancestral dragon secret treasure, he cannot look at the eye, but these dragons can be taken in the past. As a Mount Lalachu what? These 3 demon Zun realm Yinglongs were also enough. Sinful beast, how dare you bargain with this emperor? You are only worthy of being stepped on. Li Qingyun said to that demon emperor Jiaolong. Execute. Then, a mighty, angry cry rang out. Old ancestor Li Qingyun was the first to move, and the power of the consummate great Tao within his body was released. His way, the way of the green cloud. Thousands of green clouds soared down from the 9 heavens. Once the power of the perfected great Tao was released, thousands of green clouds illuminated the entire sky above the firmament. The majestic imperial might crushed down once again. Wind cloud immortal thunder technique. Li Qingyun urged his Tao power to run his immortal laws with all his might. This was one of the books he had casually picked out in the Hall of Feats and Techniques, and it was said to have been created by the immortal king of wind and cloud, and that when cultivated to its full completion, the immortal thunder would be enough to split dozens of great worlds like desolate Marshall. The old ancestor's peak great emperor realm aura was in full bloom. After the immortal laws were in full operation, the sound of thunder made up for it on the 10,000 miles of the sky, and thick purple golden lightning crackled and brewed. Barely, boom, countless thunderbolts struck down from the firmament. What's this? Extinction thunder. The high-ranking demonic beasts of the demon race all looked upward in horror, returning to realize that this was actually the strongest thunderbolt in the legend. The perishing thunderbolt. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move because his body was suppressed by the great emperor's pressure. All that could be done was to let out a helpless scream. After the thick thunderbolt fell, tens of thousands of demon clans were cleaved into dregs in just an instant. Once again, blood was spilled. Countless demonic beasts' blood and water fell from the firmament into the North Sea, staining a large swath of seawater red and shocking to the eyes. This emperor, fight you all. The demon emperor was enraged when he saw this. His own demon army was reduced to nothingness in just an instant? On the other side, after seeing that the old ancestors had all stepped forward, the bright moon empress looked even colder and similarly flew into the dome of the sky. Boundless Tao power was released from her body, and a bright moon rose behind her. Bright Moon Avenue. Since she had descended for too short a time, she had not yet cultivated the immortal laws and used her native great imperial laws, but that wasn't something a tiny demon emperor could fight against. Time period messed up. Added a bit. Although it is a brainless cool article, but the logic cannot not want. Thank you for the comments to correct the shortcomings. Any shortcomings, I will weigh under the modification. Thank you. Chapter 120, The Bright Moon is approaching, and the demon emperor has fallen. Above the celestial dome, 3 great emperors were in a melee. Majestic imperial might and the power of the 3 great Tao paths filled the sky. The void was instantly shattered, and the harsh extraterrestrial wind whistled in. This is the Emperor Realm Supreme, worthy of an existence that can shake the ages. The human cultivators and dragons below, billions of miles away, all looked at the shattered firmament in horror. To be able to witness the battle of the great emperors in one's lifetime, one has no regrets in this life. Above the firmament, 3 figures seemed like supreme gods, each exuding a majestic aura. 3 splendid Tao rhythms that illuminated the blackened firmament, 1,000 green clouds, a bright white moon. There was also the demon emperor's scarlet, majestic demonic aura. The huge body of the Emperor Jiao straddled the sky. Li Qingyun, the great emperor of Qingyun, was indifferent, standing with hands in the firmament against the sky. My great emperor Qingyun. This emperor descends 10,000 thunderbolts today to judge the demon emperor Xinjiao. A voice that resounded through the heavens traversed the eternities. Amidst the demon emperor's terrified look, Li Qingyun's wind cloud immortal thunder technique was once again in full force. With his hands upward connecting to the heavens, thousands of thunderbolts were at his disposal. The voice of judgment spoke indifferently from his mouth. Rumble. Tens of thousands of purple and gold thunderbolts rumbled down from the heavens above. The demon emperor Jiao Lon looked at the roiling thunderbolt in horror. His huge body began to tremble, but he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. This field had been blocked by this terrifying second emperor of the Green Cloud sect. In its horrified eyes, countless thick purple robberies crackled on top of its huge body. Boom! A dull thud followed. The demon emperor was cleaved off the dome of the sky. It smashed heavily into the North Sea, raising thousands of feet of waves. Pust! The huge auger body was split in pieces. The demon emperor kept on bleeding. Li Qingyun, I haven't seen you in tens of millions of years, but you're so strong. The demon emperor was simply unbelievable. So what if it was a peak great emperor? With its demon beast's strong body, it could also fight with it for 3 days and 3 nights. Nothing else, just resistant to beatings. But now its late emperor realm cultivation was unexpectedly not a match for him. Nope, it's his kung fu. The aura of this Gong method is definitely not emperor rank. The Green Cloud sect has immortal techniques. It's just that you're too weak. The bright cloud empress carried the bright moon on her back, as if she were a fairy in the moon. Indifferently, he looked down at it and pronounced judgment. The green-colored dress was clanked by the strong wind. The power of the great Tao flowed around his body. When did this emperor offend you? Qingyun, the demon emperor, was filled with disbelief. It had the idea of destroying the dragon clan and in destroying Qingyun, but it hadn't even been carried out yet. Is it because of that great battle tens of millions of years ago that you, Qingyun, are going to hunt down this emperor? The demon emperor thought in this way. Damn it! This emperor is sparing himself to explode, but he will also pull you all down with him. The demon emperor once again madly rushed towards the towering second emperor, his blood-colored vertical pupils filled with rage. The huge, crumbled auger body flew up once again. The dragon came out of the water, and the vast and boundless North Sea was stirred and tossed. The Green Cloud sect insulted me. The dragon clan insulted me. Then fight. Spare me the remnants of my body and fight to kill the 2 emperors. Old ancestor, just leave this sin to this emperor. It is not worthy of your hand now. The bright moon empress saw the auger dragon that continued to fly upwards and transmitted her voice to the old ancestor. It's about time she showed off. This battle is meant to be a credit to Qingluan Peak, in order to repay the patriarch's grace of elevating her to become the peak master in one step. Above the vault of heaven, old ancestor Li Qingyun nodded. This Green Luan Peak's peak master's cultivation is no longer below him, the same as the peak of the great emperor realm, only that he has not yet practiced the immortal law. The battle power is still the existence of crushing the demon emperor. Today's Qingyun sect under the leadership of the patriarch was simply several times farther than before. The peak of the great emperor realm were all just peak masters. This emperor is still close to taking that step. Go back and close the door. He, the old ancestor, must not drag the clan back. The bright moon empress finished speaking and began to run her innate great empress law with all her might. Bright moon emperor kung fu. The long bright moon illuminates the world. After a clear and cold voice sounded, The bright moon transformed by the power of the great Tao behind her boomed and fell down towards the firmament. The true face of Emperor Jiao, a majestic great emperor's pressure erupted. The demon emperor was in the process of flying up towards the firmament when he was shocked to find the vast bright moon crushing down. No, it's going to blow itself up. And this Qingyun, two emperors died together. The demon emperor then reversed the power of the great Tao within his body, and his huge, tattered augur body continued to expand. Yet that bright moon was reflected in its vertical pupils, growing larger and larger and larger. Bang! A shocking sound resounded through the desolate martial continent. The entire northern domain of the vast land of the 13 continents was shaken and rocked for several breaths by the loud noise. The bright moon of thousands of feet crushed all the way down from the sky after ruthlessly slamming into the demon emperor. The demon emperor was originally huge but looked very small in front of the huge bright moon. It was crushed straight down into the firmament. The dark night sky was all illuminated by the bright moon, like a meteor crashing into the North Sea below. The vast and boundless North Sea was directly vaporized in a large area the moment it touched the bright moon, forming a large vacuum area, and the bottomless 10,000 feet deep abyss was revealed. After a few breaths, the bright moon crushed this demon emperor and smashed down at the very bottom of the abyss. Boom! An even louder shocking roar came out. Since the northern domain began to spread throughout the desolate martial continent, the entire continent was trembling and shaking, as if the sky was breaking apart. Hiss! Terrifying as hell. The long bright moon that illuminates the world. This is going to destroy the world. Nope. The miserable one is the demon emperor of the demon race who is making waves. The bright moon empress Oxen. There's also that great emperor Changyun, dragging the sky with both hands, attracting thousands of thunderbolts, almost killing the demon emperor with one strike. Simply terrifying. My human race has such a powerful great emperor. What demon race and what extraterrestrial demon race are we afraid of? This is a blessing for my human race. After experiencing a violent shaking from 100 million away, the northern region cultivators present were shocked and lamented. From the looks of it, the demon emperor was probably in a bad way. It's simply great. Shrouded under the cloud of being trampled by the demon race at any time, everyone's sleep and food were restless. Now, the vast demon race hadn't even been rampant for a few days before it was casually annihilated. Qingyun Emperor Sect, God of Salvation. The huge bright moon dispersed, and the figure of the demon emperor Jelon was revealed, but it had already turned into a puddle of mud. On the vault of the sky, the great Tao cries out in sorrow. The emperor's fall that hadn't appeared in the desolate martial continent for tens of thousands of years was once again displayed before the eyes of the world. The last time a great emperor fell had to be traced back to 100,000 years ago, with the fall of the water fairy empress of the central region and the fierce beast black emperor. The majestic demonic aura instantly dissipated without a trace. Lord Demon Emperor. The demon high priest along with the remaining two demon zoons cried out in sorrow. Their demon race's beautiful dream of sweeping the desolate martial once again shattered away viciously with the fall of the demon emperor. Seeing this, the people of the dragon race surrounded towards these remaining demon race. The three great Inglong demon sovereigns, their huge bodies tumbling between the clouds, staring coldly. The remaining demon race. Kill with this priest. Fight them. The three major demonic dukes of the demon race exuded monstrous demonic chi towards the encircling dragon race. Can't afford to mess with the two great emperors of the Qingyin sect, but still can't afford to mess with this dragon clan. It was all a death anyway, and with the demon emperor having been blown up, they would surely be liquidated by the great emperor. Might as well fight the dragons to the death. Without the demon emperor's backing, you demon race still dares to go wild. Die for my honor. The Inglong clan old man in the center once again opened his bloody mouth and spat out the breath of blazing inflammation. Chapter 121, Shocking the Five Regions. Dragon race surrenders. The hot dragon's breath burned. The majestic imperial might that erupted alone was not something that these three demonic jinn could withstand. Finally, they burned to ashes amidst their heartbreaking screams. A generation of demon high priests fell. This great battle had already fallen a demon emperor, three major demon zoons, and countless high-grade demon beasts in just one day today. They dragons were equally miserable, with their already small number of clansmen decimated once again. But fortunately, the three major demon exalted realm Inglong clan elders were fine, and the dragon emperor's daughter was also unharmed. The dragon race had sort of survived the catastrophe. Humph! The dragon clan elder snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Without the demon emperor, this kind of good still wanted to fight hard with their dragon clan. It no longer paid any attention, and then turned its massive dragon head to look above the firmament behind it. Seeing those two figures on the dome, its usual haughty eyes revealed respect. Strong, too strong. The high-level demon emperors were no match for the duo, and were blown away within a few rounds. I'm afraid that even if Lord Dragon Emperor came, he wouldn't be an opponent. Old ancestor Li Qingyun and the Bright Moon Empress descended from the firmament. Indifferently, he looked into the depths of the North Sea. The demon emperor is dead. and the demon race is extinct. The sovereign's decree has been fulfilled. Qing Yunli pondered slightly and said majestically to the outside world, "This emperor, the old ancestor of the Qing Yun Emperor's sect, the Qing Yun Emperor, tonight, with me, the Green Cloud and Bright Moon Empress, we will kill the demon emperor in the North Sea of the Northern Domain. If there is anyone who dares to offend my Qing Yun, he or she will end up in the same way as these mole crickets." Li Qing Yun was above the North Sea, standing with his arms folded, under the powerful imperial might. A sound like the might of the heavens spread throughout the 5 domains. For a time, the 5 domains shook. How long has it only been since the Emperor Realm War broke out? The demon emperor was surprisingly so unsustainable. It was put to death in a short time. The demon emperor who swept through the southern region was called an ant? This, the Qing Yun imperial sect, is as terrifying as it is. Those cultivators who had traveled all night and day to come to this side of the northern domain stopped once again at this time. It's only been a long time since the turnaround. And the demon emperor was destroyed? Emperor Qing Yun, Empress Bright Moon. Tonight, the 2 great emperors of Qing Yun became famous in one battle, and I'm afraid that their fame will be passed down from fire to fire. And the northern region fought and killed the demon emperor to stop the demon race from sweeping through again. Never mind how the duel will be afterward. Just one distinction is enough to be passed down through the ages. In the meantime, North Domain, North Sea side. After this Emperor Realm battle, this place was battered and broken. Luckily, the main battlefield was above the vault of heaven, or else lest the northern region would have been sunk by the fight. Even so, the void had been extensively pierced, and the power of the heavenly Tao of the desolate martial world was repairing itself. The once scenic and vast North Sea was evaporated by half, especially at the center. A bottomless abyss cut across. Countless seawater flowed backward into it, forming a huge vortex that constantly swallowed. Many thanks to the 2 emperors for saving my dragon clan. After the remaining true dragons of the dragon race finished transforming under the leadership of the 3 great clan elders, they walked together to the 2 great emperors not far away and respectfully said in unison, "Although the 2 emperors of this Qing Yun sect were not here specifically to save the dragon clan, they were only here to destroy the demon emperor. But no matter what, without the arrival of Qing Yun's great emperor, their dragon clan would probably have been annihilated. But now that the dragon palace on which they depended for their survival has been destroyed in the Great War, where do they go from here?" Li Qing Yun and Manhwa in the sky above the North Sea looked over to the dragon clan side at the words, "Many thanks to you 2 emperors, the ancestral dragon treasure the dragon clan, will give it with both hands and will never go back on my word." Dragon Emperor's daughter, Dragon Chang, slowly walked over and said sincerely. Veiled face was full of respect. Just now, if it wasn't for the timely arrival of these 2 great emperors, she would have already been poisoned by that demon emperor. This emperor is not interested in any ancestral dragon treasure in the slightest. Li Qing Yun looked down at the people below and said indifferently, he had already reached the peak of the emperor realm. The main thing now was to break through to that step, and this ancestral dragon treasure was also useless to Qing Yun. However, this emperor is interested in your dragon race, offering dragon evil. Why do you feel that this saint seems to have heard this somewhere before? Hearing what the old ancestor said on the side, the Bright Moon Empress turned her almond eyes slightly on the side. Wonderful. It's true that Ginger is still hot. It's still the old man who knows how to play. If we subdue the dragon clan, won't the ancestral dragon treasure all be mine? Qing Yun? The dragon clan members below were first stunned, and then they trembled. What? Interested in my dragons? He wouldn't want to eat dragon meat. Then what does Lord Emperor mean? Long Qing asked suspiciously, but inwardly, she had guessed. She just didn't know if it was like what she had in mind. It's very simple. Just have your dragon clan defect to me. Qing Yun. My Qing Yun still lacks quite a few pulling whiskey mounts. This emperor sees that you dragons are just right. Old ancestor Li Qing Yun finished indifferently and continued to stand with his hands in the air above. I am not afraid that the dragon clan will not agree. If the strength is strong enough, it is a dragon that you coil, and it is a tiger that you have to harbor. The scene of the demon emperor being crushed to death by the emperor's fall hadn't been over for long. Long Qing was caught in a dilemma between left and right. Their dragon clan had shaken the continent with might since the rise of the ancestral dragon leading them, and although they had been hunkered down in the northern domain North Sea for some time afterward, they had also produced several dragon emperors, standing between heaven and earth, never yielding. What's more, her father, who was still in the chaotic flux star domain, was the current dragon race emperor. But if we don't agree, I'm afraid the dragons won't see the sun tomorrow. One could only promise to wait for her father's return before going up to Qing Yun to talk. Thinking like this, Long Qing's beautiful eyes revealed a determined look as she opened her mouth and said, Your Excellency, Emperor Qing Yun, on behalf of the Dragon Clan, my Dragon Emperor's daughter has agreed to defect to your clan. The group of clansmen at the back of Long Qing, hearing the princess's words again, all put their lifted hearts down, only that their faces all showed a disheveled look. Once a great family, the hegemony of the continent, now even fell to the step of defecting to others. Pain, roar, they had transformed into their original bodies, and dozens of giant dragons of hundreds of feet soared up, releasing chants and hisses on the void. The three great clan elders of the dragon clan each side as well. Her Highness has given her consent. What else can they do? Lord Dragon Emperor, you must forgive me. We didn't mean to defect, but we were really forced by the situation. I count on you dragons to know what's right. Follow this emperor. Old ancestor Li Qingyun was the first to tear through space. The three great clan elders below saw this and transformed into three gigantic dragons of thousands of feet. And after hissing, the dragons that were tumbling on the clouds in the distance flew in one after another. The dragon princess in front of her, Longqing, similarly transformed into her own body, a green dragon, and soared up. The bright moon empress scanned the dragons, and after smiling blandly, she flew up and stepped on the Ying Long in the very center. Depart! The following morning, the sky was already slightly light at this time. Green Cloud Sect, Patriarch Hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest of Mighty Central Region. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 golden summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 cultivation advancement cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a refiner elder summoning card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal King's Chariot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Atlas of the 10,000 Emperors. Chapter 122 Breaking into the Supreme. Summoning the 6 Exalted Ones. An icy cold system voice sounded in Feng Qingyang's mind. He snapped his drowsy eyes open. The demonic purple pupil flashed a brilliant light. A nap and the job is done? With that, he opened the system interface to check it out. 5 golden summoning cards can summon a powerful person from the Great Sage Realm to the Great Emperor Realm. 2 cultivation advancement cards, no limitations. Use must raise 2 major realms. Refiner Elder Summoning Card, summons Saint to Emperor Refiners. Immortal King's Carriage, the special carriage for the King of Immortals in the Immortal World. It can withstand any attack under the realm of the King of Immortals. 10,000 Emperor's Atlas, it contains 10,000 ways to become an emperor. And 100 places, the host can choose at will. And the user will always be loyal to the host, and will reach heaven in one step, without having to slowly comprehend the ways, and only need to cultivate the body's Taoist power upwards. Fogweed. The rewards for this quest are quite generous. Even the heartfelt advancement cards were given too. The system is bullish. Ding! The host has exceeded the quest. That's why the reward is so generous. The major forces in the southern region defected, subduing the dragon race entrenched in the northern region, and shaking the 13 continents in the central region. Taking in the dragons? The southern region of the big forces defected to him. No. The outer gate elders reported the news. He let the old ancestor casually for. As for conquering the dragon clan, he hadn't gotten the news yet. Did the old man do it casually as well? Bull batch. It's a little bit of the style that Hansen had back in the day. Feng Qingyang took a closer look at the other reward descriptions. The discovery really isn't a star of abundance. It's anticlimactic. 100 Avenue of Becoming Emperor. This is asking me, Qingyun, to wholesale great emperors? The peak of the Saint King realm initially comprehending the half-step Dao power would break through to the Supreme. And the Supreme Realm would break through to the Great Emperor by cultivating the half-step Dao power to perfection and comprehending the complete Dao. In other words, the 10,000 Great Dao in this 10,000 Emperor's Atlas could be picked at his disposal, and 100 Great Emperors could be created based on the quota. As for the remaining Refiner Elder summoning cards, they were also somewhat useful. Summoning an Emperor-ranked Refiner would be good, and this would solve the clan's refining problem. However, one person was far from enough. It seemed that one would have to recruit from the outside. But just with the prestige of the Qingyun sect right now, what class of refiner would be able to hold back from joining Qingyun? Feng Qingyang pondered. Now the clan's alchemy hall has been put on the right track, and there is also the great Dao Immortal King Cauldron in the alchemy hall. Alchemy hall has also been shelved, just to take advantage of this opportunity to have to build a good. It is just that the alchemy hall doesn't have any immortal weapons yet, and the compulsion is a bit insufficient. We can't use that Immortal King's carriage rewarded by the system to town the temple. Can we? Taking the wheels off the car to refine it? Feng Qingyang shook his head, discarding this strange thought. Let's raise our cultivation first. The system uses 2 cultivation advancement cards. As Feng Qingyang's words fell, the system's icy voice sounded once again. Ding! 2 cultivation enhancement cards were used successfully. In an instant, a powerful half-step Dao force appeared out of thin air and surged into his body. Late Great Sage Realm, Peak Great Sage Realm, Pre-Holy King Realm, Mid-Holy King Realm, Late Holy King Realm, Peak Holy King Realm, Early Supreme Realm, Late Supreme Realm. A full 7 realms were raised, spanning the Saint King Realm all the way to the Late Supreme Realm before stopping. In the Patriarch's Hall, half-step Dao power filled the entire imposing hall, and the majestic aura of the Supreme Realm was vented out. Phew! half a step to the avenue of the heavens. After it was over, Feng Qingyang exhaled deeply and then said in shock, according to one's divine body of the heavens, one's own Tao was directly endowed by the system with the strongest Tao of the heavens, the Tao of the heavens. Only a majestic purple aura lingered around his body, which were all half-step heavenly Tao rhythms within him. Feng Qingyang only felt that the current him could poke through the sky and blow up the stars in the sky with one punch. It is true that if you don't enter the Supreme Being, you are all ants. On the vault of the Green Cloud sect, the roiling lightning had just finished brewing when it suddenly sensed that it was the man's breath and immediately dissipated without a trace. To the sect disciples and elders below, they were all baffled. What happened? Does this thunderbolt often come to my green cloud to hang out? Last time it was all about the thunder and the rain, and it dispersed before it could split. Thinking of the powerful aura that had just erupted, I didn't know which senior in the clan had obediently raised their cultivation again. The system continues to come and use all the summoning cards. Feng Qingyang was excited to the point that today was the time for the Qingyan sect to raise its strength again. If they could summon 5 great emperors, wouldn't they just take off? Ding! Refiner summoning card used successfully. Summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for extracting the Zun rank Refiner Wu Xiaoyu. Engraving in progress. Ding! 5 golden summoning cards used successfully. Summoning in the. Congratulations to the host for extracting the peak of the Supreme Realm Heavy Multiplication x5. Zhou Wushuang. Peak Master of Qing Shan Peak. Peak Master of Qing Yi Peak. Peak Master of Night Maple. Peak Master of Qing Shan. Peak Master of Qing Shan. Peak Master of Qing Tian Peak. Peak Master of Qing Tian Peak. And Peak Master of Qing Xian Peak. Peak Master of Qing Qing Painting. Ding! All characters have been portrayed and have materialized. 5 peak supreme beings? 1 Zun rank elder? Feng Qingyang had 100 million little disappointments. None of the great emperors had come. But it's not bad. It's fortunate that there aren't any that come in a lower realm. Otherwise they wouldn't even be able to keep up with the pace of the Qingyan sect. Outside the Green Cloud sect, the void shattered open. 6 figures stepped out of them. What followed was a majestic supreme realm aura spreading out. 6 figures, 5 men and 1 woman. Each one had an extraordinary aura and a tall figure. It was as if he had come from eternity and was a giant that had overwhelmed the continent. 5 of them were dressed in sex-specific peak master costumes. And there was also an old man with white hair, dressed in the sex refiner hall master costume. This powerful aura instantly startled the billions of miles below the Green Cloud sect. Man, what is that man? This aura. 5 supreme beings. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect all looked up into the void as well. It was too strong. Seeing the clan clothing on them, the disciples exclaimed in shock. It's my strongest man in Qingyun. I, Qingyun, have returned 6 more powerful seniors. Just as they were still shocked, the space on the void once again tore open. And this time the person who came out had an even greater aura. It's the old man. Old ancestor is back. The disciples were once again surprised. Old Joe was too strong last night, judging the demon emperor with a handful of roiling thunder in his hand. This was almighty in the continent, right? Where's the Green Luan Peak Master? The Bright Moon Empress was equally fierce last night, carrying the Bright Moon on her back and crushing the demon emperor. After Li Qingyun came out, he swept a glance towards the 6 people not far away. The clan's strongest men have been summoned back by the patriarch again? We have met the old ancestor. After seeing the old man with the imposing face and seeing the word old ancestor embroidered on his costume, the 6 of them looked at each other and said in unison, well, there's no need to be polite. Li Qingyun nodded in response. Counting the time, they should be there by now. Just after he had finished his dark words, dozens of figures with powerful auras darted from the distant sky. Chapter 123, Dragon Race on the Green Clouds. Ranking of the powerful in the 5 domains. Only on the distant void, dozens of huge true dragons came in the clouds. Among them, especially the 3 ing dragons in the front were the most massive and more majestic. And there was also a green dragon in the center surrounded by dozens of huge dragons, which was the most divine. Although its aura was relatively not strong. It is? Dragons. True dragons. You guys, look at someone on the dragon. Someone is coming with the dragon. These giant dragons had shocked a group of cultivators after they flew into the eastern domain just now, only to see a huge dragon at the very front, with a woman in green on its huge dragon head. She was cold and handsome, her inked hair against her waist. Ahead is the Green Cloud sect. Just descend outside the mountain gate, the Bright Moon Empress said coldly. Then she directly stepped into the air and took the lead in descending outside the mountain gate. Roar! The Yinglong clan elder beneath her sniffed and hissed. Pass the message to all the gargoyles behind you. In a flash, all the giant dragons transformed after flying for some distance and flew down with the 3 great clan elders and her highness in front of them. Lord Peak Master. The Black Emperor below, who was watching over the mountain gate, saw the green-clothed woman walking towards him and hurriedly said respectfully, this one is a real pain in the ass. From that day when she first descended, the majestic imperial might she emanated was stronger than it was even at its peak. Coupled with last night's famous battle that shook the continent, the Black Emperor also felt it. The Demon Emperor was surprisingly knocked out in a few rounds. It was too strong. Aha! The transformed true dragons in the rear are the northern region dragons that this emperor and old ancestor have subdued. Empress Brightmoon looked at the little black dog in front of her and said coldly, "A min-imperial realm ferocious beast that had yet to fully recover." She saw right through the Black Emperor. At this time the vast dozens of silhouettes from the rear also descended. "This is the Green Cloud sect where the two emperors are? The aura is surprisingly so dense." Dragon Princess Longqing's beautiful eyes flowed in shock. One must know that although their North Sea Dragon Palace was deep in the land of the Northern Domain, the aura in it was even higher than some places in the Central Domain. This was because they dragons had a keen love for collecting treasures, especially sparkling spirit stones, which were usually collected in a big pile. They had buried numerous top-quality spirit veins into the bottom of the Dragon Palace, so the aura was very dense, but it was surprisingly no match for 1/10 of the aura density of this Qing Yun, Lord Emperor. After the shock had passed, Longqing led a group of dragon clansmen to respectfully say, but at the sight of the Black Emperor further ahead, the faces of the three older dragon clan elders changed, and the majestic chi in their bodies was almost uncontrollable. "Fierce beast Black Emperor, why is it here? Wasn't this the Black Emperor, the ferocious beast that loved to eat their clan members, as recorded by the patriarch in the Dragon Clan calendar? That what? We are all family from now on. What happened before is in the past. You guys right?" After the Black Emperor saw this and said so, he gave a vicious look at these transformed dragon races. When Lord Peak Master said that he had taken in the dragon race just now, it all secretly said that it was not good. He himself had fed on dragon liver and phoenix marrow 100,000 years ago, and had often wrestled with the Dragon Clan leader over it. This was embarrassing, but it was fortunate that their clan leader, the Dragon Emperor, was no longer around, or else with its current situation it really couldn't beat that old dragon. "Well, cut the crap, come with the Emperor." As soon as the Bright Moon Empress spoke, the Black Emperor and those three great clan elders lowered their heads. The Black Emperor glared at them once more and cruised off in another direction. The people of the Dragon Clan followed behind Mingyu and stepped inside the clan. Not long after, the imposing Qing Yun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat on the main seat, looking down majestically. In the Grand Hall, the 5 Supreme Peak Masters and the Alchemy Hall Master stood respectfully. Green God Peak Master Zhao Wushuan, Green Leaf Peak Master Night Maple, Green Mountain Peak Master Mo Dust, Green Sky Peak Master Tian Lan, and Green Immortal Peak Master Qing Painting. You 5 Peak Masters go down first. Prepare early. There's less than 2 months to go before Immortal Peak accepts and selects disciples. Feng Qingyang swept a glance over each of them, then said in a deep voice, "We honor the sovereign's orders." The 5 Peak Masters arched their hands together and finished, then turned around and left. After the 5 Peak Masters left, Feng Qingyang looked at the remaining old men below and once again said in a deep voice, "Refiner Hall Master Wu Xiaoye, in the future, the refining matters of my Qing Yun sect will be handed over to you. Do not let this sect down. As for the matter of the lack of people in the Hall of Alchemy, this clan will order the inner sect elders to release news and recruit from the outside in a few moments." Martial Lantern Knight at the bottom of the main hall saw that the Patriarch valued his weaponry refining hall so much. He hurriedly said gratefully, "I respectfully follow the Patriarch's order. I will definitely build the weaponry refining hall well, and in the future, Qing Yun's instruments will just be left to my weaponry refining hall to build. Aha! You too, stand down." Upon hearing this, the Refiner Hall Master followed suit and walked out of the Great Hall, heading towards the sect's Refiner Hall. Now that the Peak Masters of the 7 peaks were all together, there was only the main peak of Qing Yun, which was often attended by him. What he was thinking was that the Peak Master of this main peak should be put on hold for the time being, and wait until there was a powerhouse that surpassed the Emperor realm afterward. The main peak, could not be arbitrary. Bring those 3 demon zoons of the Dragon Clan, and for the rest of the true dragons, you arrange for the elders to build a nest suitable for them to live in at the place in the back of the mountain. By the way, stay away from the clan's fishing pond." Noticing the dozens of transformed true dragons that entered the clan's gate in great numbers, he used his divine thoughts to give instructions to Mingyue, who was walking ahead of him. The 3 true dragons of the Supreme Realm stayed to pull the cart. Let the rest of the dragons loose in the back of the mountain. It is said that a mountain is not high, but a ferry is famous. The water is not deep, but the dragon is there. Their Green Cloud mountain range was already famous in the desolate Martial continent, but Xian still had to wait a bit. But with dragons, this wasn't coming? As for Wida specifically instructed to stay away from his fishing pond, he did not want to fish that day fishing up a dragon, that in the end is to eat or not. In the meantime, Middle Domain, Phoenix Continent. The The Phoenix continent was the fourth highest upstream continent in the central domain. The Phoenix continent was the birthplace of the ancestral phoenix during the ancient times, and this continent was also named by the phoenix of the phoenix, which was not like the declining dragon clan. Although they were similarly devastated after the death of the ancestral phoenix, they rose again after the opening, and their strength far surpassed that of the current dragon clan. At this moment, in a small world on the Phoenix continent, inside the central region's great power, the predestined pavilion, Pavilion Elder. With the strength of these two Qingyun emperors, exactly how should we rank them? Based on the emperor's might perceived last night, it seems as though both of these two emperors' strength far exceeds that of a high-ranking great emperor. Could it be two peak great emperors? An imposing man in the predestination hall of the predestination pavilion inquired first. It was shaking a little when I said it. A peak great emperor, the strongest man to dominate the continent. This Qingyun also came out with 2 honors. It's simply anticlimactic. Just go ahead and rank second and third. The courtier on the side said thoughtfully, although their realms were in line with the strongest in front of them. Judging from the fact that the 2 Qingyun emperors had destroyed the demon emperor alone, one couldn't tell the strength from the high level of strength. And he also knew the water in this ranking. The one who ranked first was the Wanxiang emperor. There was no doubt about that. But Xiang Dustless emperor and Empress Lin Yao weren't even on the list, as well as those old-timers in the 3 most powerful continents. Who knew if there were any more transcendent existences? Of course those people were also the ones they couldn't afford to mess with at the predestined pavilion, so they could only rank them according to these powerful people who were willing to show themselves in the open. Their Phoenix continent's predestined pavilion was responsible for arranging the rankings of the strongest people in the 5 domains, and the Heavenly Star continent's floating life pavilion was responsible for arranging the heavenly pride in the 5 domains. Yes, courtier, then the subordinate will line up as you wish. After saying that, that man released his aura at the peak of the Saint King realm, and with a wave of his sleeve, the names on the leaderboard were instantly modified. The names of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun emperor, and the Qingyun sect, the Bright Moon Empress, appeared in the 2nd and 3rd positions. The order of post position automatically goes down. The other side, inside the Green Cloud sect, Chapter 124, Breaking into the Trial Tower. Long Qing's aspiration. Senior brother, how's the sword practice going these days? I see that I've been running towards Green Sword Peak a lot lately, the core area within the Green Cloud sect. The 3 of them, sure how, the sovereign's personal disciple, were walking with sound and laughter. Hearing his senior brother's words, Lin Bai's handsome face said with slight modesty, that's definitely not as good as senior brother's boxing skills. However, my sword Dao has improved greatly after so many days of instruction from Senior Wuji. After cultivating for an entire day yesterday in the Time and Space Tower, which is 100 days, my sword Dao has already been cultivated from great success to its peak, and I only need to immerse myself for a while longer to make a breakthrough. The green lotus sword behind Lindbergh's back was gently rattling as if it was cheering for him when he said the latter. Sure how gave Lin Bai a thumbs up at his words. Cheer up. There's still a year to go before the 5 regions disciple competition. As pro-disciples we can't disgrace our master and the clan. Senior sister has recently been diligently cultivating in the Time and Space Tower. Alas, speaking of which, practicing in the Time and Space Tower is really not remembering the years, day after day. It's hard to avoid bitterness after practicing for so long. Sure how finished with a frown. Then he thought of something else, and immediately his brow relaxed. Senior brother, why don't we go and break into the trial tower? Just in time to test the results of our recent hard work. Speaking of which, they hadn't broken through the trial tower once since it descended. Previously, it was that he had been practicing hard and didn't have the time, and then he had gone out to practice, and this had just returned. Lin Bai nodded his head in agreement as well. I wonder how many layers those senior brothers of the inner and outer sects have broken through. Ha ha, it's just as well that our 2 brothers and sisters are going to show off their fists. Lin Bai laughed aloud with considerable anticipation. Just then, the sound of large footsteps came. Sure how and Lin Bai looked over at the sound. He saw a green-clothed and cold-faced Bright Moon Peak Master walking towards him, and she was followed by dozens of people. It's Senior Bright Moon Empress. She's back as well. The battle that crushed the Demon Emperor last night and shook the 5 domains was truly intense. Especially the old ancestors' line that those who dare to offend my Qingyun will end up like a Demon Emperor who was casually crushed. It made them so hot they couldn't sleep all night. Ha! It's just that tomorrow is not the time to open the mountain again. Why are there so many people here today? Lin Bai looked at the unfamiliar dozens of people in the back and said again in confusion. I don't know. Maybe it's someone the clan recruited from the outside world. But look, senior brother, those people have a pair of horns growing on their heads. Is the double-horned a true dragon in disguise? The 2 spoke. The Bright Moon Empress and her group also walked up to them. Elder Akatsuki. When the Bright Moon Empress heard this, her cold face was expressionless and she only nodded her head. She recognized the 2 men as well. All of them are the sovereign's personal disciples. After signaling, she didn't say anything more and continued forward. Behind them, Longqing and the three great clan elders exchanged glances with the Sure Hao duo before they left. The heart is infinite. From the moment he stepped into the Green Cloud sect, he had been shocked over and over again. The richness of the aura here crushed their dragon palace dozens of times, and everywhere there was immortal aura, Tao rhythms, and one after another, powerful auras came out one after another. When I saw the disciples within the door again, I could only say that it was worthy of being an imperial sect. There were countless strong people, and the heavenly prides within the door were all extraordinary. These two had extraordinary auras, one with a fighting spirit, and one covered in sword intent. At a glance it was not an idle generation. Even if it was placed in the 5 domains, it was estimated to be a supreme heavenly pride. After exchanging glances, the Dragon Clan crowd continued to walk forward. The two of them, Sure Hao and Lin Bai, also withdrew their gazes. That woman in the green plain dress is not simple, Sure Hao estimated. Just now, those 3 old men couldn't see through it, and their aura wasn't visible. But that woman's cultivation level was surprisingly at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. He had continuously traveled to the Time and Space Tower to cultivate since the last time the rankings were set, and now he was merely in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. If he wasn't wrong, that woman should be the strongest heavenly pride of the Dragon Clan. I just don't know how old it is. Whatever, let's go and break into the trial tower first. Darkness finished. Sure Hao and Lin Bai then headed towards the trial tower in the outer gate area. Along the way, he also ran into quite a few outer disciples. Senior brother Sure Hao, senior brother Lin Bai. The disciples who came across them saluted and greeted them. The two of them were smiling and kept nodding their heads, never posing as a personal disciple. It didn't take long to arrive under the towering trial tower. There was also a gleaming golden list on the outside of the trial tower that constantly emitted Tao rhythms. No. 1 on the trial rankings, Qin Han, 66th floor. 2nd on the trial rankings, Ning Yan, 60th floor. 3rd on the trial ranking, Green Flame, 50th floor. This list is unsurprising. The top 3 are the 3 people with the highest strength in the inner sect. Seeing the top 3 on the list, Lin Bai said, "Let's go. I wonder how many floors we can break through at once." After Sure Hao finished, he waved his arms back and forth and warmed up his body. The outer disciples in the distance were all heading this way. Senior brother Sure Hao and senior brother Lin Bai, are they going to break into the trial tower? I don't know how many floors they can break. For the first time, 40 should be there, right? A disciple next to him interjected. The pattern is small. I'll say a number. 50 floors. There are also disciples who coaxed. You pattern also did not open. According to me how to also 66 layers, surpassing senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ning Yan. Sure Hao and Lin Bai stepped inside the trial tower under the expectant gazes of the crowd. The other side. Seeing that she was about to walk to the Green Cloud Hall and that this place could lead straight to the Green Cloud Back Mountain, Mingyu stopped her footsteps, and with a thought, she sent a voice message to the inner sect elder. A few moments later, Luo Chen, the inner sect elder who received the news closest to this, rushed over and walked up and respectfully said, "Peak Master Lord, aha, just do what this emperor said in his transmission." The Bright Moon Empress turned to look at the crowd of the Dragon Clan after she finished speaking. Patriarch commanded that you people of the Dragon Clan settle in the back of my Green Cloud Mountain, and you will be notified of other arrangements. You 3 clan elders, follow this emperor to meet with the Patriarch. The rest of you go with this elder. Upon hearing this, the group of dragons had different expressions. There's angst, because the ferocious beast Black Emperor that he had just seen outside the sect gate was afraid of keeping his own group of true dragons, and he would not necessarily have to fall on the butcher's knife one day. But most of it is both. Resist? How? In front of such a powerful sect, even if the Dragon Emperor came, there was nothing he could do. Just as they were about to follow and leave, Dragon Princess Longqing stepped forward. The look that was still hesitant now became firm. Your Imperial Highness, Longqing requests an audience with the Imperial Lord. Longqing also wants to become a Qin Yun disciple. The ancestral dragon treasure is in a secret realm. The ancestral dragon's secret realm. And Longqing is willing to personally go get it and offer it to the clan. Longqing arched his hand and said firmly, his unpowdered face filled with longing. With such a sect becoming its disciple, her cultivation and strength would definitely increase greatly, as well as the fact that there were many heavenly prides here, and she also wanted to compete with these heavenly prides within the sect. This should be one of the wishes of all cultivators. Strength increased greatly, competing with the pride of all the heavens to discuss heroes, and the prestige shook the continent. Empress Brightmoon coldly glanced at this princess of the dragon race. Will fight for it, know how to be grateful, the talent is okay. Slightly cultivated is the pride of the famous 5 domains. You also come with this emperor. Everything is decided by my lord. the bright moon empress said after a slight thought. Thank you, Emperor Sama. Long Qing said gratefully. This was a chance she was going to take. She had a feeling that after the dragon clan defected to Qing Yun, not only would they not fall from grace, they would most likely rise again. Not a moment too soon. Inside the Hall of Green Clouds, Feng Qingyang was sitting on the main seat and was thinking about how to use this 10,000 emperors diagram to maximize its effect. The supreme realms within the gate all had their own Dao already. Then give the great Dao and the Atlas to the Sing King realm within the gate, so they would improve by leaps and bounds and wouldn't need to comprehend the great Dao. It was also possible to scatter nets from the outside continent towards the Saint King realm in large quantities. Anyway, having granted them the way, then he himself is their god, and they will be loyal forever. Just do it. After figuring it out, Feng Qingyang jumped at the chance, and the great emperor was going to start building in bulk. At that time, with a wave of a big hand, countless great emperors pushed across the continent. Then one's Green Cloud sect would be invincible. Just then, the Bright Moon Empress led the 4 members of the Dragon Clan into the Great Hall after the report. In the magnificent Green Cloud Palace, a powerful sense of oppression came straight to his face before he even entered. Taoist rhythms flowed in the Great Hall. Patriarch, the Demon Emperor has been destroyed. These 4 are the people of the Dragon Clan. 3 of the old men are Dragon Clan elders, and this woman is a princess of the Dragon Clan. The Bright Moon Empress simply finished her sentence and said no more. For the rest, just follow the sovereign's wishes. 3 shed dragons, 1 green dragon, daughter of the Dragon Emperor? Chapter 125, Chaotic Stream Starfield. List release. And where did the Dragon Emperor go? It should be more imposing if we let the Dragon Emperor pull the cart. Feng Qingyang said darkly. The 3 major Demon Zun clan elders of the Dragon Clan. You 3 dragons will follow this patriarch around in the future, and just pull the carriage for this patriarch's travels. As for your Dragon Clan, as long as you do a good job for my Qing Yun, this patriarch will not treat your Dragon Clan poorly. If anything goes wrong, even if your clan's Dragon Emperor comes, he'll have to dish it out. Feng Qingyang said cross-eyed as he operated the heavenly Dao force. Above the main seat, a majestic and incomparable voice came down. The 3 great dragon race demonic deities below immediately bowed their heads. We honor the orders of the Imperial Lord. It's an honor to pull a cart for the Imperial Lord. By attaching themselves to a powerful emperor's sect, their Dragon Clan was going to rise once again. What kind of Phoenix Clan? Ferocious beasts and so on, all a little bit back. With that, Feng Qiangyang looked at the dragon princess who was wearing a green pigmented dress. It was quite a sight. Chu's seductive face and beautiful body. Princess of the Dragon Clan, this patriarch has not summoned you. Why have you come? Feng Qingyang then said. Being long and pretty was not a meal, and there was no shortage of beautiful women in his own clan. For example, the Bright Moon Empress on the side was very good. Cold face, elevated snowy peaks. Patriarch, Long Qing wants to become a Qing Yun disciple. I also hope that the Imperial Lord will grant me permission. Long Qing forced himself to endure the feeling of oppression and raised his head to look at the great figure on the main seat respectfully. The unpowdered face was full of stubbornness. I can do it. You can do it, Long Qing. She gave herself a mental pep talk. Upon seeing the figure, in his heart, he added, the Imperial Lord is surprisingly so young. No, to be able to become the Imperial Sect's Imperial Lord, he must be incomparably powerful. He should be residing in his youth. Stereotyped at a young age. Dragon Qing, princess of the Dragon Clan, daughter of the current Dragon Emperor. Cultivation, early harmonization realm. Species, green dragon. Heart, superior. Perseverance. All sorts of information flashed by in Feng Qingyang's eyes. It's okay, it's a good genius. It just so happens that in a year's time there will be the 5 regions disciple competition. So this woman will be able to make a name for Qing Yun. I, Qing Yun, have a teaching system, so even if a born scum comes, he can be cultivated into a supreme pride, according to your strength to be able to rank within the inner sect. Let's put it this way, as long as you can rank within the top 10 in the 5-domain disciple competition, this sect will break the rules and promote you as a core disciple. Given her strength, it was only a matter of time before she was promoted to core disciple. Might as well paint a big picture of yourself first so you can give her some motivation. That's right, Dragon Emperor. It would be perfect if we snubbed the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon One people, reunited. Feng Qiangyang finished in a deep voice before searching. Long Qing thanks Imperial Lord. Long Chang is willing to find the ancestral dragon treasure himself and offer it to Qing Yun. My father, the Dragon Emperor, is now in the chaotic flow star domain, and will return in a few days, when I will show everything to my father, and persuade it to go up to my green clouds altogether. Now that the Dragon Clan's Dragon Palace has been destroyed, there are still so many treasures, superior spirit veins and so on, they must be dug up together. His own father will be furious when he returns, but the Qingyun Imperial sect was so powerful that father was not necessarily a match. Long Qing said thoughtfully. Well, this patriarch is known, so all of you should stand down. Feng Qingyang's words fell. We retire. The 5 men in the Great Hall chimed in together. The Bright Moon Empress was the first to leave, and the 4 dragons of the Dragon Clan followed closely behind out of the Green Cloud Hall. Where is the system turbulence astral domain? Feng Qingyang asked the system. It seemed to be the same as what he had imagined. The desolate martial continent should just be a small to medium-sized world like that. There were even more vast worlds out there, with powerful people above the great emperors. Creating the number 1 sect in the heavens is a long way to go. Ding! An all-encompassing map has been formed. The host's deserted martial continent is only a drop in the ocean of the heavens, and there is a wider realm beyond it, and the chaotic meteorological domain is the hub of the deserted martial continents linked to the outside world. Ding! Release the mainline mission. Dominate the desolate martial continent. Completion will receive a huge reward. Current side quest 1, recruit 5,000 disciples. Side quest 2, come out on top in the 5 regions disciple competition, completion of which will result in a huge reward. Go for it, Lord. Sure enough, it was as one would have guessed. So even a great emperor who oppresses the ages is just a starting point? And what's above the great emperor? Is it a fairy? These still need to be explored slowly. Upon receiving this shocking news, Feng Qingyang rubbed his forehead. It seemed that there was still a long way to go, and the current Changyun sect was far from enough. Get stronger. Dominate the continent. A raging fire ignited in Feng Qingyang's heart. There's no time to lose in getting stronger. Opening the prestige value mall and looking at it, he realized that the prestige value was rubbing up. It seems that last night's great battle has been fully rumored in the 5 domains. Feng Qingyang muttered. In the meantime, a list that shone with golden light and exuded supreme aura rose from the Phoenix continent, the great continent in the upper reaches of the central domain, flying all the way to the top of the firmament. It's the 5 domain power rankings. The list is refreshed. Someone else is on the list again. Under the sky, many cultivators in the various continents of the central domain recognized this list. The 5 domains power ranking contains the strongest 100 people in the 5 domains. Can be ranked on this list are the continent and the mighty party of the strong. Gold content far more than Heaven's Pride ranking. Every time a strong person reached the top, the Great Power Predestined Pavilion would revise the issuance of the list. But only the top 10 on the charts have this mojo. Ascending this list could enjoy a deepening sense of supreme honor and the pilgrimage of billions and billions of cultivators in the 5 domains. The one who made the list this time is definitely the second emperor of the Qingyun imperial sect. Yes, 2 great emperor realm powerhouses. A battle that will astonish the heavens. A middle-aged man with a nondescript but oppressive aura said with his hands folded. The cultivator with a sword next to the man casually said, "Hey, what do you guys think that mysterious Qingyun emperor lord can rank?" As soon as sword cultivator said this, the people next to him turned away from him. Who's that? Don't want to die. Simply, are you able to speculate on the likes of Emperor Qingyun? It's better to stay away from this guy. In case these words were heard by such a powerful person, he would be able to crush him with a single thought. Don't spill over to them. That would be a fire in the city gates and a fish in the pond. The list slowly opened after flying to the firmament. A majestic aura instantly pressed across the continent. An old voice then came out. It resounded through the 5 domains. The latest ranking of the 5 domains power rankings. No. 1 on the list. Emperor Wanxiang. Realm unknown. Power. Wanxiang Imperial Clan. Famous battle. Beat up Emperor Tianyu in a few rounds. 2nd on the list. Emperor Qingyun. Realm unknown. Power. Qingyun Imperial Sect. Famous battle. Holding thunder in his hands. Crushed a high-ranking emperor. Demon Emperor Jiaolong. 3rd on the list. The Bright Moon Empress. Realm unknown. Belongs to the Qingyun Imperial Sect. Famous battle. After the Qingyun Emperor crushed the Demon Emperor, he carried a huge moon on his back and crushed a high-ranking emperor with a single blow. The voice of heavens might spread across the continent. Last night's great battle had already spread everywhere again, and the name of the Qingyun Imperial Sect was familiarized by one cultivator after another. Speaking of which, since the Qingyun sect entered the world from the first reveal, to the weak known, and then at this time the depth of the people, and did not use much time, this clan was like a wireless stacking buff. Awesome. Just on the list and occupying the 2nd, 3rd position. I've never heard of a power being able to occupy 2 of the top 5 positions in the ranking at the same time. Hey, I've never seen any scene when I blew Newburgh, but I've never seen this 1 inch. A cultivator in the middle domain medium continent lamented. These scenes are pretty rare. Blow Newburgh, don't brag. The shopkeeper told you to pick dung, yelled a man from the back. Okay, I'm on my way. The other side. Green Cloud Sect. Within the Disciple Trial Tower. Chapter 126, The Butcher in the Rainy Night, A Gentle Trap. Inside the Disciple Trial Tower, Shihao and Lin Bai went all the way straight up. The first 20 floors were simply useless to the duo. Basically just a few breaths up a floor. The crowd of disciples outside were shocked when they saw the layers that lit up rapidly. The two senior brothers are so fast. This level is all out in less than 3 breaths. It's so strong. I think when I was on the first time, a layer of how to take a quarter of an hour and a half this way. It's worthy of being passed down by the patriarch himself. Sherhao's side was the first to reach the 21st floor. As soon as I came in I realized that it was very different from down here. The illusion hadn't been made a little too realistic. He had also heard about how terrifying the 21st floor was. Here you can be mesmerized by the illusion even if your mind is clear. 1,000 images. And you can only break it with a determined heart. Sherhao looked around warily. The antique rooms are decorated in a warm and inviting way. Faint candlelight illuminated the room. It was drizzling outside. He was shocked to realize that this was actually the desolate continent stone family. The hut he had been living in since he was a boy. The place where the nightmare later began. Young Master Sherhao, the family head asks you to come to his study. Just then, an old slave's voice came. Sherhao's anger rose from his heart for a moment. It was on this rainy night several months ago that his eldest uncle called him in and deprived him of his supreme holy body. Sherhao let out a deep breath and kept telling himself in his mind that it was all fake. Fake. This is the phantasmagoria. But even if you know it's an illusion, what can you do? Don't those disciples who come and break in several times realize that what they are experiencing is an illusion? The immersive feeling was too subtle. Okay, I'm on my way, Sherhao shouted back. Then he clenched his palm into a fist and clenched it tightly in death, pushed the door and walked out of the room. Follow the route towards the study that was still familiar in his head. The Sher family members he met along the way continued to greet him as they did then, but he knew the ugly faces of these people later. There were only some few of his close friends in the Sher family who helped him escape from the Sher family after he was abolished. So now the Sher family in the real world are all but his clan cronies, and a few clansmen who aren't involved. After coming out of that desolate continent ancient sacred mystic realm, he went to the Sher family for a bit to do what needed to be done and kill who needed to be killed. Then it just needs to be repeated again in this secret world. After walking for a while you came to the front of which can't forget the study for the rest of your life. A few personal guards outside the study saw Sherhao approaching and said fawningly, "Young Master Sherhao, you're here, please come inside." Sherhao coldly swept a glance at a few people. Oh, isn't this the same black-clad guards he was chasing? The ones that were slapped to death by the master at the bottom of Green Cloud Mountain. I didn't realize that this trial tower was so powerful, and every detail was restored so realistically. He sighed in his mind. With that, he pushed his way into the study. The study was brightly lit. Not far away sat a figure with its back to him. Next to the figure stood a youth. Sher Tian. Sherhao clenched his teeth. Great uncle's son. Chaos pupil stone sky. Cousin, you're here. Sit down. Father and I have something to tell you. Sher Tian said enthusiastically, a hint of excitement filling his eyes, as if he already knew what happened next. Ho-chan. Ah, here it comes. Your cousin is right. Come and sit down. Uncle has something to say to you. The figure with his back to Sherhao turned around, revealing a face that couldn't be more familiar. Oh, something to say to me? Let me guess. It should be to deprive me of my supreme holy body, and then graft it on your punk-ass son. With all due respect, he deserves it, Sherhao said indifferently, a pair of eyes staring coldly at the duo. Can't get angry. Suppress it. Suppress it. Emotions must not be agitated. Sherhao knew the rules of this layer. And this layer of the trial tower would pierce through your heart and visualize the deepest obsessions in your mind. And the deeper your obsession, the stronger it gets. Some people have a woman in their heart that they love dearly, an enemy that is engraved in their heart, someone you've wronged, a past you regret, and a demon in your heart. The only way to pass this level is to break the obsession and be firm in your heart. Bold, how dare you talk to me like that? Sherhao's eldest uncle, who was also the head of the Sher family, stood up and shouted angrily. He laughed in his heart. Leakage? Then let's be direct. The guards outside the house broke in when they heard the commotion, exuding their respective auras. 3 early-stage cave void, 2 peak yuaning. Take that. With a command from the Sher family head, the 5 guards attacked Sherhao. Oh, it's still the same scene. Only, I'm not the same person anymore. Sherhao let out a cold smile, and his aura of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm erupted. Rushing forward, he threw several hard punches. Bang! Several loud noises came. 5 guards were blasted out as if they were dead. Rubbish! I don't need to use any of my feats in martial arts. Sherhao shook his fists and said disdainfully. What? How did you become strong? Sherhao's eldest uncle and Sher Tian were shocked. A sinister smile then appeared on the duo's faces. Not bad. I'm just going to deprive you of your supreme body. You fatherless, motherless, orphan trash. What gives you the right to have the same talent as my son? What gives you the right? This family head is going to scoop up your supreme body before grafting it onto my son. By then with his talent it will be enough to stand proudly in the 5 domains. Are you angry? Yes. Get angry. The Sher family lord smiled sardonically and seductively. Sher Tian followed along with a sinister smile on the side. Boom! Sher Hao's heart was originally as wave-free as a puddle of stagnant water, but he actually said that he was a fatherless orphan. Although his parents had left the family when he was very young for unknown reasons, he was convinced that they were still alive and that he was by no means a fatherless orphan. Sher Hao said angrily, "I want you to die." "Oh, that's right, come on." After Sher Hao Dabo finished gloomily, he released his peak transformation god aura and it continued to strengthen. Sher Tian, on the other hand, stepped back and hid to the side. Supreme Reincarnation Law. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Sher Hao fully operated his gongfu, the majestic aura frantically converging towards both fists. The martial art Supreme Reincarnation Fist executed to the extreme, and he had unprecedentedly activated the Supreme Saint body within his body. A domineering and unrivaled power once again erupted from the body and filled the entire body. Boom! There a pair of booms. A strong sound erupted. The huge fluctuation directly destroyed the study altogether. The two flew into the air unaffected. A light rain is approaching. Powerful waves of bombardment blasted out continuously in the sky above. The more Sher Hao fights, the calmer he gets. Having just gotten on top, the main thing is that when it comes to his parents don't care how quiet his mind is. He can't help it. The aura of the illusory Sher family lord in the opposite illusion continued to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. You keep being angry, you sinful animal. Orphan. Rubbish, he hissed angrily. Oh, jumping the gun. So much for illusions. Watch me break you. Sher Hao operated all of his aura and threw the strongest punch he could. Supreme Reincarnation Fist 5th level. Purgatory Fist. The fistic frenzy came straight at him. Sher Hao flew over and punched the person that the illusion had visualized. A punch blasted directly into pieces. With that, Sher Hao flew down. The illusion hasn't broken? He was a little puzzled. Oh, obsessions. Of course you have to break all the obsessions to get through. Then the next step is good. Sher Hao walked towards the inside of the dilapidated study, which had been bombarded and left in shambles. With a glance, he spotted Sher Tian hiding in the corner. A tug. Ha, illusionary stone sky. I guess you'll definitely be there on the day of the 5 regions disciple competition. We'll see. After Sher Hao finished, he directly shattered him with a punch. The time is not far off when he will take his own personal revenge. It's still the same. What about the Holy Land? What about the Holy Lord? Having learned the supreme law for 3 years, he dared to pull down the great sage. Sher Hao then ran around several places in the Sher family, in the guise of a rainy night butcher, blast the enemies who are involved, one by one. Finally, the illusionary realm shattered away with a bang, and Sher Hao entered the 22nd floor with it. The outside disciples were once again shocked to see this situation. Fast, still fast. In half a moment, the first floor of the watershed, the 22nd floor, was broken by the senior brother. On the other hand, Lin Bai's side then arrived in the 21st floor. Fogweed. It's a bit of a different ING picture here. Why is it pink? And what's with the smell of rouge wafting through the air? What's with this illusion? Do I, Lindbergh, have such obsessions or demons? My lord, please command your slave as much as you wish. Brother Lindbergh, come quickly. I have something to say to you. Sir, you're so handsome. I wonder if you're free to join us for a blowjob and a ball dance. 3 beautiful figures walked out of the room. Each is charming and flavorful. Lindbergh didn't know what to do when he experienced this situation for the first time, and he also discovered that the room was perfumed with ecstasy. As for the effect, just look at his glowing red eyes. He could only tightly grip the green lotus sword in his hand. In his heart, he was shocked. This illusion is also too realistic. Chapter 127, Sword Breaks Tenderness. The Great Tao of Becoming an Emperor. No way. It's all an illusion. Steady. Can't quite. Lindbergh hurriedly closed his eyes and sat down in a crouch, constantly operating the green lotus sword technique. Peak sword intent emanated from his body. A stream of coolness came out from the 9 spirit caves and ran through the entire body. The agitation in his mind continued to calm. In the room of illusion, 3 illusory figures were constantly around him, interfering with him, whispering fondly in his ear. The mountains kept touching him. One grabbed the handle. What's wrong with you, my lord? Did you? At this moment, Lin Bai violently opened his eyes and stood up, his eyes clear. There was no ripple in his heart. My heart is like my sword. Out of my sword will break the enemy. Green Lotus Sword Technique. 10,000 swords return to the lotus. Revolving his sword skill, the green lotus sword in Lin Bai's hand blossomed with a brilliant green light. A sword chopped out. Countless lotus flowers filled the entire room. A powerful sword intent emanated from every multiple on, continuously strangling every illusion. The 3 figures around him broke in response. Without a woman in your heart, draw your sword and you'll be a natural god. The final stance of the sword script. 1 leaf opens the gate of heaven. Break me. Lin Bai waved his green lotus sword to slash out a powerful sword intent once again. Boom! After a loud bang, the 21 layers of illusion were shattered. Che, play this with me. I wonder if I have the emotionless sword score taught by my master. Lin Bai then stepped into the 22nd floor. The duo of Shi Hao and Lin Bai flew all the way up after breaking through this watershed layer. The invincible crush begins again. It's basically just measuring lights all the way around. Half an hour later, Shi Hao took the lead. Tidy up his slightly messy inked hair and his breath was a little disorganized. Phew, rushing up this way is really consuming aura. But this trial feels so good. The mind's obsession breaks itself once again. It's just that 51st floor that's a bit hard to mess up, so I'll be sure to punch through him next time. Senior brother Shi Hao. Misty grass. The first time I charged the trial tower, I did it to the 50th floor. Senior brother Qin Han was only 41 layers for the first time back then. Cow flaps. A moment later, Lin Bai also walked out with his sword. The breath was equally disorganized and droopy. How was it? Senior brother. How many floors did you break through? Senior brother, I'm not very good. I lost at the 51st floor. Seeing his senior brother come out, Shi Hao walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Alas, carelessness. I was the last to fold on the 50th floor. The first time I broke in, I only made it through 49 floors. It's still you, senior brother. Who's great? I'm not as good as that, Lindbergh said in a low voice. The peak of sword intent to break through the 49 floors was already the limit, and it seemed that one would have to upgrade to a sword body in order to come and continue the challenge. The crowd of disciples gathered outside the tower. Hear thou, do men speak? The first time I broke in I did it all the way to the top 5 of the leaderboards. It's true that everyone doesn't have the same sorrows and joys. Listening to the elders said that this tower was originally 100 layers, and later upgraded and remodeled now has 250 layers, and will continue to grow. The number of tiers you pass is not only based on your strength, but also your state of mind and perseverance. Because the first 100 floors will be according to your personal strength as well as the realm of the various illusions created by 1,000 people, so that the first 100 floors to say relatively fair. The rankings on the trial leaderboard changed immediately. Shi Hao and Inner Gate Greenflame tied for 3rd, and Lindbergh was ranked 4th, with the rest of the rankings deferred. Let's go, senior. The trial tower is done. The time tower is up. Before, I felt that I had been cultivating bitterly, but now the sense of motivation is overwhelming. I must break through the 51st layer as soon as possible. Lin Bai also nodded when he heard this. The downturn on his face swept away. Isn't it just the 50th floor? The next time I cultivate to the sword body, I'll chop you up with a sword. The duo then walked towards the time tower. It's too curly. The two senior brothers are so talented and still work so hard. I've had half a day off this month, and I damn well want to give myself 2 big slaps in the face. Cam, roll up. The crowd of outer disciples dispersed in a flurry. Each went to his own place of practice. On the other hand, on the green cloud peak, the system opens the personal panel. Master, Feng Chongyang. Realm, Late Supreme Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyi. Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Clan Powerhouse, Old Ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian. Peak of the Apparent Sage Realm. Outer Sect Elders Night White and Mu Tian. Mu Feng, Peak of the Apparent Sage Realm. And 5 guards. Intersect Elder Mu Shui Xian Peak Sane King Realm. Recovering, Luo Chen Early Sane King Realm. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, Early Sane King Realm. Palace of Merit Elder Nia Hailong, Early Sane King Realm. Elder Mo One of the Alchemy Hall, Early Sane King Realm. 11th Order Great Dan Saint. Honorary Elder of the Alchemy Hall, Early Manifestation Saint Realm. 9th Order Dan Saint. Elder Wu Xiaoye of the Hall of Artifact Refiners, Peak of the Supreme Realm, Zun Ranked Artifact Refiner. Elder Dragon Evil, Early Sane King Realm. Gate Guard Fierce Beast Black Emperor, Peak of Sane King Realm. Recovering, Patriarch Guard, Lonely Seeker. Charming, Mo Feng, Peak of Sane King Realm. 6 Peak Masters of Qingyun, Peak of Supreme Realm. Green Luan Peak Master Mingyu, Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Clan, Qingyun Clan. Level 2, 50, 000/100, 000. Not bad. The clan value has been added by another 20,000. Halfway to the completion of a 3rd level clan. Feng Qingyang looked at it like this. Open is fierce. As long as he upgraded, then the strong people summoned over would follow suit and upgrade by leaps and bounds. Right now, excluding him, Qingyun's high-end combat force already has 2 great emperors, 7 supreme beings, and 10 saint kings, and that doesn't even include the 3 demonic beings that the dragon race has defected to. This row should be one of the best. Looking at it this way, the clan could be the first to use the power of the Great Tao and the 10,000 Emperors diagram for the 8 Saint Kings summoned. The other 2 Saint Kings were Mu Shui Xian and the Black Emperor. Both have their own avenues and just need to recover slowly. The system manifests the atlas of the 10,000 Emperors. Feng Qingyang said to the system. Ding, The atlas of the 10,000 emperors has materialized in the Lord's Sea of Consciousness. Feng Qingyan sniffed and immediately probed in with his divine thoughts. Between them there was an atlas in the Sea of Consciousness that constantly emanated Tao rhythms. The atlas was inscribed with 10,000 powers of the great Tao. Feng Qingyan used the issuance as the system said, and with a thought, his mind entered the atlas. The countless types of great Tao powers in the atlas between them floated in the void, radiating their own great Tao powers. There are Space and Time Avenue, Space Avenue, Yin and Yang Avenue, Nine-Turn Avenue and other high-level avenues, and Dan Dao, Artifact Dao, and what have you. Feng Qingyan's mind descended out with a thought. The three-peak Saint King Realm guards at the back, Lone Survivor, Flirty, and Mo Feng were the first to sense it. Next were Mo Wen, who was refining pills in the alchemy hall, Elder Nya Hailong, who was looking after the Hall of Merits, Luo Wudao in the Hall of Law Enforcement, Elder Long Xia, who was cultivating in the Time and Space Tower as an enshrined elder, and Elder Luo Chen, who was inspecting disciples at the inner sect and the Mushu Wei Xian. The divine thoughts of the 8 of them were pulled into the 10,000 Emperors Atlas. Ha! Why is this elder here? Wasn't I practicing in the Time and Space Tower? Long Qi said as he looked around suspiciously. One could only see countless kinds of great Tao forces floating in the sky above. Pounds of majestic Tao rhythms filled every part of the place. Elder Long, you're here too? There were 7 figures walking in the distance, and at the head was none other than the most powerful sovereign's 3 guards. Elders, why are you all here? Just when all the elders were puzzled. At this moment, a figure emerged from the sky above, looking down at them. With that, a voice traveled down, resounding through the clouds. The contributions that all the elders have made to Qing Yun. This patriarch has seen them all. Still, I will let the one who is for my Qing Yun rise to the top of the green clouds. Today, I, the Lord of the Green Clouds, will grant you the great Tao of becoming an emperor. Chapter 128, Empowering the Great Tao. Divine Punishment, Ancient Pagoda. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he whisked his sleeve. 10,000 great avenues flowed down between, crisscrossing the void above. Each of them exuded a majestic imperial might. Above the void, Taoist rhythms flowed. It's the sovereign, heaven. The sovereign can actually manipulate the power of the great Tao. Knowing that patriarch is invincible. I didn't expect him to be so invincible. The 8 people gasped out in shock at the sight. Just as he was speaking, thousands of great avenues turned sharply above the void. They have closed their eyes and fine-tuned their sense of the avenue. It wasn't the power of the great Tao that picked them, but they picked each other so that the fit would be perfect. Buzz. A buzzing sound came out after the power of the great Tao passed through them. The power of the 8 great Tao paths fused into their bodies. Elder Mo of the Alchemy Hall asked about the power of the Dan Dao. Sovereign Protector Flirtatious Charming Avenue. Lonely Undefeated Song Dome Sword Dao. Mo Feng Yin Yang Avenue. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao Heavenly Punishment De Dao. Intersect Elder Luo Chen Indestructible De Dao. And Palace of Merit Elder Nya Hailong Void De Dao. Offering Dragon Evil Dark De Dao Power. Drink! The 8 of them shouted after fusing the great Tao. Pounds of majestic Tao rhythms erupted from within them. The realm began to soar at the same time. The 5 sect elders rose directly from the early Saint King realm to the peak of the Saint King realm in a single moment before stopping. The 3 at the front, Lonely Undefeated, Flirtatious and Mo Feng. His face was flushed red, and the majestic Tao power in his body was about to break through the Saint King realm barrier. The aura of the Zun realm gradually revealed itself. The majestic power shook the 5 elders at the back, and they were not allowed to use their full strength to resist it. Are the 3 lords about to break through to the supreme realm? I, Qing Yun, am going to produce 3 more supreme giants. Well, good. 5 peak Saint Kings, and the lonely undefeated trio are about to break through to the supreme. Feng Chongyang looked down from the void and laughed. With 3 more supreme beings, Qing Yun would finally be unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs resounded from below. 3 majestic supreme auras pushed straight into the sky. Subsequently, phew, the lone undefeated trio simultaneously exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and collected their own auras. The supreme realm becomes a reality. Although they were in the supreme realm, but they had the complete power of the great Tao in their bodies. The same was true for the 5 holy king elders. Many thanks, Patriarch granted the power of the great Tao. We, forsooth, are willing to serve and die for Patriarch. For Qing Yun, the 8 men said in unison after looking up at the sky. Our Lord of the Green Clouds, whisking his sleeve above the firmament. The power of thousands of great paths has fallen upon us. Now they were all overwhelmed with emotion. The Patriarch's wave of his hand was 10,000 great avenues. It was simply the ability to seize the heavens. Even the legendary immortal descended to earth. It's just like that. Ding! The heavenly tribulation has been automatically shielded within the 10,000 emperors diagram that the Lord is in. The voice of the system came. Feng Qingyan's face scratched up slightly in amplitude. The system of this clan is really omnipotent. This was if the person underneath had a major breakthrough in the future. One would only need to pull his divine thoughts into the 10,000 Emperors Atlas, and he would be able to dodge it perfectly. With that, his mind moved, and the divine thoughts of the people below retreated. The power of the Great Tao, 10,000 Great Emperors. Sooner or later, this clan will have to use them all, Feng Qingyang said as he looked at the power of the Great Tao floating in the sky. Immediately after that, he himself exited the 10,000 Emperors Atlas. In the meantime, Green Cloud Peak, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes after his divine thoughts returned. 3 majestic supreme auras came from the rear. It was his 3 guards. Each of the 3 had fused their own fitted Tao and had broken through to the supreme within the 10,000 Emperors Atlas. All that was needed next was to keep absorbing Tao power, and when the Tao power in his body reached its limit, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor. After the remaining 5 elders' divine thoughts returned, each one's aura began to soar. Within the 10,000 Emperors diagram again their divine thoughts had risen to the peak of the Saint King realm, and upon returning to their original bodies would grow similarly. Inside the Green Cloud sect, 5 peak Saint King realm auras shot straight up into the sky. However, the crowd of the Green Cloud sect had already seen it all. There were too many strong people in the sect. The ancient giants of the Zun realm and the Emperor realm overlooking the continent were all there. It's not too much to ask for 1 billion more points for the strong, is it? Inner door area. Mu Shuai-san looked at Elder Luo Chen on the side in shock. In a few breaths of time, you've risen from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the peak? It's the same realm as this Emperor's current realm. The Emperor realm divine thought swept through him and discovered that he actually had the aura of the Great Tao on him. It was only the realm of a Saint King that could possess the power of the Great Tao that only existed at the Emperor realm. The world is too crazy. The Elder Luo Chen on the side just smiled without saying anything, so it was not good for her to inquire about anything else. Elder Mu, tomorrow is the time for the sect to open the mountain gate again. Do you think the sect master will revise the promotion rules again? Otherwise, not to mention the disciples up there. There are only a handful of disciples in my inner sect. Mu Shuai-xian sniffed and pondered for a moment. We'd better not make any wild guesses, but what you said does make sense. Now that the strongest people in the sect are gradually returning, with the time and space tower the strength of the disciples, although they are growing by leaps and bounds on a daily basis, their grades can't keep up because of the time constraints. When speaking of strong people, Mu Shuai-xian gave Luo Chen a slightly deep look. Well, everything depends on the sovereign's arrangements. In the meantime, in the 5 domains, as time passed and the 5 domains power rankings were unveiled, the news of the Qingyun 2 emperors ascending straight to the 2nd place on the list and the 3rd place on the list spread across the board. The word Qingyun had once again penetrated the hearts of the people, and the Qingyun imperial sect had released the news 10 days ago that it would once again open the mountain to accept disciples 10 days later. For a time, the 5 domains of heaven's pride gathered, and a group of heroes gathered, one after another. They undertook to sit in the inter-domain grand formation and came towards the eastern domain. The frenzied celestial pride almost broke the threshold of the East region teleportation array. The other side, the middle kingdom of the middle continent. This is the top 3 supercontinents in the central domain, with the overwhelming power of the day. The Wanxiang imperial clan. The central continent's aura was extremely dense, with countless powerful people. If you don't have a saint realm behind you here, you wouldn't dare to mess with others easily. Who knows if there is a holy place behind people? At this moment, outside the Divine Punishment Ancient Pagoda that was billions of miles away from the Wanxiang Imperial Clan, the Divine Punishment Ancient Pagoda was built with the leadership of the Wanxiang Imperial Clan and the participation of the great powers of the central continent. Divine Punishment Pagoda mainly imprisoned some of the people who offended them. Was imprisoned here, then directly kill you 10,000 times more difficult. Here you will be subjected to countless kinds of torment every moment. The thunderbolt splits the body. The fire calcined soul. Is the Chinese continent of the cultivators mention the color of the change of the place? At this moment, the magnificent ancient tower that was 10,000 feet tall was thousands of miles away. A scruffy old man, drenched in blood and carrying a broken sword on his back, was frantically fleeing for his life, constantly looking back as if there was some great terror behind them. His lifespan was close to failing, yet he was still desperately burning his lifespan to escape. It's fortunate that someone from the Mu family helped, or else my father would never have escaped so easily. Damn the Wanxiang Emperor clan. This honored one swears that he will kill you all by 1,000 cuts, he said angrily in his heart. Once again, he accelerated his imperial airspeed. Not a moment later, the old man could no longer hold on and stopped, panting heavily on the void. His divine mind probed thousands of miles behind him, and after discovering that there was no one following behind him, he fell to the ground at once with a black eye. Chapter 129, Swordful Yang Feng, going to Chungyun. If there were powerful cultivators from the central continent here, they would definitely recognize this old man. Yang Feng, the sword idiot who has been out of sight for tens of thousands of years, a giant of the Zun realm, with a sword Dao that was out of this world. He loved the way of the sword all his life, and was so intoxicated by the way of the sword that he was often driven into madness, and was called the sword idiot by the people of the world. After breaking through the Zune realm, he shook the central region, and yet somehow from there, not a single word of him was heard. Below the void, Young Feng opened his cloudy eyes and checked his current condition. The Taoist power was at the bottom, and there was not much longevity left. Even the sword of life and death, which he cherished, had broken. This honored one is still in the middle continent? No need to escape to other great domains as soon as possible. Sword idiot Young Feng strongly braced himself and stood up, scanning the surroundings and said. However, in his heart, he was in despair. The 5 domains were so big, where should he go? It's all the damn Wanxiang Emperor clan. 20,000 years ago, he originally had another very complete and powerful family, the Yang family of the central continent, but because of an incident he offended the clansmen of the Wanxiang Emperor clan. That person then sent people to overthrow his family and drove them to extinction. He is also a great life under the protection of the family's strongest people, and only escaped. He then spent 10,000 years practicing the sword Dao and frantically searching for various opportunities to raise his cultivation. At last the gods are not disappointed in those who suffer. 10,000 years of time. Cultivation to the Zune realm. The sword road out of the gods to repair to the sword road, the 5th major realm. The sword heart of the realm of understanding. Taking advantage of the fact that after the Wanxiang Emperor left for the chaotic stream star domain, he killed the Wanxiang Emperor clan with 1 man and 1 sword, and that battle caused the heavens to crumble and the sun and the moon to sink. After a long battle, he killed 3 supreme giants, but the Wanxiang family's grand elder sacrificed an imperial artifact, and he was ultimately undefeated and defeated, and was imprisoned by the other party in the divine punishment ancient pagoda for a whole 10,000 years. The world says that my father is sword obsessed, but who knows how difficult it is for my father. If only time could go back, and doom would not come, this sword would not be practiced, Young Feng said with emotion, removing the life and death sword behind his back. The sword had been destroyed, but the sword way in his heart was undying. Because of you, my family was destroyed. Yet again, it is because of you that you helped my father take his revenge. 10,000 years had gone by too long, and things were different now that the sea had changed. I didn't realize that 10,000 years had passed, and the Mu family didn't hesitate to offend the 10,000 Elephant Emperor clan by rescuing me like this. In the future, if the Mu family is in trouble, even if I have to spell out my life, I will help you. Maybe, I don't have a day after. Ugh, mumble finished. Young Feng sighed. Confused, he looked into the distance, not knowing where to go from here. The appearance of the originally middle-aged man had also turned into something pale and unkempt due to the 10,000 years of torture and the burning of his longevity just now. His longevity was about to run out and his Dao power was at the bottom. Just then, a voice came from the void. Young Feng was immediately alert and looked into the void with his broken sword in hand. Sword Father Yang, goodbye. That voice? So familiar. Could it be Brother Mu? Just as he was thinking, a man's figure descended from the void. The middle-aged man has an extraordinary aura. His ink hair is draped over his shoulders, and his eyes are eloquent. There is a strong sense of abruptness standing together with Young Feng. It's really you, Brother Mu. Young Feng excitedly stepped forward and collected the broken sword in his hand. Brother Mu, long time no see. There are 10,000 years. Right, they even tortured you like this. Think of when you, Sword Dao Supreme. What a sight. The latter Mu Changkong. This did not go on, because he knew what happened to Young Feng. If it was put on him, he would also go all out to take revenge. The two of them met in a secret realm 20,000 years ago, and Young Feng saved his life, and he later saved Young Feng's life in the same way when he fought the demon tiger, and the two of them became lifelong friends. In 10,000 years, the two were super talented and had great perseverance, and both of them broke into the Supreme. However, Young Feng did not inform him and killed the Wanxiang Imperial clan alone with his sword, and he was later helpless after learning that his best friend had been suppressed in the Divine Punishment Ancient Pagoda. The Mu family wasn't that powerful Mu family anymore after all. After the sudden fall of his old ancestor, the Water Fairy Empress, and his best friend, the Black Emperor, 100,000 years ago, his Mu family started to go downhill, so much so that the current Mu family simply couldn't afford to mess with the rising Wanxiang Imperial clan. Many thanks to Brother Mu for saving me. Just this will not involve your Mu family, Young Feng said ashamedly. If the Mu family hadn't saved him, he would have died in the ancient tower after being tortured. It's fine. I instructed the strongest members of my clan to do it covertly. The charge of breaking the tower to save people will not fall on my Mu family. Taking a step back, even if the Wanxiang Imperial clan finds out, they wouldn't dare to make a move against my Mu clan easily. Mu Changkong said, now that he was the Mu family's family head, a peak supreme being, and held the clan's imperial weapon in his hands. If he wanted to touch their Mu family, he would have to pay a price. Brother Yang, you can't stay in the central region now. It's too dangerous. I recommend you to go to a place. That power is not in the least bit weaker than the Wanxiang Imperial clan. As long as you can join them, you can recuperate in peace for renewed vengeance. Mu Changkong said solemnly. If the Wanxiang Imperial clan were to learn of the news, they would definitely turn up the heat in the central domain to find him as a close friend. It would be safer to go and defect there. Oh, Brother Mu, quickly tell us, what kind of power is it? If it's not in the central domain, could it be that there are forces in the other 4 domains that don't fear the Wanxiang Emperor clan? Hope flared up in the eyes of sword idiot Yang Feng for a split second. How about the Imperial clan? Give him tens of thousands of years more, and it is necessary to eradicate him. That's the Eastern region's Qingyun Imperial sect, the medieval emperor sect, which has been passed down for tens of millions of years, has always been in a state of seclusion and has only just come out during this time. Seeing the shocked look in his best friend's eyes, Mu Changkong told him what had happened during this time. The Qingyun Imperial sect had first swept through the eastern domain, pressed down on the central domain with its sword, suppressed the demon race in the south, broke the demon emperor in the north, and subdued the dragon race, and was now so famous that it had shaken the 5 domains. 2 great emperors beyond the high ranks. The explicit supreme powerhouses alone occupy the top 2 and 3 positions in the powerhouse rankings. Jianji was shocked. The news was too shocking. It was surprising that there was such a powerful sect in the eastern region. Yes, and since tomorrow is when the Imperial sect opens the mountain again, it's better to go there quickly. I'll accompany you on your journey. Mu Changkong said after seeing his friend in such a miserable state with a little thought. With the current state of my best friend, it's hard to join Changyun. He will also be able to help out, even if he has to pay a little price. In order to 20,000 years ago, the life of a good friend, it is also worth it. If he hadn't had the sword that his best friend blocked for him back then, there wouldn't have been a Mu family head, Supreme Emperor Changkong, who now shook the central region. Brother Mu, I, Yang Feng, will always remember this favor in my heart. Swordsmith was grateful. The heart once again gas raging anger. Go up to the green clouds and cultivate my life and death sword path. Override the 10,000 elephants and repay the Mu family's favor again. Ha ha, you and I brothers don't talk about that. Let's go. Mu Changkong Lang let out a laugh as the majestic half-step great Dao power surged out from his body, taking his best friend, sword idiot Yang Feng, to defend the air. Starry-eyed, he traveled towards the eastern domain. It was night, and the night was clear and starry. The Green Cloud sect was silent. Green Cloud Immortal City, however, was bustling with activity. Chapter 130, The Lin Family's Heavenly Pride, a gathering of heroes. Tomorrow the Emperor's clan will open the mountain. Whether or not you can change your destiny depends on whether or not you can take advantage of this opportunity. I heard that Qingyun recruiting disciples mainly look at the heart and perseverance. Talent is important but only secondary, because your heart and perseverance cannot. The first layer of the test cannot pass. To ease the pressure, the fairy city is partying tonight, and everywhere is lit up, and tonight's theme is No Night in the Fairy City. All take a look at Lu. Participate in the Qingyun assessment must see things. Do you want to become a Green Cloud disciple? Do you want to go to the top of your life? Do you want to be the big shot that everyone says you are? Only 10 top-grade spirit stones. You can't lose or be fooled if you buy it. Mistweed, Immortal City Guards. The man who was yelling at the stall saw this and ran away. Ha ha, this one is funny. Seeing this scene, a woman with a plump figure dressed in green not far away laughed. Hey, I said Shenner, what are you thinking about? Why are you always distracted? Xiao Shenner immediately came back to her senses when she heard this and said, there's nothing, it's just that we're sneaking out like this. Do you think the family of the two of you and I will be looking for us here? So what if we find it? If we pass the test tomorrow then we'll be disciples of the Imperial sect. It's too late to praise us, Gu Qingcheng beside her needlessly said, the expectation in her eyes showing. Well, hopefully. After Xiao Shenner murmured, she turned to look in the direction of the Qingyun Imperial sect again, and said in her heart, there is hope at sunrise. There are thoughts at sunset, and the heart has expectations, and so it was in the midst of the revelry, a night of fish and dragon dancing. The next day, it was slightly light. A steady stream of figures from the direction of the Green Cloud Immortal City flew towards the Green Cloud mountain range. The Imperial sect opens its gates. We'll go up to the Green Clouds as quickly as possible. Charge! Shoo shoo shoo! Vast figures kept stepping into the air. There were young men, women who followed their family elders, a young master accompanied by a family escort. There are teenage boys and delicate young girls who harbor the ambition of a blue sky in their hearts. Above the void, there was a constant stream of airships in which great powers were traveling, coming across the domain. The huge airships that covered the sky kept whimpering in the direction of the Green Cloud mountain range. Today, the Imperial sect opened its gates. stirring up the 5 regions, and the influence of the Qing imperial sect had already swept across the desolate martial continent. Those who came had only 2 purposes: for the will in their hearts, for the grand ambition of winning the Tao to be called the emperor and the Tao to become the emperor. Either that, or they were major powers from various domains who wanted to come to make friends and curry favor with the emperor's sect. As long as he could get the support of the emperor's sect, in the future, he would be able to walk sideways in the 5 domains and go out as someone with a big background. Green Cloud Mountain Range. Under the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect, the spiritual qi here was extremely dense, and in order to be able to fully absorb the spiritual qi, all of the green leafy flowers were growing in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, which was emitting spiritual qi outwards, and from the angle of the bottom, it showed the pilgrimage statue as much as possible. At this moment, a dense crowd converged under the mountain gate. Xian'er, you're actually here. No wonder I couldn't find you when I went looking for you and your family. A familiar voice came from Xiao Xian'er, and Gu Qingcheng looked like behind them. A young man dressed in brocade white clothes with a face like a jade walked over. Lin Bu Fan, are you bored? How come you're everywhere? Gu Qingcheng was the first to say when she saw the visitor, disgust showing on her face. This Lin Bufan, really a shadowy soul, chasing people all the way to the eastern domain. If it wasn't for the Lin family behind him, he would have already shot to destroy him. Lin Bufan? It's really him, a man exclaimed when he heard the noise over here. This attracted the attention of the bystanders, who asked, who is Lin Bufan? Brother, why are you yelling so much? The 100th Heavenly Pride in the 5 regions Heavenly Pride ranking. Do you think it's awesome? I didn't expect such Heavenly Pride figures to come. There must be quite a few more powerful Heavenly Prides coming behind them. It seems that today's competition has become even more intense. When Lin Bufan heard the conversation between these two, the corners of his mouth rose and he became more confident. What does Miss Gu say? I'm here for Xian'er, Rain, you know, melon. What a scoundrel, Gu Qingcheng said in disgust, then pulled up Xiao Xian'er's arm next to her and said, let's go. Xian'er, let's wait elsewhere and stay away from this scoundrel. Mr. Lin, please respect yourself. We are not familiar, Xiao Xian'er said coldly to the man in front of her. Why, Xian'er, isn't it obvious enough that my son is expressing his love? Why don't you even look at me? Lin Bufan said in disbelief, his heart quite irritated. You've done this to yourself. What more do you want? Don't you disgrace yourself here? Lin Bufan, Xian'er has long had a lover in mind. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Xian'er's sweetheart is a disciple of the Qing imperial sect. Oh. Lin Bufan was first stunned when he heard this. Then he looked towards the lofty Qing mountain above him. Disciple of the imperial sect? So what? Who doesn't know that Qing test doesn't really look at talent? It must be a miscellaneous disciple who mixes in to be a miscellaneous disciple. I'm so gifted. Am I still no match for him? Besides, even though my central region Lin family is no match for the imperial sect, how can the identity of my Lin family's first son be better than that of an imperial sect's miscellaneous disciple? Lin Bufan asked angrily. Ever since he saw Xiao Xian'er 2 years ago, he was attracted. It was a sleepless night. 2 years the stone is hot, but not this woman's heart. A disciple of the imperial sect, right? I'm going to challenge you. In the meantime, Qing sect. At this time, the disciples within Qing sect were all in order, started practicing again day after day. On the other hand, the Great Hall of Green Clouds, several figures stood below the magnificent hall. All of them are elders from inside and outside. Outer sect elder Knight White arched his hand and respectfully asked, Patriarch, are we still going to recruit today as we did last time? No, this time, the scale of my Qingyun's mountain opening is far more significant than the last time it came. The celestial pride that came this time are from all over the 5 domains. There are a large number of them. For this test, the first level of the illusionary sky staircase will definitely be carried out, followed by the cancellation of the 9 cauldrons measurement of endowment, and the second level will be assessed by the clan's inner and outer gate heavenly prides. Feng Qingyang on the main seat said in a positive voice. This was something he had considered for a long time before he made his decision. Nowadays, the pace of the clan's strongest members was soaring, while the disciples couldn't even keep up with the development of the clan because of time. Nowadays, there were few inner disciples chatting about, and there were many outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples, and all of them were in a good realm due to the time and space tower. Inner and outer disciples? The outer sect elders were puzzled. Only inner sect elders Mu Shuixian and Luo Chen, who had discussed this matter, secretly said that this was indeed the case. The patriarch has decided that it's time to change the clan disciple promotion rules. Yes, it's the inner and outer disciples. This examination will be presided over by the inner sect elder, and then all inner sect disciples and the top 30 disciples of the outer sect rankings will be allowed to join together to assist in the examination test. Defeat an outer disciple to enter the outer sect, and defeat an inner disciple to enter the inner sect. A tie can also be passed. If you pass the illusory heavenly staircase and don't pass this round of testing, Then as usual, you can be a miscellaneous disciple. The first level of the illusion of the ladder is the important thing, the main rather than the lack of. First of all, those who are not good at heart and perseverance brush down, the rest according to the strength of speech. As for the number of people to be recruited, as long as it exceeded the 5,000 released by the system, anyway, it was the more elite disciples the better. Inner Sect Elder Mushu Wei Xian, Inner Sect Elder Luo Chen, we take orders. Not a moment later, a shocking news spread throughout the entire clan. Eliminate the existing internal and external door rankings promotion system. Cultivation up to Donshu could enter the outer gate, and cultivation up to Huashan could enter the inner gate. The rankings were conducted as usual, and the geniuses on the list were rewarded with all kinds of treasures. The new rules will be enforced starting in a month's time, and those who have not met the realm's requirements by then will be downgraded in order. A few moments later, Inner Sect Elder Mushu Weixian and Luo Chen led the 10 talented disciples of the Inner Sect and the top 30 disciples of the list ranking of the Outer Sect towards the outside of the sect. At this time, outside the mountain gate, silence, the noise is killing this emperor. Don't even look at what kind of place this is. A voice of heavenly might came from the peak of the mountain. This was followed by the raging press of majestic imperial might. The dense crowd under the gate of Mount Qingyun immediately quieted down and a needle could be heard. All of them looked toward the top of the mountain in shock. A skinny black dog was standing at the top of the hill looking down at them. That pressure also instantly faded like a tidal wave. The hearts of the great power cultivators present were even more horrified. Dewey, Chengyun's watchdogs are all great emperors. At that moment, numerous footsteps came from the rear. The Black Emperor turned his head and saw the elders of the sect leading the way out before looking down again and saying, "This emperor declares that the Green Cloud Open Mountain apprenticeship has officially begun." Chapter 131 Green Mountain Opening. Examination begins. The Black Emperor finished. Mushu Weixian and the others walked right up to the top. This emperor is an inner sect elder of the Qingyun Emperor sect. Those of you who have come should all know the rules of the first level's examination, so this emperor will not recount more. The test is simple. Pass the illusory heavenly stairs and you can become a disciple of my Qingyun. Now this emperor announces that I, Qingyun, have opened the mountain to accept disciples, and the first level of the test, the illusory heavenly staircase, will now begin. Mushu Weixian stood at the top of the mountain releasing the emperor's might within her body. Terrified as the voice of heavenly might resounded through the desolate martial continent, she said striking her sleeve, "Straight to the clouds." The illusionary heavenly ladder that reached up to 999 floors was gradually revealed from top to bottom. The scene on the heavenly ladder is constantly changing. Majestic Tao rhythm and extremely rich spiritual chi spewing out from it. Stepping on it is like pacing the immortal ladder. Like a dream. Inner sect elder? Great emperor. Hiss. What a situation. It's even if the watchdog is a great emperor. The inner sect elders are all great emperors. Fogweed. It shall not be. It shall not be. The intelligence is wrong. He, Qingyun, has more than 2 great emperors. The people of the great powers present were all shocked, and the cultivators controlling the airships in the distant sky almost fell down with unsteady control. After Mushu Weixian gave the order, the 5 clan guards in charge of the Black Emperor exuded a powerful aura and flew down. Arrange all the people below the examination into batches in an orderly manner to carry out the examination. The ladder is grand enough that a batch is capable of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. After the first batch of test people stepped onto the heavenly ladder in an orderly manner, the cries from below resounded in a flash. Devils! Why are they all demons? The demons are coming. Everyone run! Everyone run! A man on the heavenly ladder shouted as if he had gone mad. The man beside him, who was participating in the test together, continued to step upwards after stepping out of the illusion with a disgusted look at him. The first illusion is scared like this. You still come here to disgrace what? Not to mention the Emperor clan. Lousy third-rate forces do not want you. People were constantly teleporting down the ladder. When they came down, they were all sweating profusely, panting heavily, and some of them directly had lightless pupils and sat paralyzed on the ground, obviously not having slowed down. Despair then set in, and one could only look longingly to the top of the mountain, above the clouds. That's a dream they can't hope for. Cthulhu, my lord hasn't even stepped on the second step. Why? They all said I had the qualifications of a great emperor. This Qingyun examination is also too difficult. These people who failed the test left in despair. The emperor's sect was close at hand, yet out of reach. At the top of the mountain, Mushu Weixian shook her head. The quality of this batch is so poor. Most of them are here to make up the numbers. They can't even take the second step. Empress Water Fairy, how is your recent recovery going? It's been 100,000 years, but this emperor still wants to have a good battle with you. I wonder if your swordsmanship has grown. The Black Emperor stepped forward and said. Mushu Weixian turned around when she heard this. Little Black, you're begging for a fight again, aren't you? Have you forgotten what this emperor has taught you before? The Black Emperor sniffed and the dog's head shrunk back. The Water Fairy Empress was slightly stronger than it by so many billions of drops that it was the one that was passively beaten in every match. Alas, time passes quickly, and I don't know what has become of the Middle Continent after 100,000 years. How is the Mu family? And that damned dustless emperor? As soon as she spoke to this best friend, Mu Shuixian always recalled what had happened before. Why don't we just go back and take a look when we recover to the Supreme Realm? It's that close to a shiver. At that time, my Black Emperor's mighty name will have to shake the central region once again. The test continues below. One batch goes up. One batch gets teleported down. Misty grass. Xing Yun is full of great emperors. I didn't mean to reveal it. Let me go. Let me go. A man secretly discovered that everyone in the Qing Yun imperial sect was a great emperor in the illusionary realm, and leaked it out without hesitation, and was mercilessly arrested, and asked why he wasn't a great emperor, suspecting that he was a scout from another sect. What? You all know about me stealing next door's bib. A man in the illusion blushed and lowered his head to accept the crowd's pointing. From time to time, people who were mesmerized by the illusion began to babble and were eventually transported down. Tilting, it's our turn. Let's go. After a short while, it was finally the turn of the two girls, Gu Qingcheng and Xiao Xianer. They followed the crowd to the stairway to heaven and stepped up. The quality of the latter batches was clearly far superior to the earlier ones. Quite a few heavenly prides with extraordinary auras directly broke through the first illusion and continued to fly upwards. The inner and outer sect celestial pride that came out of the sect also stood on top of the mountain and looked towards the illusory heavenly stairs with interest. At one time they all came this way, and the elder told them that the second level of the test this time was no longer the 9 tripods measurement of assignments, but that the person who passed the first level would come to challenge them. Well, what can they do but go all out? The quality of this batch is not bad. There are a few that have already broken through to more than 200 floors and haven't stopped slowing down. It seems that the first wave of candidates to pass through are coming out. Mu Shuixian looked towards the illusory heavenly stairs and analyzed. I just don't know what the strength is like, whether she can beat the disciples of her inner sect and directly ascend to the inner sect. There are too few disciples in the inner sect now. On the illusory heavenly ladder, several figures flew up. As long as their hearts were strong and their minds were firm, this illusory realm would not have much effect on them. Not a moment later, 10 figures then ascended to the top, taking the lead after stepping through the 999th floor of the heavenly ladder to become the first wave of people to reach the top. Going up, up there, 10 heavenly prides have gone up. Let's charge. The cultivators below who weren't involved seemed as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. There were too many failures, and uneasiness was spreading through the crowd. And those of them who hadn't participated thought that the first level of the test was all hellishly difficult. Once these next 10 heavenly prides reached the top, it instantly motivated them. It seemed that there were still people who could pass. Those who failed were purely because they were too flighty. However, some of the truly heavenly prides and cultivators with strong hearts below were all without a ripple. Those who could be easily infected by external emotions were not good at heart and mind. 10 figures, 6 youths, and 4 women, all walked towards the elder's side with great vigor. The heart is full of joy. Becoming a disciple of the emperor's sect on his own was already on the table, and it was up to him to see how the second level of the test went. Anyway, no matter what, he could become a disciple of the Qing Yun emperor sect. Upon seeing the few people who came along, Ning Yen, the Qing Yun inner disciple in the back, stared wide-eyed. Xianer, Chapter 132, finally meeting, the battle of the celestial pride begins. Ning Yan's face was filled with incredulity. What's going on here? Why is Xianer here? He just casually swept a glance over the 10 people that were walking towards him and spotted that familiar figure. When I look back, the person is at the top of the Qingyun mountain. There's someone that senior brother Ning Yan recognizes among these 10 people? Looking at senior brother Ning Yan's demeanor, he must be a sweetheart or old flame coming. Misty. No wonder he doesn't go when senior brother Ning Yan is usually invited to do quests with his sisters. So ga. This cry from Ning Yan caused the disciples in the gate to discuss, and they all desperately looked forward, wanting to see what kind of woman senior brother Ning Yan's 8-ringing heavenly pride, the talent of a great emperor, would like. Xiao Xianer, who had followed the crowd, heard that call just now and looked up to see the figure outside the door of the Qingyan sect. Brother Ning Yan, Xiao Xianer similarly exclaimed out in shock. She had planned to give him a surprise after entering the green cloud. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Her beloved was right in front of her. She pulled Gu Qingcheng and walked over quickly. A few moments later, all 10 people walked to the top of the mountain. We, the newest disciples of Qing Yun, have met the 2 elders. The 10 men arched their hands in unison. After passing the first level, even if they couldn't pass the second level, they would all be able to become Qing Yun disciples. So it was reasonable for them to call themselves Qing Yun disciples now. Just go ahead and wait on the sidelines. The second level of the test will begin in a moment. Mu Shui Xian indifferently said. Scan these people with his divine thoughts. There were a few, with decent talent and barely adequate strength, that should be able to defeat the outer disciples who were ranked behind and enter the outer sect. When Mu Shui Xian's words fell, the 6 men, 4 women, and 10 people obediently stood back and waited. Xianer, what brings you here? 3 years, 3 years. Ning Yan walked forward and swept Xiao Xianer into his arms. Tears of excitement filled the eyes of both. 3 years have gone by in a flash. How are you? Good to see you again and hug you and kiss. Holy, it's still true. Senior brother Ning Yan's Taoist couple is so good looking and has an extraordinary temperament. It's true that heavenly prides are matched with heavenly prides. It's just that when I see this scene, my heart is happy for my senior brother. But there's just a little bit of displeasure is what's going on. When senior inner sect brother Qin Han saw this scene, his heart was desolate. There was a time when he and Lin Yao weren't like this. Just later. Alas, heroes don't mention what happened back then. Lin Yao, this emperor will kill you with his hands. The rest of the 9 who had passed in the rear also looked this way. One could only see dozens of disciples dressed in Qinyan sect uniforms standing neatly behind them. There were those from the inner sect and those from the outer sect, and one by one, all of them were imposing and each of them was extraordinary. I couldn't help but wonder what the brothers were doing. Welcoming the newcomers in a parade? No, absolutely not. The talented disciples of the emperor's sect didn't have that kind of free time to welcome them. We can only wait and see. With our talent passing the second level of the talent test, entering the outer gate should be secure. Below, the assessment continues. On the heavenly ladder, Lin Bufan, the pride of the Lin family, was fighting his way up. As a heavenly pride in the top 100 of the 5 domain rankings, he thought that he would never have a problem passing through this illusory heavenly staircase. It wasn't long before he entered a new illusion as he flew up the first flight of steps. Xianer, you finally promised me. It's a bit crowded here. Xianer, let's. Lin Bufan had a piggy face. Talent to talent. His heart shape was obviously not working, to the point where he had a bit of perseverance, and only stepped onto the 100th floor at random. He was mesmerized by the illusion, and his unsteady heart was instantly shattered, teleporting him straight down. My. Lin Bufan entered from below with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was doing. Misty grass. Lin Xiao, let go of me. You, the man who was caught by the closed eyes of Lin Bufan. After seeing that yelling a few times was useless, he directly kicked him to the ground and then hurriedly ran backwards. Hiss, why does it hurt so much? Why am I here? Lin Bufan was kicked to the ground and opened his eyes in pain. Then after looking around, he was puzzled. With that he quickly reacted. He should be on the illusionary sky ladder right now. Mirage realm. Martyr was all a mirage just now. I can't believe I failed. Lin Bufan unwillingly looked toward the top of the mountain. No, he couldn't just leave like this. Then Xianer had entered the emperor's sect, wouldn't he have no chance at all? Wait and see first. Time passed. Half a day later. Billions have been tested now, but there is still a steady stream coming in, and there is still a large volume below that has not been tested. But it didn't matter. This time the Green Cloud sect's opening was still 10 days away, so don't worry about catching up. At this time, at the top of the mountain, outside the clan's gate, there were already 2,000 cultivators who had ascended to the top standing. The outside of the sect was wide enough that presenting 100,000 people here wasn't a problem. Below the mountain gate is naturally even more vast and boundless, so it can accommodate hundreds of millions of cultivators at the same time for the examination. At this time, outside the center out of the clan, a huge martial arts platform had been built, personally created by the clan's Zun-ranked refiner, Wu Xiaoye, and the formations on it were enough to withstand a great battle at the same king realm. This kind of small formation could be refined with a wave of his hand. The martial arts platform was magnificent and majestic, and the formations on it were constantly flickering, with a steady stream of half-step Dao power filling the formations. This looked confusing to the crowd. A martial arts stage? Isn't the second level of testing a test of talent to differentiate between insiders and outsiders? Has it changed? Has it turned into a ring fight? That was just right. His own powerful strength could be displayed before entering the sect. Many powerful celestial pride hearts said, desire to leap up. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test and becoming my Green Cloud disciples. Then this saint will give you the following rules. Behind this saint is my Qingyun inner and outer door heavenly pride disciples, among the top disciples at the top of the rankings. Now the second round of testing opens the heavenly pride battle. Defeating the outer door disciples can be entered into the outer door. Defeating the inner door disciples can be directly stepped into the inner door. Of course, if you don't pass, you don't have to be discouraged. You can still continue to be a handyman disciple. As long as your cultivation reaches the cave void after a month, you can enter the outer gate. and your cultivation reaches the transformation of the god, you can enter the inner gate. Inner sect elder Luochen stood in front of the 2,000 disciples who had passed and said aloud. Behind him were the 40 inner and outer sects, celestial pride in the sect. At this moment, the elders' words fell. They shook their fists together and said in unison, "Welcome to the challenge of the new initiates." Each of their faces was filled with confidence, exuding a powerful aura of their own. Immortal spells were refined and pills were eaten, so as long as they weren't particularly heaven-defying demons, who could defeat them in the same realm? Moreover, each of them could fight across borders. What? The Heaven's Pride battle? Not a talent test anymore? Then feelings are good. With this young man's strength, breaking into the inner gate shouldn't be difficult. This Heaven's Pride finished exuding the aura on his body. Early stage of God transformation. Top heavenly pride. Fogweed. And should? You're too Versailles. Big brother, from my point of view, you're bound for the inner circle. The 2,000 cultivators present all began to discuss each other. This piece of news is quite normal. So many big clans accept disciples with this rule. Open the heavenly pride battle. The strongest will go up and the weak will go down. It was just that what shocked them was that at this age, cultivating the fifth realm of cave void only allowed them to enter the outer gate. Also, those who can cultivate to the god of transformation at this age are the top disciples of the transcendent forces. Right, and can only be inner disciples when they come to Qin Yun? It's worthy of being a powerful imperial sect. This saint declares that the Heaven's Pride battle begins. All the celestials of Qin Yun take their positions. Chapter 133, Outer Demon Realm, Conspiracy to Invade. In the meantime, outside the desolate Martial Continent, in the Void Basin, the Middle Order World Demon Realm, the Devil Realm and the desolate Martial Great World were neighboring each other, and both worlds had the same heavenly Tao level. Both were continents where the Emperor Realm was the most powerful. Both were restricted by the heavenly Tao and could not break through to the Immortal Realm. However, the Devil World was quite a bit stronger than the desolate Martial Great World as a whole, because the entire Devil World was ruled by the Devil Emperors. Unlike the desolate Martial, where the forces were disorganized and fought separately, the entire Demon Realm had countless races other than the largest demon race, such as the Rakshasa race, the Shura race, and the Immortal Ghost race. However, these races have to listen to the most powerful demon race jurisdiction, such as disobedience. The Demon Emperor sentenced down that your entire race is not necessary to survive, because the entire continent of the Demon Realm was named after the devil. It was enough to see the strength of the devil race, the devil's realm, the devil's domain. The devil region was the base camp of the devil race, where there were many strong devil race members, and the devil race emperor sat here. The trillions of tribes of the devil race, with many powerful people and countless devil soldiers. The sum of the strength of one domain here was equal to the three most powerful upper continent in the middle domain of the desolate Martial Great World put together. At this time, the demon race's demon palace, a huge castle, was built in different styles. The sky was a dark red depressing color, and everywhere was enveloped by a majestic demonic aura that was so thick that it was extremely dense. In the magnificent and incomparably imposing Devil Palace, the Devil Emperor was sitting on the imperial seat above, surrounded by raging devilish chi. His head had huge double horns, and his face had a fuzzy black mist that made it impossible to see his face. Dozens of demon race demon kings below stood respectfully. There were also a dozen or so demon zoons floating on either side of the palace. They all looked up at the imperial throne with reverent faces. Bloodthirsty. How is the opening of the passageway from the turbulent flux astral domain to the desolate Martial Continent going? The Demon Emperor looked down below and asked majestically. This is something that the entire demon world did in unison, opening the entrance to the desolate Martial Continent and invading desolate Martial. The cultivators there are all one delicious blood meal. Report, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Those powerful blood food from the desolate Martial Continent are guarding there at all times, and have repelled tens of thousands of attacks by my demon race's army. The demon venerable Bloodthirsty, who was named by the Demon Emperor on the side, said respectfully, in that case, my demon clan army can't set foot on the entrance to the desolate Martial? The Devil Emperor snorted coldly as a majestic demonic aura pressed down. Forgive me, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. In the Great Hall, the many demon clans immediately bent their heads and hurriedly said. Heads did not dare to raise, staring at the ground. They all know the brutality of the Devil Emperor. The moment he did not get along, he would kill the devil. Now the backyard of the Devil Palace of the Devil's withered bones have been piled up into a big mountain. Bloodthirsty, who was on the side of the palace, saw this but continued. Forgive me, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. I haven't finished yet. I wonder if you remember that invasion of the desolate martial arts tens of millions of years ago? At that time, by crashing through the seal, A batch of my demon clan's army swept out as if it had invaded those Blood Eaters' eastern domain, only to be destroyed by those Blood Eaters' great emperors later on. Tens of millions of years ago they stumbled upon a passageway that could bypass the turbulent flux starfield and go straight to the desolate Martial continent. But the passageway was so small that only a portion of their army could be sent there. Only those hordes lost contact after transporting blood food outward for a while. The last paragraph of the message said that a great emperor of the blood eclipse had struck, and it was difficult for them to resist. Later on, when they, the demon race, tried to send strong people to the desolate Mu again, they realized that the place had been sealed by the desolate Mu's heavenly Tao. You mean that's where you can travel to? The demon emperor asked with a sniff, while withdrawing the demonic aura he had released. It was only then that the crowd of demon race demon kings below the palace dared to stand up. The heart flooped. It's lucky that the blood sovereign was there, or else I'm afraid that His Majesty, the demon emperor, would have to pick a few deflated from amongst them today. Yes, Your Majesty the demon emperor. In recent days I have found that the seal is weakening. It seems that something has changed in the desolate continent. I have already dispatched my clan's strongest. It won't take more than a few days to break the seal. At that time, none of the blood food from the desolate Martial continent will be able to run away. Jia. The bloodthirsty demon sovereign finished with a vicious smile, his blood-red eyes blossoming with ferocious light. Ha ha, good, then speed up. By the time we break through the seal, this emperor will reward you with billions of blood food. The devil emperor stood up and said as a majestic devilish aura swept through the hall. We honor the decree of His Majesty the demon emperor. The other side, Green Cloud sect, in front of the sect gate. At this time, the Heaven's Pride battle was already in full swing. On the martial arts stage, the aura was majestic, and from time to time, the sword aura was rampant, and a moment later, the battle intent rushed to the sky. Boom boom boom, powerful collision sounds resounded through the sky. So strong, so big, so powerful. Misty, why are these senior brothers so powerful? I went to challenge them, and I didn't even last 3 breaths before I was blasted out of the ring by the outer sect's senior brothers. The man beside him with a head of black smoke and a pitch-black body said excitedly, "What do you call this?" I was beaten so much in the second battlefield that my Shang was coming out. That senior brother is really fierce. With the power of lightning in his hands and raging aura gushing out, he knocked me out of the ring with a single slap. Look at me now, I still have an exploded head. The battlefield here is divided into 3 battlefields. The spirit transformation realm was pitted against the inner sect's first senior brother Qin Han and the inner sect's second senior brother Ning Yan. The geniuses of the cave void realm were divided into batches by realm to face the remaining 8 inner disciples and the top 10 of the outer list. The geniuses of Yuaning were divided into batches to face the remaining 20 disciples of the outer sect's list. If the challenge assigned to challenge the inner disciple does not pass, you can become an outer disciple directly. After all, those inner disciples' Tianjiao realm strength are too high, but also all cultivate immortal law, cannot be beaten is normal. But the cultivators who were assigned to the inner gate to fight against each other, their realm was also high enough to defeat the outer disciples at the end of the list, so they directly saved the fight. That is to say, if you are strong and have a high realm, you can directly enter the inner sect if you defeat the inner disciples, and you can also directly ascend to the outer sect if you can't defeat them. However, there weren't many such cultivators. They were all famous heavenly prides from various domains, with the number of heavenly prides from the central domain being the highest. But none of this mattered. After all, the rules for the promotion of sect disciples would be revised in a month. By then, everything would be based on realm advancement, and if you wanted to obtain resources, you would either have to exchange them through contribution value or take a place on the disciple rankings. Outside the sect, the sounds of the great battle here resounded through the clouds. The illusory heavenly staircase examination below continued. They all heard the sounds of a great battle at the top of the mountain outside the sect. It was also all clear what the second level of the test was. Surprisingly, it wasn't just a test of talent anymore, but it was all based on their respective strengths. The heart said that this is only good. Originally, the cultivation world is based on strength. Measuring talent alone would not be fair to those cultivators whose talent was not high but whose strength alone was strong. For example, cultivators with mortal bodies, cultivators who are born wasted. Some of them were able to increase their strength drastically by their own strange encounters. There is even a saying circulating: the mortal body is originally an invincible path, so why do you need to be borrowing the blessings of heaven? Below, Lin Bufan, the pride of the Lin family, was so anxious that he stomped his feet. And I wonder how the big battle above is going? Is Xian'er alright? No, he couldn't just wait around like this. He had to act. He made a resolution with a cross of his heart. If he was normally asked to provoke the imperial sect, he would never dare to do so. But when people go crazy, they can do anything. He ran his aura and shouted, "Strong men of the Emperor sect, I am not willing. Please give me a chance to show my strength." Chapter 134, Lin Fan begging. heavenly pride of the central region, Lin Bufan shouted as he stood below running his spiritual energy, a face full of anxiety. His cry was echoed by a considerable number of failures around him. It still plays like that? Right. None of our talents are bad. Why can't we be given a chance to show our strength? And then they all went along with the sound of the crowd. Please be gracious, Emperor Sect Powerhouse, and give us a chance to display our strength. Of course there were also a considerable number of cultivators who all looked at them with contempt and moved outward quite a bit, keeping their distance from them. What a man all! At a closer look, there are even quite a few people from the big powers of the central region in there, and the big powers have lost all their face to you. No wonder he couldn't pass the first level of the illusionary heavenly stairs. With this kind of heart, people wouldn't even want to do the job of picking in the Emperor sect. Noisy! Who's barking? Stand out for this Emperor! The Black Emperor roared, his majestic imperial might rising to the sky. In an instant, he flew down and came to the front of the group, floating above the void and looking down on them from above. Tens of thousands of cultivators immediately cowed out and shivered as they were slapped to the ground by the majestic pressure. Who's not convinced? You, it's still you. The Black Emperor's majestic voice came down, using his claws to point at a few cultivators who leaned forward. Lin Bufan hurriedly forced himself to raise his head at his words. With tears in his voice, he said, Emperor, Your Honor, I am the first son of the Lin family of the central region. My name is Lin Bufan. Please give me a chance to display my strength. My beloved is already a disciple of your sect. If I were to be separated from my beloved, I would have a broken liver and not be able to sleep at night. Please also raise your hand. My Lin family will definitely have a generous gift to offer. The Black Emperor listened to the youth sprawled on the ground at the very front and pondered a little. It recalled that this central region Lin family did seem to recognize it, and thought that it was also its loyal slave back then. Someone from the Lin family of the central domain? This emperor seems to have some impression. Your Lin family's old ancestor was a lapdog for this emperor more than 100,000 years ago. Peak Supreme Lin Goxiang, right? Just how is it that 100,000 years have passed, and this Lin family junior is so unbearable, simply degrading its reputation back then? Ha, Your Imperial Highness, you know the family ancestor? Lin Bufan was also confused as to how he had never heard of this, which meant that his Lin family and the Qingyun Emperor sect were still involved. Then wouldn't he or she be able to go through the back door and meet Xianer? Lin Bufan was ecstatic for a moment. It didn't really matter if he joined the Emperor sect or not, as long as he could see Xianer. So what if you know each other? You trash still have the face to mention the Lin family. What are you still living for if you've passed through such a simple illusionary heavenly ladder? The Black Emperor floating in the void said breathlessly, no longer bothering with this little junior. Then with a fierce look on his face, he swept his eyes over the tens of thousands of unwilling cultivators bending their heads here. What? You guys dare to question my Qingyun's rules now? This emperor tells you that in the entire desolate martial continent, my Qingyun's rules are the rules. Who dares to disobey? For a moment there was silence below, all heads buried low. In his heart, he blamed that young man from the Lin family. What the hell? Who do you think you are? Martyr White followed you up. This is over if the Emperor clan is staring at. Their own family will not be finished. Lord Emperor, Junior Lin Bufan is at least a heavenly pride ranked in the top 100 of the 5 regions heavenly pride ranking. So why don't you give me a chance to show my strength? My old ancestor, now has been sealed up, closed slumber. Beg you to look at you very old ancestor recognize this sentiment. Help juniors a hand. Lin Bufan continued to beg on his knees with sticky teeth. A little bit of heavenly pride is gone. Just like what a cultivator said from afar just now. It was simply all a disgrace to the great powers of the central region. Well, you want to humiliate yourself, don't you? Then this emperor will fulfill you. Get your ass up here. The Black Emperor's big hand sucked on the void, and Lin Bufan was instantly suspended in the floating air, and a man and a dog broke through the air. The Black Emperor it is hate iron is not steel. Outsiders ferocious cold and arrogant, butchered and killed provoked it forces of the thing did not do less, but to its best friend, it was twofold. Even though that old Lin family ancestor was just its faithful lapdog from 100,000 years ago, but also followed it for 30,000 years of time, all from the very beginning of the shattered empty simmered to the peak supreme. Just did not expect this little guy's little junior so bad. Outside the gate of the Green Cloud sect, the battle intent was sky high. On the 3 battlefields, the inner and outer disciples of the Qingyun sect were invincible, and there hadn't been a single cultivator who had passed until now. On the largest martial arts stage, Qin Han was dressed in inner disciple attire, standing with his arms folded as he indifferently looked toward the brocade-clothed youth and woman in front of him. Coming, here comes the main event. The heavenly pride Wang Yun of the central region's forbidden family Wang clan and Yun Meng Luo of the muddy sky divine kingdom's Yun clan. A handsome man dressed in white on the outside of the clan exclaimed. Just now, I noticed this duo, and now I'm finally fighting. So I must get a small notebook to write down the details of these heavenly pride's battles. The surrounding cultivators who were spectating together asked, "Brother, you know both of these two? You're also a pride of the central region, right? Tell me more about these two." Hearing the question beside him, the man who spoke continued, "Alas, what heavenly pride is not heavenly pride. I hadn't even had time to run my gong methods just now before I was knocked out of the ring with a slap from my senior brother from the outer sect, and had to invite me to join what's known as the Frying Sky sect." The words were said into the crowd were deeply felt. Basically a slap themselves were knocked off the martial arts stage. Yeah, these senior brothers are really ruthless. This isn't here to test us. It's totally here to demoralize us. The white man paused. See, everyone is interested in continue. Array stage. This man Wang Yun. Tianjiu list on the top 50 pride. 23 years old bone age. Jin to the early stage of the god of transformation cultivation. That woman wearing a purple pigmented brocade skirt, called Yun Meng Luo. 21 years old bone age similarly attained the early stage of the transformation god. The talent is even more outstanding. On the heavens remarks list is even more forward than Wang Yun. Hiss. 21 years old. Early stage of god transformation. Nyo flap. This is a true heaven's pride. 1-on-2. I wonder if the senior brother from the inner sect can handle it. By the way, brother, this forbidden family Wang family to the extent that I have never heard of it. Yun Mang Luo. The power that senior sister is in is that famous great power mixed sky divine kingdom? The man in white sniffed and once again crossed his arms. Yes, it's the mixed sky divine kingdom under the control of Empress Lin Yao, the great power that reigns in the central domain. The crowd looked toward the formation platform at such a sound. The battle between the Hun heavenly divine kingdom's pride and his own intersect senior brother was sure to be exciting. On the formation stage, dressed in black brocade clothes, Wang Yun courteously took the lead and said, "Wang Yun of the Wang clan in the central region below. I've met senior brother." Wang Yun finished cautiously sizing up the senior brother in front of him. A glance over was completely impenetrable, and his heart was instantly bottomless. In his heart, the imperial sect's heavenly pride was truly extraordinary. Hun heavenly divine kingdom Yun family Yun Meng Luo, who was clad in purple, followed suit and blandly said. The beautiful eyes turned and frowned after similarly following the survey. What's going on? I can't believe I can't see through him. Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom? Chapter 135 Battle of the Celestial Pride, Swordsman's Arrival. As soon as he heard this power, Shin Han was stunned for a moment, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes before he looked ahead at the duo. Without further ado, if you two can block me for one move, I will voluntarily admit defeat and count you as passing. Shin Han said indifferently with his hands in the air. Madness. So crazy. Wang Yun and Yun Mengluo secretly said at the same time. Then come on. I'd like to learn the power of the inner sect's heavenly pride. Everyone was a pride of the same era, and no one wanted to be inferior. Whenever the Golden Great Age arrived, the Emperor's path would be revealed, and at that time, it would be them, the grown-up heavenly prides, who would compete with the older generation of supreme beings, witnessing the path of the great Emperor and shaking the eternities with their prowess. As predicted by many great powers in the central domain, the arrival of the Golden Great Age was already looming. Then I will ask for your guidance, senior brother. Wang Yun finished running his own technique, the Shouyang Emperor technique. The majestic aura of the spirit transformation realm radiated out after the surging aura ran around his body. The Shouyang Emperor technique was created by the Shouyang Emperor, an emperor-ranked technique. Their forbidden family, the Wang family, had produced great emperors during the Middle Ages, and their techniques had been passed down. At the same time, he activated the holy body in his body. Wang Yun was like a small sun shining on the formation platform. The power of the holy body filled the entire body. Judging by that senior's level of confidence, it had to be all out. Drowning sword technique. Yun Meng Luo's mind moved, and the soft sword encircling her waist contended before flying into her hand. Light blossomed greatly on the weak water sword, and sword chi spread out. Her transformation god realm aura swept out with her. Two figures with a great deal of aura ran towards Qin Han. A heavenly yang sacred body, a weak water holy body. It's still looking good, Qin Han secretly said. And then his mind moved as the green cloud immortal technique operated. Wisps of immortal chi emanated from his body. His body style was like a swimming dragon instantly coming in front of the two of them. The body technique he practiced, the clear void illusion grand technique, although it was still far from being able to do what the clear void immortal king did, to be at arm's length, shuttling through the past and the future at the drop of a hat. But the first layer of the immortal techniques at hand had already been fully mastered. So fast, Wang Yun and Yun Mengluo, who were running, only felt a flash before their eyes, and their distant senior brother appeared in front of them. Green cloud running thunder palm. A loud sound of zippy 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 came out. Above the formation platform, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder power came down from above the void, and Qin Han held it in his hand as he blasted out with a palm. The pupils of Wang Yun and Yun Mengluo in front of them shrank, using all their spiritual energy to resist. Boom! An overwhelming sound came out from above the formation platform. In a flash, the two of them flew out in response to the sound and fell under the formation platform. Hiss! So strong. Two heavenly prides at the top of the central region ranking, and at the same realm they can't even receive a single slap from an intersect senior brother. After the shock had passed, that one sentence resounded in the minds of those peripheral cultivators again. If you guys can block one of my moves, you'll be considered to have passed. Now they realized that it wasn't that this senior brother was crazy. He had the strength. After Qin Han's hand passed, he immediately walked off the formation platform. The disciples assigned to him for testing were these last two, and the rest of the heavenly pride were where senior brother Ning Yan and the rest of the intersect senior brothers were. It's okay, you two. Your talents are not bad. You can enter my Qing Yan outer sect, but you don't have to be discouraged. In a month's time with your realm you can be helicoptered to the inner sect. Qin Han walked over to the blasted away Wang Yun and the woman in purple and comforted them. Seeing this, Wang Yun and Yun Mengluo stood up before opening their mouths. Many thanks to senior brother for staying his hand. They could detect that this senior brother had already put away half of his spiritual power before striking out with his palm, or else they would never have been unharmed as they were now. Now even the high-minded Yun Mengluo was convinced. The two tidied up their respective messy clothes and went to wait aside. After they left, Qin Han placed his gaze on the rest of the formation platforms again. The rest of the several large formation platforms were all similar to his here. Basically at the same realm it was a palm swinging the enemy. And he said it was normal for that. Only by personally practicing Qing Yun's immortal laws would one know how powerful they were. It was simply countless times stronger than the Emperor's law. So I really didn't know what kind of elegance those immortals had. Thinking of this, Qin Han raised his head to look above the firmament. As a former great emperor, he was also confused. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, nearly 100,000 years, one day he was certified as an emperor. Even he in the middle stage of the emperor realm knew nothing about the method of ascending to immortality. So perhaps only a mysterious giant like the patriarch knew the secret of ascending to immortality. The Green Cloud sect was far from being as simple as it was imagined. The Water Fairy Empress and the Black Emperor who had shaken the central region more than 100,000 years ago were both able to appear in their green cloud. One as his elder and the other as a gatekeeper fierce beast. He no longer dared to imagine. Hadn't these two fallen long ago? This question filled his heart to this day. On the other side, the Black Emperor had been waiting after throwing Lin Bufan to the top of the mountain. Lin Bufan had already seen at least dozens of great battles. He was shocked to find that no matter how famous the pride came basically blown off the formation stage with a slap. Well, Junior Lin, still have the confidence to fight? Don't say that this emperor doesn't give you a chance. If you can defeat these inner disciples who are in the same realm as you, this emperor will still be able to think highly of you. After the Black Emperor finished speaking, he looked at the Lin family Jr. underneath him with contempt. What can't you do but bark at dogs? If it wasn't for Lin Goshing's sake, such a person would have been slapped to death by him long ago. Your Imperial Highness. Just as Lin Bufan hesitated, he saw a scene that made him furious. His sweetheart Xian'er embraced with a man who came down from the formation platform. On the other side, Ning Yan inquired with concern. Xian'er, how is it? Did you pass? No, Brother Yan. Are all of our Chingyun's outer disciples that powerful? Xiao Xian'er asked curiously. She was assigned to the formation stage of the same realm, which was the middle stage of Cave Void, but she couldn't even take 3 moves from that senior brother before she was blown out of the ring. It's like this. We all came to test the disciples by order of the sect, so we're all heavenly prides who are at the top of the inner and outer sect lists. Ning Yan tenderly said to the person in his arms. So that's how it is. Xian'er understands. Then Brother Yan, if you're so powerful you should be famous within the sect, right? Xiao Xian'er nodded her head as she sniffed. There are too many heavenly prides in the sect, and I am but a drop in the ocean. For example, senior brother Qin Han over there is far superior to me, as well as those powerful protégés of my Lord of the Green Clouds. Ning Yan spoke humbly and beckoned to Qin Han, who was looking over. It's fine, we'll work hard together and one day we'll be just as strong. Xiao Xian'er encouraged. Lord Emperor, I want to challenge him. Lin Bufan pointed at Ning Yan over there and said to the Black Emperor in the void, his heart burning with rage. One's beloved, talking and laughing in another's arms, even though he knew it wasn't his. He couldn't do it. At this moment, above the void, 2 figures stepped into the air. Look at the scene below. The heart said that this was coming to Qing Yun. After going through the teleportation array, coupled with the SOSO void crossing finally arrived. I didn't expect the Green Cloud Emperor's sex opening of the mountain to accept disciples to be so shocking. Brother Yang, this is the place. Up on the green cloud. Up on the green cloud. Whether or not I can get a green light depends on this time. The sword idiot beside him nodded at his words. Just by looking at this formation, Qin Yun is definitely as powerful as Brother Mu said. The heavenly ladder that went straight up into the sky, and the hundreds of millions of cultivators who were frenzied below. Just how should I reach the top of Qin Yun? Outside the sect, the Black Emperor almost didn't give it a good laugh when he heard Lin Bufan's words, the second largest pride in the inner sect rankings, with him going to challenge others. This is not to make a fool of himself. What is this? Just as it was about to open its mouth to mock, it sensed that there was actually someone above the firmament. Who? Get your ass down here for this emperor. Chapter 136, finally meeting the old ancestor. Buffy's speculation. The Black Emperor let out a majestic roar, and his majestic imperial might shot straight up into the heavens. The great emperor, sword idiot Yang Feng and Mu Changkong were instantly shocked in their hearts. This was immediately followed by being crushed by a majestic imperial might. Mu Changkong, who was a peak supreme being, immediately reacted and released his own half-step Dao power to resist. After resisting for a few breaths, it realized that although this imperial might was majestic, it hadn't reached its peak. That meant that this great emperor was not at his full strength, and had suffered a very serious injury that he had not yet recovered from. Immediately, the two of them looked down into the firmament, only to see a black dog floating above the void outside the Qingyun imperial sect. That emperor realm's pressure was actually emanating from it. Mu Changkong's sharp eyes looked down and froze in place on the dome on the spot. That's right, Elder Black Emperor. The Black Emperor below saw that its Emperor realm pressure crushing over unexpectedly didn't work, and the aura of a supreme peak even erupted above the firmament. A moment of anger. The Patriarch had given it such an important task as guarding the sect. How could it fail the Patriarch and the trust of the sect? It intended to directly mobilize its full strength, and the raging power of the Great Tao had already manifested around it as it viciously looked up into the sky above. A large movement over here attracted the eyes of countless disciples outside the sect, and together they looked up into the firmament. What's going on here? How did the Emperor get angry? There was also the majestic aura that had just erupted above the dome of the sky. No way. It won't. There was still someone who dared to mess with the Emperor sect now. Have you forgotten how the transcendent power Blood Fury, the demon Emperor Black Jiao, was crushed? A group of cultivators who had just passed the first level were shocked. In their hearts, they had already pulled out the Blood Fiend and the Demon Emperor and whipped their corpses. Seeing that the Black Emperor's Emperor realm pressure had actually lost, Mu Shuixian in the distance looked toward the firmament with a slight frown, and the power of the Great Tao within her body was similarly released. There is still someone who dares to come to my Qin Yun to sow their wild oats. On the sky, Mu Changkong froze for a moment and immediately slowed down. The situation is not right. If they don't show up, the Black Emperor ancestor is going to strike at them. He hurriedly brought the sword idiot split down while transmitting. Black Emperor ancestor, don't make a move. One of our own. One of our own? Why are there so many of us today? But fortunately, this person was a peak supreme being, still a stronger mole, much better than that Lin family's punk junior. The Black Emperor sniffed darkly. After a few breaths, he could see the person coming. A middle-aged man with ink hair draped over his shoulders and an agitated look, followed by a vicissitudes of the old man with a sword in his back. Most notably, that man was actually dressed in the Mu family's family head attire. The head of the Mu family? Mu Shuixian also saw the duo clearly, and when she noticed the man's attire, ripples splashed in her otherwise unperturbed heart. It's her Mu family. After her fall, their Mu family was not liquidated by Dustless. After Mu Changkong and Sword Idiot split and descended, they landed in front of the Black Emperor and floated on the void. The crowd of cultivators below all looked confused. What's going on here? Not here to pick a fight? Looking at the situation, it seems like he still knows the Emperor within the sect. However, none of them could see the faces of those two figures. The realm was too low, unless they took the initiative to reveal themselves, or else a glance would be a cloud of chaos covering their faces. With that, they returned their attention to the battle on the formation stage. Seeing this, Mu Shuixian similarly split off and came to the Black Emperor's side. Mu Changkong, who was just about to speak, was once again stunned. Narcissus the Elder, their Mu clan's great emperor realm ancestor from over 100,000 years ago, was actually here. Oh, my god, what the hell is going on here? The portrait of elder ancestor Narcissus had a deep impression on every one of them in the Mu clan. The emperor realm was the strongest. When she was there, it was the peak period of the Mu clan. The portrait still hangs in the clan shrine and is worshipped every day. Elder ancestor, Mu Changkong, the Mu family's 208th generation family head, pays his respects to the old ancestor. Greetings to Senior Black Emperor. Mu Changkong excitedly bent down and bowed his head in obeisance. The sword idiot young foam on the side was similarly shaken in his heart and arched their hands together. He had heard Brother Mu say that the most glorious period of their Mu family was when the Emperor realm ancestor was on his deathbed 100,000 years ago. There was also the Black Emperor, the best friend of their Mu clan's oldest ancestor. the same great emperor realm's supreme power, and at that time, the Mu clan had 2 great emperors at their backs, and their scenery was unrivaled. It just wasn't long rumored that they fell. This emperor asks you, how is the Mu family now? Has it suffered any suppression from Dustless? Mu Shuixian asked what was worrying her heart. The head of the family was still a peak supreme. It seemed that their Mu family hadn't suffered a liquidation. It was just that she didn't know what kind of conspiracy this Dustless was up to. She suspected that despicable and shameless person, Wu Du, must be planning some great plot to subvert the continent. Before she was assassinated and killed by Dustless, she only vaguely remembered that he had taken away her Empyrean origin. The Emperor's source was equivalent to the core of every great emperor. It was birthed from the power of one's own complete Tao, and all of a great emperor's Tao power was stored in his own emperor source. Mu Shuixian pondered in her mind. Dustless emperor? Mu Changkong was puzzled. Their Mu family and the Dustless palace didn't have any hatred. What was the Dustless emperor doing suppressing his Mu family? Reporting to old ancestor, there is not. After you retired, the Dustless palace has always been in well with our Mu family. Mu Changkong's words were more of what Mu Shuixian had guessed in her heart. Sneaking up on her, causing her to fall, and not touching the Mu clan in the slightest. That meant that he wasn't interested in the Mu clan in the slightest, or he didn't care to make a move. By sneaking up on her, all that was taken was her emperor source. So this was a big problem. Fine thoughts. Humph, that despicable villain Wudu. This emperor will tear him apart one day. No, there's also that Dustless palace of his. Uprooted. The spirit egg yolks are all stirred up for him. The Black Emperor said angrily from the sidelines, the ferocious hostility in his body sending chills all over the body of the Mu Changkong Jianji duo in front of him and the cultivators under the void. Could it be that the disappearance of the old ancestor and the Black Emperor Senior for over 100,000 years was all due to the Dustless Great Emperor? Mu Changkong became more and more certain as he guessed in his heart. That should be the case. No wonder the Emperor realm pressure released by Senior Black Emperor just now wasn't very powerful. Now it seemed that it was Dustless who had struck out at Old Ancestor and Black Emperor Senior, resulting in the fact that they hadn't fully recovered by now. Old Ancestor, Elder Black Emperor, as long as you give the order, the Mu clan will send out the entire clan. It's hard to be afraid of spelling out a life of Changkong, but I have to bite off a piece of meat from the Dustless palace. Mu Changkong immediately made his position clear. The Mu family will always work with Old Ancestor. This life of mine was saved by Brother Mu. If I'm lucky enough not to die in the Wanxiang Imperial clan, I'll be at the disposal of the Mu family in the future. Sword Idiot Yang Feng also said solemnly, a promise is not to be repented. He will cross his sword to the 10,000 elephants, and his sword will cut down his enemies to avenge their great hatred. There are thousands of kinds of meteorites, but the only way to get away with it is to be obedient. At this time, within the Green Cloud sect, the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, everything that happened here, Feng Changyang knew like the back of his hand. Mu Changkong, Supreme Emperor Changkong, peak of the Supreme Realm, contemporary head of the Mu family in the central region. Yang Feng, Sword Idiot, early stage of the Supreme Realm, fifth realm of the Sword Dao, destroyed by the Wanxiang Imperial clan 20,000 years ago because of the Sword of Life and Death in his hand. 10,000 years later, he cultivated into a supreme being, went to take revenge and failed, and was suppressed by the Wanxiang Emperor clan in the Divine Punishment Ancient Pagoda for 10,000 years, and was rescued by his best friend, Mu Changkong, who was ready to come to join the Qingyun Emperor clan. Chapter 137, Sword Fool enters the sect. Palm defeats Bu Fan. Lifespan burning frantically. Very little left. Technique, Zun rank technique. The great technique of diffracting dust from the heart. Martial art, Kanglan sword technique. Talent, diffractive sword sacred body. Interesting, there's really no coincidence. After checking it out, Feng Qingyang realized that Mu Shuixian was actually this Mu Changkong's old ancestor. The Mu family's oldest ancestor. The old ancestor who had fallen for more than 100,000 years suddenly appeared in front of you. I'm sure he must have had a wonderful expression on his face. But this sword idiot, early supreme realm, fifth realm of the Sword Dao? Feng Qingyang muttered. This sword idiot Yang Feng wants to defect to him Qingyun. This person is still somewhat useful. The fifth realm of the Sword Dao, the realm of the Sword Mind, the same Sword Dao realm as Green Sword Peak's Lin Wuji. By defecting to Qingyun, it's just as well that Green Sword Peak can add an elder, a little nurturing, and it's another legendary sword god. For the view that this sword idiot's lifespan was about to end, it was all a small problem. He casually flung a great Dao over, and it would help this person to be reborn in fire. And when bound to the great Dao, he will be infinitely loyal to him, and will be able to decide the life and death of the person he is bound to with a single movement of his mind. Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang transmitted his voice through his divine mind. Elder Mu, bring them to me. As for this Wanxiang Imperial clan, and those forces of the central domain that were in charge, when the time came, we would take them out. Without destroying a few overwhelming powers and subduing the powers of these few great domains, how could the Green Cloud sect talk about dominating the desolate martial continent? Now that the prestige value mall had accumulated another 2 million prestige values, after the cooling off period, one could summon the Great Emperor again, which was equivalent to the fact that the Green Cloud sect would have 4 great emperors in their heyday in a little over 2 months. But now there was another unknown place, the turbulent Starfield, and it certainly wasn't simple there. At this time, outside the Green Cloud sect, Mu Shui-Xian on the Void was just about to speak when she received a transmission from the patriarch. Her beautiful eyes moved and she secretly said, "It seems that the patriarch already knows about this place. It's just that, could it be that the identity of the two of them has already been learned by the sovereign? Black Emperor, the patriarch has given orders. I'll take them into the clan first. I'll leave this place to you to guard." Mu Shui-Xian instructed the Black Emperor at the side. The Black Emperor's face was solemn when he heard the words. The sovereign's order must not be delayed. Patriarch's order. Then go quickly. Just leave this place to this emperor. Mu Shui-Xian once again looked at the opposite duo. There were still quite a few questions in her mind. Only this was not the time to talk. Even if you get to witness the emperor, there is always a little bit of attachment in your heart. Legend has it that immortals have 7 emotions and 6 desires, not to mention the cultivator who. You two come with this emperor. We, the Lord of Qingyun, want to see you. Mu Shui-Xian said to the duo in front of her. Lord of the Green Clouds, Mu Changkong and Sword Idiot Young Feng were delighted in their hearts. Wasn't the purpose of their trip here to go up to Green Cloud? To be able to see the Mu family ancestor and the Black Emperor again? It was all an unexpected and heavenly surprise. It's true that it's better to have acquaintances. Yes, old ancestor. The duo then followed behind Mu Shui-Xian and entered Qingyun. The Black Emperor then flew down and came over Lin Bufan once again. At this moment, Lin Bufan's eyes were wide with anger, and he clenched his fists in death as he looked dead ahead. By the way, what did your boy just say? Who are you going to challenge? The inner sect Heaven's Pride? The Black Emperor said with disdain. It really is not that it is underestimating this Lin family junior. You say that with this small body of yours, you can't even beat the outer disciples. Yes, Emperor Sama, I'm going to try something no matter what, or I'll have a hard time getting my mind around it. Lin Bufan pleaded. What do you want the emperor to say about you? Never mind. This emperor honors you as still a man. When that little fellow Lin Gosheng wakes up from his sedentary cultivation, have him personally come to Qingyun to meet this emperor. The Black Emperor said after a little thought. I don't know how that little guy Lin Gosheng is doing. The lifespan of the Supreme Realm could be up to 200,000 years without any surprises. As for the great emperor, that was a long time ago. Mighty eternity isn't all talk. Many thanks, Your Imperial Highness. After my family's old ancestor emerges from the gate, Bufan will definitely be the first to inform. The Black Emperor then led Lin Bufan to Ningyan. Right now, on Ningyan's array stage, the heavenly pride assigned to his test had already finished testing. At this moment, he was leisurely chatting with his beloved Xiao Xianer, telling the trivialities of these 3 years of separation. Brother Yen, Sect Emperor Senior is here. Xiao Xianer, who was talking, noticed the figure walking towards them, just wondering in his heart, why did that annoying guy Lin Bufan also come? Could it be that he also passed the first level of the test? Senior Black Emperor, Ning Yan said as he rose to greet him at the sight. All of them inner disciples also knew the mighty name of Lord Black Emperor, the ferocious beast that guarded the sect, the Emperor Realm Giant. The Black Emperor briefly explained this matter through his divine thoughts. It was that there was a junior who wanted to challenge him, but he hadn't passed the first level of the test, so whether he succeeded or not, he wasn't a disciple of Qingyun, and it was enough for him to play at full strength. Ning Yan understands, Lord Black Emperor. This brother, please, Ning Yan said as he pointed his finger to the formation platform on the side. There was no pressure in his heart, and those who did not pass the first level were people with a weak heart and insufficient perseverance, and could not achieve great things. Lin Bufan cautiously glanced at the youth in front of him, dressed in a green and white clan uniform, with a coat of ink hair. His aura was not visible, and he could not see through his cultivation. He was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this person's cultivation level is still only above mine? Peak Cave Void, or the God Transformation Realm. Lin Bufan glanced at Xiao Xianer in the distance, and with a cross in his heart, he walked onto the formation platform. You make the first move. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't have a chance to make one. Ning Yan indifferently said. His realm was higher than this person's. His own talent wasn't bad. The yin-yang sacred body, and all of the techniques, martial arts, and stances he practiced were immortal techniques. I'm asking you, what are you going to fight me with? Good, then I'll make myself at home. Lin Bufan drank, deciding to go straight for the big one. He had to go all out with his first move or he would never stand a chance. He fully operated his own Zun rank Gongfu, and his majestic aura exploded out. As the 100th Heavenly Pride on the 5 regions Heavenly Pride ranking, he was by no means a straw man. The cultivation of the late stage of the cavernous void realm emanated out, and the 7 spiritual caves behind Lin Bufan manifested, crazily feeding Lin Bufan with spiritual chi. Drink! Starburst dusty light palm. After Lin Bufan's exuberance was loud and clear, he shouted angrily and slapped his palm. The vertical and horizontal battle aura swept over. Too weak. Ning Yan was stalwart. Silky spiritual energy ran out from within his 9 spirit caves. Green cloud running thunder palm. The Ling Xian voiding technique. Ning Yan executed his immortal ranked stance, his body like a phantom, coming in vain. He had already cultivated the first level to a great accomplishment. With the time and space tower, they didn't just rush to ascend in cultivation, and spent more time practicing their own immortal laws. It's not that a high realm necessarily means high strength. These are just relative. There are so many things that affect it. There are so many influencing factors, such as feats, physique, martial arts, weapons, experience, and so on. Of course, pure realm crushing that would be no problem. You let a saint fight refined chi. Does that refined chi realm have the power to fight back? Of course, immersing oneself in the refining stage for over 100,000 years is another story. Ning Yan flew in a flash. Zip! Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky converged in the palm. He casually slapped his palm out. Bang! A resounding crash came after. Lin Bufan flew out and fell to the ground. He had an incredulous look on his face. Peak cave void. Only one small realm higher than himself. It was surprising that he himself couldn't even receive a single slap from him. He was beginning to wonder about life. Fake. What of the 100th place in the Heaven's Pride ranking is fake? None of the disciples of this Qin Yun Emperor sect were on the list. Yet each is powerful. Lin Bufan's heart was like ashes at this point, and after bidding farewell to the Black Emperor he walked down the mountain forlornly. The Black Emperor just shook his head at this and paid no more attention. An infatuation. There is a break in the nature of the heart. Can't go too far. Let's hope he gets back on his feet. On the other hand, the Great Hall of Green Clouds, Chapter 138, The Way of Life and Death, Reborn in Fire. Feng Chengyang stared at the data given by these systems. Just now, he was thinking of messing with those big forces that were holding the ear of the bull, but this was not coincidental. A lot of heavenly pride from the central region had also come. Yun Mengluo, first daughter of the Yun family, the top family in the Hun Tian Divine Kingdom. Bone age, 21. Realm, early harmonization. Physique, weak water sacred body. Technique, imperial rank. Great Dream Heart Sutra. Martial art, weak water sword technique. Wang Yun, Grand Duke of the Wang family, a forbidden family in the central region. Bone age, 23. Realm, early harmonization. Physique, heavenly yang sacred body. Technique, emperor level. Shoyang emperor technique. These two were the two with the strongest talent he had seen in the examination so far. However, because of the Gong method and other factors or defeat, completely not the same realm and the same realm of Qin Han's one palm enemy, but with a little bit of cultivation, they were 2 more heavenly disciples. Having passed the illusionary sky ladder, his heart and perseverance were completely fine. It depends on how hard they will work in the sect in the future. The Yun family in the Hun Tian Divine Kingdom? Interesting. Feng Qingyang revealed a meaningful smile. Just then, Mu Shuixian led Mu Changkong and sword idiot Yang Feng into the main hall after being reported. In the magnificent Qin Yun Hall, Mu Changkong and Yang Feng only felt infinite shock when they came in, and a figure was sitting on the main seat, with an unlimited aura and surrounded by Taoist rhythms. That would be Emperor Qin Yun, right? The two of them had realized that this Qin Yun imperial sect was simply terrifying since they had entered the sect. The rich aura, the Taoist rhythm that filled the sky, and the immortal aura that constantly overflowed. The two of them exclaimed in their hearts that desolate martial had such a sect. Even the Mu Changkong, who knew that Qin Yun was powerful, was unable to realize that the Qin Yun emperor clan known to the world was only the tip of the iceberg. Ever since he had entered the green cloud, he had sensed dozens of powerful and incomparable auras. Reporting to the patriarch, Buffy has brought the two of them. Mu Shuixian was the first to walk forward and said with a respectful arch. Behind them, Mu Changkong and Yang Feng immediately bowed together at the words. Mu Changkong, Yang Feng, greetings, Lord Imperial Lord. A person whom the great emperor ancestor was so respectful. The two of them don't need to talk about it. Well, the purpose of the two of you coming to my Qin Yun is already known to the sect, but there is a price to pay for wanting to join my Qin Yun and obtain my Qin Yun's shelter. Feng Chengyang, who was on the main seat, looked down at the two of them and spoke. A majestic voice came down. The 3 people below had different thoughts. Buffy blinked. The price? Reminiscing distantly about the Tao contract that the patriarch had made him sign when he first joined the sect. It was simply worth it in hindsight. Let's not talk about working for 100,000 years for nothing. As long as the patriarch didn't drive her away, she had no intention of leaving Qin Yun in her life. What Mu Changkong was thinking was that the old ancestor had joined Chongyun, so why don't the Mu family simply defect to Qingyun directly? Buffy old man is definitely supportive. He is now the Mu family head, can decide on the family's major events. When the time comes, even if he goes back to the family those old guys oppose. Oh, the water fairy ancestor is even in Qingyun. You dare to disagree with this family head's decision? Lord Imperial Lord, feel free to mention what price to pay. It's just that my lifespan is about to end and I need to recover a little bit of my Dao power first, but if the Emperor Lord has any requests, I will never refuse. If it wasn't for the heavenly responsibility on his back to eradicate Wanxiang, he wouldn't mind even giving his life. In his current state, the fact that the Emperor sect was willing to take him in was simply a heavenly gift. Yang Feng raised his head and said firmly, what doesn't kill him will eventually make him stronger. This time was the only chance for a Jedi to turn the tide. As long as he restored his Dao power peacefully and gave tens of thousands of years, the powerful enemy of the Wanxiang Emperor clan would eventually be overthrown by him. Goodness, that's kind of interesting. You have a character this clan likes. This sword idiot, in order to avenge the family, diligently cultivate 10,000 years, at the risk of death, in order to fight against the Wanxiang Imperial clan with a single power. Mindfulness, perseverance are extremely high. This clan can grant you rebirth. This clan can grant you direct access to a great emperor. The price, well, is your life. Everything you have is under my control, and what this clan gives you, it can take it back, but you only need to be at ease and work for me, Qing Yun, and I will ensure that you will rise to the top. Feng Qingyang's speech directly shocked the three people at the bottom of the Great Hall. Giving rebirth, the Great One can be bestowed at will. This. Mu Shuixian all but testified for several breaths before she slowed down. Having seen countless great scenes of Qing Yun, it seems that she doesn't know the lengths of the mysterious patriarch at all. Suddenly her mind recalled yesterday's scene, where Luo Chen, who was also an inner sect elder, had soared from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the peak in just a few breaths of time, and was also radiating the aura of the power of the great Tao. Now it looks like that was all the sovereign's tactics. Lord Emperor, I am willing. Sword idiot Yang Feng immediately bowed at his words. Straight to the Great One. In other words, the pace of overthrowing the Wanxiang Emperor clan could be accelerated much faster. Yang Feng only had this in his eyes now. As for the talk of one's life, of having everything under one's control, so what? What's the harm in dying if I can avenge this? Besides, the Imperial Lord had said that as long as he did his job properly, he would be able to ensure his rise to the top. So what's the hesitation? Very good. Feng Chongyang laughed, and at the same time, his mind moved, directly pulling the divine mind of the sword idiot Yang Feng below into the 10,000 Emperors Atlas. In the Atlas of the 10,000 Emperors, thousands of great Tao forces danced and intertwined in the air. Yang Feng froze for a moment and looked into the void with a puzzled face. Where is this? Wasn't he in the Great Hall of the Green Cloud? How is it that the blackness of one's own divine mind was pulled into this place? Floating in the void, this is all the power of the great Tao. Yang Feng was once again shocked. His current one has not yet come into being. What was comprehended was only a preliminary half-step of life and death Tao power. Right at this moment, Feng Qingyang's divine thoughts were revealed on the void. Yang Feng, this sect sees that you have comprehended a half-step of the great Tao of life and death, right? Good then. I will now bestow upon you the complete great Tao of life and death. Come on. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he reached out to the void in front of him. Buzz. The great Tao of life and death amongst the thousands of great Tao forces was sensed, and after a muffled sound, it flew to Feng Qingyang's hand. Go! Feng Qingyang waved his sleeve away, and the great Tao of life and death transformed into a dazzling ball of light that flew straight down. In Yang Feng's shock, the great Tao of life and death merged into his body. Immediately afterward, his Tao power began to rise like crazy. Longevity continues to grow with it. The realm broke through to the middle stage of the Supreme Realm all of a sudden. A majestic Zun realm aura radiated out. The white hair gradually turned black, and the pale face gradually changed, and finally the appearance of a middle-aged man appeared, which was Yang Feng before the burning of his lifespan. After a few breaths, Yang Feng opened his eyes. He now only felt that the Tao power in his body was extremely full, and it was still a complete life and death Tao. After feeling the changes within his body, not only had his realm improved by one level, the burned longevity had also been replenished. Yang Feng kowtows to Imperial Lord. Thank you Emperor Lord for giving me the chance to regenerate. Yang Feng is grateful. Yang Feng is willing to go through fire and water for Chongyun as patriarch. Yang Feng respectfully made a big salute towards the patriarch in the void. This time, it was only thanks to the great power of the patriarch that he was able to be reborn in the fire. Revenge for the family is near. This is just a slight trick of this clan. As long as one concentrates on serving my Qingyun will never treat anyone who serves him poorly. Well, the great Tao of life and death, the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, only needs to slowly draw on the power of the Tao. Then it can rise to the level of a great emperor. The Sword Emperor of Life and Death is just around the corner, Feng Qingyang secretly said, and then once again, his mind moved. The two of them then withdrew their divine thoughts from the 10,000 Emperors Atlas. Chapter 139 The Mu family submits. Bu Fan blackened. Inside the Hall of Green Clouds, Feng Qingyang and Yang Feng's divine thoughts returned to their bodies. Only a few breaths of time passed in all of this. The flow of time in the 10,000 Emperors diagram was also different, only it wasn't as exaggerated as 1 to 100 as the time and space tower. Yang Feng down below was in the moment when his divine thoughts returned. The aura began to rise like crazy, white hair turned into black hair, and the pale face was instantly returned to life. The majestic power of the great Tao of life and death was revealed in the great hall. Many thanks for the patriarch's gift. Yang Feng once again respectfully thanked him. The duo of Mu Shuixian and Mu Changkong under the field froze. In a few breaths of time, Yang Feng had this heavenly change. It just passed between 2 or 3 thoughts. And that's it? Once again, Mu Shuixian secretly said, "It's true. It's exactly the same as last time's elder Luochun. Well, this clan now honors you as an elder of the Green Sword Peak. There's still more than a month to go before it's time for my Green Cloud Immortal Peak to recruit disciples. You have to cooperate well with Peak Master Wuji in all matters." Feng Qingyang said majestically, "I honor the sovereign's order." Right, patriarch. I have a blood feud with the Wanxiang Emperor clan, and only escaped from the divine punishment ancient pagoda thanks to the Mu clan's rescue. If they know that I've defected to Qing Yun, will our Qing Yun be in trouble? Yang Feng said after some thought. This was his own business, and it would be bad if the clan was implicated because of his problems. Feng Qingyang on the main seat indifferently said without changing his face, "It is gratifying for this clan that you are able to consider for the clan, but the district's tiny Wanxiang Emperor clan, mole crickets, not enough to worry about. Just cultivate at ease and work for the clan." Before I said this more or less to pretend 13. Ha, now well, I honor the sovereign's order. Hearing this, Yang Feng below arched his hand and said, "So it seems that he will be able to cultivate in peace. Humph, the Wanxiang Imperial clan. Wash up and wait for my father. Lord Emperor Lord, Elder Buffy, I have a favor to ask as well. I, the Mu family, wish to defect to Qing Yun and become a subordinate force of the Qing Yun Imperial sect. I hope that the Imperial Lord will grant me permission." Mu Changkong saw that his best friend had finished getting things done, and couldn't settle for what he had in mind, so he immediately walked up and respectfully said. Mu Shuixian sniffed and looked deeply at Mu Changkong on the side. The heart said, "That is exactly what this emperor intends to do. I didn't expect that the current Mu family's children and grandchildren are so up to speed. It's very much to my emperor's liking." Feng Changyang was taken aback by what he heard and looked down below on Mu Shuixian and on Mu Changkong respectively. Could it be that these two have been conspiring for a long time? But don't take the prestige value and clan value for nothing. Oh, your Mu family wants to defect to my Chungyun? Is this what Elder Mu means? As Feng Qingyang's words fell, Mu Changkong's expression changed once again as he arched his hand and said, "Greetings, Lord Emperor Lord. This is my own decision. My Mu family intends to move the entire clan into the Green Cloud Immortal City for development. I hope that Emperor Lord will grant me permission. Patriarch, Shui Xian would like to do the same." Mu Shui Xian, who was on the side, also nodded her head, respectfully signaling, "Well then, this clan approves. Your Mu family can be my Qingyan affiliated forces, as long as you pay the appropriate material spirit stones every year. Feel free to do things for my Chungyun. Not only can your Mu family be sheltered by my Chungyun, if you are meritorious, this clan will not begrudge you." Mu Changkong was delighted at his words, arching his hand and saying, "Many thanks, Patriarch. When I return, I will begin to implement the relocation of the clan and move to Immortal City." This was great. The Mu family had received the shelter of the Emperor clan, so it could be said that they were high on the continent, and by following the development of the Emperor clan, the Mu family would definitely be able to go farther. Well, then, go down, all of you. Water Fairy, guide Elder Yang to Green Sword Peak. This clan has already sent a message to Peak Master Wuji. Seeing nothing, Feng Changyang ordered, "We retire." After Mu Shui Xian, Mu Changkong and Yang Feng excused themselves. They walked out of the hall together, outside the Green Cloud Palace. After Mu Changkong walked out, he took the lead and said to Mu Shui Xian, "Old ancestor, Junior will first return to our Mu family to prepare for the relocation." He then cupped his fists and looked at his best friend Yang Feng. "Brother Yang, congratulations. This time Qing Yun is simply not a vain trip. Congratulations on being honored with the Great Tao and having your longevity restored. I'll leave first. We'll meet again some other time. Farewell." After Mu Changkong finished bidding farewell to his old ancestor and his best friend, he hurriedly headed out of the sect. Relocating to Green Cloud City is urgent. The sooner the better. The sound must also be made bigger, to once again strengthen the power of Qing Yun. After all, their Mu family wasn't a small family in the central region. and announcing their defection to a side was bound to make a lot of waves. Let's go. This emperor will take you to my green cloud green sword peak. After Mu Changkon left, Mu Shuixian led Yang Feng to fly towards the green sword immortal peak. Not a moment later, green sword peak. The Wuji sword venerable Lin Wuji was dancing with his sword, and beside him Lin Bai was watching and listening attentively to the Wuji peak master's teachings. Now that he had gone through the gentle test of the illusion realm last time, his state of mind had once again improved, and his peak sword intent was becoming more and more comfortable to execute. As if he sensed something, Lin Wuji stopped, put away the sword in his hand, and with a smile on his face, he looked not far away and said, "It's coming." Coming? What's coming? Lin Bai's face was puzzled when he heard this, and he also looked in the direction of the peak master Wuji. Two figures over there walked over. Elder Water Fairy of the inner sect. The man next to her is? After Mu Shuixian saw Lin Wuji on this side, she stepped forward and opened her mouth. Peak Master Lin. The person explained by the patriarch has been brought. This emperor will leave first. Lin Wuji glanced at the man behind her and smiled. Elder Buffy, take your time. Yang Feng has met Peak Master Wuji. With that, Sword Idiot Yang Feng walked forward and arched his hand. When this flew in, Emperor Zun had told him about the situation at Green Sword Peak. Mid-Supreme Elder. Not bad. My Green Sword Peak has gained an additional extraordinary elder. Lin Wuji saw the broken sword behind Yang Feng's back and instantly knew that this person was also a person who cherished swords, and the broken sword was not yet discarded. Thanks for the compliment, Peak Master. Soon 5 days passed. The Green Cloud sect's opening examination continued, and more heavenly pride came. And for a while the scenery was unrivaled. Why don't you go up to the Green Cloud, and your name will be spread to the world on the Green Cloud. These words had already spread throughout the 5 regions Heaven's Pride Circle. The other side, the junction of the northern and central regions. Lin Bufan was wandering around aimlessly. The tinge of loss in his heart had gradually subsided. People don't like themselves. They already have a Taoist couple. He has been a basket case for 2 years. It's pure self-deception. Ahem. Lin Bufan let out a sigh, intending to seat the interdimensional grand formation to the central domain. These few days of traveling around the northern region to spread out also stayed enough. It's time to go back to the family. It's better to cultivate hard, and with invincible strength. Everything is at your fingertips. The scene where that youth slapped him off the formation platform was still fresh in his mind even now. Youth, do you crave power? Chapter 140, The Devil Race appears. 100. Disciples. A hoarse, low voice sounded in Lin Bufan's sea of consciousness. He was immediately alert. Who's talking? Lin Bufan looked around in panic. Not a single figure around him. A great shock went through him. However, he still had a bit of backbone. The Tao protector that the family had arranged for him was in the shadows. In the northern region, there are only a handful of people who can move him, not to mention the fact that he has several life-saving cards. Don't panic. The king is here to help you. This king can give you power that far exceeds you tens of thousands of times. And this king can help you become the strongest person in this desolate martial continent. The voice in Lin Bufan's sea of consciousness continued to emanate. No need. Get the hell out of here right now. Or don't blame me for pulling out your little rat in the dark. Lin Bufan said with fierce determination in his eyes. There is no such thing as a freebie. Growing up in a large family, he knew this even better and understood it well. Jie, cowardly punk. Don't you want to get a strong cultivation and take back your beloved? When you become strong, won't everything be at your fingertips? Come on, let go of the sea of consciousness. This king will help you fulfill your heart's desire. Think about how your sweetheart looks when she's being stroked by someone else. The voice in Lin Bufan's sea of consciousness constantly tempted him. He shook his head so hard that everything in front of him began to blur. Slurring his words, he murmured, Beloved, how can I live without you? Xianer. Lin Bufan's consciousness was also gradually blurring. His eyes were red, and a blood-red light flashed up in his eyes. Jie. This king will help you. Only to see a black gas appear out of nowhere in the void, floating down and drilling through Lin Bufan's head. Lin Bufan struggled for a few breaths of time. His body trembled, and then he was motionless, standing dumbfounded. Young lord, what's wrong with you? A resounding voice came out from the void behind Lin Bufan, and then the aura of the great sage realm exploded out. An old man flew in a fiery hurry and was none other than Lin Bufan's Taoist protector. He had just seen the young lord freeze in place and mutter to himself, but after he had sensed it with his divine thoughts, he hadn't found anything. He thought that the young lord was irritated at Qin Yun and was venting here. Who would have thought that the few breaths he took to close his eyes and rest his mind the young lord would become like this? If the young master were to have a shortcoming, how would I explain to the family head? Lin Bufan below sniffed and slowly turned around to look up, the blood-red color in his eyes having faded. It was only before the old man walked up to him that Lin Bufan indifferently said, Elder Mo. I'm fine. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Young lord, your state just now really scared me. The old man let out a long breath. It seems to be a false alarm. I'm not done talking. I'm fine, but you're not. Lin Bufan laughed fiercely. The blood-red color in his eyes was even more prevalent than a moment ago, and a monstrous black demonic aura continued to gush out around him. Young lord, you, no. The old man let out a shudder, then choked on his words as the young lord in front of him choked him hard, and he was shocked to find that he couldn't even break free with his great sage realm cultivation running at full strength. Geez, what the hell happened? Phew. Lin Bufan exhaled a majestic mouthful of demonic chi and blew it towards the old man in his hands. The demonic aura floated onto the old man's body, constantly devouring him. Because of the deadly chokehold on his neck, the old man couldn't even send out a scream, and could only use the struggle. After a few moments passed, the demonic aura dispersed while the old man protecting the Taoist had already turned into nothingness. Delicious blood food. This king likes it too much. Lin Bufan licked his lips and said in a low voice, "No, I don't like it. But having such a powerful cultivation is really good." As if he was schizophrenic, Lin Bufan once again said, after releasing some of the demonic chi in his body with all his might, his aura was actually strong enough to be comparable to that of a Saint King realm powerhouse. Lin Bufan let out a loud laugh and opened his scarlet eyes. "Shinner, wait for me. I will definitely snatch you back." Eastern Domain, Qingyun Imperial Sect, blood food of the desolate martial continent. When my demon clan army arrives, I will devour all of you. Lin Bufan once again toned down his tone and hissed out with a sardonic smile. He then flew toward the direction of the cross-domain teleportation grand formation. Time passed, and 5 days passed again. Green Cloud Sect, outside the sect gate. This emperor declares that the Green Cloud opening mountain ends here. As the Black Emperor let out a loud cry, the 10-day-long Green Cloud Emperor sect's opening of the mountain to accept disciples came to an end. Over the past 10 days, the Green Cloud sect had been receiving a lot of attention from the 5 domains, so it could be said that it was in the spotlight of the world, especially in the second level of the assessment match. Many Heavenly Pride characters from the 5 domains Heavenly Pride list appeared, but it was a pity that very few people passed. This was what shocked the world. Those who had previously heard there was something about Qingyun's might were the various powerhouses of the Qingyun sect. Qingyun's 2 emperors. The elders were great emperors. There were also peak masters of the supreme realm, and even the watchdogs were great emperors. However, other than the Eastern Domain cultivators, the celestial pride of the Qingyun Imperial sect had never been heard of in the rest of the great domains. After all this, it seems that Qingyun's prides are all very low-key. Strong. It's just too strong. The highest-ranked inner disciple of Qingyun in the 5 domains Heavenly Pride rankings, Qin Han, was already ranked at the 28th position. It's a one-shot deal. The battle results were also dazzling. One Palm defeated Yun Meng Luo of the Cloud family of the Han Heavenly Divine Kingdom, who was originally ranked at 28, and Wang Tian of the Wang family of the Forbidden family, who was ranked at 35. Meanwhile, inside the Green Cloud sect, the crowd was boisterous. This time the opening of the mountain to recruit disciples on a grand scale. Billions of cultivators of the 5 domains have come to select. After the opening of the mountain, the popularity of the Qingyun sect's clan became even more flourishing. It was mainly an area for outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. In the meantime, in the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening the mountain and recruiting 5,000 disciples. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Pride Dojo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 golden summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Immortal Iron Heavy Multiplication X Billion Tons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal King's Tao Quenching Hammer. Tianjia Dojo, Disciple Trial Place, can be called across the long river of time to different periods of the various ways of Heavenly Pride and Disciple Trial Battle, and Dojo. Disciples will not be casualties. The challenge fails automatically kicked out of the dojo. Golden Summoning Card, summons a powerful person from the Great Sage Realm to the Great Emperor Realm. Immortal Iron, can forge immortal weapons. Immortal King's Tao Quenching Hammer, Immortal King's Magic Treasure. Eternal Immortal King's Treasure for quenching immortal weapons, containing the power of the immortal Tao, which can be quenched to create immortal weapons. Not bad. The reward is quite generous this time. The Refiner's Hall is lacking a storekeeping immortal treasure, so here it is. And so much immortal iron has been given away. So in the future, I, Qin Yun, will be able to build immortal weapons in bulk. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. The system stipulates that 5,000 disciples are to be recruited. The disciples of Qingyun sect who passed the first level of examination in this 10-day period were as high as 100,000. There are very few indeed who passed the second level. Only hundreds of Heavenly Prides barely fought the disciples ranked lower on the outer sect ranking list to a draw. However, more of the more powerful qualifications of the Pride of Heaven was defeated. They were assigned to the inner disciples. Under the same realm there was simply no power to fight back. There were also those who encountered the top 10 heavenly prides on the outer sect rankings, and were likewise left in tears. The senior brothers were too powerful and could only be like a journeyman disciple first. This was the voice of many disciples who had failed the test. At this Feng Qingyang just smiled indifferently, excluding the top-ranking disciples from going out for assessment. The intention is to grind their sharpness, so that those new disciples will take the senior brothers as an example and cultivate more diligently to catch up. Although now the inner door is still 10 disciples, the outer door disciples have only increased by as much as 1,000 people, but the miscellaneous disciples are as high as 100,000 out of the crowd. But the new rules are already in place and will be enforced in 20 days. It will be very different then. Those hundreds of people who pass the test can also focus on them. After all, no matter if it's the realm gap or their own wonders, they fought to a draw with the disciple who possessed the immortal technique. Of course the immortal laws are estimated that these disciples haven't comprehended much, otherwise it wouldn't have been a tie. And the wheel battle is also a reason. Feng Qingyang analyzed. The system uses 10 golden summoning cards. Embodied Heavenly Pride Dojo. Embodied Immortal King Hardened Dao Hammer. Chapter 141 Heaven's Pride Dojo. Immortal King's Dao Hammer. Ding! 10 golden summoning cards used successfully. Summoning in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 Saint King Realm Peak Powerhouses and 5 Great Saint Realm Peak Powerhouses. Engraving in progress. Drawing completed. Already in place. Xiao Xian. Xiao Duan. King Lin Tong. Lin Dao. Foamy Flower Sea. Peak of the Sacred King Realm. Xiao Mu. Wang Kong. Long Night. Yi Shang. Lin Xian. Peak of the Great Sage Realm. The Great Dao Hardening Hammer has been realized. The Tengenjio Dojo is now in place. 5 Saint King Realms. 5 Great Saint Realms? Feng Qingyang muttered without changing his face. There was still a slight loss in his heart. That was 10 gold cards. It's not even if there are no great emperors coming. Not even a single supreme? You've been too weak lately. Ding! Report to the Lord. This system does not know what false means. Everything summoned depends on the Lord Ochi. Ugh. Forget it. That's not bad. 5 Saint King Realms can be core elders. It just so happens that the core elders are still a blank. Where are the vacancies? By the time the new rules were changed, there were core disciples, but no elders. That would not be a joke. As for the other 5 peaks of the Great Sage Realm, they could also go to the inner sect to become inner sect elders. Feng Qingyang pondered. There were only 2 elders in the inner sect now, Mu Shuixian and Luo Chen. Mu Shuixian's explicitly restored realm was the peak of Saint King, but you can't really compare her to the peak of Saint King. Emperor Realm Divine Thoughts, Emperor Realm Pressure, Emperor Realm Practical Combat Experience, Complete Dao Power, which point crushed the Saint King Realm. Elder Luochen was also at the peak of the Saint King Realm, but he similarly possessed the complete power of the Great Dao. Now that the outer sect elders in the sect were all at the peak of the Manifestation Sage Realm, it was still reasonable to send the 5 elders at the peak of the Great Sage Realm that had just been summoned to the inner sect. Offering Elder Dragon Evil was at the peak of the Saint King Realm. The elders of the various halls were equivalent, and the peak masters were all at the peak of the Supreme Realm excluding Mingyu. To be honest, it is a bit of a mishmash. The disciple system of the Qingyun sect is getting better and better, except that the elder system has not yet been formulated. Feng Qingyang had also pondered over the time to formulate a complete elder system. This is how the clan can be managed, and the clan can become more and more perfect. For example, the promotion system for elders, the ranking system for elders, the reward and punishment system for elders, and so on. Feng Qingyang meditated once again. This system must be formulated faster, otherwise it would be too chaotic and he, as the patriarch, would be upset. Meanwhile, inside the Green Cloud sect, the visions are rampant. 10,000 miles of auspicious clouds converged, and for a time, the rich immortal aura shot straight up into the sky. There were fairy sounds tinkling in the void. A huge hammer emitting a powerful aura came chiseling through the void. The moment the immortal white giant hammer came out, the great Dao contended and the heavenly Dao resounded. An incomparably dense immortal aura and a powerful pressure emanated out together, without waiting for the crowd within the Green Cloud sect to gasp in shock. Just at that moment, a shocking roar also came from the inner gate area of the Green Cloud sect. An imposing grand hall with a flow of Dao rhythms rumbled and broke the ground. Directly erected at the core of the inner gate area, the great hall exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura right after it was pulled out of the ground, as if it had experienced hundreds of millions of years of fumigation and precipitation. The ancient aura came straight from the face, and the majestic Dao rhythm flowed throughout the great hall. 10 figures in the void also broke out at the same time. There were 8 men and 2 women. 5 of them were wearing the clan uniforms of the core elders of the clan. All of the base colors of the clan uniforms were predominantly light cyan, with a white auspicious cloud embroidered on the back, and all 5 of them exuded the aura of the peak of the Sacred King Realm. The other 4 middle-aged men and the handsome-looking woman were dressed in the clan uniforms of the inner sect elders, which were predominantly blue and green, with several multicolored green auspicious clouds embroidered behind them, and all 5 of them exuded the aura of the peak of the great sage realm. What the hell? On the first day of joining the sect, I saw such a big scene. Within the outer sect area, a male disciple who was heading to the cultivation room exclaimed. Like him in general, there were many new disciples, especially within the area of the miscellaneous disciples. At this time, a disciple of the same outer sect walked over, patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, brother, this is all normal operation of my Qingyun. There is no need to panic. If you see more, you will get used to it. You're a new disciple, aren't you? To be able to pass the second level and be promoted directly to the outer sect, you must be very talented." "Brother, I don't know, brother. Have you joined a faction? If not, why don't you come to my dragon sect? The founder of my dragon sect, senior brother Long Aotian, is now the inner sect's heavenly pride. How about considering it?" Hearing this, the disciple who exclaimed in shock at first reacted and said, "Excuse me, this senior brother, it seems that I have already joined the outer sect Frying Sky." "Yes, the Frying Sky sect, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the friars again." "No, I'll go to the area of the miscellaneous disciples to take a look. The few who didn't pass have entered the outer sect. The rest are miscellaneous disciples." That dragon sect's disciple's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a heavenly opportunity. Whether or not the dragon sect could catch up with the heaven-blasting sect depended on this move. "I'll take my leave then, brother." Inside the Green Cloud sect, in the inner sect area, both Mu Shuixian and Elder Luo Chen came in the direction of the large hall that suddenly came out. The few disciples who were practicing were also startled and got up and came here together. Eventually their group converged outside the ancient hall. This ancient hall actually exudes the aura of the space-time avenue. Could it be different from that space-time tower? Sweeping a glance, Mu Shuixian secretly said in her heart, "This tower was too old in vicissitudes. I don't know how many years it had gone through. No one should enter without this emperor's permission. This ancient hall should have been gotten by the patriarch. I don't know what it does, so don't do anything rash yet." Qin Han looked towards the ancient hall, and his emperor realm divine concept could also perceive the temporal and spatial avenues lingering around the ancient hall. He and Elder Mu Shuixian's guesses were the same. It should be some kind of time and space-type magic treasure as well. At this time, inside the Green Cloud Palace, Feng Qingyang sitting on the main seat is playing with the small silver-white hammer in his hand. Without moving the slightest bit of Dao force, a hammer down will be able to chisel through the void. Not bad, not bad. This hammer can be big or small, soft or hard. Plus this powerful efficacy, it is worthy of being an immortal king's weapon. Below, 10 figures stood respectfully in the great hall. The 5 in core elder attire were in the front, and the 5 in inner sect elder attire were in the back. "We, the elders of Qingyun, pay our respects to the patriarch." In the empty and wide hall, 10 people arched their hands together and respectfully said, "Well, this clan grants you the status of elder, and in a month's time this clan will want to see a different Qingyun under your management. We respectfully follow the sovereign's orders," the 10 elders said as they arched their hands together at one time. "Go down." After these 10 elders left, Feng Qingyang's divine thoughts probed out. "And what about the Heaven's Pride dojo with the current inner gate? This dojo is inside this ancient hall?" Subsequently, Feng Qingyang's divine thoughts also sensed together the attack of inner sect elder Mu Shuixian who was outside the dojo. He then sent a voice to Mu Shuixian. "This hall is this clan's plunder from the heavens. For the Heavenly Pride dojo, can summon to come to different time and space of the Heavenly Pride and the disciples to fight. You and others can enter to have a try." Chapter 142, The Long River of Time and Space. Immortal King Qingshu, the Heaven's Pride dojo? Summon the Heavenly Pride from the River of Time and Space. Mu Shuixian's heart shook. It's not the same effect as the Time Tower, but it's all against the odds. What kind of heaven-capturing power could this be to summon a Heavenly Pride across the long river of time and space? This ancient pagoda was plundered by the patriarch from the heavens? It seems that the sovereign is truly a true immortal descending to earth without a doubt. Then Mu Shuixian slowed down a bit and said without changing her face, "All disciples, this hall is the heaven's remarkable dojo. You can cross the long river of time and space to summon the heavenly prides from different periods of time in the heavens. It can be the ancient former heavenly prides or the future ones. This is another place of trial for my Qingyun." Mu Shuixian briefly recounted the information she had learned, and her understanding of the long river of time and space. The river of time and space. Call in the heavenly pride. Qin Han's heart was similarly shaken. As he was in the great emperor realm in his previous life, he was well aware of the horror of being able to manipulate the long river of space and time, enough to change the future and influence things in the past. The great imperial realm couldn't even intervene. As far as he knew, only the ancient Heavenly Chance Emperor was able to take a peek with the Heavenly Chance treasure cannon, and that was still at the risk of being revolted. The remaining 3 disciples froze for a moment. Although they didn't know how it was to be able to manipulate the long river of space and time, it sounded very powerful. The river of time and space is something that can be linked to space-time, not a mortal object? Just like the time and space tower. The time and space tower was responsible for them being able to progress so quickly during this period of time. To be able to battle with the ancient former heavenly pride and the future heavenly pride across time and space. Thinking about it made one's blood boil. This Heaven's Pride dojo is even fiercer than the disciple trial tower of the outer sect where it is located. Alright, you guys come with this elder. Mushu Xian looked at the 4 disciples in front of her and said again. All the inner disciples she could name. After all, there were only 10 disciples in the huge inner sect. Here in inner sect senior brother Qin Han, and Ning Yan who was in second place, and Long Ao Tian and a female disciple Lock Dance. Let's go, elder brother. Long Ao Tian looked at senior brother Ning Yan who was still lost in thought, then patted his shoulder and said, I don't know what's been going on these past few days, but ever since senior brother Ning Yan's Taoist couple arrived, he's been wandering off. Subsequently, the 4 disciples then followed closely behind Elder Mu and Elder Luo into the ancient hall. Once they entered, they realized that there were other places in the Great Hall. The starry dome is the top, and the sky is full of stars. The Great Hall was so wide and boundless that it was impossible to see the edges, and coupled with the surroundings, it was as if the crowd was in chaos. One could only see countless shining and glowing array platforms in front of them, and all of them were surrounded by a chaotic-colored long river, which constantly emitted the aura of the great Tao of time and space. Which was very shocking. This is the Heaven's Pride dojo. That's the river of time and space. Mu Shuixian said as she felt the time and space avenue coming from above. This is a place of trial, just like the disciple trial tower. Disciple trial will not have casualties. Failure will only be kicked out of the dojo. The trial will end as soon as the summoned incarnation of Heaven's Pride is defeated. You guys go up there and try it. After feeling it over, Mu Shuixian turned to the 4 disciples and said, this was what the patriarch had just said in a voice transmission to her, and she understood this. That what was summoned through the long river of space and time was only the shadowy incarnation of that era's heavenly pride. Hearing the elder's words, the 4 of them, Qin Han, Ning Yan and Long Ao Tian as well as Falling Dance, tried to walk over. The 4 of them occupied a formation platform one by one. A buzzing sound rang out from the sky above the star dome. The chaotic-colored spacetime river began to operate, and the aura of the spacetime Great Tao in the Great Hall grew more and more prevalent. The dazzling light became more and more blinding, and all 4 of them closed their eyes at the same time. Qin Han was the first to open his eyes after the bright light. A white-clothed youth figure was seen standing not far ahead. The youth, his aura unremarkable and his inked hair draped over his shoulders, was staring at him cautiously at the moment. Who are you? Why am I here? The youth surrounded the place where he was, surrounded by only the stars in the sky, as if he was in the land of chaos. He frowned tightly. He is not in the family cultivation? Your Excellency and I are the same heavenly pride, so today I have come to ask for advice. When Qin Han saw this person, the battle spirit within his body rose up. To be able to battle with a heavenly pride that came from the long river of space and time across space and time was what most cultivators wished for in their hearts. Just removing Qin Yun, which other could do it? You want to fight me? My lord is happy to accompany you. The battle intent within the white-clothed youth was similarly aroused by the person across from him who claimed to be a disciple of Qin Yun. The fact that he couldn't see through it meant that this person wasn't weaker than him, and he was naturally happy to be able to fight a heavenly pride that wasn't weaker than himself. Come and fight. Green Cloud Immortal Technique. After Qin Han shouted, he fully operated the immortal laws within his body. The aura of the early stage of the transformation god realm raged out, and majestic immortal chi escaped from his body. Green Cloud Running Thunder Palm. Clear Void Illusion Technique. Qin Han then executed his immortal martial technique and identity, holding the power of thunder in his hands as he quickly came within arm's reach. The opponent was a heavenly pride that was not weaker than him, and had to come up and go all out. This kind of great battle would be lost if he missed even half a point. So strong, but that's what makes it interesting, the white-clothed youth said when he saw the figure that came at hand. Then his mind moved. His body's gong method worked crazily, and his shoulder-length ink hair was blown by the outburst of chi. A white-clothed figure stood erect on the void, standing with his arms folded. Majestic aura gathered in his hands, and then he blasted out with a palm with all his might. Boom! A sparkling white light crossed the starry dome. Qin Han and the white-clothed youth flew backwards at the same time. Haha, pain in the ass. Fight again. After the white-clothed youth Lang let out a laugh, he took the initiative to fly over. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent at the same realm who could battle him soundly. Qin Han stopped behind him, and his heart fluttered. It seemed that this person was a true celestial pride, and he was still able to draw with him in the first collision under such an all-out effort. Come on then, Qin Han once again pushed his own immortal laws with all his might, reaching the limits of what he had comprehended in an instant. A majestic aura, standing proudly in the void. The immortal technique was activated and came out at arm's length. Once again, a powerful palm and the flying white-clothed youth blasted up against each other. Bang! A shocking sound resounded out. The two flew backwards again, but Qin Han, who had flown out backwards, was the first to stabilize his body. I lost. The white-clothed youth who flew out backwards sighed after stabilizing his body. He only felt his qi and blood rising, and his breath was starting to get disorganized. I am Qing Taishu of the desolate ancient Qing clan. Your Excellency's stance is marvelous. There is a chance to get together. Not waiting for the white-clothed youth to finish, the dome of the sky shattered, and Qin Han opened his eyes at the same time. Looking around, he saw the two elders in front of him. Looks like he passed the trial. Qin Han stepped down after secretly saying. Looking to the side, he saw that the two senior brothers and sisters were floating above the formation platform with their eyes closed, and it appeared that they had not yet finished sparring. Qin Han thought to himself as he walked, that youth is truly formidable. Just desolate ancient Qing family Qing Taishu? How come this emperor sounds so familiar? He frowned and thought. Suddenly his heart was startled. His immortal king rank stance was not created by immortal King Qingshu, treading destiny in the river of time. The ancient immortal king clears the Taishu. In other words, he had just fought the immortal king's youth across time and space. Chapter 143, Hunting Heaven Cloud Family. Central Region Lin Family. The other side. In the vault of the small world inside the construction of the Heaven's Pride Dojo, Intersect disciple Ning Yan was engaged in a battle with a youth dressed in black brocade. Booming collisions resounded through the heavens. Yen Yang's sacred body. Green cloud running thunder palm. The Ling Xian voiding technique. Ning Yan shouted angrily. The Yen Yang saint body in his body fully activated, and the boiling spiritual power of fire constantly adhered to his body, causing his entire body to look like it was possessed by lava. Hot flames engulfed out. Ning Yan executed his immortal rank stance and came in an instant. This black-clothed youth is not simple. Stronger than the previous tests, heavenly pride of the same realm, worthy of being a heavenly pride summoned from the long river of space and time. He lamented in his heart. He must go all out. Bang! A loud bang came out. After Ning Yan operated his immortal technique and struck out with all his might, the black brocade-clothed youth was blown away on the spot. I can't believe I lost. How? The black-clothed youth froze in place after stabilizing himself after being blown away. All along, he had been calling himself an invincible heavenly pride in the same realm, but he didn't expect that there would be a mysterious heavenly pride from the unknown land that could easily defeat him in the same realm. I lost. I wonder which power's heavenly pride your excellency is from. With such talent, why do I have no impression of you at all? The black-clothed youth asked in disbelief as he looked towards Ning Yan on the celestial dome. We'll meet again sometime. Ning Yan smiled and said maliciously. He said, you were called by the river of time and space, which is not so coincidental not to be able to meet each other. Perhaps you ascended to heaven, but not yet me. Then I will see you again sometime, and I hope to fight you again in the future to wash away the shame of my defeat today. Central Domain Yi Continent, Night Family, Night Wuduan. In the meantime, Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom. The Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom was on the Dust Continent, the second largest continent among the 13 continents in the Central Domain. The Dust Continent's boundaries were boundless and expansive, and its overall strength was incomparably powerful, second only to the number 1 ranked continent, Yi Continent. Since the ancient times, the Dust Continent had produced dozens of great emperors so far, and almost every golden age that came. There must be a place in the Dust Continent. There was the superpower of the day, the Mixed Sky Divine Kingdom, sitting here, and the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom had been passed down for countless eras, with a very deep heritage. The Dust Continent was divided by the distribution of power of kingdoms, imperial dynasties, and imperial dynasties, but all of these countries were under the jurisdiction of the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom. It was equivalent to the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom ruling almost the entirety of the Dust Continent, and although there were many forbidden lineages, transcendent clans, and imperial clans within its borders, none of them could compete with the Divine Kingdom. The other side, Hun Tian Divine Kingdom, Yun Family. The Yun family was situated in the divine capital of the Divine Kingdom, and the head of the Yun family was the Prime Minister of the Divine Kingdom, so it could be said that he was under one person and above trillions of people. Moreover, the Yun family had also produced great emperors and was an emperor clan with a long heritage. The Yun family's location was in the southeastern region of the Divine Capital, where all sorts of dignitaries in the Divine Kingdom were entrenched, and it was the second largest core region of the Divine Capital excluding the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, the Yun family, Master Menger went to that whatchamacallit Chang Yun. Why didn't you stop her and just let her go? Half a month from now is the birthday of the female emperor. At that time it will be held as a rule, the Heavens Remarks event. At that time with Menger's talent, what sects can't go? No more you are also the Prime Minister of the Divine Kingdom. Recommending Menger to enter the Divine Kingdom, subject to the cultivation of the Divine Kingdom, is not stronger than going to that what Qin Yun to see the examination. Although this Qin Yun has 2 emperors sitting on it, but after all, it was just recently inducted into the world, and to this day there is not a single heavenly pride disciple who has made a name for himself on the continent. So can he cultivate Menger well? In the golden and magnificent Yun family's grand hall, a middle-aged woman in a purple fidget butterfly dress was saying in a Taoist manner, although she was already in her middle age, but with the blessing of her profound cultivation, her face did not have the slightest trace left by age, but rather had a mature flavor. Upon hearing this, the Yin family head with a deep aura on the main seat in the Yin family's great hall frowned and said in a deep voice, "What do you know? This Qin Yun is really not simple. In my opinion, looking at the 5 domains, apart from the dustless imperial sect of the Yi continent, the one that can fight against the Divine Kingdom is this Qin Yun imperial sect. Although the Green Cloud has not been rumored to have a top heavenly pride, but in my opinion that is just confusing the world. You look at this Green Cloud attest, his inner disciples have defeated the Dream Child rank 28 in the list of heavenly pride. What's even more shocking is that you've forgotten the sound that resounded through desolate Marshall on that day. The Qin Yun inner sect elders are all great emperors, and the dogs watching the door are all great emperors." When the woman below heard this, she similarly frowned only with an unbelievable expression and said, "That is still unknown to be true or false. Who knows if it is Qin Yun's means of deterring the continent, since ancient times which great emperor has been an inner sect elder, let alone a great emperor realm going to watch the door. This is all we can do now. Let's hope that Menger will be able to get better and better in Qin Yun." According to the Qin Yun Emperor sect's assessment rules, Menger should now be an outer disciple of the Emperor sect. The Yun family head on the main seat also nodded at his words. "Well, it's good for Dream Child to stay away from the Divine Kingdom. The recent Divine Kingdom has a bit of a dark current. It's not peaceful. Ever since the Empress went to the chaotic stream's astral domain in search of the method of becoming immortal, she hasn't returned. The female Emperor's birthday in half a month's time. It is estimated that it will still be hosted by Lord Qingdi on behalf of the Emperor as it was last time. It is just that I don't know which force's heavenly pride will be invited to this Heaven's Pride extravaganza." The Yun family had pondered for a moment and answered, "The Heaven's Pride extravaganza would be held every 10 times on the female Emperor's birthday, and at that time, the Heaven's Pride within the Dust Continent and in the 5 domains would come to the event in admiration. The Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom would also invite several great powers to come and exchange with the Heavenly Pride disciples of their powers. Cultivators who excelled at the Heaven's Pride event could join the Divine Kingdom, and if they were spotted by other great powers, they could also choose to join them. Every Heaven's remarkable event held by the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom was a world-renowned event, although nominally compared to the 5 domains of Heavenly Pride competition. But the attraction is not bad at all. There is a chance to join the superpower mixed Heavenly God country. How can some of the pingless Heavenly Pride not be moved? Time passed. 3 days later. Middle domain. The upper continent. The Star Continent. Star Continent Lin Clan. The Lin Clan was situated in the southeastern part of the noble Star Continent, in a similarly secluded small world. In the small world, the aura was very dense, far exceeding the outside world. At this moment, in the majestic and grandiose Lin family hall, Lin Bufan walked in a brocade coat, his face pale and panicked. "Father," the transcendent family on the main seat, Lin Fei Fan, head of the Lin family, saw his son in the great hall and stood up, saying hurriedly, "Fanner, you're finally back. Quickly tell my father what has happened. Why did Elder Mo's fate card shatter? What did you guys run into? Fanner, who dares to strike at the first son of my Lin family?" Lin Fifan angrily slapped the Nanmu table underneath him. A few days ago, he first received the news that Fanner had lost, and then not more than a few days later, Elder Mo's fate card shattered. The Lin family was in a state of panic for a while, but fortunately, the young family head's life card was still in good condition. So the people of the Lin family guessed that it must have been because Elder Mo desperately tried to hold back the enemy, and the young family head was able to escape. "Father, all of this is the work of the Qin Yin Imperial sect." Chapter 144 Devil appears in the Lin family. Devil King schemes. Qin Yin Imperial sect. Lin family head. Lin Fifan was astonished. "That's impossible. It's not like my Lin family has anything to do with Qin Yun. Why would they strike at my son? Besides, even if the Emperor sect were to make a move, with the Emperor sect's formidable strength, it would be impossible for that to allow Fanner to escape. Something's fishy. Something's definitely fishy." He had personally checked the image of the associated crystal ball a few days ago after Mo Lao's life brand had shattered, but the crystal ball was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. "Fanner, did you take the initiative to provoke the Emperor sect? Why else would they take a shot at you?" Lin Fifan asked tentatively, a pair of sharp eyes staring intently at his son Lin Bufan below. "This whole thing is so fishy. It doesn't even make logical sense. The Lin Bufan down below was shocked when he heard this and continued to cry. Father, all of this was done by that Qing Yun. It has nothing to do with the child at all. Do you remember the first daughter of the Xiao family? The child's bitter pursuit of her for 2 years did not work. Who would have thought that her sweetheart was an inner disciple of Qing Yun? And when he learned that the child was pursuing Xiao Xian'er, he unreasonably blasted the child off the sect with a single slap. You see, the child's arms are now broken. Lin Bufan finished speaking and shook his left arm, only to see it go down powerlessly and vertically. As long as he felt it with his divine thoughts, he would realize that all the bones inside were broken. Lin Fifan on the top frowned. This scandal he is aware of. The news has spread. After all, there were too many people in the Qing Yun examination that day, and his son is also a bit famous, so he was recognized. It's true that good things don't get famous, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. His Lin family was on the verge of becoming a laughingstock. It's said that he, the first son of the Lin family, when he dared to steal a woman from someone else's Qing Yun disciple, ended up like a clown and was knocked off the formation stage with a slap. Fanner, it doesn't matter. Your arm will be restored for you by the elixir that father will find for you. You continue. Even if that's the case, with the Emperor clan's temperament, they wouldn't care to take a shot at you. Fanner, Lin Fifan still asked with a face full of doubts. It's a big deal. Everything else is small. If one's Lin family were to make a feud with the Emperor's sect, that would be the end of it. Not only was he a husband, but he was also the head of a large and powerful family. Lin family, whole family, hundreds of thousands of lives are in his hands, grasp it, but not good. The death of his Lin family, hundreds of thousands of life. Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan from below slowed down, stood up, and cried out with a horrified expression on his face. Father, you don't know. This Qing Yun has a big secret. My child also stumbled upon this one secret before being chased by Qing Yun, but luckily a passing powerhouse helped and my child escaped in a thrilling manner. Lin Bufan even panted heavily after finishing his speech, a look of fear on his face. The performance was quite spot on. What secret? Seeing this, the Lin family head hurriedly stepped down from the main seat and supported Lin Bufan as he asked. By the looks of it, it seems like there's a real shocking secret about to come out. Father, that Qing Yun has a devil. They colluded with the devil, or they are the devil. My child noticed during the fight that the opposing heavenly pride was emitting a slight hint of demonic aura. It was very weak, but it was detected by my child. Lin Bufan's eyes were almost glazed over as he said with unclear lips, his face full of panic. On the side, Lin Fei Fan, the Lin family head, frowned even more tightly, confused by what his son said. The word devil was something that every cultivator on the continent talked about. Bloodthirsty, powerful, and terrifyingly synonymous. In that case it's a bit fishy. Even if the Gong method is more powerful, which has the same realm under the same realm, every time a palm to defeat the enemy, not to mention that almost every outgoing disciple of the Qingyuns is like this. Lin Fifan associated it with demons. Perhaps only those bloodthirsty and powerful demonic techniques could do it. As for immortal laws, that was something he didn't even dare to think about. After all, he had never heard of any immortal laws appearing on the continent. Not to mention that this Qing Yun is developing too rapidly. In how reclusive it is, it wouldn't be snailed in the tiny eastern region. However, Lin Fifan still wasn't sure. To know that if Qing Yun really colluded with the devil, I'm afraid that now, in addition to the central region, it is not negative to exist. Not to mention that Qing Yun also eradicated the demon race and saved the continent only once. It's true. You won't not believe me. Father, the senior who saved me at that time also came along. He can testify for the child. Seeing his father do his best to show an expression of distrust, Lin Bufan hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the Lin family master brightened up, then said, "Oh, the senior who saved you also came to my Lin family? Where is it? Quickly have an invitation." As soon as the words fell, a voice came out, "Please is not necessary. This seat has already arrived." Lin Fifan looked up to the place of the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a gloomy face dressed in a black robe floating over the void in front of him. The Lin family's main householder looked at this person in astonishment, and surprisingly found that he could not see through him in the slightest. Everyone else had run into their own house, and their Lin family hadn't even noticed it in the slightest. One fine thought. However, this also established one thing. This person was very powerful and did have the ability to save Fanner. "Father, this is the senior who saved my child." Lin Bufan raised his still intact right arm to point at the shadowy man on the void behind him. The Lin family head sniffed and symbolically arched his hand. "Many thanks to your excellency for saving my son's life. Your excellency, don't worry. My Lin family will have a generous gift to offer. There is no need. This seat is only looking at the fact that this son and this seat are destined to be together. So I have come to the aid of this seat." This junior's words are not bad. This seat stepped in to save him is, and that Qingyun's powerhouse fought together. They do have demonic qi overflowing from their bodies. It's fortunate that the cultivator they sent out by being gullible wasn't very strong. or else even this seat would be helpless. The shady man slowed everything down. The Lin family lord nodded, his eyes staring intently, not knowing what he was thinking about. A moment later, he spoke. Then thank you, Your Excellency. Fanner, you send this senior down to rest. Do not neglect him. Yes, father, Lin Bufan replied back, then walked out of the Lin family hall with the shadowy man. Not long after, inside an ancient guest room of the Lin family, Lin Bufan knelt on the ground and looked reverently at the figure in front of him. It is still you, Demon King. Who came up with the exquisite idea? The figure in front of him turned his head at the words. His gloomy face no longer existed. His face had bloodshot eyes, his head had a pair of horns, and his entire face was shrouded in black mist. This time, when my clan descends, it can't be like the last time. Be completely prepared. First demonize your Lin family, and then slowly erode the 5 domains. Now that the heavenly Tao of the desolate martial world has discovered where the loophole is and is tenaciously repairing it, but it was still broken into by this king before. So I expect that heavenly Tao won't be able to hold out for much longer. This time it has to be foolproof. Lin Bufan nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord Demon King. My Lin family welcomes my clan's appropriation. Well, good performance. This king is hungry. Go find this king some blood food. The Demon King shouted angrily. Yes, Lord Demon King. I'm on my way. Lin Bufan sniffed and hurriedly walked out. Not long after, 10 beautiful maids were sent in. The imagined screams didn't come out. Just a crunching and chewing sound or two. Time passed. 2.5 days later, a shocking news spread throughout the desolate martial continent. The Qingyun Imperial Sect, colluding with the demon race. Chapter 145, Lethal Fury. Domain of Turbulence. This news quickly spread out to the 5 domains as quickly as a butterfly grows wings. Qingyun colluding with the demon race? This is a rumor from where? Don't kill yourself. Terrified Qingyun Imperial Sect. First remove the blood siren, then execute the demon race. This damn if Qingyun really colludes with the demon race. The old man's last name from now on is written backwards. A man in a restaurant in the eastern domain said with righteous indignation. One of his best friends at the drinking table got up and advised. Brother Wang, I know you're excited, but don't get excited yet. Everyone believes it's a rumor now. This rumor is coming out from the central region. I don't know which power that is too tired to live is creating the rumor again. Depending on how the Emperor's sect handles it, maybe there really are NT guys who believe it. Meanwhile, the Green Cloud sect. This news also quickly reached within the Green Cloud. Every Qingyun disciple and the various elders were all furious when they learned of this rumor. How dare you rumor that they, Qingyun, are colluding with the demon race? I'll hook your leg. Where is this NT spreading rumors? I don't know. It's as if this person has an underdeveloped brain and a completely underdeveloped cerebellum. I, Qingyun, am adhering to the righteous path first. Just by looking at the clan's 8 rules, I can see it. Besides, this is the Eastern Region A. That ancient central fault is still deep in every Eastern Region cultivator's mind. And the devil race doesn't share the same fate. Who would dare to make such rumors? The miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples all talked angrily, and this endless anger rose in the hearts of every disciple. Being in Qingyun, they could best feel the righteousness of Qingyun. Although he is a resolute killer, he never kills innocents indiscriminately, let alone colluding with the demon race. The disciples had reported to the elders of each sect, requesting to find out the person or force that had created the rumors and eradicate them. On the other hand, above the green cloud immortal peak, Feng Qingyang stood at the top of Qingyun Peak with his arms crossed, the 3 supreme patriarchs escorting him, lonely, undefeated, charming and Mo Feng standing respectfully behind him. Feng Qingyang peered into the distance, then coldly muttered, to think that someone would dare to say that I, Qingyun, am colluding with the devil race, thinking that after learning about the medieval fault, he had said that if the demon race dared to invade the eastern region again, he would let them know how powerful Qingyun was. Let them, the demon race, have a good cognizance of who is the chopper and who is the fish. Feng Qingyang checked the system prestige value interface. Now more than 20 days had passed since the last time he exchanged for a great emperor, and there were still a few days before the cooling off period would pass and he would be able to summon the great emperor once again. Ding! Someone has been detected deliberately distributing rumors to slander Qingyun. As the future first divine sect of the heavens, how can this be tolerated? Issue a mission to eradicate those who spread rumors and return Qingyun's innocence. A huge reward will be given for completing the mission. Right at this moment, the system's voice in Feng Qingyang's mind sounded once again. Once again, a side mission has been added. Although I, Qingyun, am already strong enough to ignore rumors, but you guys want to seek death. What can the sect do? It can only fulfill you all. A strong man was never afraid of rumors, because his own strength was strong enough, so strong that it made everyone tremble. Then all the gossip could not affect him. For example, in the current Qingyun, So many cultivators of the 5 domains took that message as a rumor. Go to the Middle Kingdom, find that rat in the shadows and eradicate it. Feng Qingyang said blandly without looking back. I honor the sovereign's order. The 3 supreme beings behind him, lonely, undefeated, charming, and Mo Feng sniffed and respectfully arched their hands. In an instant, the majestic aura of the supreme realm rose to the sky. Half-step Dao power erupted from his body. The 3 of them flew straight up into the sky and broke through the air. After they left, Feng Qingyang continued to murmur. I wanted to play with you guys before making a move, but it seems that there are still guys who don't know what's unnecessary. Then that mainline quest to dominate Desolate Marshal can be completed ahead of schedule. After Feng Qingyang finished his dark words, he let out a cold snort before whisking his sleeves away. Inside the clan, the crowd of disciples and elders all detected the 3 powerful auras rushing out of the main peak. This must be the powerful person the sect leader had sent to hang the person who had circulated the rumor. Patriarch mighty. Now let's see how those backstabbers can still jump around. In the meantime, Turbulence Astronomy. This is the junction where the Desolate Marshal continent connects with the outside world. And technically speaking, this is not considered the land of the Desolate Marshal continent, because the heavenly Tao of the Desolate Marshal continent does not cover this place. Without the constraints of the rules of the heavenly Tao. That's why since ancient times the chaotic stream's astral domain has been rumored to have the secret of being able to ascend to immortality here. That's why the continent's great emperor realm supreme powerhouses would usually come here to try their luck. Coupled with the fact that this place was the connection to the outside world, so all the great emperors and powers on the continent had sent out strong men to guard this place in case of an invasion from the outside world, especially to defend against the demon realm in the Void Basin. Turbulent Star Domain. Boundary City. This was a city built by many cultivators who came from Desolate Marshal. There were many other cities here, except that Boundary City was the largest of them, and the cultivators who were able to reside in Boundary City were all famous and powerful in the Desolate Marshal Great Land. Meanwhile, in the Boundary City, a sacred and majestic hall, 2 cultivators with deep auras were sitting above the main hall and were talking. One of them was a man, dressed in a white gilt robe, with his ink hair casually draped behind him. The aura around him is not obvious, but the power of the great Tao that is perfected to the extreme and every move is running with him, and the power of the Tao fills his face to form a mist, so it is not possible to see his face. The white-robed man said in a deep voice, Lin Yao, what do you think about this Qingyun imperial sect that has just appeared? Our plans are on the line. Make no mistake, this emperor has heard that there are 4 great emperors sitting in this Qingyun sect. I don't know where the great emperors of this Qingyun came from. Obviously everything is under your and my control. The man in white said majestically, with a bit of disbelief in his words. The woman across from him, who was called Lin Yao, dressed in a long red-colored dress with a cold and majestic face, was currently sitting in her seat, without emitting any aura. A sense of oppression from a superior came straight to his face, obviously having been in a high position for a long time. Qingyun Imperial Sect? I've never heard of it before. This emperor does know that there was a Qingyun emperor in the Middle Ages. Who created the Qingyun Emperor sect? Is it possible that these 2 are the same sect? It's just that the Qingyuns haven't already fallen long ago. Lin Yao spoke coldly, then paused for a moment to ask indifferently in return. What? Are you, Emperor Dustless, afraid of this Qingyun? Afraid of Qingyun? Joke. I, Dustless, have only had 1 defeat since I became an emperor, and I have yet to know what fear is. It just so happens that the planned emperor source is still a few short. Getting rid of this Qingyun just so happens to complete it. Until then. Chapter 146, Half-Immortal Realm. Qing Di Lin Chang. Oh, the plan is almost complete? He, a whole 10 great emperor sources. I have to say that it's still you, Dustless, who has the means. It's just that you're so sure of taking down Qingyun? Lin Yao smiled coldly and asked in return. Although this emperor asks himself to be a bit tactful, he can't be as ruthless as you. TSK, in order to achieve great things, personally killing a Taoist couple that has accompanied you for tens of thousands of years. This emperor admires that. Wu Du's eyes narrowed as he said teasingly. The opposite party, Lin Yao, only had a trace of ruthlessness crossed her eyes and did not answer. As for whether or not there is any certainty of taking down Qingyun, this emperor naturally has a good idea. After fusing those emperor sources, this emperor's Tao power is on the verge of sublimating, just one last step away from reaching that realm. After Dustless finished speaking, he took the initiative to release the power of the Great Tao within his body, and the power of the Great Tao compressed to the extreme erupted out, and the emptiness of the Boundary Realm city couldn't withstand it and began to collapse. A trace of immortal qi overflowed from his body. Empress Lin Yao's beautiful eyes glared at the situation, her dismay flickering away. His heart was shocked, and he secretly said, he is even faster than this emperor. Looking at this condition, it won't take many days to break through to the half-step immortal realm. Dustless withdrew his aura and laughed. Ha ha, you know this emperor's reliance. So what about this Qingyun who popped out? Everything is under this emperor's control. He did this to deter this Lin Yao woman for a bit. She's been jumping around a bit lately. She needs to be shown who's the one with the most say. He wasn't afraid of what would happen to Lin Yao. Now they were all on the same rope. It's been 200,000 years, and this emperor has finally come this far. Wuduan vaguely recalled that he had been bumping and floating along the way, and it had been more than 160,000 years since he had certified to become an emperor, having attained the late stage of the emperor realm 120,000 years ago, and after that, it had taken him another full 120,000 years to get from the late stage of the emperor realm to this point. Do you know, in the entire desolate martial continent, this emperor is most afraid of one person. It's just that that person hasn't appeared for a long time, a full 1999,978 years, so I guess he died halfway through. What a pity, a true heavenly pride. If he could grow up, the entire desolate martial continent would have to look up to him, Dustless muttered, withdrawing his gaze into the distance. Lin Yao, however, became curious and stood up and walked over to Dustless' side and asked with her mouth open, what heavenly pride? The one and only person who beat you? Never heard you say that before. Dustless' eyes were once again filled with the color of reminiscence. His words today were indeed a bit too much, but not without spitting them out. This emperor also does not know that person's surname and name. By the way, that person seems to be wearing is a certain clan's clothing. At that time the incident was sudden. This emperor also did not see clearly. Almost one move defeated this emperor. You have to know that at that time, this emperor was already a heavenly pride that was famous in the central region. It's just that later on, for some reason, this emperor asked around and didn't get any news of that person, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Dustless said this without further ado, turning his gaze to Lin Yao on the side, pondering for a moment. This emperor remembers that another 12 days will be your birthday. Lin Yao's heart fluttered, then she said without changing her face, it's rare that the mighty Emperor Dustless, who shook the desolate martial, still remembers this emperor's birthday. This emperor is deeply honored. Not really, you should be organizing the Heaven's Pride extravaganza again for your birthday this time, and subsequently inviting the Heaven's Pride disciples of Qin Yun over. When the time comes to do a clean sweep, after taking down Chang Yun, this emperor will honor the promise of the great Tao oath, and you and I will ascend together. Now that the gateway of the chaotic stream star domain is as stable as a rock, and even if that demon race has astounding greatness, under the formation of my desolate martial great emperors, they will have no other way to do so. After Dustless finished speaking, Lin Yao nodded to indicate that it was feasible. Good, then we'll head to desolate martial now. After the two said that, their chi opened up and broke through the void towards the desolate martial continent. One day later, the muddy sky divine kingdom. Today was the day that the mixed sky divine kingdom celebrated with its entire dynasty. There was no other reason. The divine kingdom's pinnacle of the sea, Empress Lin Yao, had returned from the chaotic stream's astral domain. The originally turbulent divine kingdom stabilized once again with the empress sitting on it. At this time, in the divine palace of the Hun heavenly divine kingdom, Lin Yao took off that ruddy-colored dress and replaced it with a purple bright gold robe, wearing a phoenix crown made of real phoenix plumes and feathers. Her face was like a solid cream as she majestically sat on the main seat. Not a moment later, the imposing hall, and walked into a beautiful figure. The woman looked closely at the face and the empress actually has a few similarities. Xinger, how are the preparations for the Heaven's Pride extravaganza going? Empress Lin Yao indifferently said. For her younger sister Qinger she actually still had a few moments of guilt in her heart. She knew that at that time, her younger sister Qinger had fallen in love with Qin Han at the same time as her, but under her means, Qin Han had eventually chosen her, only for the sake of his grand plan to ascend to immortality. Qin Han must die. Below Lin Qing was dressed in a long purple dress, stepping on a pair of Louise Crane white boots under her tall figure, and her 3,000 green silk was casually draped behind her. Hearing this, Lin Qing spoke. Sister, why did you suddenly come back today? Don't you know, those backstabbing little mice in the divine kingdom are starting to get restless. If it weren't for you instructing me, sister, this emperor would have killed him. As for the matter of the heaven's remarkable event, don't worry, sister, it's already been prepared, and invitations have already been sent out to all the major overwhelming forces. After Lin Qing from below finished gushing, Lin Yao on the main seat nodded in relief. Sister Qinger is worthy of being her right-hand man. She is relieved to do things. She pondered that after this future ascension, this divine country will be handed over to Qinger to be in charge. As for Qinger's strength, she was also quite alright, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the great emperor realm, and then with her undercurrents enough to sit in the divine kingdom. Lin Yao then asked with a twinkle in her eye, Qinger, has the heaven's remarkable event sent out an invitation to the Qin Yun imperial sect? Upon hearing this, Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said indistinctly, Sister, although this Qing Yun is super strong. I haven't heard of any top-tier heavenly pride? Everything else is fine. It's just that is it inappropriate to send an invitation to Qing Yun for the Heaven's Pride event? Lin Cheng asked with a frown of incomprehension. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao on the main seat commanded with an unchanged expression. You don't need to care about these. Immediately send someone to Qing Yun to deliver the invitation. This emperor doesn't believe that as a top-tier emperor clan, this Qing Yun doesn't have any true top-tier heavenly pride. I know, sister. Lin Cheng below sniffed and no longer thought much about it, and after saying that, she walked like outside the Great Hall. Time passes. 2 days later, in the central divine continent, 3 figures appeared above the firmament. A majestic supreme aura pressed out horizontally. It was the 3 sovereigns of the green clouds who had come to eradicate the rumors spreading by order of the patriarch. Lonely and undefeated, flirty and emophone, the 3 supreme realms, and as early as a day ago, Cheng Yun had issued a warning that whoever dared to talk about Cheng Yun in private would let him not see the second day of the sky. It has already made an example of a couple of big powers that have been spreading it recklessly. Chapter 147, Divine Kingdom Invitation. Heaven's Pride moves out. At the same time, in the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce in the central divine continent, after the clan's support, the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce had opened up to all parts of the central region. It is working towards the goal of becoming bigger and stronger. Outside the tall and magnificent Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce Pavilion, the lonely undefeated trio descended in front of the door. The 3 walked in without stopping. Pavilion and the construction of the atmosphere. Brilliant, after all. Is the Qing Yun Emperor clan attached to the Chamber of Commerce? Row face this piece cannot be poor. Seeing the arrival of the 3, the Chamber of Commerce and the branch president of a crane-haired old man, hurriedly walked forward to greet 3 adults. The upper side has been ordered down. You inside please. The old man respectfully welcomed the lonely undefeated trio into a hidden room. Who are these 3 people? What a great face. The branch president of the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce had to greet them respectfully and personally. Where did this big shot come from? Even if the family head of the forbidden family came, they wouldn't have this kind of appearance. A man in the Chamber of Commerce's main hall exclaimed in a small voice. His companion next to him made a gesture whispering, "Shoo, keep your voice down. You didn't see the clan attire these 3 adults are wearing? This look means that the big shots of the Qing Yun Imperial sect have personally descended, which is why the branch president personally greeted them." The man finished thinking for a while then continued, "I reckon that these 3 adults are here to investigate the matter of the rumors that degraded Qing Yun this time. 2 days ago, the Emperor's sect had already destroyed a few large forces that had spread the rumors recklessly, and now those forces that had spread the rumors must have been silenced." When he said that, the few passers-by who curiously came together also came to a realization. Then he respectfully looked in the direction that the lonely undefeatable trio had left. A big shot from the Qing Yun Imperial sect. I wonder what kind of strong person he is. Everyone, we will pretend that we know nothing about what we saw today. Or, the man who spoke made a neck-wiping gesture, and then said no more. On the other side, in the hidden room where the Chamber of Commerce deliberated, reporting to the 3 lords, after we have been able to investigate and learn about the news in the past few days, the very first rumor was spread from a certain power in the Star Continent, but my subordinate is incompetent and didn't investigate which power it was, so please forgive me, my lords. The Chamber of Commerce branch president bowed respectfully as soon as he entered. No harm done. This can't be completely blamed on you guys. The central region is too vast. It's already good that you guys were able to investigate to this point in just 3 days. You notify the Chamber of Commerce over on the Star Continent that the 3 of my ancestors will arrive at noon the following day. Lone Undefeated looked at the bowing old man in front of him and commanded. As you command, my lord. The branch president immediately said with a respectful arch of his hand. Time passed, and it was 2 days later. At this moment, almost half of the desolate martial continent was abuzz. There was no other reason for this. The birthday of Empress Lin Yao of the Mixed Heavenly Divine Kingdom was still 7 days away, and there were as many great powers going to celebrate her birthday as there were people. The famous Celestial Pride on the various Celestial Pride lists and some hidden Celestial Pride, as well as those lesser-known Celestial Pride all rushed towards the Dust Continent's Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom. It was because this time, on the birthday of the Empress Emperor, a Heaven's Pride event that had spread its fame across the continent would be held. At that time, those who were famous at the event would get the reputation of being famous in the 5 regions, and would also receive a large amount of rewards from the Divine Kingdom. If you don't have a big power behind you, you can also join the God's Kingdom and rise to the heavens in one step. On the other hand, the first great continent, Ya Chao, hidden power, Mirror Moon Valley. An old man with a deep aura and white hair sat at the top of the valley, looking downward, holding a hookless fishing rod and fishing at the sea of clouds. XINR, I heard that you're planning to go to this heaven's remarkable event? The old man said in a slightly casual manner without looking back. Behind him stood a tall woman who was out of the ordinary and had picturesque eyebrows. The woman sniffed and gently arched her hand. Yes, grandfather. This time, the Heaven's Pride event is designated to bring together the various heavenly prides of the 5 domains. And those hidden heavenly prides should also come. So XINR wants to go and challenge them. Let's first test how strong the current Heaven's Pride is now, so that the 5 regions Heaven's Pride competition afterward will also be assured. The old man smiled with a kind brow. XINRU, this Heavenly Pride list ranked 5th Heavenly Pride. Still need to test them well. Grandpa, you're poking fun at XINR again. This Heaven's Remarks list hasn't been accurate throughout the ages. And those true Heaven's Remarks characters surely haven't shown their heads yet. If there were any knowledgeable cultivators here, they would definitely recognize this bright and white-toothed woman. The supreme pride that ranked 5th on the 5 regions Heavenly Pride ranking. DXINR. Ha, it's Grandpa who's being talkative. Then XINR, you'll head there. Grandpa will send your Uncle Chen to escort you. D. Chen, the old man said, calling out with a thought. A man in a black robe appeared right behind him and respectfully arched his hand. Valley Master, you escort XINR to the mixed heavenly divine kingdom. Remember, protect XINR. If anything goes wrong, the old man will only hold you accountable. The angling old man said in a deep voice. Fucked. The old man had just finished speaking. The fishing in the sea of clouds of the line has a movement. He smiled. Lifted up to sea, is a spirit rhyme bird dead bite the line. On the other hand, the heavenly diffusion imperial dynasty. Inside a palace in the imperial dynasty, a young man dressed in a noble golden robe murmured, the Heaven's Pride event has finally arrived. With the strength of my 4th place in the Heaven's remarkable ranking, I will definitely be able to take a place in the event. I just don't know if the 3 of them will go forward this time. It would be fun if they all go. The next day, the Green Cloud sect. In the magnificent Qing Yun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat on the main seat, and with a wave of his sleeve the invitation was revealed in mid-air. I am the Qing Emperor of the Han Tian Divine Kingdom, and I have heard that the Qing Yun Imperial sect has many powerful people and countless celestial pride. I have been ordered by the female emperor of my Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom to invite the Imperial sect to come and participate in the Heaven's Pride event organized by my Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom. An invitation from the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom? It's not like I, Qing Yun, have anything to do with this divine kingdom, so why am I being sent invitations to my Qing Yun? Besides, it's true that Qing Yun has many strong people. This is known by the world, but the top heavenly pride has never been revealed. Could it be that this mixed heavenly divine kingdom knows that this sect is going to make a move against it and is planning to strike first? Feng Qingyang murmured in disbelief. Ding! Issue a new side quest to participate in the Heaven's Pride Fest in 6 days. A disciple of Qing Yun who comes out on top at the event and shakes up the world can complete the task, and will be rewarded with a huge amount of money for completing it. Ha! Another mission. It just so happens that it's time for my disciples of Qing Yun to make an appearance. 6 days later, that is, 25 days had passed since the start of the opening of the mountain to accept disciples, and his own protege Sher Hao and the rest of them had made considerable progress again under the augmentation of the time and space tower. And by then, the January cooling off period for the Redemption Mall will have almost passed. It's time to redeem the Great One again. Chapter 148, Return of the Dragon Emperor. Rage on the Blue Cloud. After Feng Changyang muttered, he used his mind to instruct the elders of Qing Yun with his divine thoughts, asking them to inform the Heavenly Pride disciples on the rankings of the various sects to speed up their cultivation. 6 days later, he traveled with the sect to the Han Heavenly Divine Kingdom to participate in the Heaven's remarkable event. Feng Qingyang then stood up, let his eyes gaze out towards the Great Hall and indifferently said, since you guys want to play, I, Qing Yun, will accompany you to the end, regardless of any plots and tricks you may have. I, Qing Yun, will break them. In this way Qing Yun's disciples were under the madness of internal scrolling. Another 2 days had passed, and there were only 4 days before the opening of the Heaven's Pride event. On this day, the northern region, a vast expanse of sky over the North Sea. Roar! A dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly came out. All of a sudden, the cultivators on both sides of the North Sea were startled. What the hell? There are still dragons here? Didn't all of the dragon race defect to Qing Yun and all of them traveled to Qing Yun? Who knows? Just then, a cultivator on the side pointed to the sky with his middle finger and exclaimed, Misty grass, look up in the clouds. The crowd looked in the direction that the man's middle finger was pointing, only to see a sacred green dragon that covered the sky and churned over the sea of clouds. The green dragon continuously exuded majestic dragon might, and its clear dragon roar resounded through the 5 domains. Where is this emperor's dragon palace? Who destroyed this emperor's dragon palace? The green dragon hissed angrily from the firmament. Its emperor realm's divine thoughts had just probed deeper into the North Sea when it realized that the dragon palace, where its dragons had inhabited for hundreds of thousands of years, had been destroyed, leaving behind only a ruin. Afterward, Its divine thoughts continued to probe downward, and it saw that a bottomless 10,000 foot abyss had appeared at the original North Sea floor. The scent of the remnants of the battle in the abyss moved it. How can it be? This breath. The green dragon's lantern-like dragon eyes widened in disbelief. As a dragon emperor of the dragon race, it was a powerful divine dragon that had reached the late stage of the emperor realm. What kind of supreme powerhouse had fought here to strike the abyss? The dragon emperor instantly associated something bad with it, and was alarmed. My clan's dragon palace has been destroyed. Could it be that the overwhelming power of the human race has struck out against my clan? In the meantime, Green Cloud sect back mountain. Roar! 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 The crowd of dragons of the dragon clan hissed in response when they heard this dragon roar. Dragon Emperor! It's our clan's dragon emperor who has returned. On the other hand, on the Green Cloud peak, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes in an instant, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he muttered, "It's here! It's finally here!" As he listened to the resounding dragon roar, he concluded that it was the dragon emperor of the dragon clan in the chaotic stream's astral domain who had returned. Now the immortal king's flying carriage rewarded by the system could be used. What was the compulsion of a dragon pulling a cart in the supreme realm? A dragon emperor pulling a cart was pretty much the same. With that, Feng Qingyang used his divine thoughts to send a message to the 3 Dragon Clan Demon Zun clan elders on the back peak of Qingyun Peak. Inform the Dragon Emperor to come to Qingyun to meet the sect. Well, by the way, inform Long Qing again to come. After the 3 clan elders exchanged glances at the words, they didn't dare to be slow and used the unique voice transmission of the Dragon Clan to send a message to the Dragon Emperor, who was hundreds of trillions of miles away. On the other side, the North Sea, Green Cloud Emperor sect. Why has this emperor never heard of it? My dragon clan has defected to this Qingyun. I, as a dragon emperor, didn't even know about it. Damn it! Roar! The dragon emperor roared before dragging his huge body to the east in the direction of Qingyun and broke into the air. The crowd of northern domain cultivators below who saw the scene were all filled with confusion, not knowing what had happened. Why is this huge green dragon angry? Could it be? The cultivators hesitated for a moment and figured it out at once. This majestic imperial might must be that legendary dragon emperor, who should have learned of the news of the dragon race's defection to Qingyun and had gone up to Qingyun in anger. The next day, under the Green Cloud Mountain, Dragon Emperor's massive green dragon body directly shattered the air. After coming out horizontally, the majestic dragon might exploded out. The Emperor Realm's aura pressed down horizontally from above the void. The Dragon Emperor's huge dragon eyes looked down coldly. This is Qingyun, isn't it? What kind of person? How dare you offend my Qingyun? Right at this moment, an angry roar from outside the door of the Green Cloud sect shot up into the sky, followed by a majestic imperial might that rose up into the sky. Outside the sect gate, the Black Emperor appeared and coldly looked into the void before flying up. However, after seeing that slightly familiar figure, his heart was shocked and he asked incredulously, "Dragon Emperor?" Stunned for a moment, the Black Emperor changed his expression and said disdainfully, "I said who was yelling and disturbing this emperor's sleep yesterday. So it was you. However, your dragon's guts are too fat. How dare you barge into my Qingyun?" The Dragon Emperor stared coldly at the barking black dog. Only the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. "You're the Black Emperor. Surprisingly, you haven't fallen. This emperor kills you." After recognizing the Black Emperor, the Dragon Emperor hesitated for a moment and immediately became enraged. It's good that it didn't fall. It even guarded this Qingyun. This is just right. New and old grudges are revenged at the same time. This Black Emperor often preyed on the dragons of their dragon clan 100,000 years ago. Only at that time it and the Black Emperor's strength was in between, and it couldn't help it. Now that 100,000 years have passed, he has already cultivated himself from the middle stage of the Emperor realm to the late stage. This Black Emperor looks as if he has not improved in the slightest, but instead has fallen quite a bit. After saying that, the Dragon Emperor rotated its huge body. Majestic dragon might swept out as it killed the Black Emperor not far away with its furious eyes. Misty Grass, you're serious with this emperor? Wait a minute, we're kind of old friends, and this is how you treat your old friends? As soon as the Black Emperor saw that the situation was not right, he immediately flew towards the sect and stood over the protector formation to look at the Dragon Emperor. This emperor is currently injured and has yet to fully recover. After this emperor recovers, he will fight you again. The anger in the Dragon Emperor's heart increased once again, and he charged straight over. Just without waiting for it to get close, the Green Cloud sect's protector formation took the initiative to attack, and a thick robotic thunderbolt struck down fiercely. Boom! Roar! Loud bangs accompanied the wailing of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's huge body was split down on the spot. Ugh! Why bother? Luckily you didn't break into the big formation, or else it would have been hard for the immortals in the sky to come down to save you. You said that all of your dragons have defected to me, Qingyun, so what are you fighting for? The Dragon Emperor down below looked incredulously within the Green Cloud sect upon hearing this. This calamity lightning. This formation was surprisingly so powerful. Its powerful cultivation at the late Emperor realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. Really, if one were to forcefully break into the formation like the Black Emperor said, then one would not be doomed. The Dragon Emperor thought carefully. Ha ha, aren't you going to beat this Emperor? Come. This Emperor came out. This Emperor went back in. Hit me off, fool. The Black Emperor began to repeatedly jump horizontally inside and outside the grand formation, teasing the Dragon Emperor. Black Emperor, bring the Dragon Emperor into the clan. Just as the Black Emperor was having a good time, a cool voice came out from within the Green Cloud sect. Empress Bright Moon. The Black Emperor's head flinched and immediately stopped in midair. It glanced at the Dragon Emperor below and indifferently said, my clan's Green Luan Peak Master, Empress Mingyue, has sent word, designating that Lord Patriarch wants to see you. Let's go. This Emperor will take you into the sect. Click on my avatar to get into the fan page. Chapter 149, Proving the Tao and Entering the Emperor. Redeeming the Great Emperor. Qingluan Peak Master. Bright Moon Empress. After the Dragon Emperor transformed into his form, he exclaimed out in shock, his face full of shock. Could it be a hidden Great Emperor? It had never heard of such a great emperor whose emperor name was Bright Moon. This Qing Yun was truly not simple. When the Black Emperor saw its appearance he joked, ha ha, is it that you don't know who the Bright Moon Empress is? As you have returned from the chaotic flux star domain, I'm sure you've also been to your lair, the North Sea, and should have seen the 10,000 feet deep abyss in the depths of that North Sea, right? The Dragon Emperor was once again shocked at his words, hearing the Black Emperor say this. Could it be that that bottomless abyss was left behind by this Qing Yun's Bright Moon Emperor? The breath remaining in the abyss has moved it even now. That this Bright Moon Empress, peak greatness, got it. That abyss was left behind by my Qing Yun's second emperor crushing the Demon Emperor. That Demon Emperor is just a late stage of the Emperor realm, being crushed to death by my sect's great emperor in 2 random strokes. It's really uninteresting, the Black Emperor said with a disdainful face, looking at its expression and tone as if that Demon Emperor was crushed to death by it. Alright, this emperor is not going to talk nonsense with you. Come with this emperor. A few moments later, in the magnificent Green Cloud Great Hall, Feng Chengyang sat on the main seat and closed his eyes. At the bottom of the Grand Hall, the 3 demon Zuns of the Dragon Clan stood respectfully at the side of the Grand Hall, and in front of them stood the Dragon Clan Princess Long Cheng, who had been summoned. The 4 dragons stood respectfully, not daring to say much, all waiting for something. Not long after, the Black Emperor led the Dragon Emperor into the Green Cloud Hall. As soon as the Black Emperor came in and saw the figure above him, he respectfully said, reporting to Sovereign, the Dragon Emperor has been brought here. When the words fell, Feng Changyang's majestic voice came down. Well, go down. With that, Feng Changyang opened his eyes and looked down towards the Great Hall. Only behind the Black Emperor stood a middle-aged looking man, only that he had a pair of double horns growing on his head. There was also the original unruffled and dignified face that was filled with shock at this time. Yes, Patriarch, I will retire first. After the Black Emperor respectfully finished speaking, he walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. The Dragon Emperor also noticed his own 3 clan elders and his own woman, Long Cheng, on one side at this time. It was just that it had seen how powerful Chang Yun was since it had entered it, not daring to do anything rash in the slightest now. You are the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan? Once again, a voice of majesty came from above. The Dragon Emperor sniffed and looked up as a figure sat there, secretly saying in his heart that this was the Lord of the Green Clouds, right? Not daring to be slow it then said, reporting to the Lord of Qing Yun, I am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Long Yen, late stage of the Emperor realm. That's still a bit strong. On the main seat, Feng Changyang nodded his head and then said no more. After scanning it, the Dragon Emperor's various stats were clear at a glance. Dragonitis, late Emperor realm cultivation, race, green dragon, talent, dragon's breath, intimidates the body and mind, and has a great suppression effect on demonic beasts, world-destroying dragon's breath, the dragon's natural talent. The hot dragon's breath is enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Status, contemporary chief of the Dragon Clan. Father, join together and join Chang Yun. You have seen the might of Qing Yun even after traveling all the way here, and you should know that what you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg of my Qing Yun. Matriarch, we failed to guard the dragons, but joining Qing Yun is really the right choice. Only then can our Dragon Clan rise again. This is an opportunity. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Long Qing and the 3 great clan elders on one side of the room had transmitted their voices to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's face was filled with a tangle of colors as he sniffed, plus his heart, which had long been shocked, began to waver at this point. Dragons are naturally proud and will never be slaves. But, its defection, becoming its subordinate power is not considered slavery at all. Thereupon, The Dragon Emperor no longer thought much about it, and after making up his mind, he arched his hand and respectfully said, reporting to the sovereign, I also want to join the Green Cloud like my clan. I still hope that the sovereign will grant me permission. Just waiting for you to say that. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang lightly laughed in his heart, but still did not change his face and majestically said, this sect is permitted. You also first follow by the side of this sect. Alright, all of you, stand down. After they were all gone, Feng Qingyang opened the system and the cooling off period had passed, so he could redeem the Great Emperor again. There are still 3 days to go as when the Heaven's Pride event opens. Just in case must be completely prepared. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to proceed to redeem the Great Emperor, the machine-like voice of the system rang out. My lord, there is a fracture-beating cultivation enhancement card in the Prestige Value Mall today. The original price is going to be 1,800,000 prestige value. The current price is only 300,000. Only one for sale. Cultivation enhancement card. Feng Qingyang paused in his movements. This was a good thing. He was now in the late Supreme Realm. Using a cultivation enhancement card again, that would be a helicopter to the late Great Emperor realm. The system immediately redeems it for me and then uses it directly. Redeeming the Great Emperor beforehand was a little bit later, and one's own cultivation was the top priority. Ding! The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Realm Enhancement card. Ding! The use was successful. As the system's words fell, the power of the great Tao within Feng Qingyang's body worked crazily, and the majestic Tao power, in an instant, boiled up. The half-step great Tao of the heavens was transformed into a complete great Tao in an instant. Feng Qingyang's cultivation started to soar wildly along with him. Late Supreme Realm, Early Great Emperor Realm, Mid Great Emperor Realm, Late Great Emperor Realm. Majestic to the extreme imperial might erupted from within him, sweeping across the entire desolate martial continent in an instant. The aura of the late stage of the Great Emperor Realm also radiated out. It's the Great Emperor again. This aura is so unfamiliar. It's just that looking at this powerful imperial might, it can't be a newly certified Great Emperor. Hidden Emperor. There's only the Qingyun Imperial sect in that direction. The cultivators in the 5 domains exclaimed. The Green Cloud Emperor sect. Another hidden Great Emperor who had never appeared. A few moments later, in the Green Cloud Hall, Feng Qingyang stood with his hands in the air, his demonic purple pupils. Looking out, the sky and the earth were eclipsed. One thought, late stage of the Great Emperor realm. It's a wonderful feeling. He felt that the power in his body was now many times more powerful than before, and that he could break the stars with a casual slap. A single thought could tear through the void and break through the air. It is true that a moment of hanging, a moment of pleasure, has been hanging a straight pleasure. Other people's hundreds of thousands of years of hard work would not necessarily be able to prove themselves as emperors, and it only took himself almost half a year to reach that height. With this emperor's great Tao of the heavens and immortal weapons, great emperors and those below them are expected to have no more enemies. Feng Qingyang muttered, even if the peak great emperor came, it wouldn't be good. He didn't even know where the limit of the power of the first avenue of the heavens was, and so far no one had ever been able to make him go all out. Breaking into the emperor realm, he naturally perceived more things. It only felt like there were shackles binding this side of heaven in the underworld. That is to say, without breaking this shackle, one would never be able to advance to the realm after the great emperor on this continent. After the great emperor, it should be an immortal, right? After secretly saying that, Feng Qingyang no longer thought much about it. So what if it's a fairy? If Chengyun continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before even if an immortal came, he would have to grovel to Qingyun. System, use 1 million prestige values to exchange for a great emperor. Click on my avatar to follow me on the homepage. Guys, Chapter 150, Emperor at Large. Above the Great Emperor. Ding, consume 1 million prestige values to exchange for a random Great Emperor Realm Supreme. Ding, redemption successful. Extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for extracting the Great Provider. The peak of the Great Emperor Realm. The Easy Emperor. Engraving in progress. Engraving successful. Another peak Great Emperor. Gray can be. The system is powerful. With that, the system interface in Feng Qingyang's mind also appeared with the panel of the Free Emperor. Prosperity. The Emperor's name is Prosperity. Realm. Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Talent. Easy Sacred Body. Technique. The secret of the free diffusion of the Emperor. Emperor's technique. Martial art. Easy sword technique. One sword easy. One sword across the world. Ancient Emperor. Easy. Feng Qingyang's eyes turned. A great offering? Peak Great Emperors still make do. Meanwhile, in the sky above the Green Cloud sect, the visions are rampant. The void was torn open, and raging astral winds kept blowing in. Immediately afterward, majestic Emperor might surged out, and a powerful to the extreme Emperor realm aura pressed out horizontally. A figure stepped out from the void rift, dressed in white and green, with Taoist rhythms flowing through his Qingyun attire. A straight, 3-foot blade was embroidered on the back of the robe, and long, silver-white hair was draped over his back. His glaring gaze looked out of the corner of his eye. His figure appeared incomparably great and majestic. Between breaths, Taoist rhythms flowed. What a terrifying aura! The great confessor. It's my great provider of Changyun. The disciples looked up at the terrifying figure in the void. 10,000 ancient green clouds. 10,000 ancient green clouds. They have chanted. How honored he was to be able to join such a powerful sect. The elders of the peaks and sects inside and outside the sect also looked into the void and thought, did I, the great provider of Qingyun, also receive the order of the patriarch to return to the sect? In the inner sect area, Mu Shuixian retracted her gaze, the shocked color in her beautiful eyes slow to dissipate. She couldn't help but lament. The number of strong people in the sect is truly incalculable. It's another peak great emperor that transcends the higher ranks. Recently, the return of powerful people in the sect had become more and more frequent, and just now, a powerful emperor's might had erupted from the direction of the Green Cloud Hall, and now another great emperor had appeared. Could it be that the sovereign had played a shocking game of chess and was now planning to wrap it up? Heaven and earth as a chessboard? All beings as pawns? Mu Shuixian frowned darkly, then shook her head without further thought. Keeping up with the patriarch's pace, keeping up with Qingyun's pace is quasi-correct. In the outside world, the cultivators who felt this aura were all jaw-dropped at this. No way. What's wrong with Qingyun? Not to come out of the world is not to come out of the world. Once it comes out of the world is the Qingyun congregation of great emperors vertical and horizontal chanting. At this point, the other side. In the Green Cloud Immortal City, the Mu family. 5 days ago, the Mu family had moved their entire clan over. At that time, it also caused quite a stir in the middle continent of the central domain. The Mu family, once an imperial clan, suddenly announced that the entire clan had defected to the Qingyun imperial sect, and even the family had all relocated to Qingyun Immortal City. It led to a cloud of mouths at the time. After all, although the Qingyun imperial sect is mighty, your Mu family was once a powerful imperial clan as well. How can you just say you're defecting? But after that they figured it out. With the Qingyun imperial sect, the supreme power of the day, as a sheltering umbrella, one could walk sideways in the 5 domains. Damn it, the Mu family got the jump on me. Another great emperor. 2 great emperors have already reappeared in the Lord Clan Qingyun today. Mu Changkong, the head of the Mu family, exclaimed, Brother Mu, with what I've discovered these days, our Qingyun is far from as simple as it seems. This cultivation of mine is really not enough to be placed within the sect. My Green Sword Peak's Peak Master alone is not comparable to me. Green Sword Peak Elder, Sword Idiot Young Feng said from the side. Now that there were still no disciples in the Immortal Peaks, it was relatively free, so he had come to the Immortal City today to find an old friend to catch up with. Feeling these 2 powerful auras, he sighed with emotion and feeling. Green Sword Peak Master? That's the Immortal Peak Master of the one you're on. Brother Yang? Green Sword Peak. I remember. The Wuji Swordfather who previously crossed the central region with a single sword. Mu Changkong said in shock. He himself was a peak supreme, but there was a difference between a supreme and a supreme in terms of strength and weakness. That day that figure was truly terrifying. The sword intent came out across the board, frost chilling the 13 continents of the central region. That terrifying sword chi was something he remembered vividly even now. Wuji Sword Dao, 10,000 swords supreme. When a sword comes out, heaven and earth lose color. Yes, that day was the peak master of Wuji. By the way, did the process of moving your clan go well? Hearing his best friend's words, Mu Changkong smiled, his mind automatically recalling the scene at that time. As the current head of the Mu family, he naturally said everything, but there were just a few other senior ancestors who weren't too happy about it. He then told the story of Elder Water Fairy and Elder Black Emperor in Qingyun. Good lord, those few old ancestors who were excited at that time rushed here faster than he did. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, Feng Qingyang looked at the figure standing in the hall with satisfaction and said majestically, Easy son, you will be my Qingyun's grand provider from now on. 3 days from now will be the time when the Heaven's Pride event of the Central Region's Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom opens, and I, the disciples of Qingyun's Heaven's Pride, will be departing in a moment. This clan orders you to be their Dao protector and set off with the Intersect's Grand Elder and Second Elder. This Heaven's Pride event was not a trivial matter, and both the elders and the Dao protectors had to accompany them in case it was a plot against Qingyun. Feng Qingyang secretly said, Peak Great Emperor appeared. There aren't many in this desolate marshal that can match it, right? I honor the sovereign's order. Easy will definitely guarantee the safety of my Qingyun disciples. In the Great Hall, the silver white-haired Easy Emperor respectfully said. He just stood where he was, not exuding any aura, his 3,000 strands of hair sharp as a sword, as if gently waving it, the void was going to be separated. Aha! Feng Qingyang said, closing his eyes as his divine mind probed into the system once again. System, what is above a great emperor? Great emperor shouldn't be the ultimate realm, Feng Qingyang asked curiously with feeling. Ascending to the emperor realm he naturally perceived more things. Qingyun had 3 peak great emperors already. So what was above the great emperors? Although he could sense that there were shackles in this heaven and earth, it was still a question as to whether or not there were any great emperors above the desolate martial continent. It's better to ask the system just in case, and to learn a wider range of things. Ding, offset 100, 000 prestige values, unlocked, Feng Qingyang said, unlocked without a care in the world about it. Redeeming the great emperor consumed 1 million prestige values, and redeeming the cultivation enhancement card consumed 300,000 prestige values. He looked at it, and now there was still a full 800,000 more prestige values left. Anyway, there were plenty of prestige values, and a mere 100, 000 was not enough. Just now, when his own emperor's might and prosperity's emperor's might shook the continent, he was close to earning back this 100, 000 prestige value. Ding, consumed successfully. Above the great emperor is the immortal realm, but before the great emperor ascends to the immortal realm, there is a half-immortal realm, where the body's Tao source has not yet been completely transformed into the immortal source, and so it is called the half-immortal realm. Half-immortal realm is divided into 10 heavens, 1 for each heaven, and when the 10 heavens are complete, one can ascend to immortality. Ding, due to the 100, 000 prestige value spent by the Lord, a large map of the current realm is now attached. Fairyland, sure enough. Feng Qingyang's heart shuddered secretly. It was as he thought. The great emperor was not the final realm. As for the map of the realm, Feng Qingyang took a closer look at it. The passageway connecting to the immortal realm was above the chaotic flow star field known as the celestial immortal realm. Feng Qingyang frowned and lamented. The journey is still far. Qingyun still needs to work hard. A few moments later, a group of Qingyun's heavenly disciples gathered at the core of the sect. The time to head to the Heaven's Pride event had arrived. Chapter 151, Disciples' Departure to the Mixed Heavens. Inside the Green Cloud sect, at the core of the sect, the inner sect's Grand Elder, Mu Shui Xian, and the inner sect's Second Elder, Luo Chen, stood in front of the group of Heaven's Pride disciples. Ever since the system of elders was implemented, the inner sect elders were the strongest as well as the first ones to enter the inner sect, so Mu Shui Xian was named the Grand Elder. The next one was Luo Chen, who was ordained as the Second Elder. Mu Shui Xian's cultivation had recovered to the middle stage of the Supreme Realm. As for Elder Luo Chen, he had directly broken through to the peak of the Saint King Realm after being bestowed with the Undying Great Tao by Feng Qingyang. Then along with Feng Qingyang's breakthrough just now, he also followed suit and took the final step at the peak of Saint King, breaking into the Supreme. The Thunderbolt hadn't even been crossed, and just because it was within the Green Cloud sect, the Thunderbolt hadn't even been brewing. It was simply outrageous. Once again, the summoned character will train independently and will follow the protagonist's cultivation level. Senior brother, we've been cultivating hard for many days, and this Heaven's Pride event we can finally make a name for the clan. For Changyun, Lin Bai, who was dressed in a pro-disciple outfit at the very front, spoke in a spirited manner. Previously, it was all the strongest members of the clan who protected them, but now it was their turn to fight for Qingyun for these disciples. Sure Hao, who was standing at the middle of the senior brothers and sisters, nodded at his words. It was rumored in the outside world that Qingyun had no heavenly pride. It was time to let them see it. Although confident in his own strength and the strength of his siblings, but as a pro-transmission senior brother, he still had a little bit of pressure. It is an unchanging truth that one should not underestimate the group of heroes in the world. Senior brother, senior sister, how has your cultivation been going these past few days? Sure Hao asked, as he had been practicing hard in the Time and Space Tower since he had broken through the Trial Tower on his last outing. More than 20 days in the outside world. 6 years inside the Time and Space Tower. His cultivation had also broken through from the middle stage of Transformation God to the peak of Transformation God. To know since he was abolished since the repair did not use much time to go to this step. Of course, in which the Time and Space Tower great credit. I don't know how sure Tian is doing. He, Supreme Body plus Chaos Pupil. I guess I don't even deserve to mention my shoes now. Sure Hao's eyes were deep, and an icy killing intent was hidden in the depths of his pupils. I've been at the Green Sword Peak some time ago to ask Master Lin Feng to teach me the way of the sword, and then I went to the Time and Space Pagoda to slowly enlighten myself after I realized something. It's now broken through to the second realm of the Sword Tao, the Sword Body realm. Lin Bai finished slightly releasing the sword path in his body. The lingering sword chi directly broke through his body as he stood erect there, looming over him. His entire body was as sharp as a sheathed sword. Hiss, falling dance. The inner disciple behind Lin Bai who also practiced the Sword Tao, inhaled a deep breath of cool air at the sight. What's this? Sword body. It was important to realize how difficult it was to cultivate the way of the sword, greatly testing one's talent and enlightenment. which couldn't be improved by effort alone. Senior brother Lin was about the same age as her. His realm was higher than hers, and his cultivation in the way of the sword was beyond her reach. It's worthy of being passed down by the patriarch himself. In a moment, Lin Bai withdrew his aura and turned his head with a smile and asked, "Senior sister, what about you? How is your cultivation going? You're more active in cultivation than both eldest brother and I. The designation improvement isn't small, is it?" Hua Qingyue, who was on the side, smiled and said, "No, I still have to rely on the two senior brothers. My Phoenix diffractive sacred skill has only been cultivated to the 4th level. But well, if someone underestimates senior sister me at the event, then I'll definitely make him suffer a bit." Lin Bai unconsciously took a step back when he heard this, secretly saying, "It's still the senior sister who is playing high. Is this an intention to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger?" Behind Shihao's trio, there were also 5 heavenly pride disciples of the inner sect standing. 5 inner sect celestial pride: Qin Han, Ning Yen, Qin Yen, Long Ao Tian, and Falling Dance. All 5 of them were dressed in a green cloud sect's inner disciples attire, wearing sect tokens on their waists, and each of them had an extraordinary aura. Upon Feng Qing Yang's decision, for this heaven's remarkable event, he would send out his 3 major pro-disciples, along with the top 5 disciples of the inner sect, led by the 2 great inner sect elders. The great confessors secretly escorted the way. The disciples who traveled this time had to seek refinement and give a good smack in the face to those who said that Qingyan didn't have a top-tier heavenly pride. The Qingyan sect had many celestial pride, but the inner sect still only had 10 disciples. However, now that the Green Cloud sect's disciple promotion system had changed, there were only a few days left before the last proposed month. Right now, within the sect, there were also several disciples of the realm of God transformation among the outer disciples, and they were only waiting for the day when the system would change, so they would be able to helicopter into the inner sect. At this moment, the inner sect's senior brother Qin Han, who was standing in the middle of the 5 disciples, was fuming, his thoughts a bit confused. Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom, Empress Lin Yao, it's been 50,000 years since I've seen you. 3 days from now happens to be that wicked woman's birthday. He had originally planned to wait until he was certified as a great emperor again, and then he would kill towards mixed heaven to settle the score with her. Who knew that because of this heaven's pride event, he would now have to step into the mixed heavens again in advance. Just then, up ahead, inner sect elder Mu Shui Xian received a transmission from the patriarch. Then she cleared her throat and said, "All disciples, this heaven's remarkable event is about to open in 3 more days, so I hope that you will live up to the clan's expectations and raise the name of my Qing Yun." It had also been a long time since she had traveled to the central region, more than 100,000 years since her fall, and this time, it was just the right time to revisit her hometown. "Depart." Then without further thought, Mu Shui Xian said aloud. With a thought, she summoned the clan's green cloud worship. Ever since the clan had been upgraded to the 2nd level, the green cloud worship had been upgraded as well. The already huge worship once again increased in size, covering the sky and the sun. The green-colored body of the ship was flowing with endless Tao rhythms, and standing in front of the worship, a sacred and powerful aura came straight to his face. Before it was upgraded, it could only withstand the attacks of the manifestation realm, and the light cannons fired after the spirit stones were energized were only equivalent to the full force of the entry realm strikes. But after the upgrade, it's straight-up birdshot. It could withstand attacks from the great emperor realm, and the light cannons fired were equivalent to a supreme strike, but recharging it would require the recharging of Tao crystals. Tao crystal is a precious thing that can only be used in the supreme realm and above, and it contains Tao power that can be used to cultivate and increase the Tao power in the body of the person who has realized the great Tao. It's still the same thing. The Green Cloud sect lacks everything, just not these things. There was a dense flow of Tao rhythm everywhere in the clan, and the crystals condensing out every moment could not be counted. After Mu Shui Xian finished speaking, she took the lead in boarding the warship, with the rest of them following closely behind. Boom! A loud rumbling sound came from the green cloud warship as it shot straight up into the heavens, and then it flew off in the direction of the central domain. Outside, in the desolate martial continent, the heavens remarkable event organized by the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom was approaching, making the already incredibly prosperous Great Continent, Dust Continent, even more lively. A large number of Central Region Celestial Pride and cultivators from the 5 regions flocked to the Dust Continent. The hidden sects, the Heavenly Pride ranked on the Heaven's Pride ranking list appeared one after another. Those overwhelming powers had also received the invitation from the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom just like the Green Cloud sect, and all of them had each sent their disciples to come. It would be good to move around with Mixed Sky more often, and besides, this Heaven's Pride event also attracts the world's attention. If the disciples of his power could make a splash on, then the prestige of his power could deepen once again. Meanwhile, the Middle Domain's upper continent, the Star Continent, Here, every weak power has been on edge these past 10 days. 10 days of time. The star continent had already seen many forces and numerous cities slaughtered. Although everyone understands that strong people who have achieved success in cultivation have stepped on countless corpses and bones step by step. One emperor's road to success, 1 billion bones withered. But this time it's too deranged. The forces and cities that were massacred were miserable. They were all corpses and bones. And all the cultivators just disappeared as if they had vaporized. Just by looking at the bloodstains and traces of the fight left at the scene, it was clear that these people were feared to be in a bad way. What kind of person could do such a thing? Finally found you. That little mouse turned out to be the Lin family. Chapter 152 Dustless Immortalization descends on the Lin family. The Middle Kingdom, the Upper Continent, the Star Continent. Inside the Green Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Lone Undefeated said in a deep voice. Based on the information that the Chamber of Commerce had poked around in the past few days, all of it pointed to the Star Continent Transcendent Family Lin family. The voluptuous and charming figure on the side sniffed and frowned as she answered. The Lin family? Qing Yun, don't seem to have anything to do with them, right? When Mo Feng heard this, he remembered something after a slight recollection. This honored one remembers that when our Qing Yun opened the mountain, there was a junior from the Lin family who begged Lord Black Emperor to take him to challenge the second level of the test to come. That day when the clan opened the mountain for examination, he also noticed the scene outside the clan. In that case, this Lin family junior failed the challenge and has deliberately come to discredit my Qing Yun. The lone undefeated man in front of the two stood up and shouted angrily, daring to offend my Qing Yun. This Lin family is really looking for death. However, after he finished angrily shouting, he ran through Mo Feng's words again and he was puzzled again. The Lin family juniors requesting Lord Black Emperor? Could it be that this Lin family is still related to Lord Black Emperor? At this moment, far away in the eastern region, outside the door of the Green Cloud sect, the Black Emperor who was making his rounds inexplicably winced. Strange, could it be that someone is talking about this emperor? On this side, within the Great Hall of the Chamber of Commerce, Lone Undefeated hesitated for just a breath. He then said indifferently in a deep voice, whatever, this is an order from the patriarch himself. Even if a great emperor came, he would have to bow down before the patriarch. Let's go and head to the Lin family. After the Lone Undefeated trio finished speaking and stepped outside the Grand Hall, their auras opened up. The auras of the three supreme realms shot up into the sky, instantly heading towards the southeast of the Star Continent where the Lin family was located. The complete power of the great Tao that had been given to them by the patriarch within their bodies also radiated out. The vaulting sword Tao, the charming avenue, and the yin-yang avenue. Three powerful auras of Tao power unfolded from above the void and instantly filled the Star Continent. The scent of three great avenues of power. Could it be that three great emperors have descended on my Star Continent? Hiss! The moment these three powerful auras came out, in an instant, the major powers in the Star Continent were alarmed. They were puzzled. What was going on with the desolate martial continent during this period of time? Great emperors, supreme beings come out frequently. In these 10 days, even some of the forces in their Star Continent had suffered the terrifying massacre of the mysterious man. The storm is coming. In the meantime, Yi Continent, Dustless Imperial Sect. The overall strength of Yi Continent as the #1 ranked continent in the desolate martial Greatland did not need to be mentioned. This supercontinent was glorious in the ancient times, with strong people emerging like a river of carp. Yi Continent territory is vast and boundless. This land is dominated by a group of transcendent families. Supreme Holy Land. Hundreds of millions of miles in the circumference of the land have to look up to their breath. There was even the Dustless Imperial Sect that dominated the desolate martial continent in attendance. The Dustless Emperor Sect was situated in a mountain range that rose straight up into the sky at the border between the Yi Continent and the chaotic Flux Star Domain. In the misty mountain range, countless palaces rose up from the ground, and within the Imperial Sect, the spiritual chi was incomparably dense, far more than 10 times as strong as the outside world, and from time to time, the power of the great Tao emanated, and dozens of powerful breaths loomed. At that moment, on a high mountain that was sticking straight up into the sky, Dustless, dressed in white clothes that were snowy, was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. As his gongfu operated, majestic to the extreme Tao rhythms emanated out, lingering around him. As Dustless breathed, the power of the great Tao in his body came out with him. It was as if his entire body was going to merge into this heaven and earth. On the top of the mountain, as time passed, a momentum of chi and blood like the sun emanated from Wudu's body, charging across the bullfight, setting off Wudu as if he were a god descending into the world. It's done. This emperor is finally going to be done. This Emperor Dustless is the first person to come this far after the Middle Ages. Dustless mused excitedly. With that, he tightened his own aura and fully operated his self-created Emperor rank technique, the Dustless Emperor technique. Pounds of majestic Tao rhythms were constantly being channeled towards the Emperor's source within his body. only to see that there were even more. No less than 5 great emperor sources in the place where emperor sources were conceived in Wudwan's body. As those 5 emperor sources continued to be refined by the majestic Tao power and the Tao power in his body continued to merge, Dustless's aura grew stronger and stronger. Desolate martial heavenly Tao. Shackles? Still want to trap this emperor? Break it for me. Dustless heart felt something, and finally reached the place where the limit of the great emperor was reached. Dustless roared, and shot straight up into the clouds, above the void. A dominating imperial might surged out. Countless golden divine auras rushed up to the sky, and the visions were majestic. The dark and oppressive robberies and thunderstorms above the dome of the sky were also brewing. A loud rumbling sound shook the entire desolate martial continent. Misty grass, what kind of thunder is that? It's so terrifying. I'll let you read. This saint doesn't know either. Which of the great powers of the central domain is here for another calamity? This imperial might is so powerful. The relatively closest Yi Chao cultivators all had palpitations in their hearts. This tribulation thunder was even more terrifying than the world-destroying tribulation thunder. Nope. Knock out Maddie. This golden-colored robbing thunder seems to be recorded in the clan records. The few big power leaders who had an impression of this golden robbing thunder immediately sent people to the place where their own clan records were stored to fetch them. After getting their hands on the ancestral record that gave off an ancient aura, they couldn't wait to flip through it. It didn't take much time to find the page that recorded this golden robbing thunder. It is rumored that the great emperor is not the final point, and that there is no end to cultivation. There is a wider land beyond the deserted martial arts, and above the great emperors there is the legendary fairyland. I am the peak of the great emperor, and now I'm going to show the way, to seek the misty realm of the immortals. This was the opening account, and with it they read it carefully. Recorded below was the shocking scene of that great emperor's breakthrough. Heaven and earth are shackles, and golden thunder destroys the world. This became instantly clear to them. Golden robbery thunder. That meant that the figure was a peak great emperor, breaking through the immortal realm. Over here, Dustless looked up at this terrifying robber thunder. His face was very calm. He had complete certainty in his heart. Fusing the emperor sources of several great emperors, he forcibly broke through the limits of great emperors to reach the half-immortal realm. This was the realm-breaking method that he had realized and was also close to completing. Boom! The robbing thunder brewing in the sky above the celestial dome was completed, accompanied by loud noises. A thick golden-colored terrifying robber thunder, emitting a world-destroying aura, ruthlessly struck down straight towards the place where Dustless was in the void. Block it for this emperor. Dustless hissed. The 6 emperor sources in his body fired up at the same time, and the majestic to the extreme emperor might rose up to the sky with him. He was going to meet that lightning bolt head-on. If you block this thunderbolt, you will be immortalized. If you can't, you will die. The moment Dustless and the robbing thunder came into contact, a rumbling, earth-shattering sound emanated from the void. A dazzling light flashed across the entire desolate martial continent in an instant. A moment later, the white light and smoke cleared together. Thousands of auspicious clouds surged out of the sky, and majestic visions came out from heaven and earth. The earth springs up with golden lotus, and spiritual sweetness descends from heaven to nourish all things. On the emptiness of the dustless imperial sect, Knight Wuchen stood with his arms folded, and the moment he opened his eyes, a brilliant light looked out of the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth rose as he felt the immortal origin that was transformed from Tao power within his body. With a thought, powerful immortal energy radiated out from his body. The void around him was all collapsed open by this powerful aura. Half-immortal realm 1. This emperor? No. Now I, Dustless, should change my call to Dustless Immortal. By fusing some more emperor sources, this immortal will be able to ascend once again. Dustless eyes turned, and then his entire figure disappeared above the void all of a sudden. Half a day later, the transcendent world family, not far from the Lin family's small world, the 3 lonely undefeated descended. As soon as he came down, the divine thoughts of the lonely undefeatable supreme realm enveloped him. Ahead is the transcendent family Lin family. Wait, there's something not quite right about this end here. Chapter 153, Devil Supreme, overthrowing the Lin family. Lone Undefeated's divine mind probed, then frowned and said, although the aura is rich within a radius of 10,000 miles here, there are still a few strange scents when you feel it carefully. Yes, you guys perceive it carefully. There is still a faint odor of blood wafting around here. Mo Feng, who was on the side, said after withdrawing his divine thoughts at the same time and took a fine sniff. A supreme's perception was incomparably sensitive, and even 100 million miles away, as long as they wanted to, any breeze could be sensed by them. This bloody odor, although very faint and as if it had been deliberately suppressed, was still perceived by several people. Above the void, the 3 of them glanced at each other. At the same time, he thought of the big events that had happened in the past few days in the Star Continent. Numerous cities and small and medium-sized forces were inexplicably slaughtered. Bleeding floated the skulls, and the rich odor of blood lingered for a long time. Then here they naturally associated with something after sensing the odor of blood that can be suppressed. Did the Lin family have something to do with this? Otherwise, the Lin family would be the only major power within a few tens of thousands of miles, and they were now here to perceive this endless smell of blood, being deliberately suppressed and still being perceived. It wasn't that their supreme's perception was so sensitive. It's so much blood flow that it's just completely overwhelming. No matter that much, let's head to the Lin family first. Charming's beautiful eyes moved slightly and she said in a deep voice. She was dressed in a tailor-made Qing Yin sect dress. The sect dress was slightly loose but could not hide her hot body, especially the tear mole under the corner of her eye, which set her off as charming as she could be. With that, without any further thought, the three of them moved once again and flew straight towards the Lin family, which was 10,000 miles away. In the meantime, 10,000 miles away in the small world of the Lin family, the majestic demonic aura that filled the Lin family could all be described as a demonic aura. Ah, don't, my lord, please, spare me. I have an 800-year-old mother above me and a 400-year-old child below me, so I hope that your lordship will have mercy on me and spare my life. You, the Lin family, have gone so far as to work with devils. You shall not die a good death. At this time, the noble house of Lin, there were screams, cries, pleas for mercy, and abuse. Jia jia jia. Thank you Lord Demon King for the reward. So much blood food, so delicious, especially those fine-skinned powerful blood meals must be delicious. Inside the special cage, numerous demon soldiers stared viciously at the cultivators imprisoned inside who had plundered them. On the other side, the imposing Lin family hall. The demonic aura here was even denser, and several powerful auras emanated from the Great Hall. Demon Lord, are you still satisfied with these blood meals? In the Great Hall, Lin Fei Fan, the Lin family's head, bent down and bowed like a pug to the figure on the main seat. The aura emanating from his body was surprisingly identical to the aura on the rest of the demons in the Great Hall, and his once clear eyes were now filled with a blood-red color. His son, the young master of the Lin family, Lin Bufan, also stood beside him respectfully. The two of them stood together at the bottom of the Great Hall looking upwards, expecting an answer from the figure above them. Not bad. These blood meals are delicious. If my demon race is able to successfully break through desolate Martial, my father's promise will be honored, and this vast desolate Martial continent will be dominated by your Lin family. After all, you, the Lin family, deserve a lot of credit. A hoarse and low voice came out from the mouth of the figure above. It was dressed in an ink-black robe that covered its entire body, making its face impossible to see, with only a pair of extremely blood-red eyes showing, casually sitting on the main seat above. The pair of blood eyes coldly looked down at the bottom of the Great Hall, and in the depths of its blood eyes as it spoke, a hint of cunning flashed past. Ha ha, then thank you in advance, Demon Lord. My Lin family will definitely fully cooperate with the lords of the demon race. My lords, if the blood food is not enough, you can choose from among the many clansmen of my Lin family. Just like before, Lin Fifan smiled and said fawningly, His Majesty the Demon Emperor has ordered to speed up the time and take down the desolate Martial continent at full speed, and reward those who are meritorious with a large amount of delicious blood food. All of you speed up the rate of erosion. Right now the desolate Martial's heavenly Tao is doing its best to repair that passageway, but it won't be able to hold back our clan for long. The army of my demon clan will descend in a matter of days. The demon lord on the main seat stood up and commanded in a loud voice. Jia jia jia. We honor the orders of Lord Demon Emperor. By the order of Demon Lord, go all out to take down Araquo and share a delicious blood meal. At the bottom of the Great Hall, 10 demonic kings with monstrous demonic auras Jia laughed loudly and shouted in unison. The people of the Lin family of the central region roll out to meet this father. Right at this moment, a sound like the sound of heavenly might penetrated the small world boundary and came in, resounding throughout the entire noble house of Lin. Immediately after that, 3 incomparably powerful auras pressed down horizontally. In an instant, it startled the Lin family. In the hall, the crowd of demons who were still shouting and cheering stopped in an instant and looked outside the hall in surprise. What a guy! The demon lord on the main seat narrowed his bloodshot eyes and said angrily, could it be that the matter of my demon race descending on the Lin family and encroaching on the desolate Martial had gone viral? The devil sovereign secretly said that it was not good. If they were discovered by those powerful cultivators now, not only would these previous troops of theirs be completely wiped out, these cultivators of the desolate martial arts would have made preparations earlier, and if that had been the case, it would have added a lot of trouble. The devil sovereign thought for a moment before coldly saying, Lin family master, go and take a look. Yes, demon lord. After Lin Fifan respectfully arched his hand, he turned around and walked out of the great hall. He put away his own demonic aura, and the blood-red color in his eyes faded away, returning to its original certain appearance. The many star continent cultivators imprisoned in Lin's house similarly heard this voice and became agitated. They all thought that the news of the Lin family's collusion with the demon race had fallen through, and that the strongest of their own desolate martial arts had come to save them. Great! The great powers of my desolate martial are here. Saved. There's help. We can finally get out. Meanwhile, the outside world of the Lin family. After the lone undefeated above the void finished speaking, he coldly looked down at the bottom. No matter how deep this Lin family's small world was hidden, it still had nothing to hide in front of their three supreme beings. A few moments later, Lin Fifan, the master of the Lin family, his powerful aura of the late Saint King realm unfolded. He then flew out of his own small world and arrived above the void. As soon as they reached the void, they saw three powerful figures in front of them. The breath. Oh my! Three supreme beings. Wait, this song suit. They're the three supreme beings of the Qingyun imperial sect. After feeling the aura of the three people in front of him, Lin Fifan was horrified in his heart. Immediately, he stabilized his mind. Then he said without changing his face, "Three supreme lords. I am the Lin family's family head. I wonder what the three lords have come for." Chapter 154, Destroying the Demon Sovereign. Purple summoning card. What is the matter? In front of this honorable man, you still dare to be sophomoric? Was it you, the Lin family, who spread the news that slandered my Qingyun and the Devil Race's collusion earlier? Don't think that I, Qingyun, won't be able to find out if your Lin family does it covertly. In this desolate martial continent, as long as I, Qingyun, want to, there are no unknowable things. Lone Undefeatable's majestic voice spread across the tens of thousands of miles in the Lin family's radius, and his powerful supreme power pressed out horizontally. Lin Fifan, who was not far away, was crushed by this powerful aura and hurriedly revolved his entire body's gong methods. The majestic Saint King's aura broke through his body, gritting his teeth and strongly pushing against this aura. At any moment, he might be crushed and dropped. Lin Fifan hurriedly said, "There is such a thing? Your Excellency, you must be mistaken. My Lin family would never dare offend the Emperor's sect, but we can't let the three lords make a trip for nothing. My Lin family is willing to take out 1/3 of the entire clan's resources to honor the three lords." Lin Fifan finished in a panic, but in his heart, he was relieved. So it was this matter. Luckily, the news of their defection to the Devil Clan was not known, so before the Devil Clan's army descended, there would really be no place for them to land in the Lin family. This matter as long as he was dead set on not admitting it, and then took out 1/3 of the family's huge resources. The probability was that he could still muddle through. Such a griffin, and you still dare to question my father? Today, there is the Lin family, a transcendent family in the central region, slandering my Qingyun for colluding with the Devil Race and spoiling my Qingyun's reputation. I, Qingyun Song Dome Supreme, Charming Supreme, Yin and Yang Supreme, by the decree of my Lord of the Green Clouds, overthrow the Lin family. A voice of incomparable pressure resounded from above the void. It resounded through the 5 domains. The transcendent power Lin family? So it's them who slandered Qingyun. I told you that this news must have been spread by someone else's slander. This Lin family is so bold. How dare they slander the imperial sect? The Lin family, just jumping ants. When the Lin family's old ancestor was in his prime, I wasn't afraid of him just because of the sect. I didn't think that they would still have the guts to defame the emperor's sect. A random strike is 3 great supreme beings. Beneath the void, the cultivators of the central domain sneered at the Lin family. If you don't have that diamond, you'll do the job of trying to die. Aren't you getting yourself into trouble? A bunch of powerful cultivators from the star continent poked out their divine thoughts in this direction. This side, Humph, Lonely Undefeated let out a cold snort after he finished. The majestic supreme momentum crushed away once again. After Lin Fifan screamed miserably, he was directly suppressed and fell from the void. Boom! After a loud bang, he was slammed straight to the ground. The suppressed slumped to the ground, unable to move. Now, the Lin family's small world, which was originally in hiding, was directly revealed. In the small world, the demonic chi that was spreading everywhere and was extremely dense floated out with it, exposing itself to the eyes of the world. This is demonic chi? Hiss! What a Lin family! How dare you collude with the Devil Race, as well as shouting at thieves and slandering the imperial sect. The Star Continent cultivators who had been scouting this place sucked in a breath of cool air and said with jaws agape, just a little puzzled. The domain of turbulence is still solid gold soup. This demon race in the end from where to infiltrate. Could it be the western region's demon burial ground again? Wasn't it sealed by the power of the heavenly Tao last time? This time the people have realized. 10 days between those suddenly slaughtered forces turned out to be the work of the demon race. It was just that they had united with the Lin family so that they could act under the eyes of the world, colluding with the demon race. You deserve to die. Crush the Lin family. No chickens or dogs left behind. A crowd of powerful cultivators from the Star Continent were furious. This Lin family is also too much of a cannibalistic family and does not deserve to survive. Good, so it's you, the Lin family, who colluded with the demon race. The lonely undefeated trio coldly looked towards the land of the Lin family. Devilish aura, rivers of blood. The screams and shouts of the many cultivators reached their ears. The gazes of the three of them became even colder, and the majestic Tao power within their bodies exploded out with them. Jia Jia, the natives of the desolate martial continent. At this moment, an eerie laugh came out from the Lin family. The devil sovereign broke through the air, and the majestic devil chi in his body rushed straight into the sky. 10 demonic kings with monstrous flames and thousands of demonic soldiers followed close behind. There were also powerful people in the Lin family, all emitting demonic aura, their eyes flashing blood red as they flew together. The devil's father, lonely undefeated, said indifferently. The Tsongdong sword behind his mind clanked and automatically flew into his hand. Damned indigenous cultivators, after my demonic army descends, I want all of you to become blood food. In the void, a black-robed demon Zun said. Then it moved its mind. Rolling demonic energy came out from within, shattering the black robe it was wearing and revealing its true form. Huge in stature, with a pair of thick and sharp horns on his head, a mouth full of fangs, and blood-red eyes coldly staring at the three people in front of him. These three blood eaters' auras were surprisingly so powerful that they seemed to be strong members of the desolate martial human race. If you're discovered, you won't be able to leave today. Clansmen of my demon clan, follow my father in tearing apart these three blood eaters. When the demon race crowd heard this, they all viciously rushed towards the three people in the void not far away. Even though the aura of those three was incomparably powerful, their blood-red eyes did not show the slightest bit of fear. Above the void, the great battle was imminent. A bunch of demonic mole crickets, lonely undefeated, flew directly forward when he saw this. The majestic supreme aura shook the sky, and the incomparably powerful power of the great Tao came out with it. He danced the Tsongdong sword, and the Tsongdong sword Tao instantly filled the void. With a casual hand, a sharp sword chi chopped out. Boom! The void couldn't even withstand it and collapsed and crumbled by inches. The frosty cold sword chi swept across in an instant. The 10 demon kings, several former demon soldiers, and the many Lin family cultivators behind them were all chopped into pieces. The screams didn't even make it. No way! The devil sovereign revolved his entire body's demonic power, and the majestic demonic chi swept through the heavens and earth, deadlocking the sword chi, but he was still injured by the sword energy. It now only felt that there was a lingering sword chi stirring within it. Ah, Tao power. You guys are in the same realm as my father, surprisingly have complete Tao power. The devil father was filled with incredulity and hissed in shock. This simply overturned its perception of demonic life. Nothing is impossible. Devil ants, how can they know the heights of Qing Yun? It's just a bunch of mole crickets that only know how to kill. Mo Feng split up and indifferently said. Both palms were horizontally flat, and the power of the yin-yang avenue in his body was frantically converging between his two palms. He then pushed out with both palms horizontally. Endless gusts of wind blew with it, and a huge yin and yang taiji pattern emerged to suppress the demon. What? No, my demon clan will give this honor. Before the devil sovereign could finish speaking, the yin and yang pattern that covered the sky came down to suppress it. Rumble. For a time the earth trembled. The sky is falling. The demonic aura of the devil was suppressed into nothingness in an instant. It's so unforgiving. It's not even my turn to take a shot. Fluttershy flew up and grumbled. Let your eyes look down. The void was a mess underneath, especially in the direction where the demon sovereign was just now. The void was smashed. The lord of the Lin family, who had just been suppressed down, was also crushed into blood mist together. Your three excellencies, please also save my old man. I shall be grateful. At that moment, an old voice came out from the hidden place of the Lin family's small world. Meanwhile, the Green Cloud sect, in the magnificent Green Cloud Great Hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, eradicating those who spread rumors. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple summoning card. Chapter 155, Shunqing Immortal Sword. Red Dust Immortal Presence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal King's Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaos 10,000 Swords Formation. Purple Summoning Card, can summon a powerful person from half-immortal realm to true immortal realm. The King of Immortal Sword, the King of Immortal's own immortal sword. An Immortal King's Weapon, made from purple extreme immortal iron. The Divine Hammer of the Creation Clock, and the King of Immortal's own personal cultivation for millions of years. Chaos 10,000 Swords Formation, Chaotic Treasure, made from tens of thousands of immortal swords of the heavens. A purple summoning card? Is this unlocking a new card? Before the highest but gold summoning card. Gold summoning card highest can summon Great Emperor. Then this purple card? Above summoning the Great Emperor. After Feng Qingyang saw this first time out purple card, he carefully checked the system description. The highest summons the true immortal realm, and the lowest are summoning the half-immortal realm. Misty grass. The system is awesome. Even with Feng Qingyang's current state of mind it rippled. Qing Yun was now going to have a powerhouse above a great emperor. Then who else can resist this desolate MO? Push straight across. I just don't know what realm of immortals can come. A half immortal? Or a stroke of luck straight to a real one? System, use the purple summoning card. Feng Qingyang sat on the main seat and spoke in an expectant, deep voice. Whether or not a wave takes off depends on this one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the purple summoning card successfully. Extracted successfully. Congratulations to the host for extracting the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Pay red dust. Engraved in. Has materialized. Peak Earth Immortal Realm. Luckily, I didn't pick up the lowdown this time. Feng Qingyang first sighed when he saw an Earth Immortal who was just above the half Immortal Realm, and then muttered comforting words. Getting purple for the first time. If he came to a lowly half Immortal, he'd really wonder if he was a non-creature body. When I think about it, the first time I had a gold card, I went gold and extracted the great one, and the oomph I felt at that time was straight out of the blue. But after the last time, after using those 10 gold cards and not drawing a single supreme, it was too much of a blow to his self-confidence. System, the rules of this desolate martial continent can withstand a peak Earth Immortal descending? At this moment, Feng Qingyang thought of an important thing and asked in a hurry. Learned about these things the last time I spent 100,000 prestige values to unlock it. The desolate martial continent is bound by shackles, and the path of ascension to immortality is broken. If he were to forcefully descend he would only be afraid of collapsing the entire desolate martial. Ding! The Lord is right. The current Great World Heavenly Tao rules restrict that beyond half an immortal above descending into the desolate martial will collapse. So the immortal realm, like the immortal king's artifacts the Lord had previously acquired, is temporarily suppressed. Suppressed at the peak of the half immortal realm, which is the 10th level of the half immortal realm. The suppression is automatically lifted after transcending the desolate martial. 10th level of the half immortal realm? It's possible. Feng Qingyang nodded and said, after all, in this desolate martial great land, there wasn't any difference between the peak of the half immortal realm and the true immortal realm anymore. Both were invincible existences. When we hit the celestial realm afterward, this restriction will no longer exist. It was just that I didn't know what realm the highest powerhouses were in those great worlds in the celestial realm. Half immortal? Earth immortal? Heavenly immortal? The realms above the great emperors that he had learned from the last time he asked the system were half immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Dala golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerable, and immortal emperor. In between the great emperor and earth immortal realms there was a half immortal realm, which was divided into 10 levels. I wonder when I, Qing Yun, will be able to have an immortal emperor. That's right, materialize the immortal king weapon together. Feng Qingyang murmured again. Meanwhile, outside the green cloud sect, the wind and clouds changed, and terrifying visions were born. Purple energy comes from the east for billions of miles, and the sound of immortality fills the sky. A greenish-white 3-foot blade shattered the air, an incomparably bright light blossomed, and a powerful aura instantly swept out. On the greenish-white body of the sword, the great Tao cheered and entwined, clanging as if in pilgrimage. The visions on this side were not yet over. And then thousands of auspicious clouds converged, and the pleasant immortal voice chimed once again. A crack unfolded above the void of the green cloud sect. A smooth and white barefoot was the first to step out from the void crack. A delicate figure then walked out in its entirety. Her 3,000 green silken waist, white and flawless face without powder but as beautiful as heaven. Deep, beautiful eyes looked down. The face was as cold as it could be. Endless immortal might followed out, and the immortal chi floating within the green cloud sect rose up to the sky and surrounded her. For a time, the desolate martial shook. Is this the legendary immortals descending? Heavens, desolate martial, will rise, 2 immortals in 1 day's time? Or is this the immortal who succeeded in crossing the threshold in that Yezhou? Either way, it's an immortal. If I could only catch a glimpse of an immortal, I would have no regrets in this life. Feeling this powerful immortal might, the cultivators in the major domains were shaken to their core and could not slow down for a long time. The main reason was that the legendary immortal was just too far away from them. The desolate martial had recorded very few great emperors who had ascended since the ancient times, not to mention the immortals themselves descending to the mortal world. The general great emperor is the end of the cultivation that all the heavenly pride cultivators dream of, and other completely dare not hope. After all, even the emperor realm has to be the arrival of the golden great world before it is possible to be born. My green cloud sect red dust immortal. The Fu Hongduan on the void withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth. The powerful immortal might swept down once again, and the sound of heavenly might resounded through the continent. With that, Fu Hongduan's mind moved and dissipated into the void. When these words came out, the outside world once again exploded. Red dust immortal. Qingyun Imperial Sect. No, it should be called the Green Cloud Immortal Sect. I didn't expect that this immortal would actually come from Green Cloud after all. Right, now I don't find it strange. Before Qingyun were frequented by great emperors and supreme beings, it turns out that it's an immortal sect with immortals in attendance. This Qingyun is too mysterious. There are even legendary immortals. I don't know where the limits of Qingyun are. This saint estimates that the limit of the Green Cloud is that there is no limit. You may as well think about it. Have you ever learned that the Lord of the Green Cloud, a hint of news? At the same time, although the group of elders and disciples of the Green Cloud sect below the void were also shocked, they all revealed the color of a sure thing. They had numerous immortal weapons in Qingyun, and all the immortal chi permeated the entire clan, so it made sense to have an immortal sitting in on it, didn't it? A few moments later, in the Great Hall, Feng Qingyang was on the main seat, holding that greenish-white sword in his hand as he danced. Shanqing Immortal King Sword, a good sword, worthy of being an Immortal King artifact. Although it had been suppressed, the fact that a light stroke could cut through the void was enough to see the power of this sword. Red Dust has met the patriarch. Below, the Red Dust Immortal Pei Red Dust gently walked into the Great Hall arching his hand. Feng Qingyang retracted the Tai Ching sword upon hearing this and looked downward. Beautiful. A fairy from heaven has descended to the mortal world. A flash of amazement flashed through his eyes, just with admiration, and then he withdrew his gaze. Details of Pei Hong dust surfaced in his eyes. Red Dust Immortal. Realm, Peak Earth Immortal Realm, Half Immortal 10. Temporarily suppressed. Talent, Red Dust and 7 emotions. Technique, Immortal Rank, 7 turns of reincarnation technique. Martial arts, Red Dust Immortal Technique. Holy Light Heavenly Sorrow Immortal Technique. Heavenly Jedi Zua Immortal Technique. On the other hand, the Star Continent Lin Family. Chapter 156 Lin Family Ancestor. Traveling to Qingyun. After hearing that old voice just now, the lonely undefeated trio flew within the Lin family. At this moment, the majestic demonic aura in the middle of the Lin family had dispersed. Just now, just as they were about to probe, they felt a majestic burst of immortal might. My Qingyun's powerhouse has descended again? Surprisingly, it's the immortal realm. The lonely undefeated trio withdrew their gazes after their shock. That powerful immortal might just now was felt even by them who were in the central domain star continent. I just don't know what kind of powerhouse this Red Dust Immortal Senior is from my Qingyun. Don't speculate for now. The sovereign called back the immortal realm seniors. It's designated to push across the desolate marshal. Let's hurry up and finish this matter and go back to resume our orders. The three then continued onward. They were curious as to who exactly was that pale voice that came from just now. Judging from that aura, it appeared to be a supreme being as well. This demon race had become so rampant that it dared to lay hands on his desolate marshal supreme. A few moments later, the lonely undefeated trio followed that sent to a hidden secret area of the Lin family. This was considered to be a particularly remote place in the Lin family, and it was almost beyond the borders of the Lin family. At this time, they fixed their eyes and realized that there was even demonic chi spilling out of it. There's still a demonic aura. Could it be that there's still a leakage from the demon race here? Lone Undefeated lifted his sword. Alert! The majestic aura of the Supreme Realm emanated once again. After the three of them exchanged glances, they stepped into the secret realm. Upon entering, he realized that this hidden secret place was a large cave, which was filled with demonic aura at the moment. Three lords, I am here. As soon as they entered, the old voice sounded again and was right in front of them. The three lonely undefeated people sniffed and walked in the direction where the voice came from. Their divine thoughts then probed out together. They sensed that there was a formation in the thick of the demonic aura ahead of them. A few moments later, they walked up to the body of the formation and looked upwards, only to see that in the center of the formation, an old man was struggling hard, and the formation was constantly releasing demonic chi, constantly eroding the old man. A demonic formation? Lonely Undefeated whispered. With that, the Tsang Dome sword imperialized in his hand, and endless sword chi swept out. Boom! The Tsang Dome sword viciously chopped on the formation platform. With a rumbling sound, the great formation that was in operation broke with a sound. The pillars supporting the formation collapsed immediately. The grand formation was broken, and the demonic aura that had devoured the old man dissipated. The old man also fell to the ground with the collapse of the formation platform. A moment later the old man stood up and arched his hand. Many thanks to the three Qingyun sect lords for saving my life. My old husband Lin Gosheng is grateful. The lonely undefeated trio sniffed and walked forward to look at the old man. The aura of the peak of the supreme realm emanated from his body. However, the aura was very weak, and it was thought that it was caused by the erosion of that formation's demonic aura. People from the Lin family? Could it be that there are still people in this Lin family who were forced to defect to the demon race? Lone Undefeated first frowned darkly, then looked at the old man and spoke. Peak Supreme, you are the Lin family's old ancestor, right? Your Excellency is right. The old man is the Lin family's old ancestor. A few days ago, The old man was still in a deep sleep and seclusion when he was awakened by someone from the family. Who would have thought that as soon as I woke up, I would find that they had sealed the old man in this formation and demonized him day and night with demonic chi. The Lin family's old ancestor whispered, his weak body about to lose its support, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground again. Lone Undefeated shook his head when he saw this. The one who doesn't know is not guilty. Even though this old man is the Lin family's oldest ancestor, he is also the one who was persecuted by the Devil clan. Afterwards, the Lin family's old ancestor braced himself and continued to roar in a sad voice. Later on, I found out that all of my Lin family's clansmen had been demonized by those damned demonic clans, and my shaking Lin family ceased to exist. Devil race, this father does not share the same fate as you. After saying that, the Lin family's old ancestor once again arched his hand towards the three people in front of him. Just now I perceived the voices of the three adults in a trance. Once again, I thank you for eradicating the demon race. Hate the clansmen of my Lin family. They have fallen into the devil's path and have been corrupted by the devil's chi. Lord Black Emperor, Go Sheng has disgraced you. The Lin family's old ancestor finally looked up to the sky. The blow was so great that even with his supreme giant state of mind, he couldn't bear it. The Lin family was crippled out of existence and would have to bear the ancient curse of colluding with the demon race, which was really detrimental to Lord Black Emperor's authority. Wait, you mean the Black Emperor Sama? The ferocious beast Black Emperor? Lonely Undefeated sniffed and quickly asked out loud. Yes, I won't hide it from the three lords of Qingyun. I once had the honor of following under Lord Black Emperor, but unfortunately, Lord Black Emperor was 100,000 years ago. This was an instant realization for the Lonely Undefeated trio. No wonder, this Lin family is related to Lord Black Emperor. It turns out that this Lin family's old ancestor had followed Lord Black Emperor before, and by the looks of it, he hadn't realized that the Black Emperor Sama was still alive, which made sense. After all, he had just been awakened, and then he had been sent into the formation platform to be refined by those demonized filial sons and daughters. Lord Black Emperor has not fallen, and is now my Chung Yun's watch. Protection ferocious beast. Lone Undefeated then informed him of the truth. The Black Emperor's command is considered somewhat related to Qing Yun. This demonic thing has nothing to do with him. What? This. The Lin family's old ancestor heard the words as if they were a bolt from the blue. His heart was shaken and he stuttered in his speech. Lord Black Emperor is actually in Qing Yun. After slowing down a bit, he sincerely arched his hand and said, I implore the three lords to agree to me going up to Qing Yun to meet Lord Black Emperor. Old man is willing to join Qing Yun. Peak supreme. Barely enough. Lonely Undefeated learned the tone of the patriarch's dark words. This Lin family's old ancestor appeared weak even though he had been eroded by the demonic chi for some time. However, as long as he recuperated for a while, he would be able to recover. And then Qing Yun would be able to add another supreme. You come with us, but it's not up to you to decide whether or not you enter the green cloud. It's up to my lord to ask. Lin Gosheng, the Lin family's oldest ancestor, nodded at his words. The four of them then walked out of this cave's secret realm. Before leaving, he also released all the imprisoned cultivators in passing. Gentlemen, this father is the Lin family's old ancestor. This matter is the Devil clan encroaching on my Lin family, and now my Lin family has also been broken. I still hope that all of you, so it is, no harm, no foul. We were the ones who were wrong about the Lin family. Luckily we were rescued in time. Let's disperse. Without waiting for the Lin family's old ancestor to finish speaking, the group of imprisoned cultivators spoke up and interrupted him. True or false? True or false? Even if this Lin family ancestor was lying, what could they do? Besides, as a giant of the Supreme Being, he had given them a personal apology. Who dares to count? If they had that ability to blame the Supreme Being, they wouldn't have been easily captured by the demons. Before he left, the Lin family's old ancestor also brought all the Lin family's resources inside the space magic treasure. The next day, these few things festered and caused an uproar in the central region. The Lin family colluded with the demon race, and after tens of millions of years, the demon race once again reappeared on the desolate Martial continent. However, fortunately, there were Qingyun's powerhouses who made a timely move to exterminate these bloodthirsty demons. It was just that everyone was puzzled. The portals of the turbulent astral domain were still in good shape. Where did these demons come from? Later on, after many forces discussed, they had always believed that the demon race had infiltrated from the burial demon Forbidden Land in that western region. Immediately afterward, many great powers dispatched strong men to the Forbidden Land to station themselves there to check it out. The Buddhist kingdom of the West, which had learned of the news, likewise dispatched powerful monks. At the same time, the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom, Lin Yao, might as well play a little bigger this time. Chapter 157, Shocking Plot, Old Ancestor Transforming Immortality. In the Divine Kingdom's Divine Palace, Smell heard dustless words. Lin Yao frowned then puzzled. Play big? Play what big? You don't still have any thoughts about Qing Yun, do you? Lin Yao was instantly startled, her eyes tightly staring at Dustless in front of her. Yesterday, the Qing Yun Red Dust Immortal came to the world. This is now something that is known to everyone on the desolate martial arts. She hadn't even put the Qing Yun Imperial sect in her eyes before. Whoever thought that they and others are the frogs sitting in the well and watching the sky? So what if it is? Dustless smiled indifferently and asked in return. You're crazy, Dustless. This emperor is not going to accompany you in your madness. Once Lin Yao heard this, she stood up and exclaimed. She looked at Dustless incredulously. Red Dust Immortal. Qing Yun has an immortal sitting on it. The mountains rose and fell in shock. Humph. Dustless similarly stood up and snorted coldly. Immortal Dustless. Wasn't afraid of Qing Yun before, and I'm not afraid now as usual. Dustless finished coldly and moved his mind. The majestic immortal might within him broke out of his body, and endless immortal chi filled the divine palace. Boom, boom. As Dustless slightly revealed his chi, after a few loud bangs, the entire divine palace shook with the ground, threatening to collapse at any moment. This was still the fact that the divine palace had emperor-ranked formations plus Wudu only slightly released the pressure. Otherwise this sacred and majestic vast divine palace would have collapsed into ruins in an instant. You broke through to that step, right? That person who crossed the threshold yesterday wouldn't be you, would it? Lin Yao looked at Dustless not far away in shock. A white dress, endless immortal aura lingered all over his body. It was already recorded in the deserted martial arts calendar yesterday, because there's so much going on. Immortal might had been heard twice in the 5 domains, and the demon race, which had not appeared for tens of millions of years, had reappeared in the desolate martial. There were many people who guessed the same as Lin Yao, that the person who had crossed the threshold was the green cloud red dust immortal whose name had spread to the desolate martial afterward, because one day out of 2 immortals is too shocking. Yesterday, this immortal crossed the threshold right in the central region. Who else could it be if not this immortal? Now that I've refined 5 emperor sources, I've broken through to the first level of the half-immortal realm. As long as we join forces to take down Qing Yun, when the time comes, we will refine Qing Yun's red dust immortal and great emperor's source. It will be possible to break through several weights again, and then traveling to a higher realm will be guaranteed. At those words, Lin Yao's brows locked tighter. But are you so sure? This Qing Yun is so mysterious. A red dust immortal alone is not easy to deal with, and I'm still not sure how many levels of the immortal realm the other party is. There's also the mysterious lord of the green clouds, who has never shown his face. Do you know his methods? Dustless sniffed. That's why this immortal came to find you. Continue as planned. There are a total of 10 great emperor sources, 5 for each person. You've almost refined them. At that time, when we combine our efforts, 2 immortals shouldn't be a problem. Right, just in case, in order to travel to a higher realm, before dealing with Qing Yun, one way or the other, take down all the remaining great emperors of desolate martial. Dustless coldly looked into Lin Yao's eyes and said in a deep voice, this immortal misspoke. Your sister Qing Di doesn't count among them. It just so happens that 2 days later is when the heaven's remarkable event opens. So think about it. Dustless finished with a flick of his sleeve and disappeared into the divine palace. After Dustless left, Lin Yao froze for a while before she came to her senses. Her eyes gradually changed from hesitation to determination, followed by ferocity, melting the Tao into immortality, refining the green clouds, and moving across the upper realms. No one can stop her. In the meantime, within the Green Cloud sect, on the Green Cloud Peak, in a sacred and magnificent attic building, Feng Qingyang was sitting leisurely in the attic and was looking down on the entire territory of the clan with his Emperor Realm divine thoughts. The disciples have all improved quite a bit over this period of time. Now Qing Yun is not short of disciples for the time being either. I guess I will have to wait until the time when the upper realm is firmly established to open up the mountain for recruitment. Feng Qingyang retracted his divine thoughts and muttered, not counting the rest of the affiliated forces, Qing Yun now has a peak Earth Immortal, temporarily suppressing peak Half Immortals, 3 peak Great Emperors, Old Ancestor Qing Yun, Qingwan peak Master Mingyu, and Great Provider Easy, a dozen Supreme Giants, the 6 peak Masters, the 2 Inner Sect Elders, the Green Sword peak Elders, the 3 Patriarchal Guards, and the Elders of the various halls had all attained supremacy. If all of Qing Yun's many powerhouses were to be pulled out, they would be able to scare others to death just by scaring them. This 10,000 Emperors Atlas is truly good. After reading the data on the system panel, Feng Qingyang said in a deep voice, and he realized that after using the Great Tao on the summon characters the last time, their realms improved by leaps and bounds. After empowering the Great Tao, originally, 5 of them had all soared from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the peak. Subsequently, as he used his cultivation enhancement card to enhance this time, their realm followed suit and enhanced once again, directly breaking through to the Supreme. Originally, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly, or else Old Ancestor, a peak Great Emperor, would have summoned him in the first place, and now that he had been elevated to a late great emperor, old ancestor still hadn't broken through. It seems that this great Tao diagram will have to be used more on the rest of the summoned elders. Unfortunately, it's the supreme and above powerhouses, they all already have their own Tao. Feng Qingyan's violet eyes turned and darkened. With that, his mind was ready to pick the candidate to bestow the great Tao once again. The other side. Inside the tower of time and space. In the vast endless void. The purple gas was thick and majestic. A figure sat underneath the stars. Endless laws of time flowing around him. Green cloud immortal technique. That figure was none other than the old ancestor of Qingyun, Li Qingyun. At this moment, he was constantly running the immortal laws in his body. This space-time pagoda is worthy of being an object that seizes the heavens. Even the draconic marshal's heavenly Tao rule binding can be shielded. Old ancestor Li Qingyun laughed. He found out about it the first time he used the time tower. Being inside this time and space tower could perfectly shield one from the shackles of the desolate martial continent. In other words, the barrier shackles of the Emperor realm breaking through the immortal realm within the time and space tower would be completely absent, and one would only need to continuously condense the Tao power within the body to transform the immortal source and transform the Tao into a flying immortal. The day this Emperor ascends to immortality is now, old ancestor Li Qingyun said in a loud voice. He then closed his eyes and fully operated his immortal laws, continuously condensing the power of the great Tao within his body. He had a feeling that the Tao power in his body was close to its limit last time, and he was bound to break through this time. It was just that he had been puzzled by one thing as well. Ever since he had been sitting in Qingyun, there had been pure Tao power that had been integrated into his body every once in a while over these past few days. It should be the patriarch's through and through tactics. Time passed quickly, and there was no distinction between day and night in the time tower. Soon, within the time and space tower, 180 days passed. In the void, under the stars, the old ancestor's aura grew stronger and stronger. Endless immortal might swept out from the old ancestor. Break! Just as the full state is at its peak, the old ancestor's eyes snapped open with a roar. Pounds of majestic immortal chi exploded out. The shining immortal light illuminated the endless void within the time and space tower. Night turns to day. The majestic Hongmeng purple chi converged towards the old ancestor. All of Time Avenue began to cheer. In the meantime, on the other hand, the muddy sky divine kingdom, the divine capital. Tomorrow is the day when the Heaven's Pride extravaganza opens. At that moment, a huge green-colored ship that covered the sky came flying across from the east. Chapter 158, Gathering in the Divine Capital. Celestial Pride Event. The moment he appeared, he caused a sensation in the crowd of God's capital. The Green Cloud Immortal Sect has finally arrived. I have to say, this Qingyun's appearance is indeed a windy one. Other forces don't dare to fly through the air in the divine capital. They all come from the main gate, but this Qingyun came directly across on a boat. That's an immortal sect, a power that even the most powerful emperors have to bow down to. The divine kingdom is no longer enough to look at. As soon as this cultivator said it, the bystanders immediately covered his mouth. What kind of nonsense is that? Don't you want to die for saying such things in the divine capital of the kingdom of God? I also don't know how strong Qingyun's heavenly pride is. So far, I have not heard that the Qingyun immortal sect has a top-level heavenly pride. I estimate that today's heavenly pride on the list of heavenly pride will have to come quite a lot, as well as the heavenly pride of those hidden forces. Not long after, a figure rose up from the divine palace and arrived in front of the green cloud worship in the void. Welcome, all of you from the immortal sect to my divine capital. Her Majesty the Empress has sent me to greet you all. The figure rushed at the green cloud worship and respectfully arched his hand. Hearing that, Mu Shui Xian within the green cloud worship indifferently said, "This emperor is known. Lead the way. Great emperor." The heart of the divine kingdom cultivator who led the way in the void was shocked that a great emperor had to be deployed to attend the Heaven's Pride event. This is the strength of an immortal sect? Hiss. Then he said more respectfully, "Please." A moment later, at the center of the divine capital, thousands of miles away from the divine palace, the green cloud worship slowly descended. Elders Mu Shui Xian and Luo Chen led the disciples of the sect out of the worship. Down into the eyes is a huge array platform. Array platform at the periphery. Many magnificent palace pavilions all over. The aura is rich and incomparable. The place was packed at this point. This is the divine capital of the mixed sky divine kingdom. Other than that, this is a real crowd. The call of the divine kingdom is not ordinary, Lindbergh said as he walked out and looked around. Senior brother, this mixed sky is an old Jedi power after all. The appeal is definitely strong. But I, Qin Yun, can do the same now, and with a much stronger appeal. Sure Hao walked over to Lin Bai and said, the dream of green clouds in his heart was finally coming true. With a single word, no one in the major domains of the desolate martial region dared to disobey. Then today is the day their green cloud disciples make a name for themselves. After calming down a bit, they quickened their pace to follow the elder. It didn't take long to walk up to a loft with an excellent view and an imposing atmosphere. Walking here, the Divine Kingdom cultivator who was leading the way turned around and respectfully said, "Lord Emperor, this is the pavilion elegant room specially prepared by Her Majesty, the Empress, for the immortal sect. My lord, you can wait here first, the heaven's remarkable extravaganza will open soon." Mu Shui Xian in the front nodded at his words. "Well, you stand down." Just as Cheng Yun's crowd was about to enter, a few figures walked not far away. At the head of the group was a woman with a frosty face, dressed in a goose yellow 100-flower dress, and looking over to this side with shock in her transfiguration-moving eyes. "Cheng Yun's people, isn't that sure Hao and Lin Bai? I didn't expect to see them here again." A soulful voice beside the woman rang out, looking ahead with the same shock. "We're all here from the Jade Palace. Cheng Yun, being an immortal sect, will definitely be invited. It's been a long time. I wonder how their strength has improved." Leng Bingning retracted her gaze and said, she still remembers that time when the 9 tripod measurement fu, both of them were 9 ringing, and he himself is just barely 8 rings. Today was the time when the Heaven's Remarkable event opened, and many Heaven's Remarkable people converged unceasingly. They came from all over the 5 domains, with the majority of them belonging to the central domain's pride. After all, in the desolate martial Greatland basically all the powerful forces are seated in the central region. Naturally the central region has the highest number of heavenly pride. On the other hand, in the mixed heaven Divine Kingdom, in the Divine Palace Divine Hall. "Oh, are you saying that the people coming from the Green Cloud Immortal Sect are led by a great emperor?" Lin Yao on the main seat asked incredulously after hearing the report from the cultivator below. Coming to participate in the Heaven's Remarks event was all led by great emperors. This Cheng Yun was already powerful to such an extent. "Report, Lord Empress, I'm not sure. The person leading the group calls himself this emperor, and I can't see through it at all." Lin Yao sniffed and frowned and thought for a moment. "This emperor knows. You go down first and remove all the secret agents that are monitoring Cheng Yun. The secret agent must be removed in order not to alert the enemy." If this Cheng Yun really had a great emperor leading the group, perhaps he would have discovered it by now. One can only take one step at a time. "Ha ha, Lin Yao, with this immortal here, it won't matter how many great emperors come." Dustla smiled as he walked out from the back of the temple. 2 days have come and gone. How are you preparing?" Lin Yao from above sniffed and said in a deep voice, "I've already refined 4 of the Emperor's sources, and the remaining one will be completed soon." "Good. This Heaven's Remarkable extravaganza will continue for some more time, so it's almost time to close the net then." On the other hand, at the attic where the Green Cloud sect was located, in the void, the progenitor withdrew his divine thoughts. "Undercover spies from the Divine Kingdom? There are also a full 108 of them arranged." Sovereign's prediction was indeed correct. This Divine Kingdom does not harbor good intentions towards my Cheng Yun. "Humph, this emperor would like to see what tricks you can pull," Prosperity coldly said, and then continued to remain hidden in the shadows. Time passes. Half a year later, the main venue of the Heaven's Remarkable event, above the largest one, the formation platform, an old man who emitted a powerful aura stood. Above the formation platform, the aura was thick. Powerful emperor rank formation power rose up to the sky, enveloping all the large and small formation platforms here. This formation was made by an emperor rank formation master who was famous in the desolate martial arts. After all, this Heaven's Pride event was also a great face of the Divine Kingdom. So naturally, it couldn't be simply organized. "Welcome to all of you who have come to see the Heaven's Remarkable event today. This saint is here to salute you," the old man said aloud on the formation stage. This saint reiterates the rules of the pageant once again. There are no rules for the Heaven's Pride extravaganza. All the Heaven's Pride can fight on the stage by themselves. Those who excel in the event can enter my Hun Tian Divine Kingdom to cultivate, and if they are strong and gifted, my Divine Kingdom will tilt its resources to cultivate them. The top 10 winners of the event will also receive generous prizes from my God's Kingdom. Speaking of the old man's intentional reminder at the end, and the pavilion elder of the Floating Life Pavilion has already come and is being a guest at the Divine Palace. This saint estimates that the Heaven's Remarks ranking is going to change massively today. He then stroked his white beard and laughed. This saint declares the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom Heaven's Pride event to officially begin. The old man's words caused the hearts of most of the celestials in the pavilion and under the formation stage to be stirred. Being on the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking list, entering the mixed sky Divine Kingdom, and getting cultivated by the Divine Kingdom, it was exciting to hear. As the old man's words fell, numerous celestial pride spontaneously walked to the top of the formation platform. The rules of the pageant are that there are no rules. The one who makes it to the end is the winner. To know how difficult this is, here today has to gather most of the powerful pride in the desolate martial arts. Others had claimed that being able to laugh at the fest until the end was even harder than the first level of the Cheng Yun test. Which of you do you think will have the last laugh today? What's the point of asking? Of course it's the top 10 heavenly prides on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Of course it's also possible for one or two powerful hidden heavenly prides to emerge. I heard that the disciples from the Green Cloud Immortal sect are here as well. You don't think highly of them? Not sure. Never heard of Qing Yun having a top-tier heavenly pride sitting on the ground. Of course it can't be said. Keep watching. Chapter 159, Saint Sun Shirtian, Heaven's Pride Competition. The Passage of Time. The aura was spreading across the many formation platforms in the main venue of the Heaven's remarkable event. Knock, knock, knock. The thick war drums were loud and clear. The aura was majestic on top of the formation platform. One after another, a famous heavenly pride took the stage. From time to time, there were also defeated celestial pride that left the field forlornly. They were in stark contrast to the confident-faced heavenly pride walking head-on directly across the street. On the other side, an equally imposing attic. This was the middle domain Yi continent, the attic where the people from the dust-rendering Holy Land were located. The dust-rendering Holy Land was in the southwestern direction of the Yi continent, a transcendent Holy Land of the desolate martial. There was a sleeping supreme ancestor sitting in the Holy Land, ruling over a land of hundreds of millions of miles in a radius. Sacred Sun, as the third heavenly pride on the heavenly pride ranking, you'll definitely be able to win steadily this time. Not many people will be your opponent. The lead elder of the dust-rendering Holy Land was paying daily compliments to the white-clothed youth sitting in the main seat. The Holy Land elder nodded and fawned as he spoke. This stone sky Saint Sun was truly the most powerful heavenly pride he had ever seen in terms of talent. With the legendary Supreme Saint Body and Chaos Pupil converging in one, it is said that the Holy Sun seems to be still half a year ago from the East Domain collection. Who had thought that at that time the East Domain are able to come out of such a heavenly pride? Third on the Heaven's remarkable ranking? Not anytime soon. This Saint Sun's gongfu has come to fruition. That Bu Jianyun, Lan Yun is definitely not a match for this Saint Sun right now. Shirtian stood up at his words and said indifferently. The entire person exuded disdain between his hands and feet. Entering the kingdom of the mixed heavens? Sorry, no need. His new goal now was to join the Green Cloud Immortal sect. Only there was the place that truly overlooked the desolate Wu, with that legendary immortal sitting in the middle of it. He didn't believe that with his unrivaled talent, he still couldn't add to the Green Cloud? Besides, that Qing Yun was in the eastern region spirit state, and his hometown was the desolate continent next door to the spirit state. And he also had a sense of belonging in Qing Yun, didn't he? This young lord hasn't been home for more than half a year either, so it's just as well that we're going back together this time to take a look. Shirtian's pupils turned darkly. One could only see that his eyes were incredibly deep, as if they contained chaos. He then got up and walked forward, peering down into the attic below. Immediately afterward, Shirtian asked in a deep voice without turning his head, Elder Wu, did the people from Qing Yun come this time as well? The Sacred Land elder behind him said after a short pause, Green Cloud Immortal sect? It should be here. I saw Qing Yun's airship when I entered the city first. Saying this, the elder speculated in his mind again. Is the Holy Sun afraid that Qing Yun has a powerful heavenly pride? That's right, although there are no rumors that Qing Yun has a top-tier heavenly pride, but after all, it's an immortal sect, so the Holy Sun should still be careful. Well, this Holy Sun is informed. Shirtian nodded at his words. This Heaven's remarkable event was a good opportunity. In a moment, he would first make friends with the disciples of the immortal sect to get to know them, and then the probability of joining the immortal sect would be enough to increase by a few points. After all, it's good to have a background behind you and acquaintances. He, the Holy Sun, knew it well, and had himself put both to good use. He then looked at the rest of the heavenly pride disciples coming from their Holy Land and indifferently said, This Holy Sun will head off first. Senior brothers, whoever of you wants to play will go down together and have some fun. At the same time, in the attic where the Green Cloud sect was located, Shirhao withdrew his gaze toward the overlook. It's time for the various heavenly talents to make their appearance one after another. So he turned to the few disciples behind him and said, It's almost time, let's go. Hearing that behind him his senior brother Lin Bai and senior sister Hua Qingyi, the inner sect's heavenly pride, Qin Han, Ning Yen, Qing Yin, Long Ao Tian, and Falling Dance, stood up together. At this moment, most of their 8 disciples' faces were filled with excitement. Green Cloud disciples make a name for themselves this very day. The disciples of the Green Cloud set out on a boat and traveled hundreds of millions of miles across the domain. The Celestial Pride event spreads my name, and my feet trample on all the seal. Style pride of desolate martial arts. Lin Bai was afraid that the crowd would be nervous, so he casually brewed up a limerick. Ha ha, for the piece of elegance. It's still senior brother Lin. Long Ao Tian and the other inner disciples laughed. Even Qin Han, who had been preoccupied since entering the divine capital, had his brows relaxed. Hold your head high and think no more about it. They then headed out together. On the other hand, the main arena of the Heavens Pride extravaganza, At this time, the many celestial pride had already fought in a frenzy. Swords clanging and clanging clashed with intense booming sounds. The sky was filled with vertical and horizontal sword chi, blade chi, and a majestic battle intent that shot straight into the sky. Majestic auras filled the major formation platforms. Sometimes it was said that watching a heavenly pride fight was also a pleasure. You can learn a lot of lessons in combat skills from it. If you don't believe me, look at the crowded audience of cultivators gathered on the outskirts of the event. Right at this moment, a youth in golden yellow battle armor flew in, causing a stir in the room. Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, the Grand Prince, Sima Emotionless, the 4th-ranked Heaven's Pride in the 5 regions Heaven's Pride ranking. Sima whooshing flew to the top of that largest formation platform. He swept a glance at the empty surroundings and indifferently Lang said, Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, Sima Emotionless, here to teach. He didn't emit the slightest bit of aura, but there was an innate sense of authority and the oppressive feeling of having been in a high position for a long time that unfolded. Sima Emotionless. It's Sima Emotionless. Misty Grass. This sense of oppression is too strong, worthy of being a supreme heavenly pride that can be ranked 4th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. And I wonder who dares to go up and challenge. In an attic outside the formation platform, Mirror Moon Valley's DXINer looked towards the figure on the formation stage, her picturesque cultivated eyebrows frowning. Sima whooshing? That's the fellow who ranks above me on the Heaven's remarkable ranking. Last time I lost to him by a single move. I must defeat him this time. Uncle Chen, I'm going to challenge this guy. DXINer turned her head and said to the figure on the side, Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer. Look, someone has gone to challenge that Sima. DXINer sniffed and hurriedly looked toward the formation platform once again. Only a young man with a bald and shiny head, clad in a form-fitting red-veiled surplice, flew to the ring. Brother Emotionless, how have you been? It's been years since we saw each other that day. Seeing the visitor on the formation stage, Sima Wui was surprised. Oh, it's you? Buddha's son of the Buddha Kingdom, pure heavenly Chen. With this cry, Sima whooshing directly caused an uproar among the cultivators in the periphery. Buddha's son of the Buddha Kingdom, pure heavenly Chen. Who is he? Do you want to see what you're talking about? Buddha's kingdom Buddha's son is definitely Buddha's kingdom Buddha's son. I know about this Buddhist country, but this pure heaven Chen has never heard of it? It's just as well you haven't heard of it, because I haven't either. But a celestial pride that can recognize Sima whooshing is definitely not simple. It's probably a celestial pride that the Buddha kingdom has snowed away. Among them, there were cultivators who recognized Buddha Zijing Tianshan and knew that he was a very powerful heavenly pride, only that he had been relatively low profile and hadn't participated in the 5 regions heavenly pride ranking. Since he was too low profile, most of the cultivators didn't recognize him, but the big-name Buddha kingdom knew about him. The entire western region was the territory of the Buddha kingdom, and it was incomparably powerful, and the overall strength of the western region had previously ranked behind the central region, far surpassing the remaining 3 major regions. This is going to be interesting, getting to see 2 great supreme prides battling it out. This is really a friend who has come from afar. As soon as this last sentence was uttered, a big-bellied cultivator next to him sniffed and retorted, This brother's words are so logical, I admire them. It's just not quite the right phrase to put in here, is it? Can the 2 of them be happy when they're both about to start a fight? Why shouldn't I? How can you not be happy to have a friend come all the way over to practice with you? On the other side, Shirhao and the others also walked over from the attic. The cultivators along the way, after seeing the clan clothing with the flow of Tao rhythms on their bodies, were full of compliments. The celestial pride of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, 8 heavenly prides. I can't believe I can't see through any of them. Who says there's no heavenly pride in Qin Yun again? I'll kill them. Just then, Shirhao, who was gazing into the distance, suddenly saw a familiar figure. He paused in his steps, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Shir Tian. Chapter 160, The Grand Competition. Enemies Meet. Shirhao gritted his teeth and said, although there was endless anger rising in his heart, but still, his face didn't change. He just clenched his fists tightly. When Lin Bai saw his senior brother stop, he turned his head and asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Ran into an old friend. I'm going to have to give him a treat. After Shirhao indifferently finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze, and the coldness under his eyes increased. At those words, Lin Bai followed suit and looked over there, only to see an imposing white-clothed young man outside the formation platform in the distance was flying up towards the platform. Elder brothers deceased? It should be a close friend of senior brothers before he joined the sect. Just how does that youth look? Quite similar to senior brother. Lin Bai retracted his gaze and said darkly. Then he didn't think any more and continued forward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the biggest formation stage, Buddha's son Pure Heavenly Chen folded his hands together and looked at Sima Wuchi in front of him with a smile on his face and said, Brother Wuchi surprisingly remembers little monk. The young monk is honored. I've learned of Brother Emotionless imperial laws several years ago, and today, the young monk would like to learn some more. Sima Wui, who was in front, sniffed, his eyes deepening. This pure heavenly Chen was not easy to deal with. He had fought him evenly before, and now that several years had passed, this Buddha son was becoming more and more impenetrable. In that case, let's fight, Sima Wuxing said aloud, his majestic battle intent rising to the sky in an instant. Dashing through the clouds, a ray of sunlight shone down, shining on his golden battle armor. Heavenly diffusion emperor technique. Sima Wuxia fully operated his own imperial laws, and a majestic aura rose up to the sky. The pressure of the peak of the transformation god realm swept out in all directions. The young monk's favorite thing in his life is to overtake others. Those who have a destiny will not be charged one spirit stone, and those who do not have a destiny will be ignored for billions of spirit stones. Brother Emotionless and little monk are destined to be together. So I'm gifting you once today for nothing. On the other side, the Buddhist son, pure heavenly Chen, did not panic at all in the face of the imposing Sima Wuxi, and even flirted blandly. He sat cross-legged with his hands folded and his mouth full. Endless Buddhist light shone out, setting off his incomparable holiness. An obscure Buddhist sound resounded above the void. It's that damn Buddhist sound again. Sima Wuxia tightened his brows. Even after Bing avoided the sea of consciousness, this Buddhist sound was still able to penetrate in. Both of their auras are so strong, worthy of being a supreme heavenly pride. This bald, Buddha son's aura is not the least bit weaker than Emotionless. At that moment a high voice rang out. Misty Grass, quickly look over there. That's the third most popular heavenly pride on the heavenly pride ranking. Sure Tian, only to see that on the other side, on top of an equally imposing formation platform, a young man flew in, his white clothes winning the snow. The corners of Sher Tian's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the shouts not far below the formation stage. After looking down in a circle below with those divine pupils, he said in a deep voice, Dust rendering Holy Land, Holy Son Sher Tian, please also enlighten me. This is the one who combines Chaos Pupil and Supreme Body into one. Third on the heavens remarkable ranking. Who can this be his opponent? I don't know if that dustless Emperor Sect's Emperor Son, Bu Jianyun, and the first daughter of the Divine Kingdom's Blue family, Lan Yun, have come yet. These two can only fight against this one when they come, right? Not necessarily. We must know that the Chaos Pupil is already powerful, coupled with the legendary Supreme Saint Body. I guess these two are no match when they come. The last time the list was ranked was still the last time. That time Sher Tian's gifted physique hadn't been fully stimulated open yet. It's hard to say now. On the attic where Mirror Moon Valley was located, a color of powerlessness crossed DXANR's eyes. To say that she would fight with Sima Wui, she was still 50% sure. But if she were to fight with this Sher Tian, she would only have a 30% chance of winning. She had seen the power of the sacred sunstone the last time she asked for the Heaven's Pride ranking. On the other side, Lin Bai and Hua Qingyue immediately came to a realization when they heard the words of the surrounding cultivators. They had heard the story of their senior brother before. Then this Sher Tian, isn't it the enemy of the senior brother? Forced Bodo to deprive his senior brother of his supreme body and graft it onto himself. Lin Bai's brows furrowed when he immediately walked forward and said towards his senior brother, Sure how? Senior brother. So it's him. I said how I looked at this person's appearance and you, senior brother, still have some similarities. Sure Tian. Senior brothers you don't need to worry about me. You guys go ahead and challenge somewhere else. I'll settle my business first. Be careful. After Sure Hao finished speaking without waiting for his senior brother Lin Bai and the others to speak, without looking back, he flew towards the tall and magnificent formation platform over there. Seeing this, Lin Bai immediately removed the green lotus sword that he was carrying behind his back. With a green lotus sword in hand, who in the world cannot be killed? A few people looked at each other afterward. They then headed together in the direction of their senior brother, Sure Hao, following close behind, the disciples of Qin Yun. Together we will overcome the difficulties. On the formation stage, Sher Tian did not see anyone respond for a long time, and disdainfully retracted his gaze, indifferently saying, Is there no one who can be my enemy? Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Looks like it's going to be another layover this time. The world of the strong is always so lonely. Can't help it. Just get used to it. Cough. From the looks of it, the two supreme heavenly prides from the Dustless Emperor sect and the Blue family shouldn't have come. It's a pity that we won't be able to see this kind of heavenly pride fight against each other. The onlooker cultivators on the main field of the extravaganza also expressed their feelings of regret. Right. Where are the disciples of the immortal sect? At that moment, Sher Tian on the formation platform thought of this and hurriedly peered into the distance again in an attempt to find them. Soon he saw, flying in the distance, 8 figures. After noticing the clan uniforms with Tao rhythms flowing on them, Sher Tian's pupils lit up. Xingyun disciples. Wait a minute. Why does that figure at the front look so familiar? Sure how? When Shirtian saw the figure clearly, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he took several steps back before stopping. At this point he was filled with disbelief. Didn't Father already send his guards to assassinate him before I was picked up by the dust-rendering Holy Land after I fused my supreme body? Even if a close friend of his family had helped him escape by chance, he would still be a wasted man. So how could he join the immortal sect? No way. Absolutely no way. Shirtian froze in place and blinked his eyes frantically, admonishing himself in his mind that it was all a fake. It was all an illusion. Ha! What's wrong with the saint's son? It can't be that he's gone off the deep end. Fellow Daoist, what are you babbling about? It would be disastrous if the Holy Sun heard you. Don't you want to die? Fellow Daoist, look at the void. That's Qingyun's heavenly pride disciples, isn't it? They're here to challenge the saint's son? A moment later, Shihao took the lead and flew, descending on top of the tall formation platform. He indifferently looked at Shirtian across from him with mixed feelings in his heart. Then he coldly said, Shirtian, we meet again. I said that day that this revenge would be returned 100-fold. Chapter 161, Strongly Crushing, showing the momentousness. Shirtian's pupils contracted as he looked incredulously at the figure in front of him. You are really you? No way. Aren't you already wasted? Why are you still able to join Changyun? How could the Green Cloud Immortal sect take in a punk like you? Shirtian directly lost his temper and hissed angrily. The veins on the backs of his hands rippled, and his divine pupils were filled with a look of astonishment and incomprehension. There was no more of the previous cloudiness, and the air of defying the whole field. Fogweed, what's going on here? A shocking secret. This sacred son of Shirtian actually has a grudge against Qingyun's heavenly pride. This time there is a good show to see. This trip is really not a loss, not to meeting on the rush to come. Shihao sniffed, his face calm as he took one slow step forward. The sound of barred footsteps startled Shirtian's heartstrings with every step. I'm a loser? That's all thanks to you and your wonderful father. At those words, Shirtian in front of him once again took 2 steps back trembling. You want? What do you want? He was panicking now, like a scared bird. This Shihao now had the Qingyun immortal sect behind him, and in case he requested Qingyun to make a move, then his own Holy Land would definitely not care about him. Where does he go from here? Don't want anything, just taking back what I once lost, and in the process, just crushing you. A mole. Again, Shihao said in a deep voice, staring at Shirtian without slanting his eyes. He had fantasized about seeing Shirtian, his life and death enemy, countless times, and every time, his heart shook with rage. Now that he had actually encountered it, he was calm and calm, with no waves in his heart. There was no other reason. The height he was at now was a height that he could hardly reach in his entire life. The chief personal great disciple of the Lord of the Green Clouds. Just as they were talking, Lin Bai and the others also flew in. Each of them displayed a powerful aura and guarded under the formation platform, eyeing the rest of the disciples of the dust-rendering sacred land where Shirtian was not far away. Above the void, in the shadows, the dust-rendering sacred land sent out as the disciples' secret protector NPC Saint Realm Elders. Seeing this, his face was anxious and he didn't know what to do. This saint's son Shirtian was personally brought back from the eastern domain. At that time he had traveled the desolate marshal and happened to meet Shirtian when he came to the desolate continent of the eastern domain. At that time, he was shocked beyond belief that a small place with a scarcity of spiritual chi could have such a heavenly pride. And then he brought Shirtian back to the Holy Land. The Holy Sun actually has a grudge against a disciple of Qingyun. What should we do? No, this saint must quickly report to the Holy Lord. In the meantime, beneath the void, above the formation platform, Shihao finished. Shirtian's eyes instantly displayed a color of madness as his majestic aura surged out. Humph, since you want to seek death, then this saint's son will fulfill you. He has no way to retreat. Stretching a knife is death. Shrinking a knife is also death. Then simply jade and stone. Immediately afterward, Shirtian frantically operated his own gong methods. Chaos opens heaven and earth. The Supreme Being subdues the world. Chaos pupil. The Supreme Saint body was activated at the same time. A vision of 2 divine eyes appeared above the void at the formation platform. A figure came from the 9 heavens, stepping through the long river of time, and stood with the dome of the sky on its back to suppress it. 2 strange visions manifested. Shirtian's divine pupils glowed greatly. As far as the eye could see, there was a divine white color on one side and a ghostly black color on the other. 2 different rule powers were revealed together. One side lives, the other dies. Endless chaotic power converged, and Shirtian's aura flourished. Sure, how you go to hell? One eye realm extinction. Shirtian let out a furious cry, and the endless power of the rule of death in his left eye extinguished towards Shihao in front of him. Peak transformation god? Ha! What doesn't belong to you? You'll never be able to hold it steady. Supreme reincarnation law. Supreme shock to the world. After Shihao finished speaking, the golden light flourished, and the supreme sacred body was fully activated. the gong method was instantly fully opened, and a majestic momentum of the peak of the transformation god realm swept out. Even more majestic visions rose up to the sky. A great and incomparable figure came from the 9 heavens to suppress it. Sure Hao let out a muffled grunt, and the incoming death force shattered in response before it even touched him. Bang! A loud bang resounded through the sky. The cultivators on the main field of the noble heavens remarkable event were all startled, and they all let their eyes come. On the rest of the formation platforms, some of the celestial pride who were still fighting stopped one after another and looked over together. What a majestic vision! Is this really a great battle of my generation's heavenly pride? How come it looks like those great powers with high cultivation dueling? Oh, I've disgraced my peers. Disgraceful or not, let's put it aside. I just want to know why the visions of the 2 supreme saint bodies above the void. Sure Tian, I know. That Qing Yun's heavenly pride is surprisingly a supreme saint body as well. On top of the formation platform, Sure Hao ran forward to kill after breaking the force of the rules. The supreme reincarnation fist operated at full strength, and a majestic battle intent rose up to the sky and filled the air. Peak transformation god realm. This is impossible. Even so, where did he get his supreme body from? Sure Tian was even more astonished, and in the midst of his dismay, Sure Hao had already come running at him. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy gathered in both fists and fiercely blasted out. Seeing this, Sure Tian hurriedly returned to his senses and resisted with all his might. The heavy pupil avatar coupled with the raging power of the supreme body were all added between the fists. Blasted head-on. Boom! There was a shocking bang. Sure Tian flew out directly backwards, ruthlessly slamming into the back of the formation platform on top of the formation. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Sure Tian lay on the ground withered, and his divine chaos pupils were dimmed. Hiss! At the same realm, Saint's son Sure Tian, who had chaos pupil and supreme body all rolled into one, couldn't even block a single punch from Cheng Yun Tianjiao. How is this possible? All of the cultivators at the extravaganza were incredulous. Are all of Qing Yun's prides this fierce? This was something they suddenly thought of. Qing Yun's Qing Yun opening mountain examination not too long ago. At that time, the heavenly pride participating in the second level of examination were not basically unable to withstand a single punch from those Qing Yun disciples. It's almost like One Punch Man. Sure Tian covered his chest and looked forward in horror. Feats. It's your feats. I lost to your gongfu. At that Sure Hao sneered. This is also thanks to you, Sure Tian. Without you, I wouldn't have today's achievements. To thank you, I invite you to die. Sure Hao's knife-sharp face was filled with coldness, and his 8-foot height looked down on Sure Tian, who was lying on the ground, and said, with that, he was ready to strike. Wait, immortal sect's heavenly pride, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Just then an old voice rang out. An old man descended from above the void, and it was none other than the protector elder of the dust-rendering Holy Land. Sure Tianzhou, do you guys have some kind of misunderstanding? It is better to settle a grievance than to tie it up, the old man said stiffly. The talent of the Holy Sun has never been rare in ancient and modern times, and the Holy Sun also determines whether or not their dust-rendering sacred land can go further. The Holy Lord meant to do his best to preserve it, even at the cost of more resources, but if you try and can't keep it, just give up and never offend the immortal sect. Sure Hao's footsteps lurched at the words and he looked toward the old man. Why do I have to explain myself to you? Chapter 162 Sweeping the Event. Disciples' Fame. Sure Hao spoke coldly. This is an elder of the dust-render Holy Land? It looks like their Holy Land wants to protect the Sure Tian. Good Lord, aren't they afraid of offending the immortal sect? When that old man heard Sure Hao's strong words, he hurriedly said, Sure Tianzhou, I don't have any other intentions. Then off. After Sure Hao indifferently finished speaking, he turned his head to continue looking at Sure Tian. That Holy Land elder was dumbfounded. He wouldn't dare offend the immortal sect even if he was given 100 guts. With that, he no longer said anything more. Saint's son, you should seek your own fortune. There is really nothing that I can do about it. No, cousin, we are at least from the same lineage, so please spare my dog's life for the sake of us being related by blood. The pride of the famous central region was now lying on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail and begging. You're also worthy of sharing a lineage with me? Why didn't you think so at the time when you made your move to deprive me of my supreme holy body? I remember the sardonic smile on your face at the time. Sure Hao was not the least bit moved by his pleas for mercy and remained calm. Well, you can go to hell. Sure Hao finished coldly, and his powerful aura suppressed towards Sure Tian. No, accompanied by a vicious punch. Sure Tian on the ground was directly blown into a blood mist after he screamed miserably. Ha, how about the Holy Sun? What about the Holy Land? Having cultivated the supreme law for 3 years, I dare to pull down the great sage. Hearing Sure Hao's mutterings, the Holy Land elder on the side immediately trembled. Pulling the great sage off his horse can't be about the old man. Sure Hao also happened to look over, and the two of them looked at each other for a moment. I blasted your holy land's holy sun into a bloody mist. Your holy land won't retaliate, right? Sure, how coldly asked back. The knot in his heart had been dissolved, and he now only felt relaxed, feeling that his state of mind could be taken to another level. No, absolutely not. Immortal sect Heaven's Pride, you are overly concerned. The sacred land elder hastily patted his chest and assured him, after all, the deceased didn't even speak, so let's just let the matter go. The head of the Heaven's Pride extravaganza sent by the divine kingdom in the distance withdrew his gaze. Frowning, he muttered, this Qin Heaven's Pride is surprisingly so strong. The third heavenly pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking is not even a match for this person with a single punch. Not a moment later, Sure Hao flew to the bottom of the formation platform and met up with a few disciples from the clan. After they had consulted together, they all dispersed in all directions. The plan was to start fighting on their own, beating up all the Heaven's Pride that came in the Heaven's Pride event, spreading the name of Qin Yun's Heaven's Pride. Senior sister, this brother Sure Hao is actually so powerful now. I finally understand the words you always harp on about not underestimating any heavenly pride anywhere. All they have is a lack of resources. As long as they meet a force that is willing to cultivate them, then they will immediately. Golden scales transform into dragons and soar to the heavens. In an attic on the outskirts of the formation platform, the Transcendent Power Jade Clearance Palace disciples were located. Lu Shui kept saying to her senior sister in a clear voice. At that time, when he first came to the Eastern Domain, senior sister had constantly warned him. Yeah, it's incredible. Lang Bingning retracted her gaze in shock. The peak of the transformation spirit realm, only one step away from the real person realm. She still remembered that when she first met Sure Hao back then, he was only at the early Yuaning realm. It's only been a short while, and it's already soared to the peak of the transformation god. For him really cultivation is as simple as drinking water. In the meantime, on the other side, Mirror Moon Valley's DXINR, who had been watching for a long time, also retracted her gaze together for a long time before coming to her senses. She was puzzled as to how exactly this Qin Yun disciple cultivated the third saint son of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Sure, Tian, who made her feel powerless against him, was all killed by a single punch from a Qin Yun disciple. That means she goes up and she's okay. It all ends with a punch. Has it been too long in hiding to keep up with the pace of the world? Meanwhile, the main venue of the Heaven's remarkable event, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect spread out, each occupying a formation platform and waiting for the Heavenly Pride to challenge them. Sure Hao stood on the original formation platform with his arms folded, resting his eyes, wearing a green zone suit. The corners of his clothes moved with the wind, and the flow of Taoist rhythms attracted attention. But not a single person dared to go up and challenge. Don't you see that the third in the Heavens remarks list was beaten into a bloody mist? He was now the uncrowned king of this Heaven's Pride event. On another magnificent and tall formation platform, the Emperor rank formation was constantly emitting Tao power, and two heavenly prides were battling it out. You monks have some skill. Looks like I'm going to have to go all out. Lin Bai held the green lotus sword and said slowly, the sword chi around his body and the ground surging with green lotus. It was obvious that he had already exchanged blows. When the Buddha Kingdom's Buddhist son, pure heavenly Chen, heard this, his heart shook. But still, without changing his face, he continued to sit cross-legged. After defeating that Sima seeking defeat just now to restore the complete aura in his body, he came to continue the challenge. This Qin Yun heavenly pride who cultivated the sword Tao was too uncomplicated. The strength was powerful, not something that could be compared to that Sima whooshing just now. This cultivator may use his full strength. The little monk can hold up. It's just a pity that the little monk is most likely not destined to be with you, and can't overtake your excellency. Lin Bai sniffed the corner of his mouth, and his hands did not stop moving. Transcendence? You just overpassed that golden armored youth I also saw. Almost all two others killed. Indeed is overpassing physical superabundance. Then you'll just pick it up. Green Lotus sword body. Green Lotus sword technique. Above the void. Once again, the sky appeared to have a vision. A huge divine green lotus bloomed on the void. Above the formation platform, countless green lotuses also emerged together. Endless lingering sword chi tore out vertically and horizontally. Green lotus sword body. Sensing this aura, many cultivators were shocked. Shocking, beyond belief. What exactly was this celestial pride of the Green Cloud Immortal sect? Is there any relationship with the god of swords? The Green Lotus sword god of the Middle Ages was the gift of the Green Lotus sword body. This is another Green Lotus sword body's heavenly pride. Could it be that their generation is going to witness the rise of yet another sword god? 10,000 swords return to the lotus. On top of the formation platform, the sword body of the realm of the sword Tao had its full aura, and Lin Bai chopped out with a sword. With this sword chop, the sky was filled with green lotuses in the void and countless green lotuses on the ground. Along with the lingering sword chi, it attacked and killed Jian Tian Chen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. The second realm of the sword Tao, sword body. To be able to cultivate to this point at this age, as long as you don't die young, then the achievement of a sword god is absolutely undoubted. Not far away, pure Heavenly Chen clasped his hands together and recited Buddhist scriptures. The sound of Buddha came out from the sky, fully resisting the incoming sword chi and countless green lotuses. Green lotus sword technique, green lotus asking for the way. Break! Lin Bai saw this and chopped out another powerful sword chi. Boom! The lingering sword chi directly blew up pure Heavenly Chen's Buddha light protector and sent him flying under the formation platform. Bang! The bang! Pure Heavenly Chen fell hard to the ground. He felt as if his body was about to be cut open by 10,000 sword chi. A moment later he forced himself to stand up with the pain. The young monk is defeated. A portion of the sword Dao cultivators on the outskirts of the extravaganza discovered the end at this time. The 3-foot blade in that man's hand was the green lotus sword they had always dreamed of. The sword god's matching sword. Subsequently, countless divine thoughts probed. Lin Bai felt something at the first moment and frowned as he looked in all directions. Humph, dare to spy on my Qin Yin disciples. At that moment, a muffled grunt came from above the firmament. Immediately afterward, a majestic emperor realm pressure swept through the heavens and earth. Chapter 163, Great Emperor's Might, Shaking the Divine Kingdom. A powerful peak Great Emperor's pressure came down from the 9 heavens above. It was like a raging extinguishing thunder descending into the world, and for a time, the wind and clouds changed color. The many prying divine thoughts instantly collapsed after the muffled grunts of Easy Sun emanated from the firmament. Those cultivators were instantly revolted, screaming and chattering blood. Billions of cultivators bowed and lowered their heads under the majestic pressure of God's capital. Millions of celestial pride bowed down at the celestial pride extravaganza. Only the 8 celestial pride of the Green Cloud sect stood unharmed on top of the formation platform. They knew that this should be the Tao protector sent by the patriarch, and that the Emperor Realm seniors in the clan had stepped in. But spying on a Qin Yun disciple? Which sect disciple was spied on? Sure, how? Hua Qingyue and inner disciple Qin Han were all confused. Only Lin Bai, who was standing with his sword, knew what was going on. Just now, he had sensed that numerous divine thoughts were sweeping towards him, but the point of attention didn't seem to be on him, but rather the green lotus sword in his hand. The green lotus sword? They're coveting my matching sword? Lin Bai Han looked at the green lotus sword in his hand, and after only thinking for a split second he understood how. At that time, when he obtained the sword at the sect's sword mound, he learned of the sword's origin. Sword god's matching sword, the green lotus sword. Hiss! It's a great emperor is approaching the world. The Emperor Realm Supreme of the Green Cloud Immortal Sect, who found death to spy on Qin Yun's disciples. I day you immortal, don't drag us along if you want to die. For a time, the mixed heavenly divine kingdom shook. The crowd of cultivators in the divine kingdom all had different thoughts, and there were also some thoughtful cultivators who thought further ahead. Qin Yun's great emperor struck out at the divine capital of the divine kingdom to suppress all beings. Where would the face of the empress go? Wouldn't the face of the desolate martial absolute great powers Hun heavenly divine kingdom be disgraced? But then again, Qin Yun had that powerful immortal sitting there, so even someone as powerful as the empress would have to bow down. Countless cultivators in the heavens' remarkable event began to tremble, too subdued to raise their heads. The imperial realm's pressure was too terrifying. However, it was fortunate that Qin Yun's great emperor didn't want to suppress them, or else they would all have to go up in smoke with a single thought from the great emperor. A few breaths after the emperor realm's might erupted, the 2 great inner sect elders in the sect, Mu Shui Xian and Luo Chen, who were in the attic, flew in together. Descending above the event, he looked down with cold eyes at the many cultivators below. 2 powerful supreme realm auras once again shook the divine kingdom cultivators. No, attending a heavens remarks event is just that. Yu Qin Yun has sent out a great emperor and 2 supreme beings. Simply outrageous. Isn't this the heavens pride competition? Those who don't know will think you've come to the dust continent to destroy the country. This emperor is the great provider of Qin Yun, the easy emperor. You have great guts. How dare you spy on my Qin Yun disciples and covet my clan's disciples' precious swords? Such mole crickets. This emperor can exterminate hundreds of millions of you with a single thought. The sound of majesty once again came down, and the prosperous sun descended from the 9 heavens. The power of the great Tao was beside him, and the emperor realm was majestic. His figure was incomparably magnificent and tall, as if he had existed for eternity, standing with his hands above the void. Just then, a respectful voice came from the direction of the divine palace. Emperor, rest his anger, and all the lords of the immortal sect rest their anger. 5 figures flew from the direction of the divine palace, all of them exuding a powerful aura. This matter was poorly arranged by my mixed heavens divine kingdom, allowing those despicable cultivators who dared to spy on your sect's disciples to sneak in. I hope that the emperor will rest his anger. The old man in the middle of the 5 figures groveled as soon as he came up. He was the grand master of the divine capital divine palace. Fellow Daoist, rest your anger. someone come and arrest all the cultivators who are spying on the immortal sect's disciples for this emperor. As soon as the divine palace grand master's words fell, a voice that resounded through the clouds came immediately afterward. With that, the Emperor realm aura unfolded. A delicate figure descended above the void. Qin Han below froze for a moment when he heard this familiar voice. Is this Lin Qing? Tens of thousands of years had passed, and now they had all reached the level of great emperors. On the void, Lin Chang was wearing a green-colored blessed dress. Her face was cold, and her eyes showed a bland color from the beginning to the end. Fellow Daoist, this emperor is the Green Emperor of the Mixed Sky Divine Kingdom. My country's empress is in seclusion, so she didn't come to personally make amends to you, Dao friend, and all of you in Qingyun. Qing Di calmly arched his hand toward the prosperous son in front of him. Instead, his heart was shaken. Peak Great Emperor. This Qingyun's Great Emperor was actually a peak Great Emperor, not on top of the list of the 5 domains powerhouses. Qing Di secretly said that her sister was still in seclusion and she had to resolve this matter. Countless armor-clad soldiers below also came in a line at the order. Step, 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 neat footsteps. The powerful blood aura emanating from this army went straight to the clouds, and it looked like elite soldiers who had been through the battlefield for a long time. This was Empress Lin Yao's personal army, and each of them had a great cultivation level. The armorer came in and roughly crushed all of the many prying sword Dao cultivators. It was also good to distinguish these cultivators. They were basically sword cultivators. All of their divine thoughts were crumbled by Qingyun's great emperor with a single thought. At this moment, he's suffering from a backlash. But these armorers of the divine kingdom didn't care about that, and viciously yanked them up, even adding a few kicks. Get up! Dare to offend the emperor of the immortal sect. Killing you 10,000 times won't quench the hatred of this general's heart. A leading general cursed. Isn't coveting the treasures of an immortal sect disciple looking for death? If you want to die elsewhere to die. In case the great emperor strikes out in anger, all of them will have to die with you. As for the green lotus sword, even if I give it to you, do you have the strength not to live with it? That's ridiculous. In the meantime, God's capital, God's palace, the floating life pavilion elder who had just talked and laughed with a few old men from the divine kingdom in the divine palace. At this point, too, he stopped and muttered. A guard had already reported what had just happened. The floating life pavilion elder in the main hall did not change his face, and in his heart, he said, the green lotus sword? It turns out that it has fallen into the hands of the Green Cloud sect. That day it was judged that Qingyun was going to produce a sword god, and now surprisingly the green lotus sword has been found by them. This Qingyun is guarded by an immortal, and that lord doesn't know if he can still handle it. On the other hand, on the void of the heavens remarkable event, the Qing Emperor's divine thoughts looked down below for a while before continuing. Fellow Daoist, those cultivators who spied on your clan's disciples have all been captured. It's all up to your clan to make a decision. If this happens again, don't blame this emperor for stepping in to overthrow this world. As for those mole crickets, crush them all. Above the void, the prodigal son in front of the Green Emperor said indifferently, now is not the time to strike. There is no rush. He had already reported to the patriarch about the countless scouts watching them once they entered the divine capital earlier. When Feng Qingyang received the news, he immediately thought to himself that this was indeed the case. This mixed sky specially invited me, Qingyun, to participate in the Heaven's Pride event, so there really is a conspiracy. However, he wanted to see what tricks this mixed sky could play. If it wasn't for the fact that they were waiting to complete that side quest, the Qingyun disciples had come out on top at the event, he would have sent the Red Dust Immortal to sweep out long ago. A few moments later, the Heaven's remarkable event continued. At the same time, in a cultivation hall in the divine capital divine palace where Dao power flowed. Chapter 164, Qing Dynasty's Pride. Dustless shocked, Empress Lin Yao was in the process of fully refining the remaining emperor source within her body. 4 of the 5 emperor sources had already been refined. The majestic power of the great Dao flowed around her. The emperor realm aura she emitted had reached its limit, just one step away from breaking the shackles and becoming immortal. Boom! Powerful auras impacted every corner of the great hall. Not far away, Dustless nodded in satisfaction. It's not bad. Lin Yao will soon be transformed into an immortal as well. At that time, they would be able to have the 2 immortals work together to sweep the desolate marshal, suppress the chaotic stream's astral domain, and pour the power of the desolate marshal to ascend to the upper great realm. In the meantime, the imposing main arena of the Heaven's Pride Fest. At this time, order had been fully restored, and the Heavenly Pride once again mounted the formation platform to begin the battle. But they each had their hearts in their mouths after the incident they had just experienced. Challenging a competition was fine, but one should never maliciously provoke a Qingyun disciple. Otherwise, when the great emperor is angry, there will be billions and billions of floating corpses. That's no joke. Nope, challenges are not allowed either. They are ridiculously strong one by one. If you don't believe me, On top of those two formation platforms where Sher Hao and Lin Bai were, not a single heavenly pride dared to go up and challenge them. A ruthless man who had blown away the third in the 5 regions heavens pride ranking with a single punch. The other didn't make a few swords before suppressing the Buddha Kingdom's Buddha son. Who dares to go up there and make a fool of themselves? Sher Hao and Lin Bai spread their hands helplessly at this. Can't help it. Invincibility is always so lonely. On the other side, on top of several formation platforms, Qing Yun Patriarch's personal heirloom, Flower Lightning. Hua Qingyue was dressed in a pro-disciple costume. Looking at the woman in front of her with a calm and different face, she said, "Mirror Moon Valley, DXIN." DXINer stared cautiously at Hua Qingyi in front of her after she finished speaking. The picturesque eyes were alert. She's also the Lord of the Green Cloud's personal heirloom? Those two heavenly prides from before seemed to be both the patriarch of Qingyun's own. Each is ridiculously strong. But since he was already standing on this formation platform, he couldn't retreat without a fight. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke if the news of her, the 5th in the heavens remarks ranking, escaping without a fight, were to be spread out? The two women each operated their own gong methods, and their powerful auras raged out. DXINer held a sword, her plain skirt fluttering in the wind as the sword blossomed with countless chilling light. The aura of the peak of the transformation god realm unfolded. A great accomplishment in sword intent? Is it also a swordsmanship genius who practices swords? But if that's all there is, then she's lost. Hua Qingyue secretly said in her heart, her green silken waist moving with the wind. Phoenix diffraction sacred skill. Her phoenix saint body activated all in an instant, and a majestic aura exploded out. A huge divine phoenix silhouette emerged from the void, clanging and contending, constantly hissing at the bottom. The phoenix's entire body was burning with hot flames, like a fire phoenix. DXINer's heart trembled, and her hands did not stop moving. As the imperial sword killed her, her clothes danced and she flew in front of Hua Qingyue in a matter of moments. Seeing this, Hua Qingyue's onion-white finger pointed toward the front, and a brilliant light caught the eye. The phoenix silhouette above the void hissed a roar and continuously spat out scorching hot phoenix flames. Countless channels of phoenix flames gushed down, the hot flames burning the void. Misty grass, another heavenly pride against the heavens. The 8 disciples that came from this Qing Yun, they can't all be rebellious heavenly pride. All the top of this is simply invincible. This in the 5 domains of heaven's pride competition soon how else to play? Countless heavenly pride cultivators on the periphery of the formation platform once again began to doubt life. The last time I was shocked was still on Qing Yun, that disciple who used the Qinglian sword. Above the formation platform, sensing the scorching phoenix flame in the sky above, DXINer hurriedly raised her sword to fend it off, and a sword chi slashed out as the great successful sword intent erupted. Boom! That phoenix flames and sword chi blasted together, and after a loud bang, they dissipated together. On the other side, on the formation stage, Qing Yun inner disciple, Qin Han. Qin Han stood on the formation platform and said with his arms crossed. Upon hearing this, that heaven's pride on the opposite side immediately recognized him, the 28th ranked heaven's pride on the 5 regions heaven's pride ranking list. When Qing Yun opened the mountain to accept disciples, he had defeated Yun Meng Luo of the Yun family and Wang Yun of the Wang family of the Forbidden family with one palm. In short, it's horrible as hell. This is still just the inner disciples of Qing Yun. What about the core disciples? What about the peak master's own disciples? Imperial sons? What about the sequential divine sons? He no longer dared to imagine further, so he opened his mouth and said, "So it's brother Qin Han. Little brother, I had eyes but didn't recognize him. Today, it is inconvenient for my little brother to fight. There is a meeting in the landscape. Farewell." On the other formation platform, Qing Yun inner disciple, Ning Yan. Ning Yan stood with his arms folded, exposing himself to his name. It seems that the Dan sect's heavenly pride didn't come to participate in the grand event, or else they could still help Master Teacher inquire about the Dan sect's current situation. It's also true that people are mainly alchemists, so naturally they won't come to participate in this heaven's pride battle. At the same time, above the other formation platforms where the Green Cloud disciples were, Green Cloud inner disciple, Green Flame, holding a folding fan. Cheng Yan looked ahead and laughed. The folding fan in his hand was his favorite weapon. He has also been thinking about when he can create his own school. Fan E. No more words ensued, and both sides ran their respective gong methods. Green Flame held a fan in his right hand and ran towards the Tianjiu in front of him with a momentum that was like thunder. Qing Yun inner disciple, Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian's long hair was draped over his shoulders and he carried a large sword on his shoulder as he stood on top of the formation platform with a domineering aura. War! With a loud shout, a majestic aura rose to the sky. Powerful blade intent streaked out. Green Cloud inner disciple, Falling Dance. Falling Dance's face was like goose fat, and her god was like autumn water as she said indifferently to the front. Without saying much, the Green Cloud immortal law in his body operated. The majestic aura pressed out horizontally. She took a step out, her light figure fluttering and moving as she attacked and killed that heavenly pride in front of her. In the meantime, Dustless walked out of the cultivation hall. Lin Yao could break through soon. He had to be prepared. The sects and divine kingdoms would have to pour out all of their strength to help them forge the foundation of the immortals of the ancient world. The Heavens Pride Fest that this immortal asked you to monitor. How is it now? Nothing happened, right? Dustless sent a message with his mind using divine thoughts. Having been in the cultivation hall before, he hadn't cared about the Heavens Pride extravaganza. These heavenly prides are of great use. Poof. Fight. Fight hard. The lives and deaths of these celestials will be under the control of this immortal. To the master. A great emperor from Qingyun just struck out. The secret spy informed Dustless of the entirety of what had just happened. Dustless sniffed and brightened up. A peak great emperor of Qingyun? It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Immediately afterward, Dustless's powerful half-immortal realm divine thoughts shrouded out. After sweeping across to the main arena of the heavens remarkable event, no one noticed, including the prodigal sun above the firmament. So it's hidden in the void. It really is a peak great emperor. What a green cloud immortal sect. Coming to see a Heavens Remarks event is all about peak great emperors opening the way. Since you sent me to the door, don't blame this immortal. Dustless laughed darkly, then probed into the main arena of the event. Ha, that? Chapter 165 Lin Yao transforms into an immortal. End of the event. Dustless divine thought probed over and was immediately startled. Even when facing a peak great emperor he was unperturbed. He was completely nonplussed at the sight of that familiar figure. Even if they are separated by nearly 200,000 long years, he couldn't even forget that figure. Only to see that on the formation stage, Ning Yan executed the green cloud immortal technique. The yin-yang sacred body activated at full strength, and majestic spiritual energy streaked across. It was battling against the pride of a central region sect. In the divine palace, Dustless muttered in shock. What the hell is going on here? The figure on top of the array platform was still wearing that green and white clan uniform, and a familiar aura came over him. 1900,000 years ago. That youth left words behind when he left that he still remembered as if they were yesterday. We will meet again when we have the chance. He even let slip at that time that he hoped to fight with him again in the future to wash away the shame of the defeat. Dustless was now full of fog, his face filled with incomprehension. Is this fate? It's not right either. This youth's current aura wasn't much stronger than it was 190,000 years ago. He himself has now reached the half-immortal realm. It's impossible. It's simply nonsense. Could it be that someone has interfered with the time and space river? Dustless thought of this one possibility in an instant. Crossing the river of time and space. What great power that must be. Or a time and space supreme treasure that can intervene in the long river of space and time. After Wudu calmed his mind, he probed again and realized that the youth had 3 words embroidered with dragons and phoenixes on his clan uniform. A disciple of the Green Cloud sect? It's the Green Cloud sect again. Where in the world did this Qingyun come from? Could it be that it was a great sect of the heavenly realm? Could it be that Qingyun was in control of a spacetime type of supreme treasure? Dustless mind, which had just calmed down, once again stumbled. All of this was beyond his knowledge. Even as a half-immortal realm, he felt caught up in a dark hand behind the scenes. Now that I think about it, it seems as if everything about this Qingyun has been incredible since the very beginning. Rising too fast, supreme beings, great emperors, and the list goes on and on. There was even a half-immortal realm sitting in the same place as him. Even if the current Qingyun was the same Qingyun imperial sect from the Middle Ages, it couldn't be this outrageous. Afterwards, Dustless stopped thinking about it and withdrew his divine thoughts. His thoughts were now spinning in place. No, this Qingyun is too mysterious. It's very likely that he controls a time and space supreme treasure or a great sect in the upper realm. The plan for Qingyun has to be considered in the long run. Dustless pondered for a moment and said darkly, in any case, one could not make a rash move without figuring out Qingyun's bottom line. Everything waited for Lin Yao to break through before making a decision. Time passed, and 10 days passed in a flash. The Heavens Pride event also came to an end. In the meantime, Divine Palace, in the cultivation hall, the aura emanating from Lin Yao's body grew stronger and stronger. Wisps of immortal qi continuously overflowed. The void around him couldn't bear it and began to collapse. The 5 emperor sources that had been refined and completed within her body were operating together at this time. Pounds of majestic Dao power continued to integrate into Lin Yao's body. The Dao power in her body continued to transform into immortal sources. The Great Emperor realm controls the Great Dao, and the immortal realm fuses the Great Dao, until the Dao power is transformed into immortal source. Then one can melt the Dao and transform into an immortal. Break! Lin Yao let out a dainty cry. An endless immortal origin power rushed towards the immortal realm barrier, constantly breaking the rules of the immortal realm. In an instant, the winds and clouds in the sky and the earth were in a state of confusion. Vast golden raving thunder descended. For a time, The 5 domains shook. Golden robbing thunder? This is another great power breaking through the immortal realm. Misty grass. Isn't it popular to break through to the immortal realm nowadays instead of the great emperor? What the hell is wrong with desolate Marshall? Looking in that direction, it appears to be the dust continent. The dust continent? Could it be that Empress Lin Yao of the mixed heavenly divine kingdom is in transit? In the central domain, cultivators who had had the last experience knew what that golden robbing thunder meant. Peak greatness. Transformation of the way into immortality. On this side, Lin Yao directly rushed up into the sky after melting the Tao. Bang! The magnificent cultivation hall was directly shattered. Lin Yao came onto the void and raised her head to look indifferently at the blackened robberies and thunder in the firmament. Even dustless can cross over. So can this emperor. At this time, above the sky, a thick golden robber thunder rumbled and struck down fiercely. The aura of annihilation filled the void. Lin Yao's mind moved, and her emperor realm technique was fully activated. Endless immortal source flowed within her body, and with a hard look in her eyes, she flew and rushed towards the sky above the void to harden against the robberies and thunder. Countless golden robberies of lightning struck her fiercely. Boom! A powerful impact force pressed out horizontally in all directions from the center of the blast. A few moments later, the robbing thunder dispersed. 10,000 years of immortal light shone down from the firmament. The earth springs up with golden lotuses and the sky descends with visions. A majestic immortal realm pressure enveloped the entire desolate Marshall. The transmigration has succeeded. The Empress has ascended to immortality. My mixed sky divine kingdom will be an immortal power from now on. Billions and billions of mixed heavens children, cultivators, all cheered. The Empress of their divine kingdom had successfully transited the tribulation, melting the Tao and transforming into an immortal. In the void, Lin Yao felt the aura of her own immortal realm before a thought then instantly went away. Not a moment later, God's capital, in the God's palace. Congratulations Empress, for breaking through the immortal realm. Dustless walked up and laughed. Lin Yao sat on the main seat, wearing a long white dress, her cold face unchanged, but the temperament has changed radically, adding to the ethereal, fairy-like aura. It sets her off more and more. Dustless, I've also broken through the immortal realm now. This emperor, Xian, feels that the power within his body is incredibly strong, strong enough to pick stars with just his hands, far from being comparable to a great emperor. When do we do it? Lin Yao asked expectantly, her eyes filled with longing. It's been tens of thousands of years since I've been working on it, so I've finally gotten a taste of it. Wasn't it for this day that he attacked and killed the great emperor together with Dustless? Right now she longed to gain more power and travel to a more expansive land. Arakwa was too small to be satisfied anymore. Not yet. The situation has changed. Dustless' eyes twitched as he told Lin Yao about the discovery of his conjecture at the Heaven's Pride event that day. What? You mean the only one who defeated you? That heavenly pride is actually... Lin Yao was also shocked and said incredulously. Right. So that's why it's important not to act rashly and explore this Qin Yun sect's realities first. But there's no need to panic. The limit of what this desolate Marshall can withstand is the realm of half-immortals such as myself. The big deal is that we'll destroy the rest of the big forces first, and then gather the power of the desolate Marshall to overthrow Qin Yun. Lin Yao nodded at his words. On the other hand, the Divine Capital Fest's main arena. On this day, all the Celestial Pride all gathered at the main venue of the event. The Heaven's Pride event had ended, and after the millions of Heaven's Pride fought like fire, 10 of the strongest Heaven's Pride had been dished out. However, this time, the 10 Heavenly Pride candidates were unexpected. The main arena of the Heaven's Pride Fest. The floating life pavilion elder with white hair and a calm and steady aura stood on top of the largest formation platform together with the head of the Divine Kingdom and looked down. This saint declares that this Heaven's remarkable event is officially over. The top 10 ranked Celestial Pride will receive a huge reward and will be enough to be honored on the 5 regions Celestial Pride ranking. Below this saint announces that the 10 strongest Heavenly Prides are. Chapter 166, Let's go. Mission accomplished. First place, Lord of the Green Cloud's own Sure Hao. Second place, the Lord of the Green Cloud's personal heirloom, Lin Bai. Third place, Lord of the Green Cloud's own Flower Lightning. Fourth place, Qing Yun inner disciple Qin Han. Fifth place, Qing Yun inner disciple Ning Yin. Sixth place, Qing Yun inner disciple Qing Flame. Seventh place, Qing Yun inner disciple Long Ao Tian. Eighth place, Green Cloud inner disciple Falling Dance. Ninth place, Pure Heavenly Chen, the Buddhist son of the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom. 10th place, Mirror Moon Valley DXIN. The person in charge of the Divine Kingdom sent to preside over the Heaven's remarkable event said aloud from the top of the formation platform as he transported enough Saint Source. 10 figures stood straight on top of the formation platform. Looking down, those 8 clear-colored green and white intertwined Qing Yun clan uniforms were truly eye-catching. The names of the 8 Qinjians on top of the list shocked countless cultivators. Awesome! I've already guessed that Qing Yun's disciples are powerful. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Yeah, you don't say. You don't say. If I hadn't witnessed their invincibility on the formation stage these past few days, I wouldn't have believed it even if it killed me. Then beat you to death. I mean the 8 disciples from the immortal sect who came to participate in the grand event. Each of them is a supreme heavenly pride. And 5 of them are even inner disciples. Inner disciples are all supreme heavenly prides? A crowd of heavenly pride are shocked to talk. But the heart does not have too many ripples. This 10 days have been shocked enough. Just still sighing. It's a great pride. What a concept. Do you really think that the top heavenly pride is a rotten spiritual dish? That was the man of the hour. The man who stirred up the clouds. That was a desolate martial supreme celestial pride that was enough to compete with the supreme giants on the path to empire. Not far below the formation stage, Sima Wui looked forlornly at the 10 figures on the formation stage. He sighed. Times have changed, and he was ultimately defeated this time. Originally, before descending to the event, he was still full of confidence. With his strength of 4th in the heavens' remarkable ranking, how could he occupy the top 11 seats of the event? Whoever thought it was 11 in the fest, not the top 10, 1 seat. First, he challenged the Buddha's son and lost, and then he lost to the former heavens remarks ranking 5 emperors xin in a single move. The head of the event at the top of the formation platform continued. The top 100 ranked in this event can join my mixed sky divine kingdom here. The rest of the top 1000 ranked celestial pride can pick any of the remaining great powers. At the same time, the top 100 heavenly prides will also be rewarded with different treasures according to their rankings. As soon as these words came out, dozens of celestial pride revealed smiles among the formation platforms below. Joining a great power divine kingdom, wasn't that the purpose of their coming to the event? And now that purpose had finally been realized. And the divine kingdom had gone even further at this point. Not long ago the Empress broke through the immortal realm. And now the divine kingdom was the second major power to have an immortal realm sitting in its midst. I just don't know how it compares to the Qingyun immortal sect. Seeing that these 8 celestial pride of Qingyun dominated the list, Qingyun guessed that the foundation was even deeper in order to cultivate so many supreme celestial pride. It was just a pity that they either didn't go to the Qingyun Kai mountain last time, or they couldn't even pass the first level. In the meantime, in the attic on the outskirts of the pageant, in the ancient attic, Mu Shuixian was pondering over some matters, her beautiful eyes turning and fluttering. The God country's empress has broken through the immortal realm. On the other hand, in the eastern region, the Green Cloud mountain range, outside the gate of the Green Cloud sect, watch the door carefully for this emperor. Don't let a single spirit bird in. Outside the clan, on top of the mountain, the Black Emperor was speaking seriously to an old man in front of him. Lord Black Emperor, you still don't feel confident that I, Go Shang, will do my job. That old man was dressed in a Qingyun specific clan uniform, and when he heard this, he immediately arched his hand respectfully towards the Black Emperor. At ease? How did you become the Lin family's oldest ancestor? The Lin family has all been demonized except for you, and now everyone knows that your Lin family colludes with the demons. In the future, you must not say that you have followed this emperor. This emperor's face has been disgraced by you, the Black Emperor said with a look of contemptuous anger. What has the Lin family done? You say. Lord Black Emperor rest his anger. I didn't know about it either. I've been in a deep slumber and seclusion. Who knows that the state of affairs became like that after I was awakened? I almost never saw you again, my lord, either. I also have to thank your excellency for mentioning me for the sovereign before Gosheng could join the Green Cloud sect. Lin Gosheng, the old ancestor of the Lin family, once again sincerely arched his hand in thanks. Alright, this emperor won't pursue you anymore. As for mentioning you to the patriarch, it's all trivial. This emperor is very much valued by the patriarch, or else he wouldn't be able to give such an important job to this emperor. Normally speaking, you're not competent enough for a tiny supreme. You have to come like this emperor to be barely competent. But seeing as you followed this emperor before, this emperor casually mentioned it to the patriarch. Well, without further ado, keep a good watch. Lin Gosheng immediately returned. Many thanks, Lord Black Emperor. Don't worry, my lord. With me, not to mention the spirit bird, the bird coming down will also have to get it back. The other side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. The disciples came out on top at the Heavens Pride Fest. The quest rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation enhancement card. Ignoring any limitations, you will be raised to a great level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mount Immortal Beast Ink Jade Kirin, Peak Earth Immortal Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Spring, the Immortal Qing Bu Spring. The Immortal Spring contains the rules of the Immortal Way and endless pure immortal source, which can be absorbed to raise the cultivation level of the Immortal Realm, and the absorption has the effect of changing the talent. In the Great Hall of the Green Clouds, the system's prompt sounded in Feng Qingyang's mind again. After Feng Qingyang viewed the rewards, he called out the cow flap. the system rewards are too generous this time. This cultivation enhancement card came at a wonderful time. He was now in the Emperor realm, which meant that after using the cultivation card, he would be able to step into the immortal realm in one step. The Mount, the Ink Jade Kirin, was at the peak of the earthly immortal realm, which was equivalent to another immortal realm sitting in the Green Cloud sect. As for the third immortal spring, it was even more anticlimactic. As we all know, a person's talent is doomed since birth, and the thing called qualification is hard to improve. Hard, almost impossible. Still, there was no invincible physique, only invincible cultivators. Although talent could not determine one's upper limit, but that cultivator did not want to be gifted? Don't want to have a smooth road to training? To make another analogy, if you are gifted and work hard to cultivate hard, you will not be able to surpass others in your lifetime if you simply cultivate hard without any strange encounters. Feng Changyang was also brightened up. This immortal spring simply possessed the power to take over the heavens. In the future, it will be used as a reward for disciples, so that those disciples in the clan who are not gifted can also be transformed. Because of the first level of the test, it just so happened that the last thing that was lacking in the Green Cloud sect was disciples with poor talent and strong perseverance. So toned down. It's perfect. Chapter 167, Sheng Yang transforms into an immortal. Ink Jade Qilin. With that, Feng Changyang no longer thought much about it. Use the cultivation enhancement card, he said to the system. Wait, materialize the whole reward together. Ding, the cultivation enhancement card was successfully used. The immortal beast mount, the Ink Jade Kirin, has materialized. Desolate martial rule is temporarily suppressed at the peak of the half-immortal realm. Xiansheng Bai Yuquan has already appeared. The system words fell. Boom! The great Tao of the heavens within Feng Qingyang's body boiled up in an instant, and the majestic Tao power worked crazily. The Tao power in his body was continuously transformed into a mortal source. Majestic immortal Qi overflowed and spread out. Raging aura filled the Qingyan hall. The void couldn't withstand it and began to crumble and collapse away. After a few breaths, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes. His demonic purple pupils flashed with essence, and the whole person was like being reborn, becoming more and more out of the ordinary. He only felt that his entire body was incomparably relaxed, and the power in his body surged. With a thought, a powerful immortal realm pressure swept out. 8th level of the half-immortal realm. The immortal way of the heavens. Feng Qingyang muttered. After melting the Tao and transforming into an immortal, one would be able to completely control the Tao, and one's own Tao would be sublimated into the immortal Tao laws. So if you want to go farther in the immortal realm, the Great Emperor is just the foundation, and your basic roots should be well established. The power of the Great Tao comprehended by the Emperor realm determines the immortal Tao laws of your immortal realm. With that, Feng Qingyang instantly came out and arrived above the void. In the sky above the Green Cloud sect, black pressurized robberies and thunderbolts converged. The annihilating aura emanating from the robbing thunder once again shook the desolate martial continent for a time. This is a golden-colored tribulation thunder. Another peak Great Emperor is undergoing a tribulation to transform into an immortal. Misty grass. Are there going to be 2 immortals in just 1 day's time? I really broke defense. Feng Changyang came onto the void and looked up with interest at the robbing thunder on the sky. Speaking of which, the previous few times he had crossed the tribulation, that tribulation thunder had dissipated before it struck. It seems that this duo Xian rank is new and doesn't know any better. Rumble. The golden robbing thunder was finished brewing, and with the power of annihilation, it ruthlessly chopped down. Without any resistance, Feng Qingyang directly raised his head and closed his eyes. The lightning struck Feng Qingyang's body, and after the sound of nuisance came, there was no reaction. Seeing this, the robber thunder was furious, rumbling and roaring as thousands of thick golden robber thunders struck down together. It ruthlessly chopped at Feng Qingyang's body, and there was still no reaction at all. Immediately afterward, the black pressurized robbery thunder dissipated in the firmament. At this time, after Feng Qingyang had absorbed the lightning from the calamity, his aura began to surge. Half-immortal realm 9. Half-immortal realm 10th perfection. For a time, the heavens appeared with visions, and the great Tao contended. Ethereal immortal aura filled the void, and colorful divine light rushed up to the sky. Powerful immortal might swept down, and all beings on the desolate martial continent bowed down. The peak of the half-immortal realm. After Feng Qingyang murmured, the visions were revealed again in the void. An endless rift in the heavens and earth cut open, and a figure stepped out from the rift in the void. It had a dragon's head and a bull's tail, a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and its body was covered in ink and jade-colored scale armor. Incomparably tall and magnificent, the huge body covered the sky and was divine. Colorful and auspicious immortal light blossomed from it. It was the immortal beast, the Ink Jade Kirin. The Ink Jade Qilin looked down below, and after seeing the figure not far away in the void, its large jasper-colored pupils lit up as it immediately looked down. This immortal beast Qilin is quite imposing. Feng Changyang sized up the ink and jade Shilin and flew over. Stepping on top of its head, he stood with his hands on his head, looking down at the desolate marshal. Seeing this, the ink jade Shilin obediently wagged its tail to show its submission. Well, good. You will be the sect's mount from now on. Feng Qingyan laughed. Immortal beasts as mounts. That's a full row. The dragon emperor moved back a little bit. Right. And the immortal king's chariot had a stronger pulling beast again. The ink jade Shilin immediately nodded. Roar. Then, a hiss went straight up into the sky. For a time, the many demonic beasts of the desolate martial continent all bowed down. The suppressive force from the bloodline and that majestic immortal realm aura caused them to tremble. The back mountain of the Green Cloud sect, the habitat of a group of dragons. The dragon emperor and the crowd of dragons all looked at the behemoth in the void in shock. This is an immortal beast. The dragon emperor made a shocked outburst. That? Sovereign. The dragon emperor saw the figure standing with his hands on the immortal beast at that moment. The heart was once again shaken. The patriarch actually used an immortal beast as his mount. In the meantime, the Middle Kingdom's upper continent, the Phoenix continent, a mountain range with extremely dense aura and thousands of gullies. In the Phoenix clan's habitat, the transformed Phoenix emperor of the Phoenix clan was frowning at the sky at that moment. The eastern region? That scent is an immortal beast descending. There's only the Green Cloud immortal sect over there. Could it be Green Cloud's immortal beast of subjugation? Feng Di speculated in disbelief. Now, where should they, the Phoenix clan, go from here? Immortal beasts descend, and all demons bow down. The Dragon clan has defected to Qing Yun. How about my Phoenix clan as well? On this side, they didn't wait for Qing Yun's disciples and elders to be shocked. The visions were revealed again in the void, and a majestic immortal qi brewed. An immortal spring rushed down from the 9 heavens above. Just like the water of the immortal world pouring backward and reversing the flow, the immortal spring flew down into the suspended first peak of Qing Yun Peak. Endless immortal spiritual energy was immediately emitted. The immortal river flows backwards and falls into the 9 heavens. What a masterstroke! Just how great is the power to do that? The Green Cloud immortal sect is as terrifying as this. This scene once again refreshed the perceptions of the desolate martial cultivators. A few moments later, Feng Changyang stood on the ink and jade Shilin and descended down. Inside the Green Cloud sect, countless disciples and a group of elders looked into the sky together. Shocked, only a figure stood on the huge immortal beast. That figure was ethereal and dusty, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. There's actually someone on the immortal beast. That? Sovereign. It's my lord of Qing Yun. Sovereign is invincible. The first immortal of Qing Yun. Outside the old ancestor hall, Li Qingyun withdrew his gaze. The sovereign is indeed a great power in the immortal realm. Now that they are slowly regaining their strength, they are all far ahead of me. Immortal beasts, immortal springs can all be summoned with a wave of the hand. Where exactly are the limits of the sovereign? Outside the gate of the Green Cloud sect, the Black Emperor braced himself and muttered after stabilizing his trembling legs. Immortal beast. I also don't know when this emperor will be able to cultivate to that realm. Lin Gosheng, the Lin family's oldest ancestor, also muttered to himself. Hiss, the Lord of the Green Clouds is really too powerful. It's fortunate that I am also a member of the Green Clouds. Not a moment later, Green Cloud Peak, Feng Changyang walked towards that immortal spring, followed by the shrunken Qilin. Come to the front and back of the fairy spring and look into the spring. One could only see the immortal spring, flowing in a clear and tranquil manner, with endless immortal spiritual qi rising out of it. He reached out and put his hand into the immortal spring to feel it. Hurtingly, he realized that the immortal source in his body was actually vaguely throbbing. This immortal spring can also enhance cultivation and improve talent. It truly deserves the name of Immortal Clear Blue Spectral Spring. Now that everything is in order and the side quest for the disciples to come out on top at the Heaven's Pride extravaganza has been completed, then it's time for me, Qing Yun, to reign over the desolate martial. Earlier, the prodigal son had sent him a message that the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom had sent quite a few spies to monitor them. Coupled with the fact that Empress Lin Yao had broken through the immortal realm, she was bound to make things happen. It's just that this clan made such a big commotion just now. I don't know if they still have the guts to do that. Feng Qingyan's face was reflected in the immortal spring, only to see a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 168 Disciple Promotion. Song Dome Immortal Sect. After Feng Changyang finished speaking, his divine mind entered the system panel to check it out. Master, Feng Changyang, Realm, Peak Half Immortal Realm. Immortal Laws of the Heavens, Half Immortals, Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, True Immortals, Golden Immortals, Dala Golden Immortals, Immortal Kings, Immortal Emperors, Immortal Zuns, Immortal Emperors. The 3 Immortals of Qingyun, Old Ancestor Li Qingyun, Half Immortal Realm, Red Dust Immortal Fu Hongguan, Peak of the Earth Immortal Realm, and the Patriarch's Mount, the Ink Jade Shilin, Peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Omitted. Feng Qingyang roughly checked. Excluding himself, the Qingyun sect now had 3 immortal realms and 2 great emperors. The 6 peak masters were at the peak of Supreme, the Green Sword Peak Elder was in the middle stage of Supreme, and the 5 core elders had already broken through to Supreme. The inner sect's Grand Elder Mu Shuixian and 2nd Elder Luochen were both in the mid-summit stage, and the Black Emperor had already recovered to the peak of the summits, as well as the newly added Lin family ancestor Peak Supreme, Provider Dragon Evil Mid Supreme, the 3 Sovereign Protectors Early Supreme, and the elders of the various halls also both broke through to Supreme. The 5 remaining summoned inner sect elders and the 3 outer sect elders, as well as the guard elder Wang Xian, all broke through the realm one after another as well. These didn't even include the affiliated forces, the Lin family, the Transcendent Forces, the Mu family, the Dragon Clan, and the Eastern Domain Imperial Dan Holy Land. Green Cloud has reached its prime. The clan value has reached 80,000, only one step away from a 3rd-level clan, Feng Qingyang secretly said after exiting the system space. And then there are the disciples within the clan, where the new rules were put into effect 10 days ago. All disciples who had reached the spirit transformation realm were promoted to the inner sect, those who had reached the cave void realm were the outer sect, and those who were less than cave void were relegated to the rank of miscellaneous servants. 10 days ago, disciples who had reached their cultivation level had already been promoted in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the deacons and elders of each sect. The number of inner disciples increased by 30, and there were many of them who were the Heaven's Pride who had lost the test the last time the mountain was open to accept disciples. The size of the outer disciples surged to 5,000. The rest of the disciples who are dissatisfied with their cultivation level are all miscellaneous disciples, only to be promoted in the time and space tower by practicing hard in a matter of days. As for the matter of the 8 immortal peaks of Qingyun assessing and recruiting disciples, because of the Heaven's Pride event, it was postponed again. With regards to the promotion of disciples in the sect, after the Elders' Assembly and Feng Qingyang's pat decision, the new rules for disciple promotion were gradually improved. Cultivation up to the real person. Obtain the clan value of up to 100,000 can be promoted to the core disciple focus on cultivation. Cultivation up to the saintly realm of the disciple. After the Elders' General Assembly assessment for the Qingyun sequence of true biography, of course there were also the great elders themselves, and the great peak masters themselves. Before, the Qingyun sect still only had the great emperor ancestor to carry the throne, and there was a lack of top-tier and mid to lower-tier powerhouses within the sect. But now, my Qingyun is already standing at the top of this world. Feng Qingyang stood at the top of Qingyun Peak, looking down on the entire Qingyun, his eyes showing reminiscence and emotion. It's also time to complete the main quest to dominate the deserted martial arts, the Dustless Emperor's sect, the Muddy Sky Divine Kingdom, Feng Qingyang secretly said, and then his mind moved, and his divine thoughts transmitted out. On the other hand, in the sect's Hall of Merit, Fu Hongduan was in the process of selecting a feat. The rules of the clan, elders and above can choose any 3 immortal law, and after that, if you have a desired immortal law, you have to redeem it with your own contribution value of the clan, just like the disciples. Every month, the sect would give out the corresponding contribution value to the elders according to their rank. It's surprising that all of them are immortal laws here, and that there are so many immortal king laws and higher-ranked immortal laws. Fu Hongduan was shocked. This was the first time she had come to the sect's Hall of Merit techniques to pick a merit technique. Although he has reached the peak of the Earth Immortal, the technique he has been practicing until now is still an ordinary immortal technique. Red dust. At that moment, Feng Qingyang's divine thoughts came. The patriarch is summoning me. A movement in her hand, followed by a thought, rushed instantly. A few moments later, on the Green Cloud Peak, Fu Hongduan descended behind Feng Qingyang. After seeing the patriarch standing with his hands, she respectfully arched her hand and said, "Patriarch." In the meantime, the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm was the great realm above the desolate martial continent. Among them, the Immortal Sect reigns supreme, and the Immortal Kingdom controls billions and billions of miles of beings. Numerous immortal sects and overwhelmingly large powers were in abundance. The power of its heavenly Tao rules even crushed the desolate martial continent. At the same time, in the Tsang Dome Immortal Sect, the Tsang Dome Immortal Sect was a great sect that dominated the heavenly realm, with a long and ancient heritage. The Immortal Sect was situated in the lower heavens of the Celestial Realm, a place where the immortal Qi was rich. The place was lined with thousands of pavilions of different styles, and thousands of auspicious clouds shrouded the entire clan, an image of an immortal family. Infringement contact deletion. The Vault of Heaven Immortal Sect. During this period of time, the desolate martial lower realm has been moving around a lot. This seat senses that there is actually an existence above a great emperor in desolate martial. Those people from the barbaric lands were actually able to break through the immortal realm and break the rules of the heavenly Tao that my lord has stepped in. A majestic and furious voice resounded throughout the magnificent Pale Dome Immortal Hall. Immortal Lord, rest in peace. According to the news from the floating life pavilion in the lower realm, a clan has suddenly risen within the desolate marshal, named Qing Yun. A senile old man on the side of the immortal temple arched his hand and said, "Immortal Tao," flowed around the old man, pure immortal qi gulping out between each breath. Qing Yun? And where did this Qing Yun come from? In that case, the desolate martial immortal realm that this seat perceives should be the immortal of Qing Yun. Upon hearing this, the old man below continued to arch his hand and said, "Reporting to Immortal Lord. According to what the floating pavilion master has reported, this Qing Yun is estimated to soon dominate the desolate martial and break the rules of the heavenly Tao. Please also ask Immortal Lord to send down a decree to overthrow Qing Yun." After the immortal old man finished speaking, he respectfully looked towards the magnificent figure at the main seat. The desolate martial realm is a place bred by my Tsung Dome immortal sect. This Qing Yun still wants to dominate the desolate martial. Still wanting to follow in the footsteps of those great emperors. This seat remembers which one was last. The green lotus sword god who was about to turn into the Tao of the sword Tao. Challenge the rules of our clan and you will die in an instant. Pass on my decree and order the elders stationed in the chaotic stream's astral domain to head to desolate martial to exterminate Qing Yun. The rules of the desolate martial can only withstand below the earth immortal realm, and that Qing Yun's immortal is only at the half immortal realm. Not to mention great emperors, even a half immortal would have to bow down in front of my Tsung Dome immortal sect, daring to challenge the rules. There's no need for this Qing Yun to exist. The voice of indifference is passed down from the autonomous bit. I honor the orders of the Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, there is one more thing, that demon race. This time, without waiting for the old man to finish, the figure in the main seat interrupted him. Don't mind the demon clan for now. That demon clan is backed by the heavenly demon sect. It just so happens that the desolate martial realm isn't restless. Let those demon clan play with them. In the meantime, desolate martial continent, middle domain dust continent, God's kingdom, God's capital. The grandiose Heaven's Pride event had been officially declared over. The next step was when the Divine Kingdom rewarded treasures for the heavenly prides that came out on top at the event, as well as when the many top-ranked heavenly prides selected their forces. At this moment, the magnificent Divine Hall, the immortal realm aura is once again coming from the eastern region. This Qing Yun is simply unfathomable. Why don't we just give up on overthrowing Qing Yun and forget about it, lest we strike a stone with an egg? Lin Yao on the main seat finished with a frown. Dustless on the side pondered, then said, "Let's take a step forward first. This Qing Yun is indeed not to be messed with." Chapter 169, The Female Emperor's Invitation. In the Hall of the Purple Emperor. Damn it, we have now attained the immortal realm, far surpassing the great emperors and shaking the ancient world. How many people can surpass our realm throughout the ages? A single thought swept through the desolate marshal, and exploded the stars with just his hand. And now he can't even do the slightest thing with this Qing Yun. Dustless stood up angrily with his eyes wide open. The manic majestic immortal chi around his body overflowed and continuously collapsed the space in the divine hall. This Qing Yun has risen rapidly in such a short period of time. I reckon that there must be a big secret, a big backer behind it. Lin Yao pondered for a moment, then pointed her onion-white finger at the firmament and guessed. You mean? Dustless' face was hesitant. In fact, what Lin Yao said was generally the same as what he had guessed in his mind before. It was just that neither of them dared to be sure. After all, in their perceptions, even the immortal Tao forces in the upper realms couldn't possibly create emperors in bulk like Qing Yun. Right, and the immortal realms were still proliferating. An unknown and downtrodden power had quickly risen to prominence in the barbaric eastern region in a short period of time. What kind of power does this have to possess? It was beyond their knowledge, but the reality was here. Definitely so. Doesn't the floating life pavilion possess a powerful force behind it? Lin Yao affirmatively said in a deep voice. And because of that all of them, the overwhelming forces that stand at the top of the desolate marshal, have to fear the floating life pavilion by 3 points. The floating life pavilion had a long heritage, and the contemporary pavilion master was even more mysterious, and even the two of them were not informed of that pavilion master in the slightest. At those words, Dustless sighed and withdrew his own aura. He especially disliked the feeling of everything being out of control. His cultivation was heavenly, straight to the immortal realm, and surprisingly, there were times when he was powerless. It's really true that there's no end to cultivation and no eternity to the Tao. In the Hun Heavenly Divine Kingdom, all the cultivators also had different opinions about this Heaven's Pride event. The Green Cloud disciples had sent out a total of 8 disciples, each of whom was a supreme heavenly pride. The extravaganza is exclusive. There were 8 disciples in total, and surprisingly, they had directly bagged the top 8 places. Qing Yun is truly terrifying as hell. Not only are there countless strong people, but the heavenly pride disciples are like crucian carp in a river. Wavelength? This is all what I expected. Didn't you guys notice when Qing Yun opened the mountain? Although the disciples that Qing Yun sent out at that time were not of a high realm, they were all frighteningly strong. In a restaurant, Numerous cultivators were talking to each other about this shocking Heaven's Pride event. Yes, Brother G. Brother Wu is right. That time was enough to see how powerful the Qingyan disciples are. It's just a pity that we were wrong to pass the last Qingyan opening, and I don't know when the next one will be. That said, Qingyan's heavenly pride sure how actually has a grudge against the saint son of the dust-rendering sacred land. This saint son is really bold, daring to mess with the immortal sect's heavenly pride. This is good. Not only was he himself shocked and killed, there is also the possibility of implicating the Holy Land. Look at that elder of the Holy Land. When he saw his own holy son being crushed to death, he didn't even dare to put in a single fart. At those words, the cultivators who were drinking on the side were deeply moved. The mighty Holy Lands all had to bow their heads and look up to Qin Yun in front of them. It's just a pity that the dustless emperor's ex-emperor's son and the Blue family's first daughter didn't come to participate in the grand event, or else it would have been even more interesting. In the meantime, in a luxurious attic in the divine capital, senior brother, congratulations on your great revenge. Upon hearing the words of his senior brother Lin Bai on the side, Shih Hao also revealed a smile. Shih Hao then turned around and opened his mouth to say to the senior brothers and sisters in front of him, during the 10 days of this heaven's remarkable event, we lived up to the clan's expectations and managed to come out on top, raising the prestige of my Qin Yin disciples. His heart was very relaxed at this time, not only because he had finally destroyed Shi Tian to avenge his great hatred, but also because he hadn't failed to live up to the expectations of the clan and his master. After all, he was the eldest senior brother, and there was still quite a bit of pressure to lead his junior siblings to participate in the event. May Lord Xinzong be present. Just then, outside the attic walked in a man dressed in white satin silk embroidered with flying clouds. After he was given permission to come in by the report, he immediately brightened up when he saw Shih Hao and the others, and fawningly said respectfully, I'm sorry that I've disturbed the immortal sect's celestial pride. The rewards of the Heaven's Pride event are being distributed today at the Purple Wang Hall, and by order of the Empress, I have come to invite all the Heaven's Pride of Qin Yun, as well as the elders, to go there. After the man finished arching his hand to Shih Hao and the others, he respectfully looked toward the two figures sitting not far away in the distance. Shih Hao and the others over there didn't say anything. This reward was not taken for nothing. Only Qin Han's heart shook. The Empress, Lin Yao, she's in the kingdom of God right now. The other side, God's palace, God's temple. I've already sent someone to personally invite the people from Qin Yun. When the time comes, it must be on the basis of fellowship. Lin Yao stood in front of the temple door, her beautiful eyes gazing off into the distance without looking back. Normally, with their status and realm, it was naturally impossible for them to personally meet with cultivators from the outside world whose status was not equal. But Qin Yun is coming on strong. The southern domain has already submitted to the whole domain. The northern domain also dares not follow. The western domain does not have the heart to compete. It is estimated that the next step will have to take the middle domain. Speaking of which, most of the continents in the central domain were already trembling under Qin Yun's might, leaving only them, the Jedi powers, to not take a stand. Once Qin Yun made a move against them, they would not be able to fight against it at all. What else can you do but join if you can't beat them? Behind him, Dustless could only nod helplessly, wanting to say something but having no way to do so. It had been 200,000 years, and this time even the high-minded and proud had to bow down. Not a moment later, not far from the divine palace was a palace with a huge plaque with the word Zilwan inscribed with Dao power, and a divine Dao rhythmic aura greeted them. The palace was solemn and magnificent, extraordinarily wide and grand. This hall was built by the Han Tian Divine Kingdom to organize grand events, and it was also the place where the Divine Kingdom feasted its ministers. At this time, the magnificent Purple Palace was already bustling with activity. All the major forces, each of the top-ranked celestial pride at the Heaven's Pride event had already arrived one after another and climbed up to talk to each other. Elder Yi, congratulations, congratulations, your sect's disciples ranked at the top in the Heaven's Pride event. Same joy, same joy. Your family's saint's son's ranking is not bad either. On a side seat in the middle of the hall, there were 10 women in brocade dresses, which very much attracted the attention of the crowd. From time to time, there were young celestial pride going up to strike up a conversation, but they were all rejected with a smile. Elder sister, these people are also really, have said several times not to come? These people are still sticking up like dead skin plasters, but it's also true. Senior sister, you're a heavenly pride that's famous in the divine continent, and you're so good looking, he. Speaking of which, why haven't they come yet? Brother Shih Hao of Qin Yun. As soon as the words fell, 10 figures walked in from outside the great hall, attracting the attention of the entire room as soon as they entered. Mu Shuixian and Luo Chen were dressed in a pair of divine Qin Yun inner sect elder attire, their faces indifferent as they walked ahead. Behind the duo followed Shih Hao and the other 8 Qin Yun celestial pride. Each has an extraordinary aura. Xinyan's people are coming. Those two adults in front. They are the elders of Qingyun, right? When the guards of the mixed sky divine kingdom saw the visitor, they hurriedly went up to greet him. My lord, this way please. Respectfully, he led them to sit down at the forefront of the major powers. A few moments later, the back of the purple palace, a voice came and resounded through the great hall. The Empress has arrived. Chapter 170, Surprised by the Enemy. Confronting Ziwan. What? The Empress has actually come in person. The many cultivators in the purple Wang Hall were all looking incredulous. What kind of character was the Empress? That was a powerful person standing at the top of the desolate martial arts. I didn't expect to be able to meet the Empress in person this time. Then they thought of something, and after looking at the 10 figures at the very front, one of them immediately came to a realization. It's not like they had anything to do with the Empress being able to come. Just as the many cultivators in the Great Hall were still in the midst of great realization, 2 figures walked behind the purple Wang Hall. One was dressed in a gilt and purple clear dress, dignified and atmospheric, revealing supreme majesty between her eyebrows. A strong momentum of superiority greeted her. The man next to him, dressed in a white coat, with a deep face and a dusty temperament, set him off as if he were a heavenly immortal. The gazes of the crowd below the Great Hall were all attracted to that duo. There was a shock in their hearts. This was Empress Lin Yao, right? But who is that guy next to her? There was actually someone who was equal to the Empress in the Divine Kingdom. However, there were also some elders of great power with profound cultivation who recognized the figure next to the Empress. All of a sudden, the heart was even more shocked. Dustless Emperor. Hiss. Why is the Dustless Emperor here? They wondered in their minds. Could it be that the 2 overwhelming powers, the Dustless Emperor's sect and the Mixed Sky Divine Kingdom, had already joined forces? Then why are they joining forces? If you want to deal with a certain power, what power in the wastelands can force them to join forces? The elders of these great powers all had puzzled looks on their faces, their eyes turning. Then they once again looked at the 10 people in the forefront of Qingyun, and again, they came to a sudden realization. But immediately they were on pins and needles. Misty grass. If this really teamed up against Qingyun, would it involve them and make their major powers take sides? Lin Yao and Dustless came and sat on top of the 2 main seats that were right next to each other. Lin Yao took the lead in letting her eyes look down. His eyes lit up after seeing those figures at the very front under the Great Hall. Without waiting to speak, Lin Yao immediately paused. Her powerful immortal realm divine concept instantly sensed a very familiar aura. That sense she would never forget in her life. She then instantly followed that aura and scanned over. Xin Han, who was below, raised his head to look ahead if he felt something. For a moment, 4 eyes met. Lin Yao froze in place on the spot. It's him. No way. Impossible. How's this? But the familiar scent and the stern look in his eyes were clearly him. The sky-cold emperor who was killed by her own hands. Her beloved Taoist from tens of thousands of years ago. Below, Xin Han's gaze shifted from the sternness of his initial look to a cold smile. The original mixed feelings in his heart were now filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait, now, to kill her with his hands. Before that, though, he had a deep disbelief. Why did you attack him from behind? Why? On the side, Wu Duan felt the instability of Lin Yao's breath and also looked downward together in puzzlement. Empress Water Fairy Mu. No, this can't be. At this look, Dustless was even more shocked and dumbfounded. It's exactly the same, and the breath is exactly the same. How is this possible? As Dustless became agitated, his majestic immortal realm aura unfolded and suppressed away into the Great Hall, but it was quickly retracted. In just a moment, the cultivators in the Great Hall only felt a majestic pressure hit them, but only for a moment. If it had been directed at them, or if that pressure had been withdrawn a little later, they would have been crushed into pieces. For a time, the large purple palace was silent and a pin could be heard. The people were all alarmed and looked in disbelief towards the man emanating his breath from the main seat. Xin Han, Empress Water Fairy, Lin Yao, Emperor Dustless. 4 shocked voices rang out together. This scene filled the crowd present with confusion. What's going on here? Not joining forces against Qingyun? Xinyan's people and the Empress and the Dustless Emperor all knew each other, but there were powerful cultivators with long lifespans who were once again shocked. Narcissus Empress? A great emperor who had fallen 100,000 years ago. Xin Han is the heavenly cold emperor. A great emperor who hadn't been born for tens of thousands of years was rumored to be the female emperor's Taoist. What the hell is going on here? They people are numb. Dustless, hello again. You villain. Sneak attacking this emperor. Attacking and killing this emperor. I didn't think that this emperor would still be alive. Mu Shuixian stood up and coldly said. The cold face was filled with ice. How could she not expect to run into her former enemy here? No dust. Xin Han, who was behind him, also stood up and laughed coldly. This emperor didn't expect it's really snakes and rats or a nest. Lin Yao, hello again. This emperor never thought that I could fall because of you. A vicious woman with a snake's heart. These words came out. In the purple palace, the atmosphere was frozen. Numerous heavenly prides and powerful cultivators were stunned by this explosive news. The water fairy empress's fall was the result of an attack by the dustless emperor. That youth, the heavenly cold emperor, the female emperor's Tao partner. He didn't come out of the world because he had long since been attacked and killed by the female emperor and fallen. The crowd's brains were buzzing now. What the hell is today? It's all too much of a shock. Sure, how? Lin Bai, Hua Qingyue, and the remaining 4 disciples of the inner sect also looked at Mu Shuixian and Qin Han in shock. They are also baffled. That meant that both Elder Mu and Qin Han were reincarnations of great emperors, and the mixed heavenly empress and that dusty man above were their enemies. The duo in the main seat, too, reacted. It's hard to know what to do about it. If it were any other occasion, then they would have already shot out to destroy them, but they had actually joined the Green Cloud Immortal sect. Humph. Nonsense. When has this emperor ever killed you? Don't think that just because you're from Qing Yun that you can defame this immortal. Your words don't sit well with me, as much as they don't give face. If you dare to slander this immortal again, don't blame this immortal for applying a slight punishment. Dustless's heart was certain, and he coldly said, attempting to scare her off. Lin Yao's eyes on the side shifted as she spoke in shock and anger. Shut up! How dare you impersonate this immortal husband? Han Lang is still traveling in the outside world. How dare you, a little Qing Yun disciple, impersonate him? Lin Yao wanted to put it off. This Qin Han reincarnation now is only a small transformation spirit realm. How can Qing Yun not start a war with this immortal just based on his one-sided relationship, right? Is it true what you say? Sister. Right at this moment, an erotic silhouette came from the doorway of the Zilwan Hall and asked rhetorically. The aura of the Emperor realm swept out crazily. The many cultivators in the Great Hall who were still watching were suppressed by this powerful imperial realm pressure and bent their heads to the ground. Ah, yes, Green Emperor. Qing Di walked beside Qin Han, and after clearly sensing this familiar aura, her eyes became even more stern as she coldly looked above the main seat. You lied to me. You actually went out and killed him. You're so vicious. You knew I was too. But I quit anyway. I only blame myself for not fighting for it. I didn't think you'd do such a thing. Qin Han sniffed and turned his head to look at the equally familiar woman beside him, his eyes filled with complexity. Qing Shi. P.S. Thanks for the gifts. The little author appreciates it. Any suggestions or dissatisfaction with the current plot can be put forward. Thank you.